Chapter 1, Destiny. Qingzhou Yi Family. 800. A 16 or 17-year-old youth looked calmly at Zhao Xiu, the steward of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and said, "Steward Zhao Xiu, regarding the new city demolition plan proposed by young Master Yang Jia, our Yi family is very willing to cooperate. However, based on the surrounding market rates, our ancestral land is worth at least 50,000 spirit crystals, yet you are only offering 800. At this point he paused, then continued, "Chief Zhao Xiu, back then your Zhao family was nearly wiped out by the Qin family. It was our Yi family who stepped in to protect you, allowing your family to survive. Now, to show no regard for past kindness, I assent that going a bit too far." Zhao Xiu smiled and said, "Yi Tianming, let me be frank. I heard you've received a special admission spot to the Shen Academy. My Zhao family also wants that spot. How about it? Will your Yi family help us out one more time?" Behind Zhao Xiu, four guards from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion rested their hands on their sword hilts, smirking as they stared at Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming looked at Zhao Xiu and said, "Chief Zhao Xiu, behaving like this is a bit excessive." Zhao Xiu leaned back in his chair, glancing sidelong at Yi Tianming. "Then come at me. I'm begging you to come at me." This was clearly a deliberate provocation aimed at Yi Tianming. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion, one of the two supreme powers in the Shen universe, and also the legitimate authority. In Qingzhou, for a commoner to strike an official is a grave crime. Seeing Yi Tianming remain silent, Zhao Xiu suddenly stood up, leaning over the table to glare down at him. Too scared. As he spoke, he chuckled lightly, patting the insignia on his uniform with his right hand. "Of course you're scared. Not only have I become the chief steward of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, an official position, but our Zhao family's prodigy, Zhao Yu, has also been admitted to the Qingzhou Guanal Academy. Oh, and did you know? Zhao Yu has now been taken as a personal disciple by a powerful elder from the Academy's inner circle." Suddenly, Yi Tianming, who had been sitting, suddenly stood up. Before Zhao Xiu could react, a sword had already pierced his throat. SSSH. Blood gushed like a spring. Thud. Suddenly, the doors of the Grand Hall burst open as dozens of Yi family experts rushed in, charging straight at the four Immortal Treasure Pavilion guards. Within moments, the guards were hacked to death in a flurry of blades. Zhao Xiu, not yet fully dead, clutched his throat in disbelief as he stared at Yi Tianming. You're actually at the true Luo realm. Your Yi family is committing treason." Yi Tianming yanked out his sword and then viciously stabbed Zhao Xiu in the abdomen again, twisting the blade savagely. "You bastard! Didn't you beg me to do this to you? I'll end you." At that moment, a young man walked in around 17 years old, with a striking and dignified appearance. Yinan, the heir of the Yi family, was also Yi Tianming's elder brother. Without a word, Yinan swung his blade and severed Zhao Xiu's head, then deftly collected the storage rings from the fallen. Yinan turned to a bloodthirsty young man standing nearby. "Yi Zong, take these bodies and grind them into powder with the millstone. Then, at midnight, scatter them into the wells of the Zhao family. Remember, no poison. Our Yi family upholds benevolence and righteousness. We don't engage in such vile acts." The young man named Yi Zong grinned fiercely, clenching his fists. "Big brother, no need for the millstone. I prefer using my fists. Let me pound them into pulp." With that, he excitedly ran out carrying the 5 corpses. The remaining members of the Yi family busied themselves, some moving tables, others mopping the floor, skillfully cleaning up the mess in the hall. Yinan turned to look at Yi Tianming and tossed the storage rings to him. "The Zhao family won't let this go. They will seek revenge, especially that Zhao Yu. This time, the Zhao family used public affairs to settle private scores because they had his approval. It's all because you passed the special recruitment of the Guanshu Academy. He doesn't want you to go there." After the Zhao family took revenge on the Qin family, only the Yi and Zhao families remained in this place. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Yi Tianming nodded. "I know." Yinan asked, "What's the plan?" Yi Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm going to the Shen Academy? To kill Zhao Yu." Yinan stared at Yi Tianming. "Kill Zhao Yu?" Yi Tianming nodded. "The Zhao family dares to bully our Yi family so openly simply because their Zhao Yu has entered the Shen Academy and become a personal disciple of one of the elders. That's also why the managers of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion sided with the Zhao family." So, as he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "To uproot weeds, you must pull them out by the roots, kill his entire family, and eliminate the threat for good." Yinan asked, Are you confident? Yi Tianming nodded. No, but we'll do it first and think later. Yi Nan. After a moment, Yi Nan asked, when do we leave? Yi Tianming replied, tomorrow. Yi Nan nodded slightly and then said, someone from the Yin family came earlier, asking you to visit them. Yi Tianming sheathed his sword. I'll go now. Tianming. Yi Nan stopped Yi Tianming. I've never interfered with your relationship with Miss Chi, but there's one thing you should understand. Although you once saved Chi and did her a great favor, the gap between our Yi family and the Yin family is vast. Often, a great favor can turn into a great enmity. You must realize this. In the Shen universe, aristocratic families and sects are ranked from 1st to 9th class. And Chi, Yi Tianming's childhood sweetheart, belonged to the Yin family, a branch of the 1st-class Wu Shen family in Qingzhou, which was still a 4th-class family, far beyond what their Yi family could compare to. The Yi family belongs to the lowest-tier families, meaning they are unranked and considered insignificant. Yi Tianming smiled and said, it's just the same old story of the upper class looking down on the lower class. If they truly despise me, then to hell with them. With that, he turned and left. After leaving the Yi family, as he passed by a bookstore, Yi Tianming suddenly stopped and looked up. Several feet above his head, a wisp of golden gas floated in the air. When he saw that golden aura, Yi Tianming was first stunned, then overjoyed. The great Tao's fortune. A day earlier, Yang Jia, the young master of the Guanchuan universe, had been welcomed back to the Guanchuan universe. Moved by the hardships of the common people, he dispersed tens of thousands of strands of the great Tao's fortune across the myriad realms, to be obtained by those under 20 years of age who were fated to receive it. A single strand of the great Tao's fortune could guarantee an ordinary person reaching the Saint Realm. Not only that, but it also granted a spot to attend the main campus of the Guanchuan Academy. That wisp of great Tao fortune seemed to have found a treasure when it spotted Yi Tianming. It excitedly drifted toward him, but when it was still half a zhang away, it was as if something blocked its path no matter how hard it tried. It couldn't get any closer to Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming never expected to encounter such a thing. Without overthinking it, he reached out to grab it, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't grasp it. Meanwhile, the wisp of great Tao fortune also struggled to approach him, yet neither could touch the other. After several attempts, Yi Tianming finally gave up. He took one last deep look at that wisp of great Tao fortune. Without dwelling on it, he turned and strode quickly into the distance. If it was meant to be, it would be his. If not, it was fate. He wouldn't force it. Inside the bookstore, a man in a Taoist robe reeking of alcohol witnessed the entire scene. He took a fierce swig of liquor and murmured, as expected of the second naturally born mortal physique in the history of the universe, such meager great Tao fortune isn't even worthy of approaching him. Outside the bookstore, in a secluded corner, stood a young woman. She appeared to be 16 or 17, graceful and poised, with features as delicate as a painting, exuding extraordinary beauty. The woman was none other than Anqi. Watching Yi Tianming disappear into the distance, Anqi recalled how he had failed to grasp that wisp of great Tao fortune earlier. A trace of complexity flickered in her eyes as she sighed softly. A frail body cannot bear great fortune, and the unblessed. In the end, you and I belong to different worlds. With that, the complexity in her eyes transformed into a resolute determination, as if she had made up her mind. She turned and quickly disappeared into the distance. Cut clean when it's time to cut clean. What use is a man who can't even bear the weight of destiny's favor? A woman must be practical. She can't afford to be a charity worker. Yi Tianming entered the residence and was led by a steward to the main hall. After serving him a cup of spiritual tea, the steward withdrew. Yi Tianming did not drink the tea. He sat waiting for about a quarter of an hour before Shao finally entered. Yi Tianming stood up and bowed slightly. Uncle In. And Shao was very amiable and smiled. No need for formalities. You're a friend of Shao Qi and Shao Yan. You can treat this place as your own home. Yi Tianming naturally understood this was polite talk, but didn't say anything. After the two sat down, and Shao suddenly took out a box and placed it before Yi Tianming. He opened the box to reveal 3 precious qi-inducing pills inside. Each one was worth 1,000 spirit crystals. Yi Tianming was somewhat puzzled, and Shao smiled and said, back then you once saved Shao Qi, and I haven't properly thanked you for that. Soon we'll be heading to the Shen realm. I think it's time we repaid this debt of gratitude. From now on, Shao Qi owes you nothing. Yi Tianming wasn't too surprised. He turned his gaze toward the screen on the right, where the faint silhouette of a graceful figure could be seen behind it. Tianming stared intently at that familiar, lovely figure. After a moment, and Chia's voice came from behind the screen. "Brother Tianming, you're a good person, but we're not suited for each other." Tianming immediately stood up. "Missin, rest assured. From now on, whenever I'm out and about, if anyone asks, I'll say I'm not the least bit acquainted with you." With that, he turned and left, without a backward glance. Behind the screen, and Chi watched through the window as Tianming swiftly disappeared into the courtyard. A mix of complexity and reluctance flickered in her eyes, but gradually, those emotions hardened into resolve and indifference. He who hesitates is lost. Since he has no future, why cling to it? It will only bring pain to both in the days to come. With this thought, a powerful aura suddenly surged from her body. The realm of 10,000 laws. She was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that severing these feelings would lead directly to a breakthrough. Had she known earlier, she would have cut them off long ago. She turned and left, her eyes devoid of any lingering attachment. From this life onward, and Chi's heart would hold only the great path. A lowly family and a man with no future could offer her no assistance in the days to come. As long as a woman has strength and excellence, what kind of man could she not obtain in the future? Seeing in Chi's breakthrough, and Xiao was immediately overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. Who would have thought that severing this karmic bond would bring such gains? Truly a double blessing, no, a triple blessing, since the Nanling family has already agreed to Xiao Qi's marriage to Nanling Yun. As he spoke, a smile spread across his face. Their family was merely a remote branch of the Yin clan, barely considered a fourth-tier family, while the Nanli family was a second-tier aristocratic house. Moreover, the Nanli family had some historical ties with the swordmaster of Guanchuan. One could say they had truly struck gold. This was like their ancestors' graves emitting auspicious smoke. "Father, sister, I don't think this is right." From a corner of the room, a young man who had been reading a book suddenly spoke up. The young man's name was Yen, the younger brother of Chi. And Xiao looked at Yen, who slowly stood up and said earnestly, "Tianming grew up with my sister since childhood and even saved her once. I won't say she should repay him with her hand in marriage, but at the very least we should remember this kindness forever. Yet now, because we fear the Nanli family might misunderstand, we summon him here and force him to sever ties with my sister. This is truly unprincipled." And Zhao's expression darkened. "Do you not realize your sister is now engaged to the Nanli family? If they were to learn she was once childhood sweethearts with him, or if Tianming were to spread rumors outside, it would tarnish your sister's reputation." And Yen shook his head slightly, interrupting his father. "Father, this line of thinking is still wrong. Why should our family grovel before the Nanli clan? Those top-tier aristocratic families will never respect us just because we fawn over them. On the contrary, the more we flatter them, the more they'll look down on us. Our circles are different, there's no need to force an alliance." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Moreover, my sister and Tianming have always had a purely innocent relationship. If Nan Liun harbors resentment just because they grew up together, would my sister truly be happy marrying such a narrow-minded man?" And Zhao's expression darkened. And Yen closed the ancient book and looked up toward the hall's entrance, his gaze gradually turning profound. "Tianming and I grew up together, and I know him well. His talent is monstrous, rare in this world, adept in both scholarly and martial pursuits, decisive in action. If our family treats him this way today, we may invite great calamity in the future. Therefore, Father, since you've chosen to play the villain, you should do it thoroughly, eliminate him outright, rather than leaving behind a future threat. Who says fate is predetermined by heaven? My destiny is mine to command, not heaven's." Chapter 2. Give him dignity. Tianming left the Yin residence and headed straight for the Yi mansion. The events that had transpired at the Yin family held no significance for him whatsoever. Women. Once you become the great emperor, what kind of woman wouldn't be within your reach? Focus on your ambitions first, then think about women. With power and success, what woman can't you have? After returning to the Yi family, he went alone to the back mountain. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took out hundreds of sheets of paper, each densely covered with written characters. At this moment, a small tower hanging at his waist suddenly trembled slightly. Soon, a voice slowly emerged from within the tower. "You've been writing all this nonsense since you were 9. What exactly are you trying to do?" He was picked up by the Yi family. This small tower and the sword named Xingdao at his waist had been with him since childhood. Yi Tianming said, "Tower ancestor. I'm creating a cultivation technique." The little tower was shocked. "You? What did you say?" Yi Tianming said solemnly. "For an ordinary person to defy fate and change their destiny is as difficult as reaching the heavens. At its core, it boils down to two things: money and cultivation techniques. If I can create a technique that freely absorbs spiritual energy from the world, it would kill two birds with one stone. From then on, cultivation wouldn't cost a penny. The spiritual energy of the universe would be mine for the taking." The little tower, Yi Tianming began compiling and summarizing, nearly finished now. After the Great War 1,000 years ago, the Lord of the Profound Sword redefined all cultivation realms. The current realms are divided into Flesh Body Realm, Innate Realm, True Law Realm, 10,000 Laws Realm, Minor Tribulation Realm, Major Tribulation Realm, Peak Perfection Realm, Dharma Form Realm, Immortal Realm, Supreme Immortal Realm, Eternal Immortal Realm. He is currently at the Innate Realm. Upon reaching the Innate Realm, one can draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, tempering the flesh, internal organs, and bones. This greatly strengthens the internal organs and body, causing the flesh to undergo another transformation, forming the diamond body. With movements swift as thunder and strength akin to 100 elephants, a single punch can split rivers. For ordinary people, the innate realm is essentially the limit. To advance further, one must possess advanced cultivation techniques, something that is nothing short of legendary for the Yi family and countless ordinary people. Besides advanced techniques, a vast amount of spirit crystals is also required. If he wishes to progress further now, his only option is to go to the Profound Sword Academy. Only there will he have a chance to obtain cultivation techniques, but the issue of money remains unresolved. Therefore, he wanted to create a cultivation technique that wouldn't cost a single penny. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is mine for the taking. Originally, he wasn't in such a hurry, so he had been suppressing his own cultivation level, hoping to push each realm to its absolute limit until it naturally overflowed like water filling to the brim. But now, after killing someone from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, he felt a sense of urgency because he knew the Zhao family and the Immortal Treasure Pavilion would never let it go. At the break of dawn, Yi Tianming sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands forming a seal in front of his chest. Suddenly, countless visible strands of white spiritual energy surged from the heavens and earth, directly entering between his brows before penetrating his chest. Yi Tianming instantly felt as if a spring breeze had swept through his internal organs, leaving his mind clear and vision sharp. Yi Tianming suddenly trembled and exclaimed, "Not good, tower ancestor. Something's wrong." The small tower asked in confusion, "Didn't you already succeed?" Yi Tianming said urgently, "I don't know how to stop this. I'm about to explode." The little tower, Yi Tianming's aura was surging wildly, but at the same time, because too much spiritual energy had entered his body, his dantian and physique simply couldn't withstand such an immense influx all at once. As a result, his internal organs and entire body were on the verge of bursting. Yi Tianming couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes rolled back as he fainted outright. Yet, the moment he lost consciousness, his cultivation directly soared from the true law realm to the myriad laws realm. Still, endless spiritual energy continued pouring into his body. Though it seemed like his physique was about to explode, there was actually no issue at all. Not only was there no problem, but his body was even gradually absorbing the excess energy. The small tower whispered, "This bit of spiritual energy could never possibly overwhelm the legendary innate mortal body. However, we must let this little fellow suffer a bit, so he'll be more cautious next time." The next day, Yi Tianming woke up. When he realized he had already reached the 10,000 laws realm, he was overjoyed. Success! Yi Tianming grinned widely. An hour later, he returned to his room and began packing his belongings, preparing to head to the Qingzhou Xian Academy. Rather than waiting for retaliation, it's better to strike first. The reason your Zhao family is formidable is because of Zhao Yu. I'll go kill Zhao Yu right now. After packing for a while, Yi Nan and his sister-in-law Li Yi suddenly walked in. Li Yi walked up to Yi Tianming and handed him a ring. Yi Tianming was somewhat surprised. A storage ring? Storage rings were commonplace for wealthy families, but for the Yi family, they were undoubtedly very precious. Clearly, this belonged to his sister-in-law. The Li family, being merchants, were wealthier than the Yi family. Inside the storage ring, apart from the clothes and daily necessities Li Yi had just packed for him, there were also 900 spirit crystals. The annual expenses of the Yi family amount to only 300 spirit crystals, So 900 spirit crystals are undoubtedly a colossal fortune for him at this moment. Upon seeing those spirit crystals, Yiguan immediately refused. Sister-in-law, I can't accept these spirit crystals. He knew that these spirit crystals were mostly part of Li Yi's dowry, as the Yi family currently couldn't afford such a huge sum. Li Yi said gently, how will you go to the academy without money? Moreover, once you're there, you'll need to pay tuition fees and cover various cultivation expenses. There will be countless places to spend money. Yi Tianming felt a warmth in his heart, but he still refused. Sister-in-law, Li Yi placed the storage ring in his hand and said, Tianming, we're family. Don't stand on ceremony. When you're outside, don't be too frugal. Spend when you need to. If you run short on money, just send word back. Your elder brother and I will find a way. Yi Tianming clenched the storage ring tightly, his eyes slightly moist. Elder brother, sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. With that, he turned and walked away. Yi Nan and Li Yi simply watched as Yi Tianming disappeared into the distant courtyard. A moment later, an elderly man approached Yi Nan and whispered, Young master, while protecting young Lord Tianming, I discovered he has already reached the 10,000 laws realm. Pausing hesitantly, he added, Young lord, he's too monstrous. In the future, he might threaten your position. Perhaps we should. Yi Nan suddenly turned and slapped him. Slap. The old man was directly forced to his knees by that slap. Yi Nan looked down at the old man. As the heir of the Yi family, if I couldn't bear to see my brothers surpass me, would I even deserve this position? The more outstanding Tianming is, the happier I am, because it's not just a blessing for me as his elder brother, but for our entire Yi family. With that, he slammed his palm onto the old man's crown. Sowing discord and undermining the bond between my brothers, you deserve death. Guards, drag him out and feed him to the dogs. The old man, in the courtyard, Yi Zong gathered all the younger generation of the Yi family. Looking at the boys and girls who were just as youthful as himself, he declared, Big brother is busy, and brother Tianming is away on business. Right now, I'm the boss of the Yi family, and you all have to listen to me. Starting tomorrow, don't push yourselves so hard in training. Rest when you need to. A young boy waved his fist and said, Brother Yi Zong, we're not afraid of hardship or exhaustion. We train for the rise of the Yi family. Yi Zong waved his small hand dismissively. Hard work is worthless in the face of talent. The crowd. Yi Zong clenched his fists and waved them. Don't bother working hard. When I become the great emperor, I will elevate the entire clan's bloodline, making you all soar instantly. The crowd. Chapter 3. No fewer than 10 women. After leaving the Yi family, Yi Tianming headed straight for the city outskirts. After leaving the city, he drove the carriage towards the Qingzhou Xian Academy. The Qingzhou Xian Academy was not located within Qingzhou City, but rather on Qingzhou Mountain, hundreds of miles outside the city. If he had taken the teleportation array, he could have reached the Qingzhou Xian Academy in less than half an hour. However, he chose not to use the teleportation array and instead traveled by carriage, as a single teleportation required 90 spirit crystals. Taking the carriage, on the other hand, cost less than 10 spirit crystals. Every penny saved was a penny earned. Yi Tianming drove the carriage out of the city for about half an hour before arriving at a remote place. The area was flanked by hills, and there was hardly anyone in sight. A moment later, Yi Tianming took out the sword at his waist and examined it carefully. This sword had been with him since childhood and was exceptionally sharp. He had used it once before when he ventured deep into the mountains to gather herbs. At that time, he had encountered a demon beast 3 realms stronger than him, yet he managed to slay it with this very sword. He had crossed 3 realms. Moreover, he sensed that this wasn't even the sword's limit. A mysterious sword, a mysterious Tazu. His own origins seemed rather enigmatic. Naturally, he had asked Tazu about his identity, but Tazu remained silent. Yi Tianming sheathed the sword. As he passed by a stone bridge, he suddenly tossed all the spatial rings obtained from Zhao Xiu and the others into the raging river beneath. The little tower was somewhat puzzled. What are you doing? I saw you counting just now. That was over 2,000 spirit crystals. Yi Tianming didn't say a word. 3 hours later, it was already deep into the night. A bright moon hung in the sky, its pale light spilling onto the ground like snow. Yi Tianming was driving the carriage along the main road when he suddenly came to a stop. Not far away by the roadside, there was a campfire. Beside it sat a woman dressed in a moon-white robe, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She was breathtakingly beautiful. her eyes brimming with intelligence and confidence, exuding an aura of sharpness and competence. At this moment, she was grilling a fish, which had already turned golden, clearly having been cooked for some time. The woman turned her head to look at Yi Tianming and smiled, saying, "Come, have a seat." Under the moonlight, that stunningly beautiful face appeared even more captivating, making it impossible to forget. Yi Tianming's gaze did not linger on her breathtakingly beautiful face. He jumped down from the carriage and walked over to sit in front of the woman. The woman turned the fish in her hands calmly and said, "Yesterday, Zhao Xiao from the Zhao family and people from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion disappeared. Later investigations revealed they had met their end." Yi Tianming picked up a wooden stick and gently stirred the fire, remaining silent. The woman glanced at him. "I looked into Zhao Xiao. Many hated him because of the demolition issue, but the ones with the biggest conflict with him were still your Yi family." Yi Tianming still said nothing. The woman suddenly looked up at him. "You did this?" Yi Tianming raised his head and met her gaze directly. "Got any proof?" The woman smiled. "I think the storage rings on Zhao Xiao and the others should be with you now, right?" Yi Tianming replied, "No. If you want to search me, you'll need a proper search warrant." The woman suddenly pulled out a thick stack of paper and a pen, quickly writing on one sheet. After a moment, she took out a small seal and stamped it, then handed the paper to Yi Tianming. "Here's the search warrant you wanted. If it's not enough, I can write more. In all of Qingzhou, whoever I want to investigate, I can." Yi Tianming looked at the seal, his heart filled with shock. An imperial inspector, a legendary and terrifying figure, representing the imperial cabinet to inspect the realm, holding authority over local officials and the right to execute before reporting. He never expected to encounter an imperial inspector here, and one so young at that. For someone so young to hold such a position, it was clear she had the backing of a powerful family. Yi Tianming took the search warrant in silence, his left hand gripping tightly onto the executioner's sword at his waist. The woman glanced at the executioner's sword on Yi Guan's waist, the corner of her lips curling slightly, but she said nothing. Yi Tianming suddenly looked up at her, but the woman spoke first. "If you confess now, I'll consider it a surrender. There's a slight chance you might avoid the death penalty. Of course, you could also draw your sword and silence me, but I sincerely advise against it." Yi Tianming simply replied, "Go ahead and search." After speaking, he handed his storage ring and the small pagoda to the woman. The woman did not take the storage ring or the small pagoda. After staring at Yi Tianming for a moment, she said, "It seems I underestimated you a bit." Yi Guan looked at her and asked, "May I leave now?" The woman fixed her gaze on Yi Tianming, her piercing eyes as if they could see through a person's heart. "Zhao Xiao abused his power to suppress your Yi family. You had both the reason and motive to kill him." Yi Tianming said unhurriedly, "Evidence." The woman slowly rose to her feet, leaning down to look at Yi Tianming. "I could have your entire Yi clan arrested right now. Do you think their bones are harder than the torture devices of the imperial prison?" Yi Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly, his left hand tightening around the Dao sword in his grip. The woman suddenly laughed. "I truly have no evidence. You may leave now." Yi Tianming frowned, unable to discern the woman's intentions for the moment. The woman waved her hand. "Go on." Yi Tianming glanced at her, then turned and drove the carriage away. Suddenly, the woman called out, "Yi Tianming, remember this, my name is Nanling Zhao. I've got my eye on you now, so you'd better watch your back." Yi Tianming glanced at her once more before swiftly driving the carriage into the night. After Yi Tianming left, an old man appeared behind Nanling Zhao. The elder said in a deep voice, "My lord, why did you let him go?" Nanling Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why did the Yi family kill? This matter needs to be thoroughly investigated. Let's go." On the streets of Qingzhou City, Nanling Zhao sat by a small street-side stove, where two fish were sizzling on the grill, their golden brown skin releasing an enticing aroma. Nanling Zhao's eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the two fish, occasionally giving them a gentle flip. A figure of such breathtaking beauty naturally drew the gaze of those around her. Many eyes in the vicinity lingered on her, yet no one dared approach, for behind her stood 12 guards, each at least at the 10,000 laws realm. Moreover, the deputy city lord of Qingzhou City was personally accompanying her. The deputy city lord of Qingzhou appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a simple robe, standing respectfully by Nanling Zhao's side. Nanling Zhao suddenly leaned down close to the two fish, sniffing lightly with her nose, and then a charming smile spread across her face. At that moment, a black-clad figure suddenly approached Nan Lingzhao in quick strides, about to speak, when she abruptly said, "Wait until I finish eating." The black-clad figure bowed respectfully and then stepped aside. Nan Lingzhao picked up one of the fish and began nibbling on it gracefully. She particularly enjoyed eating fish, often able to consume all the flesh while leaving the entire fishbone intact, like a piece of art. Everyone waited in silence, not daring to even breathe. After a long while, 2 complete fish skeletons appeared before Nan Lingzhao. Nan Lingzhao slowly turned to look at the deputy city lord of Qingzhou beside him. The latter, noticing Nan Lingzhao's gaze, hurriedly bowed slightly with an ingratiating smile. Nan Lingzhao said, "Deputy City Lord Zhou Yuan, as far as I know, the land around the Yi family's property was expropriated, and their ancestral shrine alone is worth at least 50,000 spirit crystals. Yet, the treasure pavilion is only willing to offer 800. How is this any different from outright robbery?" Ah, Zhou Yuan looked puzzled. "Is that so?" Nan Lingzhao didn't speak, just glanced at him. Zhou Yuan knew he couldn't hide it from the other, so he immediately turned to an elderly man standing respectfully nearby. "Who's in charge of this matter?" The old man hurried forward and said respectfully, "Reporting to the city lord, this matter was led by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Our academy was only responsible for assisting, so I am not entirely clear on the specifics." Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Zhou Yuan turned to look at Nan Lingzhao, somewhat troubled. Although the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was also under the academy's jurisdiction, the actual situation was not quite so straightforward. Nan Lingzhao smiled faintly. "You can't handle it?" Zhou Yuan didn't dare to play any tricks and quickly replied, "Of course we can handle it. Please wait a moment, my lord. I'll immediately notify the manager of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to come." As he spoke, he gave the old man a meaningful glance. Understanding the hint, the old man promptly withdrew. Zhou Yuan said respectfully, "Please wait just a little while, my lord." Actually, as the deputy city lord, how could he not know about these matters? But he certainly wouldn't step forward to take responsibility for this. It had to be pushed onto the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Moments later, a manager from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion appeared on the scene. The manager, also in his 40s or 50s, was extremely obese, his layers of fat jiggling with every step he took. The portly manager hurried over to Nan Lingzhao and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, my lord." Nan Lingzhao asked, "What's going on here?" The obese steward wiped the sweat from his face. "Sir, here's the thing. Although the demolition project is primarily led by our Immortal Treasure Pavilion, we have outsourced all these tasks to the Enfant Chamber of Commerce." Nan Lingzhao asked, "Enfant Chamber of Commerce?" The obese steward nodded and whispered, "It's the Chamber of Commerce founded by the clan of Qingzhou." The clan of Qingzhou. Hearing these words, Nan Lingzhao's delicate brows furrowed deeply. That was a first-class family, one whose ancestors had produced 3 martial gods, incomparably glorious. The obese steward added, "From what this subordinate has learned, the Enfant Merchant Guild outsourced these matters to various smaller families below them, among which was the Zhao family. The Zhao family was responsible for the Yi family's region. My lord, our Immortal Treasure Pavilion paid them according to market price, but after layers of outsourcing, the final amount dropped from over 10,000 to just 800. Of course, there was also the factor of personal grudges." Zhou Yuan, standing to the side, kept his head lowered and remained silent. Nan Lingzhao also fell silent. At this moment, she realized that the situation was far from simple. It involved countless forces, far beyond what she could easily challenge. Even if she wanted to act, her family would never agree, because any attempt to intervene could be perceived as factional strife. In that case, not only her but even the Nanling family might face serious consequences. Nan Lingzhao sighed inwardly. She turned to look at Zhou Yuan and the obese steward, both of whom kept their heads down and remained silent. This was a matter they wouldn't dare touch even if beaten to death. To offend so many powerful families, including the clan of Qingzhou, for the sake of the Yi family who had no ties to them, they'd have to be out of their minds to do such a thing. Moreover, they simply lacked the power to make a difference. This inspector isn't capable either, though of course, such words must never be spoken aloud. After a long silence, Nan Lingzhao said, "Punish the Zhao family, give the Yi family justice, and then let this matter end here. Any objections?" The obese steward was about to speak when Zhou Yuan suddenly interjected, "No objections." Nan Lingzhao nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave. After Nanling Zhao left, the OB steward suddenly turned on Zhou Yuan in fury. There's no damn problem. Don't you know that the Zhao family's prodigy has already entered Qingzhou's inner academy as Su Qing's personal disciple? It's practically certain he'll represent Qingzhou at the Myriad Province's grand competition in the Xian realm. His future is boundless. If we go punish the Zhao family now, we'll be dead men walking before long. Zhou Yuan sighed quietly. Old Mo, didn't you see the anger in that lord's eyes just now? If we keep refusing, we're openly humiliating her. What if she loses her temper and insists on pursuing this matter? Old Mo's face remained cold. If she insists on pursuing it, then let her stir up trouble all she wants. Stir up trouble my ass, Zhou Yuan angrily said. She has the Nanling clan behind her, and moreover, connections in the cabinet. If she insists on pursuing this matter, even if she ultimately can't defeat the infamily, nothing serious will happen to her at worst. She'll just be dismissed. But what about you and me? Won't the higher-ups need a few scapegoats? Think about it, who do you think will end up taking the blame? Old Mo's face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat broke out. It was clear that the two of them would undoubtedly be the ones to shoulder the blame. Zhou Yuan gazed into the distance and murmured softly. This official is also very smart. She knows this matter shouldn't be dug into too deeply, so it's best to stop while we're ahead. Old Mo said gravely, Then the Zhao family? Are we really going to punish the Zhao family? Zhou Yuan shook his head. Of course not. They couldn't afford to offend this lord, but they also couldn't afford to offend the Zhao family, especially now that the Zhao family had risen to prominence with one member's success, elevating the entire household. Old Mo looked puzzled. Then, after a moment of silence, Zhou Yuan said, Handle it with cold indifference. Play dumb. Also, you and I should secretly look after the Yi family together, to build some goodwill. Old Mo asked with some confusion, Why should we look out for the Yi family? Zhou Yuan said softly, In life, anything is possible. Right now, the Yi family is at a disadvantage, but who can say for certain they won't rise again in the future? Leaving some leeway now might just save our lives someday. Meanwhile, outside the city, Nanling Zhao rode a small donkey, leisurely making his way forward. By her side, an elderly man followed respectfully and said in a deep voice, My lord, shall we just let this matter go? Nanling Zhao countered, If you were Yi Tianming or the Yi family, what would you do in such a situation? The black-clad man answered without hesitation, Kill. As he spoke, he paused briefly before adding, But breaking the law is still breaking the law. Nanling Zhao shook his head. Emotion, law, and reason each has its principles and exceptions, its weight and urgency. The vastness of heaven and earth, the depth of the Taoist mysteries, how could they ever be measured with a single ruler? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stood up and took a single step forward. Yet, with just that one step, Yi Tianming was already standing right in front of her. At the sudden appearance of Nanling Zhao, Yi Guan's expression instantly darkened. His left hand tightened around the executioner's sword at his waist in that moment. True killing intent rose in his heart. Nanling Zhao stared at Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming, this world has people like Zhao Xiu, it has people like you, and it also has people like me. The question is which kind are more numerous. If there are too few of us and too many like Zhao Xiu, the world will descend into chaos. Yi Tianming stared at her, still on guard. Nanling Zhao suddenly pulled out a thick stack of wanted posters. She extracted one from the pile. It was Yi Tianming's wanted notice. With a light pinch of her fingers, the paper instantly burst into flames. Nanling Zhao abruptly leaned forward and gently patted the tightly gripped Pathwalker sword in Yi Tianming's hand. Yi Tianming, both of us are travelers walking the night path. Let's see which of us ultimately makes it to dawn. With that, she turned and tore through space-time, vanishing from Yi Tianming's sight, forcibly tearing through space. At least the immortal realm. Yi Tianming was inwardly horrified. After a long silence, he murmured, Nanling Zhao. Soon, he drove the carriage into the distance. His expression was grave, for he realized one thing. If Nanling Zhao had truly intended to strike earlier, he would have had no chance of survival whatsoever. He wasn't sure why the woman had spared him, but he despised the feeling of having his fate in someone else's hands. If it had been a different inspector, would he have survived today? His destiny had to be in his own control. Moreover, even before Zhao Yu entered the inner academy, he had already reached the 10,000 Laws realm. Now that he had joined the inner court, with guidance from renowned masters and access to the academy's abundant resources, His current strength was at least at the minor tribulation realm, if not higher. Cultivate. Yi Tianming took a deep breath and pulled out his Heaven's Decree cultivation technique. He began refining it further because once this technique was activated, he couldn't rein it in. That simply wouldn't do. It had to be controllable, capable of both release and restraint. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, "The texts say that spiritual energy is just one form among the heavens and earth. Beyond spiritual energy, the world contains all kinds of other energies. If we can absorb spiritual energy, why not other energies? Like thunder, fire, earth, starlight. I must try this." The Little Pagoda, Chapter 4. The Profound Tao Observatory. 10 days later, Yi Tianming arrived at the Qingzhou Profound Tao Academy. The Qingzhou Mountains stretched for thousands of miles, peak embracing peak, often shrouded halfway by mist and clouds, resembling a celestial realm. The entire Qingzhou region has a population of over 100 million, and this Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy is the dream destination for countless young people. For the vast majority of ordinary individuals, joining Guanchuan Academy is the only way to change their fate. However, gaining admission to Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy is extremely difficult, truly 1 in 10,000. Yi Tianming initially passed a special written examination, which granted him a special admission. Under normal circumstances, he would have had no chance, as all enrollment spots were already pre-allocated through internal arrangements. A short while later, Yi Tianming arrived at a grand hall at the foot of the mountain. The hall had 3 gates. The left gate was the special admission channel, currently with only him in line, while the far right gate was the regular admission channel, where a long queue had already formed. As for the middle gate, it was the legendary Path of Guanchuan. This path was personally left behind by Yi Guan, the swordmaster of the Guanchuan sect. If any examinee suffers unfair treatment within the academy, they may take this path. Once they pass its trials, the entire Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy will immediately enter a self-inspection procedure. All Guanchuan guards and boundary protectors of Qingzhou will be stationed at the academy to protect the challenger. Should the challenger die without cause, the main Guanchuan Academy of the realm will immediately initiate a self-inspection procedure. Simultaneously, the head of the State Academy and all elders of the Elder Council where the challenger resides will be suspended pending investigation, and all Guanchuan guards and boundary protectors of that state will be immediately dismissed. Every state has a Guanchuan path, but over the past 1,000 years, across 10,000 states combined, only one person has ever successfully passed its trials, and that was nearly 100 years ago. Those at the ordinary admissions channel cast curious and admiring glances when they saw Yi Tianming. Special admission. That's not just ordinary strength. Yi Tianming walked into the grand hall under the envious gazes of many. Before him sat a young man in his 20s, dressed in a long robe and strikingly handsome. The young man stood up to greet Yi Tianming warmly, saying, "Finally, someone has arrived. Hello, I'm Zhang Nan, in charge of welcoming specially admitted students." Yi Tianming took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the young man. After carefully reviewing the document and confirming its authenticity, the young man smiled and said, "The Xian Academy welcomes you." As he spoke, he picked up a seal to stamp the document. But just then, a young man dressed in black quickly approached him, leaned in, and whispered a few words into his ear. The young man frowned upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Yi Tianming and said, "Wait." With that, he withdrew his seal, then stood up and hurriedly left with the black-clad youth beside him. Yi Tianming glanced at the departing pair, folded the paper in front of him, and frowned. Could the Zhao family really have influence here? That shouldn't be possible. A trace of unease rose in his heart. On the other side, Zhang Nan sprinted all the way up the mountain and arrived at a grand hall. As soon as he entered, he heard an old man roar, "What the hell is this? Pulling strings all the way to my doorstep." Beside the old man, a middle-aged man stood with his head lowered, not daring to speak. When Zhang Nan walked in, his face was full of confusion. "Teacher, what's going on?" he asked. The old man's face turned ashen. "We just received word that the Xiao family wants a special admission spot, demanding we revoke one of the already selected students." Zhang Nan was stunned. "How can this be? The special admission slots have already been finalized. How can we cancel one? What kind of joke is this?" The old man's gaze turned icy. "The order has already come from above." Zhang Nan's expression darkened immediately. From above? That meant the order came from the Academy's Council of Elders. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Teacher, Is this Xiao family? The one from southern province? The old man's face turned ashen as he nodded. Zhang Nan's expression darkened completely. The Xiao family of Nanzhou, this was a second-tier aristocratic family. And back then, the ancestor of the Xiao family of Nanzhou had even addressed the sword master of Guanchuan as a sworn brother. Zhang Nan asked in confusion, "Teacher, the Xiao family is in Nanzhou. Why would they come to our Qingzhou to compete for this special admission spot?" The old man's face was frosty. The Xiao family's quota in Nanzhou was taken by someone else. Zhang Nan was astonished. Someone could actually squeeze out the Xiao family's spot? The old man shook his head. The specifics are unknown. All I know is that the higher-ups demanded we revoke one special admission student. It's non-negotiable. Zhang Nan said gravely, "This is unfair to that student, extremely unfair." A middle-aged man nearby sighed softly. "Though it's unfair, what can we do? This is a direct order from the Elder Council." The old man wore a sullen expression and remained silent. Zhang Nan asked, "Whose special admission qualification do they want us to revoke?" The middle-aged man replied, "This time, we only have 2 special admission students here. One is Yi Tianming from the low-ranking Yi family, and the other is from the Tuoba family." Hearing this, Zhang Nan immediately understood. The Tuoba family, of course, their spot couldn't be revoked. That would be absurd. They were, after all, a second-tier family with connections in the Outer Council. Moreover, they had some historical ties to the father of the Shenzhen sovereign, the human sword sovereign. Clearly, the special admission qualification of Yi Tianming had to be revoked, as he wasn't from the Qingzhou Yi clan but merely from a low-tier family. No way. At that moment, the old man suddenly slammed the table and stood up. "This is utterly unjust. How dare they openly commit such despicable and shameless acts? I'm going to the Elder Council. If they don't retract this order, I'll take this all the way to the inner council of the Xian realm." With that, he stood up and walked straight out. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly stopped him. "Lord Feng Xiao, this absolutely won't do. The Elder Council has already issued orders, you." Feng Xiao shoved the middle-aged man aside. "At worst, I just won't be this damn official anymore." With those words, he had already rushed outside. The middle-aged man sighed softly. Lord Feng Xiao's temperament truly is. No wonder he was repeatedly demoted from the outer court and eventually exiled from the Xian realm. Zhang Nan said with a grim expression, "Things shouldn't be this way. We should fight for what's right." The middle-aged man shook his head. "We can't win against the Xiao family. Unless Yi Tianming's background is more formidable than the Xiao family's, no one can change this outcome." Zhang Nan grew somewhat indignant. "But how is this fair to Yi Tianming at all?" The middle-aged man said calmly, "There are many injustices in this world. Without ability or backing, one can only endure." Thinking of the terrifying power of the Xiao family, Zhang Nan let out a deep sigh, his eyes filled with helplessness. Feng Xiao rushed straight into the Elder Council. Only one elder was present inside, and upon seeing Feng Xiao enter, the elder immediately frowned, visibly displeased. "What are you doing?" he asked. "No place welcomes those who stand out as troublemakers." If it weren't for Feng Xiao's somewhat special status, the Qingzhou Xian Academy would have long since kicked him out. Feng Xiao knew the other party disliked him, so he didn't waste words and got straight to the point. The Xiao family's actions are unfair to that child named Yi Tianming and violate the rules. The academy shouldn't be opening this back door for them. The elder glared at Feng Xiao and said darkly, "This is an order from the Council of Elders. You just need to carry it out." "I refuse to comply." Feng Xiao stared directly at the elder. "If you insist on doing this, then I will appeal to the Guanzuan realm, appeal to the Outer Council. If the Outer Council won't listen, I'll go to the Inner Council. If the Inner Council won't listen, I'll take it all the way to the young master himself." The elder suppressed his anger with difficulty. "Feng Xiao, don't make trouble." Feng Xiao shouted furiously. "The Academy's admissions concern the Guanzuan universe's grand selection of talents. If we, the responsible generation, do not act with impartiality and allow aristocratic families and powerful sects to act arbitrarily, what hope will remain for the countless ordinary people in this world?" Taking a deep breath, he softened his tone. "Elder Yi Tianming comes from a low-ranking family. He may be the sole hope of his entire clan. If we strip him of his special admission qualification this time, it won't just affect his personal future, it could extinguish the hopes of his entire family." Elder Yu stared intently at Feng Xiao. "Feng Xiao, you're defending Yi Tianming so fiercely, is he your relative?" Fang Xiao suppressed his anger. I don't know him. I just believe our academy should uphold fairness and justice, giving more young people and ordinary folk hope and a future. That was also the original intention of the swordmaster of Guanchuan when he founded this academy. Just as Elder Yu was about to speak, his brows suddenly furrowed. After a moment, he said, "You may leave for now." Fang Xiao glanced at him, then turned and walked away without another word. After Fang Xiao left, a trace of disgust flashed in Elder Yu's eyes. Stubborn fool. No wonder he's ostracized in the Guanchuan realm. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward from the side and chuckled. I've long heard the Fang family is difficult to deal with. Seeing them today confirms it. The old man was none other than Xiao Yun, the current head of the Xiao family. Elder Yu said solemnly, Brother Xiao, I'm afraid this matter won't be easy to handle. For an ordinary person, the Elder Council would have 100 ways to make them disappear, but Fang Zhao's identity was anything but ordinary. Behind him stood the Fang family, which, though currently only a third-tier aristocratic family, had an ancestor Fang Yu whose relationship with the swordmaster of Guanchuan was extraordinary. Moreover, Fang Yu had not only overseen the inspection bureau in his time but had also risen to the position of deputy chief of the cabinet. The reason the Fang family later declined was due to the swordmaster of Guanchuan's decree that no official position could be held for more than 100 years. Of course, the Fang family's decline wasn't solely because of Fang Yu's retirement, but also because the family adhered to his ancestral teaching, act with a clear conscience. In other words, the Fang family was too upright, so upright that others couldn't tolerate it. As a result, the family began to be ostracized. However, out of respect for their ancestor, the superfamilies of Guanchuan did not exterminate the Fang family but merely pushed them out of the core circles of power. Today, the highest-ranking member of the Fang family holds only a deputy position in the College of Humanities in Guanchuan. A prestigious title but utterly devoid of real power. Xiao Yuan naturally understood the Fang family's uniqueness as well. He smiled and said, Of course, we can't touch this Fang Xiao. Elder Yu looked at Xiao Yuan and asked, What does Brother Xiao suggest? Xiao Yuan smiled faintly. What if that young man named Yi Tianming voluntarily gives up this special admission spot? Elder Yu was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. And if he refuses to give it up? Xiao Yuan smiled faintly. If he doesn't want to be decent, then we'll help him be decent. Chapter 5. A great injustice seeks the audience of the sword sovereign of the observing profound. Yi Tianming hadn't waited long in the grand hall when a middle-aged man appeared inside. He walked up to Yi Tianming and said with a smile, You must be Yi Tianming, right? Yi Tianming nodded. Yes, and you are? The middle-aged man said, Let me introduce myself first. I'm from the Xiao family of South Zhou. South Zhou. Yi Tianming naturally knew of this place. It was the birthplace of the Guanchuan sword sovereign, as renowned as Qingzhou. As for the Xiao family, he was also somewhat familiar with them. They were a top-tier second-class aristocratic family in South Zhou, with an extremely formidable influence. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Yi Tianming, here's the situation. Due to some special reasons, our Xiao family would like to secure a special admission quota for Qingzhou. Hearing this, Yi Tianming instantly understood clearly. The other party wanted his special admission spot. Of course, the middle-aged man continued, Rest assured, our Xiao family won't take it for nothing. How about this? As long as you voluntarily give up the special admission spot, our Xiao family is willing to offer 10 qi-inducing pills. As far as I know, your Yi family is a low-ranking clan. 10 qi-inducing pills would be of great help to your family. What do you think? Yi Tianming looked at him but said nothing. 10 qi-inducing pills are undoubtedly valuable, but compared to a special admission slot, they are insignificant. Gaining entry into the Guanchuan Academy means access to cultivation resources that can propel him much further on his path of cultivation. The value of such an opportunity far surpasses that of mere qi-inducing pills. Thus, while the other party framed it as an equal exchange, it was more akin to treating him like a naive fool. Seeing Yi Tianming remain silent, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. 15 pills, that's the highest I can offer. Though spoken with a smile, his tone carried an air of unyielding finality. Yi Tianming pondered for a moment and decided not to confront the other party head-on. He said, The special admission quota is determined by the Guanzuan Academy. If you want my spot, you can simply have the Academy revoke my admission. Can't you? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Tianming and said, We can't handle the Academy, but we can handle you. He felt it was necessary to lay his cards on the table. For a low-tier family like this, he really didn't want to bother pretending to be polite because they weren't worthy of it. In the eyes of the Xiao family, a low-tier family was no different from an ant. Since the cards are on the table now, the middle-aged man didn't bother pretending anymore. He continued, "You can refuse, but I must tell you, that would be extremely, extremely foolish. After all, even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least consider your family, don't you agree?" A blatant threat. Yi Tianming suddenly took a step forward, staring straight at the middle-aged man. "Your mother!" Family was his bottom line. The middle-aged man froze instantly, thinking he had misheard, but quickly regained his composure. A terrifying surge of killing intent suddenly erupted from within him. "You bastard! What did you just say?" Yi Tianming glared at him fiercely, enunciating each word slowly. Your mother. Endure? Yield? No, the more you endure, the more you're bullied, the more you yield, the more you're oppressed. He had already thought of a way out. "How dare you!" The middle-aged man flew into a rage and was about to strike, while at almost the same moment, Yi Tianming also prepared to draw his sword. But just then, an old man rushed in. It was none other than Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao glared at the middle-aged man. "Xiao Nu, this is the academy. How dare you resort to violence here?" Xiao Nu angrily pointed at Yi Tianming. "This lowly wretch dared to insult me." Fang Xiao turned to look at Yi Tianming, who bowed deeply to him, suppressing his fury. "Sir, my special admission quota was granted by the academy. Now, the Xiao family is bullying me with their power, trying to force me to sell this quota for 15 qi-inducing pills and even threatening my Yi family members. May I ask, sir, is this his personal behavior, or has the academy approved his actions?" Upon hearing Yi Tianming's words, Fang Xiao's face instantly turned livid. He turned to Xiao Nu and roared, "Your mother!" Yi Tianming, "Xiao Nu, guards!" Fang Xiao suddenly roared, and as his voice fell, several guards abruptly appeared in the grand hall. Fang Xiao angrily pointed at Xiao Nu and said, "This man has violated laws and discipline, openly threatening an academy student. Arrest him immediately." "Fang Xiao!" Xiao Nu shouted in rage. "I am from the Xiao family." "The Xiao family?" Fang Xiao directly cut him off. "I don't give a damn about your Anji Xiao family. Take him down now." The guards rushed toward Fang Xiao, ready to seize him. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Stop!" An old man walked in. It was none other than Elder Yu. Elder Yu's face was livid. "Stand down." The guards immediately withdrew. Fang Xiao turned to Elder Yu, who was glaring at him intently. "Fang Xiao, what crime has Xiao Nu committed that you would dare to arrest him?" Fang Xiao replied, "He openly threatened a disciple of the academy within the premises." Elder Yu cut him off abruptly. "Do you have proof?" Fang Xiao froze. Elder Yu stared at Fang Xiao. "Without evidence, how can you arrest someone?" "I have evidence." At that moment, Yi Tianming suddenly stepped forward, his palm open to reveal a cloud recorder in his hand. Yi Tianming said, "This recorder just captured everything." Elder Yu suddenly flicked his sleeve. Boom! The cloud recorder in Yi Tianming's hand instantly turned to ashes. Yi Tianming looked at Elder Yu without speaking. Fang Xiao, surprisingly, did not fly into a rage this time. He stared at Elder Yu and said, "Elder Yu, we'll meet in the Guanzhuan realm." After speaking, he turned to Yi Tianming and said, "You're coming with me." He knew that at this point, arguing here was meaningless. They had already laid their cards on the table. To resolve this matter, they would have to go to the Guanzhuan realm. If Yi Tianming stayed here, his life would undoubtedly be in danger. Yi Tianming was about to leave with Fang Xiao when suddenly, Elder Yu spoke up. "There's no need to go to the Shen observation realm anymore." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a yellow slip of paper slowly floated toward Fang Xiao. "This is the latest transfer order. Effective immediately, you are relieved of your position as deputy head of the supervision court at the Shen Observation Academy. Instead, you are reassigned as deputy head of the cultural court at the Tuzhou Shen Observation Academy. You are to assume your new post at once." Hearing these words, Yi Tianming's expression instantly changed. The man beside him, Fang Xiao, currently held the position of deputy head of the supervision court, a role with immense authority. In contrast, the deputy head of the Tuzhou Shen Observation Academy, though technically of the same rank, the difference in actual power was like night and day, a gap of countless miles. Moreover, Tuzhou ranked at the very bottom among the 10,000 provinces, utterly incomparable to Qingzhou. Qingzhou ranks among the top 3 in the entire Wan province. I've dragged Lord Fang Xiao into this mess. Yi Tianming was overwhelmed with guilt. Fang Xiao stared coldly at Elder Yu and sneered. What skillful tactics, Elder Yu. The Xiao family truly has impressive methods. But it doesn't matter. Even if you demote me, or even remove me from my position entirely, it changes nothing. Young man, let's go to the Xian realm. I refuse to believe these aristocratic families and sects can single-handedly dominate the entire Xian universe. After speaking, he pulled Yi Tianming and headed outside. How dare you? Elder Yu suddenly flew into a rage, releasing a powerful aura that instantly enveloped Fang Xiao and Yi Tianming. Fang Xiao turned to look at Elder Yu and sneered. What? Are you planning to silence us both now? Elder Yu stared fixedly at Fang Xiao, his expression extremely grim. Of course, he wanted nothing more than to kill this stubborn old man outright, but he simply couldn't and didn't dare do it. Behind Fang Xiao stood the Fang family. Though the Fang family was no longer as powerful as it once had been, if he truly killed Fang Xiao, it would spell disaster. Certain figures in the court would certainly not stand idly by, or worse, the Fang family might even kneel and weep before the young master. After all, even the young master had to address Fang Yu with the respectful title of uncle. Elder Yu forcibly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. His gaze locked onto Fang Xiao as he watched him leave with Yi Tianming. But Fang Xiao and Yi Tianming hadn't taken more than a few steps when a young man quickly ran up to them. Seeing the youth, Fang Xiao was immediately taken aback. Fang Lian, what are you doing here? The young man named Fang Lian swiftly approached Fang Xiao and whispered a few words to him. Upon hearing Fang Lian's words, Fang Xiao's expression instantly changed drastically. He abruptly turned to glare at Elder Yu and Xiao Nu, laughing in extreme fury. Good, good, good. Elder Yu, the Xiao family, you truly have some fine methods, daring to extend your hands even into the inner workings of my Fang family. Let me tell you, even if my granddaughter can't enter the main academy to cultivate, this old man will still go to the Guanzhuan realm to lodge a complaint. If you have the guts, kill me to silence me. But let me tell you, remember this, though deeds done in secret may seem hidden, the eyes of the gods are like lightning, and divine beings watch from just 3 feet above. You bastards will get your retribution sooner or later. Xiao Nu's face turned as purple as a pig's liver from rage. Fang Xiao, have you lost your damn mind? This Yi Tianming is no kin or kith of yours. Why must you? Fang Xiao pointed his finger at the sky and roared. The Fang family's ancestral teaching. If one enters the court as an official, they must look up without shame to heaven, look down without shame to earth, and never deceive their conscience. With that, he grabbed Yi Tianming and left. Xiao Nu's eyes instantly flashed with killing intent. The Xiao family naturally couldn't allow Fang Xiao to cause trouble in the Xian realm like this. Some things could be handled covertly without issue, but if they were brought into the open, it would be extremely detrimental to the Xiao family. Although Fang Xiao had the backing of the Fang family, the Xiao family wasn't afraid of them. Did the Fang family's ancestors have connections with the Xian swordmaster? Well, so did the Xiao family. Thinking this, his right hand slowly clenched. Elder Yu beside him was also filled with killing intent. He had long disliked Fang Xiao. Although he wouldn't take the initiative to kill Fang Xiao, he would turn a blind eye if someone else did. He had secretly ordered all the cloud recording devices in the area to be turned off. Just as Xiao Nu was about to make his move, Yi Tianming, who had just stepped outside the hall, suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Fang Xiao and gave a slight bow. Sir, you are a good official. I cannot drag you into this. Without waiting for Fang Xiao to respond, he suddenly turned and dashed straight toward the Xian Dao path. Seeing this, Elder Yu's expression changed drastically in an instant. We can't let him break into the Guanchuan path. With that, he actually took action himself, throwing a fierce punch toward Yi Tianming. A powerful force surged straight at Yi Tianming. A mortal realm. However, at this moment, Yi Tianming had already rushed onto the Guanchuan path. He raised his head and roared. Yi Tianming of the Yi family of Qingzhou, bearing a great grievance, hereby breaks into the Guanchuan path to seek an audience with the Lord of the Guanchuan sword. Bang! A golden light suddenly surged from within the Guandao path, instantly enveloping him. The force from Elder Yu vanished without a trace the moment it touched that golden radiance. The Guandao path activated, sending beams of golden light soaring into the sky, piercing straight through the heavens. The entire Qing province was shaken. It must be said, the entire Wanzhou was shocked. After a century, the Guanzhuan Dao has been reactivated once more. Chapter 6, Tower Ancestor, do you know the Guanzhuan Swordmaster? Chapter 10, the Xian Dao Path has been activated. Seeing Yi Tianming enveloped in golden light in the distance, Elder Yu's expression instantly turned extremely grim. He had never expected Yi Tianming to actually attempt the Xian Dao Path. Xian Dao Path. Leaving aside whether Yi Tianming could successfully pass the Xian Dao Path, the mere activation of the Xian Dao Path signified that someone had suffered injustice within the academy. For the academy, this was undoubtedly a significant negative impact, one that could severely affect their political futures. If the challenger successfully passes the Xian Dao trial, then it's over. Qingzhou will immediately initiate a self-inspection procedure, and the outer council of the Xian realm will intervene in Qingzhou at once. At this thought, Elder Yu's face instantly turned pale, as he realized one thing: whether Yi Tianming passes the Xian Dao trial or not, Yu Lian's chances of ever entering the outer council of the Xian realm in this lifetime are likely ruined. His political future is completely destroyed. With this realization, a surge of murderous intent rose within him, his killing intent as sharp as a blade. Beside him, Xiao Nu was also taken aback that Yi Tianming would dare to challenge the Guanzhuan path. But soon, a cold smirk crept onto his face. After all, the Guanzhuan path was no ordinary trial. It contained 3 tests personally left behind by the Guanzhuan Sword Sovereign: battle, governance, and heart. When the Guanzhuan Sword Sovereign first established the Guanzhuan path, countless challengers flocked to it, eager to etch their names in history. Yet, the first test battle alone eliminated 99% of them. The first test was brutally simple. The challenger had to defeat 10 opponents of equal cultivation level, each a genuine powerhouse with no room for leniency. Most crucially, failure meant death, true, irreversible death. As for the second trial, debating governance, and the third trial, questioning the heart, no one knows their contents. Over the past 1,000 years, only the one who truly passed them has learned the true nature of these 2 trials. The reactivation of the Guanzhuan path quickly spread throughout the 10,000 states. Thanks to the influence of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the Guanzhuan universe had become highly advanced in technology. As a result, all academies across the 10,000 states began live streaming the event simultaneously. In Qingzhou City, the entire Yi family suddenly rushed out of their mansion and headed straight for the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Square. By then, the square was already packed with tens of thousands of people, and the crowd continued to grow. Above the Grand Hall of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, a massive screen was suspended, displaying the image of Yi Tianming standing on the Guanzhuan path. Brother Tianming. Among the Yi family crowd, Yizong suddenly waved his fists excitedly and shouted loudly, while beside him, the other Yi family youths also cheered and waved their hands enthusiastically. Only Yinan's eyes revealed solemnity and worry, for he knew that if Yi Tianming had forced his way into the Xian Dao, it meant he had encountered injustice within the academy. At that moment, a steward from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion suddenly stepped forward and announced, "Everyone, if you wish to remain here to watch, each person must pay 3 spirit crystals." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in uproar. Someone immediately questioned, "It's always been free before. Why do we have to pay today?" The manager of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion looked at the questioner and smiled. "What's your name? Where do you live?" The person, the crowd. The manager of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion continued, "Don't worry, we're not just taking your money for nothing. Our Immortal Treasure Pavilion is providing free water for everyone. Drink as much as you want. There's plenty to go around." The crowd was furious but dared not speak out. In a hidden corner, a woman in green robes took out a notebook and began writing, "First year of the Xuanji era, April 12th, afternoon. The chief steward of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion unlawfully collected spirit crystals, inciting public outrage." At the Qingzhou Xuanji Academy, many students had now gathered in front of the examination hall, forming a massive crowd. They watched Yi Tianming walking along the Xuanji path, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yi Tianming walked toward the entrance of the Grand Hall, his gaze resolute and fearless, as if ready to face death. It wasn't that he wanted to challenge the Guanzhuan path, but he knew he had no other choice. He could see that the elder from the academy and the Xiao family had already set their minds on killing him. If he followed Lord Fong, he would likely drag him down and cost him his life. The 2 of them would never make it to the Guanzhuan realm. Therefore, his only option was to take the Guanzhuan path. Yi Tianming slowly approached the entrance and murmured softly, "Tower Ancestor, do you know the Guanzhuan Swordmaster?" The little tower blurted out, "This damn bastard." After speaking, It realized something and quickly stopped. Yi Tianming, however, looked puzzled. Damn bastard. Although he had read many books from the Milky Way, he still didn't understand these two words. The little tower explained, "In my hometown, it means to compliment someone." Fearing Yi Tianming would dwell on this issue, the little tower quickly added, "The swordmaster of Guanchuan is renowned throughout the world. How could I not know of him? What I'm more curious about is, if you really meet him inside, what would you say to him?" Yi Tianming said softly, "I would ask him if he knows how dark this world has become." The little tower fell silent. Yi Tianming stepped through that door, and in an instant, he found himself in a void of space and time. Before him, 10 ethereal shadows suddenly materialized, each one at the Wanfa realm and not a diluted version at that. Yi Tianming gazed at the 10 shadows, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. The small tower asked curiously, "How do you plan to defeat them?" Even it couldn't see any way for Yi Tianming to win without using the path-walking sword, because the strength of those 10 shadows was an exact 1-to-1 replication of his own realm and power. 10 against 1. No chance at all. And this guy still doesn't know the true power of the path sword. Yi Tianming watched the 10 distant silhouettes in silence. Boom! At this very moment, the 10 distant silhouettes suddenly spread their hands, and 20 divine thunderbolts descended straight from the heavens into their palms. Waves of overwhelming thunderous might instantly filled the battlefield. Meanwhile, Yi Tianming abruptly activated his cultivation technique, the decree of fate. In an instant, boundless spiritual energy surged from the heavens and earth into his body, causing his aura to skyrocket. Simultaneously, dozens of lightning bolts gathered above his head. The small tower exclaimed in shock, "You're trying to force a breakthrough. Are you insane?" Yi Tianming's eyes held only resolve. At this moment, he had no choice but to burn his boats. Only then could he grasp a sliver of opportunity. The minor tribulation realm allows one to temper their physical body with heavenly lightning, refining it to a crystalline purity like glazed glass, capable of resisting ordinary spells, divine powers, and the wrath of nature. Under normal circumstances, reaching the minor tribulation realm would be extremely difficult for him, as he lacked the means to summon enough tribulation lightning to temper his body. But now, each of these 10,000 laws realm experts could wield divine thunder. His plan was to use the divine thunder of these 10,000 laws realm experts to temper his body. If he could leverage this lightning to break through his bottleneck and attain the minor tribulation realm, he would gain absolute dominance over these experts. Of course, if he failed, he would perish, his cultivation erased. Apart from that, he also wanted to test whether his Heaven's Decree art could devour energies other than spiritual energy. The 10 Wanfa realm experts suddenly attacked, unleashing 20 bolts of lightning simultaneously toward Yi Tianming. The terrifying might of the thunder converged into one, pressing down on him so heavily that he could barely breathe. Yi Tianming once again revolved his mind techniques, and at the same time, an aura energy appeared on his body, covering his physical body. In an instant, he was flooded by countless thunderbolts. Rumbling. The area where Yi Tianming was directly turned into an area of lightning, and soon those thunderbolts actually began to disappear bit by bit. It was being devoured. Yi Tianming suddenly laughed out loud because he realized that his heavenly fate determination was actually able to devour this kind of thunder and lightning energy. Although it was very slow and could only devour 50% of the energy, the rest of the energy would hurt him physically, but to him this was already a great unexpected joy. Because of the gong method, those divine thunderbolts bombarded on him. Half of them were swallowed and absorbed by him, and half of them quenched his flesh, so his flesh began to metamorphose under these divine thunderbolts, and his breath was also getting stronger. In the distance, the 10 silhouettes seemed to have discovered this as well. Although they were all replicas and had no real spiritual intelligence, they had a sense of battle, and when they sensed that something was wrong, they ran towards Yi Tianming in unison, lightning flashing. As a Wanfa realm powerhouse, they could master arts and magical abilities, and could use the natural power of the heaven and earth, which was the heavenly thunder and so on. But the problem was that all of them were replicated according to Yi Tianming's ability, and Yi Tianming didn't know any arts and magical abilities at all, and he would only be able to control the heavenly thunder with one move. Seeing those 10,000 lower realms rushing in, Yi Tianming didn't fight hard, but rather devoured and absorbed them as he fought and retreated. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Tianming couldn't fight, however, because he was able to absorb the lightning energy. Therefore, when the lightning power of the 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses in the arena approached him, their power was directly halved, and because of this, those 10,000 Dharma realms couldn't kill him even though they suppressed Yi Tianming. Not only that, Yi Tianmin's flesh had begun to undergo a qualitative change after devouring more and more lightning power. On his skin, densely packed lightning spots appeared, and those lightning spots had already fused together with his flesh and blood. I don't know how long it took. Rumble. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Yi Tianming's body. His flesh was crystallized like a glaze, and he was incomparably strong. The minor tribulation realm. Yi Tianming laughed as he whipped his sleeve. Bang! The two silhouettes were directly shaken out by a powerful physical force, and at the same time, the lightning power of those 10,000 laws realm powerhouses could no longer injure him. Lesser tribulation realm. The flesh body is as crystalline as glass, and can withstand the general arts and aptitudes as well as the natural power of heaven and earth. But right at this moment, the breath of those 10 shadows not far away suddenly skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to reach the minor calamity realm. Yi Tianming's expression instantly froze. Chapter 7. The Mysterious Examiner. Yi Tianming completely did not expect that these 10,000 laws realm powerhouses would follow the Trespasser's realm as they followed. 10 minor calamity realm powerhouses, how terrifying was that? Seeing that those shadows were about to reach the minor calamity realm, Yi Tianming didn't dare to hide anymore. He charged forward. A long iron sword with a sheath appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of one of the 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses, and violently drew his sword and chopped. The heavenly splitting sword drawing technique. This was what the Tower Ancestor had taught him earlier. Buzz! As a sword sound resounded, a sword light with lightning instantly chopped that 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouse back dozens of feet away, and as soon as the latter came to a stop, he directly dissipated. After chopping that 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouse with a sword, Yi Tianming flickered sideways and sheathed his sword, instantly arriving in front of another 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouse. He violently drew his sword and chopped down. Bang! Another one FA realm powerhouse was instantly chopped to pieces, while Yi Tianming had already disappeared in place to rush towards the next one FA realm powerhouse. In a few breaths, he made several swords in a row, one Wanfa realm per sword. After all, he was now at the minor Jejiao realm, and his realm was suppressing these Wanfa realms. Very soon, the 10 shadows were killed by him with only 3 left, and those 3 remaining shadows had already reached the minor Jejiao realm at the moment, and not only that, there was also an additional sword in their hands. They were able to possess whatever ability the Gatebreaker used. Yi Tianming stopped at the same spot. He looked at the 3 long sword-wielding minor calamity realm powerhouses in the distance. There was no gravity in his eyes. There was only excitement as he realized that this place, if controlled properly, was simply a holy place for cultivation. A specialized place for cultivation was simply impossible for the Yi family to have, and it was only possible for that kind of big families and big clans to have it, and moreover, it was something that required the consumption of a very large amount of money, but right now there was a free cultivation site here. 10 small robberies realm, he definitely can't beat it, but 3. He could completely use the other party as a chaperone. Right at this moment, the 3 minor tribulation realms suddenly disappeared in place. 3 Dao Jintian sword drawing techniques. Seeing that the other party also knew his own sword technique, Yi Tianming was slightly stunned and was quite surprised. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the front and violently slammed his sword fiercely into the 3 minor apocalypse realms. Rumble! For streaks of sword light suddenly erupted from the field. Yi Tianming retreated violently in succession, but he quickly stopped, and immediately after, he charged towards the 3 minor calamity realm powerhouses. He wasn't engaging in a meaningless battle, he was carefully observing the fighting styles of these 3 junior hijack realm with the heaven-slashing sword drawing technique that they were executing, because these 3 junior hijack realm were replicated exactly according to his ability, and his discovery of the other party's weaknesses and strengths was equivalent to discovering his own strengths and weaknesses as well. And through careful observation, he realized that his speed was not enough, the angle of his sword technique was not tricky enough, his reaction was on the sluggish side, and his movements were a bit fancy and not streamlined enough. This was due to his lack of practical combat experience. This was not something that could be immediately changed in a short period of time. However, by observing the 3 minor calamity realm powerhouses performing the Jintian sword drawing technique, he suddenly had an additional thought in his head. The Jintian sword drawing technique is about the explosive power at the moment of drawing the sword. Then can it be stacked? I'll draw my sword twice in a row. As long as the speed is fast enough, the 2 bursts of power will be able to converge together, and that power. With this thought, he immediately did so. When the 3 minor calamity realm powerhouses rushed towards him, his eyes suddenly closed slowly. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and in the next moment, he fiercely drew his sword and chopped, and the moment he drew his sword and chopped, he fiercely inserted his sword into the scabbard, and then once again drew his sword and chopped. Rumble! A piece of sword light erupted into the open, and those 3 minor Calamity Realm powerhouses were instantly shattered. Along with them, his sword and scabbard were also shattered, as it simply couldn't withstand the 2 superimposed heaven-slashing sword drawing techniques. And not only that, his entire right arm had already cracked, blood splattering out, and the white bones of Morimori were visible. Xiaoda was suddenly startled. Damn! I didn't teach you this superimposed move. How did you learn it? Yi Tianming looked at his bloody hand, but he laughed, and as he laughed, his voice gradually became louder. If you can stack 2, then you can stack 3, 4, 5, 10,000. This sword skill, there is no upper limit. Xiaoda hurriedly asked again, how did you think of stacking? Yi Tianmian asked back, has anyone stacked it before? Xiaoda said in a deep voice, there is. Yi Tianming laughed. The predecessor who created this sword skill is quite something. I underestimated this sword skill earlier. This sword skill is at least an emperor product, if not higher, right, Tower Ancestor? The small tower said, I don't know. I only obtained it by chance in a secret realm back then. Yi Tianming nodded. I understand. I understand. Xiaota. Yi Tianmian took out a white cloth and bandaged himself, then said, I wonder what this second level is like. Saying that, he had already disappeared, and when he reappeared, he came outside, and at the same time, a second door appeared in front of him. Wow! There was an outcry in the arena. The second door appeared, that meant he had broken through the first level. Everyone in the arena looked at Yi Tianming in shock. That Elder Yu and Xiao Nu, on the other hand, turned pale. At this moment they finally panicked a little. Originally, they thought that this Yi Tianmian would definitely fail, however, they didn't expect that the other party would break through the first level. Xiao Nu stared at Yi Tianmian on the Guan Xian Dao. Can't let him live. Can't let him live. Have to kill him. Killing intent surged from his body. Are you crazy? Elder Yu suddenly looked at Xiao Nu and shouted angrily. If you do it now, your Xiao family can't save you even if you pour your entire clan's strength into it. Xiao Nu snapped awake. Now Yi Tianmian is breaking into the Guanchuan Road. Wanzhou, I don't know how many people are watching. If he is killed in full view of the public, this was going to provoke the public's anger, not to mention the Xiao family. Even a first-class family wouldn't be able to protect him. Elder Yu suppressed the killing intent in his heart as he looked towards Yi Tianmian in the distance. He has only broken through the first level. There are still 2 more levels. What are you afraid of? Hearing Elder Yu's words, Xiao Nu's heart was relieved and he was busy nodding his head. Right. Right. Only broke through the first level. Having said that, a trace of uneasiness welled up in both of their hearts at the moment. On the Guanxian Road, Yi Tianming had already walked into the second gate at this moment, and just after entering that gate, a white light poured out, making him unable to open his eyes. He didn't know how long it took before he opened his eyes, and at that moment, he had already appeared in the middle of a vegetable garden. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. It's been a long time since anyone came. A voice suddenly came from behind Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming turned his head to look. Not far away, there stood a woman. The woman was wearing a long light yellow dress, extremely beautiful. She was holding a hoe in her right hand. Her left hand crossed her waist. She was looking at him with a smile on her face. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. Senior is? The woman wiped the beads of sweat on her face and smiled sweetly. Your examination officer. Yi Tianming hesitated, then said, Can you let go of the water? The woman laughed. Beautiful thought. Yi Tianming gave a slight bow. Then please ask the senior for the question. The woman laughed. There's no rush. Wait for me to loosen the soil of this plot. Saying this, she picked up a hoe and started loosening the soil. Yi Tianming could only wait. He looked around and wondered in his heart. Pagoda ancestor, is this world real? The little tower said. Real. Yi Tianming became more and more puzzled. How did I get here? The little tower said. A means that you cannot understand right now. Yi Tianming said. Tower ancestor, you should have mixed well in the past, right? The little tower laughed under its breath. Of course, I was invincible under 3 swords back then. 3 swords? Said this, it realized what, hastily stopped after a moment of silence, continued. You do not need to test what, I can honestly tell you I did have a little means back then, but now, hey, I have been sealed. I am now in addition to when you fall into a maze to give you guidance, other aspects to help you is really limited, so you must not put your hopes on me. On me, you have to rely on yourself. Understand? Yi Tianming thought for a moment and continued to ask, Tower ancestor, why did you choose me? The little tower said, I think you are a person of heavenly destiny. There is a great future ahead. Yi Tianming. All right. Just then, the woman in the distance suddenly spoke. Yi Tianming retrieved his thoughts as he looked towards the woman, who was carrying a hoe towards him. Yi Tianming took a deep breath for the next test. Naturally, he was apprehensive. In the 1,000 years of Guan Xiandao, only one person had passed. He wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that he would definitely be able to break through this Guan Xiandao. If he didn't really have no other way to go, he wouldn't have taken the risk of breaking through Guan Xiandao. The woman walked in front of Yi Tianmai. She sized up Yi Tianmai. In the end, her gaze landed on the small tower on Yi Tianmai's waist. Looking at the small tower, the corner of her mouth lifted up slightly. Little tower. The woman glanced at the traveling sword on Yi Tianming's waist again and smiled. Follow me. She led Yi Tianming to the courtyard, where in the center of the courtyard there was a wooden table, 2 benches, and next to it was a small fireplace with tea burning on it. The woman carried the teapot and walked to the wooden table. Please sit. Yi Tianming sat down. The woman took out 2 wooden teacups. She poured a cup for Yi Tianming. Then she took out a fruit basket from under the table. Inside were some tomatoes with cucumbers. She looked at Yi Tianming and smiled. All of them are from my own planting. You can try them. Yi Tianming honestly said. Not in the mood to eat. The woman laughed. Don't be nervous. This level is not complicated at all. I'll just ask you a question. Yi Tianming said. Senior, please ask. The woman looked at him. Should the Guanxian sword master exist? Yi Tianming. Xiao Ta. Chapter 8. Gods. Should the Guanxian sword master exist? Yi Tianming was indeed a bit confused. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to ask this question. Who was the Guanxian sword lord? That was the creator of the Guanxian universe, the faith of countless people, the god in the hearts of countless people. This question was so treasonous. Yi Tianming glanced at the woman, thinking, this senior wouldn't want to fish for law enforcement, right? The woman seemed to know what he was thinking, and immediately laughed. Afraid of me fishing for law enforcement? Yi Tianming, however, shook his head. My current strength does not qualify for seniors to fish for law enforcement. The woman laughed. Yi Tianming said, the late generation is just curious as to why senior asked this question. The woman picked up a cucumber and took a bite. It's just a simple question. You can say what's really in your heart. Yi Tianming asked, this question is the test for this level? The woman nodded. Yes. Yi Tianming asked again. The answer? The woman said, there is no standard answer. I think you said it well. Then you passed this level. Yi Tianming nodded. I understand. Saying this, he picked up the tea cup in front of him and took a sip, then fell into deep thought. The woman looked at him with a smiling face. Yi Tianming was silent for almost a quarter of an hour, and during this time, the woman did not disturb him, and after he finished the tea, the woman refilled it for him. Xiaota was also looking forward at this moment, looking forward to how Yi Tianming should answer this question. Yi Tianming suddenly looked up at the woman. Why do all beings believe in the Guanxian sword lord? Because the Guanchuan sword lord once said, to give hope to the young, to let the weak live with dignity, to make this universe a better place. Rather than believing in the Guanchuan sword lord, it is more likely that the beings believe in the Guanchuan sword lord's ideas. However, to realize these beautiful ideas, it is definitely not something that the Guanchuan swordmaster alone is able to do. The woman looked at him and smiled. Why isn't it something that one person is able to do? Yi Tianming looked straight at the woman. Because human nature is like this, once a wise man said, man came to earth with original sin, crime, greed, desire, and evil, with the universality in the sense of man's existence. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that evil is rooted in man's nature, and any cosmic civilization system will have evil, crime, greed, desire, and wickedness. Saying this, he slowly got up. Just like the world we are in now, everyone below hates privilege, but if that privilege is their turn, they are content to enjoy it, so it is not privilege that people hate, but the fact that others enjoy it. Or, hierarchical below the self, everyone above the self is equal. This is human nature, and even if the Guanxian sword master is as strong as he is, there is no way he can change this human nature. The woman stared at Yi Tianming as she picked up a cucumber and handed it to Yi Tianming, who said, thank you. He took the cucumber and took a bite. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I think that the Guanxian sword master shouldn't exist. The woman laughed. The reasons you stated above don't seem to be enough. Yi Tianming looked at the woman. This world doesn't need a living savior. Any living savior is just a person. But human power has its limits. There is nothing that can rival a tangible and eternal belief. Therefore, a A savior can only be an idea that lives in the hearts of people and shouldn't be a living person. Only by allowing more people to believe in this idea and follow it will this cosmic world in the future be able to reach Lord Guanchuan Sword's ideal world. But if Lord Guanchuan Sword appeared in this world, then everyone would pin their hopes on him alone, and it is never possible for a single person to do so, so he should disappear. Good. Xiao Ta was suddenly excited. Worthy of being taught by me. Yi Tianming. The smile on the woman's face had disappeared at this moment. She just looked at Yi Tianmian. Yi Tianmian spoke with great excitement while after he finished speaking, he became apprehensive because his own words were really a bit treacherous. One must know that in the Guanchuan universe, the Guanchuan Sword Master could be a god, no one could question it. Or was he too weak? Yi Tianming took a deep breath in his heart. He really didn't like this feeling of his fate being in the hands of others. The woman suddenly smiled sweetly. Last question. Do you think that it is possible to realize these concepts of Guanxian's Swordmaster? Yi Tianming was silent for a long time before saying, faith is sometimes a kind of deception, but if this faith is a beautiful deception, then I think it is acceptable. However, we must always stay awake because reality is cruel. And even more so, don't let others use this faith to enslave you. The woman smiled. You little one is really rare. Hearing this, Yi Tianmian's heart breathed a sigh of relief. This level should be no problem. The woman got up. I'm going to cook, stay, and have a meal before you leave. Yi Tianming was busy saying, Senior, I still have the next level. He was really a bit shocked. Stay for a meal? What did the senior think? The woman glanced at him and smiled. The third level of asking heart. Let me take the test as well. Yi Tianming was stunned. This can be. The woman nodded. It can be. Yi Tianming's expression became a bit odd. While the woman had already started to go cook. Yi Tianming was really elusive to this senior. He looked around. This world is a real world, and this world may no longer be in Qingzhou. He was still shocked in his heart that there was such a terrifying means in the world to forcefully teleport a person to another world. It seemed that he had still seen too little. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Do you know why she kept you for dinner? Yi Tianming curiously said, Why? The little tower laughed. Isn't that because of my Master Tower's face? Yi Tianming's eyes instantly widened. Not long after, the woman had already finished the meal, a very simple 3 dishes and 1 soup. The table was still the same table from earlier. The woman gave Yi Tianming a bowl of rice and laughed. Don't think too much. It's just that it's simply meal time. That's why we're eating. There's no other special meaning. Yi Tianming glanced at her and nodded. Good. Saying that, he picked up the bowl and directly started eating. He knew that in front of a strong person of this level, don't think about anything. Since the other party asked to eat, then he would eat. He just happened to be hungry anyway. From Qingzhou to the academy, all the way he ate steamed buns. A decent meal has not eaten, and in front of this table of food, obviously very good. First, no matter, even if you die, you have to be a full death. The woman smiled when she saw Yi Tianming wolfing down the food, and she also started to eat. When Yi Tianming finished the first bowl of rice, the woman laughed. Let me serve you rice. Yi Tianming was busy shaking his head. I'll do it myself. However, his bowl had already appeared in the woman's hands, and the woman laughed. You are a guest. After saying that, she took the bowl and got up and walked to the side to serve a bowl full of rice. When Yi Tianming received the rice bowl, he was busy saying, Thank you. The woman casually said, What do you think about the matter of Guanxian Universe's clans and families nowadays? Yi Tianming shaved 2 mouthfuls of rice before saying, Senior, is this the 3rd level of examination? The woman smiled. Sort of. After Yi Tianmian was silent for a long time, he said, The inevitability of historical development in any cosmic civilization, there will be a part of the group that has special privileges and prestige, and their privileges and prestige are dependent on. Saying this, he looked at the woman and did not continue. The woman smiled and said, Feel free to say it. Yi Tianming, however, remained silent. The woman smiled. You can ask your tower ancestor. I won't hurt you. Yi Tianming was shocked. Senior really knows my tower ancestor? I always thought it was bragging. Little tower. The woman blinked. Those who know a little your tower ancestor used to. Was a very impressive scholar, well, great scholar. Little tower. Yi Tianming wasn't sure if the other party was fooling himself. He thought for a moment, then said, That part of the group that has special privileges and prestige. Their privileges and prestige are dependent on the Yang family. The woman stared at him, still with a smile on her face. Continue. Yi Tianming no longer cared about anything anyway, it was a big deal, he continued. When Guanchuan Sword Master established the order back then, he had many followers, and when this order was established, these followers of his would naturally become the largest privileged group in this universe, and their descendants would rightfully occupy the resources of the world of this universe. And the people below them wanting to come out of the woodwork, it will be very difficult for the following people to get ahead. I've checked the information in the past 1,000 years of our Guanchuan universe. There are almost no new first-class families, and second-class families are also few and far between. Saying that, he sighed in a low voice. The path of true ascent has amounted to nothing. An ordinary person who fights to the death and spends his entire life earns 1 million spirit crystals. But for those privileged groups, they are able to earn hundreds of millions of spirit crystals with a single word, or even more and more. The woman put down her chopsticks. She looked at Yi Tianmin. Then, according to you, what should be done to solve this problem? Yi Tianming, however, shook his head. Senior, I can't answer this question. Firstly, not being in my position, not working on my politics, these are not things that someone of my status and ability should think about. Secondly, I just want to work hard on my cultivation so that I and my Yi family can live a little better. The woman looked at him as if she was able to penetrate the heart. If reform, you think it can be eliminated? Yi Tianming's heart, on the other hand, was shocked. There was a feeling of being penetrated. What he thought in his heart was actually reform. But he didn't say it, and this woman asked so. Obviously, the other party saw his thoughts. He was a little uneasy, but in an instant he was relieved. If this woman wanted to hurt him, he had no way to live at all. Yi Tianming retrieved his thoughts, then said, Reform is a path, but one cannot completely rely on it. A successful reform may change the characteristics of the existing inequality system between societies, but to expect that this will eliminate the inequality between societies as well as the privilege that exists, that would be thinking too naively. These were issues that he had discussed countless times with Yen back in the Avenue bookstore, and every time they spoke of them, the two brothers were both angry and helpless. The woman was about to say something else when she suddenly looked into the distance, where a woman in a purple dress was walking quickly. The woman got up. She looked at Yi Tianmin and laughed. Little fellow, our chat has to end here. It's been fun chatting with you. Yi Tianming was busy getting up. Senior, I considered to have passed. The woman laughed. Of course. Yi Tianming immediately smiled. As if he thought of something, he asked, Senior, I heard that someone had also broken through the Guan Xian Dao in the past. The woman smiled. The examiner at that time wasn't me, however. I have also heard of that teenager. That teenager is very similar to you in some places, but he walked a very different path from you. You are both excellent. Saying that, her palm spread out and a golden seal slowly floated in front of Yi Tianming. This little thing is for you. You'll be able to use it in the future. Yi Tianming looked at the golden seal. There were two big words written on it, divine. He was a little curious, and at this time, the purple-skirted woman had already walked into the courtyard. She glanced at Yi Tianming and playfully laughed. Sister Sang, you have a guest, ah? Chapter 9. Qing Zhou Self-Investigation. The woman glanced at Yi Tianming and pursed her lips. A nice little brother. Yi Tianming suddenly got up and asked, Senior, can I ask you a question? The woman smiled. Of course. Yi Tianming stared at the woman. Senior, a lord of the universe, he is a bright ruler. He has many forces around him. However, those forces are all very greedy, controlling many social resources. And doesn't this lord of the universe really know that they are greedy? The woman smiled. Naturally, I know. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. Then why are they? The woman walked up to him and smiled. Replacement. Yi Tianming's brows furrowed in some confusion. The woman slowly said, one of the biggest reasons why the Ming monarch doesn't move them, that is replacement, because even the Ming monarch can't possibly manage everything. He needs many capable people to help him together to manage this universe. But he can't possibly ask all of them to be as desireless as he is. Moreover, even if a group of people come in replacement, they may be the same or even worse. This is what you said before about human nature, therefore it has to be replaced. I will allow you to be greedy, but you have to be loyal, you have to do things. As for how this red line is drawn, it will vary from person to person. Saying that, she smiled and added, in addition to replacement, there is also a need for balance. If good people are not constrained by bad people, then they are many times bad, and maybe even worse. Yi Tianming slightly bowed his head. I see. So, I really passed? The woman smiled, then said, of course, the reason why you were able to pass, apart from the good things you said, there is also a most important willingness. Do you know what it is? Yi Tianming was puzzled. What? The woman said, dare to tell the truth. Yi Tianming was stunned. The woman said meaningfully, Our world needs more people who dare to speak the truth. Yi Tianming stared at the woman. Actually, what our world needs is more people who are willing to listen to the truth. The woman was slightly stunned, then smiled. Good. Well said. The purple-skirted woman on the side also glanced at Yi Tianming in surprise. Yi Tianming said, Senior, I still have one more question. The woman smiled. Ask. Yi Tianming looked at the woman. Does the Guanxian Swordmaster really want countless ordinary people to have a better life? The woman said, Why do you ask? Yi Tianming said, If Guanxian Swordmaster really thinks so, then why did he set such a powerful difficulty for the Guanxian Dao? Saying that, he shook his head slightly. Senior, do you know how difficult it is for ordinary people under this sky for them to defend their rights? After the woman was silent for a moment, she said, Little fellow, if the Guanxian Dao didn't have difficulties, do you think you could have made it this far? Yi Tianming was stunned, but quickly understood. If there was no difficulty in the Guanxian Dao, I'm afraid that every Guanxian Dao would have a great emperor guarding it. The woman gently patted Yi Tianming's shoulder, a touch more gentleness in her eyes. Although the higher you go, the darker it gets, and the more you subvert your three views, don't be disappointed in this world, and look forward to the next time I meet you. As the woman's voice fell, everything in front of Yi Tianming's eyes instantly became illusory, and before long, he had appeared on the Guanxian Dao. When he appeared on the Guanxian Dao not far in front of him, a third door suddenly appeared. Seeing this scene, all in the arena instantly became silent, and that Xiao Nu and Elder Yu's faces instantly became as pale as paper. The second gate passed. Qingzhou, Immortal Treasure Pavilion Square. Great! The people of the Yi family were the first to come back to their senses, and all of them roared madly, one of them waving their fists in excitement as if they were pumped with chicken blood. Yinan, who was sitting on the wheelchair, was also tightly grasping Li Yi's hand, his face full of excitement. Good! Heavenly destiny is good. In the dark, that Qingzhou City Vice City Lord Zhou Yuan and Immortal Treasure Pavilion Steward Lao Mo were also watching, and when they saw Yi Tianming break through the second level, they looked at each other, and both of them were shocked in their eyes. Is this guy so demonic? Zhou Yuan said in a deep voice. Damn, something big is going to happen. Hurry up and let Yilin go. Old Mo hesitated, then said, He still has one more level. Would it be too early to release it now? You have to know. That Zhao Yu. No! Someone in the field suddenly exclaimed. The door to the third level has disappeared. You guys look, Yi Tianming has a big word above his head. That's check, grass, he passed the level. Qingzhou entered the self-checking program. When Zhou Yuan saw that check word, his face instantly changed greatly, violently stomped his foot. Zhao Yu counts a few. Quickly on to go to release Yilin. Old Mo shivered a little and said, Okay, I'll have someone go and release it immediately. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and slapped Old Mo's face, angrily saying, What, let people go to release? Let's go in person. Go in person, quickly. After saying that, he pulled Old Mo, who was still a bit confused, and ran. And in the field, those people were confused. This passed the barrier? The Yi family members were also all frozen there like statues, their eyes glaring like bronze bells one by one. But soon, they came back to their senses, and all the Yi family members began to roar in unison. They were so excited that they were in tears. Yinan's eyes were also a little moist, and he looked at the heavenly destiny on that Guanxian Dao and smiled. Good job. And all around, some intentional people have slowly approached the Yi family side at this moment. Guanxian Academy, in front of the examination hall. That Yu Elder and Xiao knew at this time as if they had seen a ghost. The two were full of unbelief looking at the distant Yi Tianming. Xiao Nu suddenly said angrily, No, he only broke through 2 levels? Why did he pass? He cheated. Cheat your mom's head. Fong Snap suddenly jumped out and angrily pointed at Xiao Nu. Bastard, you're blinded by lard, aren't you? This is the Guanxian Dao, left by the Guanxian Sword Master himself. You think someone can cheat? Xiao Nu still wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a voice ringing out from above that dome. Qingzhou self-check. Qingzhou self-checked. As this voice rang out, suddenly countless top-level Guanxian guards in the entire Qingzhou received an order at the same time, which was to immediately head to Qingzhou Guanxian Academy to protect the gatebreakers. Not only that, all of Qingzhou's boundary guards also appeared above Qingzhou Guanchuan Shuyuan at this moment. Elder Yu stared deathly at Yi Tianming in the distance. Xiao Nu, Quickly inform your clan leader. Xiao Nu also realized the seriousness of the matter at this moment, and immediately took out a transmission note and crushed it. Elder Yu himself also took out a transmission note and crushed it. They naturally wouldn't sit around and wait for death. It didn't take long before many strong people suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth, amounting to over 10,000 Guanxian guards. The entire Qingzhou's Guanxian guards had come. A middle-aged man took a step forward. He arrived in front of Yi Tianmeng. He stared at Yi Tianmeng. Mr. Yi, I am Zhou Jing, the commander of the Guanxian guards of Qingzhou. From this moment onwards, we will swear to die to protect your safety. Please follow me. Yi Tianming, however, said, Senior, please also protect my family. Zhou Keng turned his head to look at a Guanxianwei powerhouse not far away, and that Guanxianwei powerhouse immediately turned around with 100 Guanxian and disappeared into the end of the sky. Zhou Prime looked towards Yi Tianming. Prince Yi, please also follow us to the Guanxian Hall, where the formation has already been activated, and then we will wait for the outer pavilion's decree there. Yi Tianming nodded. He turned his head to look at Fong Snap not far away. Fong Snap laughed. Kid, don't worry. They don't dare to make a move on me right now. Even more so, they don't dare to make a move on you. If you die here right now, the entire inner cabinet will be cleansed. Yi Tianming said, Senior, there are many things I don't understand. I want to ask you for advice. Fong Snap thought about it and nodded. Good. Saying that, he looked towards that Zhou Prime, who naturally wouldn't not give Yi Tianming this face, and immediately nodded, Follow me. Just like that, under the escort of nearly 10,000 Qingzhou Guanxian guards, Yi Tianming and Fong Snap disappeared into the distance. And almost at the same time, Qingzhou's Inspector Academy Master and all the elders, as well as the Supervisor Academy Master and all the elders immediately departed for the Guanxuan Hall. Not only that, all the elders of the academy who were in seclusion all came out of seclusion, and all the tutors who had ranks outside also immediately put down what they were doing and immediately rushed back to the academy. And that originally in the Guanxuan realm, Qingzhou Guanxuan Academy's Dean Jishir also immediately moved and rushed back to Guanxuan Academy. At this moment, all the high officials in the entire Qingzhou were like enemies. On the other hand, the Xiao family was also on the verge of a major enemy at this moment, as Xiao family head Xiao Feng summoned all of the Xiao family's elders and top-tier powerhouses. Inside the hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Feng suddenly said angrily, How did Xiao Nu this do his job? A Xiao family elder said in a deep voice. As far as I know, he swallowed 20 divine tribulation Dan and 200,000 spirit crystals by himself, and only gave 10 chi-inducing Dan to that person called Yi Tianming. Xiao Feng became furious. This damned. That elder grimly said. He underestimated that person called Yi Tianmian. He originally thought that he was just a minor character, but he didn't think that he would be able to break through the Guanxian Dao. Xiao Feng's face was terribly gloomy. The expressions of the many Xiao family powerhouses in the arena were all very unsightly. They were never expecting that a person from an inferior family would be able to break through the Guanxian Dao. Who could have thought that? If the other party broke through the Guanxian Dao now, that would definitely draw the fire to the Xiao family. Xiao Feng suddenly said, We can't sit back and wait for death, moreover. This matter may affect Xiao Tian's future in the General Academy. Old 2 and Old 3, you guys immediately go to the Yin clan and Yi clan in Qingzhou and ask them to make sure to help us maneuver on the side of the outer pavilion. Old 4 and Old 7, you guys immediately send people to the Tugu clan, Nanling clan, Shenj clan, Nanli clan, Immortal Emperor clan, Dongli clan, God clan, Jian clan, and Li clan. Tell them to make sure to maneuver around for us and not let the self-checking procedure go to the final trial. An elder hesitated, then said, Patriarch, would this be too much? Even if Qingzhou enters the self-investigation procedure with our connections in the Guanxuan realm, how come the group of people from the Metropolitan Procuratorate and Procuratorate will give us a little face? Now if we go begging, that would be the same as owing them a favor. Foolish, Xiao Feng said angrily. If it was under normal circumstances, the Inspectorate and Procuratorate would naturally give us face. But what is the situation now? That is the Guanxuan Dao. It was left behind by the Guanxuan Swordmaster in the first place. It was to prevent someone from suffering injustice in the academy. Even if the Capital Inspectorate and the Supervisory Courtyard are willing to give us face, will the Inspection Courtyard and the Dark Courtyard? Hearing this, the faces of the group of Xiao family powerhouses in the hall immediately became unsightly again. The Inspection Courtyard and the Dark Courtyard, these two departments were the most feared and unforgiving. Over the years, the Xiao family had fought tooth and nail in the hope that someone would be able to enter these two courts and the cabinet, but sadly, the Xiao family had only produced one Xiao Tianxiankai over the years, and although his future was unlimited, he had ultimately not grown up now. Xiao Feng added, such a big thing, there is no way that the inspection courts and the dark courts don't know about it, including the gang of guys from the correctional courts. They have definitely paid attention to this matter of the Qingzhou Academy by now, therefore my Xiao family must not take it lightly. This time we have to be ready to bleed a lot of money. Saying this, his face suddenly became incomparably ugly. This time to completely settle this matter. There was no telling how much blood would have to be spilt. A Xiao family elder said in a fierce voice, it's all because of that cheap bastard called Yi Tianmian. My Xiao family this time, it's really bad luck. Inside the hall, everyone immediately moved to function. Soon, only Xiao Feng and an old man remained in the hall, and that old man was none other than Grand Elder Xiao Kun. Xiao Feng said, Grand Elder, what do you think about this matter? The eyes of the Grand Elder, who had not spoken, slowly closed. Feng clan. Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Kun analyzed, that person called Yi Tianmian, even if he is even more demonic, he is still just a person from an inferior family without a backer. It is impossible for him to shake my Xiao family, at least temporarily. It is impossible for him to shake my Xiao family. What is really tricky is this Feng family. If that Feng Snapdragon and the Feng family are dead set on supporting him, and will keep this matter going on and on, this matter will become very difficult to deal with, so it is imperative that we settle this Feng family. As long as they stop meddling, a person from an inferior family, he can't turn over the sky, and as long as this matter passes for the time being, it will be easy to pack him up at that time. Xiao Feng said in a deep voice, Feng Snapdragon, this person you should also know, that's a retarded thing, full of brains that only know their Feng family's ancestry, to ask him to no longer stand up to this Yi Tianming. Difficult. Xiao Kun calmly said, if you can't solve him, then start with his Feng family's children. Xiao Feng's brows immediately frowned, somewhat worried. Great Elder, moving the Feng family. This? Xiao Kun looked at Xiao Feng. I will go and talk about it first. If the Feng family has to go against my Xiao family for no reason, then exterminate them. Their Feng family has offended more than just our Xiao family over the years. The ones who want them to die for the Feng family are unknown to the darkness. As long as we are willing to take the lead, there are bound to be countless people who are willing to follow. Said this, his eyes flashed a touch of hideousness. This time the reason why the called Yi Tianmian was able to break into the Guanxian Dao, the reason is this Feng family. Simply do not do anything, directly get them dead. Feng Yu? He counts a few. Our Xiao family ancestor and the Guanchuan sword master are brothers. Chapter 10. Your backer is yourself. Exterminate the Feng family. Xiao Feng was busy shaking his head. Eldest elder, this matter must not be reckless. The Feng family has fallen over the years, but after all, they still have some connections. Moreover, the above must also still be mindful of the contribution Feng family ancestor Feng Yu made to the Guanchuan universe in the first place. Therefore, everyone allows their Feng family to slowly fall or even actively ostracize them, but if they really want to exterminate them, I'm afraid that they... Xiao Kun asked with a gloomy face. But what if their Feng family has to support that cheap bastard? Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Then they are just taking their death. Xiao Kun nodded. Anyway, one has to prepare for the worst. I'll go and talk first. If we can't talk, then we'll fight. After saying that, he got up and left. Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy. Around the Guanchuan Hall, it had been surrounded by the Guanchuan guards. Not only that, above the vault of the entire Guanchuan Academy, there were nearly 1,000 Qingzhou boundary guardians guarding it. To them, no matter what grudge Yi Tianmai had with what family, anyway, he couldn't die now because as long as Yi Tianmai died now, then all of them would be immediately removed in place and be held accountable for the rest of their lives. They couldn't afford that. Inside the Guanxian Hall, Yi Tianming and Feng Snapdragon were sitting opposite each other. Feng Snapdragon looked at Yi Tianming with curiosity in his eyes, because he also did not expect that this little guy in front of him would actually be able to break through the Guanxian Dao. Yi Tianming asked, Senior Feng, how will this matter be handled in the end? Feng Snapdragon said, I know you're worried, but don't think too much. Qingzhou enters into a self-investigation program. Those who break the law and discipline, none will be able to escape. Yi Tianming was a little worried. Seeing the worry in Yi Tianmian's eyes, the smile on Feng Snapdragon's face also gradually disappeared. Little guy, what do you mean? Yi Tianming said, Senior, can you talk to me about this Xiao family? The biggest problem he was facing right now was that he knew too little about these above families and clans, and knowing too little information would affect his judgment. Feng Snap said in a deep voice, the Xiao family ancestor had a fragrant relationship with the Guanchuan sword master back in the day, and after the Guanchuan universe was established, the Xiao family also gained many hidden benefits because of this relationship. Of course, the Xiao family ancestor was still very good and made many merits for the Guanchuan universe in the early days, But as the old batch of people disappeared and a new batch of people came to the top, the way of this world slowly changed. Yi Tianming was a little curious. Senior, since the Xiao family has this relationship, then why didn't they become a first-class family? Fong Snap smiled. Wanting to become a first-class family is not that simple. You have to know that when my Fong family ancestor was around, my Fong family ancestor's power was not small, but it still wasn't a first-class family. Yi Tianming was puzzled. Why is that? Fong Snap explained. In order to become a first-class family, one must be strong enough. For example, does this family have any top-level circle-breaking realm powerhouses? But in the entire Guanchuan universe, not to mention the top-level circle-breaking realm powerhouses, even those who have reached the circle-breaking realm powerhouses are actually very, very few. Or maybe someone from this family is powerful in the Guanchuan universe, for example, the chief cabinet minister, the head of the Academy of Literature, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master, etc. Yi Tianming said softly, I see. Fong Snap added, although the Xiao family is a second-class family, they have a wide range of connections and are related by marriage to many families in the Guanxian realm. Saying this, his brows deeply furrowed. Yi Tianmian said, the Xiao family will definitely not sit back and wait for death. They will definitely use all their connections and contacts to resolve this matter. Impossible. Fong Snap instantly said, this matter, they can't solve it. The Guanchuan Dao was created by the Guanchuan Swordmaster in order to prevent heavenly grievances from occurring in the academy. No matter if it's the outer cabinet or the inner cabinet, they would never dare to not pay attention to this matter. Yi Tianming said, they naturally wouldn't dare to confront the outer cabinet and inner cabinet, and they can't solve the outer cabinet and inner cabinet, but they can solve me. Fong Snap was slightly stunned, then said angrily, do they still dare to kill you? Yi Tianming said, they don't dare to kill me now, but they have many ways to threaten me. For example, I have family, don't I? As long as I don't say that the Xiao family is going to snatch my quota, when the time comes, can the Guanxian realm deal with the Xiao family? Fong Snap's face was a bit ugly. Yi Tianming continued, not only do they want to deal with me, they should also deal with you, senior. Fong Snap looked at Yi Tianmian. Because I helped you? Yi Tianming nodded. Currently, their biggest problem is not me but you, senior, because as long as the Fong family no longer supports me, they can pinch me as much as they want. But if the Fong family supports me in this matter, then this matter will not be able to be ended, so the first thing that they want to solve is you, or even you, the Fong family. When he said this, he suddenly stopped and looked at Fong Snap. When he saw Fong Snap's expression was very calm, he was first stunned. Then he said, senior has actually thought of this layer. It was only at this moment that he realized that this senior in front of him was actually coarse in his ways. Fong Snap looked at him meaningfully. I can think of this layer. There is nothing to be surprised about. What I am surprised about is that at your young age, your mind is so deep. You don't look like a 16-year-old teenager. Yi Tianming slightly shook his head. It's just a fluke that I read more books. So, thinking about things would be deeper. Fong Snap nodded and sighed. Reading books is good. Saying that, he slowly got up, he turned his head to look outside the hall. The Xiao family and that elder, you won't just sit back and wait for death. I should say that those elders who helped the Xiao family to compete for the special recruitment quota of yours, they won't just sit back and wait for death either. They'll be clinging to the group now to think of a way to deal with you, and also to deal with my Fong family, so to speak. Yi Tianming was silent. Fong Snap turned his head to look at Yi Tianming and said, little fellow, what do you think? What should they do next? Yi Tianming said, if I were them, I would first pressure the Fong family to transfer you, senior, and then they would send someone to talk to me alone. Talk! Fong Snap smiled coldly. It's here to directly threaten you, right? Yi Tianming was silent. Fong Snap was about to speak. Just at this moment, the teenager called Fong Lian suddenly walked quickly into the hall. Fong Lian walked to Fong Snap and said in a low voice, second uncle, the patriarch asked you to return to the clan immediately. Immediately. Fong Snap smiled as he looked at Yi Tianming. Little fellow, your guess is really accurate. Yi Tianming gave a slight bow to Fong Snap. Senior, this matter will be handled by myself next. He was really embarrassed to involve the senior again. The other party was a thick-skinned person, while the other party would definitely not end up in a good place if they were to meddle in his affairs again. Fong Snap looked at Yi Tianming. How are you going to handle it? Yi Tianming was silent. Fong Snap continued. You know very well that if they threaten you, you simply don't have any other choice. Like you said, you still have family. And you know even better, as long as this matter is over, the Xiao family and that elder you, they will definitely not let you go. And at that time, they can hold you at will. For you currently, no matter how you go, it's a dead end. Yi Tianming smiled bitterly. There's no way. This world is so dark. I just have to resign myself to my fate. Fong Snap said, there is still a way. Yi Tianming looked at Fong Snap. Fong Snap stared at him. The Xiao family is very powerful and has connections, however. They are not able to cover the sky with one hand in the Guanxian realm. The only way now is to get the inspectorate to intervene and get the inspector to come to your side. Only they can stiffen the Xiao family. Yi Tianming shook his head. I don't even know which way the door of the inspectorate opens. Fong Snap said, I know. Yi Tianming was shocked. Senior. That Fong Lian hurriedly said, second uncle. The patriarch told you to hurry back. This matter, our Fong family? Fong Snap reached out to stop Fong Lian. He stared at Yi Tianming. Your matter, I've already written a secret pass. When I came in here just now, I let people send it to the inspectorates. When someone redresses a grievance to them, they have to take care of it. This is what the Guanchuan sword master personally stipulated back then. For the inspectorates, you can rest assured that they won't be in cahoots with the Xiao family. They never will. Yi Tianming asked, what if they are also complicit? Fong Snap said softly, then our Guanxian universe would really not have any hope. Yi Tianming looked at Fong Primrose and said in a trembling voice, Senior, you have never known me. Are you doing this? Worth it. Both he and Fong Snap knew that by doing this, Fong Snap was tantamount to completely offending the Xiao family and the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy Elders Group. Fong Snap would not have a good outcome. Fong Snap smiled. My Fong family ancestor was originally just an ordinary son of a family, but then because of chance, he was able to meet the Guanchuan swordmaster. Since then, my Fong family is a man who has won, and a man who has won, and we have enjoyed a lot of resources in this universe because of Guanchuan swordmaster. In fact, we already have a guilty conscience if we act no longer with a clear conscience. How would my Fong family be able to do this? How can my Fong family stand up to our ancestors, to Sword Master Guanxian, and to the people of this universe? Saying that, he looked at Yi Tianmian. Junior, you don't have a guilty conscience. I'm not doing this because of you, Yi Tianmian. In anyone else's place, I would do the same. After saying that, he turned to leave, but when walking to the door, he suddenly stopped again. Little fellow, in our Guanchuan universe without a backer, the days to come will be difficult to move forward. You have talent now, you have a future, you will have many opportunities. If you meet that kind of opportunity, don't miss it. There must be someone above you to cover you so that you can go farther. This is the world we are in now. After saying that, he followed Fong Lian and disappeared into the entrance of the hall with quick steps. Inside the hall, only Yi Tianming was left alone. Relying on a mountain? Yi Tianming smiled to himself and said in his heart, Tower ancestor? Do I have a backer? The small tower said meaningfully, your backer is yourself. Yi Tianming was silent. Originally he wanted to rely on this tower ancestor, but now it seemed hopeless. Fong Snap hadn't been gone for long before an old man walked inside the Guanxian hall. The old man had a kind smile on his face. Sir Yi, we all know about your matter. In fact, this is a misunderstanding. Xiaota. Misunderstanding. Yi Tianming looked at the old man in front of him and smiled. I wonder who the senior is? The old man smiled and said, I am the vice master of the academy. Yi Tianming said, Oh. The old man lowered his voice and sighed. Sir Yi, the ins and outs of this matter we have all checked clearly. It is indeed a big misunderstanding. As far as we know, the Xiao family originally wanted to use 20 gods tribulation Dan, as well as 200,000 spirit crystals to exchange with you for your special recruitment quota. But Xiao Nu was remembering wrongly and said it was Qi attraction Dan. But Xiao Nu misremembered and said that it was the Qi drawing Dan. Hey, it's all a misunderstanding. God's apocalypse pill. That was a heavenly quality elixir that was able to help one to cross the tribulation and reach the great tribulation realm. Its value was far more than the Qi drawing pill. Yi Tianming looked at the old man. Do you think I'm stupid? The smile on the old man's face disappeared. Yi Gongzi, you still have a long way to go. Making too many enemies now is not a good thing. I am doing this for your own good. Yi Tianming looked straight at the old man. If I don't pursue this, will the Xiao family let me go in the future? The old man was a bit surprised. Damn, this guy is not easy to fool. Yi Tianming stared at the old man dead on. I demand that the Xiao family be severely punished, and that all the people involved be severely punished. The old man's face instantly turned cold. Mr. Yi, the Xiao family is now willing to give in to a softness and give you a toast. But if you can't see reality and think you can do whatever you want, then you... Yi Tianming suddenly violently drew his sword across his neck. The sword entered half an inch. Blood spilled straight out. He stared at the old man. If I don't get justice, I'll die within this Guanxian hall right now. Duke Yi. That Guanchuan guard commander Zhou Qing directly rushed in, his face pale and horrified. Duke Yi, you must not be impulsive, don't worry. I'll use my head to vouch for you. No one will be able to threaten you. Chapter 11. How many clean ones are there? Zhou Jing was truly flustered. If Yi Tianmian really died inside this Guanchuan hall, then this would shock the entire universe, and at that time it wouldn't be Qingzhou that would enter into a self-checking program. The entire Guanchuan realm and outer pavilion would immediately enter into a self-checking program. And the Guanchuan guards of Qingzhou, would not be as simple as being dismissed. If, because of this matter, the Guanchuan Swordmaster were to show up, that would be the end of it. The entire Guanchuan universe was afraid that there would be a major cleansing, because Yi Tianmian dying here would not only hit the face of the Guanchuan guards, but also the face of the Guanchuan Swordmaster. That deputy courtyard master's face at this time was really as ugly as a grave. He also completely did not expect this teenager in front of him to be so rigid. This guy is not afraid of death. This matter was difficult to deal with. The Vice Academy Master took a deep look at Yi Tianming and turned to leave. Not to mention that Zhou Qing was afraid. He was actually afraid as well, because if Yi Tianmian wiped his neck, then he would be the first one to take the blame. Damn, this money from the Shao family, it's not easy to earn. After the Vice House Master left, Zhou Prime looked at Yi Tianmian. His throat rolled and he carefully said, Prince Yi, you can completely rest assured that in the future, we won't let anyone in without your consent. He was now repenting in his gut because of a little bit of interest. He let this Vice Courtyard Master in, and something big almost happened. The next time he wanted him to cooperate, he would have to add money. Yi Tianming put away his sword and sat on the ground, silent. Zhou Jing was relieved in his heart. He hesitated and then said, Sir Yi, you are still young and have a great future. You must not do anything foolish. Yi Tianming shook his head. The Shao family won't let me go. Even if I don't die now, I will die in the future. Since that's the case, I might as well die now and pull the Shao family's back. Zhou Qing was listening with a heartbeat. Whether you die in the future or not, that has nothing to do with me. But if you die now, damn it, we all have to accompany you in the funeral. He thought for a moment, then said, Sir Yi, the Shao family does have strength, but as of now, it's unlikely that they will explicitly target you again. So, Yi Tianming stared into the distance and did not say anything, but the death wish in his eyes was getting thicker and thicker. Zhou Qing was afraid that he would not be able to think straight, and hurriedly said, Prince Yi, if you die now, although it's a clean slate, that's really not worth it. Moreover, even if you die, the Academy cannot exterminate the entire Shao family just because of that. It might not be long before the Shao family recovers its energy, and by then, what should your Yi family do? Yi Tianming asked. Then according to Senior, what should I do? Zhou Jing was silent. In fact, from his point of view, Yi Tianmian's current situation was also desperate because it was impossible for Yi Tianmian to fight the Shao family. Moreover, the Shao family was already operating everywhere right now, and with the Shao family's connections, there was a high probability that this matter would be able to be smoothed out. And as long as this matter passed, in the future, if the Shao family wanted to pin down Yi Tianmai, it really shouldn't be too simple. After all, Yi Tianmai was just an end-of-the-line family descendant. Of course, he couldn't give this fact to Yi Tianmian because if he did, this guy was afraid that he would really wipe his neck directly here. One had to stabilize this fellow first. Zhou Jing said in a deep voice. Prince Yi, you are a smart person, and I won't say those hypocritical words with you. Between the Shao family and you, it is true that it is now a mortal enemy. What I want to say is that if this matter is uncovered, it's not like you don't have a chance to rise up in the future with your talent. As long as you find a mentor of extreme strength, then the Shao family will definitely not dare to touch you easily. Yi Tianming was silent. Zhou Qing continued, Your talent is so demonic, as long as you are given time, you will definitely be able to rise in the future, but if you die here now, you will indeed be able to cause very big trouble to the Shao family. But the Academy will not exterminate the entire Shao family just because of this. This is not in line with the law at most. It will severely punish the Shao family and make them stay away from the core of power. But as I said just now, it won't take many years. They will recover their energy. At that time, they will definitely retaliate against your Yi family. Yi Tianming nodded. I know. Zhou Jing glanced at him, didn't say anything else, and retreated out of the inside the hall. Yi Tianming sat on the ground. The blood on his neck was still slowly overflowing. He looked at the ground, silent, but his gaze was getting colder and colder. Qingzhou Capital Academy. At this moment, a group of academy executives were all gathered here, and sitting at the first place was the current head of Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy, Ji Shi. On either side of them were the head of the Qingzhou Inspectorate Academy and the head of the Supervisory Academy, as well as the deputy heads of the academy and the great elders. The faces of all the people were all unsightly, as they already knew about Yi Tianming's request to wipe his own neck just now. Is this person's head so iron? The courtyard master, Chi, suddenly said, "What do you guys think?" The crowd was silent. An elder suddenly said, "Since all of you are silent, let me speak. The matter has come to this point, we only have two ways to go. The first one, according to the rules, immediately punish the Shao family and all the participants severely. However, the Shao family definitely won't sit back and wait for death. As far as I know, they've already used all of their connections to deal with this matter right now. Therefore, even if we choose to punish the Shao family severely, we won't be able to truly implement it, and the most important thing is that, if we go according to the normal process, quite a number of the elders here can't get off the hook, right?" Saying that, he glanced at some of the elders sitting in the field. The faces of those elders immediately became ugly. They were in high positions. How many of their asses were clean? Could be said that for those in high positions, a single check was a death. That elder continued, "If we don't follow the process, we won't be able to give an explanation to the Guanchuan realm, but as the house master said, if we follow the process, firstly, we will be hurting our own brothers, and secondly, we will be going head-on with the Shao family, and everyone is clear about the Shao family's strength and connections, not to mention the fact that their ancestor is still a brotherly relationship with the Guanchuan swordmaster." Said this, he paused. "In fact, everyone understands that our academy can't punish the Shao family, and to punish the Shao family, then we have to unite and join forces to sue the Guanchuan realm, but obviously we won't do this for a lowly family, not to mention this matter has an extremely bad impact on all the elders. Not only that, once this matter is thoroughly investigated, it may also implicate our previous several terms of the elders." This time, the crowd didn't have ugly faces, but some fear. Once this matter is thoroughly investigated, involving those previous elder core. After all, those previous elder core didn't have clean ones either. And now, those elders are now basically in high positions in the outer cabinet or even the inner cabinet. Can be said that this cannot be checked. A check involved too much. Not only the previous terms, the entire Wanzhou are not a few clean. A hot-tempered elder directly stood up. He coldly laughed. "I think that person called Ji Tianmian is just insensitive. He actually thought of committing suicide. Mother, he is openly threatening us. In my opinion, let him commit suicide. I want to see if he is really not afraid of death. Since we can't solve the problem, let's solve the person who created the problem." All the elders were silent, and silence was acquiescence. At this time, another elder suddenly said, "Elder Ling, you can't think like that. He is just a cheap life, so if he dies, he dies. But you have to understand, if he really dies here, even if the Guanxian realm doesn't take our lives, this official position of ours is definitely going to be removed from office, and there is even the risk of imprisonment." Elder Ling grimaced. "Then is it possible to be threatened by him like this?" That elder lord did not say anything, but instead looked to the side of the courtyard master, Ji, who calmly said, "Old Yuan, you can say whatever you want to say." Old Yuan's real name was Yuan Qi, and he was the deputy courtyard master of the academy. Yuan Qi slowly said, "This matter naturally cannot be investigated. If it is investigated, it is not only the Shao family that will be in trouble, it is also difficult for my Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy to escape from being involved. Moreover, there are too many people involved, and that would be too serious of a consequence. Therefore, the best way to do it is to have that Yi Tianmian voluntarily give up on tracking it down." Elder Ling said in a deep voice. "He didn't want to talk about—" Yuan Qi said, "It's not that he didn't want to talk, it's that he's too smart of a person. He knows that as long as this matter passes, in the future, no matter if it's our academy or the Shao family, if they want to clean up after him, it'll be a breeze. Thus, what he wants is a promise and a better offer." Elder Ling asked, "What if he truly doesn't want to talk?" The crowd looked at the courtyard master. The courtyard master, Qi, however, slowly closed his eyes and did not speak. On the side, the deputy courtyard master Yuan Qi, however, already understood the courtyard master's meaning and immediately said, "Then tell him, if he doesn't want to negotiate, the big deal is that the fish will die. But before that, we have 10,000 means to make his Yi family members die tragically in front of him one by one. This person is a sentimentalist. His loved ones are his soft underbelly. Take his loved ones, and then you can pin him down." Saying this, he paused and added, "Of course, this kind of evil thing we can't come to do, and we don't need to do it. Right now it's the Shao family that's more anxious than we are. This evil thing can be let by the Shao family, and as for us, we'll just cooperate a little on the side." Chapter 12. Disappointment. Despair. Inside the Guanxian Hall, Yi Tianming sat on the ground. He folded his hands on his lap. He silently ran the Heavenly Destiny Decree. The Heavenly Destiny Decree had just been created, and there were still many imperfections. What he wanted to do now was to perfect this Heavenly Destiny Decree. Because according to his current estimation, the upper part of the Heavenly Destiny Resolve could only allow him to reach the Great Tribulation Realm at most, and if he wanted to continue to improve, he had to perfect the Heavenly Destiny Resolve. And what he was most distressed about right now was that he hadn't seen any other high-level cultivation techniques, and there was simply no place to draw from. Originally, he thought that after coming to Guanchuan Academy, he could see other cultivation techniques, but he didn't expect these things to happen. The little tower didn't disturb Yi Tianmai. For Yi Tianmai to create a merit law this matter, it naturally supports it. If this little guy really creates an invincible merit law, then whose credit is it? Naturally, it is at Master Tower's. At least half of it. If this guy changes the name Heavenly Fate Decision to Heavenly Fate Little Tower Decision, then it would be even more perfect. Thinking of this, it was instantly passionate. Of course, it realized that in order to make this fellow willingly change his name, it naturally had to put in some effort, so it began to instruct this little fellow at crucial moments. After the little pagoda helped improve a detail of the gong method, Yi Tianmian was instantly shocked. Pagoda Ancestor, you are actually so proficient in the cultivation path. The little tower laughed. I'm just like you, although my strength is very weak and feeble, but I've read a lot of books, so I'm slightly proficient in the cultivation course. Yi Tianming said, Pagoda Ancestor, let's create this gong method together, and if it succeeds in the future, it will be named after you and me together. It will be called Heavenly Destiny Pagoda Ancestor Decision, okay? The small tower heart happy flowers, straight call this kid on the road, but on the mouth said, Little guy, you tower ancestor, I indifferent to fame and fortune very much. These false names and so on, never care about. Of course, if you have to name it that way, then the tower ancestor won't stop you. Yi Tianming had more or less some understanding of this tower ancestor's character. Obviously, this tower ancestor was more facetious. It seemed that he would have to pat its ass more in the future. Just like this, under the tower ancestor's helpful guidance, the progress of this gong method of his instantly skyrocketed. Towards evening, that Zhou Jing suddenly walked in. He looked at Yi Tianming. Mr. Yi, the vice master of the academy, Yuan Qi, wants to talk to you. You see? Yi Tianming said, Can I not talk to him? Zhou Jing said. He said he came with sincerity. Yi Tianming looked deeply at Zhou Jing. Then let him come in. Zhou Prime nodded. Good. Soon Yuan Qi walked in. Zhou Prime did not leave after what happened last time. He was truly afraid. In case this little guy really couldn't think straight, then things would really be unmanageable. The Grand Elder walked to Yi Tianming and smiled. Prince Yi, I am Yuan Qi, the Academy's Vice Master. You can call me Elder Yuan. Yi Tianming looked at him and did not speak. Yuan Qi said, Sir Yi, do you know why they sent me here? Yi Tianming shook his head. I don't know. Yuan Qi laughed. Because I'm not involved in the special enrollment quota, even if Qingzhou investigates itself. As long as you don't die here, I won't have any repercussions. Yi Tianming said, Elder Yuan is trying to tell me that you have no shame towards me, or that you are completely public? Yuan Qi laughed. You're smarter than I thought, and I'll be frank with you. I'm not representing the academy this time, but the Shao family. Yi Tianming said, It seems that the academy is not going to plan to severely punish those elders involved with the Shao family. Yuan Qi turned his head to look at Zhou Jing, who said, Don't worry, Elder Yuan. There won't be anyone listening in here. He had just secretly used his divine sense to check the nascent sacred ring on Yi Tianming's body, and there was no recorder within the nascent sacred ring. Yi Tianming once again glanced at Zhou Qing. It was obvious that this Qingzhou Guan Shenwei commander was one of their people. Yuan Qi nodded and said, Prince Yi, I'll get straight to the point. Because there are many elders involved this time, therefore, the academy will never be able to investigate itself. If it does, the entire Qingzhou Academy will immediately be in chaos, because there will be many people involved, and it will also affect the future of the Academy Master and the principals of the various academies. Therefore, even without the Shao family, the Academy side won't be on your side, and that's a fact. Yi Tianming was silent. Seeing that Yi Tianming did not react too drastically, Yuan Qi continued, Even if we take a step back and say that the Academy is really on your side, it's unlikely that it can move the Shao family. Firstly, the Qingzhou Academy doesn't have the right to directly dispose of the Shao family, and if you want to move this behemoth of a family, the Qingzhou Academy doesn't have the ability to do so. Secondly, the Shao family's connections and power are far more than what you can imagine. And up until now, there hasn't been any movement on the side of Guanyuan realm, that is to say. There is no movement, that is to say. Their Shao family has already been up and down. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Tianming smiled. Yuan Qi made it so clear. How can I not understand? Yuan Qi looked at Yi Tianming. Now let me talk about the conditions that they gave you from the Shao family. Firstly, they are willing to give 30 small robbery pills and 20 big robbery pills, plus 300,000 spirit crystals. This is the condition that the Shao family gave you. and the academy also gave you a condition, that is, during the 3 years that you study in the academy, as long as you don't go out of the academy can keep you safe, and it is willing to give you a certain amount of resources that will allow you to cultivate better. Yi Tianming looked at Yuan Qi. Elder Yuan. These words, do you believe them yourself? Yuan Qi shook his head. I don't believe it, they don't kill you now, it's entirely because of Guan Xiandao. As long as there's no more public opinion brought about by Guan Xiandao, the Shao family will kill you at the first opportunity to get rid of the aftermath. Yi Tianming said, then, does Elder Yuan think that I will agree to this condition? Yuan Qi looked at him. You have 2 paths now, the first path, that is suicide. Once you commit suicide, no matter if it is the Shao family or the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy, all of them will have to suffer. Moreover, all of the people involved, even if they don't die, they will still be severely punished, and even if those who survived, they will have no political future at all. Even the Shao family, they will also suffer a heavy blow. But for their entire Shao family, they will certainly not be exterminated, and at worst, they will only be subjected to banishment. Yi Tianming was silent. Yuan Qi continued, the second path is to agree to their conditions. Although it is also a desperate path, there is actually hope. Yi Tianming stared at him and did not say anything. Yuan Qi said, this hope is that you must have to find a backer, that is, a very, very powerful mentor within a year or even half a year, and this mentor will back you up. In this way, the Shao family might let you off the hook. Of course, you and I are very clear. Now this situation, it is difficult to have such a mentor to support you. But everything is possible, isn't it? Yi Tianming said, what if I don't agree to a reconciliation? Yuan Qi looked at him. Then the fish will die. Of course, I know you may not be afraid of death, but I'll be straight with you right now. The Shao family's strongest men have already traveled to Qingzhou City. Yi Tianming stared at Yuan Qi in death. His left hand tightly gripped the Xingdao sword in his hand. Yuan Qi said, the Shao family didn't say it explicitly, but I know what they mean. If you choose to fish out of water, then they will immediately execute everyone in your Yi family. Anyway, it's already fish out of water, they aren't afraid of one more charge. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Zhou Qing, who whispered, Prince Yi, we will protect the Yi family's safety while you are alive. Obviously, as long as you die, then there will be no one to protect the Yi family's safety.
叶天命突然笑了起来。好一个官玄书院，好一个世家权贵。
I've kind of seen your methods. Zhou Jing was silent. He was naturally going to stand on the side of the academy and the Shao family, because he knew very well that Yi Tianmian could not possibly fight over the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy and the Shao family. Moreover, Yi Tianmian could not do anything about him, but the Qingzhou Academy and the Shao family were able to influence his future. The academy, the Shao family, and a lowly family, as long as there was no problem in the brain, one would know which side to choose. Yuan Qi stared at Yi Tianming. Sir Yi, you must make a choice. Yi Tianming's eyes slowly closed. His left hand gripped the Xingtao sword tightly. He had read many books, but at this moment, he realized that reading even more books was useless in the face of this dark world. Disappointment, despair. Ordinary people facing these powerful people, only deep despair. These people, really unimaginably vicious. Yi Tianming suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Yuan Qi. His eyes were full of madness. I know that even if I surrender, in the end, you guys won't let me go, not to mention my Yi family. Since this is the case, then I will break the net with you guys. Said, he directly burned up his physical body and soul. At the same time, he pulled out the Xingdao sword, about to die with the other side. Instead of harboring in the future and being played to death by these people, it would be better to die with a bang now. And right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly rushed into the hall. And just as Yi Tianming was about to pull out his sword, a white jade hand grabbed his hand. Yi Tianming looked at the person in front of him and froze. In front of him, there stood a woman. It was that Nanling Zhao. Nanling Zhao looked at him. Dare to die? Then dare to follow me up to the Guanxian realm and sue the imperial court? Yi Tianming looked at her. Dare. Nanling Zhao smiled sweetly. She pulled Yi Tianming's hand and said, Go. I'll take you up to the Guanxian realm to sue the imperial court. Saying that, she then pulled Yi Tianming towards the outside. That Yuan Qi heard. His face changed once again. He was busy giving Zhou Qing a wink. Zhou Qing immediately stood out. This girl. Nanling Zhao glanced at him. Scram. Boom. A terrifying aura swept out, instantly subduing that Zhou Kang in place. Zhou Kang was shocked. Nanling Zhao suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared, Someone come! Rumble! Between the heavens and the earth, countless powerful auras suddenly broke through the air, and soon, Thousands of top-tier Guanxian guards powerhouses appeared in this part of the heavens and the earth. A middle-aged man in armor came directly in front of Yi Tianmeng and Nanling Zhao, and he gave a deep salute to Nanling Zhao. Panzhou Guanxianwei commander, Hu Pan has met Lord Zhao. And almost at the same time, another man in armor shattered space and came in front of Yi Tianming and Nanling Zhao. He also gave a deep salute. Yongzhou Guanxianwei commander Lu Yan meets Lord Zhao. Nanling Zhao glanced at that Qingzhou Zhouqing and the others in the distance. Commander Lu, Commander Hu, this time the interstate transferred the two of you here because I can't trust everyone in Qingzhou. So I also asked the two of you to escort the two of us on our journey. The two of them immediately clasped their fists. We swear to protect your excellency and Mr. Yi to the death. Nanling Zhao turned her head to look at Yi Tianmian. Let's go. Sis will take you to seek justice. After saying that, she pulled Yi Tianmian towards the outside, her eyes containing killing intent. Whoever dares to stop me, Sis will kill his entire family. Chapter 13. One hand covering the sky. Those Qingzhou Guanxian guards around were momentarily captured by Nanling Zhao's aura. All of them didn't dare to move. Nanling Zhao brought Yi Tianming towards the outside, being pulled by her, feeling her warm soft jade hand. Yi Tianming's face suddenly slightly red, but soon returned to normal. He originally subconsciously wanted to pull out, but Nanling Zhao pulled very tightly, so he had to give up. The two of them had just left the Guanchuan Hall, when Ji Shi, the head of the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy, stopped in front of them with a group of elders from the Qingzhou Academy. Ji Shi stared at Nanling Zhao. Lord Zhao, what are you doing? Nanling Zhao laughed, bringing Lord Yi to the Guanxian realm to sue the imperial court. It was very direct. Ji Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. Lord Zhao, you've crossed the line. This Lord Yi has trespassed on the Guanchuan Dao. Qingzhou has now entered the self-investigation procedure. This matter belongs to my Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy. Nanling Zhao turned her head to look at Yi Tianmian. She glanced at the wound on Yi Tianmian's neck and asked, Can someone in Qingzhou threaten you? Yi Tianmeng immediately nodded. Yes. Nanling Zhao turned her head to look at that Ji Shi. The Guanchuan sword master once said that wherever a person passes through the Guanchuan Dao, the state where they are located immediately enters into a self-checking program. And now the entire Qingzhou not only didn't enter into a self-checking program, but instead, they are up and down the pits and ravines, and they all come together to threaten the person in question. Master of the Academy of Ji Shi. Let me see. Ah, this Qingzhou is really rotten. Ji Shi calmly said. Nanling Zhao, whether Qingzhou is rotten or not, it is not up to you to say. This Lord Yi broke into the Guanxian Dao in Qingzhou, and as Qingzhou has entered the self-investigation procedure, then his matter is my Qingzhou Guanxian Academy's matter, and my Qingzhou Guanxian Academy has the right to protect his safety. As his voice fell, that Zhou Jing immediately waved his hand, and the Guanxian guards surrounding Qingzhou immediately surrounded him. Those boundary guards that were originally guarding the outside also rushed into the academy. I'll see who dares. That Pan Prefecture Guanxianwei commander Hu Pan immediately stepped out, and with a wave of his hand, thousands of Pan Prefecture Guanxianwei immediately swooped down from the sky. The Yong State Guanxianwei commander Lu Yan also waved his hand, and thousands of Guanxianwei powerhouses from Yong State rushed down, totaling more than 10,000 Guanxianwei powerhouses to protect Yi Tianmian and Nanling Zhao. Ji Shi stared at Hu Pan and Lu Yan. The Guanxianwei of Pan State and Yong State have no right to enter Qingzhou to enforce the law without the transfer order from the outer pavilion. You and others have entered Qingzhou without authorization. I am killing you and others, and the outer pavilion can't say anything. Hu Pan laughed coldly. Yardmaster Ji, it's true that we don't have the right to enter Qingzhou to enforce the law, but don't forget that Lord Zhao's is an inspector. She has the right to mobilize any local army. It's only natural for us to listen to her orders and act. Ji Shi coldly glanced at Hu Pan, then turned his head to Nanling Zhao. Nanling Zhao, Qingzhou has the duty to protect Lord Yi. Therefore, I can't let you take him. After saying that, he waved his hand. Dozens of powerful auras suddenly swept out from the surroundings. These were the top powerhouses carefully cultivated by the academy, and their strength was far above that of ordinary local Guanxian guards. Nanling Zhao laughed. Academy Master Ji, are you going to use force? Ji Shi's face was expressionless. Duty calls for it, so I can only offend your excellency. Nanling Zhao stared at Ji Shi, his right hand slowly tightening its grip. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly became tense. That elder Yu suddenly stepped out. He said in a deep voice, Lord Zhao, it is indeed out of order for you to do this. Don't worry. This elder Yi is in our academy. He is absolutely safe. Safe. Nanling Zhao coldly glanced at him. You all forced him to choose suicide, How dare you have the face to talk about him being safe here? Elder Yu's face was a bit ugly. Lord Zhao. This matter concerns the Xiao family and many others. If you do this, what are you putting the Nanling family in? Obviously, this was telling Nanling Zhao you also have a family. For an ordinary person, offending so many people, so many forces, is it worth it? Nanling Zhao is slightly shaking her head. Nanling Zhao was 14 years old into the inspectorate. So far there have been 5 years, 5 years. I have seen the darkness of this world that many people have not seen. Many times, I will make some compromises, because I know that the law can't really get rid of all the evil, some compromises. It will be better for the parties involved. But, saying this, she suddenly coldly swept a glance at Jishur and the others. If I compromise today, this teenager from Qingzhou who has no power and no backing will be forced to die alive by you. Inspector, the inspector is the one who inspects all the injustices in the world. Come on people, follow me to kill out of Qingzhou. After saying that, she suddenly whisked her sleeve and a powerful force swept out, instantly shaking some of the Guan Xianwei powerhouses that stood in front of her away. The Panzhou commander Hu Pan and Lu Yen beside her. When they heard Nanling Zhao's phrase, kill out of Qingzhou, both of them were shocked. This Lord Zhao is to really The consequences of a war between the two states' Guanchuan guards would be enormous. But at this time, they had no other choice but to follow Nanling Zhao out. Directly battle. Unbridled. That originally had been very calm Jishur in the moment he saw Nanling Zhao move. Also completely unexpected, he was shocked and angry. At that moment quickly said, protect Yi Gongzi. If there is anything, I'll take it on my shoulders. Hearing Jishur's words, those Qingzhou Guanxian guards and boundary guards immediately no longer had any worries and rushed towards Nanling Zhao and the others. Nanling Zhao pulled Yi Tianmeng with one hand, and she unexpectedly forced her way out of the encirclement with Yi Tianmeng in a hard manner, heading straight for the sky. Stay! Right at this moment, a furious shout suddenly resounded from below, and immediately afterward, 100-feet giant hand rose up into the sky, grabbing fiercely towards Nanling Zhao and Yi Tianming. It was precisely that comical stone. Nanling Zhao violently pulled Yi Tianmin behind her. She clenched her 5 fingers and smashed her fist towards the bottom. Bang! That comical stone was shaken to the point that he retreated several feet in a row. And when he stopped, he looked at Nanling Zhao in shock. Such a young divine elemental realm. However, Nanling Zhaoge didn't care about him, pulling Yi Tianmeng and swept towards the sky. Seeing this, a flash of hideousness flashed in Jishur's eyes. He suddenly whisked his sleeve and a large seal flew out directly. In an instant, the entire space of heaven and earth violently trembled. A powerful aura converged from heaven and earth, forcibly forcing that Nanling Zhao and Yi Tianmin back to their original position. Qingzhou Academy Master Seal. This Qingzhou Courtyard Master Seal was given by the Cabinet of Guanchuan Realm, belonging to the Divine Grade Treasures, and when used in this Qingzhou realm, its power could be increased by more than several times. Originally, Nanling Zhao and Jishur were at the same level, but with the appearance of this Qingzhou Courtyard Master Seal, Nanling Zhao was instantly suppressed. Jishur stared at Nanling Zhao, eyes containing killing intent. Nanling Zhao, according to the rules, according to the law, this Yi Tianmin belongs to my Qingzhou management. If you forcefully intervene again, then I am killing you today. The inspectorates and your Nanling family can't say anything. Kill me? Nanling Zhao let out a cold laugh. With you? After she said that, she suddenly waved her sleeve. A big seal flew out from her sleeve and slammed straight into that Qingzhou Courtyard Master Seal. As soon as the 2 seals came into contact, they violently erupted into 2 terrifying power shockwaves, shaking the space-time around the sky to undulate with each other. Jishur's palm spread out. The Qingzhou Courtyard Master Seal fell in his palm. He stared at Nanling Zhao. Inspector Seal! Nanling Zhao's palm spread out, and the inspector's seal appeared in her hand. And the inspector's seal was emitting a golden light, and a powerful force was constantly overflowing from it. Jishur's face became very ugly because he knew that he couldn't do anything about this Nanling Zhao. He looked around, his gaze was gloomy. At the moment Nanling Zhao appeared, he had already notified the Xiao family, because he was very clear, behind Nanling Zhao was the inspectorate, and there was also the Nanling family. He, a Qingzhou Academy master, couldn't suppress her at all, he could only hold her back. But now, no one from the Xiao family had appeared, which made him unable to help but be a little annoyed. Nanling Zhao suddenly pointed a finger on that inspector seal. A golden light suddenly surged out from it. Within the golden light were countless densely packed golden runes, which seemed to be like a raging storm towards that comical stone. The powerful force contained within the runes instantly rushed that comical stone back and forth violently. Nanling Zhao did not continue to strike. She pulled Yi Tianmian to turn around and leap up. In the blink of an eye was already thousands of feet away. Yi Tianmian first time off the ground so high, he obviously some nervous, subconsciously hands wrapped around Nanling Zhao's waist, face a little white. Nanling Zhao turned his head to look at Yi Tianming. You took advantage of me. Yi Tianming was busy letting go and explained, Miss Zhao, I... Nanling Zhao suddenly smiled sweetly. Forget it. Forgive you. You hold on to me. Yi Tianming's heart suddenly relieved. He still held Nanling Zhao's waist, but did not seem like before that grip so tight, just grabbed her dress. But Nanling Zhao suddenly took the initiative to wrap his waist. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at her, only to see her staring into the distance, on the absolutely beautiful face with a gloomy look. At this moment, hundreds of feet away in front of them, where space and time suddenly cracked open, then several residual shadows rushed out, the leader of the one holding a black spear. His gun was violently stabbed over towards Nanling Zhao and Yi Tianming. This gun force is extremely horrible. Yi Tianmian only felt a big mountain pressing on his heart. Simply can't breathe. Nanling Zhao's eyes flashed through a flash of coldness. She held the inspector's seal and violently smashed it forward. A runic golden light emerged, instantly shocking that black-robed man and other powerhouses into a continuous retreat. Nanling Zhao stared at the group of black-clothed men and laughed. Zhao family, you guys are really desperate. You even dared to stop and kill the inspector envoy. The black-clothed man in the lead hissed. What Zhao family, we don't know. Nanling Zhao didn't want to talk nonsense with him and was about to strike, but right at this moment, in the surroundings, space and time suddenly trembled, and immediately after, dozens of black-clothed men appeared in the field. These black-clothed men, the lowest of them, were all at the divine elemental realm, and among them, there were also several who even hid their own scent and hid their real realm. The black-clothed man in the lead stared at Nanling Zhao. Nanling Zhao, our target is the person behind you. You can leave at any time. Nanling Zhao did not speak. Miss Zhao, Yi Tianming suddenly said. Let me face it myself. Nanling Zhao turned her head to look at Yi Tianmian, who said, Earlier I dragged Lord Feng's Snapdragon into this. And now I've dragged you into this. I feel bad in my heart. Nanling Zhao shook her head. Don't think like that, you haven't dragged anyone into this. No matter if it's Feng's Snapdragon or me, what we're guarding isn't just you, Yi Tianmian. It's the justice of this world. In other words, letting you suffer from such injustices. A person like me, I should be ashamed of myself. Saying that, she turned her head to look at the group of black-clothed men and laughed. I, Nanling Zhao, would like to see today whether you Zhao family can cover the sky with one hand. The black-clothed man in the lead said, Nanling Zhao, why are you doing this? As far as we know, this person has no relatives with you. Why should you get involved in this whirlpool for him? If you don't think about yourself, you should also think about your own Nanling clan, shouldn't you? If you leave today, count us as owing your Nanling clan a favor. Nanling Zhao but laughed. Nowadays, in this world, many things are bad on various favors. For the sake of your Zhao family ancestor, I would like to advise that it is still not too late for your Zhao family to turn back now. The black-robed man in the lead was silent for a moment before saying, What Zhao family? We don't understand. Nanling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that you guys are going to kill to silence. The man in black said, How could we dare to kill the inspector? As he said that, he looked towards Yi Tianmian beside Nanling Zhaoga. His palm spread out. A curtain of light surged up from his palm, and a picture appeared within the curtain of light. It was the Yi family. And at this moment, on the roof of the Yi family, there stood a dozen black-clothed men, who looked down at everyone in the Yi clan below. The men in black said, Yi Tianmian, if you follow this Lord Nanling Zhao, your Yi family, immediately, will not leave any chickens or dogs behind. Chapter 14. I, Yi Tianmian, swear an oath. Yi Tianmian did not get angry, on the contrary, he was calmly abnormal. He stared at the leading black-clothed man. The Yi family is indeed my soft underbelly, but I know that even if I compromise today, in the end, we will not be able to escape your Zhao family's poisonous hand. So, you kill. The black-clothed man in the lead hissed. You are not afraid of death, nor are you afraid of the death of the Yi family. But you should know that there is something called life is worse than death, and we can make the entire clan of your Yi family worse than death. Yi Tianlife stared at the leader black-clothed man in death. I, Yi Tianlife, swear by my blood, if I don't die, in the coming days, I will let your entire Zhao family clan beg for life, beg for death. Hee hee. The leader black-clothed man laughed. His laughter was filled with sarcasm. Yi Tianming, you simply don't know how ignorant you are, and you simply don't know the true meaning of a second-class family. If you ever walk to a higher level at that time, You will understand how ignorant it is to say this kind of words in front of a second-class family. It's as if a mole cricket stood in front of the elephant and said, I'm going to bite the death of you in general. Beside him, those black-clothed strongmen also laughed. Yi Tianming stared at these black-clothed men in front of him. He thought of committing suicide and then letting the Guanxin realm enter the self-checking program. But he didn't have that thought now. Because he knew very well that even if he committed suicide and the Guanxin realm entered the self-investigation program, the Guanxin realm would most likely not execute these people in front of him. The Shao family would still exist, and in a short while, the Shao family would go back to being the same as before. In a short while, the Shao family would be back to its former self. Because no one would offend the Shao family to death for the sake of a dead person. Guanxin divine Ming law? At this moment, he had truly seen that the law was of no use at all to these privileged families, and it was even meant for them. The leader black-clothed man stared at Yi Tianyan. I will count to 3. If you don't follow us, every breath, we will kill a person from Yi family. And just at this time, a sudden change, only to see that the Yi family residents in the sky, 3 young people with terrifying strength suddenly killed, 2 men and 1 woman, all very young, in their 20s, they rushed to the group of black-clothed people. Less than a few breaths of time, the 3 people are the group of black-clothed people to kill. The sudden change of events caused the face of the leader of the black-clothed man opposite Yi Tianyan to change greatly. Beside Yi Tianming, Nanling Zhao looked at him and smiled. Don't worry, when I came to look for you, I entrusted my friends in the academy to go to the Yi family to protect your family. The heart that Yi Tianmian was hanging on to finally fell. He looked at the woman in front of him and solemnly said, Thank you. Nanling Zhao smiled and didn't say anything. She turned her head to look at the black-clothed man in the distance who was in the lead. I'm going to take him to the Guanxin realm right now. If your Shao family wants to kill and exterminate them, then you have to be quick about it. Nanling Zhao. That leading black-clothed man's composure was no longer there. He stared at Nanling Zhao dead in the face, and within his gaze, a hideousness surfaced. If you do this, what good will it do to you and your Nanling family? Nanling Zhao stared at him. In public, I am an inspector. Since I encountered injustice, I am duty-bound in private. Sis, look at it. I have to you guys. Yi Tianming. Good. That the leader of the black-clothed man laughed back in anger. Kill this for me. As the voice fell, the several mysterious powerhouses beside him suddenly charged forward. They even directly tore through space, carrying a terrifying aura and ruthlessly crashed towards Nanling Zhao. Nanling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Half-step Emperor Realm. Saying that, she took a step forward, her palm spread out. The inspector seal in her hand trembled violently, directly transforming into 1,000 golden light spurts. But her face also turned pale in an instant, because she had catalyzed all of the inspector seal's power, and it was very consuming for her. Rumble. 1,000 golden lights instantly shook those 3 half-step Emperor Realm powerhouses to retreat hundreds of feet, while Nanling Zhao pulled Yi Tianmeng to turn around and leap up, disappearing at the end of that sky. But right at this moment, that the leader of the black-robed man suddenly rushed forward, the space in front of him directly exploded, and in his hand, there was an additional long gun. The gun immediately locked the distant Nanling Zhao and Yi Tianmian. At the end of the sky, Nanling Zhao's eye pupils suddenly shrunk. She violently turned around and pointed a finger on that inspector seal. The inspector seal surged out a golden light to envelop her and Yi Tianmian. However, as that lance stabbed, the golden light suddenly violently trembled and countless cracks appeared. Not waiting for Nanling Zhao to react, that leader black-robed man once again violently stabbed with a spear. Bang! The golden light shield instantly shattered, and the powerful force of the spear Dao shook Nanling Zhao and Yi Tianmian into a violent retreat. Saint Realm. Nanling Zhao's expression was grave, and as soon as she stopped, 3 powerful forces swept in. Precisely those 3 Saint Realm powerhouses. Nanling Zhaoga suddenly formed a hand seal with both hands in front of her. 10,000 Laws Seal Guard. The inspector seal floating in front of her suddenly trembled violently. A runic golden light surged out, and then hung between heaven and earth, protecting her and Yi Tianmian. Those 3 half-step Emperor Realm powerhouses could not do anything to these runic golden lights, but as that leader black-robed man stabbed with a lance, all the runic golden lights instantly shattered, and the lance drove in and instantly stabbed into Nanling Zhao's abdomen. And just when that leading black-robed man was about to kill, suddenly, buzz! A sword sound suddenly resounded from the far end of the sky. Immediately after, a sword light cut across the sky, straight to the side. The sword light speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye is to come to that the leader of the black man behind. The powerful sword chi makes that the leader of the black man's face instantly changed. He had to go back to the defense, fiercely turned around, with the finger as a gun, towards the front of the violent point-out, fingertip gun-ons emerge. Rumble. Countless spear-ons shattered. And the man in black in the lead retreated hundreds of feet in a row. The man in black in the lead looked at the distance in horror. There stood a woman in a black dress. She was carrying a sword box, holding a long sword, as cold as snow. The leader of the black-clothed man stared at the black-skirted woman with deep scorn in his eyes. "You're from the sword sect." Sword sect. The moment these words came out, the faces of those black-clothed powerhouses in the arena all changed. There was only one sword sect in the Guanchuan universe, and this sword sect's status in the Guanchuan universe was extremely special. Not even the cabinet could directly order them. They only listened to the orders of the dean of the Guanchuan universe, belonging to a truly transcendent force. How did people from the sword sect come? The face of the leader black-clothed man became incomparably ugly. Suddenly, he looked towards Nan Lingzhao. It was definitely this woman who called them. This woman's identity was also special. She had quite a few friends in the Guanxian universe. It was normal for her to have friends from the sword sect. Nan Lingzhao looked at the sword cultivator woman and laughed. "Pei Buleng. If you don't come, we'll have to meet in the next life." In the distance, the black-skirted woman turned her head to look at her, and when she saw the wound on her abdomen, her eyebrows furrowed, and she turned her head to look at the group of black-robed men. "Good guts." Nan Lingzhao said, "Buleng, the Xiao family will definitely not stop. You help me stop them. And also, please call some more friends from the sword sect to help, just in case." Pei Buleng stared coldly at those men in black. "You guys go first." Nanling Zhaoga brought Yi Tianmian, who was at the side with a shaky figure, and disappeared at the end of the sky. In the distance, the black-clothed man in the lead said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, we..." Pei Buleng said, "Off," saying that a sword was killing out. The man in black in the lead. On the other hand, Nanling Zhao just ran out with Yi Tianmian not long. Her body was soft, followed by Yi Tianmian fell straight down. Good to be smashed to the ground, she forcefully lifted a breath. The two of them landed smoothly. At the moment they were in an unknown mountain range, a large mountain that they couldn't see the end of at a glance. Yi Tianlife hastily took off his own robe and spread it on the ground. He helped Nan Lingzhao to lie on his own robe. Looking at Nan Lingzhao's abdominal wounds, his face slightly whitened. "Lord Zhao, do you have medicine to heal your wounds?" Nan Lingzhao raised her right hand. Her nano ring slightly trembled. An elixir fell out. Yi Tianming hurriedly caught the elixir and fed it to her. But there was still blood overflowing from her abdomen. Seeing this, Yi Tianming hurriedly said, "Lord Zhao, this doesn't seem to work." Nanling Zhao glanced at him, a smile spreading across his pale face. "Do you think this elixir is a legendary holy elixir that recovers in place when taken?" Yi Tianming was a little nervous. Then, Nanling Zhao said, "Clean my wound and bandage it." Yi Tianmian calmed down, offended. Saying that, he gently tore open the dress of Nan Lingzhao's abdomen. A blood hole appeared in his eyes. That blood hole was as big as a child's fist. The flesh on the edge was already scorched black, and there was weird energy on it that was constantly corroding the new flesh around it. And inside the blood hole, you could also see that the blood and flesh was constantly rotting and spreading. Nan Lingzhao softly said, "Worthy of being in the Saint Realm. If I didn't have the inspector seal to add to it, I wouldn't be his match at all." Yi Tianming took out some water and then gently cleaned her wound. Nan Lingzhao suddenly said, "I'm sorry." Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Nan Lingzhao, only to see that she was looking at herself, and that sentence was also addressed to himself. Yi Tianming revealed a puzzled look. "Lord Zhao, are you apologizing to me?" Nan Lingzhao nodded her head. Yi Tianming was puzzled. "Why?" Nan Lingzhao softly said, "That day in Qingzhou City, if I had not compromised and investigated to the end, you might not have had all these things happen to you later." Yi Tianming shook his head. "Once you investigate to the end, it would be hard for me to escape in the end. After all, I also killed someone." Nan Lingzhao laughed. "You actually dare to admit that you killed someone? Aren't you afraid that I will apprehend you?" Yi Tianming said, "If you wanted to arrest me, you could have arrested me in the first place. After all, as long as I am arrested, are you still afraid that I won't confess?" Nan Lingzhao looked at Yi Tianming, and after a moment, she asked, "In Qingzhou City, when you killed them, you should have been at the 10,000 Laws realm, right?" Yi Tianming nodded his head. Nan Lingzhao said, "Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for you to reach the 10,000 Laws realm because it's impossible for your Yi family to have the 10,000 Laws pill with advanced cultivation techniques." Yi Tianming did not speak. Nan Lingzhao laughed. "I'm being a bit presumptuous." Yi Tianming said, I created my own gong methods. Nanling Zhao's beautiful eyes opened roundly as she sat up and stared at Yi Tianming. You created your own gong method? Yi Tianming nodded his head. Nanling Zhao stared at him and didn't say anything. Yi Tianming took out all those papers he had and showed them to her. Nanling Zhao looked at that piece of paper, her expression gradually became grave. A moment later, she looked at Yi Tianming. This is at least equivalent to a heavenly grade merit law. You started creating it at the age of 12, and it only took 4 years to create a heavenly grade merit law. Yi Tianming said, this is only the upper part. There is still the lower part that hasn't come out. There isn't quite enough time. Nanling Zhao stared at him tightly, as if he wanted to see through him. Yi Tianming didn't say anything as he carefully cleaned the wound on her abdomen. Nanling Zhao suddenly said, how did you cross the Guanxian Dao? Yi Tianming looked at Nanling Zhao. Nanling Zhao said, I was just simply curious, because back then we had both broken through. Yi Tianming was instantly a bit shocked. You all broke through? Nanling Zhao nodded. Many geniuses have broken through, but all of them did so privately. After all, who doesn't want to be recognized by the Guanxian swordmaster? But unfortunately, in the past 1,000 years, other than you two, not only Wan Zhou, even the geniuses of the Guanchuan realm haven't had a single person break through. Yi Tianmian was a little curious. Lord Zhao, you are so powerful. How come you haven't passed? Saying this, he realized something and stopped in a hurry. Nanling Zhao, however, just smiled. I failed at the second level. Not only me, at least 99% of people fail at the second level, so I'm more curious about how you passed. Of course, you can't say if you are not convenient. Yi Tianming shook his head. There's nothing for you not to say, saying that he spoke about the second and third levels in detail. After listening, Nanling Zhao stared at Yi Tianmian. Those words of yours, they really aren't the usual treachery. You kid has a heart of a rebel. Yi Tianmian. Chapter 15. Ignoring the realm. Nanling Zhao lay down, her eyes slowly closed, her head recalling the things Yi Tianming had just said. Yi Tianming saw that the wound on her abdomen was starting to slowly recover. A smile appeared on his face. Obviously, the elixir she had swallowed earlier was still effective. He took out a clean handkerchief and started to bandage her wound. In fact, her real problem was weakness. Earlier she had forcefully activated the inspector seal. The exertion was too great, her entire body was already deflated. At this time, Nanling Zhao suddenly opened her eyes. Faith! There is no need for a living savior in this world. Any living savior is just a person. But human power has its limits, and nothing can be comparable to a tangible and eternal belief. Saying this, she looked at Yi Tianming. You have said this so well. Yi Tianming said, I'm just saying it casually. Nanling Zhao shook her head. Not only is this a good thing to say, the most important thing is that you dare to say it. If you were someone else, you wouldn't dare to say it even if you were killed. You dare to say that the Guanchuan swordmaster shouldn't appear. Your guts are not ordinary. Yi Tianming said, didn't the Guanxian law say that? Freedom of speech. Nanling Zhao shook his head and smiled, not saying anything. This was something that no ghost would believe. Yi Tianming asked, are we still going to the Guanxian realm? Nanling Zhao said with a straight face. Of course. Yi Tianming said, when you get better, we'll fly there? What are you thinking? Nanling Zhao laughed. This is a long way to the Guanxian realm, not to mention you and I. Even if we are in the Saint realm, we will have to fly for at least a year before we can reach the Guanxian realm. We have to take a transmission array, and we will be there in an hour. Yi Tianming said, have to go to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Nanling Zhao said, no need. Our inspection courtyard has a separate transmission array. It's still a few hundred miles away from here. When I recover some of my vitality, we'll move immediately. Yi Tianming nodded. Good. Saying this, he tore off a large piece from his robe, then completely wrapped Nanling Zhao's bare abdomen. Nanling Zhao suddenly took out an elixir that restored her vitality and swallowed it. Then she tried to stand up, but her body was still weak, and just as she stood up, she almost collapsed and Yi Tianmian hurriedly supported her. Nanling Zhao looked around, then said, we have to find a hidden place. With that, she turned her head to look at Yi Tianming. Do you know how to fly with a sword? Yi Tianming shook his head. The tower ancestor had only taught him the Jintian sword drawing technique. He hadn't taught him the royal sword technique yet, and of course, he wasn't particularly interested in the royal sword. Nanling Zhao looked around. Then she looked to the right. You help me to go over there. Yi Tianming nodded, then helped her to walk to the right, but because it was a mountain road, the road was extremely difficult to walk. Plus Nanling Zhao was wearing a skirt. Without walking a few steps, she would hang on a tree branch, extremely inconvenient. Yi Tianming said, Lord Zhao, I'll carry you on my back. Saying this, he took out a robe from within his nascent sphere and patted it on his back, then walked over to Nanling Zhao and squatted down. Nanling Zhao glanced at the robe on Yi Tianming's back. She didn't refuse and bent down on Yi Tianming's back. Because there was a robe padding, therefore, the two of them didn't come into close contact, and there was a lot less embarrassment. Yi Tianmian carried her towards the distance. Although carrying a peerless beauty on his back, Yi Tianmian did not have half a reverie in his heart. He was now full of thoughts about how to improve his strength, because he realized that the so-called Guanxian Divine Ming method was simply useless in this world. There were too many people and groups that were above the law. The law was only useful to the little people. Strength was the king. The little tower suddenly said, "Little fellow, I'm afraid that this girl's strength should have recovered some." Yi Tianming said, "I know." Little tower was shocked. "You know?" Yi Tianming did not speak. Xiaota said, "She intentionally stayed here." Yi Tianming said, "I know." Xiaota was puzzled. "Why did you do that?" Yi Tianming said, "Because if we head to the inspection courtyard teleportation array right now, we will definitely be frantically besieged by the Xiao family, and the current Xiao family is already in a hurry, they can do anything. Therefore, staying here is instead the safest. Moreover, this girl's mind is superior. She must have already called for reinforcements." The small tower was silent for a moment before saying, "In fact, I already knew that. I was just testing you, and you kid really didn't let me down." Yi Tianming said, "It's good that you're happy, tower ancestor." Little tower. Not long after, Yi Tianming carried Nanling Zhao to a natural cave. It wasn't deep. It was very shady. He spread his robe on a rock, then gently placed Nanling Zhao on it. Nanling Zhao found a comfortable position to lean against the stone wall. She looked at Yi Tianming. "You should go to the Martial Pavilion of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion." Yi Tianming didn't say anything. He just took out a steamed bun from within his own nascent sphere and handed it to her. Nanling Zhao did not refuse and took the steamed bun and nibbled on it before saying, "This technique you created has great potential. It is highly likely that it will become god level or even emperor level. Of course, this is certainly not your limit either." Yi Tianming was a bit curious. "Martial Pavilion?" Nanling Zhao said, "A special department established by the founder of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. It can be said that it is the highest martial arts institution in our Guanchuan universe. Our Guanchuan universe martial arts civilization was able to catch up with all the major epics in such a short period of time. This department of theirs is a great credit. In it, it's full of all sorts of martial arts geniuses all day long. They are researching on all kinds of feats of martial arts and magical abilities, not only creating but also innovating, while that bunch of crazy people, their lifelong pursuit is to create the ignoring realm." Seeing the doubt in Yi Tianming's eyes, Nanling Zhao explained, "In our Guanchuan universe, all the gongfu and martial arts as well as divine abilities including all kinds of laws are divided into 9 realms, which are primary, advanced, earth level, heaven level, immortal level, god level, emperor level, Tao level, touching the truth, breaking the circle, and the highest realm at the present time, the realm of ignorance." Yi Tianming was instantly a bit curious. Sightless realm. Nanling Zhao laughed. "Ignoring realm is the literal meaning, can ignore any realm. To give you an example, back then, Guanchuan Swordmaster used the Gongfu Cosmic Guanchuan method. Belongs to the ignoring realm. Cultivating this Gongfu, there is no restriction. Any aura in the universe can be absorbed. Not only the Gongfu he cultivated, his later created Gongfu, his later created sword skill, viewing Xian, also belongs to the disregard. Once this sword skill is executed, it can disregard all realms, as well as his Qingxian sword also belongs to the disregard realm." Yi Tianming nodded slightly. "Understood." Nanling Zhao softly said, "For thousands of years, in addition to the Guanchuan Swordmaster, there has never been any ignoring realm. If the descendants have been able to create it, no matter whether it's a technique or martial arts, divine ability or law, that will definitely be able to leave a name in history." Saying that, she glanced at Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming shook his head. To create such heaven-defying techniques, one must have countless accumulations as well as experience in actual combat. I don't have this condition. Nanling Zhao nodded. "That's true, however, you are able to create this kind of gong method under those conditions. This also proves your talent, if you are able to join the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Martial Pavilion." When she said this, she did not continue, because she knew that if Yi Tianming wanted to join the Martial Pavilion, it would be as hard as heaven. To join it would be to cross the ranks, and it would be to cross more than a dozen ranks. One step to become the most core talent of the Guanxian universe. Not only could you enjoy the very exaggerated allowances of the Guanxian universe, you would also be classified as a key protection object of the Guanxian universe. The most frightening thing was that no matter what mistakes you had made, once you joined it, there would be no blame. It could be said that if Yi Tianming was able to join it, not to mention the Xiao family, even a first-class family could not harm him. However, she knew very well that Yi Tianming wanted to join it. It was almost impossible because it was not only the threshold was very, very high, the most important thing was that only every 5 years the Martial Pavilion would recruit 2 places for the public, and these 2 places, the second-class families were not even qualified to think about it, and even if it was a first-class family, it would be a rush to grab their heads or even a big fight. Because as long as you can join the martial arts pavilion, it means that you can freely practice all the techniques, martial arts aptitudes and laws inside. Even the first-class families had to grab their heads, let alone those ordinary people. Ordinary people face these first-class families. There is no advantage. Even if you are a genius, your ability is not inferior to the core children of those first-class families, but you still can't compare to them because their network is something you can't even imagine. A million steps back, you really got this place, but as long as you don't have a super big man behind you, they have the same way to turn you this place into theirs. And what kind of big man can be able to suppress these horrible sects and families? There is no doubt that it must be the core of the Yang family because the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is only at the behest of the Yang family, even if it is the cabinet minister. As long as you are not a member of the Yang family, they will give you face if they want to, and if they don't want to give you face, you can't do anything about them. But then again, if you know the core of the Yang family still care about that martial arts cabinet quota, to later, the martial arts pavilion every 5 years to give 2 quotas, has been those first-class family internalization, and in order not to hurt the peace, those first-class families tacitly follow an unwritten rule. That is to take turns. This time it is your 2, next time it is our 2. Yi Tianming suddenly said, Lord Zhao, my Yi family. Nanling Zhao retrieved his thoughts and smiled. Don't worry about the Yi family, those friends of mine are all very strong. They will take care of the Yi family. Also, I have also notified the people of my Nanling family, and my Nanling family has also sent some strong people to Qingzhou City. Yi Tianming looked at her. Lord Zhao, you have helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you. Chapter 16. Once Qing Xian comes out, who will compete with him? Nanling Zhao laughed. As an inspector, these are all things I should do, you don't need to thank me. Yi Tianming glanced at her and didn't say anything. Nanling Zhao then continuously sized him up. Yi Tianmian was a little unnatural by her look, and his face couldn't help but redden. Nanling Zhao laughed. What are you blushing for? Yi Tianming's busy said. No, it's just a little hot. Nanling Zhao smiled and said, Don't you worry. The Xiao family can't cover up the sky of this Guanxian universe. Yi Tianming nodded, then said, Lord Zhao, there's one thing I don't quite understand. Why does the Xiao family dare to be so heartless? Not only does it blatantly disregard the laws of Guanxian, it also dares to kill even you. Nanling Zhao said, There are several reasons. The main reason is inflation. Yi Tianming frowned slightly. Swelling? Nanling Zhao nodded. Although the Xiao family is a second-class family, however, they are different from other second-class families. Their ancestor once had a fragrant love affair with the Guanchuan swordmaster. Because of this, their Xiao family's position is very, very special. Looking at the entire Guanchuan universe, even those first-class families will give them a few points of face over time. The whole Xiao family will naturally become inflated. Yi Tianming said, There's another reason, and that's because I'm just a person from a last-class lineage, right? Nanling Zhao nodded. From the level of strength, an end-grade family really can't even be considered a mole in the eyes of the Xiao family. Thus, they don't see you from the bottom of their heart. Even if you broke through the Guanxian Dao, you're still a mole to them because their Xiao family is a 1,000-year-old great family, with a deep heritage that is definitely not something a single genius demon can shake. Saying this, she suddenly stared at Yi Tianmian. It's not important if others look up to you or not. What's important is that you look up to yourself. Yi Tianming nodded. I understand. Nanling Zhao laughed. Of course you understand. You guy is a rebel. Yi Tianmian. Nanling Zhao continued. Expansion will make people lose their minds. Today's Xiao family, in fact, has already lost their minds under normal circumstances. Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy would never follow them and go crazy. But the problem is that this academy also has very many internal problems. They simply cannot afford to investigate themselves. Therefore, they can only follow the Xiao family and unite with them to come together to force you, so that you will give up your pursuits. Yi Tianming said, Is it one Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy that is like this? Or is it that all of the Guanchuan academies in Wanzhou have been? Nanling Zhao leaned against the stone wall, somewhat powerless. I don't know. Yi Tianming looked at Nanling Zhao. Nanling Zhao laughed. I've been an inspector for 5 years. In these 5 years, I've seen too many dark things, said. She took out a stack of thick paper. She casually drew a piece of paper, then said, Let's say that this incident happened in Boizhou Qingshan town. A woman was abused on the street and afterward, The man was not punished in any way. The woman and her family won a petition. But do you know, the next day, the woman and his family was exterminated. But the entire Qingshan town is hiding this matter from the public, just because the man who abused the woman is the son of the commander of the law enforcement guards of Qingshan town. Yi Tianming's brows furrowed. Nanling Zhao continued, a small town's small law enforcement guards commander, in the eyes of people like us, that's really a sesame-sized small official. But in the local area, they are powerful, can easily pinch those ordinary people, and the smaller the place, the more chaotic, the more lawless, just like an emperor of the soil. Yi Tianming didn't say anything, just took out another steamed bun and nibbled on it. After nibbling on it for a few bites, he took another one and gave it to Nanling Zhao. Nanling Zhao took the steamed bun and nibbled on it. Smiling, you like eating steamed buns? Yi Tianming nodded. I've liked eating them since I was little. Nanling Zhao looked down at the piece of paper in his hand, then said, you know why I'm telling you about these cases, right? Yi Tianming said, Lord Zhao, these things are not something I can manage. I'll just listen. Nanling Zhao laughed. You guy know what I mean, but you're looking at the left, of course. I can understand you. Yi Tianming thought for a moment, then said, Lord Zhao, you are an exceptionally upright person. But with all due respect, even if there were 100,000 of you, it would be impossible to change some of the current chaos. Nanling Zhao said, tell me your thoughts. Yi Tianming shook his head. I don't. Nanling Zhao was slightly stunned, then smiled. I really want to hear some of your thoughts. Don't worry. Never spread it out. It's considered a secret between the two of us. Yi Tianming was silent for a moment before saying, if we look at these chaotic situations with underlying logic, we will realize that behind these chaotic situations is a bigger problem. This bigger problem is that there is no regulation, the Yang family is dominant, and there is no limit to their rights. Stop! Nanling Zhao directly interrupted Yi Tianming. You stop talking. Yi Tianming said. Oh. He continued to nibble on the steamed bun. Nanling Zhao stared tightly at Yi Tianming, and did not speak, just staring. Staring so hard that Yi Tianming became a little unnatural. Nanling Zhao suddenly solemnly said, in the future, these words, don't say them to anyone else, understand? Yi Tianming nodded. Aha! Nanling Zhao seriously said, Tianming, you have to understand some problems. Not only you see it clearly, some other people also see it clearly. There are a lot of smart people in this world, but understanding and saying are two different things. You have to learn to protect yourself, understand? Yi Tianming said, I'm not a cynic, nor am I mocking anything, because these chaotic situations will be found in any civilization. It's a normal thing, just like what you said to me at the beginning. The Guanxian universe has people like the Shao family, however. There are also people like you. In any civilization, there will be good people and bad people, but if there are too many of this kind of people, like the Shao family, and too few of this kind of people like you, then this world will be finished. Saying that, she looked at Nanling Zhao. The core of the problem now is, will the highest level of the Guanchuan universe pay attention to this problem? If they severely punish the Shao family, that proves that the top level of the academy pays attention to this matter, and puts the following ordinary people like me in their hearts. But if the academy doesn't severely punish the Shao family, then that proves that, at the top level of the academy, the connections and relationships are higher than the Guanchuan divine law, and once that happens, then in the end, people like the Shao family will outnumber people like you. Nanling Zhao said, when you arrive at the Guanxian realm, I will accompany you to sue the imperial court. Don't worry, the outer cabinet and the inner cabinet will surely give you justice. The reason why the Shao family is heartless right now is because they know that once you arrive at the Guanxian realm, they will surely be finished with the calf. Yi Tianming nodded and did not say anything else. There was a sudden sound of a sword chime resounding outside. Nanling Zhao immediately laughed. It's here. Let's go. Saying this, she got up and walked towards the outside, with Yi Tianming following closely behind. After arriving outside, the two of them met that sword sect female sword cultivator Pei Buling. Pei Buling stared at Nanling Zhao. How tragic. There was quite a bit of gloating. Nanling Zhao directly raised a middle finger at her. Yi Tianming. Pei Buling's willow eyebrows rose, and the sword cultivator behind her suddenly trembled slightly as Nanling Zhao said, we'll spar again in the future. Let's go. Go to the teleportation array first. Pei Buling turned around and rose up with her sword, while Nanling Zhao grabbed Yi Tianming and rose up in the air, disappearing in the distance. In the sky, Yi Tianming couldn't help but hold on to Nanling Zhao's waist. Nanling Zhao turned his head to look at him. Seeing his face pale, he immediately laughed. You're afraid of heights? Yi Tianming was busy nodding his head. Nanling Zhao laughed. You're a sword cultivator? You're actually afraid of heights? What about flying with a sword in the future? Yi Tianming. Not a moment later, the three of them were landing in front of a valley. Yi Tianmian was busy letting go of Nanling Zhao. At this moment, he only felt that his soul had flown away, and he was a bit unsteady. Nanling Zhao supported him, then took out a pill and handed it to him. Take this pill. Yi Tianming took the elixir and took it. His body immediately felt warm and much better. Nanling Zhao smiled. Let's go. Yi Tianming nodded. Thank you. A few people walked towards the distance. On the way, Yi Tianming glanced around on the surrounding mountains. Some sword cultivators were vaguely visible, not many, 6 or 7 people. Nanling Zhao said, Don't worry, with these sword sect disciples, the Shao family can't, and wouldn't dare to come and kill and exterminate. Although they are inflated, they are not so inflated that they dare to fight the sword sect. Saying that, she suddenly stopped, then looked towards Pei Buling, who was not far away. Buling, you spar with this little brother? Yi Tianming was slightly stunned. But then he understood Nanling Zhao's meaning, and his heart was immediately somewhat moved. Pei Buling stopped. She turned her head to look at Yi Tianming, then looked at Nanling Zhao. Nanling Zhao looked at her seriously. Pei Buling was silent for a moment before saying, The sword sect accepts people, it's very strict. If his own strength isn't overpowering, it would be painful to enter it. Nanling Zhao laughed. I know. I'm just letting you spar with him. If he can't, he'll never force himself. Pei Buling nodded after a moment of silence. Your face, I'll give it. With that, she looked towards Yi Tianming. Make a sword. Nanling Zhao turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian and said seriously, You said to me earlier that you had realized a sword skill within the Guanchuan Dao. Just use that sword skill to hit her, you only have one chance. Yi Tianming was silent. Nanling Zhao added, Don't feel like you owe me a favor or anything. I'm doing this because you yourself are a talented person who is qualified to enter the sword sect. If you didn't have this ability, I would never do this. Yi Tianming looked at her. Thank you. He naturally understood that without this woman in front of him, even if he was capable again, he wouldn't have seen such an opportunity. Nanling Zhao said, If you can join the sword sect in the future, even if you truly have someone to cover you, cheer up. Yi Tianming nodded. He looked towards that Pei Gujin. He didn't use the Xingdao sword, but took out an ordinary long sword with a sheath. He took a deep breath. The next moment, he suddenly dashed towards the front and violently drew his sword. Stacked Zhan Tian sword drawing technique. Although it was only a superimposed 2, this sword out had a momentum that split the sky and the earth. Yi Tianmian knew that this was an opportunity for him, and thus did not hold back. Pei Buling held his sword in a horizontal position. Bang! As a sword light erupted out, Yi Tianming retreated tens of feet away, and the ordinary sword in his hand had also exploded. Not only that, his right arm was also cracked and blood splattered. And that Pei Buling also retreated a step. She slowly looked up at Yi Tianmian. The minor calamity realm. Where did you learn this sword skill from? Nanling Zhao immediately said, Self-created. Pei Buling's eyebrows knitted up as she looked at Yi Tianming. The small tower said, Don't say that I taught you, just say that you created it on your own anyway. It's also true that you comprehended the technique of superimposition on your own. Yi Tianmian was not someone who did not know how to adapt. Yes. Pei Buling suddenly threw Yi Tianmian a token. From this moment onwards, you are an outer disciple of the sword sect. In the future, the sword sect will cover you. Sword sect disciple. Yi Tianming was still a bit confused, while Nanling Zhao on the side laughed. Congratulations? Haven't you met your mentor yet? Mentor. Yi Tianming was a little confused. Nanling Zhao laughed. This one standing in front of you is a true disciple of the sword sect. She is qualified to accept disciples to teach and teach. She only has 2 slots, but now she has given 1 slot to you, which means that she is the leader of your cultivation in the future. Why don't you salute? Yi Tianming instantly understood. He put away the token, then bowed deeply. Greetings, tutor. Pei Buling glanced at him. Go to the Guanxian realm first. Nanling Zhao also laughed. I just received news that the head of the Guanchuan Realms Inspection Academy already knows about you. He has already sent someone to pick us up and is already collecting evidence of the Shao family and those elders of the Qingzhou Academy's violations of the law. Walk. Talk on the way. The 3 of them walked towards the transmission array in the valley, and as they arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's transmission array, at this moment, around the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's transmission array, tens of thousands of people had gathered. When Nanling Zhao saw these people, he immediately smiled. Guanchuan Realm Law Enforcement Guards, Inspector Guards, Imperial Forest Guards, Imperial City Close Guards, Outer Pavilion Escort Guard, Guanchuan Guards, have all come. The Shao family is finished. Protect Prince Yi and Lord Zhao. In the field, someone suddenly spoke. In the middle of the field, those all-powerful people directly blocked off the field. Southern State, Shao family. Inside the hall, the Shao family's group of strong men gathered in one hall, and all of their faces were extremely unattractive, and there was also some fear because they already knew that the various great houses of the Guanxian realm were protecting Yi Tianmeng and Nan Lingzhao. The Shao family was going to be finished. The leader of the clan, Xiaofeng, suddenly said, "I'll go see him." The crowd looked at Xiaofeng, who said, "My Shao family cannot fall." With that, he directly left the Shao family and soon, he arrived in front of a mansion. Yi Mansion. Southern State Yi family. The Yi family where the Guanxian swordmaster was once born. At this moment, there was not a single person in the 100-mile radius around the Yi family, but in the shadows, there were tens of thousands of Guanxian divine guards as well as top-tier shadowy guards guarding the area. Not only that, even the starry sky above the head of the Southern State had been blocked off, and the 9 top-tier circle-breaking realm powerhouses were personally guarding the area, and no powerhouses were allowed to come close to the Southern State. The topmost level of vigilance. Xiaofeng knelt down before he even arrived at the Yi family residence, and then knelt all the way to the front of the Yi family residence, and then crouched down on the ground like a dog. After a long time, a young man walked out. He looked at the second-class family head in front of him without any half-fluctuations in his eyes. "Go in." Xiaofeng hurriedly crawled in, not daring to get up at all. Xiaofeng crawled to a courtyard. He looked at a room in front of him. Through the gauze tent, he vaguely saw a portrait. When he saw that portrait, his heart jumped violently. That was precisely the portrait of Guanxian Swordmaster Yi Guan. And in front of the Guanxian Swordmaster's portrait, there stood a white-robed man. The white-robed man was about 15 or 16 years old, with a sword eyebrow and starry eyes, and a noble aura. The white-clothed man had a 7 to 8% resemblance to the Guanxian Swordmaster's portrait, and on the right side of his waist, there was a small tower hanging, while on the left side, he wore a long sword with a sheath, and the name of the sword, Qing Xian. Xiaofeng hastily withdrew his gaze and buried his head deep in the ground, humble to the extreme. A moment later, the voice of the man in white came from inside the room. "What is it?" Xiaofeng carefully said, "The matter of a special recruitment quota?" Saying that, he roughly stated the matter and did not dare to hide it, as he did not dare to play any mind games at all. After he finished speaking, his body convulsed and he choked. Whether or not the Shao family would be safe, it all depended on the thought of this man in front of him. A moment later, the white-clothed man said, "The special recruitment quota? To say the least, this matter is also due to me. If not, I want a quota for you." Xiaofeng was busy kowtowing, blood splattered. "Don't dare! Don't dare!" The man in white again said, "You go down." Xiaofeng trembled. "My Shao family." The man in white said, "Forget it this time." Xiaofeng's heart was ecstatic. He violently kowtowed a few times and then climbed out. After Xiaofeng exited, the man outside the door earlier walked in. He respectfully said, "The Shao family's behavior this time is really a bit excessive." The white-clothed man said, "The Shao family's ancestors' favor has to be given. Anyway, this matter ends here." The man understood and nodded. "Understood." The man in white said, "All arranged." The man nodded slightly. "After you participate in the Wanzhou Grand Competition, your prestige will be at its peak, and it would be better to pro-govern at that time." The man in white nodded. He raised his head to look at the portrait of the Guanchuan Swordmaster not far away. "Father, the order that you have not perfected, my Yang family will definitely unify the entire universe, including the true world." The man was somewhat curious. "Young lord, what realm are you in now?" The man in white didn't say anything, just waved his sleeve. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the man. The man's eye pupils suddenly shrunk. Great Emperor? 16-year-old Great Emperor? This talent, back then, the Guanxian Swordmaster and the Earthly Swordmaster were also far inferior. Since then, the man's heart no longer had a trace of worry. The 10,000 states competition would not have any more surprises. After all, the young lord in front of him was not only a great emperor, but also had the legendary #1 bloodline in the entire universe. The crazy demon bloodline, and not only that, but also the #1 sword in the Guanxian universe. The Qing Xian, which ignored everything. Once Qing Xian comes out, who will compete with him? On the other side, Yi Tianming and the others had just entered the valley and were about to activate the teleportation array when an old man suddenly broke through the air. Seeing the old man, Nan Lingzhao's face instantly changed. "Yard Master." This old man in front of him was none other than the inspection courtyard's master Zhang He. He looked at Nan Lingzhao. "There is no need to go to the Guanxian realm. This matter is over. Nan Ling Zhao was slightly stunned. Then he said in shock, Yardmaster, what do you mean? Zhang He's lips moved, but there was no sound. Xian Qi transmitted sound. Unaware of what Nan Ling Zhao heard, her body shook and she retreated several steps like an electric shock, her face full of disbelief. Zhang He stared at Nan Ling Zhao. The cabinet has ordered that Nan Ling Zhao be immediately suspended for a month's vacation. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared. And right at this moment, the dome of the sky above the three of them was suddenly torn open by a sword light, followed by an old man in white robes coming in with a sword. Pei Bueling was also surprised. Teacher! The white-robed old man did not speak. His gaze fell on Yi Taiming's. His palms spread out. The sword sect token on Yi Taiming's body directly flew out and landed on his hand. The white-robed old man turned his head to Pei Bueling. Immediately return to the sect. Pei Bueling said in a deep voice, Teacher, why is this? The white-robed elder also Xuanqi transmitted sound. I don't know what I heard. Pei Bueling's eye pupils suddenly shrunk, and Nanling Zhao General, full of unbelief. The white-robed old man said, Go! After saying that, he waved his sleeve and directly brought Pei Bueling to disappear in place. At the same time, a voice suddenly resounded from heaven and earth. All Guanchuan realm law enforcement guards return to the realm immediately. No mistakes shall be made. All inspector guards return to the Guanchuan realm immediately. No mistakes will be made. All inspector guards return to the Guanchuan realm immediately without fail. All imperial guards return to the Guanchuan realm without fail. All Guanchuan guards return to the Guanchuan realm without fail. All sword sect disciples return to the sect immediately. Immediately. In the field, within a few breaths, all the Guanxian realm powerhouses withdrew cleanly. Yi Tianming's fists were clenched tightly, his body trembling. Nanling Zhao slowly turned around. She looked at Yi Tianmin. Her face was a little pale, and she said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, this justice? I can't ask for it for you. Yi Tianming looked at her. He knew that there must be a very powerful big shot who stood on the side of the Shao family, which caused both the sword sect and the inspection courtyard to decisively give up and not continue to pursue the matter. And this big person must be very, very terrifying. After he was silent for a long time, he said, How do I have to meet Sword Master Guanxian? Nan Ling Zhao looked at him as well. Winning the first place in the 10,000 states will give you the chance to meet him. Yi Tianming nodded. I understand. After saying that, he turned to leave. I will definitely win first place in 10,000 prefectures, and I will definitely meet the Guanxian Swordmaster, and then ask him if there's still a NG need for this order of his to exist. Chapter 17. The genealogy opens on a single page. No one would have thought that the matter of the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy would end just like that. Yes, it was completely over. Not only in Qingzhou, no one in the entire Guanchuan realm dared to pursue or even ask about this matter. Everything was calm and quiet. This was absolute power. There was no doubt that the Shao family had the last laugh, and after this incident, the prestige of the Shao family in the Guanchuan universe had also greatly increased by quite a bit, as everyone had not expected that the Shao family would be able to settle this matter so easily. Inside the Shao family's grand hall, the crowd of Shao family powerhouses were all as if they had won a big battle at the moment. All of them were in a springtime mood and were so pleased with themselves. An elder suddenly said, We have to get rid of that cheap bastard. Right. Another elder immediately agreed. We must get rid of that cheap bastard. We can't leave any future troubles. Everyone nodded their heads. A genius who was able to break through the Guanxian Dao and was now a mortal enemy of the Shao family. How could this allow the other party to grow up? Stupid. The leader of the clan, Shao Feng, suddenly shouted angrily. The crowd of Shao family powerhouses were puzzled and looked at Shao Feng. Shao Feng grimaced. This favor from our ancestor, we can use it once, but not necessarily a second time. Do you understand? The elders were all silent. Shao Feng said in a deep voice, It would be too blatant for our Shao family to go back and kill that cheap bastard now. He saw very clearly that the reason why the Shao family was safe and sound this time was all due to the face of the ancestor. Therefore, the Shao family must act cautiously and more cautiously next. An elder said in displeasure, Could it be that we just let that cheap bastard go? Shao Feng's face was expressionless. There are many ways to kill someone. It doesn't necessarily have to be done personally. For example, we can borrow a knife to kill someone. Borrowing a knife to kill. Upon hearing this, the elders looked at each other and all laughed. Yi Tianming once again returned to Qingzhou, as he was now actually considered a student of Qingzhou Academy, and Nanling Zhao did not leave and followed all the way. When Yi Tianming arrived at the academy again, that Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy's head, Ji Shi, appeared in front of the two of them. Ji Shi looked at Yi Tianming. Your special enrollment quota. My Qingzhou Academy has been cancelled. From now on, you are no longer a student of my Qingzhou Academy. Yi Tianming was not surprised. He looked at Ji Shi. Will Lord Fong Snap still come back here? He naturally did not come back here to join Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy, but wanted to see Fong Snap for the last time. Ji Shi calmly said, Fong Snap has already resigned. He doesn't have any official position with him now, and will never be able to return here. Yi Tianming was silent, his heart filled with guilt. Ji Shi said, You could have had another choice, but you chose to tough it out. Are you satisfied now? Yi Tianming looked at Ji Shi. It's not me, Yi Tianming, who is wrong. It's this world. After saying that, he turned around and left. Ji Shi watched Yi Tianming and the two of them leave without saying anything. At this time, an old man appeared beside him. It was that Elder Ling. Elder Ling said in a deep voice, This person cannot live. Ji Shi's face was expressionless. The Xiao family wants him dead even more than we do. After saying that, he turned around and left. And just as Yi Tianming and Nanling Zhao were about to go down the mountain, a teenager was watching him from the side. This person was none other than that Zhao family's Zhao Yu. Beside Zhao Yu, there was another teenager. The teenager stared at Yi Tianming in the distance and said in a fierce voice, Second brother, this person cannot live. Zhao Yu turned around and slapped him. Slap. As a crisp slapping sound resounded, the right side of the teenager's face directly swelled up. The teenager looked at Zhao Yu with a face full of confusion. Second brother. Zhao Yu turned his head to look at Yi Tianming in the distance. A person who can break through the Guan Xian Dao is something that my Zhao family can go and mess with? With that, his eyes slowly closed. Immediately go back to the family head and tell him to return all the fields taken from the Yi family. Then have my Zhao family immediately move out of Qingzhou, go as far away as you can, and never return to Qingzhou. The man was stunned. Second brother? This? Zhao Yu said in a fierce voice. Go! The man trembled. If the patriarch and the others don't agree. Zhao Yu's face was expressionless. Then I, Zhao Yu, will quit the Zhao family, and the genealogy will open a single page. After saying that, he turned around and left. Man! Yi Tianming walked towards the bottom of the mountain, when suddenly, the sky suddenly rained heavily. Yi Tianming's left hand tightly gripped the Xing Tao sword as he walked down the mountain like that. Looking at the rain that fell on the ground in front of him, he suddenly became a bit bewildered. The sky and the earth were huge, but there was no place for him, Yi Tianming. At this time, an umbrella suddenly covered him. Yi Tianming turned his head to look. It was Nanling Zhao. Nanling Zhao looked at him. Let's go to Yongzhou. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. Nanling Zhao said, If you want to participate in the great competition of 10,000 states, you have to join a state. Otherwise, you are not qualified to participate in the great competition of 10,000 states. Yi Tianming shook his head. Lord Zhao, I have already implicated Lord Fong's Snapdragon. I can't implicate you again. Nanling Zhao stared at Yi Tianming. As an inspector, this is my duty. I should. Yi Tianming interrupted her words. You've already done enough. Really, Lord Zhao? For the next road, let me walk by myself. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the distance. Nanling Zhao held her umbrella and just watched as he slowly walked towards the rain. In the midst of the pouring rain, Yi Tianming slowly disappeared at the foot of the Qingzhou Academy mountain. Yi Tianming did not choose to return to the Yi family. Now that he went back to the Yi family like this, what face would he have to see the clansman? Just after walking to the foot of the mountain, a voice suddenly came from the side. Hey! Yi Tianming turned his head to look. Not far away, Nanling Zhao was holding an umbrella and looking at him. She laughed. I'm not intentionally following you. I'm just passing by. Yi Tianming was about to speak. Nanling Zhao walked in front of him. She handed the umbrella to the center of the two, so that both of them were covered by the umbrella. Nanling Zhao stared at Yi Tianming. I want to help you, but I know that you yourself feel that you already owe me a lot of favors, so you are embarrassed to be accepting my help. I also know that right now in your heart you are completely disappointed in Guanchuan Academy. You don't have any good feelings towards the academy, and you even hate Guanchuan Academy. I know even more that right now in your heart you are full of unwillingness and anger. Why is the way of the world is so dark? I also know that. Saying that, she shook her head slightly and added, What I want to say is that I understand all of these emotions of yours, very much so. And I won't make a big deal out of asking you to look on the bright side and accept all of this injustice, because I believe from the bottom of my heart that you should be disappointed, you should be angry, and you should be hateful. Yi Tianming looked at her and did not say anything. His eyes were very moist, and he did not know whether it was tears or rain. Many times you can see and understand some things, but when those things really fall on your head, you can see and understand, but really not necessarily be able to see. Only saints can do to tolerate those who hurt him severely. Nanling Zhao said, you should be going to participate in the 10,000 states competition, you should be going to meet the Guanxian sword master, and then go to ask him, this world is really so. Your idea is right, you should just do it, but before that, you should be joining a state. Yi Tianming looked at Nanling Zhao. Lord Zhao, please help me one more time. Nanling Zhao smiled. I can't do a favor for nothing, of course. I know you're poor, so consider it a favor you owe me in the future. When I ask you to do something, you shall not refuse anything. Oh. How could Yi Tianming not understand the other party's intention? His heart was complicated, so he nodded his head at that moment. Definitely. Nanling Zhao spread a smile. Go, let's go to Yongzhou. The two of them walked towards the distance with an umbrella. An hour later, the two arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to go to another state. Naturally, they had to take a transmission array. After Nanling Zhao and Yi Tianming entered the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Nanling Zhao handed over the spirit crystals, but soon after, a steward ran out. He glanced at Yi Tianming, then respectfully said, my subordinate Huyen has met Lord Zhao. Lord Zhao, you can take the teleportation array, but this lord ye can't. Nanling Zhao's brows knitted slightly. Why? Steward Huyen carefully said, back to Lord. This Duke Yi has been pulled into my Immortal Treasure Pavilion's blacklist. From this moment onwards, he can no longer enjoy any of my Immortal Treasure Pavilion services. Blacklist. Nanling Zhao's gaze instantly went cold. Yi Tianming was also quite a bit surprised. Nanling Zhao stared at Huyen. Who did this? Huyen smiled bitterly. My lord, I really don't know this. Nanling Zhao is silent. She naturally knows who did it, without a doubt. It's either the Shao family or Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy, or it's a joint effort by them. Huyen bowed, very apprehensive. Nanling Zhao suddenly says, let us go. Just say that I forced you, and that they won't blame you when they find out. Huyen hurriedly nodded. Fine. Both of you, please. Nanling Zhao and Yi Tianming walked towards the distant teleportation array, and soon, the two disappeared into the teleportation array. At this time, a little boy walks over. Grandpa, just letting the Yi Tianming go? We're breaking the rules. Huyen rubs the little boy's little head and laughs. The rules can be changed. Saying this, he looks towards the distant teleportation array and softly says, if we let them go and the above asks after them, we'll just say that we were forced by this Lord Zhao, and the above knows her identity, so odds are that they won't blame us. But if we do not let them go, that is to offend this Lord Zhao to death. She is an inspector. She casually come to check us. We can be finished. The little boy is puzzled. Why finished? Huyen lowers his voice and sighs. Immortal Treasure Pavilion has so many departments. Which department doesn't have rotten accounts? Let's just say we are here. There are more than 40 people who eat empty pay, not to mention the other messy things. If these things were to be turned over, your grandfather and I would have to commit suicide immediately. The little boy was still puzzled. Why would Grandpa kill himself? It's not like Grandpa coveted it. Huyen rubs the little boy's little head. When some things come out in the open, one has to come out and take the blame for those big shots. As for why it's Grandpa, you'll understand later. Chapter 18, Earthly Sword Master. Qingzhou. The matter of Qingzhou's Guanchuan Academy had also reached Qingzhou, and inside the hall, Vice City Lord Zhou Yuan and Immortal Treasure Pavilion Steward Lao Mo both had incomparably ugly faces. They had just released Yi Lin, the head of the Yi family, and now they suddenly learned that Yi Tianming had offended the entire Shao family and the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy. Isn't this playing with people? Old Mo suddenly said, lock Yi Lin back up again? Zhou Yuan stared at him. So as to offend that Yi Tianming again? Old Mo slapped his thighs. Then what should we do? Old Yuan, our family head, has already gotten the news that the Shao family is definitely going to kill the Yi Tianming. Anything that has a relationship with him, the Shao family will not let go. You say, can our two small characters offend the Shao family? Old Yuan said in a deep voice. Your ancestor and the earthly sword master were at least brothers. It's useless. Old Mo shook his head. One day, although my Mo family ancestor had a fragrant love affair with the earthly sword master back then. But it's not like you don't know that the earthly sword master hasn't appeared for how many years now. All these years, My MO family being able to live on is already considered a very good ending. Saying that, he lowered his voice and sighed. Thinking about the era of the earthly sword master, my MO family also had a glorious time. But now, how many people in the world still remember the earthly sword master? The era of the earthly sword master has finally come to an end. Zhou Yuan was silent, the human sword master. This name was already very, very unfamiliar to everyone. A moment later, Zhou Yuan suddenly got up. Do you dare to bet? Old Mo looked at Zhou Yuan in disbelief. Bet? Bet on what? Zhou Yuan stared at Old Mo dead in the face. Old Mo, we have no way back. Now go and take Yilin back and lock him up again. What the have the two of us become? This is going to become the laughingstock of the entire Qingzhou, and we won't be able to hold our heads up for the rest of our lives. And we'll offend the Yi family again. Since that's the case, why don't we just take a shot and bet on the Yi family? Old Mo trembled. This? How? Bet? Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed with a grimace. You and I will write a joint letter, directly to the outer cabinet of the Guanxian realm, saying that the Yi family has suffered a great injustice, and that there are too many flaws in this demolition matter. So please ask the outer cabinet for a thorough investigation. No, no. Old Mo hurriedly got up, shivering. Old Yuan, you're playing too big, too big. Playing like this, my Mo clan's old ancestor can't even protect me. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath. Old Mo, we really have no way back. Either we live in vain, but let me tell you, the Shao family with this kind of temperament will definitely not let the two of us go. Since that's the case, we might as well do him with a bang. I'm going to put up a fight anyway, so do as you please. After saying that, he walked towards the outside. In situ, Old Mo was silent for a long, long time before he clenched his teeth. Either you live and die, or you honor your ancestors. With that, he looked up to the sky. Old ancestor, please bless me for once. After saying that, he took big steps towards the outside. Yongzhou, Guanxuan Academy. Yi Tianming and Nanling Zhao arrived at the Guanxian Academy in Yongzhou. On the way up the mountain, Nanling Zhao looked up at the academy at the top of the mountain and said, although the Guanxian Academy in Yongzhou isn't as good as the Guanxian Academy in Qingzhou, but amongst the 10,000 states, they are now ranked 10th, and the overall educational resources are very good. Yi Tianming was a bit curious. Is this ranking according to strength? Nanling Zhao nodded. Of course, the great competition of 10,000 states is not only used by the Guanxian General Academy to select talents, but it is also a kind of competition between 10,000 states because after every great competition of 10,000 states will be re-ranked, and this ranking is very, very important to 10,000 states because this is equivalent to an examination of the Academy Masters as well as the Elder Corps of each state, and for the states that are ranked in the top 5, the Academy's Academy Masters and Elder Corps are able to definitely be promoted to the Guanxuan realm, and the Academy Master of the top-ranked state is even guaranteed to enter the outer pavilion for a post. Saying that, she turned her head to look at Yi Tianming. The reason why Qingzhou Guanxuan Shuyuan wants to let the Shao family replace your special recruitment quota, apart from because they want to sell the Shao family a face, there is also another reason, and that is that the geniuses of the Shao family are the ones who are very likely to help Qingzhou to win a higher ranking, because in their opinion, the son of a bottom-ranked family can never be compared to the son of a second-ranked lineage family. Thus, they don't hesitate to violate the rules to do such a thing. Yi Tianming was silent. Nanling Zhao continued. And they didn't expect that you would actually be able to break through the Guanxian Dao, but people tend to be like that a lot of the time. When a mistake comes up, instead of admitting that they made a mistake, they go to erase that mistake. Only when your strength far exceeds theirs, scaring them and making them fearful, will they go and admit that they were wrong. Of course, at that time, they don't really think they're wrong, they're just afraid of death. Yi Tianming said, Miss Zhao, by definition, shouldn't people with higher strength and status be smarter? Nanling Zhao laughed. Some people are indeed like this. I've been fortunate enough to see many, many really smart people in the Guanxuan world, and they're all young people, such as the sons of those first-class families. They're really just like human elves, they're very powerful. But that's only if your status and strength has to be equal to theirs, and be in the same circle as theirs, or else they're not very nice to you. The surface must be peaceful, polite, poised, and educated. But inside they are actually truly looking down plus ignoring you. Yi Tianming was silent. Nanling Zhao added, there are also some people, the higher their strength and status, the more they expand. In fact, I will also be inflated. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Nanling Zhao, somewhat surprised. Nanling Zhao laughed. Can't believe it? Yi Tianming seriously said, in my mind, you are an extremely good person. Nanling Zhao laughed. Thank you for recognizing me so much, but let me tell you, I did swell. It was when I just became an inspector. Do you know how much power an inspector has in the local area? To give you a simple example, those officials I met at the local level, when they saw me, they couldn't wait to kneel on the ground to talk to me. So humble that you can't imagine. Yi Tianming stared at Nan Lingzhao. Do you like this feeling? Nan Lingzhao shook his head. I don't like this kind of feeling, but yet this kind of feeling will also make you swell up. Simply put, power will make you swell up. Because for me, a single word from me can determine their life and death. I don't even need to speak, a single look is enough. That is power. Saying that, she raised her head to look at the top of the mountain and said softly, when a person has power, the first thing he should do is to curb his desire for power. Yi Tianming said, this should be extremely difficult. Nan Lingzhao laughed. Of course it's difficult, because it's going to be a game with one's own human desires. You just asked me if I like that kind of feeling. I tell you, I personally do not like that kind of feeling too. But your boss like it or not is not important. The important thing is that you have to grovel, he cannot like. But you cannot not do, you do not do, then you have to be finished, this is human nature. Yi Tianming softly said, is this the officialdom? Nan Lingzhao continued, people need to have faith without faith. It's easy to lose yourself in power and desire. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Nan Lingzhao, somewhat curious. Lord Zhao, what is your belief? Nan Lingzhao laughed. Don't call me Lord Zhao, you can call me Nan Lingzhao just like my friends. As for my beliefs, it is to make this world a better place, as well as to become a character like the kind of person that Lord Feng Yufeng was back then. Yi Tianming nodded slightly and didn't speak anymore. Nan Lingzhao suddenly said, we're here. Yi Tianming looked up and saw that a very majestic mountain gate stood in the distance, with a big line of characters in the center. The Yongzhou Guanchuan Academy. And right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in the middle of the field. The old man gave a slight salute to Nan Lingzhao. Lord Zhao, the courtyard master has an invitation. There was no mention of Yi Tianming. Nan Lingzhao was about to speak when Yi Tianmian suddenly said, I'll wait for you here. Nan Lingzhao looked at him. Good. After saying that, she followed the old man towards the distance. Soon, Nan Lingzhao was brought to a small courtyard where an old man was watering the flowers. This old man was none other than the current head of the Yongzhou Guanchuan Academy. Yang Jie. Nan Lingzhao smiled and said, Uncle Yang. Yang Jie turned his head to look at her and smiled. You came to find me? But for that Yi Tianming matter? Nan Lingzhao nodded. Yes. Yang Suk directly said, it's hopeless. Nan Lingzhao said in a deep voice, Uncle Yang. Ya head. Yang Kai put down the kettle in his hand, he sighed in a low voice. You previously came to transfer the Guanxin Wei, I supported you. That's because what you did wasn't wrong. But now? Nan Lingzhao asked, am I wrong now? Yang Suk said, now you're not wrong either. But now this matter has turned into a political matter. Nan Lingzhao's eyebrows knit up. Yang Jie explained, think about it, if I were to accept that Yi Tianming now, wouldn't that be writing face output against the Shao family? This kind of thing, people are going to go on and on with me. Moreover, not only does it offend the Shao family, even the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy is also offended. Over the years, although we are all competing, but the face of all get by. But I Yongzhou, if so engaged, do not have to think. Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy will certainly use all the people to isolate my Yongzhou Guanchuan Academy, plus a Shao family to help. Girl, do you think your Uncle Yang will be able to withstand it? Nan Lingzhao said in a deep voice, Uncle Yang, I understand what you said. I didn't come here to pit you. I truly feel that this is an opportunity for you and the entire Yongzhou. Yi Tianmian. He didn't have any resources to get to this point. How heaven-defying is this? If Yongzhou is willing to pour out its resources to help him, his achievements are unimaginable, and as long as he wins the top 5 or even the top 3 in the great competition of 10,000 states, then you, Uncle Yang, will be able to enter the outer pavilion. Yang Jie said, girl, I know you're not here to pit me because I know that Yi Tianmian is very demonic. If he wasn't demonic, he wouldn't have been able to break through the Guanxian Dao. But as I said just now, it's a political issue, and if I take him in, I probably won't even be able to wait for him to take part in the great competition of 10,000 prefectures. I'm going to be killed off. Really? Your Uncle Yang can't top it. Nan Lingzhao was silent. She knew that the other party would still be able to withstand it if he was hard-headed. After all, he was the lord of the one-state academy. Of course, it was risky, very, very risky, therefore she understood it. Nan Lingzhao nodded. Uncle Yang. Excuse me. Yang Jie said, girl, you can't be angry. Nan Lingzhao laughed. How could I? I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know what's right. I understand your worries and difficulties very well. Yang Jie looked at Nan Lingzhao. Girl, I am a close friend of your father. Therefore, I also treat you as half a daughter. Forgive uncle for saying more. Do you like that teenager? Nan Ling Zhao was slightly stunned, then laughed. Just because I helped him? Yang Jie said in a deep voice. For him, you not only hardened yourself against Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy, you also hardened yourself against the Shao family. It's hard not to let people think that way. Nan Ling Zhao laughed. They can think whatever they want. I can't care. Yang Jie shook his head. Girl, you could care less about what others think, but you can't care about what your clan thinks. Nan Ling Zhao said. My father said that I make my own decisions about my marriage. Bull. Yang Suk gave her a blank look. Do you believe that yourself? What he really meant by that is, if you find a door to door, then he will definitely support it unconditionally and will never be an evil person and affect the feelings of a father and daughter. But with all due respect, if you find a son of an end-of-the-line family, do you believe it or not? He would immediately flip out and not recognize that he said such a thing. Nanling Zhao thought for a moment, then said, Uncle Yang, you have a point, but for me, emotional matters have never crossed my mind. And of course, I don't want to go into this matter. What I'm more puzzled and confused about is why everyone doesn't think highly of Yi Tianmian. Is it that the children of the last-ranked families must have no prospects and future? Yang Jie shook his head. It's not that they don't look favorably on him, but, girl, your Nanling clan has developed for 1,000 years. I don't know how many geniuses and demons of the Nanling clan have struggled their entire lives to become a second-class family until now. What makes you think that he, Yi Tianmian, alone is able to withstand the efforts of so many generations of your Nanling clan? Nanling Zhao was silent, although she didn't have the so-called sectarian views. But in this world, the preconceptions in people's hearts were like a big mountain. It wasn't something she could solve. Yang Suk added, This is the reality and the truth. Of course, Uncle is not trying to discuss this matter with you. I just want to remind you, if you like Yi Tianmian, then your liking is undoubtedly harming him. If you don't like him, then you should leave him all the more, because the closer you are to him now, the more likely that your Nanling family will be dissatisfied with him. This is a class issue. The upper class treats the lower class with politeness and poise, but it will definitely not be accepted easily. This kind of issue is not something you can change at the moment. Nanling Zhao was silent. Yang Jie continued, You're so smart, these things you should know. At the same time, girl, you also need to understand one thing. You're already in a bit of a deep hole right now because of your special identity. No matter if it's the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy or the Shao family, they don't dare to explicitly target you to the death. But that doesn't mean that they won't come to target you in the dark. How deep the water in this officialdom is, you're clear. Nanling Zhao suddenly laughed. Thank you, Uncle, for reminding me. But what I want to say is, Yi Tianmian, is he at fault? Of course he is at fault. Yang Jie stared at Nanling Zhao. And it's a big mistake. Weak strength and no backstage is the biggest mistake. Chapter 19. The Great First-Class Families. Weak strength, no backstage is the biggest mistake. Nanling Zhao sighed deeply, a sense of powerlessness flooding his heart. Yang Jie also sighed. Girl, I don't have any hostility towards him. On the contrary, I still have some sympathy for what happened to him, but I know very well that if I accept him regardless of everything, not only will myself and my family be suppressed and targeted, those participating students of our Yongzhou Academy will definitely be targeted as well. I have to be responsible for my family and those students. Nanling Zhao nodded. Uncle, I understand all of that, your good intentions. I also understand, however, I will continue to help him, because this world shouldn't be like this. After saying that, she turned around and left. Yang Suk watched Nanling Zhao leave and sighed in a low voice. Nanling Zhao came to the door. Yi Tianming looked at her. She spread her face and smiled. Let's go to Panzhou. Yi Tianming instantly understood and immediately nodded. Good. Soon, the two arrived at Panzhou Guanchuan Academy. The Panzhou Guanchuan Academy was ranked 9th among the 10,000 states and was also among the very powerful ones. Since flying was prohibited in the academy, the duo only had to walk up the mountain. On the way, Yi Tianming suddenly asked, Miss Zhao, how many first-class families are there in our Guanchuan universe? Nanling Zhao laughed. Curious about this? Yi Tianming nodded his head. Nanling Zhao said, I'll do the math. Nalan family in Southern State, Yi family in Southern State, and family in Qing State, Yang family of the Immortal Emperor clan, Zhou family in Great Zhou, Flint Ancient Clan, Ancient Family. Saying this, she shook her head slightly. There are actually quite a lot of them, however. Some of the first-class families are not within the Guanxian universe, but outside. Yi Tianming was a bit curious. Outside? Nanling Zhao nodded. Our Guanchuan universe is divided into many galaxies, and these galactic regions are autonomous. For example, the Great Zhou family, they are in the Great Zhou galaxy, which is far, far away from our place. They also come under the control of the Guanchuan universe, and they also follow the Guanchuan divine laws. but they are autonomous. Before it was that they only listened to the dean's orders, and now it is that they only listen to the orders of the young lord. Yi Tianming said, the cabinet can't control them? Nan Lingzhao said, actually it can, but the cabinet generally won't intervene in their internal affairs. Moreover, as long as one becomes the emperor of the Great Zhou Empire, one will definitely become a cabinet member, and in our Guanchuan universe there are many other first-class families and transcendent forces like them that are far away, such as the Divine Residence and the Skywalker Civilization and so on, but they are all too far away from us. Yi Tianming said softly, the Guanxian universe is bigger than I thought. Nan Lingzhao laughed. Outside the Guanxian universe, there are still major era universe civilizations. Moreover, it is said that there is also some kind of true world. Don't say, I really want to go out and take a look. Yi Tianming was about to speak. Just then, Nan Lingzhao suddenly said, we're here. Yi Tianming looked up and saw that just like Yongzhou, at the entrance of the academy, there stood a very majestic mountain gate. Panzhou Guanchuan Academy. At the moment, there were quite a few students entering and exiting the main gate of the academy. An old man suddenly landed in front of the duo, and the old man gave a slight salute to Nan Lingzhao. Lord Zhao, the academy master has an invitation. Nan Lingzhao turned his head to look at Yi Tianming, who said, I'll wait for you here. Nan Lingzhao nodded. Aha. Soon, Nan Lingzhao was brought into a large hall, and in the middle of the hall stood an old man, who was none other than Panzhou's Guanxian Academy's courtyard master, Huagu. Huagu smiled. Miss Zhao, please sit down. Nan Lingzhao had just sat down when Huagu said, is Miss Zhao here for that Yi Tianming? Nan Lingzhao nodded her head. Hua Solid lowly sighed. Miss Zhao, I know the matter of that Yi Tianming, Qingzhou Academy and Xiao family are indeed very excessive, but with all due respect, I can't do anything about it because I also don't want to be the enemy of Qingzhou Academy as well as the Xiao family. It's not a small thing. Once I collect him, I have to be ready to break the net with Qingzhou Academy as well as the Xiao family, but... Saying that, he looked towards Nan Lingzhao. With all due respect, although that teenager is demonic, he's not demonic enough to make me gamble on my future with Panzhou. The short answer was that it wasn't valuable enough. Nan Lingzhao asked, a person who has broken through the Guanxian Dao is also not enough? Huagu said in a deep voice. The last person who broke through the Guanxian Dao, what is he like now? Miss Zhao, you should know something about that. Nan Lingzhao was silent. The last person to break through the Guanchuan road, now that the mix is not generally poor, not only was the beloved person abandoned, but also by their own family expelled from the genealogy, never to return to the clan. Huagu continued. Miss Zhao, I can understand you. Not only can I understand you, but I also admire you. Like you are so upright, Inspector. This world is really not much. The things you have done, as far as I can remember, it was probably only the ancestor of the Fong family back then who was able to do it. But I'm really sorry Panzhou can't go and offend the Qingzhou Academy as well as the Xiao family for the sake of him. A single Yi Tianmian, because once this is fought, it's a political struggle and it's a matter of many people dying. Nan Lingzhao nodded. I understand. With that, she got up and was about to leave. Huagu suddenly said, Miss Zhao, I know that you might still have to take him to the next state, but with all due respect, unless he has a first-class family behind him, otherwise, no state in the entire Wanzhou would dare to take him. First-class family. Nan Lingzhao was silent. In this Guanchuan realm in Wanzhou, there were several first-class families, and she also knew some of the children of first-class families, but she knew very well that those first-class families would never do this. Benefits. Value. Those first-class families only value these two things. If you have no value and can't bring them benefits, they will never support you. Nan Lingzhao retrieved her thoughts and said, Yardmaster Hua. Excuse me. After saying that, she turned around and left. Huagu looks at Nan Lingzhao leaving, shaking his head and sighing. The Xiao family and Qingzhou Academy's behavior. There are many people who are not used to seeing it. He is also not used to seeing it, but who asked them to have the strength? You are not accustomed to, you also have to hold back. Nan Lingzhao came to the outside of the mountain gate. At this moment Yi Tianming was sitting there. He was absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi to cultivate. After he came here, he realized that the spiritual qi here was very rich, far from being comparable to the Yi family. Cultivating here for a day could be worth cultivating in the Yi family for a year, because of the special nature of his gong method. Therefore, as soon as he operated this gong method, his entire body was suddenly like a whirlpool, crazily devouring the surrounding spiritual qi. Seeing the terrifying speed of Yi Tianmian's devouring, Nan Lingzhao's expression immediately became grave. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have underestimated this gong method created by the young man in front of her. Nan Lingzhao retrieved her thoughts. She walked to Yi Tianmian. Yi Tianmian was busy collecting his gong. He stood up. Nanling Zhao smiled. Let's go to the next state. Yi Tianming was not surprised. He just nodded. Good. Soon, the two of them arrived at the third state, which was the Wu state. This Wu state was a big state in the top 10. The people were good at martial arts and very tough. On the way, Yi Tianming was a bit curious. Miss Zhao, who is ranked first in Wanzhou now? Nanling Zhao said. The place where the dragon is prospering, Nanzhou. Yi Tianming continued to ask. Other than southern state is Qing state? Nanling Zhao nodded. Historically, the ones who have been competing for the first place are southern state and Qing state. These two places are both dragon-flourishing places and enjoy the most resources. However, over the millennia, some other states would suddenly rise out of nowhere and one or two amazingly talented super demonic scholars would appear. For example, in the last session of the Yu state, a super demonic scholars came out from their side and actually defeated the Yin family from Qing state and won the second place. There was also the last previous ancient prefecture. A sword Dao genius came out from their side and directly defeated the super genius of the Yi family's generation in the southern prefecture. Saying this, she paused and added, however, this kind of belongs to an individual case. Over the past 1,000 years, the most stable ones are still the southern state and the Qing state. These two states are blessed with great luck, and every year, particularly demonic geniuses will appear. Oh yeah, there is also a special place called Galaxy Sect. This sect comes from the Milky Way. The strength over there is not to be underestimated, as well as the people who come from over there are more amusing and fun. Yi Tianming nodded and didn't ask anything else. Nanling Zhao added this time. The great competition of 10,000 states will be more intense than ever before. Yi Tianming was a little curious. Why? Nanling Zhao said. I heard some gossip. It is said that this time, the first in Wanzhou will have the heavenly destiny chi left behind by the original Guanchuan swordmaster. Yi Tianming was a bit surprised. Heavenly destiny chi luck? Nanling Zhao nodded. You may not know, 3 generations of the Yang family, the very beginning are actually all heavenly destiny people. Obtaining heavenly destiny chi luck means that there is a possibility to go to the end of the road of martial arts. Therefore, this time, many of the first-class families are arranging for people to insert themselves into the states and participate in the war on behalf of the states. By the way, the reason why the Shao family of the southern state came to grab your place is because one of the special recruiting slots of their Shao family was taken. Yi Tianming was instantly a bit shocked. Even the Shao families was able to snatch it away? Nanling Zhao said. Terrifying, isn't it? Yi Tianming nodded. Terrifying. Nanling Zhao continued. In addition to the heavenly destiny chi, the rewards this time are also very attractive. I heard that there are 3 civilization ancestor artifacts. In addition to that, this time, the first in Wanzhou will also form a delegation with the top 3 in the previous 3 Wanzhou Grand competitions, and will go to the ancestral universe on behalf of the Guanchuan universe to compete with the super demon sect of all the major epics, and compete to be the first in the entire universe for the young generation. This is truly an unparalleled opportunity to make a name for oneself in the universe and honor one's ancestors. Chapter 20. Finally remembering Tower Ancestor? Yi Tianming's complexion was however calm. For him right now, staying alive was the priority. The two of them quickly came to the main gate of Wuzhou Academy. Along the way, Yi Tianming saw quite a few cadets who came to enroll in the school. He found out that the cadets of this Wuzhou have a spirit of toughness on their bodies. No wonder Nanling Zhao said that this Wuzhou folk style is good at martial arts. The two of them had just walked to the main gate of the academy when a teenager came face to face. Lord Zhao. The teenager smiled and said, Welcome. I'm Wei Ling, a student of the academy master. Nanling Zhao said, How do you do? Please also inform the courtyard master that the two of us are seeking an audience. Wei Ling immediately revealed an apologetic look. Lord Zhao. What a coincidence. Lord Academy Master, he is not within the academy. Nanling Zhao was slightly stunned. Not in the academy? Wei Ling nodded. Yes, Lord previously left the academy on business, and has yet to return. Nanling Zhao looked at Wei Ling, who had a polite and courteous smile on his face. How could Nanling Zhao still not understand that this was the other party not wanting to see her? Nanling Zhao nodded. Then I will come back to visit another day. After saying that, she turned to look at Yi Tianming. Let's go. The duo turned around and left. That Wei Ling, on the other hand, watched the two leave, and only after they disappeared in the distance did he turn around and walk towards the academy. And in a short while, he came to a large hall, and within the hall sat an old man who was none other than that Martial Prefecture's state lord, Yen Yu Sui. Gone? Yen Sui asked. Wei Ling nodded. Gone. Yen Sui sighed in a low voice. It's a bit of a pity. Wei Ling said. Teacher is pitying that young man? Yen Sui said. A person who can break through the Guanxian Dao is not a simple person. Qing Zhou could have taken this talent under their wing this time, but they did so because of the Xiao family. Of course, it's understandable, after all, any other academy would have chosen a genius from the Xiao family over someone from an inferior family. Wei Ling said, "This Nanling Zhao is helping this teenager so much, she shouldn't be." Yen Sui said, "When did you also become this gossipy?" Wei Ling smiled slightly. "Just quite a bit of curiosity. She is not related to that teenager, but she is helping him so much. This is really puzzling." Yen Sui looked at Wei Ling. "Do you think she shouldn't help?" Wei Ling was a bit puzzled. Yen Sui shook his head slightly. "Wei Ling, it is true that my martial state cannot accept that teenager, but you should understand one thing, and that is that this time it is indeed the Xiao family that is bullying others, while the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy is aiding and abetting the evils of the world. That teenager is not at fault, it is the Xiao family that is at fault, it is the Qingzhou Academy, and even the side of the Guanchuan realm that is at fault as well." Wei Ling looked at Yen Sui with some shock. Yen Sui continued, "And this Lord Nanling Zhao, she is even less at fault as an inspector. Her duty is to inspect the injustices in the world. She dares to help this teenager without fear of power. This is admirable, and the academy, in fact, should also have more people like her. But," saying that, he shook his head slightly, "but doing such a thing requires great courage and a mental preparation for sacrifice." Wei Ling respectfully said, "Mentor, I understand all this. I just don't understand. Is it worth it for her to do this?" Yen Sui laughed. "If I were as young as her, this teenager, I would have really accepted today. But now," saying that, a flash of complexity flashed in his eyes, and without saying anything else, he turned around and left. People who can achieve the head of the courtyard naturally are not simple people, once were also people with ideals, but the longer they mix in this officialdom, the more they understand that many times the individual is unable to change anything. Now for them, it is good to seek stability and no fault is merit. Nanling Zhao came outside. She saw Yi Tianmian again. Yi Tianmian was practicing again. Seeing the practicing Yi Tianmian, a flash of complexity flashed through her eyes. Yi Tianming's talent was undoubtedly terrifying, but she knew very well that if he didn't join a powerful academy, then he wouldn't be able to get real play out of this talent. Cultivation resources were really important. Seeing Nanling Zhao, Yi Tianmian was busy collecting his strength. He stood up, walked to her, and said with some excitement, "The aura here is also very rich. I now have a vague feeling of making a breakthrough, but unfortunately, not enough experience in actual combat has resulted in the realm not being stable right now, so I can only continue to save up, and I don't dare to try to make a breakthrough." Nanling Zhao laughed. "You're right to do so. Wanting to be fast is not good enough, especially in cultivation. Breaking through too fast is not a good thing many times." Yi Tianming nodded, then said, "Let's." Nanling Zhao said, "Go to Yuzhou." Yi Tianming glanced at her and nodded. The two of them directly set off for Yuzhou. A quarter of an hour later, the two arrived in Yuzhou. The Guanxian Academy in Yuzhou was located on top of the Yu Mountain, a mountain that stretched for thousands of miles and was surrounded by clouds all year round. Yi Tianming and Nanling Zhao arrived at the main gate of Guanxian Academy in Yuzhou. After arriving here, Yi Tianming was instantly shocked, because he realized that the spiritual qi here was very dense and pure, far exceeding that of the previous states such as Wuzhou. Seeing his shocked expression, Nanling Zhao laughed and said, "Yuzhou had once won first place, thus they were given two extreme immortal veins by the Guanxian realm. The genius who won first place was given one, and the Yuzhou Academy was given one, thus the spiritual qi here is very dense." Yi Tianming said softly, "If one were to cultivate here, it would be unimaginable." Nanling Zhao laughed. "This is nothing. If you arrive at the Guanchuan Academy's main courtyard, that would be really scary. There, the very best immortal veins can't even be ranked. People outside often say that in the main courtyard, even a pig can cultivate into a great emperor." Yi Tianming. Nanling Zhao added, "That's why so many people want to join the Guanxian Academy's General Academy, because by entering inside, that's truly changing destiny, not only their own destiny, but also the destiny of their family." Yi Tianming said, "It's hard to enter the General Academy, isn't it?" Nanling Zhao nodded. "If it's a local student of the Guanchuan realm, it's relatively easier, but if it's someone from an outside state who wants to be admitted to the General Academy, it's really difficult, except for the absolute demons with all sorts of special physiques. The only way for students from outside states to be admitted to the General Academy is to take part in the Wanzhou Grand Competition, and those who are in the top 10 are certain to be able to be admitted to Guanchuan's General Academy, and other than that, in addition to this, if their performance in the Wanzhou Grand Competition is very dazzling and is spotted by one of the tutors in the Guanchuan realm, then there is also a chance to enter the Guanchuan Academy's General Academy." Yi Tianming nodded. "Understood." While speaking, the two of them had already walked to the main entrance of the academy, But right at this moment, an old man suddenly came in front of the two of them. The old man looked towards Nanling Zhao, not being humble. Lord Zhao, the academy master asked me to bring you a message. He said that he doesn't want to tear his face off with the Qingzhou Academy as well as the Xiao family. After saying that, he turned around and left. Nanling Zhao was expressionless and didn't speak. Yi Tianming did not speak either. A moment later, Nanling Zhao said, "Let's go to the next state." "Go?" "Miss Zhao," Yi Tianming suddenly said. Nanling Zhao turned to look at Yi Tianming, who looked at her. "How does Wanzhou compare to the sword sect?" Nanling Zhao said, "Naturally, it is far inferior to the sword sect, which is..." Saying this, she suddenly stopped. She understood what Yi Tianming meant. Even the sword sect didn't dare to accept him. Yi Tianming, how could Wanzhou dare? Yi Tianming smiled. "Thank you for helping me so much. But for the next road, let me walk on my own." Nanling Zhao still wanted to say something. Suddenly, an old man broke through the air. He quickly came to Nanling Zhao and respectfully said, "Miss, the family had asked you to return to the clan immediately." Nanling Zhao said, "Go back after a while." "Punt." The old man suddenly knelt down and pleaded. "Miss, the family master said that if you don't go back, the old slave won't go back either." Nanling Zhao's gaze instantly went cold. She was silent for a moment before turning her head to look at Yi Tianming. "You wait for me to come back for you." Yi Tianming laughed. "Miss Zhao, take care of yourself." Nanling Zhao seriously said, "I will come back for you." After saying that, she suddenly walked to Yi Tianming, then took out a seal and put it into Yi Tianming's hand. "This is my inspector seal. You use it first." After saying that, she didn't wait for Yi Tianming to speak, then turned around and broke the sky, disappearing at the end of the sky. She also realized that if she didn't use her entire family's connections, there was simply no state that dared to accept Yi Tianming. She had to go back and discuss with her father. Watching Nanling Zhao disappear at the end of the sky, after a long time, he withdrew his gaze. He gently stroked that inspector seal in his hand, and after a moment, he put away the inspector seal and slowly walked towards the bottom of the mountain. On the way, from time to time, there were new trainees coming up the mountain, their faces filled with hope for the future. Yi Tianming walked like that. With Nanling Zhao's departure, he suddenly felt empty in his heart. He began to become a little lost. This heaven and earth. Indeed, there was no more room for him, Yi Tianming. In the face of the injustice of this world, he would like to shout, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor. But the cruel reality makes him realize that he simply does not have 30 years, perhaps not even 3 days. Helplessness, despair. No matter how deep down he told himself not to despair, to pull himself together, but this negative emotion still quietly grows. In the face of this cruel reality, all efforts are futile. Go back? If he went back now, he would definitely implicate the Yi family. Perhaps he had already implicated the Yi family. Do not go back? The sky and the earth were huge. Where could one go? Yi Tianming sat on the stone steps. He looked at the sky somewhat blankly. He knew that by leaving this place, he would probably die right away. The Xiao family would definitely not let him go. It didn't matter if he died. But what about the Yi family? Big brother, Yi Zong, and those Yi family brothers? It was himself who had dragged them down. He stared blankly at the sky, getting more and more confused. As if he thought of something, he suddenly looked down at the small tower at his waist and softly said, "Pagoda ancestor, you once said that you could be a mentor on my path of life and point me in the right direction when I'm lost. I'm a little lost right now. What should I do?" Little Tower said, "You finally remembered that you have a tower ancestor?" Yi Tianming. The little tower laughed. "It's finally my turn to act tough." Yi Tianming. Chapter 21. Boundless Clubhouse. Tower Ancestor. Hearing the words of the Tower Ancestor, Yi Tianming immediately had some expectations because he felt that the Tower Ancestor must have something. After all, that heaven-slashing sword-drawing technique sword skill was quite something. Yi Tianming's heart lit up with hope, and he busily said, "I still ask the Tower Ancestor to teach me." The small tower laughed. "Go to Galaxy Sect." Yi Tianming was a little puzzled. Galaxy Sect? It is the Galaxy Sect that Miss Zhao said earlier? The small tower said, "Yes, the Galaxy Sect is also qualified to participate in the great competition of 10,000 states." Yi Tianming said, "I haven't heard of it." The small tower laughed. "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. This place is a bit far from here. But there are teleportation arrays now, at most a few hours to get over there. I'll tell you, it's a lot of fun over there, especially Boundless Foot Washing City." Oh no, you can't go to that kind of place, walk. Let's go to Galaxy Sect. Yi Tianmian. Soon, Yi Tianming came to Xianbao Pavilion, still the same Xianbao Pavilion's teleportation array base from the last time. The steward was still that Huoyan. Seeing Yi Tianming, Huoyan instantly had some headache, but did not dare to offend. At that moment, he could only accompany the smile. Yi Gongzi you? Yi Tianming said, Senior, I'm going to Galaxy Sect. Huoyan was instantly a bit embarrassed. Eunuch Yi. This? Saying this, he glanced behind Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming said, Senior, Miss Zhao didn't come with me. This time it's me who wants to go to Galaxy Sect by myself. I wonder if I can make it convenient? Xiao Ta sighed in his heart. This honest fellow. If it was the last two fellows, they definitely wouldn't be so honest. Huoyan fell silent. Give a convenience. This is naturally a risk, but not giving this convenience. Why couldn't he or she give the other party a convenience? Huoyan looked at Yi Tianmian in front of him. He suddenly had a feeling that the teenager in front of him might be terrific in the future. After all, he was the one who had broken through the Guan Xian Dao. Most importantly, this fellow is honest and didn't use Nanling Zhao to press himself. Fox and Tiger. With this in mind, Huoyan made a decision in his heart. Let's consider it a good karma. Thus, he says, Mr. Yi, I am Steward 1. Steward 1. Yi Tianming instantly understood the other party's meaning as he said, I'm offended. With that, he draws his sword across Huoyan's neck. A flash of appreciation flashes through Huoyan's eyes. If the other party doesn't understand his words, then he really can't help. Just like this, Yi Tianmian coerced Huoyan to the teleportation array, he walked onto it, it activated, and he directly disappeared. Guanxian Realm, Nanling Family. Nanling Zhao stood within the Grand Hall, not far in front of her. There sat an old man. This person was none other than Nanling clan's current clan chief Nanling Sun. Nanling Sun looked at Nanling Zhao. Just when you came back, the previous generation of the Shao family's old family head, as well as the previous generation of the Qingzhou Academy's head, as well as some of the Outer Pavilion's elders, they only just left. Do you know why they came? Nanling Zhao slightly bowed his head. Father, I've caused you trouble. Nanling Sun shook his head slightly. Girl, I'm your father. What trouble is not trouble? You give father the truth. Did you help that teenager because of public or private intentions? Nanling Zhao looked at Nanling Sun. Father also thinks that I did it because I fell in love with him? Nanling Sun said, Not your father feels this way. Now everyone feels this way. Do you know, the family elders are directly blowing up? Your hot-tempered ninth uncle is threatening to do away with that boy. Nanling Zhao's eyebrows knit up. Nanling Sun lowered his voice and sighed. Girl, you don't blame them. My Nanling family has produced such a character as you for so many years. Everyone has high hopes for you. I once told you that as long as you enter the inspection academy, you'll be the one to make your own decisions about your marriage in the future, but if you really look for someone from an end-of-the-line family, the entire family will be against it. Nanling Zhao looked at Nanling Sun. Father, you will also oppose? Nanling Sun's face trembled as he stared closely at Nanling Zhao. You really have an interest in that kid. Nanling Zhao calmly said, If I really like a person from an inferior lineage, father, you would definitely oppose it, right? Nanling Sun asked rhetorically, Then do you think father should oppose it? Nanling Zhao shook his head slightly. Father, one by one, when my ancestor met the Guanchuan Swordmaster back then, the Guanchuan Swordmaster was only a son of an inferior family. If the Nanling family had opposed them, then wouldn't there have been the Nanling family of today? Nanling Sun stared at Nanling Zhao. So, you think that Yi Tianming is an existence comparable to the Guanxian Swordmaster? Nanling Zhao said, Father, the reason why my Nanling family has what it has today is because of the one ancestor back then. In other words, how could my Nanling family not be an inferior family back then? Now that we have become a second-class family, should we go and look down on those last-class families? Nanling Sun shook his head. Girl, I don't want to discuss these issues with you. I just hope that you can find one that matches your status, and I want you to be happy. Especially in this situation now, if you insist on being with that teenager's matter will no longer be his personal matter. It will be your matter. It will be our Nanling family's matter. Our entire Nanling family will be dragged down. Do you know that? Nanling Zhao was silent. Nanling Sun continued. Do you think that teenagers' enemies are only the Shao family and the Qingzhou Academy? Do you know how many sects and families have secretly forced their way into other people's special enrollment slots? Do you know how many years the dark operation of Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy has been going on? If this matter were to be thoroughly investigated, do you know how many people, how many sects and clans would be involved? Saying this, He sighed in a low voice. His enemies are all the privileged class layers of this Guanchuan universe of ours. Nanling Sun's fists clenched. Nanling Sun added, "This time your behavior has offended too many people. If it wasn't for the fact that our Nanling family still has some influence, girl, this time, you're afraid that you won't even be able to come back." Nanling Zhao looked up at Nanling Sun, somewhat angrily. "Father, the outer cabinet and inner cabinet really just don't care?" Nanling Sun shook his head. "Girl, this matter will not be able to manage. A pipe will involve too many people, and those people will definitely hold together. The outer cabinet and the inner cabinet do not care. But also in order to stabilize the overall situation, after all, now the young master has just returned and immediately want to take over the dean's position. Furthermore is, who also do not want to go to do this thankless thing. This thing is the thing that offends people." Nanling Zhao softly said, "If Academy Master Fong Yu was still around, he definitely wouldn't not care." Nanling Sun lowered his voice and sighed. "If Senior Fong was around, he would definitely care. But girl, you have to understand one thing. Back then, Senior Fong was still able to live well after offending so many people. That was because the Guanxian Swordmaster was supporting him from behind. You see, with the Guanxian Swordmaster and Senior Fong retreating, the Fong family is now living a good life. If it wasn't for the fear of Elder Fong, believe it or not, the Fong family would have been exterminated." Nanling Zhao sighed deeply. She couldn't refute it. Nanling Sun continued, "As I said just now, if you choose him, then my Nanling family will definitely be dragged down. Girl, do you think our Nanling family will be able to fight against them? This is not a small matter. One slip up and the Nanling family will be doomed. Father, as the patriarch, he can't just think about one person's happiness. He has to think about the entire family. Nanling Zhao said, "Father, I understand you. But this is really unfair to him. Too unfair." Nanling Sik said, "In this world, there are a lot of unfair things. Some unfair things you can manage, but some unfair things you can't manage. You did what you did now. You can already stand up to you as a person, and you can also stand up to that teenager. And now you have to call it quits, for yourself, and for the sake of the entire family." Nanling Zhao clearly didn't want to give up like this. She walked over to Nanling Sun. "Father, is it possible to use the Nanling family's connections to make him join a state?" Nanling Sun shook his head. Nanling Zhao did not get angry but walked behind him, gave him a back pounding up, smiled. "Father, I know you are worried about me. Is for my good. Daughter has never blamed you. Daughter also know, these years daughter can be outside the impartiality. All because of the old father you to daughter support, otherwise, daughter has offended so many people. Otherwise, the daughter offended so many people, early death 800 back. Daughter heart all know." Nanling Search, originally serious look slowly became softer. The corner of the mouth also unconsciously flooded a touch of smile. See that Nanling Zhao still want to say something. Nanling seeking busy. Well, do not say these melodramatic words. Dad personally go to a trip to the Middle Kingdom. However, Dad cannot guarantee that it can be. Nanling Zhao blinked. "Father, can we change to a more powerful state? This place, Middle Earth Divine State, is really too backward right now, and it's still a sin state." Nanling Sun glared at her. "Auntie, do you think the academy is run by your father?" Nanling Zhao busily accompanied a smile. Well. Father, Middle Earth Divine State is Middle Earth Divine State. Walk. Let's go to Middle Earth Divine State right now." Saying this, she pulled Nanling Sun and ran outside. Nanling Sun. Thanks to all the readers for their support. 5 chapters today. Chapter 22. Young Curtain Frost. Galaxy System, Galaxy Sect. The Galaxy Sect was the largest power clan in the Galaxy System. Originally, the Galaxy System was very far away from the Guanchuan realm, and the two universes rarely intersected in the past, but later, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion established powerful teleportation arrays in the two universes, which greatly shortened the distance between the two universes. However, the Guanchuan realm still didn't know much about the galaxy because the galaxy's overall martial civilization was still relatively behind the Guanchuan realm, and it was only at every session of the 10,000 States competition that they were able to meet people from the galaxy. And to the people of the Guanchuan realm, the people on this side of the Milky Way system as a whole were all weird, or rather, they were all rather amusing. A certain teleportation array suddenly trembled, and soon, a blue light surfaced, and then, Yi Tianmai appeared on the teleportation array. Yi Tianmian walked out, he shook his head vigorously. This was the longest he had ever sat in a teleportation array. His head was fainting from sitting. A few moments later, the drowsiness in his head subsided a lot. Yi Tianming looked around. This look, he was directly confused, because at this moment he was located in a starry sky. He couldn't fly. How could he leave this place? He hurriedly glanced around. This teleportation array was empty. Yi Tianming's throat rolled. Tower ancestor? The little tower said, I have a sword guarding technique here. Do you want to learn it? Yi Tianming hesitated, then said, Learn it now. The little tower said, Nonsense, if you don't learn it now, how will you leave here? I'm just a tower. Don't expect anything from me. Yi Tianmian was a little worried. But I just learned the sword royal art and I'm in the middle of the starry sky. If I fall down this, you will catch me, right? Xiaota said, You're overthinking it. Yi Tianmian. Xiaota said, Are you learning or not? If you don't learn, then you'll have to wait for someone to come here. Yi Tianming immediately said, Learn. The little tower said, I will now pass on the method of cultivating the royal sword art to you. Saying that, Yi Tianming was feeling that there was suddenly some more information in his brain. Holding the yuan lies in regulating the breath, and the cycle of reciprocity is endless. A few moments later, Yi Tianming sat down and began to carefully study this book of sword royal art given to him by the tower ancestor. After a long time, he stood up. He silently operated this sword royalty technique in his mind. Suddenly, he joined his two fingers together and pointed towards in front of him. Present. Buzz. As a sword sound resounded, the iron sword on his body suddenly turned into a sword light and flew up, landing in front of him. Seeing this scene, a smile spread on Yi Tianming's face. Before, the technique he used to behead that Zhao Xiu and the others was only the manipulation technique, not the imperial sword technique, and he now realized that this manipulation technique was a heaven and a earth compared to the imperial sword technique. Using this imperial sword art to control the sword gave him the feeling that the sword was a part of his body, and he could really do whatever he wanted to control it without any blockage. Yi Tianming suddenly said, Tower ancestor, this sword control technique, can it only control one sword? The little tower laughed. What kind of work are you trying to pull off again? Yi Tianming said, I think that since I can imperialize one sword, then I should imperialize 2, 3, right? The small tower was silent for a moment before saying, You can study it yourself. Yi Tianming nodded. No matter if it was that Jintian sword drawing technique or this sword royalty technique, he saw infinite possibilities. Unfortunately, the martial arts and aptitudes that he could draw on now were too few and far between, and what he wanted most right now was to see more of other martial arts and aptitudes. Retracting his thoughts, he looked towards the hovering sword in front of him. He jumped up. He looked towards the distant starry sky. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, it was the first time he had ever engaged in this. Moreover, he himself was afraid of heights, not to mention that he was now in the middle of the starry sky, and at a glance, many of the places were a deep, bottomless black. But at such a time, he naturally could not retreat. All have reached the desperate situation, still afraid of death. Just do it and be done with it. Yi Tianming took a deep breath. Rise. Thud. The sword under his feet directly held him up and flew out. Due to the speed, he almost fell directly from the sword. Fortunately, he hastily stabilized his body, which prevented him from falling down. But at this moment, he had already come to the starry sky, looking down the bottomless blackness, which instantly made his scalp numb, and his face turned pale with it. Too scary. He hurriedly closed his eyes and then flew around. Anyway, it was in the middle of the starry sky now, and he wasn't afraid of bumping into anything. During that time, he opened his eyes for a moment, but as soon as he saw the bottomless blackness below, he hastily closed his eyes again, his heart beating not normally fast. And so, he was wandering all over the starry sky. Luckily, it didn't last long before he slowly learned to control his speed, and when he learned to control his speed, he wasn't that scared anymore. He flew slowly through the starry sky with his sword. However, he still didn't dare to look down. As long as he didn't look down, he would be fine. Soon, he was no longer satisfied with his current speed, so he began to accelerate. His speed became faster and faster. He estimated that his current limit speed should be able to reach 300 kilometers per half hour. After fear, there was joy. Just like this, he was in the starry sky for a full hour of Imperial Sword, until the Shen Qi in his body was about to be exhausted. Then he returned to that teleportation array, then sat down and started to replenish his spiritual qi. After a long time, Yi Tianming excitedly said, Tower ancestor, this sword royal art is really powerful. Did you create it yourself? The little tower said, Of course, I created it. Yi Tianmian had a face of adoration. Tower ancestor is awesome. I want to learn from you. The little tower laughed. That's right, although I can't help you fight. But I can be a lighthouse on your life path, allowing you to take many fewer detours. Yi Tianming was busy nodding his head. Pagoda ancestor, besides the sword royal art, do you have any other good things? Can you show me? The small tower said, Of course there is. Saying this, it hastily stopped, then said, "You should not be overly ambitious. First eat up this imperial sword art and the heaven-slashing sword drawing art before thinking of anything else. Got it?" Yi Tianming nodded his head. "Well, I listened to Tower Ancestor and everything." Hearing Yi Tianming's words, the little tower was very satisfied. This little guy was much more generous than the two guys in front of him. The two guys in front of him would only think of ways to pit themselves. He had to be nicer to this little guy. A few moments later, Yi Tianming rose up with his sword and headed to Galaxy Sect. On the way, Yi Tianming was a little curious. "Tower Ancestor, are you familiar with the people of Galaxy Sect?" The little tower said, "Back then, the founder of the Galaxy Sect had been instructed by me." Yi Tianming's eyes widened immediately. "Is this true?" The small tower laughed. "That's for sure, your Tower Ancestor. I had brought out a lot of people back then. I tell you, if I tell you who I brought out, I guarantee you will be shocked, haha." Yi Tianming was a bit curious. "Who are some of them? Tell me about it." Xiao Ta, however, said, "I can't say now, you'll know later." Yi Tianming nodded. "Okay. I will listen to Tower Ancestor and everything. If Tower Ancestor doesn't say, I won't ask." The little tower was very satisfied. "What I like the most is your kid's honesty and generosity." A few moments later, Yi Tianming arrived at the Galaxy Sect. The Galaxy Sect was built right in the middle of the Milky Way, surrounded by sparkling stars and rivers. It was incomparably beautiful. And just after entering the Galaxy Sect, Yi Tianming's complexion became odd as he looked around at some of the Galaxy Sect students and was puzzled. "Tower Ancestor? How come the Galaxy Sect's people don't wear pants?" Tower Ancestor said in a deep voice. "Big brother, are people not wearing pants? Aren't shorts pants?" Yi Tianming seriously said, "Tower Ancestor, it's too short. The butt is almost exposed." "Little tower." Yi Tianming said, "Tower Ancestor, what should I do now?" Little tower said, "Go directly to the current patriarch of Galaxy Sect." Yi Tianming hesitated, then said, "I'm afraid that I won't even be able to enter the gate of the Galaxy Sect." The small tower said, "Find a way to go in and meet their patriarch." Yi Tianming was filled with black lines. "Tower Ancestor, are you serious? You think I can meet their patriarch?" The little tower was silent for a moment before saying, "Then try borrowing the name of that Nanling Zhao girl." Yi Tianming, however, shook his head. "That's not good." Little tower said, "She won't mind." Yi Tianming was still a little hesitant. Little tower said, "Little guy, I know it's really not good to do this, but as long as it's not harming the heavens, a man should learn to be adaptable. Moreover, even if that Miss Nanling Zhao knows about it, she definitely won't blame you." Yi Tianming nodded. "I understand." Saying that, he arrived at the entrance of the Galaxy Sect's gate. An old man stopped him. "You are not a disciple of this sect." Yi Tianming took out the inspector seal that Nanling Zhao gave him and handed it to the old man. "Please also inform your sect master. Just say that Yi Tianming is seeking an audience." Inspector seal. The old man's face changed when he saw the seal, and his icy expression softened a lot. "Your Excellency, wait a moment." After saying that, he turned around and left. And in no time, he reappeared in front of the gate. "Sir Yi, please." Yi Tianming nodded. "Thank you." A few moments later, Yi Tianming followed the old man to a large hall. Not far from there sat an old man. This person was none other than the current Galaxy Sect patriarch Qin Lian. Qin Lian looked at Yi Tianming. "You are the Yi Tianming who broke through the Guanxian Dao?" Yi Tianming was a bit surprised. He did not expect the other party to know about this. Without much thought, he nodded. Qin Lian calmly said, "You're looking for me for something?" Yi Tianming didn't say anything, he just took out the small tower. Next, it was time for the Tower Ancestor to perform. Qin Lian looked at the small tower, a little puzzled. The little tower said, "Inform the founder of your Galaxy Sect, Yang Lixiang, for a moment. Just say that a deceased tower has come to look for her." Qin Lian directly got up as he stared dead at the little tower. "You want to see Patriarch Yang?" The small tower nodded. "Aha." Qin Lian's face was a little unsightly. "I wonder what your Excellency's name is?" The small tower said, "Tower Ancestor." Qin Lian said, "Never heard of it." The little tower said, "I know you haven't heard of it, so inform Yang Lifang that she will come to see me." Qin Lian's gaze had turned very cold. "Your Excellency, do you think too highly of yourself? Is Patriarch Yang something you can meet just because you want to?" Xiao Ta said in a deep voice. "I'm telling you, don't get into an evil rage here. You should hurry up and inform her now that nothing has happened. Otherwise, you can't afford the consequences in the future. Qin Lian suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian. For the sake of Lord Zhao's face, I won't make it difficult for you. Hurry up and leave here with your broken tower with brain problems. Otherwise, the consequences will be borne by you. Little tower. Yi Tianming. Xiaota suddenly said angrily, Damn. You're the one with brain problems? Your whole family has brain problems. Qin Lian's right hand had already clenched up and a powerful aura instantly enveloped the hall. Yi Tianming was busy hugging Xiaota and turned around. Xiaota was a bit furious. Kid, don't be afraid of him. Damn. With them, grass. Yi Tianlife held Xiaota, who was going to fight for his life. Trembling Ta Zhu. I'm already miserable. Don't get me into trouble. Let's go, or else wait to be beaten. Xiaota. Chapter 23. Heavenly Dragon Clan. Yi Tianming hugged Xiaota and left the Great Hall. While that Qin Lian didn't chase after him, however, his face was very unpleasant. If he wasn't concerned about Nan Lingzhao, he would have directly made a move just now. Seeing Yang Lifeng? Who was Yang Lifeng? That was the founder of the Galaxy Sect. This kind of character, if the Galaxy Sect wasn't in danger of extinction, would he have dared to disturb it so easily? Moreover, that broken tower had a mouthful of Yang Lifeng, calling him by his name without any respect. It was really rude to the extreme. After Yi Tianming left the hall with the little tower in his arms, he was relieved to see that the Milky Way sect patriarch did not chase after him. He was almost about to get beaten up. The little tower, on the other hand, was still a little angry. Damn. It's really the tower falling down to be bullied by a dog. It pisses me off. Yi Tianming comforted. Tower ancestor. Don't be angry. It's not worth it to be angry. The little tower was indignant. I'm really angry. Yi Tianming. After a long time, the little tower calmed down quite a bit. It said in a deep voice, Little guy, I'm not fooling you. I really do know the founder of the Galaxy Sect. Yi Tianming nodded. I believe the tower ancestor, because the tower ancestor didn't have to come and play this joke on me. The little tower breathed a sigh of relief in its heart. It was still a little afraid of affecting its great image of greatness and light in this little guy's heart. Yi Tianming added, Our method is not right because if we rashly want to meet the founder of the Galaxy Sect, that patriarch will definitely not agree. Moreover, even if it is him, I'm afraid that he can't see that founder just because he wants to see him. So, tower ancestor, can you contact that founder directly? The little pagoda was somewhat helpless. Can't. Yi Tianming instantly had a headache. But he suddenly thought of a question and asked, Tower ancestor, are you sealed? The little tower said, Aha. Yi Tianming was shocked. Tower ancestor. You are so powerful. Who was able to seal you? The little tower said, My strength is actually not very strong. My main strength is my wisdom. I have great wisdom. Yi Tianming. Xiaota said, Don't worry. I know some other people. Let's go find them one by one. Yi Tianming asked, Tower ancestor, are all the people you know not from this era? The little tower said, Aha. Yi Tianming thought for a moment, then politely said, I'm afraid it's a bit offensive for us to go directly to someone else's ancestor like this. Xiaota. Yi Tianming was about to speak. Just then, the inspector seal in the tower's hand trembled slightly, followed by Nanling Zhao's voice. Where are you? Yi Tianming was busy looking at the inspector seal. Miss Zhao. Nanling Zhao laughed. This seal has a sound transmission function. Where are you now? Yi Tianming said, I'm in the Milky Way. Nanling Zhao was surprised. How did you run to the Milky Way? Yi Tianmian said, This matter is a long story. Miss Zhao, are you looking for me for something? Nanling Zhao said, You quickly come to Middle-earth? Never mind, you probably don't know the way. I'll go pick you up. The inspector seal returned to normal. Yi Tianming gently stroked the inspector envoy seal in his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. It didn't take long for Nanling Zhao to find his way over. Yi Tianming was about to speak, but Nanling Zhao directly pulled him and left. Go, go, go. Let's immediately go to the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom. Yi Tianming. Soon, the duo arrived at the Middle-earth Divine State. Nanling Zhao led him to a mountain, not far in front of the two of them, where there was a stone gate with a few big words on it. The Guanchuan Academy. The plaque was already rusty, in which the word Academy was so dark that it was about to be unreadable. On the top of the mountain after the stone gate, there stood a few lonely palaces. Those palaces were in disrepair, and many of the outer walls had already fallen off. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. Miss Zhao? This is the Guanxian Academy. Nanling Zhao nodded. This is the Guanxian Academy in the Middle Earth Divine State, and this Middle Earth Divine State is also known as the Sin State. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Nanling Zhao. Sin State? Why? Nanling Zhao led him towards the inside of the academy. This matter has to start from 1,000 years ago. At that time, there was a superpower in the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture, that is, the True Dragon Clan. Of course, this matter doesn't have too much to do with the True Dragon Clan. It has something to do with the Sky Dragon Clan, that superpower behind the True Dragon Clan. The Heavenly Dragon Clan. The little tower suddenly spoke. Yi Tianming said in his heart, Tower Ancestor? The little tower softly said, Nothing. Just thought of a deceased person. Yi Tianming said in his heart, It seems like the Tower Ancestor should know this Sky Dragon Clan. Nanling Zhao continued, For this Heavenly Dragon Clan, what I know is actually not particularly much. I only know that this clan's position and strength in the Guanchuan realm back then was still far above the Nalan clan, and was truly powerful, and then I heard that the Heavenly Dragon Clan committed a great crime, and the entire clan of top-tier powerhouses was decapitated by the Guanchuan Swordmaster, and the remaining Heavenly Dragons were also banished, and were never allowed to return to the Guanchuan universe. Saying this, she glanced around, and the Sky Dragon Clan's ancestral land is the Middle Earth Divine State. Because of being implicated by the Sky Dragon Clan, this place began to be abandoned by the Academy, and gradually this place was called the Sin State by the people, and at that time those powerful clans and lineages that were in this place, in order not to be implicated, they all moved away from this place, and with the relocation of those lineages and clans, this place began to slowly decline. Yi Tianming said, Miss Zhao, you brought me here? Is the Academy here willing to accept me? Nanling Zhao said, My father is talking with their Academy master. Don't worry, since my father is personally out, it's a sure thing. Yi Tianming softly said, Thank you. Nanling Zhao glanced at him and smiled. We are considered friends now. Friends don't be too polite. Yi Tianming nodded and did not say anything, but many things he had silently memorized in his heart. Nanling Zhao suddenly pulled him. Walk. Let's go and secretly listen to what they are talking about. Yi Tianming. Inside a very humble hall, Nanling soon sat opposite an old man in plain clothes. This old man was none other than the current head of the Guanxian Academy in this Middle Earth Divine Prefecture, the Song Shi. Song Shi sighed in a low voice. Brother Seeker, aren't you making things difficult for me? Look, our Middle Earth Divine Prefecture has become like this. Can we still withstand the targeting of the Shao family and the Qingzhou Academy? Nanling Seeker said, Brother Kong, as far as I know, if the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture is still at the bottom this time, then it will be disqualified from establishing the Academy, right? Song Shi's face immediately turned ugly. According to the rules of the Guanchuan universe, the academy that was at the bottom of the 10 consecutive realms in the great competition of 10,000 states would be disqualified from opening an academy. And coincidentally, the Middle Earth Divine Region had been the bottom of the 10,000 states grand competition for 9 consecutive realms. It's not that people can't. It's that there's simply no one to participate. Nanling Sun calmly said, Since the situation has gotten this bad, are we afraid of it getting worse? Song Shi's face immediately darkened. Nanling Sun added, This teenager has broken through the Guanxian Dao. Guanchuan Dao. At those words, Song Shi instantly flared up. Don't you mention the Guanxian Dao to me. Nanling Sun said softly, Is he still like that? Song Shi was expressionless. What do you think? Nanling Sun sighed in a low voice. This teenager is different. This teenager is very demonic. A person from an end-of-the-line family, relying on his own cultivation. He even cultivated to the minor calamity realm. This is a very incredible thing. If you guys cultivate it properly, the top 10 dare not say, the top 20 is definitely hopeful. Song Shi still shook his head. We can't afford to withstand the retaliation of the Qingzhou Academy and the Shao family. Nanling Sun added, Old Song, why do you stay here? Isn't it because you don't want the academy here to be disqualified from opening academies? And this teenager is a heavenly opportunity for you. Song Shi still shook his head. Nanling Sun said, My Nanling family will sponsor your academy with 1 million spirit crystals. Song Shi immediately said, Deal. Nanling Sun glanced at him and got up to walk towards the outside. Song Shi suddenly said, It's rumored outside that your girl has her eyes on him. Is that true? Nanling Sun glanced at him and said in a bad mood, None of your business. After saying that, he walked towards the outside. Song Shi hemmed and hawed. After Nanling Sun walked outside, he was seeing Nanling Zhao and Yi Tianmian standing not far from the pillar. Nanling Zhao had a serious face with, I didn't eavesdrop, written on her face. Beside her, Yi Tianmian gave a slight salute. Many thanks, senior. Nanling soon walked up to the duo. His gaze landed on Yi Tianmian. Nanling Zhao was instantly a little worried. Nanling soon sized up Yi Tianming. He nodded slightly. Cultivate well here, in this world, if you don't have the strength. Even if you have 10,000 fires of anger, you can only weed the grass. Yi Tianming nodded. Late generation took note. Nanling soon nodded. He looked at Nanling Zhao beside Yi Tianming. Let's go home. Nanling Zhao turned his head to look at Yi Tianming. Although the academy here is very backward, but that academy master and that soul tutor are not simple. Follow them well, cultivate well, and improve your strength. Yi Tianming looked at her. Take care. Saying that, he handed her that inspector seal. Nanling Zhao took the inspector seal, then slipped a nascent ring into his hand, then smiled. Take care. After saying that, she turned around and followed Nanling Sun away. Yi Tianming tightly gripped the nano ring in his hand as he just looked at Nanling Zhao's departing back in the distance. After the father-daughter duo arrived in the sky, Nanling Zhao suddenly asked, Father, you don't seem to care if I like him or not. Nanling Sun calmly said, Do you think that father is actually doing all of this under a condition, and that condition is to ask you to sever all ties with him in the future? Nanling Zhao immediately said, Father, you are not such a person. Nanling Sun looked at her. The words that father said to you before, it's not that he can't see that teenager, nor is he trying to force you to make any choices, but rather, as the patriarch of the clan, father had to say those words to you, because the things that you've done, it's a matter of the safety and security of my entire Nanling clan. Saying that, he paused and added, And as a father, Dad is proud of what you did, the entire Guanchuan realm, up to the outer cabinet, the inspectorates, the inner cabinet. There isn't a single person who compares to my daughter. They are all a bunch of rotten people. If you were in the era of the Guanchuan Swordmaster, you would be the second Feng Yu, and my Nanling clan would be honored because of you. Nanling Zhao's eyes were moist. Father, Nanling Search solemnly said, But I am not only your father, but also the patriarch of the Nanling clan, girl. Dad, also hope you understand this. You are not only the inspector, but also the next generation of my Nanling family head. You do things, you can not only think of individuals, but also have to think of the family, which is also your responsibility. Never work on the country, poor in the search for the body. Father hopes that you will be peaceful for the rest of your life. Nanling Zhao nodded. Father, I understand. Nanling soon nodded in satisfaction. Nanling Zhao added, I made a mistake this time. Nanling Sun looked at Nanling Zhao. Nanling Zhao coldly said, The sons of the lineage clans are not all bad. I want to do something great. I can't rely on myself alone. I must pull together a group of young people with distinguished backgrounds and like-mindedness. I want to unite them, twist them into a powerful force, and later the Shao family and all the unlawful lineage clans. Nanling Sun almost fainted. You understand a hammer. So I just said all those words for nothing? Chapter 24. Mu Guanduan. After seeing Nanling Sun and Nanling Zhao leave, Yi Tianmian turned around and walked inside the Great Hall. Song Shi stared at him without speaking. Yi Tianmian respectfully bowed. Greetings, courtyard master. Song Shi said, With enough resources, what ranking are you sure to obtain in the 10,000 prefecture grand competition? Yi Tianmian said, First place. First. The hall suddenly went quiet. Song Shi stared at Yi Tianmian and didn't speak. Yi Tianming seriously said, My goal is first place, and I will do my best. Song Shi said, Do you know what the concept of number one is? Yi Tianming nodded. I know. Song Shi looked at him for a long time before saying, Don't go out of the academy for nothing. Even if you go out of the academy, you'll need me to follow or your mentor to follow, right? Go meet your mentor. Go out the door and go right. The last big hall at the end, he's in there. Yi Tianming gave a slight salute, then turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, then turned to look at Song Shi. Master, does our academy pack food? Song Shi stared at him. What do you think? Yi Tianming had a bit of a headache. He didn't say anything and turned around to leave. After watching Yi Tianming leave, Song Shi shook his head. Two people who broke through the Guanxian Dao are both here with me. What is this called? After leaving the door, Yi Tianming walked towards the right. Soon, he walked to the large hall at the end. He was about to go up and knock on the door. At this moment, the door was opened and a middle-aged man stepped out. He looked to be in his 30s. He wore a light blue tunic, with a purple pendant tied around his waist. He held a volume of ancient books in his hand. He was very elegant. His face was a little pale, as if he was sick. Seeing Yi Tianming, the middle-aged man was instantly a bit puzzled. Yi Tianmian, on the other hand, gave a respectful salute. Student has met the mentor. Tutor. The middle-aged man was a bit surprised. Then he sized up Yi Tianmeng before saying, "You are a new student?" Yi Tianmeng nodded. My name is Yi Tianmeng." The middle-aged man said, "Were you snubbed by Old Song?" Yi Tianmien was busy shaking his head. No, I came voluntarily." The middle-aged man laughed. "So that's how it is. Hello, my name is Mu Guanchuan." Yi Tianmeng said, "Are you willing to accept me as a student?" Mu Guanchuan laughed. "This academy currently has only me as a tutor and you as a student. You don't seem to have any other choice. And I don't seem to have any other choice either." A smile spread across Yi Tianming's face. Mu Guanduan said, "You haven't eaten yet, right? Come in and eat together." Saying that, he brought Yi Tianmian into the Great Hall. And after entering the Great Hall, Yi Tianmian was frozen. The entire hall was surrounded by bookshelves, filled with densely packed books. And in the center of the Great Hall, there was a large desk there. The desk was also filled with densely packed ancient books. Leaving only a small empty space not far from the desk, there was a simple crib. Mu Guanchun walked to the side in front of the fireplace. There was a small pot on the fireplace. In the small pot was cooking a pot of various kinds of wild vegetables. Next to it there was another small fireplace. There was also a small pot on that fireplace. In the small pot was some rice. Mu Guanchun picked up 2 bowls with 2 pairs of chopsticks and a basin. He walked to the side of the water bucket and cleaned it, then served a bowl of rice and handed it to Yi Tianming. Yi Tianmian was busy taking the rice. "Thank you." Mu Guanchuan laughed. "Here, there's no need to be too polite. Just feel free to order." Yi Tianming glanced at him and nodded. "Aha." The two sat around the stove. Yi Tianming hadn't eaten for a long time. He ate straight away. Looking at Yi Tianming's wolfish appearance, Mu Guanchuan smiled and started eating as well. Yi Tianming dried 3 bowls of rice in a row before he was full. And when he was done, he picked up Mu Guanchuan's bowls and chopsticks. "Teacher, I'm gonna wash the bowls." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the water bucket. For his part, Mu Guanchan got up and walked to a corner and started to pack up a bookshelf. A moment later, he moved all the books on one bookshelf to another bookshelf. Then he put the bookshelf down and walked to the side and took out a quilt and put it on that bookshelf to lay it down. He turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian, who was on the side, and smiled. "The several halls outside are in constant disrepair and have not been cleaned. They are not suitable for living in. Tonight you can make do here. Tomorrow I will work with you to clean a hall out for you to live in alone." Yi Tianming nodded. "Good." After cleaning everything up, it was already night. He walked to the entrance of the Great Hall and sat down. Looking at the dark end of the sky, he thought of the Yi family. A few moments later, he took a deep breath. He took back his thoughts and started to cultivate. He ran his gong method, and countless spiritual chi immediately surged towards him in the sky and earth. All he wanted to do now was to frantically improve his strength, because he knew very well that if he wanted to win first place in the great competition of 10,000 prefectures, he would have to put in more effort than normal people, or else he would not be able to compete with the disciples of those top worldly family clans. Ha! Inside the hall, Mu Guanchen, who was reading a book, suddenly looked up at Yi Tianmian. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He got up and walked to Yi Tianmian's side, and softly said, "This gong method." Yi Tianmian opened his eyes. "Teacher." Mu Guanchuan smiled. "This gong method of yours is a bit special. Where did you learn it from?" Yi Tianmian hesitated, then said, "I created it myself." For some reason, he had a good feeling about this teacher in front of him, and thus was unwilling to lie to him. "Self-created?" Mu Guanchuan was a bit surprised, then laughed. "That's really something." Yi Tianmeng laughed. "It's okay." Mu Guanchen thought for a moment, then said, "This gong method of yours is more special, but there is a place where it might be possible to improve it." Yi Tianming was instantly a bit curious. "What place?" Mu Guanchuan smiled. "Filtering." Yi Tianming was puzzled. Mu Guanchan explained, "The spiritual qi in this heaven and earth has impurities. When the spiritual qi enters the body, those impurities will also enter the body, and over time it will cause harm to the body. Therefore, when absorbing the spiritual qi, it must be filtered, just like panning rice. And after being filtered, the aura will be more pure and the effect will be better. This gong method of yours is very good. The upper limit is extremely high because I can see that it is not only capable of absorbing the aura, other energies should also be able to be absorbed, but there is no this filtering function, and the damage caused to you now, you can't feel it yet, but when you're in the process of raising the level by 2 realms, at that time you will realize that there will be big problems with your body." Yi Tianming softly said, "So there are all these instructions." Mu Guanchuan smiled and said, "The cultivation path is vast and profound, so you must be cautious and careful, especially since you created your own gongfu. since it has not been tested by previous cultivators. Therefore, you must be even more cautious and careful. Yi Tianming nodded. I understand. Teacher, then what would it take to filter it? After a slight contemplation, Mu Guanchuan smiled. We can build a filter. When the aura enters the body, it has to pass through this filter first. As for how to build such a filter, you have to figure it out on your own. Yi Tianming smiled. Teacher, I understand. Mu Guanduan nodded. You are now at the minor calamity realm. Reaching this age at your age is not bad, however. There are still many problems in this realm of yours. This is not urgent. You first settle the matter of the merit law. Then we will come back together to study and ponder the problems of the realm. Yi Tianmian busily got up and bowed respectfully. Many thanks, mentor. Mu Guanchen laughed. No need to be so polite. Let's all be casual. It's best to be like friends. It's only comfortable to get along this way. Yi Tianming nodded. Good. Mu Guanduan said. You cultivate first. After saying that, he walked towards the outside. Yi Tianming watched as Mu Guanduan left. His heart warmed. This teacher was very easygoing and nice. A few moments later, he sat down and began to study his gongfu. For his part, Mu Guanchuan came to the main hall. He found Song Shi. Old Song, that teenager is? Song Shi glanced at him. What? Mu Guanduan said. He's not an ordinary person. At a young age, he's able to create his own gong method. Moreover, that gong method is extremely special. It's quite something. Song Shi said. He broke through the Guanxian Dao. Mu Guanchuan froze in place. Song Shi briefly told him about Yi Tianmian's point. After listening, Mu Guanchuan's brows furrowed. How could the academy handle things like this? Song Shi sneered. The Shao family and the Qingzhou Academy are not simple. Mu Guanchuan said. I mean the cabinet. It's impossible for the hands of the Shao family and the Qingzhou Academy to reach into the cabinet. Song Shi shook his head. I don't know the specifics, anyway. I heard that it was a word from a certain bigwig, and the matter was settled. Mu Guanchuan's frown deepened. Song Shi said, this child also suffered a bitter fate. If it wasn't for that girl from the Nanling family who died protecting him, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Since he's following you now, you should teach him well. If he can really win the top 5 in the 10,000 prefecture grand competition, he might be seen by a certain first-class family or a certain bigwig in the Guanchuan realm. In that way, he'll also be considered to have a way out. Mu Guanchuan, however, shook his head. In this academy of ours, eating is a problem. Not to mention cultivation. Cultivation requires a lot of resources. Saying that, he paused, then said in a deep voice, Guanduan, I have to be honest with you. Right now, the Shao family and the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy both want to put him to death. If you don't want to take him as a disciple, I will never force you. I will personally take him. Mu Guanduan said. He has no other place to go. Just let him follow me. Song Shi nodded, then said, I have to say, what the Nanling family did this time surprised me a bit. Especially that Nanling Zhao girl. She really has the demeanor of the Fang Academy master back then. Mu Guanduan said, I've also heard of this girl. And now people outside are calling her the second Fang Yuan master. Song Shi lowered his voice and sighed. This girl acts. I also admire her. The Fang Yu courtyard master had the Guanchuan sword master to support her in the beginning. But she didn't. So if she continues to act that way, I'm afraid that she will be disallowed by many people above her. Mu Guanduan said. The group of people who followed the Guanchuan sword master to establish the Guanchuan order in the first place. Now once their descendants have tasted the benefits of power, that ambition and desire is like a mountain rolling a stone. Once it starts, it can never be stopped, and this kind of thing cannot be changed by 1 or 2 people. After saying that, he turned around and left. Chapter 25. A plain dress. Outside the great hall, Yi Tianming was sitting on the ground. He was studying his gongfu. Filter net. How would one create such a filter net out? He was a bit of a dilemma because he had hardly seen any other cultivation gong methods, and even if he created it, it was all by his own imagination. Imagine. Yi Tianming's eyes lit up. Why didn't he imagine a filter net out? Just think of it and do it. Yi Tianming suddenly said, Tower ancestor? Why don't you remind me about this merit filter? The little tower was silent. It knew a hell of a filter. It had always been the one playing the high-end game. How could it know about this kind of low-end game? Of course, this matter could not be told to this little guy. The little tower laughed. I'm doing this for your own good. Yi Tianming was puzzled. The little tower continued. There are some setbacks and difficulties that you have to go through once, so that you can grow and be rewarded. Okay? Yi Tianming. Without asking any more questions, Yi Tianming began to concentrate on his gongfu. After a long time, he suddenly realized that he had to know what the impurities in the aura were, otherwise, there was no way for him to truly filter it, so as he absorbed the aura, he began to carefully distinguish between the aura and the impurities, and under his careful observation and feeling soon, he discovered the impurities hidden in the aura. That was a harmful substance attached to the aura. It was a bit similar to the dust on rice. It was almost hard to detect with the naked eye, but if absorbed in large quantities, they would pile up inside the body, and in the long run, they would cause harm to the body. Having discovered the impurities, it was now time to find a way to filter them out. Soon, Yi Tianming came up with a way to use his body to be such a filter, because for the aura to enter the body it had to pass through the body. He began to slowly make attempts, using his body to feel the impurities, and then utilizing his gong method to cover his body with a layer of aura net. It was naturally not that easy at first, but he tried over and over again. He wasn't afraid of failure. Just like this, he cultivated from night to day. In the morning, Mu Guanchuan walked up to him before handing him a bowl of congee and smiled. "Eat an early breakfast first." Yi Tianmian busily got up and accepted the porridge with both hands. "Thank you, teacher." Mu Guanchuan patted his shoulder and smiled. "Sit down and eat." Saying that, he also sat down. Yi Tianming also sat down, and Mu Guanduan said, "Any gains?" Yi Tianmian was a little excited and said, "Yes, there's quite a lot." Mu Guanduan laughed. "It's good that there are gains. Since you're now my student, I have to be responsible for you. From now on, you can't cultivate every morning." Yi Tianmian was puzzled. Mu Guanduan said, "Every morning time you must read, and from noon to night you can cultivate, but you must also sleep enough for 4 hours." Yi Tianming hesitated, then said, "Teacher, I don't have to sleep." Mu Guanchun shook his head. "I know that you want to work hard to improve your strength, but wanting to be fast is not enough. You want to improve your strength so urgently. This state of mind is too eager. Sooner or later, something will go wrong. From now on, every morning I will accompany you to read a book together. Reading a book can be quiet in the mind. The state of mind will naturally be God clear. This is also a big benefit to your cultivation." Yi Tianming thought for a moment, then nodded. "Good, teacher. Can I read those books in your hall?" Mu Guanchuan smiled. "Of course you can." Yi Tianmian said. "Good." For the next few days, Yi Tianmian followed Mu Guanchuan to read the books every morning, and at noon, he began to cultivate until the evening. After 3 days of his attempts, his current gong method was able to filter some of the aura impurities, and he also found that the filtered aura became purer when it entered his body, and in just less than 5 days, he raised from the minor tribulation realm to the great tribulation realm, which made him overjoyed. But just as he continued to filter the aura, he found that he was unable to filter all the impurities out of the aura. To the bottleneck. When he was asking Mu Guanchen for advice, Mu Guanchen smiled and told him, "There are indeed techniques in the world that can filter out 100% of all impurities, but those kinds of techniques are at least the top-tier ones, whereas this technique of yours has only just been created, and now you're already able to filter out 60% of the impurities, which is already very rare." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian then understood. Mu Guanchuan continued, "The cultivation path, most of all, can't be rushed. Once rushed, the state of mind will be in chaos. Of course, I can understand the situation you're in now, but you still need to suppress the irritation and worries since that within your heart, because those negative emotions won't help you in any way." Yi Tianming nodded slightly. "Teacher, I understand this, but there is less than half a year before the 10,000 states competition. I don't have that much time." Mu Guanchuan asked, "You want to win first place?" Yi Tianmian nodded. "Well, I want to see Sword Master Guanchuan." "Teacher, how unfair this world is." Mu Guanchuan nodded. "You are qualified to say this, and you should say this. It's not your fault. But do you know what the core cause and essence of this injustice is?" Yi Tianming said, "I don't have the strength." Mu Guanduan said, "Let's walk together." After saying that, he walked towards the distance. Yi Tianming followed. On the way, Mu Guanduan said, "You don't have strength, that's just one of the essences, but it's not the lowest essence." Yi Tianming continued, "The Yang family." Mu Guanduan turned his head to look at him and laughed. "The Yang family is the source of power in the Guanchuan universe, and there's no problem with you saying that, but it's still not the bottom essence." Yi Tianming's brows furrowed. "The system," Mu Guanduan said. "It still isn't." Yi Tianming said, "Please enlighten me, teacher." Mu Guanduan smiled. "Tao." Yi Tianming was puzzled. Mu Guanchuan continued, "Simply put, any cosmic civilization, it must have inequities. Change the Yang family, change someone else to rule the Guanchuan universe. Would there be no inequities?" Yi Tianming's brows furrowed. Mu Guanchuan slowly said, "You must understand the essence of a core that is Unfairness, it will definitely exist. Even after millions of years, it will still exist because this world is permeated with unfairness from the very beginning. For example, your birth, some people are born into a family of princes and lords, while others are born into beggars. Some people are born with extraordinary talent, while others have no talent at all, and are even intellectually crippled. Some people are born into a higher civilization, while others are born into a world of war and chaos. Saying this, he turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian. These injustices, can anyone eliminate them completely and utterly? Yi Tianmian remained silent. Mu Guanduan continued. What can't be eliminated? Can't be eliminated by anyone else. Do you know why your matter wasn't taken seriously by the top? Yi Tianming said, I have no value. The Shao family and the Qingzhou Academy are too strong. Saying this, he paused and added, there should be another reason, that is, my matter is a trivial matter for certain big shots up there because they have this kind of thinking. That teacher just said. They think that unfairness is a normal thing. There is no big fuss. They will weigh the pros and cons. A flash of appreciation in Mu Guanchen's eyes. Yes, you have to be able to see this layer. That is, your Yi Tianming's suffering is a very, very insignificant thing for those who are high and mighty in their world, no matter whether it's suffering or not, unfair or not. That's all that should exist. It's just that your Yi Tianming's fate is not good. He just happened to encounter it. It's just like we usually walk, accidentally stepped on an ant. We will go to reflect on their own faults? No, we would only feel that it was the ant's bad fate. Yi Tianmian clenched his fists and remained silent. Mu Guanduan said, no one can do anything to completely eliminate unfairness. Not even the Guanchuan swordmaster can do that. All that can be done is to try to minimize this unfairness. Once you understand this essence, let's talk about you now. Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanchuan, who asked, do you think you're wrong? Yi Tianmian was decisive. That's right. Mu Guanduan said, of course it's right. Any person, any being in this world has the right to pursue fairness. You have encountered these unfair things. It's right for you to think whatever you want. It's right. No one is qualified to persuade you to let go of your hatred. You should hate. You should resist, because none of this is your fault. Yi Tianming was a little touched. Teacher. Mu Guanchun continued. Similarly, if the Yang family thinks that you should rebel because you have suffered injustice, and that they should realize that they are at fault, then this Guanchuan universe of ours is saved. But if the Yang family can't understand the suffering of the bottom people and the injustice they have suffered, then, saying that, he stopped and said seriously, then dare to call the sun and moon a new heaven. Xiaota. Yi Tianmian was also stunned. Teacher. Mu Guanchuan laughed. If the world is clear and the world is peaceful, we can naturally do nothing. But if the world is unjust and the future is hopeless, then naturally we must. Saying this, he suddenly stopped. Yi Tianming looked at him, his hands clenched, waiting for the following. Mu Guanchen stared at him. Rebellion. Yi Tianmian. Xiaota. Mu Guanchuan blinked. Are you afraid? Yi Tianmian seriously said. Not afraid. Mu Guanchuan laughed, then said, you have to have strength to rebel. We have to improve our strength first. Let's talk about your gongfu. This gongfu of yours is special. I think you can condense the phantom in advance. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. Dharma phase? Mu Guanchuan nodded. It's also known as the Dharma phase realm. The Dharma phase realm is to communicate the qi of heaven and earth. Then with the Yuan Shen transformed into a 100-zhang Dharma phase, which can be gathered or dispersed, and is so powerful that it can fight hard against any spirit weapon, even immortal weapons. This gong method of yours is special. You can condense the phantom in advance. Come, I'll teach you a method. Try it. 10 breaths later, Yi Tianming suddenly got up. His hands made a false move. Condense. Boom. In an instant, 100-zhang Dharma phase suddenly condensed behind him. Little tower. Mu Guanchuan was also a bit surprised. He obviously didn't expect Yi Tianmian to succeed on the first try. He smiled. Not bad. Not bad. Succeeding on one try. Just a little bit slower than me back then. Xiaota. Yi Tianming was a little excited. Teacher. It turns out that you can communicate with heaven and earth to condense a phantom. This phantom, isn't it equivalent to borrowing power? Borrowing power? Mu Guanchuan nodded his head and smiled. You've used this word appropriately. Condensing the Dharma phase is indeed equivalent to borrowing the power of the heavens and the earth, and the higher you cultivate, the more you'll need to borrow later on or even borrow the Tao. Yi Tianming thought for a moment, then said, Teacher, I have an idea. Mu Guanduan said, say it. Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanduan. Since I can borrow the power of heaven and earth, can I borrow my own power? Mu Guanchuan was a bit puzzled. Borrow one's own power? What do you mean? Yi Tianming said, borrow the power of my future. Xiaota. Mu Guanchuan was slightly stunned, then laughed. You mean borrowing power from your future self? Yi Tianmian nodded. That's what I thought, but it doesn't seem realistic. Realistic. Mu Guanduan laughed. Very realistic. Yi Tianming was puzzled. Mu Guanchuan laughed. This is actually the equivalent of the legendary summoning of the future true body. Yi Tianming asked, Teacher, what is a future true body? Mu Guanduan said, this involves some great Tao such as the past, present, and future. Some top cultivators after cultivating to a certain extent are able to time travel back, reverse the flow of years and go back to the past, while there are other cultivators who are even more heaven-defying and are able to summon the future true body, which means that they are now summoning their future self. The future self is definitely stronger than the self at this moment. Yi Tianmian was a bit excited. Has anyone ever succeeded? Mu Guanchuan laughed. I'm not sure about that, however, I do think it can be done. Of course, there must be difficulty, by my estimation, in our universe. Perhaps only the Guanchuan Swordmaster from back then was able to do it. Guanxian Swordmaster. Yi Tianming was silent. That was a godlike figure. Mu Guanchuan suddenly said, Do you want to try? Yi Tianmian looked up at Mu Guanchuan. Stunned. Teacher, I can? Mu Guanchuan laughed. Since you already want to, why don't you try? Yi Tianming said, But I'm so weak. Mu Guanchuan shook his head. Tianming, we are readers. Readers, in addition to establishing a heart for the universe and opening peace for the world, we must also dare to think and dare to do. You wait. Saying that, he took out an ancient book from his body and handed it to Yi Tianming. Saying that, it's a coincidence that I just happened to be researching this past, present, future Dao recently. This book is the book I won from that bookseller of the Great Dao bookstore back then. It's called the Book of Time, so you study it first. Yi Tianming was surprised. Teacher, you've also been to the Great Dao Book House? Mu Guanchuan then asked in return. You've also been there? Yi Tianming nodded. I've been studying there since I was a child. Mu Guanduan laughed. That's really fate. That bookseller is a strange person. He should be planning to lay out something. Let's not talk about him. You take a look at this Book of Time first. Then if you have an idea, come back to me. Don't be afraid of failing. We'll start over if we fail. Yi Tianming nodded. Good. The next time, Yi Tianmian daily, in addition to cultivation, is to concentrate on studying this time book. When reading this book, he realized how shallow his understanding of the cultivation way of this world. It turns out that after a certain degree of human cultivation, not only can they go back to the past, but also can communicate with the future. It's too heaven-defying. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yi Tianming found Mu Guanchuan. Mu Guanchuan, who was reading a book, put down the ancient book and smiled. Got an idea? Yi Tianming nodded. Teacher, there is a method in the Book of Time called the future method. Using this method, one can sense the future. I want to try it. Mu Guanduan said. You're lucky you came to ask me. If you try it rashly, you might have already died. Yi Tianmian was puzzled. Why? Mu Guanchuan smiled. The rules. The Guanchuan Swordmaster made all sorts of rules back then. One of them, that is, no one shall disrupt the past-future timeline without authorization. And the words of the Guanchuan Swordmaster are the law. Therefore, the Guanchuan universe being's own future line are guarded by the law, and if you try it hastily, you will be killed on the spot by that law subdued. Yi Tianming said. Then how? Mu Guanchuan suddenly looked at the walking sword at Yi Tianming's waist. This sword of yours is rather special. Perhaps it can escape that law detection. Yi Tianming looked down at his Xing Dao sword. Mu Guanduan smiled. Of course, I don't dare to be completely sure, but try. Yi Tianming thought for a moment, then nodded. Then try. Mu Guanchuan said. Later, you recite the future Dharma. To enter your own future timeline, remember, don't mess around with other people's timelines. Entering other people's timelines is the same as interfering with other people's karma. This is very, very dangerous. Moreover, it's easy to be found out by Guanchuan Universe's heavenly Tao. Line to sense, understand. Yi Tianming nodded. Good. Teacher, can I see my future self? Mu Guanchuan laughed. You should be able to. If you can see your future self, then you can summon the future true body in the future, of course, provided that the future you is a strong person. If it's a straw man, then you're just giving away your head if you call it over, haha. Moreover, you can't call over. Only the future is strong enough to be able to reverse the flow of future years and return to the present. Said, he smiled. So everything in the world has cause and effect. Now you work hard. The future will be powerful. Now if you lie flat, the future probability is a straw man. It will not help you now. Yi Tianming laughed. I work hard. My future probability is not a straw bag. Teacher, how strong do you think you have to be in the future to be able to return to the present? Mu Guanduan said. At least at the level of the Guanchuan swordmaster. Yi Tianyan smiled bitterly. Then I may not be that strong in the future, however. Ask still want to try? Mu Guanchuan laughed. You try it first, I'll go dig up some vegetables to cook. Remember, it might not work all at once. If it fails, don't be discouraged, try more in the future. There's no rush anyway. Think of it as just having fun. Also, you can only see yourself in your own future line. After seeing yourself, try not to have too many interactions, so as not to produce unknown karma. After saying that, he put down the ancient book and walked towards the outside. After Mu Guanchen left, Yi Tianming sat down on the ground. He took down his lineage sword and then took a deep breath. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "How about not try?" Yi Tianming asked, "Why?" Xiao Ta said, "Didn't you say it's dangerous?" Yi Tianming laughed. "It's fine, I'll just try. I won't really put my hopes on the future, just like what teacher said. The future has to be strong enough to be the kind of Guanxian swordmaster to come back to the present. I don't think that I'll be stronger than Guanxian swordmaster in the future. I just want to try it to see if I can meet myself in the future." Xiao Ta hesitated, then said, "Then try." Yi Tianming nodded his head. His eyes slowly closed and he began to operate the future law. Soon, he realized that everything in heaven and earth had changed. He entered a special passage. It was a very special passage, surrounded by a time wall on the time wall. There were special waves of light passing by at a rapid speed. Yi Tianming held the traveling sword and looked around with some apprehension. Tower ancestor? There was no response. At this moment, he had already entered his future line. Seeing no response from the tower ancestor, Yi Tianming could only carefully walk towards the front. It was as if he had crossed billions of years when he landed a step. The front was empty. There was nothing. During this time, there were mysterious law forces that probed over. But when they came into contact with his Dao walking sword, they immediately disappeared without a trace. Yi Tianming dropped another step. Just like that, he didn't know how many steps he had taken, spanning an unknown number of trillions of years, when suddenly he stopped, and at the end of that line of sight, he vaguely saw a blurry shadow. Looking at that blurry shadow, he immediately felt a very, very familiar feeling. Yi Tianming's breathing suddenly became a little short. He felt that that blurred shadow was his future self. This feeling was very strong. He hurriedly took a few more steps forward. That blurred shadow became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, Yi Tianming froze in place, only to see that at the end of his line of sight, that blurred shadow suddenly stopped and then turned around, and it was in this instant that that blurred shadow became incomparably clearer. It was a woman, and the woman was dressed in a plain dress with a magnificent style. That woman in a plain dress was currently staring at him. Ah! In reality, Yi Tianmin awoke with a jolt as he said in shock, Pagoda ancestor, why is my future a woman? Ah! Why is my future a woman? Grass. Xiao Ta also said in shock. You actually succeeded? Grassa. I don't know anything. Don't ask me. I didn't say anything this time. I'm just a tower Yi Tianmian trembled. Tower ancestor. The small tower also trembled. Big brother? Just call me small tower in the future. Because at the top of Yi Tianmian's head, an illusory woman appeared. It was the woman in the veiled dress. The true body of the future is now present. Heavenly destiny for heavenly destiny. And right at this moment, a terrifying pressure swept from the sky, crushing towards Yi Tianmian. And at the same time, a voice containing endless pressure seemed to come from the ancient world. How dare you disrupt the Guanchuan universe timeline? Die. The heavenly Tao of the Guanxian universe appeared. Yi Tianming subconsciously turned his head and glanced. Scram! Boom! In the depths of the distant universe, the Guanxian universe heavenly Tao shattered with a loud bang and died violently in place. The heavenly Tao collapsed. Requesting for votes. Brothers who have votes can throw some haha. Thank you. Chapter 26. Mad Demon Bloodline. The heavenly Tao collapsed. The entire Guanchuan universe hierarchy shook. In the middle of a world of nothingness, an old man in black robes looked at the end of that heavenly path from afar, watching the countless fragments of the great Tao scatter, his eyes filled with gravity and shock. Behind him, there was also a group of top-tier Guanchuan universe powerhouses. Someone said in a deep voice, "Why did the heavenly road collapse when it was good? Could it be someone from above?" Another person said, "There is no movement from above." Someone was puzzled. Then why? A strong man said in a deep voice, "The young lord's pro-regime is imminent. Yet the heavenly Tao suddenly collapsed. I'm afraid that this matter is a bit unsettling. Shut up. The black-robed old man at the head cut a fierce glance at the person who spoke. Unsubtle? The young lord is a person of heavenly destiny in this world. What kind of unspecified can be added to him? Saying that, he looked up to the sky above that dome of heaven, and his expression was also a bit gloomy. Inform the young lord. Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Martial Pavilion. The Martial Pavilion had a total of 12 floors, and each floor possessed countless martial arts aptitudes. The higher up it went, the more advanced it became, and this place was undoubtedly a place that countless Guanxian universe people dreamed of wanting to enter, because within the Martial Pavilion, it gathered almost all of the Guanxian universe's martial arts aptitudes, and anyone who had the opportunity to enter the Martial Pavilion was bound to receive a qualitative increase in his or her strength. The 12 floors of the Martial Pavilion. Within this highest floor was a boundless blood-red world. In the middle of that blood-red world stood a teenager dressed in white robes. A tower hung from the teenager's waist, and a sword hovered beside him. Suddenly, a sudden change, countless blood along with the killing intent from the surrounding space and time to come. Just a moment will be far away from the white-robed teenager drowned. Gradually, the white-robed teenagers, like a vortex, began to madly absorb the blood and killing intent. On the other side, a group of old men were looking at the field somewhat nervously. As time passed little by little, the blood in that world became less and less. Not enough. An old man at the head of the group suddenly said in a deep voice, "Send an order to the cultivation domain to send more blood and killing intent over immediately." An old man said, "The Shura domain's reserve of top-tier powerhouse blood and killing intent is no longer available." The old man at the head of the group was expressionless. "Send all the prisoners of the Shura domain." With that, he swept a glance at that old man. That old man instantly understood the other party's meaning and said with some concern, "Su Lao, this is not in accordance with the Guanxian law, and it is impossible for the young lord to agree to do so." Su Lao's eyes slowly closed. Today is a time of peace and prosperity. If not, it would be impossible for the young lord to make a breakthrough, and as the young lord alone is tied to the future of our Guanxian universe, he must be helped to become a god. That old man was still somewhat hesitant. Su Lao said, "If something happens, I alone will bear the burden." The other old man suddenly said, "Elder Su, don't be like this. We are all doing this for the young lord. If there is blame, we will all bear it together." The rest of them also nodded their heads. Soon, more blood and killing intent suddenly appeared in that world, and this time, the killing intent and hostility contained in that blood far exceeded the previous. The endless blood and killing intent as well as hostile chi were devoured by the white-robed teenager. And just like that, for an unknown period of time, the white-robed teenager suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! His eyes, a sea of blood, a column of blood rises up to the sky, straight into the depths of the dome of the sky, the terrifying blood pressure like a wave from the sky and the earth road spread out. Crazy demon bloodline. The first bloodline of the Guanxian universe. At the same time, Yang Jia's body's breath is also in a crazy upsurge, even broke several realms. Yang Jia suddenly reached out and held the Qingxian sword, and in an instant, the Qingxian sword directly turned blood red, and at the same time, a terrifying domain suddenly appeared around him. Invincible sword domain. The Qingxian sword trembled slightly, helping him to suppress the crazy demonic intent. And after a long, long time, the blood-red color in Yang Jia's eyes gradually disappeared. At this time, an old man appeared in front of Yang Jia and respectfully said, "Young lord." The heavenly Tao suddenly collapsed. Yang Jia frowned. "Why?" The old man said, "Still investigating." Yang Jia raised his head to look, just a glance. He surprisingly saw above the heavenly path beyond the billions of star rivers. A moment later, he withdrew his gaze, his brows deeply furrowed. The old man hesitated, then said, "Young master, immediately the 10,000 states competition. After the competition, you will be pro-government, and at this time, my Guanchuan universe heavenly road is collapsing for no reason. I am afraid that there are people who are targeting." Yang Jia calmly said, "Nothing. In front of absolute strength. All targeting is floating clouds." The old man busily said, "Young lord is invincible. The future will certainly surpass the Guanchuan sword master." Yang Jia, however, slowly closed his eyes. "Not only will I surpass my father, I will also surpass my grandfather as well as my great-grandfather." Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly swept out from within him, and the starry river boiled in an instant. Peerless intent. Orderly intent. Everyone around him looked at Yang Jia incredulously. That old man was also filled with disbelief. He hadn't thought that the young master had reached that level. Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, Guanxian Academy. Yi Tianmian collapsed straight after finishing that roll sentence, and the veiled skirted woman above his head slowly disappeared with her. However, as she disappeared, she glanced at the firmament, and in the firmament, there was a man in a Dao-robed robe who turned around and ran. That Dao-robed man said in a trembling voice as he ran, "Damn! So play is it? In the future, if the small number can't beat you, you can go to the big number? Grass!" Yi Tianlife fell down. Mu Guanxin suddenly ran over from the side. He hastily catch Yi Tianlife. At this moment Yi Tianlife face pale as paper. The whole body has been overdrawn, as if the energy has been drained generally. Mu Guanxuan's brows furrowed as he looked towards Xiao Ta. "What's going on?" Xiao Ta didn't dare to say anything and directly pretended to be dead. Seeing that the little tower didn't answer, Mu Guanxuan didn't ask any more, and immediately carried Yi Tianmian back to the main hall. After he put Yi Tianmian back in place, he picked up a seal on the side table and turned around to leave. He found Song Shi, and directly threw the seal to Song Shi. "Go to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and help me to pawn it, and then get me an Emperor-ranked elixir." Song Shi was a bit puzzled. "What?" Mu Guanduan said. That little guy had some problems with his cultivation, and both his divine soul and spiritual power suffered heavy damage. Song Shi was instantly a little shocked. "How could that be?" Mu Guanxuan shook his head. "Let's not talk about it first. You quickly go and get an Emperor rank pill." Song Shi looked down at the seal in front of him and said in a deep voice, "This is your Mu family's ancestral seal, and it's also what your parents left you in the first place." "You?" Mu Guanduan said, "It's all outside of the body. Saving lives is important." Song Shi hesitated, then said, "An Emperor rank pill costs at least 800,000 plus spirit crystals. It's too expensive. How about I go to the Nanling family?" Mu Guanxuan shook his head. "That little guy is ours now, so naturally we should be responsible for it. How can we go trouble others?" Song Shi said, "But this seal is yours." Mu Guanduan said, "It's not important, go." After saying that, he turned around and left. After Song Shi was silent for a moment, he picked up the seal and disappeared into thin air. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Guandust gave Yi Tianming a pill, and it took about an hour for Yi Tianming's qi to recover a bit. Mu Guanduan walked over to the bedside with a bowl of thin rice and sat down. Smiling, "Feeling better?" Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanduan and was a bit puzzled. "Teacher, what's wrong with me?" Mu Guanduan said, "Don't you remember?" Yi Tianmian frowned and thought for a long time, then shook his head. "I don't remember anything." Mu Guanduan said, "Don't think about it first. Come and drink something." Yi Tianming reached out and took the bowl, and drained the bowl. He shook his head vigorously, but he still couldn't remember anything. Mu Guanduan said, "You take a rest first." After saying that, he got up and left. Yi Tianming lay on the bed. "Pagoda ancestor, what happened before?" The little tower said, "You don't even remember?" Yi Tianmian nodded. "I don't remember anything." The small tower had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that this guy's memory? Yi Tianmian said, "You know what happened, right?" Xiao Ta said, "Nothing. It's just that you made a mistake in your cultivation and then fainted. You have to be more careful next time." Yi Tianming nodded slightly. "So that's how it is." This time, he lay down for 3 whole days and 3 nights before completely recovering his vitality. On this day, he was practicing his sword in the back of the mountain. He walked up to a small hill. He held his sword scabbard tightly in his left hand and pondered for a few breaths. All of a sudden, he fiercely drew his sword in a chop. A superimposed chopping sky drawing sword technique. Buzz, accompanied by a sword sound. A sword chi broke through the air, and the small mountain in the distance was directly split in two from the center, with countless dust and debris splattering all over the place. And the sword with the sheath in his hand couldn't withstand the force and had completely shattered. Overlay. To the side, a voice came. Yi Tianming turned his head to look. The person who came was none other than Mu Guanchen, who was wearing a long robe and holding a volume of ancient books in his hands. Yi Tianming put away his sword and bowed deeply. "Teacher." Mu Guanchen laughed. "Your sword is not bad." Yi Tianmian grinned. "My tower ancestor taught me." That said, "Teacher, what level is my current strength?" Amongst the younger generation of Wanzhou, Mu Guanduan said, "Medium to low." Eh? Yi Tianmian was a bit stunned. "Only lower middle?" Mu Guanduan laughed. "What else?" Yi Tianming was silent. He originally thought that his current battle power was placed in the entire Wanzhou, at least upper class. Mu Guanchun slowly said, after removing the second-class lineage and first-class lineage, you are indeed considered upper class, but if you add the second-class lineage and first-class lineage, then your current strength may not even be considered second class. Saying that, he paused and added, you have to know the resources that they can provide to their children in the second-class families and first-class families are far from what you can compare. Not only did they have top-level strong guides growing up, the techniques, aptitudes, and martial arts that they cultivate are all top-level as well. I don't know about the first-class families, but anyway, the techniques, martial arts, and whatnot, that the core children of the second-class families cultivate since they were young that are all at the lowest level of the emperor rank. Yi Tianming was shocked in his heart. He knew that the resources of the children of those sects and families must be extraordinary, but he did not think that a core child of a second-class family cultivating techniques and martial skills was at the minimum of the emperor rank. What if it was a first-class family? It was simply unimaginable. Mu Guanwan continued, in addition, there is the cultivation site, though second-class family and first-class family cultivation site is not a general cultivation site. They are to go to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion of the kind of special cultivation site, Immortal Treasure Pavilion of the kind of special cultivation site, in which 5 years of cultivation is equivalent to the outside world for 1 day. Those who are able to enter this kind of cultivation grounds must be at least the core children of a first-class family. Yi Tianming was shocked. 5 years inside. 1 day in the outside world? This. Mu Guanduan said. Shocking, isn't it? Yi Tianmian nodded his head. Mu Guanduan laughed. This is nothing. I heard that Guanxian Swordmaster had a special cultivation site back then. 10 years inside and 1 day in the outside world. That would be truly heaven-defying. Yi Tianming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Cultivating in this kind of cultivation site, people like us, we wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Xiaota. Mu Guanduan said, do you know who the most demonic person of the young generation of Wanzhou was in the last session? Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanduan, who said, Yi Jie from the Yi family in the southern state. At the age of 17, he was already at the Saint Realm, a full 7 realms higher than you are now, and he was able to cross the challenge at every realm, even 2 realms, because the techniques and martial arts he cultivated as well as the divine abilities were all top-notch, and the general public simply couldn't compare to them. In fact, in the path of martial arts, it's not just talent and hard work that is compared to, there is also family lineage, and this family lineage, in fact, most of the time is more important than talent and hard work. And for many people, it's not that he didn't work hard enough, but that he has already lost from birth. Yi Tianming was unable to refute this. And when he thought about it carefully, there was actually only deep helplessness. Mortals wanting to cross classes, it was harder than climbing up to the sky. Mu Guanduan said, I'm telling you all this to make you understand the gap between you and them now, and you need to face up to this gap. Yi Tianmian shook his head. Teacher, I understand what you mean, but the reality is that this gap is desperate. Mu Guanchuan laughed. Despair is right. Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanduan, who said, despair means that you have no way back, and since there is no way back, then why not put your best foot forward? Yi Tianming understood at once. Without a family, without a backer, do you have any other choice but to fight to the death? As for the Tower Ancestor, he admitted that the Tower Ancestor was something, but at the moment, although the Tower Ancestor was something, it didn't seem to be much. In short, one had to rely on oneself. Mu Guanchuan suddenly said, this sword skill you just performed, in addition to stacking, it can actually be varied. Yi Tianmian busily asked, how can it be varied? Mu Guanchan laughed. Your gongfu. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. Mu Guandus said, your gong method is very special. Apart from spiritual qi, you can also absorb other energies. Since this is the case, then why don't you absorb the power of the veins in the depths of this earth? Yi Tianming was filled with doubt. The power of the earth's veins? Although he had read a lot of books, however, this kind of book on cultivation was something he had basically never read because there was none. Most of the books sold by that great Tao bookstore were all anti-books and immodest books. Mu Guanduan nodded. In the depths of this earth, there is endless power, that is, the power of the earth veins. You can completely try to utilize your own techniques to absorb them all for your own use. If this sword technique of yours is enhanced by these earth powers, with your current realm and physical body strength, you can at least stack more than 5 more channels. Stack 5 more channels. Yi Tianming was immediately excited. The 2 sword techniques he had stacked now were completely capable of killing people over the level. If he stacked 5 more, how heaven-defying would it be? Moreover, he also saw infinite possibilities. The power of the earth. Wouldn't that be endless? Looking at Yi Tianming's excited appearance, Mu Guanchuan laughed. Try it. Yi Tianming nodded his head. His eyes slowly closed and he began to operate his gong method as he felt the earth. But a moment later, he opened his eyes. Teacher, I can't feel the power of the earth. Mu Guanchen laughed. You are not unable to feel it. You are too excited, too eager. You first sit down and calm your breath and gaze for half an hour. Don't think about anything else. Let yourself be completely and utterly still. Then feel everything with your heart yet. Yi Tianming nodded. I'll try. Mu Guanduan said. You cultivate first. I'll go get some ingredients to cook for you. After saying that, he turned around and left. Yi Tianmian, on the other hand, plopped down and tried to calm his heart. Mu Guanduan arrived at the main hall, and that Song Shi was still drinking, drunk. Mu Guanduan said, Old Song, you have to give me some money. That little guy cultivates. He can't just eat veggies with me every day. He has to buy some top-quality meat with pills to make it work. Song Shi rolled his eyes. Do you think I have money? Although the Nanling clan donated some money, it's not like you don't know how much money we owe for this academy, and now we don't even have a single hair. Mu Guanduan said, You're the head of the academy, you have to think of a way. Song Shi rolled his eyes. I'll go rob it. Okay? Mu Guanduan sighed in a low voice. Old Song. You can't give up on yourself. You have to pull yourself together. Song Shi spread his hands. It's not like you don't know what's going on with me. My salary is the lowest amongst all the courtyard masters. My yearly salary isn't even enough to drink right now. You still have wild vegetables to eat. I don't even have any. I'm bitter. Mu Guanchen shook his head. Okay, you don't want to be like this. You go to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Martial Pavilion, and pick up a few jobs for me to remodel my feats in martial arts. Limited to the Emperor rank and below the Emperor rank, and you want to be speedy? Not waiting for him to finish, Song Shi got up violently. Good. After saying that, the person had already disappeared inside the large hall. Song Shi went fast and came fast. He took on a full 10 missions, all of which were for the modification of feats and martial arts, and all of which were of the Emperor rank. For each modified technique and martial skill, as long as it was recognized by the Martial Pavilion, at least 30,000 spirit crystals could be obtained, and if it was Emperor rank, at least 100,000 spirit crystals could be obtained, even if it was just a little bit of improvement. Of course, this kind of mission was not something that ordinary people could take, although Song Shi was very down and out, but at least he was also the master of a state's courtyard, and thus was qualified to take this kind of level of mission. When he saw that all 10 quests were at the Emperor level, Mu Guanchuan was a bit speechless, but did not say anything as he took those feats and martial arts and returned to the main hall. Song Shi hurriedly followed him, and Mu Guanchuan took out one of the scrolls of merit laws, and just by glancing at it, his brows furrowed. How could this Emperor rank merit law be so rough? Who created this? It's not as good as the one created by that little guy from Heaven's Destiny. Song Shi. Mu Guanchuan picked up a pen and modified a few words on it before handing it to Song Shi. Song Shi was dumbfounded. That's enough. Mu Guanchuan nodded. Any further revisions and it will be beyond the Emperor rank. Song Shi. Chapter 27. Student. Teacher. In less than half an hour, Mu Guanchuan finished modifying all the feats and martial arts. He handed those feats and martial arts to Song Shi. After you give it to the Martial Pavilion, don't say that it was me who modified it, and after you get the money, by the way, purchase some things for me, 1 great hijacking pill, 100 pounds of demonic beast meat that's above the king rank, 5 inner dawn of demonic beasts of the immortal rank, and if there's any that are of the emperor rank, buy one of those as well. No way, Song Shi hurriedly said. This amount of money can't even buy an emperor rank. Even if it's immortal rank, I'd still have to bare my old face to haggle. Mu Guanduan nodded. Then by the immortal rank, other than that, the divine marrow spiritual liquid, see if you can buy a bottle. Song Shi's face instantly darkened. Big brother. The divine marrow spiritual liquid is now on the market for a minimum of 600,000 spirit crystals. And that's still the minimum, Mu Guanchuan said with a straight face. His body bones are too weak right now, he has to be nourished by the divine marrow spiritual liquid. Otherwise, his physical body can't go any further. Moreover, if he doesn't lay a good foundation right now, the further he goes, the more drawbacks he'll have in his body, you know all of this. Song Shi said, Of course I know, but money… where will the money come from? Mu Guanduan said, Don't you know how to rob tombs? Song Shi glared at him. What are you talking about? I call that archaeology. Mu Guanchuan nodded. You're the head of the courtyard, so you have to put in some effort as well. Song Shi thought for a moment, then said, When the time comes, I'll take him along to steal, to archaeology, so he can go out and practice a bit. He's very lacking in practical combat. He needs to go to a dangerous place to hone his skills. Mu Guanduan said, That's fine. You buy the divine marrow spiritual liquid with those pills first. He needs it urgently. Song Shi. After Songshur left, Mu Guanchun returned to his large hall. He sat behind his desk and looked at the bamboo slips in front of him. He contemplated for a long time, and finally began to move his pen, but after writing only a few words he stopped again, and then he shook his head. It's not right. Just like this, he was silent for a long, long time, and finally he got up and walked to the entrance of the great hall. He looked up to the end of the sky and said softly, "Equality! Back mountain." Yi Tianming was already like an old monk in meditation at this moment. His heart was now completely calm. A moment later, he began to feel the earth gradually. His face revealed a color of excitement, because he felt the power of the earth vein deep within that earth. That majestic power was buried deep within the depths of the earth and was endless. He began to operate his gong method, and soon some of the power of the earth surged out from the earth and then followed his arm into his body. Yi Tianming's body shuddered with incomparable pleasure. Feeling the endless power of the earth veins deep within the earth, Yi Tianmian excitedly said, "Tower ancestor. I feel like I'm going to be invincible." Little tower. Yi Tianming was excited. Tower ancestor. As long as I master these earth powers, who else in this heaven and earth is my opponent? The little pagoda said in a deep voice. Calm down. Based on my past experience, when you have such thoughts, the next thing you'll do is to suffer a severe beating. Yi Tianming started to try to devour those earth power, and after devouring some of the earth power, he was instantly a bit thankful because he realized that there were very many impurities in these earth power. If he hadn't already modified his gong method, then devouring earth power with impurities into his body, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And now, because his gong method had the ability to filter, therefore, the earth power that he absorbed was relatively pure, and soon a faint layer of earth golden light appeared on his body. That was the overflowing earth power. Yi Tianming's right hand slowly clenched up. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with powerful strength. Suddenly, he violently blasted his fist at the ground. Boom! As this fist slammed down, the entire earth shattered, and a huge deep pit appeared in the middle of the field. In the middle of the deep pit, Yi Tianmian looked excited. Tower ancestor. Is this the power of the earth? So strong. The little tower said, so strong. Yi Tianming felt that this tone of the tower ancestor was a bit perfunctory, but he didn't ask anything more. He looked at his fist that was glowing with a light golden color, and the excitement on his face was hard to hide, because if he used the power of the earth along with the heavenly zenith drawing sword technique, then it would definitely be very terrifying. But now there was a problem, and that was that his body couldn't withstand it, although his current body was a glazed body. But even so, it simply couldn't withstand this earth power plus the superimposed Jintian sword drawing technique. On top of that, there was the sword, and ordinary swords couldn't withstand it at all. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Tianming took out the Xing Dao sword. He knew that this sword must be able to withstand those earth forces with the superimposed Zhan Tian plucking sword technique. However, he still put away the Xing Dao sword. He wasn't being pedantic. To him, this sword could only be used in times of crisis. Using this sword in normal times, this sword would lift him to a height that didn't belong to him, which wasn't a good thing for him. Moreover, this sword was not a mortal object at first glance, and exposing it often could lead to trouble. Success! Just at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Yi Tianming turned his head to look, and the person who came was none other than Mu Guanchen. Yi Tianming was busy making a bow and respectfully said, "Teacher." Mu Guanchen smiled. "Eat." Yi Tianmian nodded. "Good." The teacher-disciple duo returned to the front of the main hall, and just like before, it was still a wild vegetable hot pot. But Yi Tianmian ate very well. Mu Guanchuan asked, "How does the power of the earth feel?" Yi Tianmian excitedly said, "Very strong, very, very strong." Mu Guanchuan smiled and did not say anything. Yi Tianming said, "Teacher, if I were to apply these earth forces to my sword techniques, they would definitely become very, very strong, but unfortunately my current physical body can't withstand it at all, and also I'm still missing a sword." Mu Guanduan said, "Don't you have a sword?" Yi Tianming said, "Teacher doesn't know. That sword is somewhat special. I don't dare to use it easily." Mu Guanduan smiled and said, "Indeed. Can you show me that sword of yours?" Yi Tianming nodded. "Of course." With that, he handed the Xing Tao sword to Mu Guanchen. As Mu Guanchuan received the sword, he took a look at it before looking at Yi Tianming. "How did you get this sword?" Yi Tianming said, "This sword has followed me since I was a child with my tower ancestor." Mu Guanchuan looked at Yi Tianmian. "Can I talk to your tower ancestor alone?" Although Yi Tianmian was puzzled, he still nodded. "Okay." After saying that, he took out the small pagoda, then put some dishes in a bowl and got up and walked towards the door. Mu Guanchuan looked at the small tower. What does your excellency intend to do by following this child? Xiaota said, Are you afraid that I will harm him? Mu Guanchuan nodded. Some so-called big brothers always like to lay out their plans and whatnot, using all living mortals as chess pieces. However, you shouldn't be this kind. Xiaota said, Why? Mu Guanchuan smiled faintly. You seem very innocent. Xiaota. Mu Guanchuan looked at the Xing Tao sword in front of him, deep in thought. The little tower laughed. Can you read this sword? Mu Guanchuan glanced at it, then said, If I'm not mistaken, this sword is actually just an ordinary sword in itself, but within the sword there is a Tao embedded within it. A Tao that I can't see the upper limit of, and this Tao is capable of ignoring all the realms, divine abilities, laws, and great paths in the world, right? The little pagoda was shocked in his heart. Why are you able to see that? I can sense that you don't have any cultivation. Mu Guanchuan looked at the little tower. You really don't have any animosity towards him? The little tower laughed. Even if I have hostility towards him, what can you do to us? Mu Guanchuan glanced at the Xing Dao sword in his hand. Even though I don't have any cultivation, I should be able to do anything to help you. Xiaota. Mu Guanchuan suddenly laughed. It's me who was overly concerned. After saying that, he placed the way-walking sword in front of the little pagoda and then got up to leave. The little tower suddenly said, You know how special this sword is and you don't move against it? Mu Guanchuan turned his head to look at the little pagoda with an odd expression. Little tower said in a deep voice, What kind of look is that? Mu Guanchuan laughed. There is an old saying called, If you don't do anything wrong in your life, you will only dare to face the blue sky after you die. I, Mu Guanchuan, came to this world openly and honestly, and I'll leave openly and honestly after I die, so not to mention a single sword, or even 10,000, or 1,000,000 of such swords, it won't cause me to lose my conscience. After saying that, he walked towards the distance. Little Tower asked again, Then you're not curious about his identity? In the distance, Mu Guanduan didn't even look back. Whether he's a man of heavenly destiny or a commoner, it makes no difference to me. In my heart, he's a student and I'm a teacher, that's all. Thank you to all the readers who voted and rewarded. Thank you for your support. Work hard on your words. Chapter 28. Two Freaks. When Yi Tianming returned, Mu Guanchun had already left. Yi Tianming held the bowl and looked at the small tower in front of him, curiously saying, Pagoda ancestor, what did teacher say to you? The little pagoda laughed. We were just chatting casually. Yi Tianming nodded and did not ask anything else. The little tower said, Why don't you continue to ask? I believe that you should be very curious. Yi Tianming seriously said, I know that the tower ancestor does not have bad intentions towards me. This point is enough. As for the rest, I believe that when it is time to tell me, the tower ancestor will naturally tell me. In short, I unconditionally believe in the tower ancestor. If the tower ancestor doesn't say it, I will never ask. The small tower is obviously very happy. Well, your kid is much better than the last two guys. Tower master, I like you. I tell you, the last two guys are pits, every day thinking about how to pit me, or you are thick. The last two guys. Could it be that tower ancestor had followed someone else before? Yi Tianming had some curiosity in his heart, but didn't ask anything more. After eating and cleaning up, he came to the back of the mountain and continued to start practicing. For this earth pulse power, he is now a little impatient to master. He now really can't wait to improve his strength, only have a strong enough strength, only to be able to control their own destiny. He stood on the earth, his eyes slightly closed, and his gong method was running. Unlike at the beginning, he had now adapted to those earth pulse power. Around him, the earth pulse power surged. He felt that under the earth there was infinite power. It was really infinite. However, the only thing that was more unfortunate was that his current physical body couldn't withstand much of the earth vein power at all, but cultivating his physical body was especially costly, and what he lacked the most right now was money. Thus, he couldn't cultivate his physical body at all. Having no money is a million difficulties. Yi Tianming suddenly opened his eyes. Tower ancestor, I have an idea. The little tower was a little curious. What idea? Yi Tianming looked down at the earth. My body has a limit. It can't withstand too much of the power of the earth's veins. But what if I don't want this body of mine? Xiaota was puzzled. What did you say? Yi Tianming said in a deep voice. What I mean is that I originally used my body as a container for these earth pulse forces. But the body has limits. If I don't want a body, and use the entire earth as my body, when facing the enemy, I will directly invoke the entire earth pulse power, so that they don't have to pass through my body and directly erupt like a volcano. Xiaota. Yi Tianming excitedly said, I can try. The little tower suddenly said, have you ever thought that even if you do succeed, but you are also in the center of the core of the erupting volcano, will you be able to live? Yi Tianming frowned. This is Tower Ancestor. Do you have any good advice? The little tower laughed. Then I'll give you a little hint. Your gong method is rather special. It can absorb the power of the earth, and since it can absorb it, then naturally it can also. I see. Yi Tianming suddenly said excitedly. Since it can absorb, then it can also mobilize. The little tower laughed. Clever. Yi Tianming was so excited that he ran his gong method and slowly raised his right hand. And in an instant, those earth vein forces under his feet began to surge up and the earth began to tremble. Sure enough, it can be tuned. Yi Tianming forced down the excitement within his heart as he slowly raised his right hand. And deep within the earth, countless earth vein forces continued to gush out, and a light golden light surrounded him like a curtain of rain. His face began to turn pale, and at the same time he was also a bit nervous, because he sensed that those earth vein forces around him contained a powerful force, very dangerous, but his mind was clear. The more this time, the more he had to be calm and collected, because if he wasn't careful, he might be revolted by these earth vein forces. He took a deep breath, then merged his fingers and pointed at the mountain in the distance. In an instant, countless golden lights now exploded out towards the distance and blasted onto that large mountain in the distance. Rumbling. That big mountain directly exploded and was swept to the ground. Countless dust rose up to the sky, shrouding the distant sky. At the same time, the earth cracked into a bottomless gully, just like a huge spider web. And Yi Tianming wasn't able to see this scene, because after he pointed that finger, his person had fallen into unconsciousness. One thing that both he and the Tower Ancestor had overlooked was that, although the power of the Earth's veins didn't pass through his body, manipulating those Earth's veins required spiritual power, and his current spiritual power simply couldn't withstand him mobilizing that much Earth's veins. When Mu Guanduan came to the field and saw the big mountain that was swept away in the distance, he was a little surprised. He looked down to Yi Tianming, who was lying on the ground with a face as pale as paper, and said softly, "This little guy." Saying that, he carried Yi Tianming towards the distance. Inside the large hall, Song Shi looked at Yi Tianming, who was lying on the bed. He leveled that mountain in the back. Mu Guanchun, who was sitting behind a desk and was writing something, nodded. Aha! Song Shi had a complicated expression. Demon. Mu Guanchun laughed. I'm also quite surprised. I didn't think that he would use those earth vein powers in that way. Song Shi shook his head. Too reckless. Not reckless. Mu Guanduan said, it's about being adventurous. Song Shi looked at Mu Guanduan. Just like you. Mu Guanchuan smiled and didn't say anything. Song Shi shook his head. Both of you are freaks. Mu Guanchuan asked, have there been any recent movements between the Shao family and Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy? Song Shi said, no. Mu Guanchuan's brows furrowed. Song Shi's face was quite grave. It was only perverse if there was none, because the Shao family and the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy would definitely not let Yi Tianming go, and for a power of that level, they understood best what it meant to eliminate the roots and roots in order to stop future troubles. Mu Guanchuan suddenly said, that Yi family, you have to look after it. Song Shi said, that Nanling Zhao girl's friend is looking after it. Mu Guanchuan shook his head. No, although that Nanling Zhao's friend's identities and origins are not simple, they won't fight hard with the Shao family as well as the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy for the Yi family. Therefore, you still need to help take care of it. Song Shi turned his head to look at Yi Tianming, who was still unconscious, then said, I will go and ask a few old friends to secretly look after the Yi family. Mu Guanchuan suddenly coughed. Song Shi looked at him, a little worried. It's not a problem, is it? Mu Guanchuan laughed. There's no big problem. With that, he looked towards Yi Guan, who was lying on the bed. This little guy's biggest problem right now is the lack of actual combat. If he can go to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's cultivation tower to cultivate a bit, it will definitely be a great help to him. Song Shi said, I'll figure it out. Not all the Immortal Treasure Pavilions in all the states will sell the Shao family face. Mu Guanduan nodded. Good. Song Shi said, I'll personally go to the Yi family first to see what's going on. The Shao family has no modesty now and can do anything. House Master. At this moment, Yi Tianming, who was lying on the bed, suddenly woke up. Song Shi looked at Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming hurriedly climbed up, but because he was too weak, he almost collapsed again. Song Shi slightly lifted his hand, and a soft force dragged him down. Yi Tianming hurriedly took out a scroll from his bosom. He handed it to Song Shi. Academy Master, please also give this to my elder brother. Let him and Yi Zong cultivate first. Song Shi glanced at the scroll. That gong method of yours? Yi Tianming nodded his head. The reason why he didn't share the gong method with Yi Nan and Yi Zong before was because he had just created it. He didn't have a bottom in his own heart, so how could he dare to give it to his elder brother and Yi Zong to cultivate? But now this gong method had been perfected and could be cultivated. And the reason why he only let Yi Nan and Yi Zong cultivate it first was because if the entire Yi clan cultivated it together, he was afraid that it would lead to a monstrous disaster. Therefore, he could only take his time. Song Shi looked at Yi Tianmian. This gong method of yours is not simple. Are you really willing to share it with your big brother and the others? Yi Tianmian shook his head. It's just something out of body. Not to mention a volume of gongfu. Even a divine weapon that ignored realms was not as heavy as the position of the clan in his heart. Song Shi looked at Yi Tianmian. His expression was quite complicated. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell whether the teenager in front of him was telling the truth or a lie. He put away the scroll and turned to leave. Mu Guanchuan looked at Yi Tianmian and smiled. You're still very weak right now. Trip a little first. Yi Tianming laid down. He looked at the busy Mu Guanchuan and was a little curious. Teacher, I see you writing every day. What are you writing? Mu Guanchuan laughed. A kind of law. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. However, Mu Guanchuan did not say anything more as he continued to write his own. Yi Tianming lay on the bed, his eyes slowly closed. Xiaoda suddenly said, Your big brother's dantian has been shattered. I'm afraid that your gongfu is useless to him. Yi Tianming softly said, Pagoda ancestor, do you know why I'm trying to mobilize the power of the earth vein without using my body? The little tower was puzzled. Why? Saying this, it suddenly realized something and said with some complexity, because it can cultivate without using the dantian. Chapter 29. The one called Yang Yi, Qingzhou Yi family. In the courtyard, Yinan was bare-chested, and after this period of exercise, his physical muscles had become extremely lean, with a single vein bulging out like a steel bar. Physical cultivation was undoubtedly an extremely difficult path to take, because not only did he have to endure pain that was difficult for normal people to endure, he also needed huge cultivation resources to support him. It could be said that the cultivation resources needed for physical cultivation was at least 5 times more than that of a normal cultivator, because the further one progressed, the more one needed all kinds of precious medicinal herbs and elixirs to care for the physical body. That was a bottomless pit. Moreover, the further it went, the harder it was to improve. After all, people were not demonic beasts, and in this aspect of the physical body, they were born with a disadvantage. Yinan was not unaware of this. He knew everything, but to him, all of this was unimportant. What mattered was that he, Yinan, as the son of the Yi clan, as the elder brother of the younger generation of the Yi family, he could not give up on himself. There was no road. Then one had to walk out a road. One could die on the road of walking, never swinging and lying flat. In the courtyard, Yinan grabbed a handful of black sand from the iron pot in front of him and wiped it on himself. This kind of sand was called iron sand, which was mixed with broken iron and hard sand as well as salt grains. This was the most common way for ordinary people to cultivate their physical body, because it was cheap. The fire under the pot was getting bigger and bigger, and the iron sand in the pot was getting hotter and hotter. And Yinan was not afraid at all. Over and over again he grabbed the iron sand and rubbed it fiercely on himself. His body had become blood red in no time. This is the first layer of cultivating the flesh body, which is also known as molting. As the name suggests, you have to completely shed your original fragile skin. Many people had already lost at this level. However, Yinan clenched his teeth in death, bracing himself against the kind of drilling pain coming from his body without uttering a sound. I don't know how long it took, but Li Yi came to Yinan with a wooden basin, in which was some emerald green liquid. Yinan was somewhat surprised. This is spirit wood liquid? Spirit wood liquid, a more precious liquid quenched from a special wood, had the effect of nourishing the body. For ordinary families, this was already considered a very precious thing. Before, he had simply nourished his body with herbal water. Li Yi nodded slightly. Father knows that you're cultivating your physical body, so he specially brought it to me. Yinan smiled bitterly. Again, I've let my father-in-law break the bank. Li Yi picked up a paddle and dipped it into the wooden plate. A moment later, she picked up the paddle and carefully wiped Yinan's body. Looking at those blood-red skins, Li Yi's heart was sore and tears flowed down at once. Yinan looked at Li Yi, her eyes filled with guilt, and softly said, I'm sorry, letting you suffer after me. Li Yi tenderly shook her head. What are you talking about? You and I, husband and wife, should have shared the same suffering. Yinan gently embraced her in his arms and said with some concern, I wonder how Heaven's Destiny is doing in the Middle Kingdom Divine State. The reason why he knew that Yi Tianmian was now in Middle-earth Divine Prefecture was because Vice City Lord Zhou Yuan had told him, and during this period of time, Zhou Yuan had often taken care of the Yi family in secret. At this time, Song Shi suddenly appeared in the courtyard, and Yi Nan and Li Yi were startled. Song Shi said, "You guys don't need to be nervous. I'm the courtyard master of the Guanchuan Academy in the Middle-earth Divine region." Yi Nan was surprised. "The Academy Master?" Song Shi nodded as he took out a section of scroll and handed it to Yi Nan. "This is what Heaven's mandate asked me to give you." Yi Nan did not take it, but asked, "Senior, is Heaven's life all right over there?" Song Shi smiled. "Everything is fine. You should not worry about him." Yi Nan's heart was relieved. "That's good." Song Shi said, "This scroll was given to you by him. It's a scroll of Gongfu. This Gongfu is a bit special, therefore, not too many people should cultivate it for the time being, so as not to attract trouble." Yi Nan took the scroll. "Many thanks, Senior." Song Shi shot a glance at Yi Nan. "You are cultivating your physical body?" Yi Nan nodded. "My dantian has been shattered. Thus, I can only cultivate the flesh body one." Song Shi thought for a moment, then said, "This is a path, however. It's not like the dantian can't be repaired. It's just a matter of money." Yi Nan laughed. "If it can be repaired in the future, it will naturally be excellent. If it can't be repaired, then I will take the path of the flesh body." Song Shi said, "Flesh body? This path is extremely difficult to walk through." Yi Nan said, "It doesn't matter if I can get through or not. I'll go first." A flash of appreciation flashed in Song Shi's eyes. He sized up Yi Nan and sighed in his heart. This person in front of him, no matter whether it was talent or heart, was top-notch. If this does not come out, the future is really unlimited. Sometimes a genius appearing in a small family might not be a blessing, but a curse. Yi Nan suddenly worried. "Senior, the Shao family, they..." Song Shi smiled. "Don't worry. Since he is now a student of my Middle-earth Divine region, I will be responsible for him." Yi Nan gave a deep salute. "Senior's favor. My Yi family will never forget it." To him, if Song Shi was gracious to Yi Tianmian, then he was gracious to him and the entire Yi family. Song Shi laughed. "Since I took him in, then I should be responsible for him. It doesn't count as any favor or not. It's you guys, during this period of time, you have to be more careful. I'm leaving." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared in the same place. After Song Shi left, Yi Nan's heart was suddenly relieved. He had been worried about Yi Tianmian before, and now after learning about Yi Tianmian's specific situation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked down at the scroll. He opened it to take a look. His expression gradually became grave. A moment later, he violently closed the scroll. I might be able to cultivate without using the dantian." Li Yi was somewhat puzzled. Yi Nan was a little excited. "Heaven's Destiny is truly a genius. This gong method of his is really special. I just need to modify it a little bit. Perhaps I will be able to use it exclusively for me. I'm going to explore it. Go and call Yi Zong here." Li Yi, on the other hand, was a little worried. "Modify it?" Yi Nan shook his head. "No, it's creation. I can use the Heaven's Destiny, this gong method, as the basis to recreate a gong method suitable for my cultivation. That's what he meant when he gave me this gong method. I need to study and explore it. You go and call Yi Zong here." Li Yi hurriedly turned around to seek Yi Zong. After Li Yi left, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Although his gong method is suitable for you, it is too slow." Yi Nan turned to look. A man in a Taoist robe had appeared in the courtyard not far away at some point. Yi Nan was stunned. "Dao Bookhouse, bookseller." The man in Taoist robes laughed. "Kowtow." Yi Nan was puzzled. The Dao-robed man stared at Yi Nan. "Last chance, oh." Yi Nan immediately knelt down. "Apprentice brother pays homage to master." After saying that, he respectfully kowtowed 3 times. The Dao-robed man laughed. "From now on, you are my 9th disciple. Of the 9 brothers and sisters before you, other than that in Yen, all of them have already established their paths in the real world and claimed the title of ancestor, so you can't afford to lose too much face." Establishing the Dao and claiming the title of ancestor. Yi Nan's heart jumped, although he couldn't understand it. His intuition told him it was very powerful. He respectfully said, "Master, who is powerful between you and the Guanchuan sword master?" The Dao-robed man laughed. "A person who needs to rely on others to perfect the order is not worthy to be compared to me. In the entire Yang family, only that person called Yang Yi can fight. The rest?" Saying that, he shook his head and smiled disdainfully. Yi Nan didn't know if what the other party said was true or false, He didn't think much about it, but respectfully kowtowed. Master, my younger brother Yizong is not bad. He has the posture of a great emperor. Master, do you want to take him in as well? The Dao-robed man glanced somewhere. A man who once broke tens of thousands of epochs with his 2 fists. What kind of master does he need? Back mountain. From afar, Li Yi saw Yizong was madly waving his fists, and each of his punches was able to bring up a burst of chi explosions, which was extremely horrifying. Li Yi ran over, and at this time, she suddenly heard Yizong muttering to himself, "Damn, I'm going to destroy the Shao family in the future. I'm going to kill them without leaving any chickens or dogs behind. And what's that broken Guanchuan Academy? Damn it, how dare you bully my heavenly fate brother? Hey, what martial ancestor not martial ancestor? How many times have I told you? My name is Yizong, the future great emperor." Li Yi was a bit puzzled and accelerated his steps, and then he heard Yizong say, "What's suppressing 10,000 ages? I don't understand. Don't blow your might. Can you lend me some money first? 300 spirit crystals is fine. I swear by the name of the future great emperor, I will definitely return it." Li Yi suddenly said, "Yizong." Yizong was startled and turned around in a hurry. When he saw Li Yi, he hurriedly ran over. "Sister-in-law?" Li Yi was puzzled. "Who were you talking to just now?" Yizong was instantly a little nervous. "I didn't." Li Yi did not continue to pursue the question. Softly said, "Quickly go to your big brother. He has something to find you." Yizong hurriedly nodded. "Good." Li Yi looked at Yizong, who ran away. She was a little worried because she realized that this Yizong has been cultivating really too diligently lately. Every day he gets up earlier than a chicken and sleeps later than a dog. She was worried that he was overly stressed. What worried her the most was that Yizong was often alone and sometimes talked to himself as he did just now. "I have to care more about this little guy," Li Yi whispered worriedly. "There's also Heaven's mandate. I don't know if he has enough money to spend over at the academy. I have to send him a little more." Saying that, she returned to her room, then took out the few pieces of jewelry she had left, and went straight to the Xianbeige pawn shop. Not long after Song Shi left the Yi family, an old man stopped him, and the person who came was none other than one of the elders of the Shao family, by the name of Shao Quan. Shao Quan smiled. "Academy Master Song, a chat?" Song Shi looked calm. "Chat about what?" Shao Quan smiled. "Academy Master Song, we know that the reason why you took the Yi Tianmian is entirely because of the Nanling family, who pressurized you. Thus, we can understand." Song Shi looked at him and didn't say anything. Shao Quan continued, "But now, we've already taken care of the Nanling family's side, and the Nanling family won't meddle in this matter anymore. So we hope that Academy Master Song can give our Shao family face." Song Shi calmly said, "Kill Yi Tianmian?" Shao Quan laughed. No, this doesn't need to be done by Yard Master Song. Yard Master Song only needs to find a reason to expel him from Guanchuan Academy. We'll do the rest. Of course, we know how difficult it is for Academy Master Song. In this way, our Shao family will send a disciple to the Middle-earth Divine Region's Guanchuan Academy to enroll in the academy. Don't worry, Academy Master Song. This disciple is guaranteed to strive for the top 20. In this way, the Middle-earth Divine Region's Guanchuan Academy will be able to continue to open, and furthermore, the reputation will be able to be made, and it will be able to be easier to enroll students in the future. Song Shi was silent for a moment before saying, "This condition really makes my heart flutter." Shao Quan's heart was greatly settled as he smiled. "Our Shao family is very willing to make Academy Master Song a friend." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, in the distance, Song Shi had already disappeared in place, and immediately after, he saw a large hand slapping towards him. The speed was just too fast. Snap! Shao Quan was directly slapped dozens of feet away and finally smashed heavily on the ground. He was first confused, then he hurriedly stood up, his face grimacing as he angrily stared at Song Shi. "You dare to?" Slap! Another slap came. Shao Quan flew out again once more. This time the slap was on the left side of his face, and in an instant, his entire head swelled up like a pig's head. Song Shi coldly looked at Shao Quan. "I, Song Shi, am just poor, not without a bottom line, and I really don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of it. Go back and tell your family head. Yi Tianmian is now a person from Laozi Academy. If you Shao family has the guts to come and massacre my divine state Guanchuan Academy." Saying that, he fiercely pooed. "Disgusting thing, what do you take Laozi for? Laozi is the courtyard master, a feudal official. Laozi is a person of status. Can I be as underhanded as your Shao family?" After saying that, He made a move with his right hand and directly snatched Xiao Quan's nascent sacred ring before turning around and disappearing into the sky. Xiao Quan. Chapter 30. Martial God Family. In situ, that Xiao Quan's lungs were about to explode with anger. This was a blatant defiance of the Xiao family. Xiao Quan stared dead on at the end of the sky. The killing intent in his gaze was like substance. But he quickly calmed down again, and a question couldn't help but rise in his heart. Why would the other party defend the Yi Tianmian so much? Justice? He knew that people like Song Shi would never fight hard against the Xiao family simply because of justice. Such people had a ruler in their hearts that they would measure. In other words, it was value that Yi Tianmian must have value for this Song Shi to be like this. Thinking of this, his face sank. Could it be that Yi Tianmian had shown some other terrifying talent? He immediately turned around and disappeared in place. He had to immediately go back to the Xiao clan to report this matter. He couldn't give that Yi Tianmian more time. Dragging it out would lead to changes. Qingzhou. On this day, and Xiao brought a group of people from the Yin clan to the Yin clan, and a group of people from the Yin clan were all excited. It was because the Yin clan had allowed their branch to return to the ancestral family. Returning to the ancestral family. From then on, they would be able to claim to the outside world that they were the Yin clan, the Martial God clan. Martial God clan. A first-class family in the Guanxuan universe. At the head of the group was Xiao, who could not hide his excitement at the moment. Beside him was Qi, who had obviously dressed up today, wearing a light green dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, and a graceful demeanor, which attracted a lot of people's gazes. At this moment, Qi's face was also flushed with excitement. The bloodline between their family and the Martial God family and clan had actually been very, very thin, and outside, they didn't even dare to say that they were of the same clan as the Martial God family and clan, much less thought of being able to return to the ancestral clan one day. And this time, the reason why they were able to return to the ancestral clan all depended on one person, and that was Yen. Because Yen, with the first place overwhelming advantage, won the young master Yang Jia personally presided over the great examination of Guanxian, and also by the young master Yang Jia personally into the White Clothes Pavilion, become now the White Clothes Pavilion within the number 2 figure, second only to the White Clothes phase of the Zhua Ci. What is the White Cloth Pavilion? That is the young master Yang Jia's think tank. The people inside are the young master Yang Jia personally training and recruiting talent. Now these people in the White Clothes Pavilion, although there is no official status, but they are able to sway the dynasty but also the future of the cabinet and the cabinet of the cabinet members of the candidates. And that Zhua Ci has been internalized as the next cabinet chief minister. Now, Yen not only entered the White Clothes Pavilion, but also became the number 2 person in the White Clothes Pavilion. So it can be said that this is truly a promising future. Most importantly, the people in the White Clothes Pavilion could be said to be all young Lord Yang Jia's close confidants. This was his own squad that he had cultivated, and in the future they were going to be in charge of the Guanxuan universe. Although the Yin clan was a martial god clan, they naturally had to pay attention to a character like Yen, so the Yin clan decided to let this branch of Yen return to the ancestral clan. And Xiao and the others entered the ancestral shrine under the leadership of the Yin clan's people, and then respectfully kowtowed to the 3 statues of the martial gods within the ancestral shrine. After a series of tedious processes, and Xiao and the others finally recognized their ancestors. After exiting the ancestral shrine, and Xiao smiled, from now on, they were not the Yin family, but the Yin clan, a first-class family in Qingzhou. Seemingly thinking of something, he turned his head to look at Qi, who was at the side. I heard that Yi Tianmian went to the Middle Earth divine state. That is, that sin state. And Qi's eyebrows furrowed. Yi Tianmian. This name was familiar and somewhat unfamiliar. After a moment of silence, and Qi asked, "How is he now?" And Xiao said, "I asked someone to inquire before. It seems that he is only at the Great Tribulation realm, for realms lower than you are now." Saying that, he laughed. "Fortunately, you decisively chose to separate from him in the beginning. If not, we are now a first-class family, and then marrying someone from a last-class family, then I'm afraid that we would have to become the laughingstock of the entire Guanxuan universe. Vermilion sect to vermilion sect, bamboo sect to bamboo sect. How could a martial god family join in marriage with someone from an inferior family? The martial god family could not be humiliated." And Xiao added, "I've just gotten the news that the Yin clan has decided to cultivate you, and to cultivate you as a core child, and before long, you will also become the top demon of the younger generation of our Guanxuan universe, and that Yi Tianming. Forget it, let's not mention him." And Qi slowly raised his head to look at the sky and softly said, "I knew that he and I would be people from 2 worlds, but I never expected it to come so quickly." Middle Earth Divine Prefecture, Guanxian Academy. the dilapidated back mountain. Yi Tianming stood in the middle of a pile of messy rocks. His hands slowly rested in vain, and in an instant, countless earth power surged out from the depths of the earth, and the entire earth began to tremble as if it was an earthquake. He was now trying to control and manipulate these earth pulse forces, and at the same time, he was also testing his spiritual limits. After the last time, he realized that he was now not only weak in the physical aspect, but also in the spiritual aspect, and he had no good way to improve the physical aspect, but he found that manipulating these earth vein forces could exercise his spiritual power. Spiritual power. He was aware of it. Some people were specialized in cultivating spiritual power, especially those cultivators who were good at arts and techniques. Their spiritual power was terrifying. Often with a single thought, they were able to destroy the other party's spirit and make the other party become an idiot, and some of the stronger spiritual power cultivators were even more horrifying. With a single thought, they were able to move mountains and flatten the sea, and a single leaf tore up the sky. In the Guanchuan universe, the measure of a person's strength never just realm. For example, some people his realm is the same as yours is the realm of 10,000 laws, but people may be the physical body is a small robbery realm, or spiritual power and soul power is a small robbery realm, or the other party mastered a powerful martial arts skills or magical powers, or the other party has a divine weapon. Of course, the higher the realm, the stronger the physical body and spiritual power and divine soul, but his primary goal right now wasn't to raise his realm, but to stabilize his existing realm and raise his physical body and spiritual power and even his divine soul to his own limits. It was good that he now had Mu Guanchuan to guide him. Thus, there were many less crooked paths to take, knowing that in the past, when he practiced cultivation, it was all completely on his own to figure it out. Under his control, those earth vein forces around him began to slowly wriggle, and he was obviously struggling a bit. His face gradually became pale, but he was very excited under the control of his gong method. He found that he could make these earth vein forces change, and he struggled to make them coalesce into a sword, but this was undoubtedly extremely difficult, and in no time, he collapsed with a softness in his body, and those earth vein forces quickly surged back deep into the ground. This time it was better. There was no coma, he was still conscious, just very weak. Yi Tianming was a bit excited because this feeling was very good. In a few days at most, he would be able to better manipulate these earth vein forces and have them condense into an earth vein sword. Thinking about this, he became even more excited because he had a new idea. Using qi to control the sword. To control the sword of the earth. It's awesome just thinking about it. Xiaoda suddenly said, "What are you excited about?" Yi Tianmian heatedly laughed. "Tower ancestor? Do you think I'm really a genius?" Little tower. Yi Tianming told the small tower about his idea. The small tower listened and was silent for a moment before saying, "This idea of yours is indeed possible. The power of the earth vein is endless, which means that as long as you have enough spiritual power, your flying swords will be able to be endless. But this is an extremely high requirement for your spiritual power." Yi Tianming nodded. "I'm going to work hard." The little tower said, "As for genius, little fellow, do you know how many demons and geniuses I have seen?" Yi Tianmian was instantly a bit curious. "How many have you seen?" The little tower laughed. Too many, little fellow. This world is very big and big. Not to mention the Qing state and Middle Earth divine state. Even those geniuses and demons that have ever existed in the entire Guanchuan universe. If they were put into the entire universe, apart from a very few individuals, they would only be considered ordinary. Yi Tianming said softly, "It's me who has seen less." Xiao Ta laughed. "You don't have to be presumptuous, although your talent is limited, but you have my guidance after all. In the future, there will definitely be a place for you on this big stage of the universe." Yi Tianming nodded his head hurriedly. "I cannot believe in myself, but I definitely believe in Tower Ancestor. Tower Ancestor, I will listen to you well. In the future, if I really make a name for myself, I will definitely not forget Tower Ancestor's favor. I will give you my retirement at that time." The little tower was very pleased. This little guy was really a thick-skinned person. It blurted out, "Actually, how to cultivate spiritual power. I do have a method here." Hearing the words of the Tower Ancestor, Yi Tianmian was instantly excited. "Tower Ancestor? What good method do you have?" Tower Ancestor laughed. "You manipulate the power of the earth's veins. This kind of method, although you are able to enhance your spiritual power, but this kind of equates to doing hard labor. The effect is not great. You have to learn to use the method. It is best to be able to form a spiritual domain." Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. "Tower Ancestor? What is a spiritual domain?" The little tower said, "It's equivalent to you carving out a territory that only belongs to you. Within this territory, you have absolute dominance. Of course, to form a spiritual domain, it's very difficult." Yi Tianming asked, "Tower Ancestor? The spirit is able to form a spiritual domain. Then if I cultivate the sword, am I also able to form a sword domain?" Little tower. Yi Tianming waited for an answer. The small tower said in a deep voice, Well, it is possible. However, we can start with a spiritual domain. I have a method here that you can try, and that is perception and cohesion. We first need to perceive our own spiritual energy, and then cohesion them together. Saying that it taught a set of methods to Yi Tianming. This set of methods, in fact, was extracted from within the book Cosmic Viewing Xuanfa. It didn't give the entire technique to Yi Tianming because it wanted Yi Tianming to follow his own path. Heavenly Fate Decree. This gongfu, the upper limit was very, very high, and it wanted Yi Tianman to continue on his own path along the way. He could borrow from others and learn from their strengths, but the focus was still on his own path. And after getting that cultivation method from the tower ancestor, Yi Tianmian was shocked. He didn't think that it was still possible to cultivate in this way. At the same time, he deeply recognized his own shortcomings. Yi Tianming asked, "Tower ancestor, who created this cultivation method?" The little tower said, "An ordinary genius from the universe outside." Yi Tianming laughed bitterly. It seems that he has indeed seen less. An ordinary genius from the outside universe was able to create this cultivation method. And he was complacent when he just had a little bit of achievement. Now it seemed that he was completely ignorant. Of course, what he didn't realize was that the person who created that technique wasn't an ordinary genius. The next time he began to cultivate, he tried to use the method that Master Tower taught him to begin to perceive his spiritual power. After perceiving it, he began to condense. He was soon able to condense those originally invisible to the naked eye spiritual power into a substantial substance, such as a line, one by one. Seeing this scene, the small tower is actually quite shocked. This little guy's talent, in fact, it is a little outrageous. It seems that the appropriate time has to be pressed, otherwise easy to drift. After drifting, it is easy to reverse the Big Dipper just like the last guy. Soon, a spiritual web similar to a spider's web appeared around Yi Tianmian. They covered all around him, moreover, they were materialized. Yi Tianming was excited. He realized at this time, no matter if it was doing something or cultivating, there must be a method. There is a method, twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, for his future cultivation, he must learn to find this method. After condensing a spiritual net, he had another discovery. That is, he was able to clearly perceive everything within the spiritual net. Even if it was a tiny mole cricket, he was able to clearly feel it. This was spiritual power. Yi Tianming began to try to use the spiritual power to manipulate the power of the earth. And when this spiritual power materialized, he found that it was simpler for him to manipulate those earth vein powers. Moreover, he was easily able to condense those earth vein forces into swords. However, he was able to condense up to 9 earth swords, which was his current limit. He began to manipulate these swords with his spiritual power and sword control technique. And soon, the 9 swords crisscrossed around him, bringing up a cracking sound. After a long time, Yi Tianmian was exhausted and weak on the ground, but his face was filled with excitement. That method taught to him by the tower ancestor had allowed him to discover a whole new direction, which he could completely use to extend and expand. A few moments later, after resting, he turned around and walked towards the academy. As he passed through the academy square, he suddenly turned his head to look, not far from the mountain gate, where a woman was walking this way. The woman had a head full of silver hair, wearing a simple black robe, with a purple ribbon tied around her waist. Her slender waist was revealed, and her features were exquisite and simply perfect, not like it should be on earth. She had her hands behind her back, walking calmly, with a powerful aura that enveloped the 4 fields. She walked that way. Yi Tianming was about to ask, but she directly ignored him and walked straight towards the main hall in the distance. Chapter 31. Ambush. Under Yi Tianming's gaze, the silver-haired woman walked inside the distant main hall. Yi Tianming's eyes were filled with curiosity. This girl's aura really wasn't ordinary, invisibly giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Although he was a little curious about the other party, he did not follow her over. Instead, he turned around and walked towards his own residence. He had to cook because at this time of the day, the teacher was usually busy. That is, he was writing that what's-his-name law. What the teacher and disciple duo ate every day was very simple. Either wild vegetables or some vegetables that Mu Guanchuan had grown himself. But today, just as he was cooking, Mu Guanchuan came beside him, carrying a large chunk of meat. He put the meat aside, and then smiled and said, "Extra meal today." Yi Tianmian stared at the piece of meat and was a little curious. "Teacher, what kind of meat is this?" Mu Guanduan said, "Demon beast meat, you watch and do as you please." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Extra meal." Yi Tianming smiled. He hadn't eaten meat for a long time. He washed the piece of meat in 3 tries, then cut the piece of demon beast meat into slices and prepared to make a boiled meat pot. In a short while, he came inside Mu Guanchen's hall with a pot. He placed the pot on the stove, and then hurriedly served a bowl of rice in front of Mu Guanshan, who was busy. "Teacher, let's eat first." Mu Guanshan smiled. "Good." Saying that, he put down his pen. then took the bowl of rice with both hands and walked over to that stove. The teacher and disciple duo began to eat. Yi Tianmian had just eaten a piece of demonic beast meat when he was shocked because he realized that there was a mysterious energy in his body that was warm and nourishing his organs and lungs. He raised his head and looked at Mu Guanchuan suspiciously, and Mu Guanchuan laughed. Some demonic beast meat has the function of nourishing qi and blood. It's normal. Yi Tianming said softly, "Teacher, this should be very expensive, right?" Mu Guanduan said, "The courtyard master pays for it, so we don't have to worry about it." Yi Tianmian didn't speak again. Mu Guanduan looked at him and smiled. "You are a student of the academy? The academy will do everything it can to provide you with the resources. These are what you deserve, so don't have any other thoughts, understand?" Yi Tianming nodded. Aha! He didn't say anything more because he understood that if he wanted to repay the kindness of his teacher and the courtyard master, the only way he could do so was to cultivate hard and make some achievements. Otherwise, saying words of thanks and whatnot were all just big empty words. Mu Guanchuan suddenly said, "Let's go to the back of the mountain to cultivate at night." Yi Tianming nodded. "Good." And right at this moment, Song Shi suddenly walked in, and behind him, there was a woman, the same silver-haired woman from earlier. The smile on Song Shi's face was like a chrysanthemum. "Let me introduce you guys. This is Miss Fu Zong. From today onwards, she is also a student of our academy." Mu Guanchuan and Yi Tianmian were both a bit surprised. Song Shi looked at the woman called Fu Zong and said, "Miss Fu Zong, from today onwards, these two in front of you are your teacher and your senior brother." Fu Zong glanced at Mu Guanchen. "The only teacher?" Her voice was very cold, like ice. Song Shi was busy nodding his head. "Yes, the only teacher." The word only, he deliberately emphasized it. While Fu Zong was silent, Song Shi was a little apprehensive, and just then, Fu Zong said, "May." Song Shi was relieved, while Fu Zong suddenly looked towards Yi Tianming. "Come here." After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the outside. Yi Tianming was a little confused. He looked at Song Shi, who didn't know and could only say, "Go and take a look." Yi Tianming picked up the bowl and walked towards the outside, while at this time, that Fu Zong was already standing in front of a large hall on the right. Yi Tianming looked at her with a puzzled face. Right at this moment, Fu Zong suddenly fiercely blasted her fist on the pillar of that great hall. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the entire grand hall shattered, and then instantly turned into pieces. The three of them. Fu Zong walked up to Yi Tianmian. She looked at Yi Tianmian, whose eyes were struggling like a lantern. "You become a senior brother, or take my punch." Yi Tianmian's throat rolled, said, "I didn't say that I have to be a senior brother. Isn't this all what the courtyard master said?" Song Shi, Shouta said, "You've egged out Yi Tianmian." Fu Zong turned his head to look at Song Shi. "Where do I sleep?" Song Shi looked at Mu Guanduan and Yi Tianming. Mu Guanduan said, "This hall in the back is mine. The one on the left is Tianming's. You should be the one on the right. It's this one that you broke." Fu Zong directly walked towards the big hall on the left. Yi Tianming was busy reminding, "Girl, that one is mine." Fu Zong suddenly threw him a nascent sacred ring. Yi Tianming caught the ring and took a look. His voice came to an abrupt halt. Inside the nascent ring, there were a full 2,000 spirit crystals. Yi Tianming stopped talking and silently put away the nascent sacred ring. Song Shi, Mu Guanchuan suddenly laughed. "Tianming, go wait for me at the back of the mountain. And by the way, finish the meat in the pot." Yi Tianming nodded. "Good." After saying that, he went into the house and picked up the pot and ran to the back mountain. Seeing Yi Tianming carrying the pot and running, Mu Guanduan hurriedly said, "You child, I didn't say I'm full." Yi Tianmian. A few moments later, after Yi Tianming finished eating the demonic beast meat, he headed to the back of the mountain. And Song Shi didn't leave. He looked at Mu Guanchuan, who was eating. "I know you're curious about that girl, but I don't know." Mu Guanchuan was a bit surprised. "You don't know?" Song Shi nodded his head. "Totally don't know. She just came out of the blue, and then said that she requested to join our Middle Earth Divine Prefecture's Guanchuan Academy. Other than that, there's nothing else," Mu Guanchuan said softly. "Then she's probably doing it for that quota to participate in the great competition of 10,000 prefectures." Song Shi said, "It should be. It won't do us any harm anyway. I can't even see through this girl's strength." Mu Guanduan nodded. Song Shi suddenly said, "Have you finished writing that what's-his-name law yet?" Mu Guanduan said, "Soon." Song Shi glanced at him. Is it worth it? Mu Guanchuan laughed. It's my choice. There's no such thing as worth it or not. Song Shi shook his head and sighed. You strange fellow. After saying that, he turned around and left. After Mu Guanchuan washed the dishes and chopsticks, he then headed to the back of the mountain. At this moment, Yi Tianmian was waving his fists. Each punch was mixed with a whistling air-breaking sound. And just after eating those demonic beasts, he felt that his body was paralyzed with infinite strength. When he saw Mu Guanduan come, he stopped in a hurry. Teacher, what kind of meat is that demonic beast meat? Mu Guanduan smiled. The meat of a king-rank demonic beast. King-rank demonic beast. Yi Tianming was instantly nonplussed. That was incomparably precious. He had only heard of it before. He hadn't even seen it. Mu Guanduan said, Next, let's quench your flesh. The process will be painful. You have to be mentally prepared. Yi Tianming grinned. I can take any pain. Mu Guanchuan smiled. Then he took out a box from his pocket and handed it to Yi Tianmian. Yi Tianmian was a bit puzzled. What is this? Mu Guanduan said, This is an extreme creation pill, which can attract second-level heavenly thunder. Yi Tianming was shocked. Extreme creation pill? Mu Guanduan nodded. This Dan can attract second-level heavenly thunder. Your current flesh has some defects and needs to be tempered by heavenly thunder again. With that, he took out another box and handed it to Yi Tianmian. Take this first. Yi Tianming said, Teacher, what is this? Mu Guanchuan smiled. Divine Flint Spiritual Liquid. It can protect your body and allow your body to better absorb this heavenly lightning. Divine Flint Spiritual Liquid. Yi Tianming was silent. He hadn't even heard of it, and he also knew that the so-called academy provided cultivation resources. But in fact, it wasn't like that at all. This academy was so poor that they could barely afford to eat, so how could they still have these good things? Seeing Yi Tianming silent, Mu Guanshan naturally understood why. He smiled, then said, You don't want to owe others a favor and feel guilty in your heart. This kind of thinking is not wrong. Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanduan. Mu Guanduan added, But you have to remember, everything in this world has cause and effect, so do favors. When fate puts you in a situation where you have to ask for help from someone, do not reject it because of pride and guilt in your heart, because this may be your blessing coming. Since it is a blessing given by destiny, then accept it openly, and if in the future you have the opportunity to return this favor, it is if you have the opportunity to return this favor in the future, it is naturally a continuation of good karma. But if you do not have the chance to return it, there is no need to worry about it. When you meet someone who is also in need of help in the future, reach out to them and pass on this goodwill. Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanshan and softly said, Teacher, why are you doing this to me? These were words he had wanted to ask for a long time. Mu Guanshan laughed. You're my student. Yi Tianming bowed his head slightly and didn't say anything. Mu Guanchuan walked to his side, gently patted the dust on his shoulder and softly said, Tianming, your thoughts, teacher can understand, because this world itself is full of evils. Coupled with your experience, you are skeptical of everything. You don't believe that there is the supreme goodness in this world. It's not your fault, it's the fault of this world. But teacher would like to tell you that there are evils in this world, and also there must be good people encountering evil people, since the evil should be punished with evil. But if you encounter good people, then you should also treat good with good. Speaking of this, he paused and added, My teacher once said a sentence to me, which I have always kept in mind to this day, and now I will give this sentence to you. That is, always have hope for this world. Always have hope for this world. Yi Tianming nodded heavily. Teacher, I've memorized it. After finishing, he asked, Teacher's teacher must be a very powerful person, right? Mu Guanchuan laughed. You'll get to know him sometime in the future. Chapter 32. Everyone is like a dragon. A few moments later, after Yi Tianming took that divine flint spiritual liquid, in an instant, his eyes opened roundly, and his 5 senses began to distort. He only felt that the divine flint spiritual liquid was like a stream of magma that entered his body, incinerating his internal organs and lungs to be turned into blood and water. On the side, Mu Guanduan said, Don't be afraid. This divine flint spiritual liquid will enter your blood and limbs. It will form a protective film on their surfaces, shielding your fleshly body, but this process is a bit painful, and the more awake you are, the better this effect will be, so you have to hold on a bit. Yi Tianming clenched his teeth. At first, the burning pain was only in his throat and body, but soon the burning pain spread to all the limbs of his body, as if it was going to turn him into ashes. It was really painful. However, he still clenched his teeth and insisted, because he knew that this divine flint spiritual liquid must be incomparably precious and could not be wasted in the slightest. Just like this painful process lasted for nearly half an hour, and during this half an hour, Yi Tianming didn't pit a single word and hardened his teeth to hold on, and after he held on, that burning pain slowly faded and was replaced by a warm, very comfortable feeling in his body. And in his body, covered with a light layer of greenish-green film. At this time, Mu Guanshan, who was on the side, walked over. You can now swallow that extreme creation pill and then draw the second-level heavenly thunder to quench your body. Yi Tianming opened the box and took out that great tribulation Dan and took it. Just as he took it, a black cloud appeared above his head, followed by lightning flickering in it like a silver snake. Mu Guanshan then retreated to the distance. At this time, a thunderbolt broke out of the clouds and fell straight down towards Yi Tianmian. Feeling that terrifying thunder might, Yi Tianmian subconsciously wanted to resist, while Mu Guanchuan's voice rang out once again. Don't resist, harden your flesh against it. Yi Tianming hurriedly stopped, and at that moment, that thunderbolt directly bombarded his head. Boom! Yi Tianming fell to the ground in response to the sound, only feeling his head booming, and at this time, not waiting for him to react, another thunderbolt fell down and bombarded him, and his body directly collapsed up to 10 feet high. In fact, he did not feel the pain because the whole body has been numb. As those thunderbolts fell one after another, dense lightning light spots appeared on Yi Tianmian's flesh, and due to the divine flint spiritual liquid, his body began to absorb those lightning light spots, and due to the divine flint spiritual liquid, he absorbed them very quickly, and later on, he also operated his own gong method, which made him absorb them even faster, which made his body look like a vortex. The effect of the Great Tribulation Dan lasted for 2 hours, and within these 2 hours, Yi Tianming was bombarded by the second-grade heavenly thunder hundreds of times, and as he devoured more and more lightning energy, his aura was rapidly rising, and there were hidden signs of a breakthrough, but he still pressed it down strongly and didn't choose to break through. Another hour passed. At this time, those thunderbolts on his body had disappeared, and he slowly stood up. At this moment, his physical body had already undergone a metamorphosis. Originally, it was a glazed body, and now, after this body's blood, flesh and organs were strengthened, it had already turned into a Vajra glazed body, which belonged to the Great Tribulation realm's physical body. However, his realm did not reach the Ascension realm because he suppressed it. Yi Tianming's fists clenched tightly, and the bones within his body burst into a crackling sound as he fiercely stomped on the ground. Bang! The ground instantly collapsed. Yi Tianming was a little excited. This fleshly body of his had improved by at least 5 times more than that. He knew that a large part of the reason was because of that divine flint spiritual liquid. With the existence of that divine flint spiritual liquid, he was able to devour the energy of those thunderbolts with impunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do that at all. Moreover, the energy of the divine flint spiritual liquid itself also had a huge help to his fleshly body. If he could drink a few more bottles. Thinking of this, Yi Tianming shook his head and smiled. This thing, it must be incomparably precious. With his current financial resources, he couldn't even afford a bottle. Mu Guanchuan walked over. He took a glance at Yi Tianmian's physical body. How does it feel? Yi Tianmian excitedly said, very good. Mu Guanchuan smiled, then took out a box and gave it to him. This is the demonic beast inner Dan. There are only 5 of them. You eat one every half a month. This demonic beast inner Dan are all essences. It can constantly nourish your physical body and better stabilize your physical body. Yi Tianming did not refuse. He took the box. Thank you, teacher. Mu Guanduan said. Now that you don't use the power of the earth, just by relying on your physical body alone, you should be able to superimpose at least 4 of your Xintian sword drawing techniques if you use the power of the earth again. Saying this, he paused, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, I'm not too good at estimating. Yi Tianming said, I'll try with the Xingdao sword? He also wanted to try his limit now. However, Mu Guanchuan shook his head. No need. That sword of yours is a bit special. The effect it tries out won't have much to do with you. It's fine, there's no rush for this. During this period of time, you should first stabilize your physical body and then prepare for it. At that time, the courtyard master is going to take you to a real battle. Actual battle? Yi Tianming was instantly a little excited. Where to go for actual battle? He wanted to have a good battle right now to see his true strength. Mu Guanchuan laughed. You'll know when the time comes. It's getting late. Let's cultivate here today. Let's go back. The master and disciple duo returned to the academy, while Yi Tianmian started cooking, while Mu Guanshan continued to go write what he had to write. Yi Tianming stewed a big pot of demonic beast meat this time, together with all kinds of wild vegetables. It was really incomparably fragrant. After he was done, he came to his room, and just as he was about to go in, he remembered that this great hall seemed to be that Fuzhong girl's now. He knocked on the door. There was no response. He was about to leave, and at that moment, the door suddenly opened and Fuzhong appeared in front of him. She just stared at him. Yi Tianming asked, "Girl, the meal is ready. Do you want to eat?" Fu Zhang's face was expressionless. "You serve it." After saying that, she directly closed the door. Yi Tianming's face immediately darkened. "What the hell? I'm not accustomed to you." He turned around and left. At this time, the door suddenly opened again and a nano ring flew out again. Yi Tianming caught the ring, and within the ring was 1,000 spirit crystals. Yi Tianming immediately smiled. "Senior sister, I'll bring it to you right away." After saying that, he turned around and ran. Xiaoda suddenly said, "This senior sister of yours, her temper isn't too good." Yi Tianming stroked the nacreous ring and said with a straight face, "I think that senior sister is quite good like this. It has character. I like it." Xiaota, after bringing Fuzhong the meal, he returned to the main hall to eat with Mu Guanchen. The master and disciple were sitting on a bench, very humble. Mu Guanchuan suddenly said, "Drinking?" Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanchen. "Is it okay?" Mu Guanchen laughed. "Of course." Saying that, he got up and walked to a corner to carry 2 wine bottles out. "This is the wine that the courtyard master bought. I secretly brought it." Saying that, he handed Yi Tianming a bottle of wine. Yi Tianming received the wine, then said, "Teacher, stealing, isn't it not good?" Mu Guanchuan said with a straight face, "How can you call it stealing when it's the business of a scholar?" Yi Tianmian. Mu Guanchuan laughed. "Tianming, do you think there will be perfect people in this world?" Yi Tianming immediately shook his head. Mu Guanchuan nodded. "Teacher also has many shortcomings in him, and once did a lot of wrong things and was ashamed of some people." Saying that, a flash of complexity flashed through his eyes as he opened the bottle of wine and gently took a sip. Yi Tianmian squarely said, "I think teacher is the best person in this world, just like Miss Nanling Zhao. I wonder how Miss Nanling Zhao is doing." As he said that, he also took a sip of wine. Worry surfaced in his eyes. Nanling Zhao had offended the death of the Xiao family and the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy for his sake, and during this period of time he was actually very worried. Mu Guanduan said, "Don't worry. The Nanling family is not a small family. The Xiao family can't do anything about them." Yi Tianming whispered, "Teacher, it's really hard for people without power and influence to get ahead." Mu Guanchuan took another sip of wine, then said, "The way of the world is just like this, strong as a supreme figure like Guanchuan Swordmaster. It's impossible to change this." Yi Tianmian softly said, "The way of the world is so, but I don't think the way of the world should be like this." "Well said." Mu Guanchuan turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian and smiled. "The way of the world, but it shouldn't be like this. But Tianmian, you have to remember that the reason why you are thinking like this at this moment is because of the injustices and predicaments that you have been through. You are from the bottom of the ladder, this is understandable, but teacher would like to ask you, if there is a day when you switch places with those who are high up in the hierarchy, and you become them at that time, will you still be able to think like this?" Yi Tianming was stunned. He had never thought about this matter. Mu Guanduan said, "Once the position changes, what you think and what you want to do may be completely different again. That is what people often say. A dragon-slaying teenager eventually becomes an evil dragon." Saying that, he drank a few more mouthfuls of wine in a row, because of his lack of cultivation and the fact that his alcohol consumption might not be good. Therefore, only after a few mouthfuls, his face turned red. Yi Tianming also took a fierce gulp, then said, "Teacher, I don't want to become that kind of person, but I also don't dare to guarantee what kind of person I'll end up becoming in the future." Mu Guanduan said, "Tianming, this world is very complicated, good and evil, and it is by no means clear in just a few words. The bottom people have the bottom people's difficulties. The upper people have the upper people's difficulties. For example, those upper people who want to make this world a better place, just like that Nanling Zhao girl. Do you think she is difficult?" Yi Tianming nodded his head. Mu Guanchuan said softly, "In the end, it still stems from human nature, human greed, the desire for money, the desire for power, the desire for desire. As long as it is a human being, there must be desires, and this universe does not have any kind of system that can completely eliminate human desires, and in the future, heaven's mandate you will also have your own desires, and you may also be driven by your desires to do something that may go against your heart. Teacher can only tell you one thing right now, no matter what happens in the future, there are 2 things you must never give up." Yi Tianming asked, "What?" Mu Guanchuan poured himself a mouthful of wine and laughed. Conscience, ideals. Yi Tianming was silent for a moment before asking, Teacher, what are your ideals? Mu Guanduan said, May all the people in the world be like dragons. After saying that, he collapsed. Damn, old song's wine is fake. Thank you. Beacon Warrior Big Brother's reward? New World Heavenly Fate. Qingqing Xian. Spring Rain Runs like Jade. Jiangzhu Xian's Bamboo. Shaoling Shi. And other readers' rewards. Thank you to all of you. The new book is online. There are tickets readers can vote ha. Thank you. Chapter 33. The Terrifying Senior Sister. The master and disciple got drunk until dawn. And when Yi Tianming woke up, Mu Guanchan was no longer in the main hall. Yi Tianming felt his head was very swollen. Because he drank yesterday, he did not use his cultivation to resist the strength of the wine. He shook his head vigorously. The Xian Qi in his body was running, and the strength of the wine immediately dissipated. Yi Tianming said, Tower Ancestor, I didn't say anything nonsense last night, right? Little Tower said, What do you think? Yi Tianming. The little tower continued, Don't worry. Your teacher also said a lot of things that shouldn't be said. Yi Tianming was instantly a bit curious. What did the teacher say? Xiaota said, They are all treacherous words. Go ask him yourself. Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming looked around. In the end, he got up and walked towards the outside. There was no sign of Mu Guanchan outside either, so he could only come to the back of the mountain to cultivate. His eyes slowly closed. Underneath his feet, the earth vein power began to surge up. This time, he began to lure those earth vein powers into his body, because his physical body had already been strengthened. Therefore, his body could now withstand even more of the earth vein power. Soon, countless earth vein forces entered his body. His fists slowly clenched up as he felt his body filled with power. Suddenly, he pointed his fingers together. An earth vein power followed his arm and turned into a golden chi sword flying out. Dozens of feet away, a boulder shattered. Not only that chi sword also directly did not enter the ground, tearing the earth out of a deep and invisible fissure mouth. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianmian's face immediately flooded with a smile. His current realm completely can use the gas to control the sword, but the power of the gas to control the sword is completely unable to compare to the power of the earth vein power cohesion into the air sword. By the power of the earth vein power cohesion into the power of the air sword is far above the general air sword, at least a few times more than the strength of the air sword. And now he was able to control 9 swords in one breath. The power was great, moreover, because it was the power of the earth vein. Therefore, he didn't need to be afraid of the consumption of Shen Qi at all. In other words, his using Qi to imperialize swords could be endless. Of course, this was theoretically, because although the imperial swords didn't consume Shen Qi, they consumed spiritual power, but the good thing was that it didn't consume Shen Qi in his body. In the next few moments, he began to study this earth power with the imperial sword technique as well as his spiritual power. He could introduce it into his body and then condense it into a sword from his body to leave his body and fly out to kill the enemy, and similarly, he could also directly tune in to those earth vein forces without having them pass through his body. But so, that power is his uncontrollable, really belongs to the same death fight, because once cast, his spiritual power must not be able to withstand. Light is into a coma, heavy is directly finished. And his idea is, without having to go through the body, but also be able to control the power of these earth veins outside. In this way, this earth is his dantian, is his physical body. He told Master Pagoda his idea. After hearing his idea, the little pagoda said, It's not impossible, but this has extremely high requirements for your spiritual power and control power. Yi Tianming nodded. I know, however. My real purpose is not just to manipulate these earth powers. Xiaota was a bit puzzled. Then your purpose is? Yi Tianming said seriously. To establish a cultivation system of my own. Huh. Xiaota was stunned. You? What? Yi Tianmian said squarely. Establishing a set of my own cultivation system. Xiaota. Yi Tianming seriously said, My gong method is more special. Not only can I devour it, but I can also tune it. Since I can call on the power of the earth veins, then naturally I can also call on other powers. Of course, I won't be overly ambitious right now. I will eat up this power of the earth, and after studying a complete cultivation system, then I will try something else. Xiaota was a little curious. Why do you have this idea? Yi Tianming said in a deep voice. Pagoda ancestor, it's impossible for me to match the resources of the children of those great families and great clans. Therefore, by going for a normal cultivation system with a normal way of cultivation, I'll never be able to catch up with them unless you open up the door for me. Xiaota was greatly shocked. You know what open hanging is? Yi Tianming asked back. Master Tower you know too? Xiaota. Yi Tianming said, I saw it from some books in the Avenue bookstore. Then I went to ask that bookseller. And the bookseller gave it to me, Tower Ancestor. How do you also know the meaning of this word? The little tower said, have you forgotten? I'm a wise man, a great wise man. I've read more books than you've ever eaten. Yi Tianming laughed. That's right. Of course, even if it's open, I won't want it. Xiaoda was puzzled. Why? Yi Tianyan pondered. If you overly rely on external objects, you will become a slave to them, right? Xiaoda said. Right? Yi Tianyan seriously said, Tower Ancestor, I think I can establish a set of my own cultivation because Igong method still has a great possibility and potential, of course. I'm not saying that I won't go to learn the existing cultivation system at all. I can learn, but I can completely try to see if I can get out of a path that belongs to myself. Saying that, he paused and added, Tower Ancestor, will you think that I'm a bit out of my depth? The little tower said, don't want me to think that. What do you think yourself? Yi Tianmeng sincerely said, this is only my personal thoughts, but I am well aware that my insight and understanding of cultivation is still very shallow, especially since I have never seen much of the world, and I am completely ignorant of the outside world, so even though I want to take a different path, I am still a bit apprehensive and confused, so I would like to let Tower Ancestor guide me and help me to grasp my future direction of life. Hearing this, the little tower immediately smiled lovingly like an old father. I'm very relieved because during this period of time, what I was most afraid of was that you would become complacent after a little bit of achievement, but it seems that you are not at all. Yi Tianming busily said, all thanks to Tower Ancestor's good teaching. Ha ha! The little tower laughed out loud. Don't be like this, your Tower Ancestor. I'm not the kind of tower that has vanity. I'm a tower that's out of the low class. Yi Tianming seriously said, I didn't kiss Tower Ancestor's ass. I speak from the bottom of my heart, Tower Ancestor. I'm going to give you my old age in the future. The little tower laughed. I believe you said these words from the bottom of your heart, because you are a thick-skinned person. This happy, that's from the bottom of its heart. You have to know, when following those three guys in the past, what kind of days were they living? The first one was either going to burn its soul or explode itself every day, and the last two were thinking of fooling it and pitting it every day. God knows how it came through all these years. Now finally, it has met a loyal and honest person. Little Tower laughed. You just said that you want to establish a brand new cultivation system. I think this idea is good. It is completely feasible. You don't have any worries. Think boldly, do boldly. Yi Tianmian was a little worried. I'm just afraid of the back. The small tower directly interrupted him. Don't be afraid. Listen to me. Think boldly. Do it boldly. Everything has the Tower Ancestor in it. The Tower Ancestor will escort you. Yi Tianming grinned. With these words from Tower Ancestor, I am relieved. He wasn't kissing ass, he wasn't playing with any hard eyes, everything he said was sincere. He had never underestimated the Tower Ancestor. In his opinion, the Tower Ancestor was many levels above him. Moreover, the Tower Ancestor was very good to him, therefore, he also respected the Tower Ancestor from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, he also understands a truth in the face of this kind of big brother. This kind of small person can only do is sincere, don't pretend to understand or play with the heart, because for this kind of big brother, you play with the heart, people are able to see through at a glance, play the heart, play tactics that will bring shame to themselves. Simply put, it is to be sincere to people and things. As to whether or not you can get good fortune and chance, that depends on the sky. In the next time, he continued to study his Imperial Sword Art and Earth Power. He wanted to thoroughly eat up the Imperial Sword Art and Earth Power. Unconsciously, he cultivated until the afternoon. He cleaned up and returned to the academy. Just as he returned to the academy master Song Shi appeared in front of him. Come with me tomorrow morning. Yi Tianming was a bit excited. Academy master? Are we going to actual combat? Song Shi glanced at him. Well, what are you so excited about? Yi Tianmian grinned. No, just really want to go into actual combat. Song Shi laughed. Don't get too happy too early. Rest early tonight, we'll leave first thing in the morning. Yi Tianming nodded. Good. After Song Shi left, Yi Tianming walked into the large hall where Mu Guanchen lived. Mu Guanchan was sitting behind a desk writing something. Seeing Yi Tianming enter, Mu Guanchan stopped his pen to look at him and smiled. The courtyard master has already spoken with you? Yi Tianming nodded. Aha, Mu Guanduan said. Then rest early. Yi Tianming nodded. Teacher, you also rest early. After saying that, he walked to a bed in a corner and lay down. Since his house was given to his senior sister, Fu Zong, he squeezed into a room with his teacher, Mu Guanduan. He did not sleep, but took out the book given to him by the bookseller of the Great Tao Book House to read. He read it once a day before going to bed. He looked at the book and read silently in his mind. Class problem? Can't be merciful, have to dry over everything? Mu Guanchuan sat in front of the desk, sometimes moving his pen, sometimes meditating. The night passed. The next day, Yi Tianming packed up and came to the mountain gate early. Just before he arrived at the mountain gate, he saw Song Shi and Fuzong. Yi Tianming was surprised. Senior sister is also going? Fuzong glanced at him and didn't say anything. Song Shi laughed. Of course you guys follow me. With that, he turned around and disappeared into the sky. Fu Zhang's right foot gently stomped. A breaking sound suddenly resounded. Immediately afterward, her person had already appeared at the end of the sky, and behind her was a terrifyingly long gully. With this rush, she directly tore the space apart. Yi Tianming looked dumbfounded. Is this senior sister a full-leveled big brother coming to play in the novice area? Chapter 34. Don't die. Yi Tianming was really shocked. What realm is this senior sister in the end? The strength is really a bit scary. Without much thought, Yi Tianming rose up with his sword and hurriedly chased after him. About half an hour later, Song Shi brought Yi Tianming and Fu Zong to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the Middle Earth Divine region. He brought the two of them directly into the Immortal Treasure Pavilion teleportation array area. An old man greeted them. He had a smile piled on his face. Academy Master Song. What is the wind today that blew you here? Song Shi said, bringing two students to the Transcendent Dojo. The old man was stunned. Going to the Transcendent Mortal Dojo? With that, he looked towards Yi Tianming and Fu Zong. Them? Song Shi nodded. Aha! The old man's expression suddenly became odd. Song Shi said, How much? The old man said in a deep voice, 90,000 pieces each. What? The one who spoke was Yi Tianming, who stared with wide eyes. 90,000 spirit crystals? The old man glanced at him. It's 90,000 extreme spirit crystals. Yi Tianming's expression froze. 90,000 extreme grade spirit crystals. That was equivalent to 300,000 spirit crystals. This was too outrageous. Fu Zong was expressionless, without a single ripple. Song Shi said in a deep voice, Yu Lian, give a discount. The old man named Yu Lian smiled bitterly. Academy Master Song. There are regulations. Song Shi, however, shook his head. Discount. 50% off. Yu Lian's face immediately darkened. Why don't you just rob it? Damn, that's really saying something. In the end, under Song Shi's repeated pestering, the old man gave a 20% discount, and after Song Shi paid the money, he took the old man and the two of them into the teleportation array and disappeared on the teleportation array. Yu Lian glanced at the direction the three had left, pondering. At this time, a man walked over and respectfully said, Master Yu, that teenager seems to be Yi Tianming. Should we inform the Shao family? Yu Lian glanced at him. Inform the Shao family. Go show goodwill to the Shao family, and the Shao family will treat you as a brother? The man froze. Yu Lian calmly said, To be a man, you can have no backing or strength, but you must know yourself that teenager was able to survive from the hands of the Shao family and the Qingzhou Academy. Then it is not something that we can go and offend. Moreover, do you really think that if he comes out, the people of the Shao family will not know about it? Have a good time moving bricks, you. After saying that, he turned around and left. Man. Inside the teleportation array channel, Yi Tianming was a bit curious. Academy Master? Transcendent Dojo? What is that place? Song Shi said, a newly appeared mysterious relic, outside of the Guanxian universe, temporarily divided into 3 regions, low, medium and high. This time you are going to the low-level region. Yi Tianming was surprised. Outside the Guanxian universe? Song Shi nodded. With less than half a year left in the 10,000 prefecture competition, normal grinding is meaningless to you guys. So I'll take you guys directly to play the high-end game. Yi Tianming asked, How high? Song Shi looked at him. As high as the sky. Yi Tianming. About an hour later, the 3 of them exited the teleportation array channel, and at this moment, they had already arrived at a place in the sky. Raising their eyes and looking into the distance, there was a rolling mountain range that could not be seen. The tops of the mountain ranges were all hidden in the clouds, and when viewed from the ground, it seemed as if they were connected to the sky. It was extremely spectacular. Song Shi suddenly said, I can only send you guys here. Yi Tianming looked at Song Shi, who looked at the rolling mountains in the distance. This is the primary area of this Transcendent Dojo. Above the Divine Being realm, you are no longer allowed to enter this place, and after you enter it, you should not go to the intermediate area and the advanced area either. With that, he turned his head towards Fu Zong. Your mission is to capture a dragon vein. Fu Zong didn't say anything as she walked towards the distance. Song Shi turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian. Your mission? Come back alive. Yi Tianming was slightly stunned. Then he nodded. Good. He also walked towards the distance. Song Shi suddenly said, Heavenly life. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Song Shi, who looked at him and added, Come back alive. Yi Tianming nodded. I'll try my best. Song Shi nodded. Go. Yi Tianmian took out a nascent ring and handed it to Song Shi. Yardmaster. Please also give this nascent ring to my big brother Yi Nan. Inside the nascent ring was all of his spirit crystals, and he knew that the Yi family needed this amount of spirit crystals even more than he did right now. As Song Shi received the nascent ring, Yi Tianming gave him a deep salute before turning to leave. Soon, under Song Shi's gaze, Yi Tianming and Fu Zong disappeared into the distance. Song Shi had a complicated look on his face. What Yi Tianming lacked the most right now was actual combat. And what was actual combat? That is the real battle, never the kind to find a few people to practice against him. That kind is all false. The only battle that can feel the real death is the one that can really exercise people. And Yi Tianmian only came back alive from it to be qualified to go to the Wanzhou Grand competition. Of course, this kind of grinding was undoubtedly cruel to Yi Tianmian, but he didn't really have any other way but to lay on the pills. A true top genius was never raised in a greenhouse, but killed from the battlefield. Soon, Yi Tianming and Fu Zong arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, which was a mountain crevice with towering mountains on both sides, leaving a front in the center, as if it was split down by a sharp sword, with the edges as smooth as a mirror. Two people through the mountain gap, a sense of emptiness came into the eye is a piece of wilderness, and at the end of the wilderness vaguely visible some high buildings. Right at this moment, Fu Zong suddenly leapt forward, directly transforming into a terrifying wave of air that stormed towards that area. And she just rushed out thousands of feet away. Suddenly, in that mountain range below her, a roar suddenly resounded. Immediately after, a huge demonic beast shaped like a wolf suddenly rose up. It opened its bloody mouth and bit fiercely at Fu Zong. Fu Zong, but did not even look at it, fiercely stomped down. Bang! With a wail, the huge demonic beast directly exploded in the air, turning into a sky of blood mist splattered away. Yi Tianming was dumbfounded as he watched. The strength of that demonic beast at least was also the divine being realm, and it was just crushed by a single foot. Yi Tianming said excitedly, Worthy of being my senior sister. So fierce. Xiao Ta. Yi Tianmian did not fly with his sword, but walked towards the distance on foot. Without that strength of his senior sister, it was better to keep a low profile. On the way, Yi Tianmian was a bit excited and said, Tower Ancestor. This is my first trial. What should I pay attention to? Little Tower said, Pay attention not to die. Yi Tianming. Soon, Yi Tianming entered a dense forest. The trees in this forest were very large and covered the sky. The sunlight couldn't even penetrate. It was very depressing. Yi Tianming was on high alert due to practicing the spiritual cultivation method given by Master Ta. His spiritual power was very strong, much stronger than the general Great Tribulation realm. He felt the surrounding, a little movement, he was able to feel it clearly. Yi Tianming asked again, Pagoda Ancestor, if I encounter a demonic beast or something, do I greet it first or do I just go straight for it? Are there any Jianghu rules or anything? Little Tower. Seeing that the small tower didn't answer, Yi Tianming added, Tower Ancestor? The little tower said, Don't think so much, just follow your own true thoughts. However, I have to remind you that in places like this, people are often more terrifying than demonic beasts. Yi Tianming asked, Pagoda Ancestor, I heard from the book that killing people for treasure is the fastest way to make money, right? The little tower said, That's also correct. What, you want to kill for treasure? Yi Tianming thought for a while, then said, Killing and seizing treasures for no reason. This is not in line with the identity of a scholar. Is there that kind of killing and seizing treasures without suffering condemnation in conscience? Xiao Ta said, There is. Yi Tianming hurriedly asked, What? Xiao Ta said, Fishing for law enforcement, but I don't recommend you do it. Yi Tianming asked, Why? Xiao Ta said, Because that will make you more and more shameless. You are a thick and honest child. Don't go and learn fancy things. That's not good, really, because when a person chooses to be shameless, he has no sense of propriety. Yi Tianming. Rumble. Right at this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the distance. Yi Tianmian was shocked. What happened? Just when he was puzzled, a behemoth suddenly flew and smashed rapidly from the distance. His face changed slightly. He hastily flashed towards the side. The behemoth smashed to the ground with a loud bang. a twitch, and then closed his breath. Yi Tianming gazed at it. It was an immortal realm demonic beast. It died just like that? He turned his head to look not far away. 4 women carried a sedan chair to come. All 4 women were extremely good-looking. On the sedan chair sat a man in brocade robes. The man crossed his legs, carrying a bunch of grapes, eating and spitting. Sedan chair? Yi Tianming looked a little confused, and said in his heart, Tower Ancestor, what kind of operation is this? Little Tower said, nothing operational, just a pretender. Yi Tianming. At this time, the man on the sedan chair suddenly looked at Yi Tianming and laughed. This brother? It didn't scare you, did it? Yi Tianming said. No. The man laughed. Are you here to practice? Yi Tianming nodded. Well, this brother, you're here to experience life, right? Xiaota. Chapter 35. Together, experiencing life. Hearing Yi Tianlife's words, the man immediately laughed out loud. I'm not here to experience life. I'm also here to experience. It's just that the way we experience is a little bit different. Little old brother, I'll see you later. After saying that, the 4 women carried the sedan chair and turned to leave. Yi Tianming was busy saying, This brother, your demonic beast. On the sedan chair, the man waved his hand. Sending you off. Yi Tianming was stunned. Sending it to me? That's a Dharma phase realm demonic beast. The man didn't look back. It's too low level. I have no use for keeping it. So if you need it, you can take it. After saying that, the 4 women carried him towards the distance. In situ, Yi Tianming looked at the demonic beast and remained speechless for a long time. Such a large demonic beast, if it was taken out and sold, it would be at least tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Because this demonic beast's inner pills were all still. Yi Tianming softly said, Tower Ancestor, are rich people so capricious? The little tower said, Rich people are indeed capricious. Yi Tianming seriously said, If only you were rich, Tower Ancestor. Little tower. Yi Tianming started to decompose the demonic beast because his nascent sacred ring space was relatively small, therefore, he couldn't take this entire demonic beast with him. He could only take some valuable core things from the demonic beast. After about half an hour, he finally disintegrated that demonic beast. He put the inner Dan with some core parts inside his nascent sphere. Looking at some of the leftover meat, he immediately felt some pity, but there was nothing he could do about it. He set up a pot and ate a beautiful meal before he went on his way. Along the way, his expression was grave. When he was in Qingzhou, he thought that he still had talent, and in the circle he was in contact with, he was also considered strong, but now after coming out and coming into contact with these geniuses and demons, he realized how big the gap between him and these geniuses and demons was. The previous Nanling Zhao, the later senior sister, and the man just now, these people were all about the same age as him, but their strength was so terrifying. At this moment, he profoundly understood a sentence he had previously read from a book. The eye sphere determines the cognition. When a person leaves his original circle and comes into contact with some broader and higher level circles, he realizes how small and ignorant he is. And he also understands that there are definitely more demonic and terrifying young people in this world than Nanling Zhao and the strong senior sister. Effort. Yi Tianming took a deep breath. All he could do was to double his efforts. Only when he had the strength would he be able to go and see the wider world. He retrieved his thoughts and accelerated his steps. Along the way, his mental power was highly concentrated. Suddenly, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk. He turned his head violently, 100 feet away. A black shadow was like a mountain crashing fiercely towards him. Wherever that black shadow crashed, all the trees collapsed inch by inch and turned into pieces. A demonic beast of unknown realm. Because the speed of the other party is too fast, too fast. Yi Tianming's right foot suddenly stomped the ground violently and roared, Rise! Boom! In an instant, the earth surged up with endless earth pulse power. This piece of forest where he was directly rushed to pieces by these earth pulse power. A terrifying aura filled the earth and sky. Not only that, the entire earth began to tremble violently. He directly used his strongest killing move, mobilizing all the power of the earth veins. The small tower was directly numb. How did this kid come up and directly open up? And as soon as he zoomed out, the demonic beasts in a circle of hundreds of miles were shocked. Who was so powerful to make such a big commotion? Yi Tianming suddenly roared, Kill! I'll die with you. Saying that, he crazily urged all the power of the earth veins to blast towards that demonic beast. The demonic beast that slammed into Yi Tianmai was also confused at the moment. What the hell? What the hell is this? Feeling the terror of those earth vein forces, coupled with the young man in front of him, that demonic beast was directly egged on, and immediately turned around and ran. It was very fast, and with this turnaround, it disappeared in the distance in the blink of an eye. Seeing that demonic beast directly run, Yi Tianming froze. Tower ancestor? What does it mean? The little tower was silent for a moment before saying, it saw that you were too fierce and probably went to call for help. Yi Tianming's expression froze. He hurriedly withdrew his power, letting those earth powers surged back to the earth, while all the trees within a circle of nearly 100 feet around him had been turned into pieces. Truly not an inch of grass could be seen. Not only that, countless huge cracks appeared on the ground, so deep that he couldn't see the bottom of the ground. And he was also a little weak because the consumption of this move was really too great. Not being able to care that much, he hurriedly ran. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Kid, why are you amplifying your moves to fight for your life right away? Yi Tianmian panted and said, the book says that when a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. I'm afraid that I'm careless and light-hearted. So, I just poured out my full strength. The small tower was silent. Yi Tianming asked, Tower ancestor, won't this work? The little tower thought for a moment, then said, it's not that it doesn't work. I just feel a bit two-dimensional. Yi Tianming, the little tower suddenly laughed. Don't think too much, just follow your heart. Yi Tianlife nodded. I mainly think that I have to do my best when I strike one move to dry. If I can win, I win. If I can't win, I die, not wasting time. Xiaoda laughed. You think like that, it's actually right. However, you have to score occasions, just like now. You are so weak now. If another demonic beast comes to attack, what should you do? Yi Tianming nodded. I understand. Saying that, he found a hidden place to recuperate for half an hour before continuing on his way. The deeper he went, the stronger that feeling of oppression became. At the beginning, there was a little bit of bright light, but now, this area he was in, the vision was dim as if he was in the dark night. He knew that he had already entered the deepest part of this dense forest. He externalized his divine sense to the surroundings, not daring to be careless at all. Suddenly, Yi Tianming stopped his steps. He slowly turned his head to look. Not far away in the darkness of the night, a pair of eyes were staring at him. The other party did not move, and his divine sense disappeared without a sound as he approached the other party. Seeing that the other party had no intention of making a move, Yi Tianming thought for a moment, then said, I'm just passing by. Can I give a convenience? After saying that, he took out a large piece of demonic beast meat and threw it to the other party. Xiaoda said in a deep voice, Big brother, you're here to experience, not to be a man of the world. At this moment, a head emerged from behind a tree. It was a woman, wearing a big red dress, extremely beautifully born. She was leaning against a tree. Her face was very pale, with blood at the corner of her mouth, as if she had been seriously injured. At this moment, she was looking at Yi Tianmian, her eyes full of wariness. Seeing the wariness in the other party's eyes, Yi Tianming busily said, Girl, I'm just passing by. After saying that, he walked towards the distance. Gongzi, wait. At this time, the woman suddenly spoke. Yi Tianming stopped his steps. He turned around to look at the woman. The woman looked at him with a hint of pleading in her eyes. I am also here to practice. I fought with a demonic beast earlier, and was heavily injured by the demonic beast. Can you help me out? Yi Tianming hesitated, then said, How do I have to help you? The woman asked, Do you have medicine to heal your injuries? Yi Tianmian shook his head. No. The woman sighed in a low voice. Then forget it. Gongzi, you can go. Just, you must not go in that direction. Over a dozen miles away over there is an extremely powerful demonic beast. That area is all that demonic beast's territory. I had mistakenly entered its territory earlier, so I was seriously injured by it. Yi Tianming thought for a moment, then said, Girl, can you move now? The woman smiled bitterly. I can't. Both of my leg meridians have been shattered by that demonic beast. Its power is really appalling. Yi Tianming said in a deep voice, Then it's too dangerous for you to stay here. I'll take you to a different place. Saying that, he walked towards the woman. The woman, however, shook her head. It's fine. I've already notified the clan. They've already sent someone to pick me up. Saying that, she stepped back very warily. Yi Tianming stopped and said with a straight face, Girl, I am not a bad person. The woman looked at him. Gongzi, usually bad people say they are not bad people. Yi Tianming said, I am a student of Guanxian Academy. The woman was a bit surprised. You are from Guanxian Academy? What place? Yi Tianming said, Middle Earth Divine Prefecture. A smile spread across the woman's face. I'm also from Guanxian Academy. I'm from the northern state. Yi Tianming laughed. My name is Yi Tianming, and you? The woman said, Zhou Shui. Yi Tianming glanced around before saying, This place is too dangerous. I'll take you to a safe place. The woman dropped her guard at this point and said, Good. Yi Tianmian walked quickly to the woman, and the moment he arrived in front of the woman, all of a sudden, he fiercely slammed his fist towards the woman's head, which was mixed with countless earth vein power, and the punch made a piercing sound of gas explosion. Xiaota! The woman who was originally seriously injured and unable to move suddenly stood up and violently slammed her knee against Yi Tianmian. But because she was caught off guard to receive the move, the power of this knee was only utilized by 30–40% of her. Bang! The two of them struck a hard blow and retreated violently from each other at the same time. After the woman stopped, she slowly looked up at Yi Tianming. The smile on her face had turned into a sheet of ice. How did you see through me? Yi Tianmian stared at her. I said my name is Yi Tianmian. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. So what? Yi Tianming calmly said. I broke through the Guanxian Dao. It's impossible for the students of Wanzhou not to know my name. But when I said it to you, you didn't have any reaction at all. It's obvious that you knew my name long ago. That's why you're so calm. You were sent by the Shao family to kill me. The woman laughed. The little bastard's brain is quite good. But it's useless. You still have to die, remember? The person who killed you is Shao Shui of the Shao family. Saying that, she reached out and waved her hand. Boom! A huge Dharma phase that was about 100 feet tall suddenly coalesced from behind her. Dharma phase realm. Readers who have votes can cast them, haha. Thank you for your support. Chapter 36. Heaven and Earth Dharma phase. That Dharma phase was as high as 100 feet, towering as if a great mountain stood between heaven and earth. It was surrounded by a faint golden light, emitting a terrifying aura of pressure. The surrounding dense forest could not withstand the pressure under the pressure of this pressure of it, and began to explode inch by inch like a fragile glass, transforming into fragments in the sky and drifting away in the air. The might was extremely shocking, and the sense of oppression was extremely strong. Dharma phase realm. Yi Tianming was staring at Shao Shui. The other party was 2 realms above him. But so what? One thought, in an instant, the earth began to tremble fiercely. Followed by the earth cracked, countless earth vein power from the depths of the earth surged out. These earth vein power did not enter Yi Tianmian's body, but directly turned into a torrent toward that Shao Shui bombarded. Seeing that Yi Tianmian was able to mobilize those earth forces, a flash of shock flashed through that Shao Shui's eyes. She knew that this Yi Tianmian was only at the Great Tribulation realm, and it was because of that that she came over, wanting to kill him to gain credit and improve her position within the Shao clan. However, she did not expect that this Yi Tianmian would be able to mobilize the power of the earth veins, which was obviously not something that the Great Tribulation realm could do. She couldn't think about it in time, because that constant stream of earth vein power had already arrived in front of her. She quickly withdrew her thoughts and clenched her right hand, and almost at the same time, the lofty phantom she had condensed also followed her actions and clenched its huge fist, and as she fiercely slammed her fist down in front of her, the phantom behind her synchronized with her fist and swung a thunderous punch, and the terrifying power that erupted out of the punch directly shook the surrounding space with the terrifying power that erupted from this punch directly shook the surrounding space with a burst of tremors. Countless earth pulse power and the power of this fist ruthlessly collided together. The point of convergence of the two instantly erupted into a terrifying wave of air shock wave. A huge impact instantly spread to the surrounding hundreds of feet, where the shock wave passed through, destroying, and even the ground was hard to lift up, a mess. Shao Shui's face and the power of the convergence point of that instant changed. She only felt a huge shock force along her arm to her whole body. The horror of the shock force as if to her body were to be cracked generally. So that she retreated, the huge phantom behind her and the horror of the power of the shockwave also slightly shook up. And in the distance, the countless earth vein forces did not retreat. They surged like a tide, more and more under Yi Tianmian's control. They once again rushed over towards Shao Shui. And this time there were even more than the one just now, and the endless earth vein forces were like 10,000 hectares of torrential waves crushing towards Shao Shui fiercely. Seeing this scene, that Shao Shui's eyes immediately flashed a flash of caricature. She let out a furious roar, her hands clenched tightly, her whole body's strength completely exploded at this moment. The Dharma phase behind her also made the same action. The two seemed to have already fused together as one. The next moment, she swung out both her fists together with that Dharma phase and poured out all her strength at this moment. Rumble! The two horrifying forces collided fiercely in the air, instantly erupting into a deafening roar. The powerful shockwave shocked both of them into retreating at the same time, and that Shao Shui was in the process of retreating. That Dharma phase behind her directly began to explode inch by inch, turning into a sky of golden fragments scattered, and as soon as she came to a stop, An earth sword broke through the air, directly stabbing her in front of her chest, nailing her to a gigantic tree. Xiao Shui looked unbelievably at Yi Tianmian in the middle of that infinite earth pulse power in the distance. How can... You bastard is only at the Great Tribulation realm. How can you possibly break my Dharma phase? Right at this moment, Yi Tianmian suddenly rushed forward. Wrapped in countless earth vein forces rushed to Xiao Shui's front. He clasped Xiao Shui's throat. Dharma phase realm? It's nothing more than that. Feeling the killing intent in Yi Tianmian's eyes, Xiao Shui's heart was filled with fear, and she busily said, "If you are willing not to kill me, I can give you spirit crystals, all of them, you." Yi Tianming suddenly raised his hand and blasted a fist on Xiao Shui's stunningly beautiful face. Bang! Xiao Shui's head directly exploded open. Yi Tianming glanced at the Xiao Shui that didn't have a head. "You think I'm stupid? Killing you is also mine." Saying that, he took Xiao Shui's nascent sacred ring as soon as he retreated to the side and sat down. At the moment he felt a little soft and tired, very big tired. Just now mobilizing the power of the earth vein, the consumption of his mental power was very big. Good thing the fight was won. He leaned to sit on a side boulder, then took out the Xiao Shui's ring. "It is not good to see." A look suddenly startled. The ring is actually full of more than 36,000 spirit crystals. Yi Tianming grinned. He glanced at Xiao Shui's corpse on the side. "Thank you so much, Xiao Shui." Yi Tianming looked at the nano ring in front of him. Apart from the spirit crystals, he also found some pills within the nano ring. He took a closer look. There were a total of 3 bottles of pills, respectively. Qi storage pills, spirit nourishing pills, and blood healing pills. Each bottle had 5 pills. He didn't know what level they were as he had never touched them before. He thought for a moment and then asked, "Tower Ancestor, can I take this medicine?" "When you don't understand something, ask the Tower Ancestor." The little tower said, "Eat that God-nurturing pill." Yi Tianming nodded. "Okay." Saying that, he took out a God-nourishing dan and took it. At first, he didn't feel anything, but soon, his eyes widened as he realized that the exhaustion he felt earlier had disappeared without a trace. He felt like he had come back to life with full blood. Yi Tianming was greatly shocked. This is simply a divine medicine." "Xiaota," Yi Tianming said softly. "It's hard to imagine what kind of godly life those sons of the world lead." Shocked at the same time, he was also a bit scared because if he hadn't decisively killed that Xiao Shui just now, once the other party had taken the elixir, there was the power to fight again, but he didn't have the elixir. Life and death battle, elixir equipment, that is very important. Yi Tianming carefully wrapped those bottles of pills, then asked, "Tower Ancestor, do you know what level all these divine medicines are?" The little tower said, "I don't know." Yi Tianming was a bit curious. "You don't know?" The little tower said, "The grade is too low, haven't touched it." Yi Tianming's expression froze. A few moments later, he buried that Xiao Shui's body. Not that he was kind, but to destroy the corpse. Xiao Shui's nascent ring space was more than 10 times bigger than him, but he didn't use it either. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Xiao family, but he didn't want to add to the trouble of his teacher and the head of the house. "You guys can suspect that it's me who killed him, but you have to come up with the evidence." He had to be careful in doing things. He could not be reckless, and even more so, he could not easily cause trouble for the courtyard master and teacher. After gathering everything, he continued on. He was now even more guarded than before, and at the same time, he also understood the true meaning of the courtyard master's words at that time. His Yi Tianmian's true enemy was not this secret realm, but the Xiao family. The Xiao family definitely knew that he had already come here, and the other party definitely wouldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And in this place, no strong person above the immortal realm could come in, which meant that the Xiao family would definitely send a strong person of the immortal realm to come in. Survive from the hands of the Xiao family. This was the real trial of the house master. Immortal realm, 3 realms higher than him. Moreover, the other party might send more than just one immortal realm, or even many, which was unfair to him, but he understood very well that there was no absolute fairness in this world in the first place. If he, Yi Tianmian, couldn't even defeat the younger generation of the Xiao family, then how could he compete for the number 1 position in the 10,000 states? One must know that the Xiao family was only a second-class family, while the Wanzhou Grand Competition, there were first-class family geniuses and demons participating in the battle. Yi Tianming retrieved his thoughts and began to review the previous battle. He now had a rough understanding of his true strength. Using his strongest killing moves, he could kill the Dharma phase realm, but for him at the moment, his limit might just be the Dharma phase realm. If he utilized the Xing Tao sword plus the heavenly sword drawing technique, he might be able to fight with the immortal realm, but of course it was just a guess because he basically hadn't used the Xing Tao sword, and he wasn't clear about the true power of the Xing Tao sword. Even if the Xing Tao sword is really able to Kong the immortal realm, but for him that is the power of the Xing Tao sword, not his Yi Tianming, therefore, he will not put all his hopes on the Xing Tao sword. He still has to strengthen himself. His own strength is the king's way. All the external objects can only be aids, cannot be inverted the primary and secondary. Dharma phase. Yi Tianming suddenly said, Pagoda ancestor. You say, can I use the power of the earth vein to condense my own Dharma phase? The small tower was silent for a moment before saying, you can try. It also found a point that this little guy's idea was a bit different. Not only did he dare to think, but he also dared to try it. And for this, it was supportive because it also hoped that this little guy would come out with a different path. Yi Tianming nodded. Dharma phase realm is to communicate the qi of heaven and earth. The Yuan Shun transforms into a 100-zhang Dharma phase, which can be gathered or dispersed, and is extremely powerful and can fight hard against any spirit weapon, or even a magic weapon extremely terrifying. Since it can be condensed with the qi of heaven and earth, it should also be able to be condensed with the power of the earth's veins. But unfortunately, I don't have a cultivation method. Cultivation spells. In fact, it was the cultivation technique you want to condense the phantom. It's not that you can condense it if you want to condense it, there must be a method, and this method, it's only within some special techniques. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen any other cultivation techniques, or else he might be able to learn from it and then add this function to his own heavenly destiny decree. There had to be a way to see some advanced cultivation techniques. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a strange change suddenly, only to see a dense forest in the distance suddenly collapsed in unison, followed by a silhouette flew and heavily smashed not far in front of him, and the ground was directly smashed out of a huge deep pit. Seeing that person, Yi Tianmian was instantly startled. It's you? Chapter 37. What is my mother's name? Collapsed in front of him, it was the man in the sedan chair before. At the moment his whole body was covered in blood. The corner of his mouth was still gushing blood. It looked like he was very seriously injured. And at the same time when Yi Tianming was shocked, the ground in the distance suddenly shook, as if a big earthquake. Yi Tianming was shocked in his heart. Without thinking too much, he carried the man and turned to run. He directly used the art of the imperial sword, because he felt that the aura was very terrifying, at least it was the immortal realm. And in that instant when he used his imperial sword, he suddenly felt that the aura behind him suddenly exploded in speed, getting closer and closer to him. Yi Tianming suddenly roared, "Rise!" As soon as he thought of rising, the ground suddenly broke open, and 9 chi swords condensed from the power of the earth shot up into the sky and flew towards that aura behind him. He didn't dare to turn back, but he felt that his flying swords were directly shaken away by a force, and at the same time, that terrifying aura was getting closer and closer. Yi Tianming's face was a bit ugly as he looked towards the man he was carrying. "Brother, that guy is too fierce. I can't beat him. I can only leave you behind." Saying that, he was about to drop the man. Seeing Yi Tianmai come for real, the man quickly hugged his neck and said breathlessly, "Brother, save my life. I don't want to die. My sister is very beautiful." Yi Tianlife seriously said, "Man, I can't fight." The man weakly said, "I will introduce my sister to you. She has a very, very good body, you see. Look. Guaranteed." Like Yi Tianming, that aura is getting closer and closer. Yi Tianmian knows that he can't run, so he can only force himself to stop, and then in one go, he throws the man to the side of the grass, and immediately after that, he violently turns around and lifts his hands up in vain, and in an instant, the ground around him explodes, and a terrifying power of the earth's veins rushes to the sky, and it seems to be like a tidal wave that is blasting away towards the distance. At this moment, Yi Tianming also saw the owner of that aura. It was a demonic beast, shaped like a giant bear, with a majestic body like a small mountain, exuding berserk power. The other party was rushing towards him. Yi Tianming's heart was flabbergasted. This demonic beast was so fierce. Rumble! That demonic beast faced those earth pulse power of Yi Tianmian, without the slightest fear, directly and ruthlessly crashed into it. This collision, the entire earth directly exploded. The space were all for a burst of trembling up, and Yi Tianmian's earth pulse power was instantly washed away. The terrifying pressure of the qi directly flipped him over a dozen feet away, and just smashed into the man's body. But he quickly rolled up, just rolled up. The corner of his mouth is sprayed a mouthful of blood. His right foot violently stomped on the ground, hands vainly lifted. Within a radius of 100 feet of the earth directly exploded. Endless veins of the earth's power from the depths of the earth rushed up to the sky. Not far beside Yi Tianming, that man looked at this scene. His eyes instantly widened like lanterns. He was shocked in his heart. This brother is really only at the Great Tribulation realm? And in the distance, that demonic beast, when it saw that infinite earth vein power, that pair of beast eyes also flashed a flash of surprise, obviously, for the strength of Yi Tianmian in front of him. It was also a little bit surprised, and right at this moment, under Yi Tianmian's mobilization, that countless earth vein power directly surged towards it. The demonic beast's eyes showed a fierce light. Its hostile aura was revealed. It suddenly let out a roar, and then leapt forward and crashed fiercely towards Yi Tianmian. With this collision, the countless earth vein forces were directly shattered by it, but many cracks also appeared on its body. And right at this moment, Yi Tianmian suddenly lifted the man who was still shocked as he turned around and ran. Rumbling. Behind him, an explosive sound kept ringing out. It was the sound of the earth crumbling. Yi Tianming was listening to it with his heart pounding. This demonic beast was too fierce. But soon, he realized that that sound disappeared. Yi Tianming was a bit surprised. He turned his head to look, only to see that the demonic beast was looking at the two of them there dozens of feet away. Why isn't it chasing after them? Yi Tianming and the man were both a bit puzzled. Right at this moment, the demonic beast suddenly slowly backed up. However, after retreating more than 20 feet, it stopped and then just stared at the two of them. Yi Tianming's face sank. He slowly turned around and scanned his surroundings. At this moment, he and the man were in the middle of a pile of rubble ruins, surrounded by dense forests. But this area they were in was a pile of rubble ruins. This look was not normal. The man obviously also discovered that this place was not normal. He had a grave expression on his face. Yi Tianming also didn't dare to continue advancing, but he also didn't dare to leave. He took out an elixir out and took it. As if he thought of something, he turned his head to look at the man. He hesitated and then took out a healing blood elixir. The man hastily reached out to pick it up, but then he saw Yi Tianming break the elixir with force, splitting it into two halves, and then only gave him half of it. The man's expression froze. You! Yi Tianming carefully put the remaining half of the elixir into the bottle, then said, "This is very precious. I have to save it." The man stared at Yi Tianmian. "Are you serious?" Yi Tianming seriously said, "Of course." The man trembled. "Big brother. This is only a second-order elixir." Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. A second-order elixir? The man stared at Yi Tianming. "You don't know." Yi Tianming shook his head. The Yi family was just a bottom-class family. Something as precious as pills, they really hadn't even seen it before. The man said in a deep voice, "Don't you joke. This battle power of yours, you're not an ordinary person, right?" Yi Tianming said, "I'm from the last-ranked family." "How is that possible?" The man was shocked. "Although your realm is low, but this battle strength of yours is really a bit exaggerated. How can you be from a Mordor family?" Yi Tianming said in a faint voice. "Is there any benefit in lying to you?" The man looked at him without saying anything. Yi Tianming glanced at the demonic beast in the distance. The other party didn't seem to want to leave either, just sat there staring at them and licking his lips from time to time. Yi Tianming also sat down and then said, "What is your name?" The man threw half a pill into his mouth, then said, "Makuyan, and you?" Yi Tianming said, "Yi Tianming." Makuyan stared at Yi Tianmian. "Yi Tianmian?" Yi Tianmian nodded. "Aha." Shou Yong gave a thumbs up. "Who gave you this name? Calling yourself Heavenly Life?" "True." Yi Tianming said. "It might be my mother who took it." Shou Yong laughed. "Then your mother's heart can be really big. This name has too much karma. I suggest you change your name to avoid being beaten in the future." Yi Tianming. Shou Yong suddenly added, "Are you really from the last family?" Yi Tianmian nodded his head. Curtin Yong frowned, puzzled. "Shouldn't be you a Mordor family, you so powerful?" Yi Tianming said, "I have a very powerful tower ancestor. Its old man is omniscient and omnipotent. It is a super great wise man on earth." "Little tower?" Curious, Makuyan said, "What does your tower ancestor do?" Yi Tianming was slightly stunned. He really didn't know what the tower ancestor did. So he asked in his heart, "Tower ancestor, what did you do before?" The small tower said, "Bringing up children." Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming thought that the tower ancestor was inconvenient to tell him, so he didn't ask more. He looked at Makuyan. Specialized in bringing up great emperors, specialized in teaching great emperors to cultivate, known as the Tower Ancestor Imperial Master. Little tower? Shou Yong shook his head. "Never heard of any tower ancestor." Yi Tianming seriously said, "It seems that your level is not quite enough." The corners of Makuyan's mouth twitched slightly. Yi Tianming said, "Take a quick break. Let's think of a way to get out of here. Shou Yong suddenly said, Can you give me a complete one of that elixir of yours? Yi Tianming said, Don't you carry your own pills? Shou Yong said in a deep voice, My nano ring has just been robbed. Grass? Pissed off old me. If I wasn't sneak attacked, would I be afraid of an immortal realm demonic beast? Pissed me off. Yi Tianming looked at him and didn't say anything. Maka Yong was puzzled. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Yi Tianming said, Are you trying to cheat me of the elixir? Curtin Yong looked at Yi Tianmian incredulously. Big brother, I cheated you of a second-order elixir? I used to eat heavenly rank pills like beans, you know? Yi Tianming said in his heart, Pagoda ancestor, do you know about heaven rank pills? The little tower said, Never heard of it. Yi Tianming looked at Curtin Yong. My tower ancestor said that it hasn't heard of any heavenly rank pills. You kid is not being honest. Curtin Yong was full of black lines. Brothers, listen to me, your tower ancestor 80% is a god. You'd better not mix with it. What tower ancestor, once you hear it, it's just pretending to fool people. Little tower. Yi Tianmian thought for a moment, then said, Your injury is a bit heavy. Eat 2 more pills. I'm afraid it's also a waste. Makuyan people are numb. Damn, this guy in order to save himself almost seriously injured, and now a second-order elixir are not willing to. Could it be that he is really poor? He thought for a moment, then said, Brother, like this, you give me 1 first, and when I get out, I'll give you 10 celestial rank elixirs. I'm a man of my word. Yi Tianming, however, smiled and said, No need. Saying that, he took out an elixir and handed it to Shou Yong. It's not that I don't want to give it up. It's mainly because I think you can pull through. This way, I'll be able to save one. Shou Yong's expression froze. Big brother, I'm dying. And you actually think I can pull through? Yi Tianming added, The demonic beast you gave me earlier is worth a lot. I still have to thank you. Muyong took the elixir and then said, You saved me because of this? Yi Tianming nodded. Aha. However, if I had known that the demonic beast was so fierce, I probably would have turned around and ran. Ha ha. Makuyan leaned on a rock. He looked at Yi Tianmian and laughed. You guys to my liking, that said, Since you are from a Mordor clan, how did you cultivate? As far as I know, the end-grade families are afraid that they don't even have a decent gong method. Yi Tianmian calmly said, I created a gong method of my own. Shou Yong stared at Yi Tianming. Incredulous. You created it yourself? Yi Tianming nodded his head. Shou Yong said, Can you show me? Yi Tianming said, Can we exchange to take a look? Ma Kuyong was silent. The gongfu he practiced was naturally not an ordinary gongfu that could not be easily outsourced. Yi Tianming smiled. If it's not convenient, then forget it. Curtin Yong smiled to himself. The other party saved his life. The grace of saving his life is greater than heaven. And he is still here to count a gong method. Damn, he is really a... Thinking of this, he looked at Yi Tianmian and laughed. Can-ah! Yi Tianming hurriedly took out a scroll and handed it to Shou Yong. This is what I created myself. It's called the Heavenly Destiny Decision. You look at it first. Shou Yong took a look. A moment later, his expression gradually became grave. He looked up at Yi Tianming. This is really something you created yourself? Yi Tianming nodded. What, you don't know how to create your own feats? It's very simple. Shou Yong's expression froze, looking at Yi Tianmian's innocent and brilliant face. He was unsure if the other party really thought so, or if he was pretending. After a moment of silence, Shou Yong said, No wonder your mother dared to name you Heavenly Fate. What is your mother's name? Yi Tianming asked in his heart. Tower ancestor. What is my mother's name? The little tower subconsciously said, Called? New book period to test update cannot be too much because each test has a word limit more than there is no more. After the test, we'll update more than haha. Thank you for all the support of readers and friends. Recently also have in the comments section to read everyone's book reviews. Found that everyone is guessing Yi Tianmian's true identity. I found that everyone did not really guess haha. His identity is not that simple. There will be several reversals. Everyone guess again. Chapter 38. Let your mouth be cheap. Called? Coda suddenly came to a screeching halt at that. What was his own mother's name? Yi Tianming was actually a bit curious about this, because so far, he knew nothing about his own birth. Seeing the tower ancestor's silence, Yi Tianming said in his heart, Tower ancestor? Is it inconvenient for you to speak now? The little tower said, Aha. Yi Tianming smiled. Then I won't ask. The little tower said, Let her tell you personally later. Yi Tianming nodded. Good. At this time, that Makuyan suddenly handed the scroll back to Yi Tianming. This gong method of yours is very special, although the level is not that high right now, the upper limit is infinite. I will transmit my gong method to you. Don't resist. As the words fell, Yi Tianming instantly felt some information pouring into his sea of consciousness. A moment later, he looked at Muyong and curiously said, Dao Star Method? Ma Kuyong nodded. Our civilization's cultivation technique, in fact, this technique you cannot cultivate. Yi Tianming was puzzled. Why? Curtin Yong said, because to cultivate this gong method, you must have a star core crystal. You should not know what a star core crystal is. Yi Tianming honestly said, Indeed, I don't know. Muyong looked at him. A star core crystal can be exchanged for at least 3 million true source crystals, right? While a true source crystal can be exchanged for more than 1 million spirit crystals. Yi Tianming's jaw dropped. Makuyan said, It's still conservative. The real situation is that you can't even exchange 1 star core crystal for 3 million true source crystals, and cultivating this technique requires many, many star core crystals. Back then, our civilization had been bankrupted by this technique. Yi Tianming was shocked. After he calmed down a bit, he said, It's fine. I'll just draw on it, however. I'm making a big profit. This gong method of yours is much, much more powerful than mine. Shou Yong laughed. You have saved my life? What is a gong method? Furthermore, this gong method of yours isn't bad. It will help me a lot. Yi Tianming asked, How are you recovering from your injuries now? Shou Yong smiled bitterly. Only 30% recovered. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at the demonic beast in the distance. The demonic beast was still there staring at them, with the attitude that it would not stop until it died. Yi Tianming was puzzled. Why is it biting you to death? Ma Kuyong said, Earlier, when I passed by its territory, I beat it up, and after I was sneak attacked later, when it saw that I was injured, it died chasing me. Yi Tianming gave him a look. Serves you right. Ma Kuyan? Yi Tianming said, It doesn't dare to come over anyway. Let's rest more. Ma Kuyong said in a deep voice, This place isn't quite right. I have an unsettling premonition. Yi Tianming shook his head. There's no way, we can't leave now. Shou Yong's face sank. Yi Tianming said, You recuperate first. I'll ponder over this Dao Star decision of yours, then see if I can get something out to defeat that demonic beast. Mu Yong? Yi Tianming sat down. He began to study that Dao Star decision. He soon realized that this Dao Star decision technique was related to stars, that is, the power of stars. Stars also had energy. Yi Tianming raised his head to look, but unfortunately, the dense forest covered him, so he couldn't see anything. The power of the Earth's veins is endless. The stars are also endless, if he can mobilize these two forces at the same time. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. It wasn't that it wouldn't work. But soon he calmed down because it was a bit unrealistic for him to try to handle the power of the stars when he hadn't even fully managed the power of the Earth pulse right now. And furthermore, even if he was able to master the power of the stars with his current spiritual power, it wouldn't allow him to manipulate it. It was better to study this Dharma phase first. Sure enough, he realized that within this Dao Star decision was a teaching on how to condense a Dharma phase. Dharma phase means communicating the chi of heaven and earth, imitating the scale of heaven and earth, emulating heaven and imitating earth, being as tall as heaven and as wide as earth, and being able to be as tall as heaven and earth. The Dharma phase cohesion method inside the Dao Star decision is not to communicate with the chi of heaven and earth, but to directly communicate with the power of the stars to coalesce the star Dharma phase. After studying it down, Yi Tianming's expression was getting more and more gloomy, because he realized that this Dao Star decision was really profound, vast like the universe, endless, and his earlier comment about sharing the gong method with the other party was really a bit presumptuous. Thinking of this, he felt a bit guilty, so he took out a healing blood dan and handed it to Shou Yong. You eat another one. Shou Yong was puzzled. Why are you suddenly so generous? Yi Tianming said, It's nothing, you eat it. Ma Kuyong gave him a look. You guy. Yi Tianming began to continue his cultivation. He had no way to communicate the power of the stars, however. He could communicate the power of the Earth's veins. So he began to draw on the method of condensing the phases within the Dao Star decision to communicate the power of the Earth's veins. About half an hour later, Yi Tianming suddenly got up and walked towards the demonic beast. Shou Yong, who was recuperating, suddenly said, What are you doing? Yi Tianming excitedly said, I think I can do it. Shou Yong. Yi Tianming walked to a dozen or so feet in front of the demonic beast, and when the demonic beast saw him coming, it stood up. And right at this moment, Yi Tianmian suddenly clenched his hand with the spell, Rise. Boom. The earth cracked open and countless earth vein forces rushed up to the sky. They instantly converged behind Yi Tianmian and then bit by bit, they coalesced into a virtual image, Dharma phase. Seeing this scene, not far away, that Maka Yong's eyes instantly stared like bull's eyes. That demonic beast in the distance was also stunned in place. What the hell? Isn't this guy in the Great Tribulation realm? How could he condense a Dharma phase? Moreover, this Dharma phase was a bit abnormal. After the phantom behind Yi Tianming coalesced, it was as high as 200 feet, and its majestic appearance far exceeded the general phantom realm, and even more uniquely, this was found to be coalesced by the power of the earth's veins. So the entire phantom had a light golden luster, and it looked very spectacular and dazzling. Earth Dharma phase. The entire Dharma phase exuded a powerful pressure. The dense forests within 100 feet radius instantly turned into pieces under the shock of this pressure. Extremely strong. Opposite Yi Tianmian, the demonic beast stared at him dead on. In its eyes, there was more than a hint of disbelief. A Great Tribulation realm cultivator was actually able to condense a phantom, and moreover, this phantom was so abnormal. What the hell is this? Feeling the majestic power contained within the discovery behind him, Yi Tianmian was instantly excited. He had succeeded, he had really succeeded. Earth Dharma phase. What he was happy about was not just condensing a Dharma phase, what he was really happy about was seeing many possibilities. He could mobilize the power of the earth vein through his own gong method, and he was also able to mobilize other powers. In other words, he could condense many different Dharma phases. And right at this moment, the demonic beast in the distance suddenly leapt forward, like a cannonball crashing fiercely towards him. Yi Tianming's right hand was clenched into a fist, and the Dharma phase behind him synchronized its clenching of a huge fist. As Yi Tianming slammed his fist out, that Dharma phase also slammed its fist fiercely towards that demonic beast. Rumble. With an explosive sound resounding, that Dharma phase of Yi Tianmian unexpectedly hardened his fist to blast that demonic beast back more than 10 feet away, and the ground in front of Yi Tianmian was also hardened by the terrifying power of this fist, which shook out a huge deep pit. The power of one punch was as terrifying as this. However, after this punch, Yi Tianmian also collapsed directly. The spiritual energy consumption was too great. A deep sense of weakness like a tidal wave came from the depths of his body, almost making him faint directly. Right at this moment, that Makuyan suddenly rushed in front of him, and then carried him back into the pile of rocks. Yi Tianming hurriedly took out an elixir and took it, but he seemed to think it was not enough and took out another one and took it. Curtain Yong turned his head to look at the demonic beast. When he saw the appearance of the demonic beast, he was immediately shocked, only to see that the head of the demonic beast was full of blood. A closer look revealed that the head of the demonic beast had been cracked. Blood was continuously gushing out. Not only the head, its body also appeared many cracks. Blood covered the whole body. Broken defense. Makuyan turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian beside him. His eyes were odd. You're really a demon. He was shocked not only that Yi Tianmian had heavily injured a Xiantian realm demonic beast with the Great Tribulation realm, he was even more shocked that Yi Tianmian was able to coalesce into a Dharma phase in such a short period of time. Moreover, he could see that this guy had made a combination of his own technique with his, although it was only a combination of a part of it. But this is also too exaggerated. And it was just looking just combined. Damn, what a demon. And at this moment, Yi Tianmian felt very bad, because he felt that his mental power was severely overdrawn, and if he wasn't relying on his willpower to support him, he would have already fainted to death, and in this place, he naturally didn't dare to allow himself to faint to death. Although he had succeeded in condensing the Earth Dharma phase, the drawback was also obvious, that is, his current spiritual power was still severely insufficient. Of course, he didn't realize that at his realm, he shouldn't bother with something like condensing a Dharma phase. Roar! Right at this moment, the demonic beast in the distance suddenly roared as it frantically slapped the earth. It was enraged. It looked at Yi Tianming angrily and roared, "You come out!" Yi Tianming was immediately shocked. It speaks human language? The corner of Makuyan's mouth twitched slightly. You're saying this? It's an immortal realm demonic beast. Not only can it speak, it can also take shape. Yi Tianming said, I see. Makayong said, how do you feel now? Yi Tianming smiled bitterly. Still weak. Shou Yong said, spiritual power is overdrawn. Just then, the demonic beast in the distance suddenly roared again. Come out! Come out! Curtain Yong was a bit annoyed by its noise, so he immediately provoked, come over if you have the guts. However, he did not expect that the demonic beast directly rushed towards them. Shou Yong's expression froze. Yi Tianmian's face also darkened. Let your mouth be cheap. Grass. Curtain Yong. Chapter 39. Survive. Both of them were now very clear that they were in no way a match for this demonic beast, and at that moment, they ran towards the depths of the messy rock pile with a very tacit understanding. As for the angry demonic beast, when it rushed to the pile of waste rocks, it didn't know what it felt. The pupils of its eyes suddenly shrunk, and then it directly foot-braked, stopping hard in place, and then it slumped down, shivering and shivering, fearful to the extreme. Unfortunately, Yi Tianming and his duo did not see this scene at the moment. The duo didn't walk for long before stopping. The deeper they walked, the less those piles of waste rocks became. Moreover, the surroundings were permeated with a kind of weirdness. Curtain Yong said in a deep voice, "That demonic beast doesn't dare to come in, obviously. There may be a more dangerous existence here. You ask your tower ancestor if this place is dangerous." Yi Tianming shook his head. "No need to ask." Makuyan was puzzled. "Why?" Yi Tianming said, "To my tower ancestor, there is no dangerous place in this world." Makuyan? "Ha ha." The little tower burst out laughing. Yi Tianming said in his heart, "Tower ancestor, am I right?" The little tower laughed. "You are indeed right, however. You kid don't think that if you say nice words to me, I will give you guidance. Now it's a trial, everything has to rely on you, so that the trial is meaningful, got it?" Yi Tianming nodded his head. "Pagoda ancestor teaches yes. I will try my best to get out of here alive on my own." Saying that, he glanced around. This place made him feel more and more out of place. Yi Tianming said, "Brother Yong, let's go back in with that demonic beast. What do you think?" Maku Yong hastily nodded. "I have the same intention." The duo turned around and ran. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see the ground in front of the duo suddenly cracked. An avenue leading to the depths of the earth appeared in front of the duo, and immediately after, a terrifying aura directly swept the duo in. Yi Tianming only felt a burst of heaven and earth. He wanted to resist, but could not move at all. Just like this, I do not know how long, he felt his buttocks on the ground. At this time, Shou Yong's voice came from the side. "Agu, it hurts old me." He was face down on the ground. Yi Tianming hurriedly climbed up. He looked around, and when he saw the scene around him, he froze. At this moment, they were in a big hall. Around them stood dozens of stone pillars through the sky. Each stone pillar was carved with some ancient runes. The dome was a piece of nothingness. It was not really visible at all, beside the pillars around them. There were also some ghostly green flames floating around, and these flames illuminated the big hall even more eerie and bizarre. And just not far above the main hall, there was a black chair there, and on the chair sat an old man. Right at this moment, Makuyan suddenly said, "This is Transcendent Holy Temple. How could it appear here? Shouldn't it be in an advanced area?" Yi Tianmian turned his head to look at Emuyong, somewhat puzzled. "Transcendent Mortal Sacred Temple?" Curtain Yong asked back. "You don't know." Yi Tianmian shook his head. Curtain Yong said in a deep voice, "Big brother, you don't know anything? Your family sent you here. Do they want you to die here?" Yi Tianming said, "I came here to train." Makuyan gave a thumbs up. "The people who let you come here to train are really fierce. Of course, you are also fierce." Yi Tianming, Curtain Yong explained, "This piece of relic belongs to the Transcendent Dojo, and the Transcendent Dojo belongs to the Transcendent Civilization, and the Transcendent Civilization belongs to the Super Divine Spirit Civilization. I know you definitely don't know what is Super Divine Spirit Civilization anyway, it's just a very powerful civilization and this place." Saying this, he glanced around and said with some excitement, "This must be the core area of the Transcendent Civilization. Damn, I didn't think that the core area of this Transcendent Civilization is in a low-level area. Brother, we're rich." Yi Tianmian on the other hand was wary. Seeing him wary, Muyong laughed. "No need to be wary. Since the other party forced us here and didn't kill us directly, there is only one explanation." Yi Tianming asked, "What?" Makuyan laughed. "Without a doubt, they must be looking at the two of us brothers and want us to obtain the inheritance of the Transcendent Civilization." Yi Tianming asked, "Do you have any basis for saying this?" Makuyan said, "The sets in the books are all like this." Yi Tianming's face instantly darkened. Shou Yong seriously analyzed, "Think about it, brother. Would the other party get us here for no reason, and still not killing us? Isn't it obvious that they are looking at us? Later on, just watch and see me perform." Saying that, he looked towards the seated old man in the distance and bowed deeply. "Good day, senior." The old man did not respond. Curtain Yong again a deep salute. Seniors, not I boast, my brothers too outside, that is one of the greatest geniuses. Truthfully, the late generation from the super deity civilization, Chuanqing civilization, the late generation from the day they were born with a vision, billions of star power convergence for the late generation christening. The late generation is the future of the Lord of the Stars. Yi Tianming.
Curtain Young again pulled over 叶天命。还有我这兄弟，前辈，你别看我这兄弟不过是大捷径，但他可是能够自创功法，独开一道。
Moreover, his name is Yi Tianmian. What is Tianmian? Born to be a protagonist. This is his time. Xiaota. Yi Tianmian, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed. He pulled Curtain Yong. Brother Yong, don't say that. Curtain Yong seriously said, Brother, I know you are low-key, but you have to remember that opportunities are to be pursued by us. We men have to learn to market ourselves. Yi Tianmian thought about it and felt that it was quite right. After Curtain Yong passion finished, the old man still did not have any response. Curtain Yong continued, Senior, my brothers and I have always admired the transcendent civilization. If my brothers and I are able to obtain the inheritance of the transcendent civilization, my brothers and I will swear in the name of the Guanchuan Swordmaster Yiguan that our brothers and I will do our best to revive the transcendent civilization in this life. Xiaota. And the old man still didn't respond. Makuyan's face sank. How could there be no response? Yi Tianmian pulled Curtain Yong's sleeve and whispered, Did the book say that when entering a secret realm, in addition to possibly obtaining an inheritance, one could also be taken over? Taken away? Curtain Yong's face instantly changed. Both of them felt their bodies chilling at the moment. Curtain Yong's throat rolled and said, Senior, if you really don't see our brothers and two won't bother. Bye-bye. Oh no, see you later. After saying that, he pulled Yi Tianming and turned around to run. But without taking a few steps, an invisible force enveloped the duo, and they were unable to move. The expressions of the duo instantly froze. Cough. Right at this moment, a coughing sound came from behind the duo, only to see that the old man who was originally sitting on a chair slowly opened his eyes. The old man got up and took a step forward, and when this step fell, he had already arrived in front of Yi Tianming and Curtain Yong. The old man looked at Makuyan, then at Yi Tianmian, and finally, his gaze landed on Makuyan as he hissed, Chuanqing civilization? Curtain Yong nodded his head and said somewhat guardedly, My juniors are precisely from the Chuanqing civilization. The old man said softly, Back then, when my transcendent civilization was a super deity civilization, the Chuanqing civilization was nothing more than an ordinary civilization, and now, while my transcendent civilization has disappeared into the river of history, the Chuanqing civilization has become a super deity civilization. It's really hard to predict what will happen in the world. Saying that, he coughed violently a few more times before saying, I heard that the reason why the Swarm Star civilization was able to rise in popularity was because a super genius appeared in your civilization called Mu Xingchen. Makuyan nodded. Precisely. The old man laughed. The main reason is still because this ancestor of yours had a flavorful relationship with that Guanxian swordmaster, right? How could Mu Yong not hear the sourness in the other party's tone? So he said without being humble, Being able to make friends is also a form of strength. The old man laughed. You are right, we'll make friends is also a strength. I have waited here for so many years. Why not want to wait a moment similar to the Guanchuan swordmaster, this kind of character? I heard that he seems to have a son. Shou Yong said in a deep voice. Senior, forgive me for speaking frankly, that young lord is afraid that he won't come here. The implication was that the son of the Guanchuan swordmaster could not possibly look at the transcendent civilization at all. The elder sighed in a low voice. Time is not waiting for my transcendent civilization. Yi Tianming suddenly said, Elder, once a woman asked her father what she had to do to be able to marry a general. Do you know how that general answered her? The old man turned his head to look at Yi Tianming and smiled. How did you answer? Yi Tianming said, Marry him when he was still a soldier. Shou Yong was surprised to look at Yi Tianming. Damn, the readers are different. To inheritance are able to say so subtle and elegant, unlike himself, will only blow powerful. The old man was slightly stunned. Then he smiled. He looked at Yi Tianmian. Your name is Yi Tianmian? Yi Tianming nodded his head. The old man said, Daring to be named after the word heavenly life. Is that ignorance or arrogance? Yi Tianming said, The name was chosen by my mother. I think my mother must have her thoughts, but I think since my mother dared to name me Heavenly Fate, then she must have two tricks up her sleeve. Xiaota. He is not arrogant, but he can see that the old man in front of him is observing the two of them at this kind of time that is never to be subtle and low-key. A gentleman can be introverted, not cowardly. when faced with an opportunity when the rise and fight. The old man stared at Yi Tianmian. Suddenly, he smiled wryly. I don't refute your words, however. All the people of heavenly destiny will not die. All of them will forcefully press the contemporary. Little fellow, here is a task for you. If you can complete this task, the transcendent civilization inheritance, the old man will give it with both hands. Dare you? Yi Tianming said. The two of us brothers will take it together. Okay? Makuyang glanced at Yi Tianmian and didn't say anything. The old man smiled. No problem. Yi Tianming looked at Makuyang, who laughed. Then just take it. Yi Tianming looked at the old man. We'll take it. I don't know what senior's mission is. The old man said. Live. Both of them were a bit puzzled. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly spread his palm. An ancient sword suddenly turned into a sword light rushed up to the sky to the ground above, followed by a terrifying sword Dao aura spreading towards the surroundings. The entire transcendent holy land, all areas felt this aura. Shou Yong trembled. The aura of a civilization ancestor weapon. Right at this moment, the old man's voice suddenly resounded from the entire transcendent holy land. My transcendent civilization inheritance is passed on to Yi Tianmian and Shou Yong today. After saying that, his voice became weaker and weaker, giving people the feeling as if he had completely disappeared from this world. Yi Tianmian, Shou Yong. The old man looked at the duo whose faces were very unpleasant and laughed. Survive, and the inheritance of my transcendent civilization is yours. Ma Keyong couldn't help but say, You old six. Chapter 40. Backstabbing? Survive? Yi Tianmian and Shou Yong's faces were both extremely ugly. This move of the other party would undoubtedly make them a target. How many geniuses and demons had come in? Moreover, even those top geniuses and demons from the advanced region would definitely come to the two of them now. Knowing that the inheritance of a civilization, what did that mean? It meant countless top-notch techniques and various treasures, and moreover, it was still a super deity civilization, so it could be said that it was entirely possible to create a first-class family out of it. It would drive them crazy. Inside the hall, the old man suddenly laughed. You guys, still not running? Shou Yong immediately pulled Yi Tianming to run, but Yi Tianming said, Brother Yong, we can't run away. Shou Yong was silent. Indeed, he couldn't run away. There was no doubt that there must be countless top-tier powerhouses outside that had already arrived. Going out at this time was definitely going to be beaten up by the group. Yi Tianming suddenly said, Brother Mu, follow me. With that, he walked towards the distance. Mao Yong followed. The old man looked at the departing duo, pondering. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from beside the old man. Grand Elder. These two have very strong talents. The old man said, I know, however, looking at a person can't only look at his talent and battle strength, but also his wisdom, because reviving my transcendent civilization relies on absolutely not only personal strength, but also requires great wisdom. The inheritance of my transcendent civilization must not fall into the hands of mediocre people. The voice said, Then let's wait and see. Yi Tianmian brought Shou Yong to the entrance of the distant hall. Yi Tianmian opened the door. A white light shone over. The two of them looked into the sky. Countless strong people came pouring in from the sky. All for the inheritance of the transcendent civilization. Yi Tianming looked at those strong people. Brother Yong, there is no one outside me. But there is someone outside you. Ma Keyong was puzzled. Yi Tianmian added, This bureau is a dead end. One person must be sacrificed. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Curtin Yong. Do you believe me? Curtin Yong hesitated, then said, Honestly, not particularly believe, of course, you have to understand, after all, we two know quite a short time. Yi Tianming smiled. Then you have to believe me once. Shou Yong said, Good. Yi Tianmian suddenly stormed up and violently blasted a fist towards Curtin Yong's chest. Curtin Yong's face instantly changed drastically, subconsciously wanting to resist, but he suddenly remembered Yi Tianmian's words, and after hesitating for a split second, he gave up resisting and let Yi Tianmian's fist blasted on his chest. Bang! Ma Keyong directly smashed into the ground, and a stream of blood sprayed out from his mouth. He was seriously injured with one punch. Yi Tianming stared at Shou Yong. Brother Yong, go get the inheritance, then contact your Chuanqing civilization's people to come and protect you, and also, let your Chuanqing civilization come and save me by the way. Saying that, he suddenly turned around and rose up with his sword, laughing. The transcendent civilization inheritance is mine alone, Yi Tianming. Hearing Yi Tianmian's words, Mao Yong's face turned pale. He understood Yi Tianmian's intentions. In this kind of situation, one person had to be sacrificed to attract the fire, otherwise both of them would have to die, and by doing so, Yi Tianmian was undoubtedly putting all the faith of the fire on him, while he himself would be able to get away. Soon, those strong men rushed to the field. When they saw the heavily injured Muyong, how could they not understand? This is an obvious thing. It must be that these two people obtained the inheritance of the transcendent civilization together, and Yi Tianmian backstabbed. At the critical moment, they decisively gave up on Shou Yong and then chased after Yi Tianmian one after another. Ma Kuyong suddenly climbed up. He crushed a transmission note, then quickly ran to the large hall to find the old man. He stretched out his hand. The old man had been watching. He really didn't expect that Yi Tianmian would play like this. Of course, he admitted that he had lost the bet. The old man took out a red golden seal with 19 nascent sacred rings and handed it to Ma Kuyan, who took the red golden seal with 19 nascent sacred rings and then turned around and left. Soon, Muyong disappeared in front of the entrance of the hall in the distance. Beside the old man, the voice sounded again. "It's over like this?" The old man laughed profoundly. "It's only just begun." The voice said, "Who do you value more?" The old man said softly, "In addition to strength and talent, we also need to value one thing, which is also the most important, that is a person's morality and bottom line. Let's wait and see." Everyone went after Yi Tianmian. No one cared about Ma Kuyan anymore, while he smoothly left the secret realm and came outside. And when he arrived outside, he found that countless powerful members of the lineage had already gathered outside. Obviously, it was because of the appearance of the transcendent civilization inheritance, but that was normal. That was a super deity civilization, and the inheritance of this kind of civilization, even for a first-class lineage, that was incomparably precious. However, right now, because of some agreement, the top powerhouses of these lineages didn't have the means to personally enter, otherwise they directly went in to rob it. And this agreement was naturally the rules set by the Guanchuan Academy. Discovering a new relic secret realm, theoretically everyone has a part to play, but only the younger generation can fight for it. After all, if the older generation is allowed to fight for it as well, then the Guanchuan universe is something that may cause civil unrest and shake its foundation, whereas letting the younger generation fight for it, no matter how much of a mess it makes, it won't hurt the fundamentals, and not only that, but it will also be able to cultivate the younger generation, so everyone is very happy to see it. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came from the side. "I heard that inheritance is in the hands of that Yi Tianming." "Not heard." At this time, another voice rang out. "Just now, that kid from our family sent word that the transcendent civilization inheritance is in the hands of that Yi Tianming. Originally, it was obtained by that Yi Tianmian together with the Chunqing civilization's Shou Yong, but that Yi Tianmian backstabbed Shou Yong at a critical moment. It was that Yi Tianmian who broke through the Guan Xian Dao? Exactly him. This guy is really ruthless. He even dared to backstab someone from the Kuner civilization. Damn it. I originally kinda appreciated this person, after all. Not only did he break through the Guan Xian Dao, but he also dared to harden himself against the Shao family, but I never thought it was someone like this. This is normal human nature." Hearing those words, the mood of Shou Yong suddenly became extremely heavy. He seemed to feel something, violently raised his head. I do not know what he saw, his heart was happy, and he hurriedly rose up with his chi and rushed towards the sky. The rescuers of his Chunqing civilization had arrived. On the other side, a woman was gazing at the entrance of that transcendent holy land in the distance. This woman was no one else but that Chi. She had also heard the words of those people around her. After hearing those people's words, she was first stunned, because in her impression, Yi Tianmian was not that kind of person. But on second thought, perhaps, people do change. After all, that was the inheritance of a civilization. Who could not be moved? Thinking of this, a flash of disappointment in her eyes, the little bit of guilt for mentioning the breakup in the first place disappeared without a trace at this moment. Friends who have votes can support it, haha. Thanks for the support. Chapter 41. Cluster Star Civilization. Ma Kuyan arrived in the middle of a silent starry sky, and just as he arrived, not far away, space-time cracked open, followed by a large group of top-tier powerhouses breaking through the air. At the head of the group was an old man. The old man was precisely the current lord of the Kuner civilization, Curtin Gung, and beside Curtin Gung, followed by a woman. The woman had an excellent figure, beautiful curves, convex and curved, which belonged to the kind of existence that would make men's blood spurt with a single look. Curtin Gung and others quickly walked to the front of the Curtin Yong. Curtin Gung excitedly said, "Little Yong, you really obtained the inheritance of a transcendent civilization." Curtin Yong hurriedly took out that seal with the 19 nascent rings. "Father, it's all here." Seeing that seal and the 19 nascent sacred rings, the strongest members of the group star civilizations in the field were all excited. A civilization's inheritance and wealth, how could they not be excited? This could greatly enhance the strength of the swarm star civilization. Curtin Yong suddenly said, "Father, please also go save my brother immediately." Curtin Gung looked at Curtin Yong and said in confusion, "Your brother?" Curtin Yong hurriedly nodded his head and told everything that had happened. When listening to Curtin Yong's words, Curtin Gung and the others were silent. Curtin Yong then hurriedly said, "Father, what are you still waiting to do? My brother he cannot support for long." But Curtin Gung remained silent, and the elders behind them were also silent. Curtin Yong still wanted to say something, but suddenly, he seemed to realize something. His face instantly became pale, looking at Curtin Gung and the others incredulously. Curtin Gung said in a deep voice, "Little Yong, this is the best ending now. Do you understand what I mean?" "I don't understand," Curtin Yong said in a trembling voice. "Father, we can't be like this." Curtin Gung stared at him. "If we go to save him now, it's like making an enemy of everyone at that time. We'll offend a lot of worldly clans." "Father," Curtin Yong directly interrupted Curtin Gung. "The reason I was able to obtain this inheritance is because of heaven's mandate. He sacrificed himself. If we don't go to save him now, what has it become?" Curtin Gung said in a deep voice. "Then have you ever thought that if we go to save him now, we will have to stand on the opposite side of those worldly families and clans, and it's impossible for them to let us swallow the inheritance of the transcendent civilization all by ourselves?" Shou Yong angrily said, "Father, then have you ever thought that without Yi Tianmian, my Chuanxing civilization won't be able to get these inheritances at all?" Curtin Gung said, "I understand your feelings, but you have to focus on the big picture." "What big picture is important?" Shou Yong stormed. "This is selfishness. This is shamelessness. This is don't push your face." "How dare you?" Curtin Gung suddenly raised his hand and slapped Curtin Yong in the face. Curtin Yong suddenly took out a dagger against his abdomen, and he stared at Curtin Gung dead in the face. "Father, I can't apologize for the fate of the sky." Shou Gung also stared at him in death. "You have to remember your identity." Curtin Yong suddenly knelt down and begged, "Father, I beg you. We can't do this, I beg you." Curtin Gung shook his head. "You disappoint me very much so." Shou Yong realized that it was impossible for his old man to save Yi Tianmian. He stood up and laughed ruefully. "My Chuanxing civilization from this moment onwards. The spine is broken. The spine is broken. You guys don't go to save it. I'll go save it myself. I'll tell everyone that the inheritance of transcendent civilization is in the hands of my Chuanxing civilization." After saying this, he turned around and ran, but a terrifying force subdued him. Curtin Gung stared at Curtin Yong in death, his gaze as cold as ice. "For the sake of an outsider, are you going to cut yourself off from ultramarine civilization?" At this time, the woman on the side suddenly stepped out. "I'll persuade him." Mako Gung glanced at the woman. "Qing Miao, you persuade him properly." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the distance with a group of Gunstar civilization elders. The woman was none other than Curtin Yong's sister, Curtin Qing Miao. Curtin Yong grabbed Curtin Qing Miao and begged, "Sister, I have to go save him. I have to go save him." The woman looked at him. "You can't save him without the family stepping in." Curtin Yong's face was firm. "Then I will die with him. Curtin Yong can't be sorry for my brother. I can't be sorry for my brother." Curtin Qing Miao looked at the bottom, then said, "Your friend should also not be an ordinary person. He may not die." Curtin Yong shook his head. "Even if he doesn't die, he will be spurned by the Guanxian universe. Moreover, sis, our Kuner civilization can't do this. How can we do that?" Saying that, he crouched on the ground in pain. "I don't even have the face to see him now. I really deserve to die. Why didn't I think that our ultramarine civilization would rise to greed? I'm so stupid." After saying that, he fiercely pumped up his face. Mako Qingmiao looked at him calmly. "If you go to the secret realm now, it won't help at all. Moreover, there are strong people left behind by Father in the dark, and he won't let you go down to save that teenager. You only have one path to take now." Curtin Yong jerked his head up to look at Curtin Qingmiao. "Which road?" Curtin Qingmiao said, "Go to the true world to find the Star Ancestor." "Star Ancestor," Curtin Yong muttered. "But what about my brother? So many people are chasing him." Curtin Qingmiao said, "I'll go and protect him." Curtin Yong looked at Curtin Ching Miao, who calmly said, "That teenager is now surrounded by enemies on all sides. Moreover, he had previously offended the Shao family and the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy. So it can be said that even if I, Chuanqing Civilization, back him up, it's unlikely that I'll be able to protect him, and the only person who might be able to do so is if the Star Ancestor steps in." Curtin Yong said, "Sister, promise me that you must preserve him." Curtin Ching Miao said, "I'll try my best." Curtin Yong took a deep breath. He turned his head to look at the entrance of that transcendent holy land and softly said, "Brother Heavenly Fate, wait for me." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the sky. After Maku Yong left, an old man appeared beside Maku Qingmiao. The old man whispered, "Girl, are we really going to bail out that teenager?" Curtin Qingmiao slowly turned to look at the entrance of that transcendent holy land. Xiao Yong views things only from a personal perspective. Thus, he focuses on his personal emotions and ignores the interests of the family, whereas father views things from the perspective of the family. He focuses on the interests of the family and ignores the core essence of the entire matter. The old man was puzzled. "How so?" Curtin Ching Miao slowly said, "The transcendent civilization used to be a top deity-level civilization. They now want to seek an heir. So the question arises, is it little Yong that they really look at? Or is it that person called Yi Tianming?" The old man's brows furrowed. Curtin Ching Miao looked down, her gaze firm. "What they really fancy is Yi Tianmian." The old man was immediately unconvinced. "Little Yong isn't bad either." Curtin Ching Miao nodded. "Naturally it's not bad, but second uncle overlooked one issue, that is Xiao Yong's identity. He is from my Chuanqing civilization. Don't the people of Transcendent Civilization know that if they give the inheritance to Xiao Yong, it will only end up being a dowry for my Chuanqing civilization? But if they give it to that Yi Tianmian, then it will be greatly different, because Yi Tianmian is currently only from an end-of-the-line family. He will cherish this inheritance even more, and will not be anti-client, and their Transcendent Civilization will only need to come up with a woman to combine with this Yi Tianmian at that time." When the old man heard this, he naturally understood everything. To put it simply, it is impossible for Shou Yong to do the door, but this Yi Tianming is completely possible. Of course, it is not that the door, but to choose Yi Tianming, Transcendent Civilization can dominate, but to choose Shou Yong, that can be the group Star Civilization to do the domination. Curtin Ching Miao's eyes narrowed slightly. "Therefore, I conclude that the inheritance that the Transcendent Civilization gave to Xiao Yong must not be their true civilization's inheritance." The old man froze. Curtin Ching Miao stared at the entrance of that transcendent holy land. The core of the matter is why the Transcendent Civilization chose this Yi Tianming. The old man said in a deep voice, "You mean this teenager is not simple?" Maku Qingmiao said softly, "Of course it's not simple. A person who can break through the Guanxian Dao, how could he be a simple person? Of course, just this is not enough for the Transcendent Civilization to choose him. The Transcendent Civilization must have discovered something else outstanding about that teenager." Saying this, she shook her head slightly. "Father's vision pattern is not enough. He can only see the immediate benefits. He can't see the core and essence of this matter. That teenager is the most valuable." The old man said, "You have to understand your father as the patriarch. He has to seek stability, and doing this is undoubtedly the most stable." Curtin Ching Miao was shaking her head. "It's not stable." The old man looked at the woman in disbelief. Curtin Ching Miao said, "The Chuanqing civilization doing this is undoubtedly a betrayal of trust. In case that teenager truly rises one day, at that time, he will definitely settle today's account with the Chuanqing civilization. If there really is that time, the price that my Chuanqing civilization will have to pay, that's absolutely unimaginable." The old man hesitated, then said, "Girl, I don't think that teenager has that ability. If he really had that ability, he wouldn't be so miserable now." Maku Qingmiao asked back, "Second uncle, why do you belittle him? Or rather, why does everyone despise him?" The old man said, "He's from an inferior family." Maku Qingmiao asked back, "Don't you think that's the scariest part?" The old man realized something, and the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk. The woman slowly walked towards the distance. "Back then, wasn't the clan that the Guanchuan Swordmaster was from just a lowly clan?" The old man immediately retorted. "Now that the young lord has appeared, the fate of heaven has been decided. It can't be anyone else." Curtin Ching Miao said, "Second uncle, this is the most terrifying part." The old man was puzzled. "What?" The woman said softly, "Second uncle. 3 generations of the Yang family. All of them are free-range and this time, who dares to guarantee that the person of heavenly destiny will be Yang Jia?" The old man. Chapter 42. The Hospitable Other Side Civilization. The old man said in a deep voice. Girl, this is almost impossible. If you bet on that teenager just because of this unfounded speculation, this is too risky. After all, that teenager's current enemies are not only those clan families who want to kill him to take the inheritance, but also the Shao family and the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy. To help him, this is not in line with the interests of our current civilization. Maku Qingmiao didn't say anything. She just stopped and was in deep thought. The old man said, What? Maku Qingmiao said, I've also overlooked one of the most crucial points. The old man was puzzled. What? Curtin Qingmiao stared dead below. That Nanling Zhao girl helped him, perhaps because it was out of justice, but for the Nanling family to help him, it would never be out of justice alone, and most importantly, that courtyard master of the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture accepted him. Why would they prefer to risk offending the Shao family and the Qingzhou Academy as well as accepting him? It will never be because of justice alone, it must be because that teenager has value, and with the choice of that transcendent civilization today, I conclude that that teenager. Saying that, her eyes narrowed slightly. That teenager is definitely not a true Yi family member. Second uncle. You immediately break the void and make a trip to Qingzhou. Once you ask, you'll know. The old man said in a deep voice. Girl, if he really isn't a member of the Yi family, what does that mean? Maku Qingmiao stared deathly into the distance. Free range. Then it must be hurting. Maybe it's one bright, one dark. The old man was instantly shocked. He didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and directly shattered the void and disappeared into the distance. Inside the transcendent Holy Land ruins, Yi Tianming rode his sword. At this moment, he raised his speed to the extreme, yet even so, he was quickly caught up. A long spear broke through the air from afar, extremely fast, as if it was a bolt of lightning. Yi Tianming merged his fingers and a sword of intent flew out, chopping at the lance head-on. Bang! The sword rigidly fixed that lance in place, but right at this moment, countless people surrounded it, hundreds of them. Yi Tianming's face sank. This time it was truly impossible to run away. Something. A voice came from the distance. Yi Tianming looked up. A man holding a long spear came slowly. This person was the same man who had stopped him earlier. The man also looked very young, 17 or 18 years old and sharp. Of course there's something. At this moment, another voice suddenly came from the side. Gu Qi. This is the man who broke through the Guan Xian Dao. Yi Tianming turned his head to look. A brocade-robed man came walking slowly and was smiling as he sized him up. When the man named Gu Qi heard the brocade-robed man's words, he immediately became interested. He took a closer look at Yi Tianming, then laughed. You're the one who broke through the Guan Xian Dao. Yi Tianming. How interesting. Yi Tianming did not say anything. Gu Qi added, Honestly, I'm really a bit curious about how you broke through the Guan Xian Dao. Can you tell me about it? After all, I was not able to pass the test several times back then. Yi Tianming said. Luck. Gu Qi was slightly stunned. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you playing with me? Yi Tianming looked at him. It is indeed better luck. Otherwise, how could I have broken through the Guan Xian Dao? Isn't that what you really think? Gu Qi stared at Yi Tianming and laughed. I do think so, haha. Yi Tianming glanced around. At this moment, the gazes of all the people around him fell on him, and these people did not hide the greed in their eyes. Greed, Yi Tianming pondered. That Gu Qi suddenly glanced around and smiled. Gentlemen, please also give me Gu Qi face. I want to have a few moves alone with this supreme genius of ours who has broken through the Guan Xian Dao. All around, the crowd was silent and did not object. Because they already knew where this one came from. This one was from the Gu family of the other side civilization, and what kind of person was the ancestor of the Gu family. That was the super scholar of the Guanchuan Academy back then, and had a close relationship with the Guanchuan swordmaster. At this time, the brocade-robed man from earlier suddenly opened his mouth. Brother Gu, do you want to monopolize the transcendent civilization inheritance on this youngster? Gu Qi glanced at the brocade-robed man and laughed. Even if I want to swallow it alone, what do you want? The brocade-robed man laughed. Then you'll have to ask us if we'll agree. Seeing that the brocade-robed man dared to stiffen Gu Qi, everyone in the arena was a bit surprised. Gu Qi stared at the brocade-robed man and did not speak. The brocade-robed man smiled bashfully. Suddenly, Gu Qi laughed. So, you are from there? The brocade-robed man calmly said. If Brother Gu just wants to spar with him, that's no problem. But we have to say it first. The transcendent inheritance on his body, that's everyone's. Gu Qi laughed. Fine. Saying that, he looked towards Yi Tianmian who was not far away. Come on. Let me see how many kilograms the person who has broken through the Guan Xian Dao has. The brocade-robed man suddenly laughed. Brother Gu, you're at the peak of the divine being realm, while he's only at the great tribulation realm. Aren't you blatantly bullying people by fighting them like this? Furthermore, even if you win the fight, you will still get the reputation of bullying the small with the big, and moreover, it will also fall off the share of your pilgrimage civilization. Gu Qi lightly glanced at him and laughed. That's not for you to worry about. Saying that, he looked towards Yi Tianmian, who was not far away, and he gently stomped with his gun. His realm was directly suppressed by him to the Great Tribulation realm. The brocade-robed man looked towards Yi Tianming and smiled faintly. Yi Tianming, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. For a moment he couldn't figure out the brocade-robed man's intentions. Was the other party showing him favor, or did he have other plans? At this time, that Gu Qi suddenly said, "Make your move." Yi Tianming looked towards Gu Qi, who stared at him. "Remember, you only have one chance to make a move, because when I make a move, you're bound to die. I'm a person who never pretends." Yi Tianming did not make a move but looked up. According to his estimation, at this time, Shouyang's support should have already arrived. But until now there is no movement, no accident. I am afraid that there is going to be an accident. In this instant, he thought of several possibilities. It is possible that Shouyang wants to take it all, so he escaped with the treasure, and it is also possible that the forces behind Shouyang want to take it all. Yi Tianming's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Old me shouldn't be called heavenly fate, but rather bitter fate. He retrieved his thoughts, then looked up to Gu Qi, who was not far away. "Let's fight on the ground." Gu Qi's brows furrowed. "Why?" Yi Tianliang said. "I haven't used enough Xian Qi for too long." After saying that, he flew towards the bottom with his imperial sword. Crowd. The crowd followed Yi Tianming to the ground. That Gu Qi also landed in front of him. Gu Qi stared at him. "Is it okay now?" Yi Tianming nodded. "If I kill you, will the forces behind you retaliate against me?" Crowd. Gu Qi laughed back in anger. "You beat me to death? What makes you think you can beat me to death?" Yi Tianming calmly said. "I said if I beat you to death, will the forces behind you retaliate against me? Because the book says, if you hit the little one, you will come to the old one. If you hit the old one, you will come to a nest of old ones." Crowd. Gu Qi stared at Yi Tianmian in death, while the brocade-robed man suddenly said, "I think he has a point, Brother Gu. Why don't you guys sign a life and death contract?" Gu Qi said, "Where's the fuss? Since you won't make the first move, I'll do it." Saying that, he suddenly dashed forward, holding a long spear, and violently rushed towards Yi Tianming. With this rush, a powerful and incomparable spear power instantly enveloped Yi Tianming. Almost at the same time, Yi Tianmian's right foot violently stomped on the ground, and his hands were lifted up in vain, and in an instant, the earth crumbled, and countless earth-vein forces rose up from the depths of the earth, and then like a torrent of water, it fiercely crushed towards that Gu Qi. Countless earth forces whistled past, causing the surrounding space to vibrate. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd was greatly shocked. Was this guy really only at the Great Tribulation realm? That Gu Qi was also greatly shocked when he saw Yi Tianming directly mobilizing so much earth-vein power. Damn, this was completely different from the Great Tribulation realm that he had imagined. He knew that he had been careless and gullible and shouldn't have lowered himself to the realm. And at this moment, his gun's momentum had been established. There was no way back. He could only tough it out. Rumble. With an explosive sound resounding, that Gu Qi's gun main instantly shattered, and he himself was directly bombarded back to a dozen feet away, and in the process of retreating his flesh unexpectedly began to crack inch by inch, and blood gushed out, and as soon as he came to a stop, 9 swords condensed by the power of the earth flew and chopped. Gu Qi was shocked in his heart, not caring about the injuries on his body. He held a long spear and swung it rapidly. A spear aura emerged, resisting the 9 flying swords. But at this moment, countless earth-vein power suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth, and then crushed towards him like a tidal wave. Gu Qi's expression froze. "Damn, you only know this trick, don't you?" Rumble. Under everyone's gaze, that Gu Qi was directly blown back to dozens of feet away. This time he was heavily smashed to the ground, and as soon as he landed, a sword was already at his throat. Defeated. In the field, the crowd looked at Yi Tianmian. All of them were astonished because they realized that although Yi Tianmian was only at the Great Tribulation realm, but this battle power, it was already not weak at all at the Dharma phase realm. That brocade-robed man was also a little surprised when he looked at Yi Tianmian. Gu Qi stared dead-on at Yi Tianmian, who walked in front of him. "You're not even at the Great Tribulation realm's battle power." Yi Tianmian retrieved his sword and turned around to walk towards the distance. Gu Qi said angrily, "Are you insulting me?" Yi Tianming stopped his steps. He shook his head. "The reason I was able to win against you was because you lowered yourself 4 realms with a light enemy. If you hadn't lowered yourself 4 realms with a light enemy, I would definitely not be your opponent." Hearing Yi Tianmian's words, Gu Qi was stunned. What did this fellow mean? Was this giving himself a step down? Obviously it was. There was a step to step down or not. Gu Qi was a little hesitant. And at that moment, Yi Tianmian added, "Next time when I reach the Godmaster realm, we'll fight again. At that time, you don't have to let me go. We'll have a truly fair fight." Another step was given. Gu Qi sneaked a glance around. He thought for a moment, then said, "Although it's a bit unfair for me to have lowered my realm, but actually, you're quite good. Get to know me. My name is Gu Qi, and I come from the hospitable other side civilization. Crowd." Chapter 43. Don't let them insult me. The crowd looked at Gu Qi. Their expressions were all odd and incomparable. How did this guy feel like hitting a feeling of sympathy when he said that? Gu Qi didn't care about the gazes of the crowd around him this time. As the defeated party, he didn't have any say in the matter, but people even gave him 2 steps down, which belonged to the very generous. If he didn't go down again, it would be nothing more than using the forces behind him to press people. And if that was done, there was no doubt that he would become a disgrace to the entire Pishi civilization, and his family would not be able to raise their heads within the entire Pishi civilization. It was not shameful to fight and lose, but to be unable to afford to lose, that was truly shameful. And now that this was the case, he had a step down, although he was defeated. Didn't he hear people say that? If he hadn't lowered his own realm, it would have been impossible to lose, so technically speaking, he didn't lose. In the distance, Yi Tianming stopped. He looked around. There were more and more people around. At this moment, it had changed from over 400 to over 600. Not only that, the number was still increasing. Before this, he didn't have an exact concept of a super deity civilization, but at this moment, he realized it. At the same time, he also understood that there was a high probability that Makuyan would not bring anyone with him. Yi Tianming smiled to himself, then said, "Tower Ancestor, I need you to help me a little bit. I know, you don't know how to fight. I just need you to cooperate with me a little bit." The little tower said, "Cooperate how?" Yi Tianming suddenly turned his head to look at the brocade-robed man. "What's your name?" The brocade-robed man smiled. "My name is Zhou Yun." Yi Tianming said, "Brother Zhou, I know that if I don't hand over the Transcendent Civilization inheritance today, I will definitely die. Therefore, I would like to hand over the Transcendent Civilization inheritance to Brother Zhou in exchange for a way out." With that, he unclasped the small tower at his waist. "This is the Transcendent Civilization inheritance." Little tower. In the field, everyone's gazes instantly landed on the little tower. There were hot ones, doubtful ones, and skeptical ones. At this moment, a man suddenly said, "Yi Tianmian, you're saying that this broken tower is a Transcendent Civilization inheritance?" Little tower. Yi Tianmian looked at the man who spoke and nodded. "Yes." The man laughed. "You say it is a Transcendent Civilization inheritance? Do you have proof?" Yi Tianming calmly said, "Of course there is." The man said, "Then prove it to us." Yi Tianmian stared at him. "If you call me father, I'll prove it to you." Crowd. The man stared at Yi Tianmian dead on. His gaze had turned ice cold. "Do you know who I am?" Yi Tianmian said, "I'm not your father, so I have no obligation to prove anything to you. If you believe it, believe it. If you don't believe it, then pull back." Saying that, he looked towards that Zhou Yun not far away, while Zhou Yun laughed. "You gave this to me because you want me to die." Yi Tianming said, "Starve the timid and prop up the bold." Zhou Yun's smile faded. "This tower of yours is really a civilization inheritance from a transcendent civilization?" Yi Tianming nodded his head. Zhou Yun looked at him and did not speak. Everyone around was also looking at Yi Tianming. Obviously, they were skeptical about this small tower because this small tower looked ordinary anyways. Yi Tianming knew that he had to prove it, otherwise these people would not believe him. After all, anyone who could come in, their brains would not be too bad to trust him gullibly. Yi Tianming decided to make something up. So he said, "This tower, the real name is Transcendent Hongmeng Tower." Little tower? Yi Tianming added. "It is invulnerable to swords and spears, invulnerable to all laws, and immune to all the Tao and laws of the world. If you guys don't believe me, feel free to give it a try." After saying this, he added in his mind, "Pagoda Ancestor, it's hard for you to carry it." When the little tower heard this word, carry, Countless past events suddenly surfaced in his mind, and that was already more than 1,000 years ago. Blowing awesome, right? Just then, someone suddenly said, "This broken tower of yours? It's immune to all Tao and Dharma?" Little tower. Yi Tianming nodded. "Everyone can try." After saying that, his palms spread out and the small tower slowly floated out. He wasn't afraid of others grabbing it. At this time, whoever grabbed it would definitely be rounded up. Moreover, without confirming the authenticity of this little tower, whoever grabbed it would be a cutie. In case of grabbing a fake, then ISNT it. "Let me try." Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, followed by a teenager walked out. He suddenly pinched a knack. In the sky, a black cloud quietly coalesced. The next moment, a pillar-thick divine thunder broke through the clouds, fell straight down, and bombarded on that small tower. Rumble. As a deafening boom sounded, the space where the small tower was located directly burst into a tremor. Countless thunder and lightning power splashed out. Extremely spectacular. The crowd stared at the center of that area of thunder and lightning with full concentration. Yi Tianming was also watching. He was still a little nervous, but he couldn't show it. Soon, the lightning dispersed and the small tower existed intact. Yi Tianming's heart was relieved. The teenager who cast the spell saw that the small tower was intact, and immediately recited the incantation dozens of times silently, followed by dozens of divine thunderbolts as big as thunder pillars falling straight down, fiercely bombarding towards that small tower. Rumble. A deafening explosion constantly resounded. The area where the small tower was located was directly covered by lightning, and the powerful force even cracked some of the space in that area. The sound was extremely appalling. Yi Tianming's face showed a faint smile, very confident. But in his heart, he was actually very nervous. He had confidence in Tower Ancestor, but he was still nervous. Soon, the countless thunderbolts dispersed, and the small tower remained intact. Seeing this scene, the teenager who had cast the spell surveyed the small tower. Actually able to carry through the heavenly thunder divine art, this small tower has a little something to it. Little tower. Let me try. At this time, another man walked out. He waved his sleeve. A talisman directly flew out, straight to the small tower, and in the process of flying, only to see that the talisman suddenly burned up, and then transformed into 100 feet of flame python. That flame python, one bite will be swallowed into the small tower, and then the flame, as if being sprayed with oil in general, instantly skyrocketed. The temperature of the surrounding area also in this moment instantly skyrocketed. As if even the space is going to be given to the melted, the temperature of the surroundings also instantly surged at this moment, as if even space was about to melt. A technique at the peak of the divine being realm. The crowd was staring at the flaming python, when the man casting the spell suddenly said loudly, "Extinguish!" As the voice fell, the flaming python directly transformed into a ball of flame and burned, and in just an instant, the space around the flame began to melt, showing how terrifying its power was. However, when that mass of flame burned out, only to see that the small tower remained unharmed, the crowd was all a bit shocked. The man who had cast the spell had a somewhat white face at the moment. It was obvious that the consumption on him just now was still quite large. He carefully surveyed the small tower before nodding his head. This small tower is actually able to resist my fire python divine technique. It does have a little something. Little tower. Let me try. Right at this moment, a man suddenly rushed out. He held a super machete in his right hand. He rushed up and slashed at the little tower. His blade technique was extremely harsh. His blade was out of the blade, sparks flying everywhere. After chopping for almost a full quarter of an hour, he stopped. He looked at his knife. The knife had already appeared chipped and cracked. The man nodded and then looked at Koda. Something. Tar. Let me. At this time, another man suddenly walked out. The man was wearing a green Taoist robe. It looks like a Taoist. He held a duster and swung it, reciting the mnemonic. Nowhere to be seen, heaven and earth with the cow, scattered into gas, gathered into shape, the ancestor of the 5 elements, the essence of the 6 armors, the soldier with the said war, the time with the order to go. Give me seal. The voice falls, he to the small tower is a point, a golden light suddenly from the sky out of the sky, followed by that golden light is instantly will be the small tower shroud, followed by a very ancient-looking array directly cover the small tower. It will be completely sealed up. However, soon, that ancient spell formation began to become dim, but the small tower is not damaged at all. The man who cast the spell turned a little pale, unable to support it any longer. He hastily withdrew the sealing array. He stared at the small tower with a grave expression. This small tower is a bit of a doorway, but unfortunately, I don't have enough xuanqi, or else, with all my strength, I might be able to seal it up completely. Little tower. Someone else in the field came up to try. However, no one was able to do anything about the small tower, so a consensus was reached that there was indeed something about this small tower. When no one tried again, Yi Tianmian hurriedly held the small tower in his arms, then said, "Tower ancestor, are you okay?" The little tower was silent for a moment before saying, "Kid, I beg you for something." Yi Tianming busily said, "You say." The little tower said, "Next time, you don't let them insult me like that. Okay? I've been with a few generations and haven't been insulted like this. Really?" Yi Tianmian. Chapter 44. The Xiao family is the sky. In the middle of the field, the crowd argued, and the point of argument was whether or not this little tower was the inheritance of a transcendent civilization. There were those who agreed and those who doubted. After half a day of arguing, a man walked out. He looked at Yi Tianming. "Mr. Yi, besides being invulnerable to swords and spears, and invulnerable to all laws, is there anything special about this tower?" Yi Tianming had already thought about it. "There is something else inside the tower." The man asked, "What Shenkuan?" Yi Tianmian made it up. "All the civilization wealth of the transcendent civilization is inside the small tower." The man asked again, "Then do you have the method to open it?" Yi Tianming looked at him and didn't say anything. The man understood what he meant, so he said, "If you are able to open it and leave this tower behind, feel free to leave. We will never make things difficult for you. All of us here are just seeking treasure." Yi Tianming said, "I am also unable to open this tower." The man asked, "Why?" Yi Tianming said, "That old man told me that every time I raise a realm, I will automatically open a layer, and if I don't raise it, I will not open it." The man was silent. Yi Tianming said, "You are unable to open this tower, but I believe that your clan must have a way to open this tower, no?" With that, he glanced at the crowd around him before saying, "The biggest problem for all of you right now is not whether to open or not to open, but how to divide this small tower, right?" The man nodded. That is indeed the case at the moment. The reason why they allowed Yi Tianmian to still hold the small tower was because there was currently no good solution to the belonging of the small tower. Yi Tianmian suddenly said, "I do have a method." The man looked at Yi Tianming. "I wish to hear it." Yi Tianming glanced at the people in the field. "With all due respect, none of you present have the ability to eat this small tower alone. Moreover, many of you may still know each other. Therefore, it is impossible for you to die for this small tower. Since this is the case, why don't you work together to develop it?" The man frowned slightly. "Joint development?" Yi Tianming nodded. "Everyone develops it together. As for how to divide it, you guys can't be the masters. Just give it directly to the people behind you." Joint development. Hearing Yi Tianmian's words, everyone in the field was somewhat moved. As Yi Tianming said, no one had the strength to eat this transcendent civilization inheritance alone. Moreover, even if they had the strength to eat it alone, if they really did so, they would offend everyone in the field. Therefore, the best way was to develop it together. Everyone would take some benefits without hurting the peace. At this moment, the man suddenly said, "Then who is in charge of this small tower?" As soon as they heard these words, the people in the arena started to be wary of each other again, because once the small tower fell into the hands of a certain person, then after the other family developed it, who would dare to guarantee that they wouldn't take it all for themselves? Right at this moment, Yi Tianmian suddenly said, "Why don't you continue with me being in charge?" Little tower. Everyone looked at Yi Tianmian. Yi Tianmian seriously said, "If you guys believe in me, you can let me continue to be in charge for reasons. First, I don't have a strong force behind me to support me, therefore it's impossible for me to take it all by myself, and I don't have that strength to take it all by myself, and I don't dare to take it all by myself. Second, I don't have that ability to develop the small tower completely myself at the moment, so you guys don't have to worry about me taking it all by myself at all. Thirdly, I'm only from an inferior family. If I really play with my heart, it's very simple for you guys to pinpoint me, but if this tower falls into the hands of a second-class family and the other party plays with their heart, it's going to be much, much more troublesome. What do you guys say?" Hearing Yi Tianmian's words, everyone in the arena fell silent. Upon careful consideration, this made a lot of sense. Yi Tianmian continued, "The fourth reason, after all, I am a person chosen by the transcendent civilization. I have been in contact with people from the transcendent civilization, therefore I think I can still be helpful to everyone in developing the transcendent civilization." Someone suddenly said, "Yi Tianmian, why do we have to trust you?" Yi Tianmian looked at the person who spoke. "Then I have no problem with this small tower being given to you." That person's face sank. He naturally wanted it. But he knew very well that it was impossible for others to give him mastery over it. Yi Tianming looked at the crowd around him. "All of us can set up an alliance. Let's call it Transcendent Civilization Development Alliance. The location will be set at Guanshan Academy in Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. Anyone who is in the field, no matter how big or small the power behind him is, those who see it will get a share of it. Let's all develop it together, and we'll win together. When Yi Tianming said this, those in the field whose clans were less powerful were immediately excited, and some of them immediately stood out and expressed their approval. Those whose families were more powerful, although they were not willing to share it with everyone, but at this time, they also did not have the ability to take it all by themselves. Moreover, coming out to oppose it at this time, undoubtedly it was going to make enemies. Don't let it go unsuccessfully by the time you take it all by yourself. Instead, you will still be offended and then go back to your family. Undoubtedly, you will be punished. Yi Tianming saw that there was no resistance from the crowd, so he hurriedly said, "Those in favor, please raise your hands." Saying that, he raised his right hand. "I think it's okay." At this time, that Gu Qi from the pilgrimage civilization from earlier suddenly said, "If not, we will undoubtedly have to fight each other. But with all due respect, none of us can really anyone up, and since that's the case, why not win together? Moreover, this brother Yi is honest and of good character. Just like me, trustworthy." After saying that, he also raised his hand. As Gu Qi took a stand, those in the field whose families were less powerful raised their hands, and in no time 80% of the field raised their hands. The rest were those whose families were more powerful. Yi Tianming looked at that Zhou Yun, and the other party did not raise their hands either. Zhou Yun smiled. "Brother Yi, good tactics, however. I have one last question. That is, if the secret of this small tower is unlocked, then how should it be divided?" Yi Tianming said, "This is also simple. Whoever puts in the most effort will share more. Those who put in less effort will naturally put in less. Those who didn't put in any effort at all, you then will only be able to get a participation prize." When the crowd heard this, they did not say anything because there was no absolute fairness in this world, and for some people it was already earned to be able to see a share. Zhou Yun thought about it and nodded slightly. "This method is fine." With that, he raised his right hand. Soon, those remaining people also raised their right hands. Joint development. Win-win cooperation. Everyone was able to accept it. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianmian's heart then breathed a sigh of relief. For now, his life was not in danger for the time being. Moreover, the tower ancestor was also preserved. As for the next development, he didn't lie, the tower ancestor was not simple in the first place, that had great development value. As for whether or not anything could be developed, that would be something that everyone would have to work on together. "I don't agree." Right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. The crowd turned their heads to look at the words, only to see a line of people breaking through the sky, at the head of which was a man. The man looked 18 or 19 years old and wore a gorgeous robe with an imposing demeanor. "It's Xiao Lin of the Xiao family." Someone in the field suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Lin, one of the core children of the Xiao family's main family, although not the most central ones, he still belonged to the core circle and was not small in fame outside. Xiao Lin walked directly to the field with a group of Xiao family children behind him. His gaze locked onto Yi Tianmian at the first moment. "Gentlemen, what I said just now is not targeting you all, but rather targeting this person. The grudge that this person has with my Xiao family, you all should be aware of it. Just a moment ago, my Xiao family found the body of my Xiao family's son, Xiao Shui, and according to our investigations, it was this person who killed him, and he has been killed by this person. Therefore, today, my Xiao family will settle new scores and old scores together." Saying that, he directly walked towards Yi Tianming. A powerful aura swept out from his body, the peak of the divine being realm. "Wait!" Right at this moment, that Gu Qi from earlier suddenly walked out and questioned, "Xiao Lin, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Lin turned his head to look at Gu Qi. "Didn't I already say that? Today, my Xiao family is going to settle old scores and new ones with him." Gu Qi said, "The grudges you once had have nothing to do with us, but now, he has the inheritance of the transcendent civilization on him, and we have just reached an agreement with him so that we can develop it together and win together, and you're coming to intervene now. What are you trying to do?" The people in the arena also looked at Xiao Lin. Many of them had hostility in their eyes. They didn't really want to help Yi Tianmian, but they thought that Xiao Lin killing Yi Tianmian was a lie, and seizing the transcendent civilization's inheritance was real. Noticing the gazes of the people around him, Xiao Lin's brows furrowed as he stared at Gu Qi. "Who are you?" Gu Qi said, "Don't you care who I am? You answer my question first." Xiao Lin stared at Gu Qi. "You are not qualified to ask me questions." Gu Qi laughed back in anger. "See how powerful you are. Those who don't know would think that your Xiao family is a first-class family. In the end, your Xiao family is nothing more than a second-class family. How dare you?" Xiao Lin suddenly waved his sleeve, and a terrifying aura swept towards Gu Qi. Gu Qi raised his hand and fired a shot. shattering that aura. Xiao Lin stared at Guqi. Who are you? Guqi said, don't you care who I am? I'm angry pissed off at you right now. Come on. I'll fight you one-on-one on behalf of the other side's civilization. After saying that, he directly charged towards Xiao Lin. Crowd. Yi Tianming looked at that Guqi who rushed towards Xiao Lin. He suddenly realized at this moment, for these big family lineage kids, very often, face was the most important thing, because they had a sense of family honor, they couldn't afford to be angry, they could lose anything, but they could never lose their face, and that was even worse than killing them. Face. After Yi Tianming pondered slightly, he suddenly raised his head to look at the group of Xiao family. He was filled with sadness and anger. Doesn't your Xiao family want this transcendent civilization inheritance? I know, your Xiao family is big and powerful, we can't do it. I'll give it to you. After saying that, he violently threw the small tower towards the group of Xiao family's children. But right at this moment, a purple-robed man suddenly rushed out and directly intercepted the small tower with one hand. He turned his head to look at Yi Tianming. Mr. Yi, the Xiao family is only a second-class family. They are not invincible, and also, you have to keep in mind that this small tower is now everyone's. Saying that, he hurriedly returned the small tower back to Yi Tianming as the crowd around him were staring at him, fearing that he would grab it. After Yi Tianming received the small tower, he said in a deep voice, you don't even know the terror of a second-class family. I advise you guys not to offend them for the best. That purple-robed man hesitated, then said, Sir Yi, with all due respect, a family like the Xiao family is indeed a behemoth to you. But to us, it's also okay. I don't mean anything else by saying this. I just want to tell you that many of us present have a bit of power in our families, you understand, right? Yi Tianmian shook his head. Don't quite understand. I only know that the Xiao family said that in the Guanchuan universe, they are the sky. Grass. That purple-robed man's brows furrowed. Are they crazy? Those people around them also furrowed their brows as they looked towards that group of Xiao family's children. Was this Xiao family so inflated? Those Xiao family children, on the other hand, were confused. Had anyone from their own family ever said this? Yi Tianming handed the small tower to the purple-robed man again. This brother. This tower is still for you to keep. This Xiao family, I would never dare to offend them. You simply don't understand the terror of a second-class family. They are able to decide the life and death of a family with a single word. I advise you, don't offend them so easily or else, a single word from them can make you die without a burial place. The purple-robed man didn't pick up the small tower. He looked at Yi Tianming. I'm from a second-class family. I'm from the Li family, called Li Zheng. Saying this, he moved closer to Yi Tianming and whispered, Brother Yi, I know you are pretending. You want the Xiao family to cause public anger. I can cooperate with you, but you have to give me a word so that I can see your sincerity. Yi Tianming looked at Li Zheng and was silent. Damn, none of these top family kids are simple. Li Zheng was also looking at him, waiting for him to answer. Yi Tianming naturally knew what the other party meant. He said at that moment, I have obtained something special from the transcendent civilization. I can share with you. Li Zheng stared at Yi Tianming for a moment before smiling. I believe you. After saying that, he suddenly turned to look at the surrounding crowd. Gentlemen in my Li family, Li Zheng, my ancestor served as the chief cabinet minister for a long time. This small tower belongs to all of us, and the Xiao family is coming to rob it by force today. They are completely not putting us in their eyes. Didn't they say that the Guanxian universe their Xiao family is the sky? Then let's see if in this Guanxian universe, their Xiao family is the sky or not today. Someone suddenly raised his arm and shouted, the Xiao family is great, isn't it? We'll support the Li family, them. Support the Li family. We are willing to follow Mr. Li. Chapter 45. Who is powerful between you and my mother? In the eyes of the crowd, the Xiao family's killing of Yi Tianmian was fake, and seizing the transcendent civilization inheritance was real. If there was no one to take the lead, they might not have dared to do so. After all, it was the Xiao family, a second-class family, and once the ancestor had a relationship with the Guanxian swordmaster, even amongst the crowd of second-class families, they were special. However, with Li Zheng leading the way, they were not afraid. That was the Li family. Although the Li family was only a second-class family, however, the Li family's ancestor was a cabinet chief minister back then in the distant era of the earthly swordmaster, a true patriarch of the two dynasties. Even if the Guanxian swordmaster saw them, they would all have to respectfully call out to them as ants. Moreover, although the Li family was only a second-class family, the entire Li family's reputation in the Guanchuan universe was very good. Because they never formed a party, moreover, they did not enter the Guanchuan Academy as an official, and the family's sons and daughters would often go to other outside universes to develop themselves when they reached adulthood. Because of this, they were extremely well liked in the Guanchuan universe. With the Li family taking the lead, they naturally no longer cared about the Xiao family. Yi Tianming glanced around at those who responded, and finally, his gaze landed on the man named Li Zhang in front of him, and he thought to himself, "Pagoda ancestor, do you know about the Li family?" The small tower said, "No, what do you want to ask?" Yi Tianming said, "I know very little about these families and clans in our Guanxin universe. I feel that I should learn more about them." The small tower said, "There is no need to deliberately try to understand. Improving your strength is the king's way. When you one day, if as powerful as your mother, you will." Saying this, it stopped in a hurry. Said a bit too much. Yi Tianming asked in his heart, "Is my mother very powerful?" The small tower said, "Aha," unwilling to say anything more. Yi Tianming asked again, "Tower ancestor, who is more powerful between my mother and you?" "I know that it's definitely you who are more powerful, tower ancestor." The little tower hurriedly said, No, let's not discuss this matter." Yi Tianming. In the distance, that Xiao Lin and Gu Qi stood up at the moment. Neither of them could do anything about it. Xiao Lin stared at Gu Qi with a gaze that could kill. Gu Qi, however, did not goad him in the slightest. Xiao Lin turned his head to look around. At this moment, all the people around were looking at him. Earlier, Li Zhang's words, he naturally heard them. His gaze landed on Li Zhang. "Brother Li, you are aware of my Xiao family's grudge against this person." Li Zhang calmly said, "Xiao Lin, we have no intention of getting involved in the matter between your Xiao family and this Yi Gongzi. But right now, we have already reached an agreement with him to jointly develop that small tower in his hands. So if you move him, then you are going against us." Xiao Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. "Brother Li, my Xiao family has never had any grudges with your Li family. Do you have to be like this?" Li Zhang shook his head. "Xiao Lin, don't move the Xiao family or not. I've already said that our purpose is the inheritance of that transcendent civilization." Xiao Lin said in a deep voice, "After I kill him, I don't want that inheritance for my Xiao family. Is it feasible?" Li Zhang said, "No." Xiao Lin held back his anger. "What do you mean?" Li Zhang stared at Xiao Lin. "If we let you kill him now, won't we lose face?" "Exactly." That Gu Qi suddenly laughed out loud. "Xiao Lin, do you think that you're the only one who wants face and we don't? And don't you dare use any Xiao family to pressure us. Seriously, it's really humiliating to move around and bring out your own family to scare people." Xiao Lin's face was incomparably unsightly while Gu Qi continued, "If you're not happy, then we'll continue to fight one-on-one. If you want to call someone, then call someone, making it seem like we don't have anyone to call." Xiao Lin's fists were clenched tightly as he stared at Gu Qi with killing intent in his eyes as if it were substance. At this time, a man beside him then pulled his sleeve. "Brother Lin, we can't do it. If we do it, we'll offend everyone in the arena, and in that case we won't be able to go back to deliver." Offend everyone in the arena. Xiao Lin's heart was immediately startled. He only realized at this moment that the people in the arena were all hostile to their Xiao family right now. If he really made a move and clashed with these people, then if he went back, he would definitely not be able to eat his words. The man beside Xiao Lin added, "He will have to go out after all." Xiao Lin was silent for a long time before he suddenly turned around to look at the surrounding people. He cupped his fists. "Gentlemen, earlier I, Xiao Lin, had offended you more. I hope that you will bear with me. My Xiao family has no malice towards you all. We just wanted to kill this person. That's all. But since this person is now useful to you all, then my Xiao family is willing to give you all face and not look for this trouble with him for now." With that, he turned around and left with the Xiao family's children. It had to be said that his words made the crowd in the arena feel a lot better about him and the Xiao family towards their senses. Li Zhang glanced at the departing Xiao Lin and the others, then turned to look at Yi Tianyan, who then said, "Gentlemen, I will be returning to the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture later on. If you all are at ease, you can directly go to the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture Guanchuan Academy to look for me at that time. If you are not at ease, I'm willing to hand over this small tower, and we will all choose another person to keep it in safekeeping." In the field, the crowd looked at each other who to choose. At this moment, a man said, "There's no need to choose someone else. It's you." The rest of the people nodded their heads. It wasn't that they believed in Yi Tianmai. It was purely because Yi Tianmai didn't have a background, so it was better to hold a little. Yi Tianmeng nodded. "Then all of you can have all your family members come to the Middle-earth Divine State Guanchuan Academy at that time. Our dean and I will cooperate with all of you to develop this small tower." Someone said, "All right, We will immediately go back now to inform our clansmen to head to the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture Guanxian Shuan. In the sky, the people turned to leave. Li Zhang did not leave. That Gu Qi was about to leave when Yi Tianming suddenly said, "Brother Gu, wait." Gu Qi turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian, who smiled and said, "If Brother Gu is not in a hurry, wait for now. I will take you two to a place." Gu Qi hesitated, then said, "All right." Yi Tianming said, "The two of you follow me." With that, he led the two of them towards one side. On the other side, that Xiao Lin and the others came outside. Xiao Lin stared dead on at the transcendent mortal sacred land ruins. Beside him, a Xiao family man said in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, I just investigated, although that Yi Tianmian is only at the Great Calamity Realm. His true battle power might have already been able to fight against the immortal realm. This person has become a climate." Xiao Lin immediately said with a sardonic voice, "Immediately notify the clan. Inform the clan of this person's true situation. This time, no matter what, that bastard must be removed." Soon, Yi Tianmian led the two of them to that large hall from earlier. His intuition told him that that old man from the transcendent civilization definitely had more to come. Sure enough, when he arrived at that large hall, that old man was waiting for him. Yi Tianming slightly saluted. "Senior." Li Zhang and Gu Qi, on the other hand, looked curiously at the old man in front of them. The old man stared at Yi Tianming and smiled. "You surprised me." Yi Tianming said, "Senior, my brother never returned. Can you give me a little more favor?" The old man laughed. "You sacrificed yourself to lure away the crowd and let him leave with the inheritance of my transcendent civilization. But he never returned once he left. Have you ever regretted it?" Hearing the old man's words, Li Zhang and Gu Qi were stunned. They turned their heads to look at Yi Tianmian. They understood the old man's words. It was obvious that earlier Yi Tianmian and that Makuyong were acting. The real inheritance of transcendent civilization was in that Makuyong, and now that Makuyong wouldn't come. Li Zhang said in a deep voice, "Sir Yi, you don't have the inheritance of transcendent civilization on you?" Yi Tianming nodded. "No, what I did earlier was just for self-preservation. You two forgive me?" Gu Qi asked. "Then that little tower of yours is?" Yi Tianmian said, "That was something I acquired by chance." Gu Qi said in a deep voice, "The Chuanqing civilization is really not doing this properly. You were misunderstood and beaten up by everyone, and they actually didn't care. How NG shameless." Yi Tianming shook his head. "It's me who underestimated the value of the transcendent civilization." With that, he looked at the old man in front of him. "Senior, can I give some more benefits?" The old man looked at him and smiled. "You can." Yi Tianming gave a deep salute. "Many thanks." The old man's palm spread out and a nascent ring slowly flew to Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming received the nascent ring and once again gave a deep salute. Then he turned to look at Li Zhang. He didn't even look at the nascent ring. He directly placed the nascent ring that had just arrived in front of Li Zhang. "Brother Li, earlier I promised to give you something special. In fact, I was lying. I don't have anything. Now this nascent ring is given to you as a token of appreciation for your cooperation and help in the past. As for Brother Gu, I can only owe you a favor. If I don't die, I will return it later." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Brother Yi," Li Zhang suddenly said. Yi Tianming stopped his steps. He turned to look at Li Zhang, who smiled and said, "Do you know what's inside this nascent sacred ring?" Yi Tianming shook his head. Li Zhang looked at him. "Then you're giving it to me without taking a look?" Yi Tianming said seriously. "Because I know that I might not be able to give it to you after looking at it." "Ha ha!" Li Zhang laughed. "You're so interesting. No wonder Nanling Zhao thinks so highly of you." Yi Tianming was a little surprised. "Miss Nanling Zhao?" Li Zhang nodded. "Miss Nanling Zhao has established a fellow association. I am also a member of it. Earlier we talked about you. She thinks highly of you." A smile spread across Yi Tianming's face. "Say hello to her for me." Li Zhang's palm spread out. The then nascent ring in his hand slowly flew into Yi Tianming's hand. Inside this is the true inheritance of the transcendent civilization. Yi Tianming was stunned. He turned his head to look at the old man, who smiled without saying anything. Gu Qi suddenly laughed. "Brother Li, since this is the true inheritance of the transcendent civilization, why don't you want it?" Li Zhang glanced at the old man and laughed. "If Senior really looks at me, I naturally want to take it. But unfortunately, the person that Senior really looks at is Brother Yi, and a gentleman doesn't take a person's beauty." The old man looked at Li Zhang and laughed. "You are also very good, however. You have the Li family behind you. The inheritance of my transcendent civilization falls into your hands, and in the end, it can only be a dowry for your Li family, so..." Li Zhang nodded. "Late generation understands." The old man looked at Yi Tianming and smiled. Little fellow, let's talk in a different place? Li Zhang immediately said, Senior, we will take our leave first. But the old man said, there is no hurry, since this little guy is now the inheritor of my transcendent civilization, and you guys helped him just now. It's tantamount to helping my transcendent civilization, and my transcendent civilization preaches that we must repay any kindnesses we receive. After saying that, he whisked his sleeve and 2 nascent sacred rings slowly flew in front of the 2 of them. Gu Qi took a look and his eyes instantly rounded up. Chapter 46. Worthy? Li Zheng's expression was also moved when he saw what was inside the nascent ring, and then a smile couldn't help but spread on his face. The old man, on the other hand, led Yi Tianming towards the distance. On the way, although Yi Tianming tried to remain calm, his heart was still very excited, and he said in his heart, Pagoda ancestor, I'm going to be rich. The little tower said, Yi Tianming was surprised. Tower ancestor. This is the inheritance of a super deity civilization. This is a good bland response from you. The small tower said, I am also very excited. Transcendent civilization inheritance. Kid, you're going to be rich. Tower ancestor is really happy for you. Really? Yi Tianming. After watching Yi Tianming follow the old man and disappear not far away, Gu Qi suddenly said, this brother Yi person is quite righteous. Li Zhang laughed. Brother Gu, are you interested in joining our Tonglian Association? Gu Qi asked curiously. Tonglian Association? What does it do? Li Zhang nodded. It was founded by Miss Nanling Zhao. The purpose is to unite all young people with goals and ideals, and then we all work together with one mind to do something for this Guanchuan universe. Gu Qi looked at Li Zhang. As I recall, your Li family has an ancestral motto that you are not allowed to gang up in the Guanchuan universe. Li Zhang laughed. Yes, there is this ancestral motto, however, we are not ganging up, we are trying to unite together to do more for this Guanchuan universe, to make this Guanchuan universe a better place, and if the ancestor learns of this, I think she would definitely support it as well. Gu Qi was silent. Although the other side civilization was an independent cosmic civilization, it was actually under the control of the Guanchuan Academy. It was just to say that they were highly autonomous, but when the cabinet of the Guanchuan Academy issued an order, they also had to listen to it, and even if it was a genius demon of the other side civilization, that would want to be admitted to the General Academy of the Guanchuan Academy because the best resources of the entire Guanchuan universe civilization were in the Guanchuan Academy, and furthermore, there was a much larger stage with the most demonic geniuses from all over the entire Guanchuan universe there. It might not be a bad thing for him if he was able to join such a group, because from what he had seen so far, it was clear that the people within this group were not ordinary people. After weighing the situation, Gu Qi nodded. Okay. Li Zhang smiled. On behalf of the Tonglian Association, I welcome you to join. Yi Tianming followed the old man to a teleportation array. After he led Yi Tianming to step into the teleportation array, in an instant, Yi Tianming only felt that everything in front of his eyes became blurred, and immediately after, he saw countless stars and galaxies flying past in front of his eyes like lightning and flames. Soon, everything returned to calm. The picture in front of him gradually stabilized, and at this moment, he was already in the middle of a starry sky, and not far in front of them, in that starry sky stood a stone pillar that was 10,000 feet high, hundreds of thousands of them, and hundreds of thousands of them were holding up a wide and boundless grandiose hall, and at first glance, it was incomparably majestic and spectacular. Yi Tianming was shocked by the scene in front of him. He had seen Qingzhou City before, but the whole Qingzhou City compared to this grand hall in front of him, it was like an ant and an elephant. Yi Tianming marveled in his heart. Tower ancestor. I've seen the world. Little tower. The old man led Yi Tianming towards that big hall in the distance. My transcendent civilization has developed for 3.9 billion years from the beginning of the civilization until now. The most glorious time once was during the period of my transcendent civilization ancestor. At that time, under her leadership, my transcendent civilization was unprecedentedly brilliant, and it even reached the supreme civilization after the ancestor's breakthrough, and later on, our transcendent civilization descendants became more and more indomitable, so we fell from the supreme civilization to the super deity civilization, deity civilization. Saying this, he let out a low sigh with a complicated expression. Yi Tianming said, Senior, why did you choose me? The elder laughed. Guess. Yi Tianming thought for a moment, then said, in terms of talent, Shou Yong and Brother Li from just now as well as Brother Gu are all stronger than me, and in terms of family history, then they are even far superior to me, so. The old man looked at him and laughed. Do you think that the reason why we chose you is because you have a bad family history and are good at controlling? Yi Tianming nodded. Aha. The old man glanced at the small tower on his waist and said meaningfully, "You thought right. We chose you because your family lineage is bad." Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. The old man, however, did not explain anything as he looked towards the large hall in the distance. "Over the years, our transcendent civilization has always wanted to revive our civilization, but then we found out that it was really too difficult and too hard. Because if you want to revive a civilization, you must have a super overwhelming genius, and over the years, although our transcendent civilization has produced quite a few geniuses and demons, but because the new order and rules of this universe have become a reality, so unless it's the kind of genius that can break all the rules and order, otherwise it simply won't work." Yi Tianming said, "Senior, you think I can break all rules and order?" The elder shook his head. "I don't know." Yi Tianming was puzzled. The old man smiled. "But I think you have hope." Yi Tianming smiled bitterly. "Elder, you think too highly of me." Honestly speaking, when I didn't come out from Qingzhou, I was indeed very confident, thinking that my fate is not up to the sky, but after I came out of Qingzhou, I realized that this world is far more complicated than what I thought, not to mention those powerful and noble families. Just a small administration of the academy is able to make life worse than death for bottom feeders like us. Saying that, he looked at the old man. Senior said that he thinks I have hope. It shouldn't be because of me, and on my body, there are only two things that aren't mine. One is this Xing Tao sword, and the other one is my tower ancestor. The old man was silent. Yi Tianming smiled. "No matter what reason Senior chose me, I am grateful. At the same time, as long as I have a future in the future, I will definitely do my best to help the transcendent civilization in the future, in order to repay the kindness of the transcendent civilization for helping me today." The old man looked at Yi Tianmian. "Little fellow, you are a very intelligent person. I can't tell you a lie. Indeed, I did choose you at the beginning because of other reasons, but honestly, from the beginning until now, what you have done has surprised me, very much so." Yi Tianming said, "What does senior mean?" The elder said, "Sincerity." Yi Tianming was silent. The old man asked curiously, "I have a question. Is your sincerity really sincere? Or is there a few calculations in it? For example, treating that Makuyan with those two little guys just now?" Yi Tianming said, "I don't know." The old man was stunned. Yi Tianming said, "I only know that no one who is stupid. They do not harm me. I do not harm them. Do things according to conscience." "Ha ha!" The old man suddenly laughed out loud. "Good one. Working with conscience, very good. Ha ha." While speaking, the two of them had already arrived in front of the door of that great hall. The door of the great hall was made of unknown white jade stone. As high as a full 100 feet in front of the door of the great hall, there were also two pitch-black colored statues standing holding spears. At the sight of those two statues, Yi Tianming instantly felt an invisible sense of oppression, making him uncontrollably have an urge to worship. He was immediately startled in his heart. Why did he have his own feeling? He looked up at the two towering statues, then adjusted his mind, his complexion quickly regaining its calmness. The old man glanced at him and a smile spread across his face. "Let's go!" Saying that, he whisked his sleeve and the door of that hall was suddenly opened. The two of them walked inside the hall. The hall was very empty. At the end of the line of sight, there stood a statue of a woman, but Yi Tianming couldn't see the other party's face. Yi Tianming said with some excitement in his heart, "Tower ancestor, have you seen this kind of big scene before?" The small tower was silent for a moment before saying, "No." Yi Tianming lamented, "Tower ancestor, we have truly seen the world today." "Little tower." The old man brought Yi Tianming to the front of the statue of the woman. He directly slowly knelt down, then respectfully took out a token and put it on the ground, respectfully said, "Descendant Samuel kowtowed to the ancestor." That token suddenly slowly rose up in the air, and then flew into the hands of the statue woman. Suddenly, the statue slightly trembled. A white light did not enter the statue. Immediately after, the statue directly came to life. Yi Tianming still couldn't see the woman's face. The woman looked down at Yi Tianming. "He is the person you chose?" The voice seemed to come from billions of universes away. Samuel Tree respectfully said, "Precisely." After the woman stared at Yi Tianming for a moment, suddenly, her palm spread out and the Xingdao sword slowly flew into her hand. She just glanced at the Xingdao sword before turning her head to look at the old man again. "The person you chose?" Samuel hurriedly and respectfully said, "Yes." The woman stared at him. "Worthy." Samuel's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly pulled Yi Tianmian, respectfully said, "Ancestor, this young man's talent and character are excellent. My subordinate would like to guarantee with my life, if he rises in the future, he will not fail my transcendent civilization. Please, ancestor, give him a chance, my subordinate." The woman suddenly interrupted him. I mean, are we worthy? Huh? Samuel was petrified there. Chapter 47. Because it will die. Ah! Samuel looked at the woman with a blank, puzzled look on his face. Are we worthy? What was the meaning of this? The woman, however, didn't explain anything more. She looked at Yi Tianmian and smiled. What's your name? Yi Tianmeng said. Yi Tianmeng. Heavenly life. The woman pondered for a moment before saying, You take heavenly life as your name? Yi Tianmeng smiled sarcastically. My mother gave it to me, and I also feel that this name is a bit too high profile and easy to get beaten up. The woman laughed. Not high profile. Yi Tianming was puzzled. Not high profile? The woman nodded and said seriously, Your mother is a modest person. Yi Tianming. Xiaota. Yi Tianming glanced at the woman. Why did the senior speak strangely? The woman suddenly said, You are not suitable for the inheritance of my transcendent civilization. Yi Tianming was busy asking, Why? The woman, however, did not speak anymore. Yi Tianming busily said, Senior, I think I'm still suitable. I will work hard and never live up to the inheritance of the transcendent civilization. The woman sighed in a low voice. Poor child. Yi Tianmian. Xiaota. Samuel at the side was also full of doubts. What was wrong with this ancestor? How does it feel a bit abnormal? The woman added, It is true that you are not suitable for the inheritance of my transcendent civilization. However, it does not matter. Saying this, her palm spread out and an almost transparent seal slowly floated in front of Yi Tianming. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Samuel's eyes suddenly shrunk. Transcendent God Seal. Transcendent God Seal. One of the two super supreme treasures of the transcendental civilization, and it was not just a civilization ancestor weapon, it was also the identity symbol of the transcendental civilization. Anyone who held this seal was the transcendent civilization lord. Yi Tianming obviously also knew that the seal was precious. He carefully received that seal. He just touched the seal. He felt his body shaken. His spirit was in a very hyperactive state. The woman smiled and said, This seal has transcendent Tao fire inside. After it recognizes you as its master, it can quench your spiritual power and divine soul for you day and night, letting them grow stronger and stronger, cultivated to the extreme. The spiritual power and divine soul can reach the realm of eternal immortality. In addition to that, you can use it to greatly improve your spiritual power and divine soul in a short time. Your own spiritual power and divine soul in a short period of time. Enhancement of spiritual power and divine soul. Yi Tianming was instantly excited. He was now unable to utilize the power of the earth to a greater extent because his spiritual power and divine soul were weak, and once his spiritual power and divine soul were enhanced, that would mean that his power of the earth would be greatly enhanced, and not only that, but his earth dharma phase would also be able to receive a huge boost. Yi Tianming suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and busied himself with a deep salute. Many thanks, senior. The woman smiled. Little fellow, promise me one small thing, okay? Yi Tianming busy said, As long as it is within my power, senior will definitely not excuse myself. Even if my power is not within my reach, senior will also try to do it. The woman smiled. You promise me that as long as you live for one day, the transcendent civilization will never be extinguished. Feasible? Samuel was filled with doubt and confusion. Yi Tianming was also a bit puzzled. The woman said, If you find it difficult, it doesn't matter. Yi Tianming was silent for a long time before saying, Senior, I'm not feeling embarrassed. I'm feeling that I might not be able to do it. Moreover, senior, the real purpose of your words should not be me, but my tower ancestor. I cannot promise you anything on behalf of the tower ancestor. The woman shook her head. My purpose is not that tower ancestor of yours. It is you. Yi Tianming was a little surprised. It's me. The woman nodded her head. Yi Tianming contemplated for a moment before saying, Okay. I promise, senior, that as long as I live for a day, the transcendent civilization will be forever. The woman smiled. You have your own path to take, so the inheritance of my transcendent civilization is not suitable for you, but some of the things of my transcendent civilization are still somewhat helpful to you right now. You can cultivate right now, but at the same time, you can also search for a true inheritor for us, and let the other party revive my transcendent civilization. My only condition is that this person must be your closest person. What do you think? Yi Tianming thought about it and nodded. Good. The woman's palm spread out. A small golden hall slowly flew in front of Yi Tianming. This hall is called the Transcendent Mortal Temple. The hall has 9 layers. Everything of my transcendent civilization is within this hall. but because some of the feats and martial arts have conditions for cultivation, so you can only start from the first layer at the most basic level, and as your strength rises you will be able to continue to unseal the next layer. Yi Tianming made a deep bow. Many thanks. The woman smiled. Go ahead. Yi Tianming gave another salute before turning around and walking towards the distance. After watching Yi Tianmin disappear into the distant entrance of the Great Hall, Samuel Tree respectfully said, Ancestor, why can't he be the inheritor of my transcendent civilization? The woman said, Because it's not worthy. Samuel whispered, We are unworthy? The woman nodded. Samuel said, Ancestor, who exactly is he? The woman whispered, Can't say. Samuel was puzzled. Why? The woman said, Because it will die. Samuel was a little incredulous. This? The woman glanced at him. Although you are weak, your vision is good and your brain is barely, said. Her palms spread out. A white light slowly floated out, then flew to Samuel Tree. Reward you. The acacia tree was instantly thrilled. Busy kneeling down. Many thanks, ancestor. The woman slowly raised her head to look at the sky. Not knowing what she thought of, a touch of gravity appeared in her eyes. With that, she shook her head slightly, and soon, she returned into a statue. Yi Tianming had just left the hall when a mysterious force teleported him back to the original hall. And at that moment, the Lijiang duo had already left. Yi Tianming walked towards the outside. He couldn't hold down the excitement within his heart. Pagoda ancestor. I'm rich. The little tower said. Yi Tianming excitedly said, With this transcendent divine seal, my spiritual power and divine soul will be greatly enhanced. I feel like I'm going to take off. The small tower said, Yi Tianming was puzzled. Tower ancestor, why aren't you excited at all? The little tower said, I'm very excited, Can't you feel it? Yi Tianming thought for a moment, then said, I know Tower Ancestor is a wise man, a great wise man. A cultured great wise man like you is usually indifferent to fame and fortune, money and divine objects in your eyes. That is indistinguishable from dung. Xiaota. Yi Tianming was about to rise up with his sword, but suddenly, he frowned. Little Tower asked, What? Yi Tianmin looked around the sky. The Xiao family definitely won't let me go. They can't say they're waiting outside for me to go out and get me killed. Xiao Ta did not say anything. Yi Tianming said in a deep voice, There are restrictions here. Their Xiao family's top powerhouses can't enter here. But if I go out, they will definitely bully the small with the big. With that, he glanced around, then rose up with his sword and directly disappeared into the vast mountain range in the distance. A few moments later, he found a secluded place in the depths of the mountains. He came to a waterfall where there was a natural cave. He touched in, then sat down on the ground and took that transcendent divine seal out. His eyes slowly closed. Suddenly, that transcendent divine seal directly transformed into a white light and disappeared into his brow, and he took the initiative to establish a spiritual connection with him. Soon, he felt the transcendent Tao flame that the mysterious woman had spoken of earlier within the transcendent divine seal, and he began to allow the transcendent divine seal to quench his spiritual power and divine soul. And the moment the transcendent mortal Tao flame within the transcendent mortal Tao seal was catalyzed, his eyes suddenly opened roundly. After saying that, he fell straight down. Xiaota. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Tianming woke up, but he felt that his spiritual energy was incomparably heavy. Not only that, his entire body was extremely tired. Yi Tianming said, Tower ancestor, what am I? The little tower said, Your fire has opened up too much. Yi Tianming. The little tower said, This transcendent divine seal has its own spirit. You can just let it operate for you on its own. Yi Tianming said, It can be like that? The small tower said, Aha. Yi Tianming immediately communicated with the transcendent divine seal, and soon, that transcendent Tao fire operated. And then, he felt that his divine soul and spiritual energy were as taut as a bowstring, and at the same time, he felt as if he was wrapped up in a ball of flames, and it was unbearably hot and dry. Although it was also painful, it was bearable. Yi Tianming was shocked. Tower ancestor. It can actually be like this. The little tower said, After all, it is a civilization ancestral artifact. Moreover, it has even recognized you as its master. However, don't be too happy too early. With your current strength, you are not able to fully utilize the true power of the civilization ancestral artifact. It should be said that it is still far, far from being able to do so. Moreover, if you forcefully activate it right now, Your body and soul, as well as your spiritual energy, may not be able to withstand it. Yi Tianming nodded. I understand. Saying that, he closed his eyes and concentrated on cooperating with that transcendent divine seal. As the time passed little by little, he realized that the transcendent Tao flame controlled by the transcendent divine seal was getting bigger and bigger, and he was feeling more and more pain. But he was still hardened to hold it back, and at the same time, he was able to clearly feel his own spiritual power and divine soul becoming stronger and stronger. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In just a short period of time, his spiritual power and divine soul had become at least several times stronger than that. Not only that, due to that transcendent Tao flame being within his sea of consciousness constantly quenching it, therefore, his spiritual power and divine soul could be said to be getting stronger all the time. According to his estimation, his current spiritual power and divine soul power was equivalent to the supreme immortal realm. He was now in the Great Tribulation realm, and above that was the Ascension realm, Dharma phase realm, Immortal realm, Supreme Immortal realm, God realm, Age Immortal realm, Saint realm, and Great Emperor realm. His current spiritual power and divine soul power was equivalent to 4 realms higher than his own realm. This couldn't help but make him sigh a little. Having cultivation resources to cultivate was really different. Moreover, at critical moments, he was able to use this transcendent divine seal to drastically increase his spiritual power and divine soul in a short period of time. Yi Tianming came to an open space. He took a deep breath, gently raised his hand, and in an instant, a 300-odd zhang Dharma phase condensed from behind him and stood between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yi Tianming's mouth slightly lifted up. To condense 300 zhang of phantom, at least have to be immortal realm to be able to do it. Moreover, what he condensed wasn't ordinary spiritual qi, but the power of the earth vein, that the power was far more than the same level of the immortal realm. Seemingly thinking of something, he suddenly raised his left hand and said, "Condense!" Rumble, only to see that the earth vein Dharma phase behind him suddenly had a sheathed earth vein sword in his left hand. And in the next moment, the Dharma phase's right hand fiercely gripped the hilt of the sword, and a horrifying sword momentum instantly spread out from heaven and earth, shattering the surrounding space-time. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianmin burst out laughing. Indeed, I can perform sword techniques. The Dharma phase can indeed perform sword techniques. Xiao Ta. Chapter 48. Your mother is gentle. A moment later, he waved his hand and the Dharma phase disappeared into thin air. He looked towards the earth. The power of the earth's vein was endless now that he was standing on top of the earth. But what if he wasn't standing on the ground? Thoughts to this. He slowly vacated the air. His eyes slowly closed. He began to use his spiritual power to spread towards the depths of the earth. A few moments later, the earth began to tremble violently, and a channel of earth vein power continuously surged from the depths of the earth. The corner of Yi Tianming's mouth lifted up slightly. It was really possible, as long as the spiritual power was strong enough, it was also possible to mobilize the power of the earth veins without standing on the earth. He stopped, clapped his hands, and was about to leave, when suddenly several air-breaking sounds came from the distance, followed by a group of people rushing out from that dense forest in the distance, and the ones who came all had a small Shao character on their chests. Seeing Yi Tianmin, the black-clothed man at the head of the group immediately laughed coldly. Bastard, you really don't dare to go out. A son of the Shao family beside the black-clothed man said in a deep voice. Brother Shaolin, inform Brother Shaolin and the others? No need, Shaolin said disdainfully. He is only at the Great Tribulation realm, while I am at the Immortal realm several realms above him. Before his words fell, he only saw that Yi Tianmin suddenly disappeared in place in the distance and came straight towards him. At the same time, an earth phantom of nearly 300 feet instantly coalesced from behind Yi Tianmin, and before he could even react, he only felt that a huge mountain crashed fiercely towards him. Rumble. With a loud sound resounding, that Shaolin was instantly smashed into pieces, and those Shao family disciples beside him were also instantly smashed into pieces. Yi Tianming stopped. He lightly glanced at the distant Shaolin who had been reduced to pieces. What class? Dare to talk to me like this? With that, he waved his right hand and directly collected everyone's nascent sacred rings. Xiaota. Yi Tianming's right hand slowly clenched up. He was able to feel that his current limit was not 300 zhang of Dharma, because the power of the earth vein was infinite. Now the priority was to raise his realm. Seemingly thinking of something, he suddenly asked, Tower Ancestor, I should still be a novice in your eyes now, right? The little tower laughed. How could that be? You just instantly secured a God realm powerhouse. And with the aura of that moment just now, you don't lose to any other powerhouse in this heaven and earth. Yi Tianming said softly, Qi. Tazu, I see what you mean, a martial artist. Aura is very important. Just now that moment, I did have an aura of looking out of the world, and this aura, in fact, can greatly enhance my strength, but, said this, he paused, and then said, the momentum comes from self-confidence, and very often, self-confidence may turn into self-conceit. There must be a degree in between. Tower ancestor. You are trying to tell me what this means, right? The little tower was silent for a moment before saying, aha, your perception is very good. You actually understand tower ancestor my words. Yi Tianming smiled. He pondered for a moment before saying, tower ancestor. I think that everything needs to have a degree. The little tower opened its mouth. Continue speaking. Let me see how many layers you understand. Yi Tianming said in a deep voice. Without a degree in the world, balance will be lost, and it may go to extremes. A degree is a boundary, a norm. In other words, anything in this world, anyone, needs to be constrained. Once there is no constraint, it may go to extremes and bring about destruction. I myself should also set up a degree for my sword skill. No, it is my Tao, not my sword skill. If you want to constrain this world and give it a degree, you must first self-restrain yourself. Self has a degree. The little tower was silent. In fact, before this, for any talent shown by this little guy, it felt that it would not be shocked anymore because of this little guy's identity. However, at this moment, after hearing Yi Tianmian's words, it was still a little shocked. Of course, it quickly understood again. After all, this one was her. Yi Tianming suddenly asked, Tower ancestor, am I right? The little tower said, this idea of yours is right. It's exactly the same as what I thought. You continue to say. Yi Tianmian thought for a while, then said, those words just now are just to think about for the time being, because you have to go to a certain peak before you are qualified to speak about balance, and I haven't even reached the peak yet, so how can I talk about constraints? Therefore, what I have to do at the moment is to properly enhance my strength. However, this ideal can be placed high up first, and slowly move towards it step by step in the future. The little tower said, well, it's rare that you can understand tower ancestors' painstaking efforts on my part. Yi Tianming grinned, then said, luckily, there is a tower ancestor you teach me, so that I can make fewer detours on the path of cultivation. Tower ancestor, I'm going to pension you off in the future. Really? The little tower laughed. Good, good, good. Yi Tianming suddenly asked, tower ancestor, what kind of person is my mother? Little tower thought for a moment, then said, a very gentle person. Xing Dao sword. Yi Tianming smiled and didn't ask anything else, because he knew that if he asked, the pagoda ancestor wouldn't tell him now. Yi Tianming looked towards the pile of corpses in the distance. He knew that Shaolin's strength was actually not weak, but the other party was a bit gullible towards him. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill the other party so easily, it would still be a bit unrealistic. Can't be careless and reckless. If you make a move, you must go all out. Yi Tianming retrieved his thoughts. He glanced at those nascent sacred rings. In the nascent sacred rings, there were more than 90,000 spirit crystals. Seeing so many spirit crystals, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. These children of the world's families are really rich. More than 90,000 spirit crystals was undoubtedly a super huge sum of money for him. After putting away all the nascent rings, he glanced around the sky. He knew that he had to return to the academy as soon as possible. Returning to the academy would be safe, because the Shao family would surely know about the deaths of these people right away, and once the Shao family knew about it, the other side would definitely not stop. With this thought, he rose up with his sword and directly disappeared at the end of the sky. Soon, he left the transcendent mysterious realm and came outside, and after coming outside, he did not travel with the imperial sword, but came directly to the ground and quietly walked the mountain path. Royal sword in the sky was really too flashy and could easily be discovered by the Shao family. Therefore, taking the mountain path was relatively much safer. Along the way, Yi Tianmian was incomparably on guard, because he knew very well that the Shao family would definitely not miss this opportunity to get rid of him. Although he was taking the mountain road, but he was now a martial artist after all, therefore, his speed was not slow at all. Very soon, he arrived at an immortal treasure pavilion. He put on a makeup for himself and wore an old robe. The current him was very different from the original. After entering the immortal treasure pavilion, he immediately bought a teleportation array to the Middle Earth divine state, and in the process there were no accidents because this place was very far away from the side of the Guanchuan realm, and he, Yi Tianmian, was not that famous on this side. After riding on the teleportation array and seeing that there were still no accidents, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and soon, he returned to the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture through the teleportation array. The first time he returned to Middle Earth Divine Prefecture, he went straight to Middle Earth Divine Prefecture's Guanshan Academy. Still, he did not fly with his sword. Instead, he took the mountain road. Very soon, he saw the Guanshan Academy. It was close at hand. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he arrived at the foot of the Guanchuan School's mountain, Suddenly, a voice slowly came from the side. Waiting for you was really long enough. Yi Tianming stopped his steps and slowly turned his head to look. Not far away, there sat a man, in his 20s, wearing a thick black robe, holding a sheathed longsword in his hand. He stared at Yi Tianming. Do you know why I'm waiting for you here? Yi Tianming looked at him and did not speak. The man grinned. Because our Xiao family is here to kill you in front of that Song Shi and your punk teacher. Chapter 49. One finger to kill you. Yi Tianming wasn't very surprised because he knew that the Xiao family definitely couldn't let him return to Guanxian Academy so easily. He just didn't expect the other party to wait for him at this place in the academy. The black-robed man sized up Yi Tianmian and was about to speak. Just at this moment, opposite him, Yi Tianmian suddenly slammed towards him fiercely like a vicious tiger pouncing on him. And behind Yi Tianmian, a 300 zhang earth dharma phase instantly coalesced. The monstrous earth pressure swept through the field and ruthlessly slammed into the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly as a flash of shock flashed through his eyes. A mere great tribulation realm, to be able to condense a 300 zhang dharma phase. Before he finished speaking, his sword was already sheathed. 100 feet of sword light rose up flat on the ground and ruthlessly slammed into that terrifying dharma phase of Yi Tianming. Rumble. As soon as the phantom and the sword light came into contact, a deafening explosive sound was resounding. The entire earth directly exploded at this moment. The dust rose dozens of feet into the sky, and the powerful shockwave instantly flattened the ancient trees in a radius of nearly 100 feet. Yi Tian life was those two horrible power aftermath shock back again and again. This retreat, a full retreat more than 10 feet before stopping, and after stopping, he felt his body a burst of numbness. At the same time, he can clearly feel behind him that the phantom has become illusory some. Yi Tianming slowly raised his head to look at that black-robed man in the distance. His expression was grave. This person was not a little bit stronger than that Shaolin. In the distance, that black-robed man laughed. I have to say, you really surprised me. The Great Tribulation Realm was able to condense the Dharma phase. It seems that they guessed correctly. You really aren't that simple. After saying that, his body suddenly became illusory. Yi Tianming's eye pupils suddenly shrunk. His whole body sweat hairs stood up at this moment. The moment the other party's body became illusory, a sword had already killed in front of him. This sword wasn't fast, but directly shortened the spatial distance between them and each other. At this moment, Yi Tianming truly felt the aura of death. However, he didn't want to just wait for death. He stomped his right foot violently. Countless earth vein power rushed up from the ground. Rumble. An explosive sound continued to explode. A golden earth vein power and sword light continued to shatter, while Yi Tianming was still being forced back tens of feet away by the sword power of that sword. The realm gap was simply too great. The black-robed man did not continue to strike. He slowly raised his head to look at Yi Tianming in the distance, somewhat surprised. You are actually able to mobilize the earth vein power in such a way? Yi Tianming looked down at his body. He actually had 10 or so sword marks appearing on his body. Blood was slowly seeping out. At this time, the black-robed man laughed again. It seems that there are other forces behind you besides this Middle-Earth Divine State Guanchuan Academy. Yi Tianming took out an elixir and took it. His gaze was fixed on the other party. Under his feet, the earth was writhing violently. Countless earth vein forces were ready to be released. The black-robed man glanced at the piece of earth under Yi Tianming's feet. Then he smiled confidently. What other cards do you have? Feel free to use them. Yi Tianming looked up at the academy on top of the mountain, and the black-robed man suddenly said, There is no need to look up there. There is no way that Song Shi and your punk teacher who also broke through the Guanxian Dao will come to save you. Yi Tianming said, Your Xiao family is really capable. How dare you take action against the head of an academy so openly? The black-robed man laughed. You know nothing about the true strength of my Xiao family. No, I should say that you know nothing about this world. Saying that, he slowly walked towards Yi Tianmian, his breath calm. You think that because you have a bit of a strange encounter, you are able to fight against my Xiao family? If you really think so, then you are really sad. You bottom feeders will never understand what a bottom feeder is and what a family is. As he spoke, a terrifying sword momentum swept through like a mountain torrent, heading straight for Yi Tianming. The space was even distorted by the powerful sword power. Yi Tianming only felt that there was a huge mountain overwhelming towards him, and the powerful sword pressure pressed him so much that he couldn't breathe at all. And after the sword power, there was a sword light that was like a thunderbolt. Yi Tianming's mind moved. Countless earth vein power from the ground rushed up to the sky. The phantom instantly swelled to 500 feet. At the same time, There were also countless earth vein power rushed up to the sky and merged into that phantom. That phantom wrapped in infinite earth vein power fiercely slammed a fist at that black-robed man. Huge fists fell, the world such as being hit by the hammer, a violent tremor, and at the same time, the two fists in the horror of the power contained in the instant is broken the black-robed man's sword momentum. The sword light is also silent, followed by the black-robed man flew out of the black-robed man directly and heavily. In that instant of flying out backwards, the black-robed man's mouth was constantly spraying blood, and his flesh was also cracking apart by inches, which was extremely horrifying. As soon as he stopped, an earth chi sword suddenly broke out from behind him, then stabbed straight to the back of his head. However, just as that earth sword was about to stab into the back of that black-robed man's head, a cracking sound suddenly resounded, and immediately after, a stone directly shattered that earth sword with lightning speed. Yi Tianming slowly turned his head to look. Not far away, there came a man. The man was dressed in a Chinese robe. He looked young, only 16 or 17 years old, and his demeanor was not bad. Seeing the visitor, that black-robed man's face instantly looked a little ugly. He whispered, "Brother Bei, Xiao Bei." Now one of the three most demonic people in the young generation of the Xiao family, one of the true core figures of the young generation of the Xiao family at the age of 9, he had already been admitted to the General Academy of the Guanchuan realm, and at the age of 13, he had made it into the martial ranking list of the Guanchuan book, and he was one of the three most demonic people in the Xiao family at the moment. Xiao Bei did not pay any attention to the black-robed man. He slowly raised his head to look at Yi Tianmian. Behind Yi Tianmian, that Dharma phase still existed, and at this moment, that Dharma phase had already grown to more than 1,200 zhang, looming and spectacular. Xiao Bei stared at Yi Tianming. He did not speak. He only stepped forward. One step and a terrifying Dharma phase suddenly coalesced rapidly from behind him, and in the blink of an eye, it reached 3,000 zhang. 3,000 zhang. Age immortal. In the heavens and earth, a terrifying power of the ages filled the air. A 16-year-old age moon immortal. This was the super genius from the Guanchuan realm's General Academy. Inside the academy, two old men sat opposite each other. One was none other than Song Shi, and opposite him, there sat an old man who was none other than Xiao Kun, the current grand elder of the Xiao family. A chessboard was placed in the middle of the two, with Xiao Kun playing black and Song Shi playing white. Although the two of them were sitting inside the academy, they could see clearly what was going on outside the academy. Xiao Kun picked up a piece and dropped it, then said, "Master Song, if you don't make a move, you're going to have one less student in this academy." Song Shi also picked up a piece and dropped it. "Is that so?" Xiao Kun calmly said, "My Xiao family knows that there is not only you, Academy Master Song, behind that teenager, but there is also another hidden force, but that is not important. What is important is that the one who is the enemy of my Xiao family, he will definitely die, and the force behind him will definitely die as well." Song Shi laughed. "Those who don't know would think that this Guanchuan universe is your Xiao family's world." Xiao Kun calmly said, "Although my Xiao family is only a second-class family, it is not something that any pariah can offend in this Guanxian universe." Song Shi laughed. "Bastards? If weak strength is a cheap bastard, then most generations upwards whose ancestors weren't cheap bastards. Is your Xiao family not?" Xiao Kun looked at Song Shi. After this session, the Guanxian Academy of the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture will become a thing of the past. Song Shi laughed. "Then let us wait and see." Xiao Kun said, "Then let's wait and see." At the bottom of the mountain, as that Xiao Bei condensed his Dharma phase, a powerful force of the ages filled the sky and earth, and his Dharma phase aura pressure even directly suppressed Yi Tianmian's Dharma phase pressure. The difference in realms was too great. There was a difference of 6 realms. If it was in normal times with a difference of 6 realms, a powerful person of the age immortal realm would be able to easily erase a great tribulation realm with a wave of his hand. There was still excitement in Yi Tianmian's gloomy expression, as this was the first time he had fought a true genius. A 3,000 zhang phallic phase. How spectacular was that? Xiao Bei calmly looked at Yi Tianming, and in his eyes, there was no trace of shock or fluctuation. Yi Tianmian was indeed very demonic. To be able to condense a Dharma body that only the immortal realm could condense at the Great Tribulation realm was actually abnormal, but it also proved that Yi Tianmian was undoubtedly very demonic. But to him, Xiao Ping, this was nothing, because in the Guanxian realm general courtyard, he had seen too many terrifying geniuses. Those demons were the real terror. Compared to that, this Yi Tianmian in front of him was not that outstanding. Xiao Bei took a step forward as he pointed his finger towards the sky, and behind him, that Dharma phase followed suit and made the same movement, extending a finger towards the sky. Rumble. Above the Dharma phase's head, a huge vortex quietly condensed, and immediately afterward, A terrifying power of the ages surged down from that vortex. Under the augmentation of the power of the ages, the aura of that Dharma phase instantly skyrocketed crazily. Dharma phase avatar technique. Xiao Bei stared at Yi Tianmian in the distance, his eyes full of disdain. A person of a mole cricket, how dare you presume to call it heaven's mandate? In this world, there is only one heaven's mandate, and that is my big brother, Yang Jia. Saying that, within his gaze, killing intent suddenly surged. Griffin, today, one finger to kill you. Saying that, the finger of the Dharma phase behind him suddenly fell with one finger. Chapter 50. Come me. Finger. As this finger fell, the piece of space where he and Yi Tianming were directly trembled violently, and then began to crack bit by bit. The entire sky was like a giant spider web, extremely appalling. Below, the air in the space around Yi Tianming was all shattered at this moment, and the powerful breath pressure directly pressured him to be unable to breathe. This was the age immortal. Yi Tianming took a deep breath. He no longer hid himself. Between his eyebrows, a seal quietly coalesced. Transcendent God Seal. The moment the Transcendent God Seal appeared, his spiritual power and divine soul instantly skyrocketed by more than 10 times. He made a move with both hands, and in an instant, the earth below him directly exploded, and a terrifying earth vein power rushed up to the sky and converged within the phantom behind him, and that earth phantom instantly skyrocketed in size to more than 2,000 zhang. Yi Tianming's right foot violently stomped, and the entire Dharma phase directly wrapped with countless earth vein forces rushed up into the sky, ruthlessly slamming into Xiao Bei's Dharma phase. When that Dharma phase rose up to the sky and crashed into the past, deep within the earth, the power of the earth veins surged out as if it had broken the dike, and then followed the Dharma phase as it crashed into the past. At this moment, he poured out everything he had. At this point, he couldn't think about that much, just do it desperately and be done with it. Rumble. Yi Tianming's Dharma phase ruthlessly crashed into that giant finger. In an instant, like a flood rushing, the two power shockwaves directly erupted. A powerful shockwave continuously spreading out towards the surroundings. A circle of hundreds of feet was directly leveled to the ground. Explosive sound constantly resounded. Yi Tianmian and that Xiao Bei were forced by each other's terrifying power to retreat repeatedly, and the two phases also became shaky. Yi Tian Life retreated dozens of feet before stopping. Just stopped. A mouthful of blood as from his mouth sprayed out, his whole body all over the cracks, extremely appalling. Not only that, he felt a sense of weakness like a tide from his body, and then spread to his limbs and bones. On the opposite side of him, although the corner of Xiao Bei's mouth was also covered with blood, his situation was much better than his. Inside the academy, although that Xiao Bei had the upper hand, however, that Xiao Kun's face was extremely unsightly because Xiao Bei was a full 6 realms higher than Yi Tianmian. 6 realms, This time, the reason why he let Xiao Bei of the younger generation of the Xiao family to kill Yi Tianming was actually very simple. That is, he didn't want to be said that the Xiao family was bullying the younger generation with the older generation. After all, Xiao Bei and Yi Tianming were both about the same age. And the second reason was that because Yi Tianming broke through the Guanxian Dao, if Xiao Bei killed Yi Tianming, then it would allow Xiao Bei to get a great increase in his reputation. After all, only 2 people had broken through the Guanxian Dao in the past 1,000 years. However, he did not expect that this Yi Tianming would be able to carry Xiao Bei's power hard. Knowing that there was a difference of 6 realms between the two. 6 realms. Thinking about it in another way, if this Yi Tianmian was in the same realm as Xiao Bei, at this moment, he felt unbelievable because it was absolutely impossible for a person from an inferior family to reach this level. There was a problem. It was the person behind the other party who had a problem. Xiao Kun suddenly laughed coldly. Well, I said, why would a person from an inferior family dare to provoke my Xiao family 3 times? It seems that the person behind this is not simple. Song Shi glanced at him. It was someone who provoked your Xiao family 3 times? Wasn't it your Xiao family that targeted people 3 times? I've seen shameless ones before, but I've never seen you so shameless. Song Shi. Xiao Kun stared at Song Shi dead in the face. Do you think that just because you're the academy master of the academy, my Xiao family can't do anything about you? Song Shi laughed. Me? Come and me. Xiao Kun stared at Song Shi and didn't say anything. Song Shi laughed. Don't be afraid just because I'm the academy's master. Your Xiao family is a second-class family. How powerful is it? Still afraid of this? Come and me to death. In the face of Song Shi's provocation, Xiao Kun didn't get angry but laughed. Song Shi, you're not worthy of our Xiao family getting you. If the Xiao family wanted to kill Song Shi, it wouldn't be difficult, but Song Shi now had an official status after all. and this kill would cause a lot of trouble, and it wasn't worth it. Shao Kun turned his head to look down the mountain, his eyes containing murderous intent. That cheap bastard is indeed surprising, but he will definitely die today. At the bottom of the academy's mountain, Yi Tianyan's fists were clenched tightly, and behind him, the endless power of the earth's veins surged. Although he was very tired, he knew that he had to persevere at this time, otherwise he would definitely die. And opposite him, that Xiao Bei's calm eyes had more gravity. He really did not expect that Yi Tianyan in front of him would be able to carry this strike of his hard. To know, he was 6 realms higher than the other party. If it was the same realm, Xiao Bei stared at Yi Tianyan dead on. It was only at this moment that he realized that their Xiao family had seriously underestimated this Yi Tianyan from the last-ranked family. This person must die. The gravity in Xiao Bei's eyes gradually turned into killing intent, because he knew very well that once Yi Tianyan entered the General Academy and received the General Academy's resources to cultivate him, then the future would be absolutely terrifying, and in time, the Xiao family might have one more great enemy in life and death. With this in mind, he slowly spread his hands out. Rumble. The space-time where he was suddenly trembled, countless power of the ages seeped out from the space, and at the same time, the age phantom behind him that had originally become somewhat illusory began to gradually solidify, and not only that, it was also rapidly growing. Yi Tianyan took a deep breath. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that with his current state, he only had one chance to strike. Put up a fight. Yi Tianyan roared. Rise! The sound resounded like thunder from heaven and earth. Rumble. The earth quickly collapsed. Countless earth vein forces rushed to the sky from the depths of the earth. Those earth vein forces surged into the earth phantom behind him like a river. The earth phantom that had originally become somewhat illusory quickly solidified, and its aura became stronger and stronger. Yi Tianming suddenly stretched out his right hand and roared again. Condense! Countless earth vein forces suddenly converged towards the arm of the earth phantom, and soon, 100 feet long giant sword coalesced from the giant's hand. The phantom holding the giant sword. However, it wasn't over yet. Yi Tianyan roared again. Congeal! Boom! Within the left hand of that Dharma phase giant, a huge scabbard quietly coalesced. Yi Tianming's face was as pale as paper. He didn't say anything. He just maneuvered his Dharma phase to insert that sword into the scabbard, and at this moment he already felt like he was about to collapse, but he still held on. Yi Tianyan suddenly roared. Chop! Chop! As the voice fell, his Dharma phase suddenly violently drew his sword and chopped. Zhentian's sword drawing technique. The Dharma phase's chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. Buzz. The sound of the sword resounded throughout the sky in an instant. Chapter 51. Old Me is Strong. Dharma phase's heaven-splitting sword drawing technique. This sword came out, and with a sword chirping sound instantly piercing through the sky, immediately afterward, that huge sword ruthlessly chopped towards that Xiao Bei's Dharma phase. This sword cut through the sky, directly shattering the surrounding space. And on the opposite side of Yi Tianming, that Xiao Bei's expression was also unprecedentedly grave when he felt the terrifying power of this sword of Yi Tianming's Dharma phase. He didn't dare to have the slightest bit of concealment any longer. His hands fiercely clenched, and behind him, that lofty Dharma phase immediately clenched his fists, and then fiercely hammered down towards in front of him, and in a split second, monstrous age-old power swept down and fiercely crashed in the direction of Yi Tianming's location. Rumble. A deafening explosive sound suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, the two Dharma phases shattered, and a sword light of the earth vein power and the power of the years and the moon seemed to erupt from the heavens and earth like a tidal wave. Yi Tianlife and Xiao Bei flew out backwards at the same time. Xiao Bei ended up heavily on a mountain wall, smashing the wall out of a huge crater. After falling down, he sprayed several mouthfuls of blood in his mouth at the same time. Both his arms blew apart directly, blood splattered, visible white bones. Yi Tianming was also sent flying tens of feet away, and finally smashed heavily on the ground. The ground also instantly rose a huge deep pit. He lay in the deep pit, a sense of fatigue like a tidal wave spreading from the depths of his body. He clenched his teeth, not allowing himself to fall into a deep sleep, because he knew that once he fell into a deep sleep, he would definitely die. He could not die. If he died, what would the Yi family do? Who would retire the tower ancestor? Yi Tianming clenched his hands tightly and used his will to hold on for dear life. However, the feeling of weakness was getting stronger and stronger, eroding his soul and spiritual power. He wanted to sleep. Yi Tianming tried hard to make himself open his eyes, but at this moment, that deep feeling of weakness invaded his entire body, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. His consciousness gradually began to blur. No way. Yi Tianmian still retained a trace of sanity as he murmured in his heart. I can't die. I want to revitalize the Yi family. I want to retire for Tower Ancestor. Little Tower. Yi Tianming suddenly put his hands on the ground, and at this moment, he felt the endless power of the earth veins underground. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. The earth was able to contain this endless power of the earth vein. If he himself was able to fuse himself with the earth. Fusion with the earth. Yi Tianming suddenly ran his gong method. This time, he was no longer calling on the power of the earth, but directly tried to use his gong method to fuse himself with the earth. He wanted to become part of the earth. Of course, he also wanted the earth to become a part of him, but he knew that it was currently impossible. He didn't know if it would work, but for him, there was no other choice now. And soon, the earth beneath him suddenly began to wriggle, and gradually, the dust beneath him even slowly wrapped him up. Seeing this scene, above the academy, that Song Shi's brow suddenly wrinkled. That Xiao Kun was also staring dead on at Yi Tianmian, who had been completely wrapped in dust. After a moment of silence, boom! Suddenly, the piece of earth where Yi Tianming's was directly transformed into a cloud of dust that shot up into the sky, and after the dust rushed to the sky, a bright golden light surged out, and within the golden light was none other than Yi Tianming's. At this moment, Yi Tianmian was already at the peak of the realm. Not only that, his breath was actually one with the piece of earth beneath him. Rebirth in the earth. Song Shi directly stood up as he looked at Yi Tianmian in disbelief, excitedly saying, "Becoming one with the earth? How did this guy think of this? How did he do it?" That Xiao Kun, on the other hand, had a face as ugly as a grave at this moment. His hands were clenched tightly, and suddenly he directly transformed into a black light that rushed up into the sky, heading straight for Yi Tianmian. Kill. At this moment, he truly realized how terrifying this Yi Tianmian's talent was, and he absolutely could not let this son live. And almost at the same time, that Song Shi suddenly reached out his hand and a magic light descended from the sky, hardening that rushing up Xiao Kun. Xiao Kun fell down. He turned his head to look at Song Shi. Shocked. You. Song Shi looked at him disdainfully. Idiot. Laozi is the lord of a state, a feudal official, not a small yakuza. Laozi is very strong, understand? Xiao Kun. And right at this moment, Yi Tianmian below suddenly rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the deeply and seriously injured Xiao Bei, and before the latter could react, he was strangled by Yi Tianmian's throat. Yi Tianmian looked up to the top of the mountain, as he said in a fierce voice, "Old dog of the Xiao family, you can watch." Xiao Kun looked towards Yi Tianming as he stared at him dead in the face. "If you dare to touch him, I will make you." Yi Tianmian suddenly exerted a fierce force. Ka-ching! As a bone-breaking sound resounded, Yi Tianmian hardened that Xiao Bei's head and twisted it off. Blood gushed out like a fountain. "How dare you!" Xiao Kun became furious. He was about to make a move, but he was directly suppressed in place by a terrifying aura. Xiao Kun violently turned his head to angrily look at Song Shi, his eyes wide with rage. "Song Shi, my Xiao family will make your Song family pay a painful price." Xiao Bei, that was his own grandson. Song Shi disdainfully said, "Thing that can't afford to lose, what a disgrace." After saying that, he whisked his sleeve and a powerful force directly shook Xiao Kun to 100 feet away. "Get out of my academy. Don't dirty my land." Xiao Kun's face was hideous and terrifying at the moment. The killing intent in his eyes was like substance. Song Shi didn't even give a damn about him. He directly whisked his sleeve and brought Yi Tianmian, who was in the distance, back inside the academy. After returning to the academy, Song Shi directly brought Yi Tianmian to the main hall. At this moment, although Yi Tianmian had already made a breakthrough, his body was still full of wounds and scars, and it was still very serious, and he had fallen into a deep sleep. At this time, Mu Guanchen walked in. He had actually been watching the battle as well, however, he was very far away. Mu Guanchen walked over to Yi Tianmian's side. He looked at Yi Tianmian and said worriedly, "Nothing is wrong?" Song Shi took out an elixir and gave it to Yi Tianmian, then said with some excitement, "This guy killed Xiao Bei." Mu Guanduan nodded and didn't say anything. "Hey!" Song Shi was a bit dissatisfied. "Didn't you hear? He killed Xiao Bei." Mu Guanduan said, "Xiao Bei is..." Song Shi was a bit speechless. One of the 3 most demonic people in the Xiao family is in the supreme immortal realm. As he said that, he suddenly became agitated. This fellow, he killed the yearning immortal with the great tribulation realm. Damn, this is really a genius. Mu Guanduan nodded. The Great Tribulation Realm killed the yearning immortal. That's still barely okay. Still okay. The corners of Song Shi's mouth twitched. Damn, he wanted to curse, but thought better of it. Because he knew very well how terrifying Mu Guanchuan was back then. That was truly an existence that made even demons of the same generation despair. Song Shi retrieved his thoughts and continued. He just became one with the earth. Mu Guanduan shook his head. Not quite. He can only become one with the earth within a few hundred feet in a circle. But that's already rare for him at the moment. Song Shi said. His current realm is still low after all. By the way, he has obtained the inheritance of a transcendent civilization. Mu Guanchuan nodded slightly and turned to leave. Song Shi asked, What are you doing? Mu Guanduan said, He'll be hungry when he wakes up. I'll go cook. Song Shi was dissatisfied. You're treating me differently. You've never cooked for me. Mu Guanchuan laughed. It's not like you're my student. Song Shi, Mu Guanchuan suddenly said, Fu Zong hasn't returned yet. Song Shi said, I don't know where she went. Mu Guanduan said, You'll go check it out later. Song Shi nodded. Outside, Xiao Kun tremblingly put away Xiao Bei's corpse. His expression was hideous. His entire body was trembling. This was one of his best grandsons. And now, just like this, he died here. He hated it. He glanced resentfully at the Guanchuan Academy on the mountain, then turned to leave, and just then, he suddenly looked to the side, where a woman was walking slowly towards the mountain. The woman was none other than Fu Zong. Fu Zong slowly walked towards the mountain. Xiao Kun suddenly said, You are from the academy here. Fu Zong did not pay any attention to him and continued walking up the hill. Xiao Kun's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you deaf? Fu Zong stopped walking. She turned her head to look at Xiao Kun. Xiao Kun was about to speak. Suddenly, a residual shadow instantly rushed in front of him. The pupils of Xiao Kun's eyes suddenly shrunk, and just as he was about to make a move, a horrifying pressure directly enveloped him. Xiao Kun was instantly horrified. Are you? Boom! Fu Zong was just a punch. This punch was hard and fast. Xiao Kun was blown out hundreds of feet, and finally smashed to the ground. All the bones in his body were broken, and blood continued to gush out from all parts of his body. Xiao Kun's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief, and Fu Zong walked to him. Xiao Kun still wanted to say something. Fu Zong suddenly violently stepped on his head. Bang! Xiao Kun's head directly exploded. Fu Zong said, No one dares to talk to me like that. After saying that, she calmly turned around and walked towards the distance. Chapter 52. Cloudy White Robe. Xiao Family. Patriarch Xiao Feng sat at the first place, and on both sides all the elders of the Xiao family gathered. Xiao Feng stared dead-on at a man in black standing below. You said that Xiao Bei was killed by that Yi Tianming? The man in black respectfully said, Precisely. Xiao Feng grimaced. Tell us about the course of their battle. The man in black respectfully spoke about the battle between Yi Tianming and Xiao Bei, and upon hearing the words of the man in black, the entire hall was as silent as death. Everyone did not expect that Yi Tianmian was able to kill Xiao Bei in a single fight, but they should know that Xiao Bei was 6 realms higher than that Yi Tianmian. 6 realms. Yet it was defeated? Xiao Feng's face was as gloomy as water, and his gaze was as cold as ice. The faces of the crowd of Xiao family's powerhouses were also a bit gloomy. Yi Tianmian crossed 6 realms to decapitate Xiao Bei. If Yi Tianmian is also the age immortal realm, the crowd did not dare to think deeply at all. Xiao Feng suddenly said, He cannot be allowed to participate in the great competition of 10,000 states. The crowd all nodded at the same time. What did it mean to participate in the great competition of 10,000 prefectures once he won first place? That meant that he would be heavily cultivated by the Guanchuan Academy, and at that time there would definitely be a big power that would throw an olive branch to Yi Tianmai, and if Yi Tianmai rose to prominence, he would definitely not let go of the Xiao family in the future. The most important thing is, obtaining the first place in Wanzhou, it is very likely to be able to meet the legendary Guanchuan Swordmaster. If Yi Tianmian meets the Guanchuan Swordmaster, then the Xiao family. Everyone hadn't thought that the person they originally looked down on as the scion of an inferior family was actually such a demon. A Xiao family elder suddenly said angrily, It's all because of that Xiao Nu. If it wasn't for his embezzlement in the first place, how did things get to this point? At those words, the rest of the people were all a little angry. In the beginning, if it wasn't Xiao Nu's corruption, the remuneration given by the Xiao family would definitely be able to impress that Yi Tianmian. After all, what they gave was still quite a lot, but Xiao Nu alone coveted 99% of it and just left a single hair for the others. Simply Xiao Feng, who was in the lead, suddenly said, "There's no point in talking about this now. The priority now is to stop the Yi Tianmian from participating in the Wanzhou Grand competition." The crowd nodded. Although they were furious at that Xiao Nu's behavior, they all knew very well that it was meaningless to talk about this now. They couldn't kill one of their own for the sake of an outsider, right? An elder suddenly suggested, "Should we let Xiao Tian come back?" Xiao Tian, the current son of the Xiao family, and the most demonic person in the Xiao family right now. Xiao Feng immediately shook his head. "Tianer, he has the young master's regard now. This is the greatest chance my Xiao family has had since my ancestor. We can't let him be affected because of that cheap bastard." Hearing Xiao Feng's words, everyone laughed. Xiao Tian has now become the Crown Prince Party in the Guanchuan Academy General Academy. What is the Crown Prince Party? It was a group of top second generation led by Yang Jia. They closely surrounded Yang Jia, and with Yang Jia as the center, it was a very terrifying group of forces, and all of the people in it were from the top families and clans. And in the Guanchuan universe, even first-class families were trying to figure out how to make the young generation of geniuses in their clans to become the Crown Prince Party. And Xiao Tian had now become the Crown Princess Party, which was undoubtedly a heavenly good thing for the Xiao family. Xiao Feng glanced at the crowd before saying, "When the young lord spared our Xiao family, I originally thought that he was looking at the face of our ancestor, but now it seems that perhaps he is also looking at Tianer's sake. After all, Tianer is now called the young lord's big brother. Xiao Tian was his son." The crowd naturally understood what Xiao Feng meant. This was paving the way for the future Xiao Tian to be the patriarch. Send a letter to the ancestral universe side. The crowd was shocked. An elder said incredulously, "Patriarch, killing a mole needs to alarm an ancestor?" Xiao Feng stared at that elder. "We can't give that youngster any more chances. This time, it has to be an extermination. Extinction." Inside the hall, some of the other elders also nodded. "How many clans have perished all because of recklessness? My Xiao family cannot make this mistake. It must be exterminated." An elder said, "That cheap bastard was able to come to this extent in a short period of time. It is by no means simple. There must be someone behind him." Xiao Feng stood up and said in a fierce voice, "Kill as many as there are. Kill until his entire family is dead." Qingzhou Yi family. Inside the courtyard, Yinan sat cross-legged on the ground. He folded his hands in front of his chest. Around him, countless auras converged like a river to enter his body. But the weird thing was that after those auras entered his body, they were automatically dispersed from his body again, because there was no dantian within his body. Therefore, he was unable to withstand the aura at all. Yinan looked towards a man in a Taoist robe standing not far away, and the Taoist-robed man laughed. "Do you know why I didn't help you restore your dantian?" Yinan said, "Master must have a deeper meaning." The man in the Taoist robe laughed. "Of course there is a deep meaning. During this period of time, I only let you read books instead of letting you cultivate. It is to improve your vision and heart first." Yinan was silent. During this period of time, he had been reading the books given to him by the Tao-robed man every day, and it was only after reading those books that he realized that he was so insignificant in his original perception. The Guanchuan Academy was undoubtedly a godlike existence, but after reading so many books, he realized that there were even more horrifying forces in the world than the Guanchuan Academy. The Tao-robed man suddenly said, "Starting today, you can cultivate." Yinan was ecstatic in his heart. The Tao-robed man looked at Yinan. "You don't have a dantian, so why limit yourself to personal?" Yinan's eyes lit up. "Master's meaning is for me to melt into this heaven and earth without storing aura, and when I want to use it, I will directly invoke it?" A flash of appreciation flashed in the Tao-robed man's eyes. "The pattern could be a little bigger." Yinan hesitated, then said, "The entire universe?" The Tao-robed man stared at him. "It can still be a bit bigger." Yinan froze. The Tao-robed man laughed. "Heaven and earth or the universe are all in the Tao. Thus, why bother? Wouldn't it be better to directly merge with the Tao in one step?" Yinan was stunned. "Master, this Tao is willing to do." The Tao-robed man smiled faintly. "You are my disciple. Fusing with the great Tao of this universe is its honor. How could it not be willing?" Saying that, he whisked his sleeve and a scroll floated in front of Yinan. "This is the Tao collection. Within the scroll there are 9 great Tao ancestral sources, which are the true Dharma phantom, Tao Dharma body. You only need to fuse one of them, and amongst the younger generation of this universe, no one will be your opponent except for that Yang Jia of the Yang family." Yinan opened the scroll to take a look, and a line of ancient characters appeared in his eyes. True Dharma body. Dharma body of 90,000 zhong. head above the sky, feet on the underworld, Jedi through the sky. Yinan's blood surged as he looked at it. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly closed it, then said, Master, can this one be learned by my younger brother Yizong and Heaven's destiny as well? The Tao-robed man's eyes flashed with a touch of complexity, but more than anything, he was pleased. He smiled faintly. They have their own chances. You don't need to worry for them. Yinan hesitated and nodded. Good. However, he had already decided in his heart that if Yizong and Yi Tianming did not have a better chance, he would share this Tao collection with them. He was the elder brother and had to think about his younger brother's future. The Tao-robed man laughed. When you finish cultivating the Tao collection, you will also be able to establish the Tao and call yourself an ancestor. The slowest of the elder brothers and sisters in front of you only took less than 300 years, so you have to cheer up, don't be the last one. Yinan said seriously, I will not dishonor my master. Back mountain. Bang, bang, bang. In the middle of the back mountain, a muffled sound resounded continuously, and the earth was trembling slightly. Yizong was currently bombarding a mountain wall with punch after punch, which was bombarded by him with shattered rocks and appalling power. His hands were bizarre, as if they were cast in gold. Just like that, he hardened his fists and flattened that small mountain. After Yizong stopped, he took a deep breath, then suddenly leapt forward, then violently slammed both fists onto the ground. Rumble. Where he landed, a huge deep pit was directly smashed out, and the ground around him was also directly cracked into countless gullies. Extremely appalling. Yizong rushed out towards the distance again, and blasted out punch after punch. The fist power of one punch was more terrifying than the other. Just like this, a small mountain was constantly destroyed by his fist, and his fist power was even able to stack. One punch was stronger than the other. In the end, just a single fist power easily blasted a big mountain into pieces. Not far to the right, there stood a black-robed old man. The black-robed old man bowed and stood respectfully. He looked at Yizong, his eyes full of fervor and admiration. After 1,000 years, he had seen this legendary, invincible fist again. Invincible fist, back then, their world's #1 ranked supreme martial art. There were a total of 99,999 punches. Each punch represented a great Tao. One punch was stronger than the other. When the 99,999 punches were struck, the 90,000 great Tao would superimpose and merge, and at that time just a single ray of the fist aura would be enough to destroy billions of starry universes. Back then, his master Yizong was with this set of fists through countless epochs, through the ancient Zhezong civil and military courts, through the temple, through the heavenly court of the Ascension, countless epochs, without a single defeat, until he finally met that person. Thinking of that person, a look of gravity appeared in the black-robed elder's eyes. His eyes slowly closed, and a memory that had been sealed for 1,000 years seemed to come in like a tidal wave. 1,000 years ago, somewhere in the vastness of the universe, a bare-chested man stood in the starry sky. The man in Yizong looks almost exactly the same. He was 9 feet tall. His back stood upright, such as a sword like a gun, long hair over his shoulders, wild and overbearing. His bare-chested body, the muscles of the whole body as if it were steel, solid as a big mountain rock. His body penetrated with a kind of invisible pressure, even if it is the broken circle realm of the 9th realm of the strongest. People are unable to withstand this kind of pressure. At this time, the long-haired man opened his eyes. At the end of his line of sight, there came a man, the man wearing a cloud-white robe. That was a sword cultivator. Have a vote, 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 ha. Thank you for your support. Chapter 53. One punch is invincible. The long-haired man stared at the sword cultivator in the distance, fervor in his eyes. Finally, a not weak one has come. In the distance, that sword cultivator sized up the long-haired man and smiled. You're not very weak. At these words, the surroundings were in an uproar. Those powerful people who were secretly spying looked at the sword cultivator, and there was doubt in their eyes. This guy was so arrogant. Did he not know who this person in front of him was? The long-haired man stared at Jian Xiu. You only have one chance to use your sword. Sword cultivator nodded slightly. I usually don't make a second sword either. As his voice fell, he suddenly drew his sword. Buzz. As a sword sound resounded, a sword light broke through the air. The sword light was flat and uneventful. Not even a bit of space fluctuated. This sword was as if it did not exist in this world. When the long-haired man saw the sword, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk into pinpoints. His fists fiercely clenched. His arms turned reddish-golden in an instant. At the same time, an invincible aura swept out from his body. The starry universe instantly turned into pieces at this moment. Those top-level powerhouses in the shadows who were spectating were instantly appalled, and they madly retreated because just a wisp of the aura was sufficient to subdue and kill them. The long-haired man swung his fists violently. In just an instant, he swung out 9,999 punches. Each punch contained a great Tao, and when he swung out the last punch, the momentum of the punch instantly skyrocketed 10 million times. Invincible fist. When a fist was thrown, it was invincible. However, when the sword light came to kill, his invincible fist power began to inch broken. That sword light was unrivaled. When he saw that his fist momentum was easily torn apart by the sword cultivator in front of him, the long-haired man's eyes immediately revealed disbelief, and soon, he felt a kind of momentum that he had never felt before. Invincible chi. That was also a kind of invincible momentum, and at this moment, he suddenly realized what was the true invincible momentum. He realized. He roared angrily, and his fists swung again, swinging out punch after punch, and compared to earlier, the aura of each of his punches was now more than hundreds of times stronger. And not only that, but his punches were getting more and more terrifying, and when he threw the last punch, it was like a million volcanoes erupting at the same time, and a terrifying punch aura swept out, crushing fiercely towards that sword light. Return to the truth. Somewhere in the darkness of the field, a man in a Taoist robe looked at the long-haired man who was waving his fists, and was somewhat surprised. It's a bit interesting. The long-haired man's fist momentum was countless times stronger compared to before. His fist momentum was unprecedentedly strong. Yet he still wasn't able to block that sword light. However, this horrifying fist momentum of his had caused the speed of that sword light to become a bit slower. When he saw that the sword light was still coming towards him, the long-haired man's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically waved his fists, a terrifying fist momentum continuously gushing out towards the sword light. At this moment, his fist momentum shook billions of starry river civilizations, and countless powerful people looked up at this star field, all shocked. Under the crazy bombardment of the long-haired man's fist, that sword light did not stop, but its speed was getting slower and slower, and when that wisp of sword light was still half a zhang away from him, that sword light was finally forced to stop. The long-haired man raised his head to look at that sword cultivator, only to see that sword cultivator looking at him with a smile. Not bad, however. It still doesn't have the qualifications to let me make the second sword. After saying that, his body suddenly became illusory. At the same time, that sword light in front of the long-haired man suddenly trembled slightly, and in an instant all of the long-haired man's aura turned into nothingness. But that sword light didn't kill the long-haired man. Instead, it directly disappeared in place. Seeing the sword cultivator's body gradually become illusory, the long-haired man's eye pupils suddenly shrunk. This sword cultivator in front of him, unexpectedly not the body, but a split body. The long-haired man stared at the sword cultivator who became illusory. In this life, I will defeat you. The sword cultivator who became illusory smiled and said, "Wait for you." When the sword cultivator completely disappeared, the long-haired man stood in place for a long, long time in silence, and suddenly, he violently punched his head. Boom! He entered reincarnation in place. After the battle just now, it made him realize that there were still many, many deficiencies in his fist Tao, and he wanted to forget his memories and retrain for a new life, completely perfecting his fist Tao to be truly invincible. In the valley, Yizong blasted punch after punch. One big mountain after another was flattened by his two fists. Middle Earth Divine Region Guanxian Academy. Yi Tianming sat up violently from the bed. He looked around, then heaved a sigh of relief, then lay back down again. Yi Tianming's eyes slowly closed, and after a long time, he asked, "Pagoda Ancestor, I was not dreaming when I became one with the earth before, was I?" The little tower said, "No." Yi Tianming grinned, and gradually, the smile widened. Becoming one with the earth, although right now he could only become one with a small portion of the earth, this was undoubtedly a completely new direction for him, and the potential of this direction was limitless. At this time, Mu Guanwan walked in with 2 bowls of rice. Yi Tianming was busy sitting up and getting out of bed. "Teacher." Mu Guanduan passed one of the bowls of rice into Yi Tianming's hands and smiled. "Eat first." Egg-fried rice. Yi Tianming grinned. "Thank you, teacher." The teacher and disciple duo sat right in front of the door. Yi Tianming took a big bite of his rice. He was indeed hungry. After eating, Yi Tianming wiped his mouth. "Teacher, I obtained the inheritance of a transcendent civilization. They gave me a divine object and a tower." Mu Guanchuan asked, "There are some conditions, right?" Yi Tianming nodded. "They asked me to promise them one thing, which is that in the future, if I live, The transcendent civilization will always be there. Mu Guanchuan nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Yi Tianming curiously asked, Teacher, then what level does Xiao Bei belong to among the younger generation of the Guanxian realm? Mu Guanchuan smiled. Average. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Mu Guanchan, who laughed. If it was in my time, he shouldn't even be considered average. Yi Tianming was a bit curious. Teacher, what level did you belong to in your era? Mu Guanchuan smiled. It's all in the past. Yi Tianming pursued. Teacher, can you tell us about it? Mu Guanchuan put his bowl and chopsticks aside, then said, Tianming, what do you think is considered a true genius? Yi Tianming said, Of course it's strength. Mu Guanduan nodded. Is there more? Yi Tianming was silent for a moment before he said, I'd also like to ask teacher to enlighten me. Mu Guanduan was about to speak. At this time, Fu Zong suddenly walked over from the side with a bowl of rice. She walked straight to the teacher and disciple duo. She stared at Yi Tianming. Why don't you bring me rice? Yi Tianming. Mu Guanchan helped Yi Tianming explain. He was seriously injured and unconscious before. He only woke up now. Fu Zhang's palm spread out, and a nano ring flew to Yi Tianming. Keep sending it next time. After saying that, she turned around and left. Yi Tianming. Fu Zong, wait. Mu Guanchuan suddenly spoke. Fu Zong turned his head to look at Mu Guanchan, who smiled and said, You sit down as well. Let's talk. Fu Zhang's eyebrows furrowed, clearly not wanting to. But she didn't refuse, and she sat to the side. Mu Guanchuan looked at the two of them and smiled. Nowadays, there are only two types of geniuses. One is an innate genius and the other is an acquired genius. Yi Tianming was puzzled. Innate genius? Mu Guanduan nodded. Guanxian universe, there are many family clans, their disciples are innate geniuses because from birth, they are able to have the world's top cultivation and education resources. Even if their own roots and bones are not good, it doesn't matter. They have the means to change their roots and bones. As long as they are willing, a pig, they are able to cultivate it to become a great emperor realm powerhouse. Yi Tianming was silent. Fu Zong ate his meal and didn't say anything. Mu Guanchuan continued. And the latter geniuses are those ordinary mortal geniuses. These geniuses, even if their talent is no longer good, but they don't have good resources, their achievements ultimately have an upper limit, of course. There are also the kind of people who are born ordinary but end up going far, far away. But this kind of is ultimately a very small minority. Saying that, he shook his head slightly. The resources in this world are already limited, and nowadays, with the emergence of a new batch of powerful and wealthy people born as a result of the establishment of the new order of the Guanchuan Swordmaster, the resources that the people at the bottom are able to partake in are even fewer and fewer. Yi Tianming said in a deep voice, the original intention of the Guanchuan Swordmaster's establishment of the order was for the sake of fairness and justice. Mu Guanchuan sighed in a low voice. From ancient times to the present day, there has never been any such thing as absolute fairness and justice. Only the agreements that people have reached through mutual negotiation in different places at different times. Laws or morals, they are often used by rulers to constrain the world. Of course, there is nothing wrong with that, because this world does need some constraints. It's just that those powerful and noble classes should also be constrained together. Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanchen. Teacher, this is very difficult. Mu Guanchen laughed. Of course it's hard, teacher, just want to tell you, no matter whether it's that Xiao Bei or not, or any other worldly family clan children, they are able to come to this point and become geniuses in other people's eyes. In fact, there is a big part of the reason is because of their family, change an ordinary person to swap position with them, that ordinary person is just as able to reach. Of course, this is not absolute. Among those clan families, some people are really outstanding as well. Yi Tianming was silent. Mu Guanchuan continued. Just like me, I was actually okay in the Guanchuan universe back then. However, teacher is very clear that teacher's starting point is much, much higher than the average person. The resources teacher enjoys are far from being comparable to the average person. Therefore, although the world calls teacher a genius, teacher knows very well in his heart that all of this is just because my starting point is much, much higher than other people, and there is nothing to be proud of. Yi Tianming nodded. Teacher, I understand. On the side, Fu Zong continued to eat without speaking. Yi Tianming said, Teacher, now that our universe is full of sects and families, they hold most of the world's resources, and the people at the bottom are becoming more and more hateful towards them. Wrong. Mu Guanchuan interrupted Yi Tianming and said seriously, Tianming, what the people at the bottom condemn and hate is not their power and wealth, but their abuse of wealth and power, as well as the means of obtaining it. Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanchan, who continued, think about it, if those who are officials were like Lord Fangyu, and those who are rich were like the Guanxian sword master back then, would the people at the bottom condemn and hate them? No, the bottom layer can't wait for there to be more of these characters. Yi Tianming nodded after thinking for a while. Teacher, I understand. Mu Guanduan nodded and was about to speak. Just then, Song Shi suddenly appeared in the field. He looked at Yi Tianming and handed him 2 scrolls. There are 2 people who sent you a letter. Yi Tianming got up and received the scrolls. He opened them and was stunned. One letter was sent by Nanling Zhao, and one was sent by An Yen. Song Shi asked, "Is it an invitation for you to participate in the Guanxian debate competition?" Yi Tianming nodded. "Yes, courtyard master. What does this Guanxian debate competition do?" Song Shi laughed as he glanced at Mu Guanchuan. "That's something you'd have to ask your teacher. Your teacher was the champion of that debate tournament back then." Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Mu Guanchuan, who smiled and said, "This Guanxian debate competition is a debate competition officially organized by the Guanxian Academy. They will invite some outstanding young people to debate. In simple terms, it's a kind of competition activity where the 2 participants debate on a certain issue, which very much tests a student's ability to think and react with verbal expression, as well as their comprehensive abilities." Saying that, he paused and added, "You can participate there. You will meet many outstanding people of the same year, and you will also be exposed to many different ideas." Song Shi also nodded his head. "Indeed, you can participate, and if you are able to gain a place, there will also be rewards." Yi Tianming immediately became interested. "What kind of rewards?" Song Shi laughed. "Every debate tournament reward is different. The reward your teacher received that year was 3 ancient books. In addition to that, you can freely enter each Guanxian Shuyuan book collection library, and you can participate in some special meetings of the cabinet. The most important thing is that there is a title, the first person of the Academy of Literature." Mu Guanchuan shook his head and smiled. "It's all vanity." Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanchuan and grinned. "I didn't expect teacher to be so powerful back then." Song Shi said meaningfully, "Your teacher was even more powerful than you thought back then. He was—" Mu Guanduan suddenly laughed. "Old song. Well, it's all dusty years in the past. What's the point of mentioning those?" Song Shi shook his head and said no more. Mu Guanchuan looked at Yi Tianmian. "This debate competition you can participate in. Fu Zong, you can also participate." "No!" Fu Zong directly refused. Mu Guanduan said, "If you win the top 10 places, you can enter the Martial Pavilion for a month of training. The Martial Pavilion will be very helpful to you now, Fu Zong." Martial Pavilion. Fu Zhang's eyebrows furrowed. If there was anything in the Guanxian universe that could interest her, it was undoubtedly that legendary Martial Pavilion. Fu Zhang's face was expressionless. "No one invited me." Mu Guanduan said, "It's a small matter. I'll take care of it." Fu Zong added, "I only know how to fight, not read." Mu Guanduan laughed. "You're with Heaven's destiny. Together you'll represent the Middle-earth Divine Academy to participate, and naturally, this matter of the readers will be left to him." After Fu Zong was silent for a moment, she turned her head to look at Yi Tianmian, and without speaking, she directly took out a nascent sacred ring and threw it to him. There were a full 10,000 spirit crystals inside. Yi Tianming took the nano ring and smiled. "My good senior sister, leave everything to me, you just watch." Fu Zong shook her head. "You are so poor." Yi Tianmian. Chapter 54. How strong is my mother? There were still 10 days before the Guanxian debate competition, so during this period of time, Yi Tianmian was not only reading books frantically every day, he was discussing his studies with Mu Guanchuan, and the master-disciple duo often spent all night discussing. Of course, his cultivation didn't fall behind either. At night, in the middle of the back mountain, Yi Tianming sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, his hands folded on his knees. What he was practicing was not his own gong method, but the Tao star decision given to him by Muyong. The core of the Tao star decision was that he could absorb the power of the stars, which was the same as him absorbing the power of the earth's veins. He had also tried to use his own gong method to absorb the power of the stars, but nay, it didn't work because the stars were too far away from him. Therefore, he was now trying to understand this star Tao technique. He wasn't so arrogant that his current gong method was even more powerful than the star Tao method of the Kunar civilization. His own gong method had just been created not long ago, and there was still a long way to go. As the star Tao technique operated, soon he sensed a star. This discovery made him greatly surprised. He actually sensed a star across the Star River. He began to try to establish a spiritual connection with that star. Not long after, far above the Star River, a star suddenly flickered, and immediately afterward, a starlight was added above Yi Tianming's head. A smile spread across Yi Tianming's mouth as he had already established a connection with the star, and through the special method within the star Tao skill, He was currently able to directly absorb the star power of that star within his sea of consciousness, which was a bit as if that star had already been planted within his sea of consciousness. It had to be said that this shocked him greatly, and it was only at this moment that he deeply realized that his previous insights were really too little and too little. There was actually this kind of heaven-defying gong method in the world. He knew that it would take a long, long time for him to come out with a path of his own out, and at the same time it would be very difficult. But he would never give up. Retracting his thoughts, he carefully felt that star. Soon, faint starlight appeared on his body. Though starlight grew more and more, it was as if he was wrapped in starlight, and a moment later, those starlight began to be converted into a single thread back into his body. Star power. As time passed little by little, the star power in his body was increasing. After a long time, Yi Tianming stopped. He took a deep breath. Then, he spread out his palm, and the light of the stars flashed in his palm. Yi Tianming looked up, and in the next moment, he suddenly said, "Congeal." Boom! In an instant, behind him, a 500 feet star phantom instantly condensed. And right at this moment, Yi Tianmian said again, "Congeal." Boom! In an instant, outside of that star Dharma phase, another huge Dharma phase was condensed, but it was the Earth Dharma phase. Dual Dharma phase. And the moment he condensed the dual Dharma phase, his face instantly turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feeling the dual Dharma phase behind him, the corner of Yi Tianming's mouth gradually lifted up. "Sure enough, you can have a dual Dharma phase?" Xiaota said. "This consumes a lot." Yi Tianming nodded. "I know. I'm not enough to activate the dual Dharma phases at the same time right now. I have to boost my spiritual power a bit." Xiaota said in a deep voice. "How did you come up with that?" Yi Tianming said. "No one stipulates that a person can only condense one Dharma phase." Xiaota. Yi Tianming took a deep breath, and a somewhat crazy thought quietly arose from his mind. The little tower suddenly said, "Kid, I have to remind you that you are a sword cultivator." Yi Tianming laughed. "Tower ancestor, I have never forgotten that I am a sword cultivator." The little tower said, "Then you should cultivate your sword more." Yi Tianming said, "I've always been practicing." The little pagoda was puzzled. "How so?" Yi Tianming looked at the earth, and then raised his head to the vast starry sky, and softly said, "Pagoda ancestor, I personally feel that a sword cultivator doesn't have to be holding a sword to be called a sword cultivator. A true sword cultivator should be, as long as there is a sword in his heart, all things in this world, this earth, stars, rivers, and the universe, and all things in this world, can all be my swords," said. His eyes slowly closed. "Sword? Come?" Buzz. A sword sound suddenly resounded from heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, under his feet, a handle of sword condensed by the earth broke out. At the same time, the distant depths of the star river, a star light fell straight down. When it came to the top of the head of Yi Tianming, that had turned into a handle of the sword of the stars. At Yi Tianmian's waist, the way-walking sword quivered imperceptibly. Little tower. Soon, Yi Tianming waved his right hand. Those swords quickly dissipated, because at this moment, his face was already as pale as paper. He really couldn't afford to consume anymore. Xiaota said in a deep voice, "You? Why did you have this thought?" Yi Tianmian thought for a moment, then said, "I don't know. Maybe it was brought from my mother's womb." Xiaota. Yi Tianmian laughed. "Anyway, these ideas are all feasible. What I'm going to do next is to cultivate hard, raise my realm, grow my spiritual power, and then realize these ideas one by one." Saying that, he raised his head to look into the depths of that star river, and said with some excitement, "The earth is infinite, and so is the star river. That is to say, as long as my spiritual power is strong enough, with a single thought, I can make countless star swords come to kill." Little tower. Yi Tianming didn't cultivate anymore, but returned to the main hall. The evening was the time to read with his teacher. During this period of time, he spent a lot of time every day to look at Mak Guanduan's collection of books. Even though those collection of books weren't any cultivation techniques and martial arts, he gained a lot of things from them. According to Mu Guanchen's words, reading more books could help him better understand this world. Late at night, Yi Tianming lay on his bed, his hands resting on his head. "Teacher, the Xiao family won't stop, right?" Behind the desk, Mu Guanduan said. "It shouldn't." Yi Tianmian did not speak again. Mu Guanchuan glanced at him and said, "Cultivate well. Don't think so much. The courtyard master is quite capable of fighting." "Song sure." Yi Tianming said. "Aha." After a few moments passed, Yi Tianmian added, "Teacher, This world shouldn't be like this. Mu Guanchuan smiled. It's a good thing that you can think like this, however, we can't just think about it, we can look at this world, but we can't just look at it, we have to do something about it, of course, the premise is to have the ability to do so. Yi Tianming nodded. Teacher, I understand. Mu Guanchuan suddenly asked, Tianming, do you have a favorite girl? Ha! Yi Tianmian rolled over to look at Mu Guanchuan, thinking that he had heard wrong. Mu Guanchuan laughed. What's wrong? Yi Tianmian was a bit puzzled. Teacher, you asked this question. Mu Guanchuan smiled slightly. Your little guy seems to be elegant and gentle on the surface, but in his bones, he is actually arrogant. That is, he is soft on the outside and hard on the inside, and at the same time he is sensible but too sensible. This kind of character of yours won't be disadvantaged in general things, but only in this word love. Teacher is a little worried. Yi Tianming asked, Why? Mu Guanchuan laughed. The word love is the most complex emotion in the world. All reason is useless in front of it. Saying that, a touch of complexity flashed in his eyes. In front of this word, many times one of our capriciousness and lack of understanding may cause each other to regret for a lifetime. Therefore, teacher hopes that if you meet a woman you like in the future, you cannot have to be so sensible, and take a step back when it is time to take a step back. Yi Tianming seriously said, Teacher, don't worry. My pagoda ancestor is a master of feelings. With it, I won't suffer in the future. Little tower. Mu Guanchuan smiled. That's good. Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanduan and said earnestly, Teacher, I must win first place in the great competition of 10,000 states. Mu Guanduan said, Then you'll have to work even harder. Yi Tianmian nodded. I will. Mu Guanduan said, Guanxian debate, you have to prepare yourself. Yi Tianmian asked, Teacher thinks I can get the number 1 spot? After a slight contemplation, Mu Guanduan said, It's not easy to say. If it's a general debate with your current learning, you'll be able to handle it with ease. What teacher is more worried about is that you'll meet the kind of young people that have very good ideas. Teacher had once encountered one, and teacher could have almost lost in the other party's hands. Yi Tianming took a deep breath. I will try my best. Mu Guanchuan smiled. Yes, even if you don't get a good ranking, I'm sure you'll still be able to gain a lot. Yi Tianming said, Well, I also happen to want to meet Nanling. Meet in Yen. I don't know how this good brother of mine is doing now. I miss him quite a bit. Mu Guanchuan laughed. Tell me about your cultivation. You condensed 2 types of Dharma phases tonight? Yi Tianming said excitedly. Yes, teacher. Am I the first person to do it? Mu Guanchuan laughed. I don't think so. Yi Tianmian busily said. There's someone else who is ahead of me? Mu Guanduan said. When you reach the Guanchuan realm, you will see that in this world, there aren't many demonic people. Yi Tianming nodded. I see. Mu Guanduan said. Now that you are relying on the earth and the starry river, you can condense an earth phantasm as well as a star phantasm. Then have you ever thought about what the essence of a phantasm is? Yi Tianmian was puzzled. Essence. Mu Guanchuan stopped his pen and smiled. Dharma phase means the phase of the dharmas, an outgrowth of the dharmas. The dharma phase you are condensing right now only has a form but not a soul because you haven't yet established your own Tao and Dharma. Of course, that's still a bit hard for you at the moment, however, you can borrow the Tao and borrow the Dharma. Yi Tianming said seriously, Teacher, borrowing the Tao and borrowing the Dharma, that is, I can borrow other people's Tao and Dharma to sublimate my Dharma phase. Mu Guanchuan nodded. Yes. Yi Tianming said, Find who to borrow? Looking for the courtyard master. Mu Guanchuan shook his head. No, his is too weak. Borrowing it would be a beating. Song Shi. Yi Tianmian. Mu Guanchuan shook his head and smiled. I can't think of anything for now either. The main thing is, when you look for someone to borrow the Tao and the law, not only do you need the other party to be strong enough, you also need the other party to be willing. Yi Tianming laid down. He was silent for a moment before he said in his heart, Pagoda ancestor, how strong is my mother? The small tower said, Very. Not bad. Yi Tianming asked, Can I borrow my mother's Tao and Dharma from her? The small tower said in a deep voice, Excessive. Chapter 55. I have a pagoda ancestor. Borrowing the Tao and Dharma. Yi Tianming was eager to try it, mainly because he wanted to look at other people's Tao and Dharma and have an object to learn from, but as his teacher said, this borrowing of Tao and Dharma is not something that you can just borrow if you want to, it also depends on the person's willingness or unwillingness. Xiao Ta said, You now first cultivate these 2 types of Dharma phases to the extreme. When you have done so, you can try to find your mother to borrow her Tao and Dharma. Of course, I can't guarantee that she will definitely lend you. Yi Tianming nodded. Then I'll give it a try when the time comes. for this borrowing of Tao and Dharma. Although he was very interested, he still understood that it was better to have a father and a mother than to have one himself, and that being strong was the king. One night passed. The next morning, Yi Tianming got up and came to the back mountain. His palms spread out. That transcendent sacred hall appeared in his hand. Today, he decided to enter this transcendent sacred hall to have a look inside. Yi Tianming's mind moved. His entire body directly disappeared in place. And when he reappeared, he had already arrived in an empty hall. Within the first level of this great hall, there was a scroll suspended, tens of thousands of them. Each scroll was a martial skill. There were tens of thousands of martial skills, the lowest of which were of the immortal rank, and there were all sorts of them. Yi Tianming walked to one of the scrolls. As soon as he reached out and touched the scroll, a white light surged out of the scroll and disappeared into his eyebrows. Soon, a message appeared in his mind. Heavenly avalanche fist collects the momentum of heaven and earth, condenses the momentum with the heart. After a long time, Yi Tianming slowly opened his eyes. He slowly swept over those rolls in the field. His expression was unprecedentedly heavy. He didn't expect that there were actually so many good things in here. Yi Tianming softly said, "Tower ancestor, did those lineage children have these goodies from birth?" The small tower said, "These are not considered to be really good things. You simply don't know the true depth and horror of those first-class families. When you are still playing with mud at the age of 5, people already have top powerhouses who are teaching in person and tutoring their bodies with all kinds of spiritual elixirs and pills every day. When you're still worrying about spirit crystals, people are already using immortal crystals, or even source crystals when you're still in contact with martial arts techniques. When you are still in contact with martial arts, people may already be in contact with Tao and Dharma. Kid, your current strength isn't enough for you to achieve first place. The top 30 are afraid to be problematic, understand?" Yi Tianming nodded. "Tower ancestor, I understand. But I won't be presumptuous. They have a top-tier powerhouse to teach them. I have Tower ancestor. They have spirit pills. I have Tower ancestor. They have immortal crystal source crystals. I have Tower ancestor. They're in touch with the Tao and Dharma. I have Tower ancestor." Little Tower. Xing Tao. Little Tower sullen voice. "You don't be like this. Although I'm a bit capable of your Tower ancestor, you still have to rely mainly on yourself." "Okay." Yi Tianming nodded. "I know that Tower ancestor is wanting me to be self-reliant. Tower ancestor, don't worry. I'll work hard, and I'll never dishonor your old man's name in the future." "Tower ancestor, do you have descendants?" The small tower said. "No." Yi Tianming seriously said, "In the future, after I get married, I'll have a few more sons, and then I'll pass one on to you, and we'll give you our old age together." Xing Dao. The little tower was silent. A few moments later, it said, "Little one, do you want to change your place of cultivation? I recently loosened the seal a bit. There are some places that can be open to you. You can come in and cultivate. Cultivating here is much better than outside." Yi Tianming scratched his head. "Pagoda ancestor, I'm not saying this to you to try to cheat benefits from you. I'm serious, because you and Miss Nanling Zhao are the first outsiders who have been so good to me. I'm weak and incapable right now, so I don't know how to repay you guys, but I'm keeping it all in my heart. I'll just cultivate outside. Here is also quite good. And..." Saying that, he paused and added, "Didn't you say before that you were injured and sealed? If you open some places to me now, it should still have a big impact on you. It's fine, Tower ancestor. It's the same for me to cultivate outside. Really." The little tower sighed in a low voice. Yi Tianming glanced around. "I'm going to go through all the martial arts here, and then borrow the strengths of all the hundreds to improve my sword techniques and phases." After saying that, he started walking towards the next scroll. He was going to explore the commonalities between these martial arts, that is, the core essence of all of these martial arts, and then look for those same laws before fusing them with his own sword techniques as well as Dharma phases. Outside, Fu Zong suddenly walked inside the Great Hall, and Mu Guanchun, who was writing, looked up at her and said suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Fu Zong glanced around and didn't say anything. Mu Guanchun smiled. "Heaven's mandate is practicing." Fu Zhang's face was expressionless. "Have him bring me food." After saying that, she turned around and left. Mu Guanchun suddenly said, "Wait." Fu Zong stopped. She turned to look at Mu Guanchun. Mu Guanchun picked up a scroll and got up. He walked over to Fu Zong and smiled. "This is for you. This is a kind of soul rhythm technique that I have written that is relevant to the aspect of the soul. It should be helpful to you." Fu Zong glanced at the scroll and didn't take it. "No need." Mu Guanduan said, "You can take a look." Fu Zhang's eyebrows furrowed. She took the scroll and opened it. This time, her face instantly changed drastically. She fiercely raised her head to look at Mu Guanduan. A terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped Mu Guanduan. The killing intent was great. Fu Zong stared at Mu Guanchuan in death, not speaking. Mu Guanchuan turned around and walked to the table. He picked up a pen and continued to write. I treat you the same as I treat Heaven's mandate. I only treat you all as my students, and I only do what a teacher should do. As for your identities, none of them have anything to do with me, that's all. Fu Zong stared at Mu Guanchun, the killing intent in his eyes still unabated. Mu Guanchun continued, I know that your strength far exceeds Heaven's destiny, however. I suggest that you can usually practice with him for a bit. Heaven's destiny's thinking is unrestricted and unconstrained. The sky is the limit. You guys can actually complement each other, especially his gong method. It's also very suitable for the current you. After Fu Zong was silent for a long time, she put away the scroll and turned to leave. Mu Guanchuan glanced at the departing Fu Zong, sighed in a low voice, and continued to write. Inside the Transcendent Sacred Hall, Yi Tianming took a whole day to absorb all the martial skills. After all, it was an inheritance that directly merged into the Sea of Consciousness. Therefore, although there were more than 10,000 scrolls, it wasn't difficult to absorb them. What was difficult was that he had to integrate them now. For each type of martial skill, he would go and personally demonstrate it once. Understanding so many powerful martial skills at once was undoubtedly a huge challenge for Yi Tianming, but fortunately, his mental power was strong enough right now, so he was barely able to contain that many martial skills. Inside the Grand Hall, Yi Tianmin demonstrated those powerful martial skills over and over again. This Grand Hall was extremely sturdy. Thus, it was just suitable to be his cultivation ground. It was worth mentioning that all this time, he had been utilizing the Transcendent Divine Seal to continuously improve his spiritual power, because the stronger his spiritual power was, the more earth vein power as well as star power he would be able to manipulate. In addition to that, realm-wise, he was also working hard to raise it. The Great Tribulation realm was still too low for him at the moment, and when the realm was raised, all aspects of his life would follow suit. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time to go to the Guanxian debate tournament. On this day, Yi Tianming stood on a large mountain behind the academy. His eyes were slightly closed, his hands were raised in vain, and the mountain range under his feet directly began to tremble. Soon, countless earth vein forces surged up from the depths of the earth. Those earth vein forces were like a river that kept spreading from the depths of the earth around him, then converged behind him, coalescing to form a lofty Dharma phase. This time, he decided to try to see his limits, and soon, the majestic phantom reached 1,500 feet. A few moments later, Yi Tianmian began to wave his fists, and behind him, the lofty Dharma phase followed suit. One big and one small, their movements were synchronized. The lofty Dharma phase waved its fists, and every punch that came out was able to shake the heavens and earth. Extremely terrifying. Right at this moment, Yi Tianming suddenly turned his head to look to the right, where a stunningly beautiful woman stood. It was none other than Fu Zong. Yi Tianming grinned. Senior sister, sparring? If it was before, he definitely wouldn't dare to be like this, because he knew how terrifying the senior sister was. But now, he was very confident. Fu Zong stared at him and didn't say anything. Yi Tianming added, Senior sister, please enlighten me. Fu Zong didn't speak, but extended her right hand, then slowly clenched it. Yi Tianming grinned, and in the next moment, he suddenly fiercely blasted his fist through the air at Fu Zong. And behind him, the lofty Dharma phase followed suit and slammed his fist fiercely at Fu Zong. Kacha! This fist came out, directly cracking the surrounding space. But right at this moment, Fu Zong suddenly blasted out with a fist. Boom! Yi Tianmian's eye pupils suddenly shrunk, and immediately afterward, he felt his entire person fly backwards, and at the same time, the lofty Dharma phase behind him also exploded inch by inch. Yi Tianming flew backwards for 100 feet and finally smashed heavily on a mountain wall. After Yi Tianmian's body convulsed for a while, he buried his head in the deep earth. Pagoda Ancestor. I'm a waste. Little Tower. Chapter 56. Guanchuan Sword Master Grip. It had to be said that Yi Tianming had a sense of frustration. He didn't expect that he had been done in by a single move. This senior sister was too terrifying. However, that feeling of frustration quickly disappeared without a trace, because this defeat was like pouring a pot of cold water on him, causing him to instantly wake up. Moreover, his senior sister being strong was him being strong, which was something to be happy about. Thinking of this, he instantly grinned. Fu Zong walked in front of Yi Tianming. Looking at Yi Tianming buried in the mound of earth was grinning foolishly. Her eyebrows immediately knitted up. She wouldn't give a silly beating, right? Yi Tianming stood up. He patted the dust on his body, then said, Senior sister, that power of yours is so overbearing. It shattered my Dharma phase with a single punch. Senior sister, You are so fierce. Fu Zong calmly said. Oh, Yi Tianming. Seeing that Fu Zong didn't say anything, Yi Tianming said, Senior sister, you're looking for me for something, right? You say, as long as senior brother I can do, I will never excuse myself. He was aware that this senior sister had a cold temperament, and unless something was wrong, she would never come to him. Fu Zong was silent. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. Fu Zong just stood there and didn't say anything. The purpose of her coming to find Yi Tianming was to see Yi Tianming's gongfu, because Mu Guanqian said that Yi Tianming's gongfu was helpful to her. But how could she, Fu Zong, say such begging words? Not saying it meant not saying it. Yi Tianming looked at Fu Zong, seeing that she still didn't say anything. His heart became more and more puzzled. So he asked, Elder sister, are you hungry? I'll go cook for you. After saying that, he turned around and left. Wait! Fu Zong suddenly spoke. Yi Tianming stopped his steps and turned to look at Fu Zong, who looked at him and didn't say anything. Directly took out a nascent sacred ring and handed it to him. Yi Tianming took the nano ring and looked at it. There were 30,000 spirit crystals inside. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. Senior sister, this? Fu Zong stared at him. Your gong method. Let me take a look. After saying that, she instantly regretted it and turned around. How could she, Fu Zong, beg? Absolutely not. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she walked directly to a small mountain, then lifted up and swept out a foot. Rumble. That small mountain was instantly flattened by her kick. Yi Tianming. A few moments later, Yi Tianming arrived at Fu Zhang's hall. He knocked on the door of the hall. The door opened and Fu Zong appeared in front of him. Fu Zong looked at him and didn't speak. Yi Tianming said, Senior sister, I want to ask you for a favor. Fu Zong was a bit puzzled. Yi Tianming said, I've recently had some puzzling areas in my cultivation, and I would like to ask senior sister to help me with my puzzles. With that, he took out a scroll and handed it to Fu Zong. Senior sister, this is my gongfu. I recently fused it with a gongfu called the Tao Star Law, and although I've gained quite a bit, there are many parts of it that I still don't understand, so I would like to ask you to take a look at it for me. Fu Zong looked at Yi Tianming for a long time before saying, You don't have to be like this. It's me who wants to look at your gong method. If you're willing to show it to me, it'll be as if I owe you a favor. Yi Tianming felt that looking at a gong method was a very small thing. There was no need to count it as a favor, but he knew that this senior sister was haughty in nature. If he refused, the other party definitely wouldn't look at it, so he said, Okay. Seeing Yi Tianming agreeing, Fu Zong then nodded. She took that scroll from Yi Tianming, then turned around and walked towards the hall. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Tianming, who was standing at the entrance of the hall. Why don't you come in? Yi Tianming said. I thought you didn't invite me. Fu Zong said. Come in. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the window. Yi Tianming followed her in. He walked to Fu Zhang's side. Fu Zong was reading his gongfu. Yi Tianming didn't disturb her, leaned against the window and quietly watched her. Today's Fu Zong was wearing a long lavender robe with a black ribbon tied around her waist. Her figure was slender. Her face was stunning, especially her silver hair, adding a few more points of unusual beauty to her. Yi Tianming has no other thoughts. For him now, children's love and whatnot are very distant things. He now only want to live well, for himself and Yi family to fight for a justice. A moment later, Fu Zong suddenly looked up at Yi Tianming. You created this yourself? Yi Tianming nodded. Aha! Fu Zong looked at him after a long time. Can I cultivate it? Yi Tianming smiled. Of course you can. Fu Zong asked. Why can I? Yi Tianming said. You are my senior sister. Fu Zong looked at him for a moment before saying, I won't cultivate this technique of yours for nothing. Saying this, her palms spread out and a golden scroll slowly floated in front of Yi Tianming. This is a scroll of flesh body cultivation method. It can help you improve your flesh body. Yi Tianming did not refuse. He took the golden scroll, and as soon as he opened it, a golden light disappeared between his eyebrows. Divine armor technique. Cultivated to the extreme, the fleshly body was like a god-made armor. Yi Tianming looked at Fu Zong. Senior sister, what grade is this? Fu Zhang's face was expressionless. Don't care so much, just practice. Yi Tianming but shook his head. Senior sister, practicing techniques. Need a lot of money. I don't have money. This is not suitable for me. Fu Zong said. There is a method that doesn't require money. Yi Tianming was instantly a little curious. What? Fu Zong stared at him. Take a beating. Yi Tianming. Fu Zong stared at him. I can serve for free. Saying that, the corner of her mouth lifted up slightly, but it was fleeting. Yi Tianmian. Taking a beating. Yi Tianming finally chose to take a beating. There was no way. He very much hoped that his physical body could become even stronger, because just spiritual power and divine soul was strong. That was far from enough. No matter if it was the martial arts of the phallic phase or his own sword skills in actual combat, it needed to have a strong physical body to support it. So, next, every day he had to spar with Fu Zong actual combat for 2 hours. In fact, it is to be beaten. In the course of sparring with Fu Zong, he realized that this Fu Zong never performed any martial arts skills. It was just a simple punch or kick. But every time he threw a punch or a kick, he was able to beat him to death. After the first time he was beaten, he really felt like his whole body bones were cracked. But after the second day, he obviously felt some subtle changes in his flesh, because every time when he was being beaten, he would run the divine armor technique, and he felt that his flesh would have some more mysterious energy in his skin and flesh after being beaten. Night. Yi Tianming was lying on the ground, panting heavily. He felt that his body was no longer his own. Fu Zong slowly walked to him. She surveyed Yi Tianming's body, her brows furrowed. Suddenly, she whisked her sleeve. Yi Tianming's clothes instantly turned into ashes. Yi Tianming's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly covered his crotch with both hands, looking at Fu Zong incredulously, and said in a trembling voice, "Elder sister, you?" Fu Zong ignored him, but squatted down to carefully survey his flesh. Yi Tianming. Fu Zong suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Tianming. Do you know that this body of yours is a bit special? Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. A bit special? Fu Zong asked back. You don't know. Yi Tianmian was at a loss. I don't know. Fu Zong was silent for a moment before saying, try running the divine armor technique. Yi Tianming immediately ran the divine armor technique. This running, his skin and flesh immediately wriggled. Not only that, the blood underneath the skin and flesh also quickly wriggled. He felt that his body was in a very strange state. Fu Zong didn't say anything. He just gave Yi Tianming a deep look, then got up and left. Yi Tianming was busy asking, Senior sister, this? Fu Zong said, go to the Guanxian realm tomorrow. Yi Tianming was confused. Tower ancestor? Is my body special? Little Tower said, maybe. Yi Tianming. The little Tower said, your mother's physique is special, so you should have inherited some of your mother's special physique. Anyway, it doesn't make much sense. All you have to do is to cultivate hard. That alone will do. Yi Tianming nodded. I understand. After resting for an hour, he stood up and then returned to the Transcendent Sacred Hall. He began to condense his phantom and let it perform various powerful martial arts techniques as well as his own sword techniques. In fact, during the sparring session with Fu Zong, he hadn't really exerted all his strength. If he had mobilized all the earth vein power and star power to condense the phantoms at the same time, and then let the two phantoms simultaneously execute the superimposed heaven-slashing sword drawing technique, he felt that he should be able to fight with Fu Zong, but of course, he didn't have any confidence in winning, because he knew that this senior sister must have a horrifying undercurrent as, well, he was now focusing on condensing the star dharma phase as he had just learned it, thus it was still not too mature. On top of that, he also needed to have the two dharma phases perform the superimposed sky-slashing sword drawing technique. After a night of cultivation, he had successfully managed to make the two dharma phases fuse to execute the superimposed heaven-slashing sword drawing technique. The next day, as soon as it dawned, he cleaned up a bit before arriving at the entrance of the academy. Pagoda Ancestor. After going to the Guanchuan realm, it seems like you can see the statue of the Guanchuan Sword Master Grizzler, right? Little Tower. Chapter 57. The Yang family gives me face. In the sky, in the middle of the cracked space, two men walked out. These two men Yi Tianming knew. It was that Li Zhang of the Li family that he had met earlier in the Transcendent Holy Land, as well as Gu Qi of the Pishi civilization. Seeing the two men, Yi Tianming was a little surprised. The duo came in front of Yi Tianming's people and Li Zhang smiled. Brother Yi, it's good to meet again. Yi Tianming was a bit surprised. Brother Li, Brother Gu. You guys? Li Zhang said. It was Sister Zhao who asked us to pick you up. Nanling Zhao. Yi Tianming's heart warmed. Then I'm grateful to the two of you. Li Zhang smiled. Let's go. Saying that, he was about to leave, when suddenly, he looked at Mu Guanchuan on the side. He hesitated, then said, Your Excellency is Senior Mu? Mu Guanchuan laughed. You're a descendant of the Li family? Li Zhang nodded. Aha. Mu Guanchuan nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Yi Tianming, on the other hand, was a little curious. This brother Li even knew his teacher? Li Zhang had a complicated look on his face and didn't say anything more as the few people left the academy and headed to the Guanchuan realm. On the road, Yi Tianming walked up to Li Zhang. Brother Li, you know my teacher? Li Zhang nodded slightly. Elder Mu had a relationship with a certain elder of my clan back in the day. AI, it's all in the past. Saying that, he looked at Yi Tianmian. You don't seem to know much about your teacher. Yi Tianming nodded. Don't know much indeed. Li Zhang said. Your teacher was very, very demonic back then, crowning the entire Guanshen universe, crowning the entire universe, and he broke through the Guanshen Dao at the age of 10, and at the age of 12 he joined the cabinet and was the youngest member of the cabinet ever. But then, for reasons unknown, he suddenly dispersed all of his cultivation and resigned from his position as a member of the cabinet 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 of the cabinet. Ah! Yi Tianming was shocked. Teacher, he dispersed all his cultivation? Li Zhang nodded slightly. Yes, originally he had a marriage contract with my aunt, but just because of this behavior of his, it directly led to him and my aunt. AI, for 100 years, everyone has almost forgotten about him as a person. Yi Tianming was incredibly puzzled in his heart. Why did his teacher want to dissipate his cultivation? Li Zhang suddenly said, I heard that Xiao Bei of the Xiao family died in battle. With that, he turned his head to look at Yi Tianming. The news we got is that Xiao Bei came to the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture's Guanshen Academy. Yi Tianming said, I killed it. Li Zhang smiled, not surprised. Gu Qi suddenly said, Brother Yi, you are now at the peak ascension realm? Yi Tianming nodded. Aha! Gu Qi stared at him. But as far as I know, that Xiao Bei is in the age immortal realm. Yi Tianming said, he was indeed killed by me. Gu Qi said, I'm not doubting you. I think this matter is a bit too outrageous. Li Zhang also nodded. It is indeed a bit outrageous. The ascending peak realm killing the age immortal realm, was this something that a human could do? It was too outrageous. Gu Qi said, the Xiao family will not let you off. Yi Tianmian nodded. I know. Gu Qi laughed. Brother Yi, you don't have to worry too much. Although the Xiao family is powerful, they can't cover the sky of this Guanchuan universe with one hand yet. Yi Tianming glanced at the two of them and laughed. Brother Li, Brother Gu, you are also here to participate in the Guanshen debate tournament this time? You think too highly of me. Gu Qi shook his head repeatedly. Although I've read a few books, I'm not qualified to participate in this kind of debate tournament. Li Zhang also said, the two of us are not good at this, and this time, the only one from our Tonglian Association who will go to participate is Lord Nanling Zhao, who represents us. Nanling Zhao. A stunningly beautiful face surfaced in Yi Tianming's mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a smile. Li Zhang suddenly said, I heard that there is another special guest who participated in the debate tournament this time. Yi Tianming looked at Li Zhang, somewhat puzzled. A special guest? Li Zhang nodded. The identity is extremely mysterious. My Li family can't even find out. With that, he looked at Gu Qi, who shook his head. If your Li family can't find out, it's obviously impossible for my Gu family to find out as well. Li Zhang said, I got the news that this time, the attitude of the cabinet and the Academy of Letters is that this first place must stay in our Guanshen universe. Yi Tianming was a little curious. That mysterious guest is not from Guanshen universe? Li Zhang shook his head. No, back then, the Guanchuan Swordmaster and the major epics had teamed up to fight against the True Worlds. In fact, with the strength of the Guanchuan Swordmaster back then, it was completely possible for him to incorporate the major epics into the Guanchuan universe. But for some unknown reason, the Guanchuan Swordmaster didn't do it. As a result, all the major epics are now independent and don't have any relationship with the Guanchuan universe. Gu Qi said, not only do they not have any relationship over the years, the relationship between the major epics and the Guanshen universe is actually not that good, especially between the younger generation. There are fights from time to time. They are not used to us, the Guanshen universe, and we are not used to them, so every time there is a great competition of the universe, the fights are very bitter. Yi Tianming nodded. Understood. Li Zhang said, this time the genius of the Third Era and that mysterious genius came to us, saying that they are exchanging, but in fact they came for the Guanchuan debate competition. If they win first place, then our Guanchuan universe will really lose a lot of face. Gu Qi laughed. This time is considered as a literary competition. The literary competition has nothing to do with us. It's a matter between the Academy of Literature and that group of readers. That group of readers are usually arrogant one by one, treating us as pikers. If they can't get first place this time, My old man will chase after their asses every day to laugh at them. Li Zhang shook his head and smiled. Brother Gu, you can't think like that. If they lose, it's not just their face that will be disgraced this time, but also our entire Guanxian universe. Gu Qi said, that's also true, damn. If this loses to them at home, they can be laughed to death by those guys outside in the future. Li Zhang nodded. This time, the reputation of our Guanchuan universe is at stake. Therefore, the Academy is paying extra attention this time. Not only did they greatly increase the prizes for winning first place, they also sent out the youngest cabinet member ever in the cabinet, Song Jishu, along with An Yen of the White Clothes Pavilion. Yi Tianming was instantly curious. An Yen? Li Zhang smiled. He is from Qingzhou. Brother Yi knows him? Yi Tianming nodded. Recognize. Li Zhang said, this friend of yours is not simple. Some time ago, the great examination of Guanxian, he directly crushed the crowd with the absolute advantage of the first place, and then was promoted into the White Clothes Pavilion to walk in 2 consecutive frames. Yi brother, you may not know the White Clothes Pavilion. This White Clothes Pavilion is the young master's private secretary and think tank, although they do not have real power, but they are able to sway many things in the Guanchuan Academy, and they are even more important candidates for future cabinet members. Yi Tianming laughed. Good job, An Yen. Li Zhang said. In addition to this, the personal disciples of the Academy masters of all the great academies, as long as they are readers, they will all participate this time. In short, we must not let the first place be snatched away by the people from the outside universe. Especially now at this period of time, the young master is about to come of age and will be pro-administration. If this kind of thing occurs at this time, then it will be extremely unfavorable to the young master. Saying this, his face became a bit gloomy. This time, the third era and that mysterious person suddenly came to participate in this debate tournament. It might also be precisely because the young lord is going to be pro-government. As the few people spoke, they arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Because of Li Zhang and Gu Qi, the people from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion did not make things difficult for Yi Tianming, who had already been blacklisted. 2 hours later, the few people arrived at the Guanxian realm. Just after entering the Guanchuan realm, Yi Tianming felt the difference of this place. The spiritual qi here was very abundant, far from what the Qingzhou and Middle Earth Divine Realm could compare to. Song Shi suddenly said, little fellow, you and your senior sister will follow them to live in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion first. I'm going to meet an old friend. Yi Tianming said, okay. Song Shi looked at Li Zhang, who smiled and said, don't worry, senior. There are my Li family's people protecting them in the dark. They won't let the Shao family's people mess around. Song Shi nodded. Thanks a lot. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into thin air. Li Zhang said, let's go to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Not long after, the group arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, which was nearly tens of thousands of feet tall and went straight into the Starry River, making it the most spectacular building in the entire Guanchuan city, while 19 of the floors were residential floors. Li Zhang and Gu Qi brought Yi Tianming and Fu Zong to the 19th floor. Walking in the corridor, looking out of the window, the sea of clouds was floating. It was spectacular. Where had Yi Tianming seen such a scene? It was shocking to watch. Li Zhang laughed. I heard that the Milky Way room, on the topmost floor, that is truly spectacular. Not only can you see the bright star river, there are also man-made clusters of avenues of meteors. It's really incomparably beautiful. Yi Tianming asked, we can go and take a look? Li Zhang shook his head. No. Yi Tianming asked, why? Li Zhang laughed. Brother Yi, you don't know, this Milky Way room is the most special place of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. It is the Immortal Treasure Pavilion specially reserved for their pavilion master. It can be said that no one is qualified to go in except for their founder, Pavilion Master Qin, and Guanxian Sword Master, as well as the young master, although they also basically won't come to the... However, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will always remain. Yi Tianming nodded. I understand, this is status. As long as your status is up to date, naturally you will have some privileges. Although you may not see these privileges, however, these privileges, they will always be there because of your status. Gu Qi said in a deep voice. Brother Yi here, you have to be careful with your words. Brother, I don't mean anything else. It's just that in this place, sometimes a single comment might bring some trouble for yourself. Li Zhang, however, said, Brother Gu, our Guanxian universe is still enlightened. Not so much, of course. There is no harm in being cautious. After saying that, he looked towards Yi Tianming and Fu Zong and smiled. Brother Yi, Miss Fu, the 2 rooms here are your rooms. You guys take a rest tonight, and the day after tomorrow, we'll come to pick you up to head to the academy. Yi Tianming smiled and said, Thank you. Li Zhang said, You are welcome. After Li Zhang and Gu Duan left, Yi Tianming turned to look at Fu Zong, who stared at him and did not speak. Yi Tianming said, Hungry? Fu Zong nodded. Yi Tianming said, "Rest first, I'll go buy you food." Fu Zong nodded again before turning around and entering his room. Yi Tianming went to get food for Fu Zong. He turned his head to look at the sea of clouds outside and said softly, "I wonder how much money it costs to live here for one night." The money was paid by Li Zhang and the others, but he knew that living here for a night was definitely not cheap. Yi Tianming looked up. Above the sea of clouds was the river of stars. The scenery at the very top was definitely more exciting. Xiao Da suddenly said, "Curious about the scenery at the topmost level?" Yi Tianming nodded his head. The little tower said, "In the future, Tower Ancestor will take you to see it." Yi Tianming was shocked. Tower Ancestor. That's the topmost floor. Only the founder of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and her family can go in. The little tower said, "It's just a room." With that, it paused and added, "This bit of face the Yang family should still give me." Yi Tianming hesitated, then said, "What if they don't give it? Not only don't give it, but also beat us?" Xiaota. Chapter 58. Devouring the Law. Yi Tianming was naturally worried. He hadn't forgotten about the galaxy. He felt that the Tower Ancestor was a very powerful tower, there was no doubt about that, but at the same time, he felt that the Tower Ancestor was actually a little less reliable a lot of the time. Without dwelling on this matter with the Tower Ancestor, he walked towards the 6th floor, as the 6th floor was specialized in selling food. The entire 6th floor was selling food, all kinds of food was available. I should say that food from every civilization was available here. Even though cultivators could abstain from food, not all cultivators like to abstain from food. Most cultivators still like to enjoy the kind of pleasure that food brought. Yi Tianming looked around and in the end, he bought a roasted whole sheep that was as big as a cow with the name Big Bull Sheep. This kind of sheep was the offspring of a sheep and a cow, and as such was very large. Yi Tianming was also amazed when he learned about this. There was nothing strange in the big world. Apart from the roasted whole sheep, he also bought a lot of food. Arriving in front of Fu Zhang's room, he knocked on the door. Fu Zong opened the door. Yi Tianming handed Fu Zong his nascent sacred ring. "Elder sister, I bought many foods. Try them all and see which one tastes good. Then tell me. Next time I'll continue to buy them for you." Fu Zong glanced at him, took the nascent sacred ring, turned around and walked towards the room, but did not close the door. Yi Tianming was just about to close the door for her, when Fu Zong suddenly said, "Come in." Yi Tianming walked in. Fu Zong took out that roasted whole sheep. She directly picked it up and nibbled on it. Yi Tianming. After nibbling for a while, Fu Zong suddenly looked up at Yi Tianming. "Eat it or not?" Yi Tianming was a little hesitant. Fu Zhang's eyebrows furrowed as she stared closely at Yi Tianming. "If you want it, you have to say it. Don't be afraid." Yi Tianming said, "I want a leg of lamb." Fu Zong tore off a leg of lamb and handed it to him. He took it and nibbled on it. The flavor was indeed very good. Fu Zong said, "Are you confident in this debate competition?" Yi Tianming said, "I will try my best." Fu Zong didn't say anything else and continued to gnaw on the sheep. Yi Tianming was watching in shock as he realized that this senior sister was even gnawing on the bones. Outrageous. This senior sister was too formidable. Soon, a whole head of sheep was eaten clean by Fu Zong, and after eating it, she looked at Yi Tianming and didn't say anything. Yi Tianming asked, "Senior sister, you have something you need me to do, right?" Fu Zong took out a scroll and handed it to him. Yi Tianming took the scroll and was a bit curious. "What is this?" Fu Zong didn't say anything. Yi Tianming opened the scroll and looked at it. A moment later, he looked up at Fu Zong. Shocked, "Senior sister, this?" Fu Zong looked at him. "Do you think it's possible?" Yi Tianming was silent, shocked in his heart. Within the scroll was still his gong method, but it had been changed a bit by Fu Zong, and the direction of this change was the devouring method. In the Guanchuan universe, it was naturally the Guanchuan divine law. This devouring method is no different from a rebellion. Because the Guanchuan universe is founded on law, the entire Guanchuan universe is filled with all sorts of laws everywhere, and this devouring up is equivalent to devouring the Guanchuan universe's qi, the sister. Yi Tianming looked at Fu Zong, who stared at him and didn't speak. Yi Tianming thought for a moment, then said, "I think it's possible, but it's dangerous." Fu Zong didn't say anything. Yi Tianming said, "What do you want me to do?" Fu Zong said, "There are some detailed places that you continue to help me improve." Saying that, she took out a nano ring and handed it to Yi Tianming. "Payment." Yi Tianming, however, shook his head. "I don't want money." Fu Zong frowned slightly. Yi Tianming said, "Senior sister, let's study together? Is it good?" Fu Zong looked at him for a moment before saying, "May." Yi Tianming suddenly said excitedly, "Senior sister, how did you think of this? You're really a genius, you're so good. I admire you so much." Fu Zong. Yi Tianming looked at the scroll excitedly. "I can't believe I never even thought of that. Since I can devour all energies, why can't I devour the law? Senior sister, you're awesome. You're the smartest person I've ever met. Worthy of being my senior sister." Fu Zong. Yi Tianming wasn't deliberately kissing ass, but rather every sentence came from his heart. Because he had never thought of it, his heavenly fate determination could even devour Dharma. Within the Guanxian universe, Guanxian divine Ming Dharma was everywhere, and most importantly, since it could devour Dharma, could it not devour Dharma as well? In other words, his Gongfu was no longer limited to devouring general energy, it could devour some more and more advanced existences. Regardless of whether it was tangible or intangible, as long as he wanted to, he could devour it. Of course, he couldn't do that right now, but he realized that there would be no upper limit to this Gong method of his, and he had infinite possibilities in the future. At this time, Yi Tianming suddenly said, "Senior sister, I'll take you to a place." With that, he brought Fu Zong inside that transcendent sacred hall. After Fu Zong came in, she glanced at those scrolls around her, without a hint of fluctuation in her eyes. Yi Tianming said, "Senior sister, let's cultivate here." He actually wanted to go and see the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's cultivation mecca, but he didn't have the money, so he could only come within the transcendent sacred hall. In the next few moments, Yi Tianming and Fu Zong began to study the Gong method. Fu Zong came up with this concept of the devouring method, but she didn't come up with a feasible method because right now Yi Tianming's Gong method couldn't do the devouring method, which meant that it still needed to be improved. Yi Tianming paced in the hall, frowning in contemplation. How was it going to be improved? He was thinking about this right now. Fu Zong, on the other hand, looked at him and didn't say anything. For this cheap senior brother, she was now no longer as resistant in her heart as she once was. Right at this moment, Yi Tianmian suddenly stopped his steps as he looked at Fu Zong. "Senior sister, I know where our problem is. To devour the Guanxian Divine Brightness Law, then we must understand what the Guanxian Divine Brightness Law actually is." Fu Zong said, "Speak." Yi Tianming said, "The present-day Guanxian Divine Brightness Law is the #1 law in the world. If we want to devour it, relying on brute force is by no means possible because we absolutely cannot be stronger than the Guanxian Swordmaster." But, saying this, he suddenly became a bit agitated. As far as I know, the Guanchuan Divine Ming Law is a fusion of the Divine Ming Law and the Guanchuan Law, and the two laws both accomplish and bind each other. In other words, the Guanchuan Swordmaster allows others to bind him to his order and law. Thus, if we want to devour the Guanchuan Divine Ming Law, then we must have our own brand new Dharma, or philosophy, and what my Gongfu lacks is a philosophy. Fu Zhang's hands slowly clenched as she stared at Yi Tianming. "Continue." Yi Tianmian, however, did not speak, but paced back and forth, his brows locked. Fu Zong just stared at him, not bothering him. Yi Tianming suddenly stopped pacing. He looked at Fu Zong. "Supervise." Fu Zhang's brows furrowed. "Supervise." Yi Tianming seriously said, "Yes, senior sister, it's impossible for our strength to compete with the Guanxian Swordmaster. The Guanxian Swordmaster's philosophy is to allow all beings to live with dignity, so that the countless underclasses of the world don't lose hope in this world. We also can't create in a short period of time to be able to compete with the Guanchuan Swordmaster of this concept, but we can supervise. The starting point of the Guanchuan Divine Ming Law is for the multitude of beings, both for the multitude of beings, then the multitude of beings have the right to supervise. If the people who carry out the law are not fair, we can disobey the Guanchuan Divine Law." Fu Zhang's eyes narrowed. Yi Tianming continued, "It's impossible for us to defeat the Guanxian Swordmaster now. Even if we have a new idea, it's absolutely impossible for us to match the Guanxian Swordmaster's idea. So the only viable path for us is to use the Guanxian Swordmaster's idea to defeat his idea." Fu Zong looked at Yi Tianming. There was a strange light in his eyes, but it faded in an instant. Yi Tianming added, "The Guanxian Swordlord's law was created for the sake of all living beings, and now those of his followers are practicing the law unfairly. Since they are practicing the law unfairly, then why do we still want to abide by it? Of course." Saying that, he took a deep breath. "There is a biggest problem here, that is, whether or not Guanchuan Swordmaster allows us to disobey this law in the face of lawlessness, whether or not he allows us, the multitude of beings, to perform a supervision on his law, whether or not he allows us to perform a constraint on his law. If he does not allow it, unless our strength exceeds his, We will never be able to devour his law. I will try now. After saying that, he sat down, he raised his hands in the air, and he was about to run his own technique. But at that moment, Fu Zong directly stopped him. As she stared at him, "It's dangerous." Historically, although it was said that the people had the right to supervise the law, who didn't know that was bull? Yi Tianming said, "There's always something to try." Saying that, he directly operated his gong method, and soon, the space inside the hall suddenly had a slight fluctuation, like water waves. Fu Zong looked around, her expression on guard. Soon, she was shocked to find that many thread-like golden threads appeared around Yi Tianmian, and they slowly surged towards him. Devouring method. Fu Zhang's expression was excited. This succeeded? And right at this moment, Yi Tianming didn't know what he sensed. He violently opened his eyes. "Elder sister, quickly go." With that, he sent Fu Zong out of the Transcendent Sacred Hall with one hand, and the moment Fu Zong was teleported out of the Transcendent Sacred Hall, she heard a vicissitude voice that seemed to come from the end of the universe. "Who is it that disturbs the Guanxian divine law?" Immediately after that, she saw the Transcendent Mortal Sacred Hall directly pierced through by a golden light, which fell straight towards Yi Tianmian, wanting to completely crush him into dust. Chapter 59. Dark Dharma Phase. Finished. Seeing that terrifying golden light law, feeling the terrifying law power contained therein, Yi Tianmian's heart was like ashes. The law power contained therein was definitely not something he could fight against right now, and he couldn't even afford the thought of resisting. The Guanchuan Swordmaster does not allow beings to supervise his Guanchuan divine law. And just as that golden light came to the point between his eyebrows, suddenly, the golden light stopped half an inch between his eyebrows and did not fall any further. "Ha!" At the end of the distant universe, a voice of astonishment slowly came out. "It has not violated the law?" When that golden light of the laws stopped half an inch between Yi Tianming's eyebrows, his eyes stared tightly at the golden light of the laws that were close at hand. From that golden light, he saw countless laws. Each law was substantial, and each law contained a great Tao. It turned out that laws could be materialized. Such a thought appeared in Yi Tianming's mind. Right at this moment, Fu Zong suddenly forced her way inside the Transcendent Divine Hall, and without even thinking, she blasted her fist at that golden light of the laws, but very quickly, she realized something was wrong, and hurriedly stopped, and stared at that golden light of the laws that was suspended between Yi Tianmian's eyebrows. The golden light of the laws began to slowly become dim. At the same time, it no longer became aggressive. Instead, it became very gentle, and those laws contained within the golden light were even approaching Yi Tianmian on their own initiative, appearing to be very intimate. Yi Tianming suddenly grabbed that golden light that was about to dissipate, but in the next moment, his face instantly changed drastically, and he hurriedly let go of that golden light at the same time. His right hand had already become a bloody mess, but he hurriedly grabbed that golden light again, and in the moment that his hand grabbed that golden light, his face instantly became distorted. Xiao Ta was alarmed. "Kid, what are you doing? Quickly let go. You can't withstand the power of those laws yet. Quickly let go." Yi Tianming, however, did not say anything, gritting his teeth and grasping the dying golden light that was about to dissipate. Fu Zong was also looking at Yi Tianming with some disbelief. In just 2 breaths of time, Yi Tianmian's entire person became illusory, as if he was about to be completely erased at any moment. But fortunately, that golden light quickly disappeared, and the very moment that golden light disappeared, Yi Tianmian's entire person went limp like a puddle of mud. Fu Zong hurriedly supported him, although Yi Tianming's face was as pale as paper, incomparably weak, but there was excitement in his eyes. He subconsciously grasped Fu Zhang's hand and excitedly said, "Senior sister, it turns out that concepts can be materialized. It turns out that all those laws are materialized from concepts. I know how to defeat Guanxian Divine Ming Dharma." After saying that, his head tilted and he directly fainted. Fu Zong looked at the fainted Yi Tianming for a long time. I don't know how long it took. Yi Tianming woke up. He looked around. This was Fu Zhang's room. It was so soft. At this moment, he felt as if his entire body had been drained of qi. He couldn't lift a single bit of strength. Xiao Ta suddenly said in a deep voice, "Kid, it was too dangerous earlier." Yi Tianming nodded his head and said with some excitement, "I know, but that was an opportunity for me." The little tower said, "You want to feel that Guanxian divine brightness law?" Yi Tianming grew excited. "Yes, tower ancestor. It turns out that I was wrong about the Guanxian Swordmaster. He allows all beings to supervise his Guanchuan divine Ming law." The little pagoda laughed. "Don't even look at who brought it out." Yi Tianming was puzzled. Who brought it out? Xiao Ta busily said, It's nothing. Continue to talk about your understanding of the Guanxian divine mystic law. Yi Tianming was about to speak when Fu Zong walked in. She was holding a bowl of something unknown and black. Fu Zong walked over to Yi Tianming and handed him the bowl without saying anything. Yi Tianming looked into the bowl. What was in the bowl was some meat, but it was all mushy. Fu Zong stared at Yi Tianming. Eat. Yi Tianming. When Fu Zong saw that he didn't move, her fists immediately clenched, but she didn't do anything. Instead, she turned to leave, but at this time, Yi Tianming suddenly pulled her arm, then took the bowl. Thank you, senior sister. Saying that, he ate. Just after putting a piece of meat into his mouth, he shuddered. This meat was simply bizarre. The outside was mushy, but the inside was a bit raw. Moreover, he didn't know how much salt had been put in. After Yi Tianming swallowed it, he said in his heart, Ta Zhu, are you eating? Eat some together. Okay? Little tower. Fu Zong suddenly asked, Is it good? Yi Tianming nodded his head and lowered his head. Aha! Fu Zong suddenly picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Just as she put it in, her brow furrowed. Then she spat it out on the ground. Fu Zong turned her head to stare at Yi Tianming. Why are you condescending yourself? I hate people like this. After saying that, she turned around and left. Yi Tianming suddenly said, Senior sister, this is your first time cooking, right? Fu Zong stopped and said icily, So what if it is? Yi Tianming seriously said, It's true that it's not delicious, but this is the first time you've cooked, senior sister. So even if it's not delicious, I'm going to finish it. Fu Zong turned to look at Yi Tianmian. Why? Yi Tianmian whispered, I'm afraid that if I don't eat, you'll beat me. Xiao Ta. Fu Zong was first stunned. Then a touching smile spread on that stunningly beautiful face, which caused heaven and earth to lose color, but it disappeared in an instant. Yi Tianming walked out of the bed, then excitedly said, Senior sister, I know how to deal with the Guanxian divine mystic law. Fu Zong saw that he was standing a bit unsteadily, and subconsciously reached out her hand to help him. But she stopped halfway. However, she eventually put her hand out to help Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming, on the other hand, did not notice these details. He said, Senior sister, Guanxian Swordmaster allows the world to supervise his Guanxian divine mysteries. We have the right to supervise. In other words, we can use the Guanxian divine mysteries as a basis for the Guanxian divine mysteries to be constrained. Good Guanxian divine mysteries, we abide by them, but bad Guanxian divine mysteries, we can devour them. We can devour all the bad Guanxuan divine mystic laws in this world. Saying this, he subconsciously grabbed Fu Zhang's arm and said seriously, If the law is not fair, we can disobey it. If the law is not fair, we can devour it. Fu Zong looked at him and did not speak. Yi Tianming pulled her slowly towards the window and said softly, Every law enforcer who does not enforce the law fairly will make that law turn into a bad law, and this world is filled with lawlessness everywhere. After saying that, he stretched his right hand out the window and operated the heavenly destiny skill. Soon, a dark law suddenly appeared around his right hand, and those dark laws seemed to surge towards his right hand like a tidal wave. Dark-colored laws, endless. The good golden laws, on the other hand, were few and far between. Fu Zong looked at the endless dark-colored laws, her face expressionless. This world. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Yi Tianmian beside her, and for the first time, she realized that there were others in this world who were just as good, such as this one in front of her. Yi Tianming taught the method to Fu Zong. The senior siblings stood by the window. Endless dark laws surged towards them, entering their bodies. Their breath surged crazily. Not long after, Yi Tianming at the same time operated that physical body cultivation method taught to him by the senior siblings, utilizing those dark laws to quench his own physical body. Very soon, Yi Tianming's breath and fleshly body reached a critical point. And then not long after that, boom, the water overflowed, and he directly reached the Dharma phase realm. While his breath was still surging madly, heading straight for the immortal realm, just as his breath reached a new critical point, his left hand gently raised and pressed, and the soaring breath came to an abrupt end. The small tower said, You're suppressing the realm? You! Right at this moment, Yi Tianmian's left hand suddenly spread out. Condensation. Boom! In an instant, behind him, a dark-colored Dharma phase instantly condensed. 3 Dharma phases. At this moment, the little pagoda exclaimed, This Dharma phase of yours is the Guanxian Divine Ming phase. Chapter 60. Not a single one that can fight. Guanxian Divine Ming phase. That Dharma phase behind Yi Tianming was dark golden in color, condensed from countless dark laws, emitting a terrifying legalistic aura. This phantom represents the dark side of the Guanxian Divine Mystic Law. And nowadays, in this world, lawlessness was endless, which also meant that the dark laws were endless. And as the dark laws were endless, there would be no upper limit to this Dharma phase of his, unless there were no more lawlessness found in the world. Fu Zong was silent as she looked at that Guanxian Shenming phase. She realized that she had still underestimated this man. One night passed. The next day, Li Zhang and Gu Qi got up and arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. When they saw Yi Tianming, they were a bit surprised. Li Zhang took a glance at Yi Tianming and said in surprise, "Brother Yi, you've become a bit different." Yi Tianming laughed. "Where is it different?" Li Zhang laughed. "I can't say, but it just feels a little different." Gu Qi said, "It has become handsome." Ha ha. All three of them laughed. On the way, Yi Tianming asked, "Brother Li, are we going now?" Li Zhang said, "The State Scholar Banquet." Yi Tianming was a bit curious. State Scholar Banquet? Li Zhang nodded. Organized by the Young Masters group of strategists, the White Clothes Pavilion. The banquet invites young bachelors from all the states for the purpose of dealing with that Guanxian debate tournament tomorrow. Yi Tianming said, "And Yen will be there?" Li Zhang laughed. "That's of course this and brother of yours. His current position within the White Cloth Pavilion is second only to the cloth-clad foreign minister by CI. Yi Tianming frowned slightly. By CI. Gu Qi, who was beside him, suddenly said, "Brother Yi does not know this Bai CI is a legendary figure. At the age of 9, he was admitted into the Hanlin Academy, and was the youngest bachelor of the Hanlin Academy ever, and in less than a year's time, that is, when he was 10 years old, he became the university sergeant of the Hanlin Academy, and by that time, no one in the entire Hanlin Academy was able to teach him any more, and just when everyone thought that he was going to enter the outer cabinet, he was suddenly transferred to the young master's side and became the young master's companion reader." Li Zhang nodded slightly. Indeed a legendary figure. When the young master was 13 years old, they founded the White Clothes Pavilion together. Within the White Clothes Pavilion, all of the Guanxian Academy's most demonic readers of the younger generation, they assisted the young master. Although they had no real power, they were able to influence the cabinet's decisions, coupled with the fact that he came from a very, very ordinary family. Thus, this Bai CI was also known to the world as the Prime Minister of Cloth. Yi Tianming said, "Is the other party going to come down personally this time?" Li Zhang said, "I don't know for now. I only know that In Yen is going to come down personally." In Yen. Yi Tianming smiled. "It's really been a long time." Not long after, several people arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. After entering the hall, several people came to a teleportation array. An old man immediately greeted them. "Mr. Li, Mr. Gu, I'm sorry to say that this Mr. Yi can't enter." At these words, Li Zhang's face instantly changed, while Gu Qi directly jumped up. "Damn, what are you giving me?" The old man didn't dare to offend the two, and immediately said respectfully, "Two gentlemen. The old man just got the news that this Duke Yi is suspected of killing a member of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. And now he has been blacklisted by our Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and he is not allowed to enter any Immortal Treasure Pavilion occasions." Li Zhang stared at the old man. "Was it the Shao family that did this?" The old man smiled bitterly. "Mr. Li, I am just a gatekeeper." Gu Qi suddenly said angrily, "Hang him, Shao family's old mother. Damn it, actually playing this kind of tactic." The old man glanced at Gu Qi and bowed his head without saying anything. Li Zhang's face was as gloomy as water. Yi Tianming suddenly laughed. "Brother Li, Brother Gu, you guys go. I'll go around with my senior sister." "No way." Gu Qi directly rolled up his sleeves. "Brother Yi, you don't go first. What the hell? I don't believe that the Shao family can cover the sky with one hand. Brother Li, shake people, shake the brothers over. Today we'll with their Shao family." Li Zhang didn't talk nonsense. He directly crushed a transmitting note. In less than half a quarter of an hour, dozens of people rushed in from outside. And amongst such dozens of people, Yi Tianming saw a familiar person. It was that sword sect woman Pei Bulong from back then. The other party was also looking at him at the moment, and the other party nodded as a greeting. Yi Tianming also nodded. An obese man suddenly walked out. "Brother Li, Brother Gu, I heard that the Shao family is very powerful and is bullying others?" Beside Yi Tianming, Gu Qi introduced, "This fat man is from the Tuoba family, called Tuoba Fat." Yi Tianming. Tuoba Fei walked over in large strides. His gaze first landed on Yi Tianming. "You are Yi Tianming." Yi Tianming nodded. "Brother Fat, nice to meet you." Tuoba Fat stared at Yi Tianming. My name is Tuoba Bandit, not Tuoba Fat. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Gu Qi in shock. Brother, you pit me. Gu Qi snorted up. It's all the same, bandit. I heard that your Tuoba family has a hard relationship within the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. You come and help to solve it. This Shao family is too inappropriate, bullying people not to mention, but also using the relationship to blacklist people. It's just a disgrace to the family. He obviously spoke loudly on purpose, so much so that the entire hall could hear him clearly. Who's chewing on the back? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away. The crowd turned their heads to look, and not far away, a group of people walked over, and at the head of them was a man dressed in a green robe. Oops. Gu Qi suddenly laughed. So it's Xiao Ping of the Xiao family. I'm telling you, I don't chew the cud behind your back. I'm now scolding your Xiao family in front of you. Your Xiao family is a no good. I'll hang your mothers. I'll hang all of you. Crowd. The face of the man named Xiao Ping instantly turned livid. Gu Qi, this is not your other side civilization. Gu Qi pointed at that Xiao Ping. Don't you pull anything else on me. I'm going to hang your old mother. How could Xiao Ping endure? Immediately, he was about to make a move, but right at this moment, a man beside him suddenly stopped him, and the man laughed. So this is the quality of the Pishi civilization? Gu Qi looked at the man. I'll hang your mother too. Crowd. The man stared at Gu Qi dead in the face. I heard that your ancestor used to be a scholar, a truly great scholar. I never thought that his descendants would be so shoddy. I don't care to talk to you. Gu Qi laughed. What the Xiao family has done is known to the whole world, in order to snatch my brother Ye's special recruitment quota. They even went so far as to take it by force, and even threatened to threaten my brother Ye's family. Such underhanded tactics the Xiao family, have done, and they are afraid of being scolded by others? The man didn't respond to this question positively, but changed the topic. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion doesn't allow this Yi Tianmian to enter the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. What does it have to do with the Xiao family? Gu Qi, isn't your Gu family very powerful? Go the Immortal Treasure Pavilion if you're capable. Gu Qi said. Who doesn't know that this is the Xiao family behind this? Chai Yun, don't play this for me here. Don't you just want to be the dog of the Xiao family? Let me tell you, even if you want to be a dog, you have to find a good master, you know? Xiao family, this kind of stupid family, you go to find them as a master. Do you have any brain? Seriously, you might as well be a dog for me. Old me is much more qualified than the Xiao family. Crowd. The man named Chai Yun's face instantly became gloomy, and was about to speak, when that Tuoba bandit suddenly stepped out. All right, there's no point in making so much noise. We're all civilized people. We don't do the mouth cannon thing. Just straight up NG fight. Good. That Xiao Ping sneered. I really want to see the civilization of the other side of the world. With that, he suddenly turned his words around and turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian on the side. Isn't this the Yi Tianmian who is claimed to have the stature of a great emperor? TSK. I really want to meet. Just then, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk, only to see that Fu Zong had rushed in front of him at some point. Bang! Before Xiao Ping could react, his head was directly blown out by a punch, scattering in all directions and splattering blood. Fu Zong shrugged off his hand, his eyebrows furrowed. What kind of trash creature? So weak and talking so much, shameless. Everyone? Fu Zong glanced at the crowd in the field. Not a single one that can fight. Everyone? Yi Tianming pulled Fu Zhang's sleeve and whispered, Senior sister, there are our own people. Fu Zong glanced at him. It's not like I'm telling lies. Yi Tianming. Crowd. Chapter 61. The Matter of the Readers. Inside the hall, everyone was shocked at the moment. Xiao Yun's strength was not weak, being at the peak of the immortal realm, coupled with the fact that the Xiao family was a second-class family. The techniques and martial arts it practiced that were far beyond the average, however, the other party was just seconded by a single punch. The most terrifying thing was that just now, many people didn't see how this woman with a head full of silver hair struck out. Moreover, everyone couldn't tell exactly what realm she was in. Yi Tianming was also shocked. From the time he knew his senior sister until now, he realized that this senior sister's strength was like the ocean, unfathomable. Just how strong was senior sister? As Xiao Yun had his head exploded by Fu Zhang's punch, some of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's guards suddenly emerged from the main hall, and those guards directly surrounded the field. At this time, a middle-aged man slowly walked out as he looked towards Fu Zong beside Yi Tianming. Take it down. Fu Zhang's willow eyebrows rose, without saying a word. He charged forward and blasted out a fist. The middle-aged man's eye pupils suddenly shrunk. and with a wave of his sleeve, a Xian shield blocked in front of him. Bang! That Xian shield instantly turned into pieces. The middle-aged man directly retreated dozens of feet in a row, and just as he stopped, his entire right arm shattered. Inside the hall, everyone was shocked. This middle-aged man was at the Saint Realm. This was directly ate up by a punch that shattered an arm? The crowd looked at Fu Zong in shock. Fu Zong, on the other hand, suddenly pulled Yi Tianming's arm, her willow eyebrows rising. "I'll take you to kill your way out." After saying that, a flash of hostility flashed in her eyes, her right fist fiercely clenched, a terrifying killing intent coalescing. And slow. At this time, the Tugu bandit on the side hurriedly stepped out, stopping Fu Zong, who was about to make a move. "This girl, it's not appropriate to make a move. It's not appropriate to make a move. Is it okay to let us handle this? To go on a killing spree in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, that really wasn't a joke. Looking at the entire universe, who would dare to go on a killing spree in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Is there such a force? I'm afraid that no one would dare to do so except for the Yang family itself." Seeing the unabated killing intent in Fu Zhang's eyes, that Tuogu bandit hurriedly looked at Yi Tianming, who gently pulled Fu Zhang's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Senior sister, let's spare them from death first, shall we?" Tugu bandit and the others looked at Yi Tianmian in shock. "You do talk." Fu Zong glanced at Yi Tianming and said in a faint voice, "I'll give you face." Crowd. Tugu bandit was in cold sweat. This pair of siblings were one more fierce than the other. He turned his head to look at the middle-aged man not far away and laughed. "Commander Ding, I don't know why you're taking someone for no reason." Commander Ding stared at Tugu bandit, not daring to offend the other party. Because the Tugu family had someone in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's outer pavilion as an elder, and it was a real power elder. Commander Ding said, "Mr. Bandit, I am not taking someone for no reason. This person is openly killing people in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. I have the duty to apprehend her." Tugu bandit shook his head. "Commander Ding, this girl is not killing someone for no reason. That Xiao Yun openly said that he would challenge Lord Yi, and this is something that everyone heard." On the side, that Chai Yun suddenly said, "Brother Xiao was talking about challenging Yi Tianming, not this woman." Saying that, he glanced at Fu Zong, and deep in his eyes was scorn. But at this time he had to come out and say a few words, otherwise who would take him for a ride in the future? The Tuogu bandit looked at Chai Yun. "There is no difference." Chai Yun said in a deep voice. "What makes no difference? You're going to mess around, aren't you?" Tuogu bandit laughed. "People are dead. What's the point of talking about who killed them now?" Chai Yun. Tugu bandit looked at that Ding commander. "Commander Ding, he challenged my brother Yi, and my brother Yi applied to have his senior sister fight. This is a legal substitute fight. Legally there is no problem. Morally, what the Xiao family did is there for all to see, and the fact that he died here today can only be said to be retribution. Therefore, morally there is no problem either. If Commander Ding feels that there is a problem, then he can represent the Xiao family to sue us at the arbitration court." Commander Ding's face instantly changed. This was both a reminder and a warning from the other party. "This matter has nothing to do with you, Commander Ding, so don't make things worse." Commander Ding pondered slightly before saying, "Bandit Prince, I'm sorry to disturb you." After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to leave with those Immortal Treasure Pavilion's powerhouses around him. These guys were all from the same association, one by one. Their family's power was incomparably powerful. He naturally didn't dare to offend you to mess with them, and moreover, the Xiao family didn't give him any money either. Seeing this scene, the face of that Chai Yun and the others immediately became ugly, but they didn't dare to say anything more, and immediately turned around and left. Yi Tianming cupped his fists. "Brother Bandit, thanks a lot." Tugu Bandit shook his head. "We are all our own people. Don't be so polite, go to the banquet." Yi Tianming said, "You guys aren't going?" Tugu Bandit laughed. "None of us are literati, we won't participate in this banquet, however. My senior brother is going to go. You can communicate more with my senior brother. His name is Fa Zhan this time. He will also be representing our Guanxian universe to participate in the debate competition." When he spoke of this senior brother, he couldn't help but show a look of pride and admiration on his face. Gu Qi, who was at the side, laughed and said, "This brother Fa Zhan can also be the main debater of our Guanxian universe this time. Not only is he proficient in the Guanxian divine laws, he is also proficient in the laws of the outside universe. He is the youngest jurisprudence expert the Guanxian universe has ever seen, and is known to be a walking Guanxian law divine laws dictionary." Yi Tianming laughed. "Then we must get to know each other." Li Zhang laughed. "Brother Yi, actually they are also very curious about you and want to get to know you." Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. Why? Ha ha. Gu Qi, who was on the side, laughed. Brother Yi, you are the second person to break through the Guanxian Dao in the history of our Guanxian universe, and the last person to break through the Guanxian Dao. That is, your master, back then, he had suppressed all the heavenly prides of the same generation with his power. The second person to break through the Guanxian Dao. In the field, those people from the same association were curiously sizing up Yi Tianmian from the beginning. In fact, these people from birth had their own halo one by one. They were all too proud to do so. It wasn't that they just looked down on the ordinary people, but if a person didn't have some skills, they wouldn't be recognized by them at all. For the Yi Tianmian in front of them, apart from curiosity, they also had recognition because Yi Tianmian had broken through the Guanxian Dao, whereas they had all broken through in the first place, but they had all failed. Yi Tianming smiled. I am also quite curious about this debate competition. Li Zheng laughed. It's up to you guys this time. Let's go to the teleportation array. Yi Tianming smiled. Good. With that, he looked at Fu Zong beside him. But Fu Zong shook her head. You go by yourself. After saying that, she turned around and left. She had no interest at all in any banquet. Yi Tianming knew his senior sister's character. Naturally, he would not force the other party at that moment. He walked into the teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated. He was wrapped in a white light. Soon, he disappeared into the teleportation array, and when he reappeared, he was already in the middle of a vast starry sky. Starry Sky Great Hall. This was a great hall that was built in the middle of the starry sky, surrounded entirely by transparent pieces of 10,000 feet of glass walls. Standing in the great hall, no matter from which position one looked at it, one could see the endless starry sky, which was extremely spectacular. And within the great hall, there was a huge table with 29 positions, and at the moment, 28 people were already seated on the table. Around this table, there were some maids standing, and each one of those maids was a beautiful earthly beauty. At this moment, the table full of people turned their heads to look at Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming looked at those people at the table, trying to find a familiar person, but Nan Ling Zhao was not there, nor was Yen. Yi Tianming didn't think much and walked towards the table. He walked to that last seat in front of the table and sat down. While seeing this scene, some of the people at the table's expressions suddenly became odd. At this time, a man opposite Yi Tianming laughed. This brother, sitting here, but you have to pay the bill. Upon hearing this, the rest of the people laughed. Yi Tianming realized that he might have sat in someone else's seat. He was about to get up, while the man added, Brother, don't need to get up. It's just a seat. Later that person will come and add a sheet. Yi Tianming nodded. Good. The man suddenly said, I am Fa Zhen. What is your name? Yi Tianming said, Yi Tianming. The moment these words came out, the people at the table were all stunned. Fa Zhen looked at Yi Tianming. Yes, the one who broke through the Guanxian Dao? Yi Tianming nodded his head. On the side, a man in black laughed. Obviously, the luck is very good. When he said that, the brows of the people at the table filled with people frowned. Fa Zhen looked at the black-clothed man who had spoken. Zhao Qin, we know that you have an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Tian and thus are naturally hostile to this brother Yi. But what kind of place do you think this is? All of us here are my Guanchuan Academy's readers. We are gathered here for the Guanchuan universe. You come up here to mock and target, your ing dropping points, you know. With that, he got up. I don't care to share a table with such retards, gentlemen. Farewell. After saying that, he turned around and left. The rest of the people also got up and left. Their faces were as disgusting as if they had eaten a fly. We are all readers of books. You ing come up and engage in this kind of thing that only villains in novels engage in. And it's still a retarded villain kind of thing. This is really too much for them to feel that they've dropped points. The bookish thing to do should be decent and not brainless. Chapter 62. White Clothes Pavilion Master. All of you wait a moment. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Zhao Qin's words are inappropriate and his behavior is bad. He will be expelled from the State Scholar Banquet immediately. Hearing these words, that Zhao Qin's face instantly turned white. He did not expect that the other party would expel him from the State Scholar Banquet. He hurriedly got up and looked towards the inner hall of the great hall not far away, and was about to speak, when an old man had already silently appeared in front of him, and icy coldly said, Prince Zhao Qin, go. Zhao Qin looked towards the inner hall, respectfully saluted, and said in a trembling voice, Pavilion Master CI. I lost my words earlier. Please forgive me, Pavilion Master CI. Stand down. A calm voice came from within the hall. Zhao Qin's face was as pale as paper, but he didn't dare to say anything else and respectfully retreated. But as he retreated, he glanced at Yi Tianming who was on the side. As Zhao Qin retreated, that Fa Jun and the others then returned to their seats. And at this time, within the inner hall, two men slowly walked out. The first man was dressed in a simple cloth coat. His eyes were like bright stars, and he was holding a volume of ancient books in his hands, truly appearing gentle and elegant, different from the common people. By Ci, master of the White Clothes Pavilion. Now the Guanchuan universe young generation in the most powerful person is also almost the future of the cabinet minister, because as long as the young master pro-government, he will certainly enter the cabinet and then slowly take over the cabinet. This is the young master himself personally cultivate the close friends. And beside Bai Ci stood a young man with the same unassuming demeanor. It was Yen, the younger brother of the Infamilies and Qi. When Yen saw Yi Tianming, he smiled slightly. Yi Tianming also smiled. At this time, the people seated at the table all got up, facing this Bai Ci in front of them, although the other party did not have a prominent family clan. None of them dared to be arrogant because behind this one was the young lord. Bai Ci walked to the front of the crowd and made a bow. Let all of you wait for a long time, you have to allow me to explain. Earlier, Yen and I were receiving a group of emissaries coming from an ancient former civilization. Because of some things the two sides did not agree on, therefore there was a delay for some time. Fa Zhan was a bit curious. Ci Xiang, what exactly is the reason for the ancient former civilization to come here this time? The rest of them also looked at Bai Ci with curiosity in their eyes. Bai Ci calmly said, to contain Guanxian. Fa Zhen and the others were silent. Containing Guanxian. The Guanchuan universe was like the heavens when the Guanchuan Swordmaster was around back then, and at that time, as long as the Guanchuan Swordmaster wanted to, he could unify all the civilizations and all the epochs in the entire universe at any time. But back then, the Guanchuan Swordmaster hadn't done that and no one knew why. However, back then, Guanxian Swordmaster didn't do that and no one knew why. Nowadays, those epochs and cosmic civilizations didn't want to submit to Guanxian universe. However, the Guanchuan universe was rising like the sun, especially now that the Guanchuan universe's young lord had appeared, as this young lord was ambitious, and now all the cosmic epical civilizations out there were paying attention to this young lord of the Guanchuan universe, as they wanted to know just how demonic this young lord was. Bai Ci suddenly said solemnly, gentlemen, please do your best in the Guanchuan debate tomorrow. Fa Zhen was a bit surprised. Bai Ci, you're not participating? Bai Ci shook his head. I can't. Fa Zhen was puzzled. Why? And Yen, who was at the side, said, Brother Ci has other important matters to deal with, so it's up to us this time. Fa Zhen laughed. Then let us meet a super genius from an ancient former civilization. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. They were all the most demonic readers of the younger generation of the Guanchuan universe, and they were so learned that they weren't afraid of the people from the outside universe at all. Seeing the crowd laughing, Bai Ci also smiled slightly as he suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian on the side. You are Yi Tianmian? Yi Tianmian nodded and did not speak. Bai Ci smiled faintly. To be able to break through the Guanxian Dao, it's remarkable. Yi Tianmian glanced at him and did not speak. Bai Ci smiled and nodded, also not speaking. It was because they had nothing to say to each other. They understood each other. His Yi Tianming's problems, he, Bai Ci, couldn't solve them and wouldn't try to solve them. Yi Tianming understood this, and thus, did not bother to say anything either. A few moments later, Yi Tianmian and Yen came to the outside corridor, and outside was the vast starry sky. And Yen suddenly said, sorry. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Yen, who apologized. I didn't help much with the Shao family's matter. In fact, he had been secretly helping with this matter, but after all, he was only from the White Clothes Pavilion, and did not really have any real power yet, so it was impossible to shake the Shao family, not to mention that there was a big shot above who had sent word for this matter to end here. Yi Tianming laughed. It has nothing to do with you. And Yen looked up beyond the starry sky and said softly, Tianming, now I really kind of miss the days when we read books in the Great Dao bookstore. Yi Tianming smiled. Back then, he and Yen loved to soak inside that Great Dao bookhouse. There were very, very many books from the Milky Way galaxy in there. They loved to read them every day and debate them. At that time, their common ideal was that they must change the Guanxian universe in the future. And Yen continued, only after coming here did I realize that this world is far more difficult than what we thought at first. If we want to change this world, there is still a long, long way to go. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Yen, and he had to say that compared to back then, Yen had matured quite a bit and had also changed a bit. And he himself should be as well. Yi Tianming said softly, and Yen, as you said, this world is indeed much tougher than we thought. We were more or less out of our depth back then. However, if a young man is not frivolous, is it still called a young man? Ha ha! And Yen laughed out loud. A moment later, and Yen suddenly said, It's about to be the 10,000 states grand competition. You are now in the realm. Yi Tianming said, Dharma phase realm. And Yen shook his head. Too low. Saying this, he took out a nascent ring and handed it to Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming looked at the nano ring. There were 50,000 spirit crystals within the ring. And Yen laughed. Sorry, I don't accept bribes, so I don't have much money to help you too much. Saying that, he took out another scroll and handed it to Yi Tianming. This is the primary version of the Cosmic View Xian FA issued by the White Clothes Pavilion. You can cultivate it. The effect is still okay. In fact, this primary version of the Cosmic View Xian FA was not allowed to be outsourced, but Yen still gave it to Yi Guan. To him, what rules or not, that was not as important as his own brother. Yi Tianming didn't refuse and took the gongfu and the nano ring, his own brother's heart. He couldn't refuse it, however. He also took out his own gongfu and handed it to Yen. You can take a look. If it's suitable, you can try to cultivate it and see. Yen received the gongfu and took a look. He was immediately shocked. He looked at Yi Tianming incredulously. This is that gongfu you told me you wanted to create in the first place? He and Yi Tianming grew up together and often played together. Therefore, Yi Tianming never hid anything from him. He didn't expect that Yi Tianming had really created it successfully, and it was also very powerful. Yi Tianming nodded. Aha. And Yen looked complicated. My sister looked at the wrong person. Yi Tianming smiled. It's all in the past. And Yen asked, no hatred. Yi Tianming shook his head. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. And Yen sighed in a low voice. Yi Tianming said, let's find a place to have a few drinks, have a good chat. And Yen laughed. That's exactly what I want to do. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly walked over quickly. The old man gave a slight salute to Yi Tianming. Yi Gongzi, my young lady invites you to go down for a gathering. I don't know if it's convenient for you right now. Yi Tianming immediately shook his head. It's not convenient. I want to talk to my brother. And Yen laughed. And at this time, Yi Tianming suddenly turned his head to look at the old man who was about to leave and asked, your family's young lady is? The old man said, Nanling Zhao. Yi Tianming immediately grabbed the old man's arm. Walk? I'm convenient. And Yen? The old man was stunned. He looked at Yen on the side. Yi Tianming quickly said, he is not important. Walk. Let's go. He pulled the old man and headed down. And Yen? Chapter 63. Fong family. In place. And Yen was dumbfounded. And after a moment, he shook his head. Damn, bigot. Yi Tianming followed the old man to a street, and across the distance, he saw a familiar figure. Nanling Zhao. Nanling Zhao stood by the roadside. Today she was dressed in a professional inspector envoy outfit. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders. At the moment she was looking at him with a smile. In her eyes she was full of aura and confidence, exuding a shrewd and competent temperament. The old man quietly retreated. Yi Tianming walked up to Nanling Zhao, looking at the familiar woman in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. He smiled and said, Miss Zhao, long time no see. Nanling Zhao shot a glance at him. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Quite a fast promotion. Yi Tianming grinned. It's okay. Nanling Zhao said, you don't have anything else to do tonight, right? If not, let's take a walk. Yi Tianming nodded. Good. The two of them walked towards the distance. There was no moon tonight, but there were moonlight stones on both sides of the road, and the faint moonlight spread on the ground like snow. Nanling Zhao asked, did you kill that genius from the Shao family? Yi Tianming nodded. Aha. Nanling Zhao glanced at him and laughed. Truly marvelous. Yi Tianming laughed. It's okay. Nanling Zhao said, tomorrow is the Guanxian debate competition. Yi Tianming asked, you want me to fight for the Guanxian universe, don't you? Nanling Zhao stopped. She turned her head to look at Yi Tianming. I want you to fight for yourself. Yi Tianming was stunned. Nanling Zhao earnestly said, Tianming, in my heart I want Guanxian universe to win, but I know that I can't ask you with great justice. I'm not qualified, and no one else is qualified, so I hope that you fight for yourself and fight for justice for yourself when the time is right. Yi Tianming was touched in his heart and said softly, thank you. Nanling Zhao shook his head. As an inspector, I have not been able to give you justice. I apologize. Yi Tianming seriously said, you have already done a good job. Nanling Zhao put her hands behind her back. She raised her head to look into the distance and said softly, it's not enough, far from enough. One day, I want to make this world no longer have things that are unfair. Yi Tianming was silent. Nanling Zhao laughed. Is it that you think it's impossible? Yi Tianming honestly said. Difficult. Nan Ling Zhao nodded. But I will try to do it. Yi Tianming nodded and didn't say anything. Nan Ling Zhao suddenly said, that senior sister of yours, Fu Zong, is quite pretty. Yi Tianming looked at Nan Ling Zhao, stunned. Nan Ling Zhao laughed. You mustn't misunderstand. What I mean is that everyone is curious about her right now. Curious about her origins. After all, killing an immortal realm in a single move, this is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Yi Tianming saw the other party fall in line and look at ease, knowing that the other party did not mean anything else. At that moment, his mood was quite a bit complicated, but in an instant, he smiled and said, my senior sister is indeed very powerful, but what exactly is her origin? I don't know. I only know that she is very, very strong. Until now, he didn't know Fu Zhang's upper limit. He only knew that if he didn't use the Xingdao sword, he was now putting his best foot forward. Even if he used all his phases and cards, he didn't have the confidence that he could defeat her. Nan Lingzhao said, you have to tell her to be careful as well as yourself, because she killed someone from the Xiao family, and the Xiao family hasn't made any moves so far. Yi Tianming asked, after Xiao Bei died back then, did the Xiao family make any movements? Nan Lingzhao shook his head. No. Yi Tianming frowned. Nan Lingzhao continued, there's no need to be afraid in this place. The Xiao family doesn't dare to make a move here, especially at this time. But after you leave this place, you have to be extremely, extremely careful. Yi Tianming nodded. I understand. Nan Lingzhao suddenly spread out his palm and a black stone like a gall fell in front of Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming was a bit surprised. This is? Nan Lingzhao laughed. Sword gall. It can quench and warm sword intent. Yi Tianming was puzzled. Sword intent? Nan Lingzhao asked back. Aren't you a sword cultivator? Yi Tianming nodded. A sword cultivator. Nan Lingzhao said. You haven't comprehended sword intent? Yi Tianming shook his head. Nan Lingzhao was stunned. You? Can't possibly, right? Yi Tianming asked in his heart. Pagoda ancestor. What is sword intent? The little tower said. It's the will that your sword path will coalesce into an intent. Some people are invincible sword paths, so it's invincible sword intent, and some people are the path of all beings, so it's the sword intent of all beings. You can realize whatever sword will you want to follow. Yi Tianming was silent for a moment before saying, I understand. With that, he looked at Nan Lingzhao. I probably won't be able to use this sword guts yet, because I haven't figured out what sword path I want to follow. Xiaota. Nan Lingzhao laughed. Then you can keep it for now and use it later. Yi Tianming nodded. Thank you. With that, he put away the sword guts, then said, I want to pay a visit to the Fong family. Nan Lingzhao thought about it and nodded. I'll take you there. The Fong family residence is not far away. Yi Tianming said, Thank you. Nan Lingzhao brought Yi Tianming towards the Fong family residence. On the way, Yi Tianming asked, Fong family? Nan Lingzhao said with some complexity, since the Fong family ancestor retired, the Fong family status in Guanchuan Academy has fallen. It has been completely sidelined from the core power circle, and last time because of the Fong Snap predecessor's affair with the Xiao family, this period of time, the Xiao family has been targeting them. Originally, the Fong Snap predecessor's granddaughter should be admitted to the General Academy this time, but because of the Xiao family's targeting, the other party's quota has been cancelled. So far, she is idle at home. Saying that, she let out a low sigh, very helpless. Yi Tianming slightly bowed his head. It's me who dragged them down. Nan Lingzhao said, There is no need to be like this. Even if it wasn't you who encountered injustice, it was someone else. Senior Fong Snapdragon would have stepped forward. Yi Tianming did not say anything. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of the Fong family's residence. Although it was a third-class family, the Fong family's residence was really a bit shabby, and it was especially cold. Nan Lingzhao went up and tapped on the door. A moment later, the door opened and an old man appeared in front of the two. The old man was puzzled. The two of you are? Nan Lingzhao said, Please also inform us, Your Excellency. Just say that Nan Lingzhao and Yi Tianmian have come to seek an audience with Senior Fong Snapdragon. Nan Lingzhao. The old man was instantly startled. You are Lord Zhao? Nan Lingzhao nodded. Just call me Nan Lingzhao. Sir, wait a moment. The old man hurriedly turned around and ran away. A moment later, the old man ran over again. He opened the gate. Two, please. The two of them walked inside. The Fong family residence was also cold and clear. There were hardly any people, which made it hard to imagine that this was even a third-class family. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly walked in the distance. The woman was 16 or 17 years old. wearing a long light yellow dress, very beautiful. The woman walked straight to Yi Tianmeng and Nan Lingzhao. She stared at Yi Tianmeng and did not speak. Nan Lingzhao introduced, "This girl is Lord Fang Snap's granddaughter, Fang Qian." Yi Tianming looked at Fang Qian. Sorry. Fang Qian's eyebrows furrowed. "Why are you apologizing?" Yi Tianming said, "Because of my matter, to the girl." Fang Qian directly interrupted Yi Tianming. "You are wrong." Yi Tianming froze. Fang Qian stared at him. "Yi Tianming, you don't have to blame yourself. My Fang family is not for you, Yi Tianming, but for the justice of this world. I am proud of what my grandfather did. For thousands of years, my Fang family dare not say anything else, but our entire Fang family dare to say one thing, that is to stand up to your conscience, to stand up to the knowledge of Guanshen Swordmaster back then." Saying that, she snorted coldly. "The Xiao family suppresses my Fang family. We are not afraid at all. Without a Fang family, there will be thousands and thousands of Fang families in the future." Xiaota. Chapter 64. Guanchuan Sword Master Yi Guan. Thousands and thousands of Fang clans. Xiaota suddenly sighed a little. "I didn't expect that the descendants of this fellow Fang you would be so outstanding." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian was startled in his heart. "Tower ancestor knows the Fang family ancestor?" The small tower said in a faint voice. "Once he had the honor of being instructed by me twice." Yi Tianming. Right at this moment, Fang Qian suddenly stepped forward and patted her toes, gently patted Yi Tianmian's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Guanshen Swordmaster once said to my Fang family ancestor, 'Don't let the younger generation lose their hope, Yi Tianmian. I can tell at a glance that you have a promising future ahead of you. Work hard. The future of the young people of this universe from now on will depend on you.'" After saying that, she turned around and left in style. Yi Tianmian. Nanling Zhao pursed her lips and smiled. "This Miss Qian is truly a wonderful person." Yi Tianming nodded, and the two of them continued on. Soon, the two of them came to a courtyard, where Fang Snap was lying on a chair, holding a wine jug in his hand, his mouth humming an unknown ditty, very cozy. Yi Tianming respectfully saluted. At this time, Fang Snap turned his head to look at Nanling Zhao and Yi Tianmian. Smiling, "Feel free to sit." Both of them did not sit. Fang Snap added, "Don't be formal. There isn't that much red tape here." The duo then walked to the side and sat down. Fang Snap looked at Yi Tianmian. "Dharma Phase Realm?" Yi Tianmeng nodded. "Aha." Fang Snap smiled. "Then Xiao Bei was killed by you?" Yi Tianmeng nodded again. Fang Snap laughed. "Good kill." Saying this, he poured himself a sharp gulp of wine. Yi Tianming said, "Senior, I know that you are for justice in this world, but I still want to say thank you. If it wasn't for the other party's help that day, he wouldn't have survived until now." Fang Snap shook his head. "Yi Tianming, do you really think you are an average person?" Yi Tianmian was a little puzzled. Fang Snap smiled and said nothing more. After leaving from the Fang mansion, Yi Tianming turned his head to look at the Fang mansion. Looking at the cold and quiet Fang family residence, he said softly, "The Fang family shouldn't be treated like this." After saying that, he turned around and left. After parting with Nan Lingzhao, Yi Tianming returned to his room. He stretched his right hand to the window. His eyes slowly closed. Soon, he felt the endless dark methods. He operated his gong method. Countless dark methods seemed to surge towards him like a tide. A moment later, Yi Tianming's figure trembled and he directly left the room. He rose up with his sword and arrived in the middle of the starry river. He looked down at the billions of lights below. He took a deep breath. Congeal. Boom. In an instant, a Guanshen divine phantom quietly coalesced from behind him. A full 300 feet. Yi Tianming spread his hands out. "Come." Behind him, that Guanshen divine Ming Dharma phase spread its hands out with it. And in an instant, countless dark spells surged from heaven and earth. The 300 Zhang phantom began to expand rapidly, and in a few breaths of time, that phantom reached 500 Zhang from 300 Zhang, and it was still insanely skyrocketing. 600 Zhang. 700 Zhang. 900 feet. 1,500 feet. When it reached 1,500 Zhang, Yi Tianming stopped. He turned to look at the Dharma phase behind himself. The 1,000 Zhang Guanshen divine Ming Dharma phase. Its body was dark, like ink, lofty and spectacular, transmitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Only when one reached the supreme immortal realm could the Dharma phase condense 1,000 Zhang. And now, he was only at the Dharma phase realm, but he was already able to condense 1,000 Zhang Dharma phase. Yi Tianming took a deep breath. Condense! The sound resounded. In an instant, At the end of the endless star river, countless starlights surged straight. Soon, another 1,000 star Dharma phase quickly coalesced. The two Dharma phases overlapped. The two different breaths continuously rippled out from the heaven and earth. The surrounding space was direct. Ty like a wave of water that was rippled up by a burst of ripples. The two phases of 1,000 feet. Yi Tianming's face was already a little white, but he said, "Condense!" Boom! Below, deep in the earth, countless earth vein forces rushed up to the sky to his back. And in an instant, 1,000 zhang earth vein Dharma phase coalesced from behind him. The three phases overlapped. At this moment, Yi Tianmin's body was trembling, and soon, he hastily withdrew the three phases, and just after the three phases were withdrawn, he almost didn't fall down. Coagulating three types of Dharma phases at the same time was really strenuous for him at the moment. The spiritual power was still not enough. The little pagoda suddenly said, "If you utilize the transcendent divine seal, you should be able to maintain the three phases for a period of time." Yi Tianming nodded. "I know, but I think I can maintain the three Dharma phases without using the transcendent divine seal, and have them perform the sky-splitting sword-drawing technique." Xiaota said in a deep voice, "You're playing a bit big." Yi Tianming said softly, "Tower Ancestor, I don't have much time left." He didn't know how strong those worldly clan disciples were, but he knew how strong his senior sister was, and he had always used her as an imaginary enemy now. Yi Tianming added, "My opponents can be those super worldly clan disciples. How can I dare to be careless when facing them? But right now for me, time." The small tower suddenly said, "Why don't you go inside the tower? My cultivation time here is not quite the same as outside." Yi Tianming said, "You didn't even give me a word about this before, and I think this might be hurting you, so, Tower Ancestor, you mustn't disregard yourself because of my cultivation problems. I can do it, really." Little Tower. Yi Tianming took a deep breath. "When the debate is over tomorrow, I'll go back to study and research the transcendent divine seal to see if I can enhance my spiritual power and divine soul." Xiaota hesitated, then said, "Actually, it won't have any major impact on me." Yi Tianming shook his head. "Tower Ancestor, don't comfort me. Have you forgotten what you told me last time? You were sealed and injured. If you open it now, it will definitely have a huge impact on you. But don't worry, when I have money in the future, at that time I will take you to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to find a top-tier powerhouse to help you look at it. And it will definitely be able to help you recover." Xiaota. "Aye." Yi Tianming returned to his room. He cleaned himself up a bit. He laid down on his bed, and then took out the book he borrowed from within the Great Tao Bookhouse and read it carefully. He read this for a night, when the sky was flooded with a splash of fishbelly white. He put away the book, got out of bed, and came to his senior sister's door, and was about to knock on the door, when the door opened, and Fu Zong appeared in front of him. Yi Tianming smiled and said, "Elder sister." Fu Zong nodded. Yi Tianming sized up Fu Zong and was a bit surprised. "Elder sister? You cultivated that technique of mine?" He felt the energy of the dark technique in Fu Zhang's body. Fu Zong nodded and didn't say anything. Yi Tianming knew that she had a cold nature and was not talkative, so he didn't ask too many questions. So he said, "Let's go then." Fu Zong nodded. The senior siblings had just left the Immortal Treasure Pavilion when they encountered Li Zhang and Gu Qi. Li Zhang smiled. "Brother Yi, Miss Fu Zong, we will take you to the Guanxian Debate Hall." Yi Tianming nodded. "Good." After the several people left the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, they went straight to the Guanchuan Realms Academy. The Guanxian Debate, this was the Guanxian Universe's super competition that was second only to the Wanzhou Grand Competition. Unlike the Wanzhou Grand Competition, the Guanxian Debate competition was compared to a literary competition. Although it was a literary competition, that degree of fierceness actually wasn't much worse than a martial arts competition. Because, while the martial arts competition was about strength, the literature competition was about brains. Everyone likes to see who doesn't have a brain. Unlike the usual Guanxian Debate competition, this time the Guanxian Debate competition was even more grand, because this time, there were people from the ancient preliminary era who came to participate. Ancient pre-civilization era, that was a super-civilization universe that belonged to a supreme civilization, higher than the supreme civilization. This time the other party had sent someone over to the Guanchuan universe to participate in the Guanchuan Debate competition. If the Guanchuan universe lost, then in the future the Guanchuan universe wouldn't be able to raise its head outside. Couldn't lose no matter what. Soon, Yi Tianming and the others arrived at the Guanxian Debate Hall, and at this moment, in front of this Guanxian Debate Hall, there was already a sea of people. Everyone wanted to see this wonderful debate with their own eyes, especially now that there were also people from the ancient former era coming. The people of the Guanchuan universe were undoubtedly proud. Looking at all the cosmic civilizations in the entire universe, who was more powerful than the Guanchuan universe? No one. When the people of the Guanchuan universe civilization walked outside, they all carried the wind with them. It couldn't be helped. Everyone understood the truth that the Yang family was invincible. In everyone's view, this time, when the people from the ancient pre-civilization came to the Guanchuan universe to participate in the debate tournament, they were just making a fool of themselves. Yi Tianming ordered a few people to pass through the crowd and came to the front of the hall. Just before he reached the front of the hall, he suddenly turned his head to look to the right, dozens of zhang away from the right. There stood a statue. The statue was dressed in a Shen robe, but his appearance could not be seen. There was no one within 30 feet around the statue. Li Zhang, who was on the side, saw Yi Tianming's gaze and said, "The Guanxian Sword Master statue is the only statue in the Guanxian universe. Guanchuan Sword Lord Yi Guan." Fu Zong stared at the statue dead on, not knowing what he was thinking. Yi Tianming walked towards that statue, but was pulled back by Li Zhang. Yi Tianming turned his head towards Li Zhang, who said with a grave expression, "You cannot approach. If you dare to approach without a reason, you will be punished by death for blasphemy against the Dean." Yi Tianming's brows furrowed. Gu Qi on the side sneered, "Isn't it because you are afraid that someone will go to the Guanxian Swordmaster to sue the imperial court?" Yi Tianming said, "Sue the royal court?" Gu Qi said, "When the statue was first established, there were often people with great grievances who went to the Guanchuan Sword Master statue to sue the imperial court. Later, they decided that the impact was too bad, so they no longer allowed others to approach the Guanchuan Sword Master statue." Yi Tianming said softly, "I see. They won't give the underclass any chance to resort to injustice." Saying this, he was about to walk towards the distant hall when suddenly, several divine senses directly enveloped him. Yi Tianming froze. Soon after, the faces of Li Zhang and the others became incredibly ugly, and Gu Qi said angrily, "Damn. They are afraid that Brother Yi you will go to the Guanxian Sword Master to sue the imperial court." Grass. Chapter 65. Qingqiu Empress. Feeling the wariness of those divine senses, Yi Tianming was silent. Obviously, as Gu Qi said, the people in the dark were afraid that he would go to the Guanxian Sword Master to sue the imperial court. Yi Tianming faintly glanced at the distant surroundings, did not say anything, and walked towards the main hall. On the side, Gu Qi was very much on fire, Tuanji bullying. Li Zhang shook his head slightly. "Don't say anything." He knew that some of the bigwigs of the academy were afraid that Yi Tianming would go to the Guanchuan Sword Master to complain. The matter in Qingzhou was naturally not a small matter. After all, it wasn't that this term of the elder group of the Qingzhou Academy was greedy, but that all the previous terms came to be greedy, and moreover, there was more than just one Qingzhou. It was almost all the states that were so. The most important thing is that after Yi Tianming broke into the Guanxian Dao successfully, this matter is still suppressed by the high level. If Yi Tianming meets the Guanxian Sword Master, once the Guanxian Sword Master investigates down, that involves too much. Fu Zong faintly glanced at the Guanxian Sword Master statue, and then followed Yi Tianming towards the big hall in the distance. After entering the Grand Hall, Yi Tianming found that after the Grand Hall was a huge square. The square was surrounded by ancient stone pillars, each of which was as high as hundreds of feet, supporting the dome, and in the center, there was a white boulder-built podium standing there, and at the back of the podium, rows of stone-stepped seats were stacked on top of each other, forming a natural auditorium. On that pulpit, Yi Tianming saw the same people he saw yesterday, and Yen was also there. Today's Yen and the crowd were all dressed in big black robes, solemn and dignified. He also saw Nan Lingzhao. Nan Lingzhao was not on the podium, but was sitting on the second row of chairs behind the left podium. Beside her, there were also some people sitting. Seeing Yi Tianming, Nan Lingzhao looked towards him and smiled slightly. Yi Tianming also smiled and greeted, "Brother Yi." At this time, and Yen on the podium waved at Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Fu Zong. "Senior sister, you go sit down first." Senior sister naturally didn't come here to debate this time. She only talked about fists. Fu Zong nodded, then walked directly to the far side of Nan Lingzhao and sat down. Nan Lingzhao did not look at her and did not speak. Fu Zong also did not speak. The two women's gazes were on Yi Tianming, who walked towards the podium. After Yi Tianming walked to the rostrum, that Fa Zhen and others saw him, all smiled and greeted him. Yi Tianming also gave a kind smile to all of them. Guanxian Academy was unfair to him, but these people in front of him were not. Right at this moment, some people entered the hall one after another. They sat around in batches. From the clothes, Yi Tianming knew that the people who came in were not simple. Some of them had an even more unfathomable aura. However, he realized that there had been no one sitting in the first row. Soon, there were more than 60 people in the hall. Right at this moment, an old man with white hair suddenly walked into the hall. When this old man walked into the hall, everyone in the hall stood up almost at the same time. Yi Tianming realized that An Yen and the others beside him were also moved and straightened their backs. Elder Shu. At this moment, a man walked quickly to the white-haired old man and respectfully said, "What brings your old man here?" The white-haired old man smiled faintly. "Came to take a look." The man hesitated, then said, "Elder Book, this way please." With that, he respectfully brought the old man to the first row and sat down. And Yen and the others then bowed respectfully. Little Tower suddenly said, "Little fellow, salute as well." Yi Tianming said, "I'll listen to the pagoda ancestor." With that, he also made a salute. At this time, that book elder suddenly looked at Yi Tianming on the podium. "You are a student of Guanduan?" Yi Tianming was a bit surprised. "Senior knows my teacher?" Book elder nodded. "I've seen him once and talked to him once. He is a very, very good person." Yi Tianming hesitated, then said, "I remember my teacher said that he also had a teacher, senior." Book elder shook his head and smiled. "I am not his teacher, nor am I qualified to be his teacher." When these words came out, everyone in the arena was shocked. Who was Book Elder? Book Sage, the first-generation master of the Academy of Letters, and even the teacher of the legendary Qingqiu Empress, and he even said that he was not qualified to be that Mu Guanchen's teacher? That Mu Guanchen was already a wasted man now. Book Elder looked at Yi Tianming with a complicated expression. Really like her? Yi Tianming was filled with doubt. "Elder." Book Elder smiled faintly, a loving look on his face. "You are very much like a student I once had." Yi Tianming was just about to ask something. At this time, a person suddenly came from the distance. Everyone in the arena turned their heads to look, only to see a woman walking slowly from the entrance of the hall. The woman was wearing a light green dress, wearing a veil with purple pupils. Beside the woman, there was also a bowing old man, who was holding an iron sword in his hand. Ancient former civilization. Amidst everyone's gazes, the woman slowly walked to the podium, while the old man stayed below the podium. And Yen looked at the veiled woman. "How is the girl addressed?" The veiled woman said, "Can we begin?" The moment these words came out, those talented teenagers on the side of the Guanxian universe had their brows furrowed. This was completely not putting them in their eyes. And Yen smiled. "Yes." The veiled woman glanced at the crowd in the arena and said nonchalantly, "As far as I know, at the beginning of the Guanchuan Sword Master era, the wealth gap between the rich and the poor in the Guanchuan universe wasn't that big. But later on, everything started to slowly turn sour because more and more lineages and clans started to make use of the rights they had in their hands to seek for their own privileges. And because of this, many things that were originally fair began to become unfair." Hearing this, the faces of some of the people in the hall in the center of the arena instantly changed. Although the smile on Yan's face was still there, it had faded a lot. The veiled woman continued. "The reason for this to occur is naturally because resources are limited, and after the first to be rich have an innate advantage, they begin to grab all sorts of resources first and set up barriers to hinder those who come after them from being rich, which also leads to those who come after them having fewer and fewer opportunities." Saying this, she paused and added, "And after they finish dividing the resources based on their own advantages, they will become richer and stronger, and those below them will have less and less resources, and will become poorer and weaker, and the gap between the two will become bigger and bigger, and the latter will naturally find it harder and harder to come out of the woodwork." Hearing this, the faces of some people in the hall in the center of the field had become ugly. The smile on Yan's face had disappeared, and the veiled woman continued. "When the people below are incapable of competing for resources with those above them, they can only roll with those of the same class, rolling those little scraps that those above them squeeze out of their teeth. The ordinary people of today's Guanchuan universe are living a very, very hard life." Saying that, she glanced at Yen and the others in front of her. "Nowadays, the resources of the Guanchuan universe have been monopolized by the major lineage clans and powerhouses, the most cultured and thoughtful young people of the Guanchuan universe. What do you think should be done to solve these problems?" The entire hall was silent. Fa Zhen and the others' faces were also unsightly. The woman from this ancient pre-civilization came up and stuck her face on to open up Big Ah. Chapter 66. The Yang family is the greatest evil. The problem of the Guanxian universe's worldly clans had long been an unspoken matter, but no one dared to poke their nose so openly. Just kidding, who would dare to do that? If anyone did that, then they would disappear from this world the next day. But now, this woman from the ancient former civilization had directly stated these issues out in the open. Did the Guanxian universe's side dare to take it? Naturally, they couldn't just admit defeat. And Yen was the first to stand out. Monopoly, we in the Guanchuan universe need to fight against monopoly. Things that shouldn't be monopolized by certain families and individuals, we need to return them to the country and society. Hearing in Yan's words, some of the people below had become a little wary as they looked at him. Those with vested interests, what they feared the most was naturally reform, and Yen wasn't just any small character, he was now the number 2 person in the White Clothes Pavilion, and this was 100% going to be in the pavilion in the future. This is a dangerous character, and Yen naturally knew that him saying these words at this time would attract the worldly clans to be wary and even hostile, but it didn't matter to him. He had to stand out, be benevolent. The veiled woman looked at Yen. How to break the monopoly? Reform the rule of law. On the side, Fa Jin suddenly walked out as well. Rule the country strictly according to the law. Everyone is equal before the law of Guanxian Shenming. However, there are currently some problems in our academy. What are they? It is that some people's rights are greater than the law, overriding the law, of course. Saying that, he looked at the veiled woman. There is a famous legal expert in the galaxy who once said this, from ancient times to the present. History has already told us that there is no civilization or universe where the law is absolutely perfect and flawless, and that the law should definitely not become a tool for arbitrary manipulation by the ruler, and that the law should pursue fairness and justice and cannot be the only thing that power looks up to. The law should not only restrain the people, but should also restrain those who have privileges. When he said this, although he was looking at the veiled woman, he was actually speaking to the real bigwigs behind those in the field. This was his Fa Jun's ideal, and his Fa Jun's ambition, to rule the Guanxian universe fairly and justly with the law, so that everyone would obey the law. The veiled woman looked at Fa Jun, her gaze calm. The Guanxian divine law is currently the most fair and just law in all universes. But what is the result? Is the law the core? The law is not the core, the people who practice the law are the core. Is the problem of the Guanchuan universe today the problem of the law? The monopoly has been formed. Now those sects and families, they have 10,000 ways to reasonably exercise their privileges without violating the law. Do you think it's right? Ephesians' face was a bit ugly. Laws? The most frightening thing was not that those privileged classes broke the law, but that they had countless ways to perfectly break the law. At this time, a teenager suddenly stood out. I think it's a matter of education. The crowd looked towards the teenager. The teenager's name was Zhang Yuan, and he was the chief of the Academy of Literature. Zhang Yuan slowly said, the reason why my Guanxian universe has such deep conflicts among all classes nowadays, apart from the monopoly economy and legal issues, there is also a large part of the reason because the education in our Guanxian universe has gradually fallen behind. Within our Guanxian universe, the environment is closed, everyone rarely goes out to have contact with the outside cosmic civilizations, and all of them are arrogant and unselfish, thinking that they are the best in the world and that everyone else is the best. I am the best in the world. Everyone else is a paper tiger. What is the education style of the academy today? Said he slightly shook his head. Not to cultivate their logic, only cultivate their standpoint view in their favor, a piece of praise in their favor, all wrong, all should disappear. Most people, young people, are very extreme. They are either black or white. You tell him that this is not white. Then he thinks it must be black. He does not know that the world actually has infinite shades of gray to choose. Saying this, he sighed in a low voice, although he was speaking to the veiled woman, but in actuality, he was also speaking to those shadowy bigwigs of the academy in the arena. This world never lacked true patriots, but unfortunately, many times, they were unable to speak out properly. And this time was undoubtedly the best opportunity for him. Zhang Yuan. Below, the book elder quietly looked at the young people on the stage, a faint smile spreading across his face. The veiled woman stared at Zhang Yuan. Why is education going wrong? Zhang Yuan said in a deep voice. There are many, many factors. The veiled woman shook her head. What you actually know, you don't dare to say. Zhang Yuan looked at the veiled woman and did not speak. And Yen suddenly said, the system is corrupt. The words were shocking. The moment these words came out, the faces of some of the secretive worldly clansmen in the field changed immediately. And Yen did not care about those people around him, but slowly said, system reform is not a wholesale rejection of all systems that were once in place. One size fits all. Many times the root of society's problems lies in the fact that the current system is not compatible with the development of the society. And as such, there is a need to make some changes. Saying this, he paused and added, I have analyzed the present-day system of my Guanchuan universe, There are some systems where the system itself is not at fault, but due to the implementers not implementing the system correctly and strictly something has gone wrong in practice. Secondly, it is the system that is basically correct, but due to the system itself not being perfect enough or due to the objective situation changing. Thus, in the process of implementing it, something has gone wrong. This or that problem. Saying this, he glanced at the crowd in the arena and continued. Third, is that the system itself has serious errors, and thus cannot continue to be implemented in practice. 4 is that the system has undergone significant changes in the objective situation at the time of its implementation, and thus, for the latter two cases, it must be reformed. Inside the hall, those worldly clans looked at Yen. Their eyes were full of wariness. At this moment they had already determined that this Yen in front of them was a reformist, and historically, reforms are bound to touch the interests of existing interests vested in the interests of the existing interests, and even cause a devastating blow to them. Since Brother N is talking about reform, at this time a man walked out. The man's name was Xiao Yu, the number 1 person of the younger generation of the tax academy. He slowly arrived. Then I will talk about the tax law. Nowadays, the tax law of my Guanchuan universe seems to be fair, but in reality it is very unfair. Why? Because of the sects and lineages, they have countless ways to reasonably avoid taxes. Nowadays, the overall tax revenue of my Guanchuan universe almost all relies on the middle class and the low class, and it is because of this that such a serious gap between the rich and the poor has been created, because the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and this is the world's great disadvantage when it is reformed immediately. Outside. Good, good, good. Hearing the words of Yen and the others inside the hall, countless ordinary people who were watching through the cloud recorder immediately clapped their hands, their blood boiling. Inside the hall, the veiled woman glanced at Yen and the others. In fact, reform or education, law or law, these are not the most central issue. What is the most central issue? Is the right caused these problems? Why the right will cause these problems? Because the rights have not been supervised and restrained. Saying this, she slowly scanned the crowd in the arena. With all due respect, the biggest problem is the Yang family. The Yang family has been a dictator for 3 generations. They are bigger than the law. They override the law. The Yang family is the biggest evil in the Guanxian universe. The moment the Yang family was spoken of, the cloud recorder outside suddenly lost its effect and the screen went black. Everyone was confused. The recorder was turned off. Inside the hall, the entire hall was dead silent. Not a single person spoke. The veiled woman glanced at the top of her head, then glanced at the people in the hall and snorted. The Guanxian universe calls for freedom of speech, yet when it comes to the Yang family, not a single person in the entire hall dares to speak. Is this your freedom? After saying that, she slowly turned around and left. Chapter 67. Deadly silence. Inside the hall, on the pulpit, Yen and the others' faces were all a bit ugly. Yang family dictatorship. Refute? What to refute? This is the Angie truth. Moreover, this issue can't be discussed. If you discuss it, you'll inevitably talk about the Yang family, and here we're talking about the Yang family. Especially saying that the Yang family is the biggest evil. It was only at this moment that Yen and the others realized that they were trapped. This woman was setting them up from the beginning, and they all realized. Inside the hall, everyone's face became very ugly, because according to the rules, if no one responded after more than 10 breaths, then they could admit defeat. But Yen and the others couldn't respond at all, because they knew very clearly that once they responded, then the Yang family would be discussed next. And that wasn't just a simple discussion, it was a discussion of all the Yang family's problems. Could this be discussed? This is something that will kill people. That veiled woman turned around and left after she finished speaking, because she knew that no one in the arena dared to discuss the Yang family with her. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from within the hall. Girl, wait. At these words, everyone in the arena turned their heads to look at the person who spoke. It was none other than Yi Tianmian, who hadn't said anything all along. Nanling Zhao stared tightly at Yi Tianmian. Her hands clenched tightly. There was some worry in her eyes as well as some anticipation. Fu Zong looked at Yi Tianmian. His gaze was calm, but his right hand was also slowly clenched at some point. The veiled woman stopped and slowly turned to look at Yi Tianmeng. Yi Tianmeng said, "The Yang family is indeed a dictator." Wow! The scene was in an uproar when this statement was made. Those sitting clan family powerhouses around them stared at Yi Tianmeng dead in the face. While the veiled woman's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, she walked back to the podium and came in front of Yi Tianmian, waiting for the following. Yi Tianming slowly said, "This is the truth. It is impossible for us in the Guanxian universe to weasel out of this. Nor can we do so. But Girl, is a dictator necessarily bad? The veiled woman stared at Yi Tianming. You think it's good? Yi Tianming slowly said, good or bad, it depends on what they have done for this universe. Girl, you must be clear about the history of the Guanshan universe. Before there was an earthly swordmaster and a Guanshan swordmaster, what kind of a universe was the Guanshan universe at that time? Saying this, he shook his head slightly. At that time, the universe was chaotic. High-level civilizations could wipe out low-level civilizations at will. They could easily bury billions of low-level civilizations with even a single thought. Low-level civilizations had no dignity to speak of in front of high-level civilizations. Saying this, he looked at the veiled woman. Without the Yang family's deterrence, our Guanchuan universe is afraid to be like a mole cricket in the ancient pre-civilization. So you can destroy it if you want to, right? When these words came out, that Efa Zhan and the others immediately became excited. Their gazes eagerly looked at Yi Tianmeng. The veiled woman looked at Yi Tianmeng and did not speak. Yi Tianmeng continued, girl, you said that the Yang family is dictatorial. That's not wrong, however. It is precisely because of the Yang family's dictatorship that those low-level civilizations in today's Guanchuan universe are able to live with dignity, so that they aren't arbitrarily wiped out by those high-level civilizations for no reason at all. Saying that, he paused and added, furthermore, the girl should know about the Guanchuan divine law. Was the Guanchuan divine law formulated for the powerful and the rich? No, it is truly to serve the living beings. The Guanchuan swordmaster is hoping that this world will become better. The emergence of these problems nowadays is not because the Guanchuan divine mystic law is bad, not because the Guanchuan swordmaster is bad, but rather it is bad for the people who are enforcing the law nowadays. So this is not a question of a dictator or not, but rather it's an inevitable law of historical development. The veiled woman stared at Yi Tianmian. But these problems occurring today are indeed due to the over-centralization of power. You cannot deny this. Yi Tianming nodded. What the girl said is not wrong. I do not deny this point, but we cannot deny the contribution of the Guanshan swordmaster and the earthly swordmaster to this universe. Moreover, they did not commit tyrannical acts of tyranny. What do you think? The veiled woman was silent for a moment before she said, for the earthly swordmaster and the Guanchuan swordmaster, I have respect in my heart. At these words, that Fa Zhen and the others all laughed. The veiled woman, however, added, but the problem with the Guanchuan universe today is the problem of overly centralized power, with the one in power overriding everything without any constraints. Right? Yi Tianming nodded. What the girl said is pertinent. This problem is indeed the problem of our Guanxian universe. But has the girl ever thought of a question? If the Guanxian universe didn't have the Yang family right now, what would happen? The veiled woman's eyebrows knit up. Yi Tianming looked at him. The girl's starting point is for the good of our Guanxian universe beings. Then she should understand that right now the Guanxian universe still needs the Yang family. If there is no Yang family, those sects and families in the Guanxian universe would be even more unscrupulous because right now in the entire Guanxian universe, only the Yang family is capable of cleaning up after them. Hearing this, the faces of those seated lineages and clans below immediately became incredibly ugly. They stared at Yi Tianmian dead in the face. There was no doubt that this Yi Tianmian was more dangerous than that in Yen, and Yen was only trying to reform, while this person was trying to take their lives. Yi Tianming continued, moreover, I believe that the civilization universe where the girl is from must also have such and such problems. In other words, there is no perfect system in this world. This point, does the girl agree with? The veiled woman stared at him. I know of a civilization that is free and democratic. Even ordinary people can scold the ruler of the dynasty. Yi Tianming looked straight into her eyes. Is it really absolutely democratic and free? I'm afraid it's not necessarily true. The veiled woman's eyebrows knit up. Yi Tianming said, girl, we can't split the winners and losers in this game because to split the winners and losers, we have to see how the third generation of the Yang family will do after he takes the throne. So how about a temporary draw and see the winners and losers in the future? The veiled woman was silent for a long time before saying, May. Yi Tianming turned to leave. The veiled woman suddenly said, your name is Yi Tianmian. Yi Tianming nodded. Aha! The veiled woman stared at him. I know you. Yi Tianming looked at her and the veiled woman said, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion forced the demolition of your Yi family. Not only that, but the Shao family even used their power to bully others, forcibly occupying your quota, forcing you to break through the Guanxian Dao, and even though you broke through the Guanxian Dao, you still didn't ask for a fair. The Guanchuan universe treated you like this. Why do you still stand up for it? Yi Tianming turned around and walked towards the outside. Because I have a very, very good friend. She doesn't want the Guanxian universe to lose. Not far away, Nanling Zhao looked at Yi Tianmian with a complicated expression. The veiled woman looked towards that Efa Zhan and the others, shaking her head. What's the point of talking about reform when you can't even give justice to an ordinary person? After saying that, She turned around and walked towards the distance. Effa Jeune and the others' faces were incomparably ugly. Below, that book elder suddenly rose slowly. He smiled faintly. There is still hope. After saying that, he turned around and left. A few moments later, inside a hall, a group of top executives of the Guanxian Shu Academy gathered at a table. Although they didn't win this time, they didn't lose either. This result, they were able to accept it. The problem now was to discuss the rewards. The crowd of bigwigs discussed for a long time, and the most controversial one was undoubtedly Yi Tianming. Should he be given first place? After a long time, the result came out. And Yen was first, Effa Jeune second, Zhang Yuan third, Yi Tianmian, without any ranking. Reason: problems with political thinking. Chapter 68. Tower Ancestor Save Me. When the Academy announced the situation of a tie to the people were a little disappointed, but they were still able to accept it. After all, they didn't lose either. Not losing was the same as winning. As for Yen and the others, their reputation was instantly huge, spreading throughout the entire Guanxian universe with lightning speed. Not only that, some of the debate remarks of Yen and the others were also edited into a booklet and spread to all the academies in the entire Guanchuan universe, and they had already become the object of worship for many of the younger generation of the Guanchuan Academy. Inside a large hall, Yen and the others were gathered together, and Yen was furious, staring angrily at the old man not far in front of him. Why? Effa Jeune and the others were also filled with rage. They had all come to the cabinet to demand an explanation when they first received this result. The old man looked at Yen and the others. Take the greater good into consideration. What big picture is important? And Yen said angrily, Cabinet Elder, this is not fair. This is not fair. I don't accept it. I don't accept it either. Effa Jeune and Zhang Yuan also rushed to take a stand. They were furious. The old man said in a deep voice, Yi Tianmian's remarks are not conducive to the unity of the Guanchuan universe nowadays. If we allow him to come first, how will those worldly clans think? And Yen shook his head. Pavilion Elder, no, this isn't right. This is too unfair to heaven's destiny. I know that you guys are thinking about the so-called big picture, but I can't accept such a result. I also know that I can't change your decision, but I also refuse your reward. I and Yen don't have the face for it. After saying that, he turned around and left. Effa Jeune also said angrily, I also refuse. After saying that, all of them turned around and left in unison. In front of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's teleportation array, Yi Tianming and Fu Zong were about to return to the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, when a voice suddenly came from behind themselves. Tianming. Yi Tianming stopped his steps and turned to look. The person coming was none other than Nan Lingzhao. Hundreds of feet away, Nan Lingzhao made a flash and instantly arrived in front of him. Nan Lingzhao looked at Yi Tianming. Leaving? Yi Tianming nodded. Going back to cultivate. Nan Lingzhao looked at him. That's not fair to you. Yi Tianming shook his head. Used to it. Used to it. Nan Lingzhao looked at the man in front of him. His heart inexplicably hurt. Yi Tianming said, Miss Zhao, take care. After saying that, he and Fu Zong turned around and walked towards the teleportation array. Tianming. Right at this moment, another voice suddenly came from the distance. Yi Tianming looked up. The person who came was none other than Yen. Beside Yen, there were also Effa Jeune and Li Zhang and others. Yen and the crowd came in front of Yi Tianming. Yen looked at him. Tianming, I'm sorry. Yi Tianmian shook his head. It has nothing to do with you guys. Yen said, we just happened to be going to the Middle-earth Divine region, on our way. Yi Tianming was about to refuse when Yen whispered, the Shao family might not stop. Let us join you. Yi Tianming looked at the crowd and was somewhat moved. Thank you. When the crowd was about to enter the teleportation array, Fu Zong suddenly stopped. She turned around and coldly looked at the direction of Guanxian Academy. Just when the crowd was puzzled, she suddenly violently blasted out a fist. Boom! The space in the sky instantly collapsed into blackness. Crowd! Just like that, Yi Tianmian stepped onto the teleportation array back to the Middle-earth Divine State under the escort of Yen and the others. In the dark, a man was coldly looking at Yi Tianming and the others. This man was none other than Shao Tian, the most demonic genius of the Shao family today. Beside Shao Tian, there was also an old man standing. Shao Tian suddenly said, I will personally kill him at the Wanzhou Grand Competition. After saying this, he turned around and left while an extremely terrifying chaotic force was emanating from him. When the old man saw this scene, he was shocked, and then he was ecstatic. Saint Realm. Saint Realm. The power of the ages would metamorphose into the power of chaos, and could condense a chaos phantom, which could reach 10,000 feet and destroy a realm with a single hand. A 16-year-old Saint Realm, what did that mean? The most demonic person the Shao family had ever seen, far surpassing the ancestor of the Shao family back then. After the ecstasy, the old man glanced at the direction of the distant teleportation array again and turned around to leave. However, he did not follow Shao Tian but instead returned directly to the Shao family. Although he completely trusted Shao Tian, this Yi Tianmian could not be underestimated. He had to go back and inform the Shao family that it would be best if he could not allow this Yi Tianmian to participate in the great competition of the 10,000 states. There could not be the slightest bit of accident. On the other hand, a woman and a man were also looking at Yi Tianming and the others. It was the veiled woman from the ancient former civilization. Beside her, the old man stood respectfully. The veiled woman calmly said, "There is no name, Guanxian universe. The pattern is surprisingly so small. They don't cherish this kind of talent. The ancient former civilization want it. Elder Mu, immediately send orders to the Divine Close Guard Army and the Forbidden Divine Mage Corps to come to the Guanxuan universe at a rapid pace. As long as the Guanxuan universe dares to kill this person, we will rob them." Elder Mu was filled with dismay. Not enough. And at this moment, the veiled woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Transfer all those lunatics from the border wilderness over to me." Mu Lao's expression was incomparably grave. "Miss, are people forcibly entering the Guanxuan universe to snatch people? This will most likely cause a war between the two cosmic civilizations. This is the Guanxuan universe." The veiled woman stared deathly into the distance. "It's worth it." Mu Lao. After returning to the Middle-earth divine state, Yi Tianmian came inside Mu Guanxuan's hall. Mu Guanxuan was cooking, still a hot pot, but today it was a bit more sumptuous, with a lot of meat. Mu Guanxuan looked at Yi Tianming and Fu Zong and smiled. "Back." Yi Tianmian walked over to the dining table and sat down, saying in a low voice, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I didn't get a ranking." Mu Guanxuan said, "Does it matter?" Yi Tianmian looked at Mu Guanxuan, who smiled faintly. "Is the ranking important? Many times it's quite important, but many times it's actually not important at all." Saying this, he took out 2 bottles of wine, one handing it to Yi Tianming. "Come, let's drink." Yi Tianming took the bottle. At this time, Fu Zong, who was on the side, suddenly stretched out his hand. "Mine." Yi Tianming. Mu Guanxuan. This was the first time Fu Zong had dined with them, and after a few mouthfuls of wine, Yi Tianming felt a little tipsy. Mu Guanxuan laughed and asked, "Complaining?" Yi Tianming nodded his head. Mu Guanxuan looked at Yi Tianming. "Just aggrieved." Yi Tianmian clenched his left hand. "It's very aggravating." Mu Guanxuan laughed. "Then them over." Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanxuan, his eyes a little red. Mu Guanxuan smiled. "Tianming, you have to remember, it's not your fault. It's the fault of this world. It's the fault of the academy, and since it's their fault, then them over. Dry over them." Yi Tianming picked up the bottle and drank it all in one go. Mu Guanxuan laughed. "Dry over them." Fu Zong suddenly said, "Dry over them." After saying that, she violently slammed her fist into the pot. Bang! The hot pot directly turned into pieces, and even the floor was smashed into a huge deep pit. Yi Tianmian.
Mu Guanxuan.
Late at night, Yi Tianming arrived at the back mountain. His eyes slowly closed. His hands made a false move. In an instant, countless dark laws and star power as well as the power of the earth continuously surged towards him, and soon 3,000 Zhang phases coalesced from behind him. His face began to turn pale. At this moment, the transcendent divine seal suddenly appeared between his eyebrows, and with the support of the transcendent divine seal, his spiritual power and divine soul were greatly enhanced. Yi Tianming suddenly said, "Congeal!" Boom! The left hand of the 3 Dharma phantoms fiercely clenched, and in an instant, a sword with a sheath appeared in their left hand. They held the hilt of the sword in their right hand in a sword-drawing stance, and the moment their right hand gripped the hilt of the sword, the 3 Dharma phantoms' aura instantly skyrocketed by more than 5 times. The monstrous pressure directly cracked the space within 100 feet radius. Yi Tianming's eyes were slightly closed, and a sword-intent aura surfaced on him, but it did not end up condensing. The small tower said, "Why didn't you condense it? If you condense into sword intent, you will be able to condense the sword Dao Dharma phase, and then it will be the 4 Dharma phases." Yi Tianming shook his head. "No, my sword Dao concept is not mature enough or firm enough. I still need a little time." Saying that, he waved his hand. and the 3 Dharma phases immediately dissipated like green smoke. Xiaota was a little curious. What sword Dao concept do you have? Yi Tianming grinned. Pagoda ancestor. I'll keep it a secret for now. Okay? Little tower. Yi Tianming touched the transcendent holy seal between his eyebrows. The transcendent holy seal trembled. Then a flame emerged. Yi Tianming said, I can't rely too much on external objects. I have to quench my spiritual power with the help of this transcendent divine flame. The effect of passive quenching was too slow. He had to actively quench it. He had just catalyzed that transcendent mortal divine flame to quench his spiritual energy when his entire body directly collapsed straight down and then burst into convulsions. Not only that, the body quickly became illusory. Yi Tianmian said in a trembling voice, Pagoda ancestor, save me, little tower. Chapter 69. Seeing all beings. After a long time, Yi Tianmian recovered a bit more normally. He was currently lying on the ground, his face sweating like rain, and his body was still twitching from time to time. Xiaota said, Big brother, that transcendent divine flame is at the level of a civilization ancestral artifact, so you're just going to do it directly? You're not afraid to die. Yi Tianming smiled bitterly. Tower ancestor, I was wrong. He really didn't expect that transcendent divine flame to be so terrifying. He almost directly played himself to death just now. It was too terrifying. Luckily, the transcendent divine flame had recognized him as its master, and at the critical moment, it took the initiative to stop, otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes in that instant just now. The little tower said, I know that the great competition of 10,000 states is coming soon, and you're a bit anxious right now, but for things like cultivation, it's most avoidable to be anxious, you have to be steady. Okay? Yi Tianming nodded. I know, tower ancestor. After resting for a long time, he began to control the transcendent divine flame to slowly quench his spiritual power and divine soul. This time he learned to control the fire of the transcendent divine flame, little by little. In addition to cultivating every day, he also had to follow Mu Guanduan every morning to read books. The books in Mu Guanduan's book hall had already been read by him for most of the time. It was strange to say that, as he read the books every day, his heart began to slowly and truly return to peace. He was now very regular every day, reading books in the morning, cultivating with his senior sister Fuzong at noon. No, I should say beaten. Every day he had to be beaten by his senior sister, but of course the rewards were great. His physical body was completely improving at a rate visible to the naked eye. And at night, he cultivated the power of the stars and the power of the earth's veins as well as the Guanxian divine brightness technique. His 3 phases were now becoming more and more solid and his aura was becoming more and more powerful. Time passed quickly. There was still a month left before the Wanzhou Grand Competition. And on this day, inside the back mountain, a muffled sound kept resounding. One could only see Yi Tianliang, as if he was a sandbag being bombarded by Fuzong punch after punch. Fuzong didn't use any martial arts techniques. It was just punch after punch. It was very simple, but vigorously producing miracles. Each punch contained incomparably terrifying power. In front of this kind of pure power, even if Yi Tianmian studied countless martial arts aptitudes of transcendental civilization, he couldn't resist. Although he was crushed, Yi Tianming's harvest was also huge. His physical toughness had now reached the immortal realm, and was far beyond the immortal realm. On top of that, his battle sense had also been greatly enhanced under Fuzong's exercise. Bang! At this moment, with a heavy muffled sound, Yi Tianmian was smashed to the ground, and the ground was directly smashed out of a huge deep pit. He lay in the middle of the deep pit, motionless. After Fuzong finished punching him, he turned around and left. In the middle of the pit, Yi Tianmian gasped for air. Every time after being punched by his senior sister, Fuzong, he felt like his entire body's bones were shattered. His eyes slowly closed, carefully feeling the changes in his physical body. At the same time, he operated his heavenly destiny skill and began to absorb the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth. Between heaven and earth, countless pure spiritual chi surged towards him and entered his body. Because he had just been beaten up, his current physical body was in great need of energy replenishment. Therefore, those pure spiritual chi were quickly absorbed just after entering his body. I don't know how long it took, but a powerful aura suddenly surged out of his body. And at the same time, those arcane chi around him turned into mana. A mortal realm. The Shen chi in his body mutated into mana. After having mana, he could easily tear through space, and the phantom condensed from the mana could reach up to 300 feet. The power would become even more terrifying. Compared to the phantom realm, that power would be increased by at least more than 5 times. Yi Tianming took a deep breath and a smile spread on the corner of his mouth. His Shen Qi had now metamorphosed into Dharma power, and at the same time, His physical body and spiritual power had also been greatly enhanced. He fiercely stood up, his mind moved, and in an instant, between heaven and earth, countless star power and dark law as well as earth vein power swept in, and in an instant 3,000 Zhang phases of Dharma coalesced from behind him. Yi Tianming angrily said, "Congeal!" 3 huge swords appeared in the hands of the 3 phantoms. His face was a little white. However, the corners of his mouth were tinged with a smile, because he could now easily condense the 3 Dharma phases without having to borrow the transcendent sacred seal. He very much wanted to try how powerful the 3 Dharma phantoms everything would be to perform the heaven-slashing sword drawing technique, but he couldn't try it here because it would cause very great damage to the place. Yi Tianming sighed in a low voice. Unfortunately, there is no professional place to practice. Saying that, he withdrew his 3 phantoms. The little tower suddenly said, "Little fellow, I still have some concerns." Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled, worried. The little pagoda said, "Yes, you have to remember that you are a sword cultivator." Yi Tianming smiled. "But no one said that I can only be a sword cultivator. Furthermore, a sword cultivator should not be confined to within the sword." Saying that, he slowly raised his head to look towards the sky. "Everything in the universe, as long as I want to, can become a sword." At his waist, the way-walking sword trembled slightly. The small tower was silent. Damn, is this guy trying to redefine sword cultivation? After resting for a while, Yi Tianming returned to the academy. Just after returning to the academy, he received 2 letters, one from Yinan and one from Yizong. After reading the letters, he realized that Yinan had already worshipped a master and was able to cultivate normally, and Yizong had also progressed very rapidly. Seeing the contents of the letters, Yi Tianming smiled happily. The great competition of 10,000 states. There was no chance that the 3 brothers would be able to gather together. At this time, Mu Guanchen walked in. He was carrying a bag in his hand. He looked at Yi Tianming. "Get ready, we're going out." Yi Tianming was a bit curious. "Teacher, where to?" Mu Guanchen laughed. "Reading 10,000 books is better than traveling 10,000 miles. Let's go for a walk." Yi Tianming said, "Okay." After he cleaned up, he and Mu Guanchen walked towards the mountain, and just as they reached the gate, they saw Fuzong. Yi Tianming was surprised. "Is senior sister going too?" Mu Guanchen nodded. "Yes." Yi Tianming smiled. "Good." Fuzong glanced at him and didn't say anything. The 3 masters and disciples walked towards the bottom of the mountain, and along the way, both Yi Tianming and Fuzong were silent, each with their own preoccupations. Yi Tianming actually wanted to stay inside the academy and cultivate properly. After all, the Wanzhou Grand Competition was coming soon. Fuzong, on the other hand, had other things on his mind. It wasn't until noon that Mu Guanchen brought the duo to the bottom of the mountain, where he sat on a rock, then turned his head to look at Yi Tianming and Fuzong and laughed. "You guys have missed out on a lot, a lot." Both of them were a bit puzzled. Mu Guanchen smiled and said, "When you were descending the mountain, the red sun was rising, the sky was red, that beauty you didn't see when you were halfway down the mountain. There were countless strange flowers on both sides, competing with each other, that beauty you didn't see when you were almost at the bottom of the mountain. There were flocks of cows and goats, and the shepherd boy was riding a cow, that beauty you didn't see that either." Yi Tianming froze. Fuzong frowned slightly. Mu Guanchen suddenly pointed to the distance. Not far from the field, a man and a woman were transplanting rice seedlings, and on the bank of the field, there lay a little boy. The little boy was using his hands to fiddle with the tadpoles in the water pool in front of him. Mu Guanchen said softly, "Heaven's destiny, Shaozong, cultivators, not only should they see heaven and earth in their hearts, they should also see all beings. See all beings." Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanduan, and Mu Guanduan said, "In this world, apart from the sects and families, apart from the cultivators, in fact, there are still many, many ordinary people, truly ordinary people, who may not be able to cultivate due to a variety of reasons, and thus only have a few short decades in their lives. What is the greatest wish of these people in their lives? To not get sick and live happily." Yi Tianming was silent in contemplation. As Mu Guanduan led the 2 of them towards the distant shore, Mu Guanduan said softly, "Since ancient times, cultivators have all been high and mighty, and in their eyes, there is only longevity, there is only the great Tao. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this. We are not qualified to talk about others, but Tianming, you are not only a cultivator or a reader. The eyes of a reader can not only have the great Tao, can not only have longevity, there should also be this multitude of people." Yi Tianming slightly bowed his head. "Teacher, the reasoning is too great." Mu Guanchen smiled. "Tianming, you have suffered injustice, but are you the only one in this world who has suffered injustice? Yi Tianming raised his head to look at Mu Guandust. Mu Guandust said, "There are too many people in this world who have suffered from injustice. There are many people who not only have no place to redress their grievances, but they are also directly wronged to death, which is why you were able to find another way to devour the laws of the laws, because there are too many darkness in this world. However, heaven's mandate, you shouldn't just be satisfied with devouring the laws. If your dark law dharma phase wants to be raised to another level, then you should also need higher concepts, such as carving out a brand new avenue out of this endless dark laws on behalf of all beings." Yi Tianmian clenched his hands as he stared at Mu Guanshan. Mu Guanchuan smiled. "With the dark laws alone, you won't be able to defeat those law enforcers who represent the Guanchuan divine Ming laws. So what do you need to do? Gather the power of all those who have suffered injustice, unite them together, and fight against the Guanxian divine Ming law together. Otherwise, without a mass base, you will never be able to fight against the Guanxian divine Ming law." Yi Tianmian's fists were clenched, and there was light in his eyes. Mu Guanchuan added, "You said that you're going to meet the Guanchuan swordmaster, but the power of one person's injustice is too small, too small. After all, there are many people who suffer from injustice in this world, so what's wrong with having one more of you? But if you are able to bring the injustice of all the people of all beings to meet him, at that time, you then ask him what's wrong with this world, then your words have power." Chapter 70. One step drawing the circle. The injustice of all beings. Yi Tianming's eyes slowly closed. At this moment, a thought gradually became clear in his mind. On the side, Fu Zong lowered her head and was silent, but her fists were also clenched. After a long time, Yi Tianmian opened his eyes, and he bowed deeply to Mu Guanshan. "Teacher, I understand." Mu Guanchuan smiled. "You see, for the sake of all beings and for yourself, there is no conflict at all, especially for those who have the ability to do so. If you treat all beings well, all beings will definitely not treat you poorly as well. Isn't that how it is with Guanchuan Swordmaster?" After saying that, he smiled and then took out a piece of jade pendant. He split that jade pendant into two halves and handed it to Yi Tianming and Fu Zong respectively. "This was given to me by my teacher in the beginning, now I am giving it to you." Yi Tianming and Fu Zong received the jade pendant. Yi Tianming looked at the jade pendant in his hand. There was a word written on it. He glanced at Fu Zhang's jade pendant. There was also a word on it. Mu Guanshan suddenly laughed. "Let's go." After saying that, he walked towards the distance. Yi Tianming and Fu Zong followed. On the road, Mu Guanshan looked at the mortals planting rice seedlings in the distance and said earnestly, "Heaven's destiny, you must remember those at the bottom amongst all beings. Those at the bottom are the ones who live the most exhausting and uncomfortable lives, and a small illness can bring despair to their lives. In the future, many, many years from now, at that time you may have already walked very, very high. Teacher, sincerely hope that at that time you can remember your injustice, remember the injustice of all beings, remember the difficulty of these people at the very bottom of this world." Yi Tianming solemnly said, "Teacher, I will keep your words in mind." Mu Guan smiled. "In one's life, the word beginner's heart is the hardest to keep." Yi Tianmian seriously said, "Teacher, I will keep it in mind for the rest of my life." Mu Guanduan nodded, then said, "Right now you are a human, you just need to think human, but later on, as your strength rises at that time, all beings will be more than just humans to you. It will be everything in the world." Yi Tianming's eyes glowed. The beings were infinite. There was no upper limit to cultivation. His teacher's words enlightened him. For oneself, for all beings, conflict. There was no conflict at all. One could completely cooperate with all beings. "I will advocate for you, and you will help me." Mu Guanduan looked at Yi Tianmian and said meaningfully, "Tianmian, don't fail the living beings. From ancient times to the present day, there are many, many people who at first could not leave the living beings, so they cooperated with the living beings and worked for the benefit of the living beings. But then after they rose to power, they opened their mouths and said that they were some kind of parental officials, law enforcers, as if the living beings couldn't be separated from them, and that the relationship of fish and water had gradually become a relationship of oil and water, and that they were floating high above and were still floating high above and were still floating high above. They are floating high above, but also do not allow the following beings to breathe. Dragon-slaying teenagers eventually become evil dragons." Yi Tianming solemnly said, "Teacher's words, disciple will keep in mind. Moreover, teacher, don't worry. I still have a tower ancestor. My tower ancestor is an extremely good and excellent tower. It will always teach me, and won't let me go down a crooked path." The little tower directly laughed out loud. Mu Guanchuan smiled. "Teacher believes in you, and also believes in your tower ancestor." After saying that, he glanced at Fu Zong, who was at the side. When one suffers injustice, any means to confront those who perpetrate injustice is correct and desirable. Fu Zong bowed his head and did not speak. the master and disciple continued on. For the next month, master and disciple, three people just move forward on foot, no goal, wherever they go. Along the way, Yi Tianmian also completely let go, no longer think about what the matter of 10,000 states. He just follow Mu Guanchuan to read books every day, to see the living beings. And although Fu Zong is still a little preoccupied, but compared to the very beginning, she is now much better. At least occasionally will follow Yi Tianmian to see the scenery and so on, of course, or less words, generally do not speak. Cultivation-wise, it wasn't completely absent. Every day when he slept, he would discuss his heavenly destiny decree with his teacher, Mu Guanchuan, and Mu Guanchuan would help him perfect this heavenly destiny decree together. And only until this moment did he realize how knowledgeable his teacher was truly unfathomable. Because of some of his original doubts, his teacher was always able to hit the nail on the head and point out the crux of the problem. He had a feeling that his teacher was the real reader, the one who possessed wisdom, while Tazu was quite kind. Time flies, January blinks. In January, the teacher and disciple 3 days daily traveling in the mountains and marketplace, Yi Tianming and Fu Zong saw many of the world's real ordinary people. That is, those who are unable to cultivate mortals. He really saw the suffering and difficulties of those people. Those people, living was already very difficult. In this world, the ones that were most easily ignored were those who were truly at the bottom, because they had no value to some people. On this day, the master and disciple were walking on an avenue, when suddenly, they looked up and saw countless crowds of people in the sky traveling in the air, vastly heading towards the distance. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. "Teacher, what are they?" Mu Guanduan smiled. "The day after tomorrow is the great competition of 10,000 states. Wanzhou Grand Competition." Yi Tianming was slightly stunned, then said, "So soon?" In January, he followed his senior sister and Mu Guanchuan as they traveled around, and each day only felt like it was a very fulfilling time, not realizing that January had already passed. Seemingly thinking of something, his face sank. Mu Guanchan suddenly said, "I'll send you to the Wanzhou realm." Wanzhou realm. The competition venue of the Wanzhou Grand Competition was in the Wanzhou realm, which was a separate world jointly opened up by Guanchuan Academy and Immortal Treasure Pavilion for the purpose of the Wanzhou Grand Competition, where millions of people could be watched live at the same time, and the tickets had even been snapped up as early as the early stage of ticket sales. Yi Tianming was silent. He knew that he was afraid that it would not be that easy for him to reach the Wanzhou realm this time. Soon, the three masters and disciples arrived at an Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and after Mu Guanduan paid the fee, the three masters and disciples entered the teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated. Soon, the master and disciple 3 entered the teleportation array channel. Yi Tianming asked, "Teacher, the courtyard master him?" Mu Guandu sighed in a low voice. "I agreed with him to meet here, but he didn't come, so I guess he won't be able to come." Guanchuan Academy of the Middle Earth Divine Prefecture. Song Shi looked at an old man not far away, his expression unprecedentedly grave. The old man stared at Song Shi. "Take a step forward and die." After Song Shi was silent for a moment, he suddenly laughed and walked towards the old man. "I am the personally appointed lord of the One-State Academy of Books by the cabinet, Yushao family." The old man suddenly waved his sleeve. Time was forbidden. In an instant, only Song Shi and the entire hall of books were seen to quickly turn into ashes like a burning piece of paper. The old man's face was filled with disdain. "What's the difference between a tiny house master and an ant?" After saying that, he turned around and left. Inside the teleportation array passageway, after an unknown amount of time, a white light appeared in front of them, and after the three of them passed through a white light, they appeared in an unknown starfield. A dead starfield. It was boundless and there was no one whatsoever. Yi Tianming said in a deep voice, "This is not the Wanzhou realm." Mu Guanduan nodded. "No." At this moment, the distant space-time suddenly cracked open. Then, 2 old men slowly walked out. One of them was that Shao family's current patriarch, Shao Feng, and in front of Shao Feng, that old man was dressed in a thick black robe, his pair of eyes calmly resembling an ancient well, without any fluctuations. Shao Feng stood respectfully behind that black-robed old man. Mu Guanchuan looked at that old man. "Half a step to break the circle. Half a step to break the circle." Hearing those words, the face of Fu Zong beside Yi Tianming instantly changed dramatically. Xiao Ta was also a little shocked. "Grass? Directly sending a half-step circle-breaking realm powerhouse? Is this Shao family crazy?" Yi Tianming was a bit curious. "Tower ancestor? Half-step circle-breaking?" Little Tower said in a deep voice. "Dozens of realms higher than you? Guanxian Universe battle power ceiling level. A universe as big as Guanxian Universe. If there is no one to stop it, he will exterminate it with a snap of his fingers. Yi Tianming, that black-robed old man, glanced at Mu Guanchuan and hissed, "A little bit of eye candy." With that, he looked at Yi Tianmian. "Before I came here, I still thought that the Shao family's juniors were incompetent, and to exterminate a mole, they even had to invite these old guys like me. But now it seems that their caution is not unreasonable." Xiao Feng was silent. The reason why he directly invited the old ancestor was because he realized that this Yi Tianmian was not ordinary, and the Shao family must not be careless and rash again, knowing that how many forces were careless and rash in the early stages, and ended up being flipped by someone else, and the whole family was wiped out. The Shao family cannot make this mistake. Directly call the Guanxian Universe War Power Ceiling. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, today Yi Tianming must die. No one will be able to protect him. At this time, the Mu Guanchuan on the side suddenly shook his head. "If you do more than one thing, you will die by yourself." The black-robed old man stared at Mu Guanchuan. "Seek death." Yi Tianming suddenly said, "Teacher, senior sister, you guys go." Fu Zong looked at Yi Tianming, who grinned. "It's me they want to kill. It has nothing to do with you guys." He knew that Fu Zhang's origin was not ordinary, but from Fu Zhang's face, he could tell that the old man in front of him was definitely not something she could fight against, as well as his teacher, although he had always felt that his teacher was definitely not a truly ordinary person. He also didn't think that his teacher would be able to fight against the old man in front of him. Even the tower ancestor was so shocked. He knew that his path had come to an end. At this time, Mu Guanchuan suddenly walked up to Yi Tianming. He rubbed Yi Tianming's head and smiled. How could there be a teacher who abandons his student? There is no such thing. In the distance, the black-robed old man looked at Mu Guanchuan and hissed, "Where did you get the confidence? Just because you've read some more books." After saying that, he suddenly waved his sleeve. With this wave, this starry universe directly began to fade away. Completely annihilated. Erasing a world. The pupils of Yi Tianming's eyes suddenly shrunk. This kind of tactic from the other party had completely exceeded his cognizance. But right at this moment, Mu Guanchuan suddenly raised his head to look above the firmament as he slowly said, "Heaven's destiny. Do you think this world is real?" Yi Tianming was puzzled. Mu Guanchuan softly said, "I Mu Guanchuan read for nearly 100 years, exhausting the reasoning in the book, but I have not found a true reason for all beings. Throughout the ages, there is only the weak and the strong. There is only oppression, the rise, all beings are suffering, the death, all beings are suffering. This world should not be like this," said. His eyes slowly closed. "Today, I, Mu Guanduan Dust, would like to give up this life, for the heavenly order you, for this living beings, to seek a justice." Boom! A terrifying aura rushed up from within him, and in an instant, his realm crazily skyrocketed. Flesh-body realm, innate realm, true Dharma realm, 10,000 Dharma realm, minor tribulation realm, great emperors, emperor of age, emperor of karma, emperor of destiny. Open the way alone. Breaking the Tao. Destroy the Tao. Broken circle. 3 broken circles. 9 broken circles. Drawing circles. 1 step to the top. Not only that, his aura was still insanely skyrocketing. In the distance, that black-robed old man looked at Mu Guanchuan as incredulously as if he were looking at a ghost. Fu Zhang's eyes were also wide open as she looked at Mu Guanchuan incredulously. Xiao Ta was also greatly shocked. Mu Guanchuan, he looked into the depths of the firmament. His eyes passed through billions of stars and universes, and finally came to a celestial path. He passed through the celestial path without any obstacles, and finally entered a world of nothingness, and soon, he passed through that world of nothingness to a special world. True world. In the middle of this true world, he glanced around and softly said, "So it really is like this?" After saying that, his divine sense returned to his body, and he looked at the black-robed old man in the distance, and with just a glance, that black-robed old man and Xiao Feng directly disappeared without a sound. Erased in the true sense of the word. Mu Guanchuan took out a scroll. He used his hand as a pen to write. Every time he wrote a stroke, a special light would surge out of his body and enter that scroll, and at the same time he would drop a realm. When he landed the last stroke, he had already returned to being an ordinary person, and at the same time, he became very old, and the death aura overflowed from his body. Mu Guanchuan placed the scroll in his hand into Yi Tianmian's hand. He took Yi Tianmian's hand and said in an incomparably weak manner, "Tianmian, Guanchuan Swordmaster's Guanchuan Divine Ming Law's initial intention is good. However, it also has a great flaw. He wanted to make all beings equal, and also allowed them to supervise and constrain his order. But Saying this, he shook his head slightly. All beings have the right to constrain power, but power is not the same as ability. So all beings must be strong enough to truly constrain his power. We must give beings this kind of ability. The teacher can only do this. The next road, rely on you to walk. Of course, don't be so tired. After saying that, he slowly turned his head to look in a certain direction, a smile spreading on his face, but soon, this smile turned into guilt. I really want to go home and worship my parents. As his voice fell, his breath completely disappeared. Yi Tianming looked at Mu Guanshan, who had completely lost his breath, and his entire body froze. And on the scroll in his hand, there were 3 big words written on it. The law of all beings, law of all life, once cast, disregarding any law, disregarding any great Tao, disregarding any realm, disregarding all rules in the universe, it will definitely inflict 50% true damage to the opponent. There is no need for any aura, no restrictions, and it can be performed by mortals. The mortal can also kill the gods. Today broke out 9 chapters. There are votes, can vote ha. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 71. Redefining the Great Tao. Somewhere in the void, a man in a Taoist robe was looking at the already breathless Mu Guanshan through space and time, and after staring at him for a long, long time, he said 2 words, awesome. Beside the man in the Tao robe, a teenager was puzzled. Master, what? The teenager was none other than Yinan. The Tao-robed man smiled faintly. Met a very powerful person. Saying that, he looked into the distance, a flash of complexity in his eyes. A person who is willing to waste his own cultivation for the sake of all living beings and start all over again. Yinan was puzzled. Self-abandonment of cultivation? The Tao-robed man nodded. Only by becoming an ordinary person himself can one truly appreciate how difficult it is for ordinary people. This person has redefined the cultivation system. No, I should say that he has redefined the Great Tao, although it is not yet completely perfect. Going forward, there will be no more people like this in this world. It is a pity. Let's go. With that, he took Yinan and disappeared into the distance. Looking at Mu Guanshan, who no longer had any breath, Yi Tianmian's entire body was struck by lightning and his head went blank. Dead. He hadn't thought that his teacher would die just like that. He hugged Mu Guanshan's body tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. On the side, Fu Zhang's fists were clenched tightly. His face was pale, and his absolutely beautiful eyes contained endless anger. After a long, long time, Yi Tianmian carried up Mu Guanshan's body and turned to leave. Fu Zhang followed. Shao family. At this time, the Shao family was still waiting for news, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no news coming. Not only that, the Shao family's patriarch Shaofeng's soul plate had even shattered. Dead? The entire Shao clan's strongmen were immediately shocked. All the Shao clan powerhouses gathered in a large hall. There really is someone behind that Yi Tianming. At this moment, an old man suddenly said with a gloomy face. The old man who spoke was none other than Shao Bu, the second elder of the Shao clan today, and now that the patriarch was dead, he was the biggest of the Shao clan. Another old man said, Old ancestor. The moment these words came out, the faces of the entire Shao clan's powerhouses all turned unsightly. The old ancestor they had invited this time, that was a half-step circle-breaking realm powerhouse, this level of powerhouse, not to mention in the entire Guanchuan universe. Even if it was put into the entire universe, it would be a top-notch existence. Could it be that the old ancestor is also? Thinking of this, the faces of the crowd of Shao family powerhouses immediately became even more unsightly. Impossible! At this moment, Shao Bu suddenly said, It is absolutely impossible for the person behind the Yi Tianmian to have that kind of strength. Other than the Yi family of Qingzhou, there is no Yi family name that has a circle-breaking level powerhouse. Another old man also said, What the second elder said is true. The person behind the Yi Tianming cannot be a circle-breaking realm powerhouse. We don't have many circle-breaking realm powerhouses in the Guanchuan universe. If Yi Tianming really had this level of powerhouse behind him, why did he need to break into any Guanchuan Dao in the first place? Wouldn't it have been resolved with a single sentence? Shao Bu said with a sardonic voice, Even if there are circle-breaking realm powerhouses behind him, so what? The crowd of Shao family powerhouses looked at Shao Bu, who clenched his hands and showed a fierce light in his eyes. Even if there are circle-breaking realm powerhouses, does the other party still dare to destroy my Shao family? Don't forget, our Shao family ancestor was a brother to the Guanxian swordmaster. At those words, the crowd of Shao family powerhouses all laughed. The ancestor was a brother to the Guanxian swordmaster. With this relationship, looking at the entire universe, who the hell would dare to touch the Shao family? Who would dare? Xiaobu got up. This matter is a bit strange. Perhaps it is another family clan that is secretly helping the Yi Tianmian. After all, that Yi Tianmian still has some friends in the Guanchuan realm. Pass the order down. Immediately summon all the strong men in the clan. Let them use all their connections to search for the whereabouts of that Yi Tianming. Never let him go to participate in the 10,000 states competition. He was ultimately afraid that Yi Tianming would participate in the great competition of 10,000 states and obtain a good ranking, and then the Guanxian Sword Master would really appear, and at that time, once Yi Tianming went in front of the Guanxian Sword Master to personally sue the imperial court, maybe Guanxian Sword Master wouldn't touch those people from the older generation of the Xiao family. But this group of them would definitely be doomed. Thinking of this, Xiaobu added, immediately notify the Qingzhou Guanchuan School Jishur and the Qingzhou and family of them, and tell them that once Yi Tianming meets the Guanchuan Sword Master after participating in the 10,000 states competition, my Xiao family can't escape the blame, and neither can they. Soon, all of the Xiao family's strongest men were out in force. At this point, there was no way back, so they could only throw their weight around. Lanzhou, Yi Tianming carried Mu Guanduan on his back to Ereshur Prefecture because the Mu family was in Ereshur Prefecture. 100 years ago, Mu Guanchun was known to no one and no one in Ereshur Prefecture. At that time, Mu Guanchun was known as the first genius of Ereshur Prefecture. No, I should say the first genius of 10,000 prefectures. At that time, the Mu family was also rising. Their status was elevated from the bottom family to a fourth family. And when Mu Guanchun broke through the Guanchuan road, not only was the entire Mu family, it was the entire Ereshur Prefecture that was abuzz with excitement. At that time, Mu Guanchun was undoubtedly the idol of the entire Ereshur Prefecture. However, everyone did not expect that Mu Guanchun, who had entered the Guanchuan realm, would suddenly abolish his own cultivation and become an ordinary person through and through, and would eventually be abandoned by the academy and sent down to the Middle-earth divine state. During this period, the Mu family was undoubtedly the most hurt. Originally, they had the hope to be promoted to the second-class family, or even the first-class family, and because of Mu Guanchun Sake, the then second-class family Li family was also willing to marry them. However, with Mu Guanchun's self-abolition of his cultivation to become an ordinary person, everything changed. The entire Mu family's status fell to pieces, and not only that, they were also disowned by the Li clan. At that time, all the people in the Mu family were angry and spit blood. The status fell from the sky to the bottom. They naturally cannot accept, but cannot change, so they naturally hate Mu Guanchun. At that time, the head of the Mu family directly expelled Mu Guanchun out of the Mu family, and expelled out of the genealogy. No longer will he be treated as a member of the family of the Mu family. Yi Tianming carried the body of Mu Guanshan to the front of the Mu mansion. He knocked on the door. A steward came out. The steward looked at Yi Tianming and Fu Zong. His face was full of doubts. After Yi Tianming explained his intention, the steward froze, then closed the door and turned around. Yi Tianming and Fu Zong waited quietly. After a long time, an old man opened the door. The old man glanced at Yi Tianming and Fu Zong. Finally, his gaze landed on Mu Guanduan. When he saw Mu Guanduan, he was slightly stunned. Then his expression became complicated. Obviously, he had recognized Mu Guanshan's identity. Yi Tianming gave a deep salute. Teacher's wish in his lifetime was to return to the Mu family to pay homage to his parents. No way. The old man directly interrupted Yi Tianming's words and decisively refused. I'm sorry. Back then, my grandfather had given an order not to allow him to step into the Mu family because he is a disgrace to my Mu family. The disgrace of the Mu family. After the old man finished speaking, he was about to close the door. But Yi Tianming stopped him again and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, please." With that, he bent his legs and directly knelt down. Fu Zong, on the other hand, stared angrily at the old man. Both fists clenched, ready to strike at any time. After a moment of silence, the old man sighed in a low voice. Duke Yi, I know you, so I'll be straight with you. If it was just because of himself, I wouldn't be less than humane, but he is in a master-disciple relationship with you, and you are in that situation with the Xiao family. Saying this, he once again sighed. Sir Yi, my Mu family is only a fourth-class family. We simply can't afford to offend the Xiao family. If the Xiao family casually operates, we will be doomed. Mr. Yi, this girl, I know that you are not ordinary people, and we can't afford to offend you, but we can't afford to offend the Xiao family even more. Please also spare us. After saying that, he slowly knelt down towards Yi Tianming. Chapter 72. Kill. Yi Tianming didn't make things difficult for the Mu family as he carried Mu Guanshan on his back and turned to leave. Fu Zong, on the other hand, stared at that old man of the Mu family in death. Yi Tianming softly said, Senior sister, let's go. Fu Zong didn't make a move and turned around to follow Yi Tianming away. Yi Tianming carried Mu Guanshan to the outskirts of the countryside. He gently placed Mu Guanshan on the ground. He knelt down to Mu Guanshan's corpse and respectfully kowtowed 3 times before burying him. Yi Tianming just knelt in front of Mu Guanshan's grave for a long time. Beside him, Fu Zong looked at Mu Guanshan's grave for a long time before she also slowly knelt down. The senior siblings knelt like that. At this moment, the sky suddenly cracked open. Immediately after, a woman walked out. The woman was wearing a white dress, beautiful face. She stepped as to come to the grave, and then gently waved her right hand. The grave soil parted. When she saw Mu Guanduan, the woman's face became pale in an instant. She slowly walked to the side of Mu Guanchen. Her right hand gently stroked Mu Guanchen's cheeks, and the tears in her eyes gushed out at once. "You have all beings in your heart. Why can't you have me?" Yi Tianming looked at the woman in front of him. He knew that the one in front of him should be the woman who had a marriage contract with his teacher, as Li Zhang had said before. Not far away, the woman buried her head in front of Mu Guanchen's chest and whispered, "This is good, so that you now belong to me alone." As the words fell, she had already lost any breath. Yi Tianming and Fu Zong directly stayed in place, and right at this moment, a piece of space-time in the distance suddenly cracked open, and immediately afterward, a terrifying aura spread out from heaven and earth. Countless strong men rushed out in unison, surrounding the master sisters and brothers. All of these powerhouses were dressed in black robes to conceal their auras. And they, all of them, were the strong men of the Shao family and the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy. Fu Zong looked up at those strong men, his complexion gradually becoming hideous. Yi Tianming also slowly stood up as he looked towards those terrifying powerhouses, his left hand tightly gripping the Xingdao sword as killing intent surged in his eyes. In the sky, a black-clothed man at the head stared at Yi Tianming. "Kill! Kill!" All the powerhouses rushed down towards Yi Tianming in unison. Although their realms were far superior to Yi Tianming, at this moment, all the powerhouses poured out their strength. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. They didn't want any more changes. This hidden danger must be resolved. And just at this moment, buzz! A sword sound suddenly came from the sky, and in the next moment, a sword light tore from the sky, and the powerful sword Dao aura directly forced all the powerhouses in the arena back 100 feet away. The Shao clan and the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy's powerhouses were shocked and looked towards Yi Tianmai. What? Beside Yi Tianmai stood an old man with a long sword in his hand. The person who came was none other than that ancient former civilization's Mu Lao. Beside Mu Lao, there was also a veiled woman standing. The veiled woman stared at Yi Tianming and stretched out her hand. "The Guanxin universe will not allow you. Follow me." Yi Tianming looked at her and did not say anything. The veiled woman stared at him closely. "When you arrive at the ancient former civilization, my ancient former civilization will do everything in its power to cultivate you." Yi Tianming shook his head. The veiled woman's brows furrowed. Yi Tianming said softly, "I'm going to participate in the great competition of 10,000 states. I'm going to seek justice for myself, for my teacher, and for the courtyard master." The veiled woman said, "With Yang Jia around, it's impossible for you to win first place." Yi Tianming looked at the veiled woman. "Girl, protect me for a ride. Is it good?" The veiled woman stared at Yi Tianming for a long time before saying, "Good." Yi Tianming seriously said, "Thank you." The veiled woman gently waved her right hand, and the piece of space-time where he and Fu Zong were directly became distorted. In the sky, when the Shao family's powerhouses saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, unbridled, saying that they were about to strike, but at that moment, that Mu Lao suddenly took a step forward and a terrifying sword momentum swept out, instantly forcing all the powerhouses in the arena to retreat violently in succession. Mu Lao coldly stared at the crowd of strongmen. "Take a step forward and die." Xiao Bu, the leader of the second elder of the Shao family, said angrily. Yi Tianmian even colluded with an outer domain civilization. Damned! Damn! And at this time, Yi Tianmian and Fu Zong had already disappeared. That Xiao Bu and the others were instantly angry and anxious. But they were afraid of that Mu Lao's strength. They didn't dare to come forward to make a move. And after seeing Yi Tianming and Fu Zong disappear, that Mu Lao disdainfully glanced at Xiao Bu and the others before turning around and disappearing. Xiao Bu suddenly said, "Go to the Yi family. I want to see if he, Yi Tianming, cares about the lives of his entire Yi family. Go to the Yi family." Hearing Xiao Bu's words, the many powerful people in the field immediately turned around and tore through space, heading straight for the Yi family, Wanzhou realm. On this day, the Wanzhou realm was unprecedentedly lively. Wanzhou Grand Competition, the highest tournament in the Guanchuan universe. In these few days, all the academies in the entire Guanchuan universe would be on vacation, and those who were in a position to do so would come to the Wanzhou realm to watch it live. Thus, at this point in time, Wanzhou was incomparably lively, with a sea of people gathering countless powerhouses from all over the Wanzhou. The rewards of this Wanzhou Grand Competition were also the best ever. The first place would not only receive 3 civilization ancestral artifacts and 6 ancestral veins, but would also be able to enter the martial pavilion to watch the highest martial arts aptitude of the Guanchuan universe civilization without any limitations, and on top of that, they would be able to participate in the Cosmic Grand Competition 2 years later in advance, to see the top geniuses of the cosmic civilizations. Outside, all of the Wanzhou participants were all gathered in a huge square, more than 100,000 people. There were 3 levels in the Great Competition of 10,000 states. The first level, the Great Wave, the participants had to withstand the pressure of a great emperor for a quarter of an hour, and those who could still stand after a quarter of an hour would be qualified to enter the next level. On the huge square, all the participants entered one after another. Yi Tianming and Fu Zong came to the entrance. He and Fu Zong took out their tokens and handed them to an old man in front of the door. The old man took a look at the 2 tokens of the 2 of them. His brows suddenly frowned. The Middle-earth Divine State has no qualifications to participate this time, saying that he directly put away the duo's tokens. Yi Tianming stared at the old man. Why? The old man said, there is no reason. The above has cancelled the qualification of the Middle-earth Divine State's Guanxian Academy. If you have a problem, you can go and complain. Yi Tianming stared at the old man dead on. The old man's face was expressionless. Get out of the way. And right at this moment, Mu Lao suddenly appeared in the middle of the field. He gave a token and handed it to the old man. The old man's face changed when he saw the token. Mu Lao coldly glanced at the old man before turning his head to look at Yi Tianming and Fu Zong. Both of you go in. Yi Tianming cupped his fists. Many thanks. After saying that, he and Fu Zong walked towards the inside. Mu Lao turned around and left. And not long after, 2 more people came to the door. It was Yi Zong and Yi Nan. They took out their own token and handed it to the old man, who glanced at it and then said, you have no qualifications to compete. The 2 Yi Nan brothers froze. Yi Nan immediately asked, why? The old man said, the above cancelled your qualifications. Yi Zong angrily said, on what grounds? The old man glanced at him. Your Yi family is suspected of killing people from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Therefore, the above cancelled your qualification to participate. If you have any objections, you can go and complain. Yi Zong became furious and was about to speak, but he was stopped by Yi Nan, who pulled Yi Zong around to leave. Yi Zong said, big brother, they bully people too much, they? Yi Nan grimly said, it's the Shao family that is messing with us. The Shao family may target our family, go back immediately. After saying that, he pulled Yi Zong and ran. At the square that all the participants arrived, they gazed ahead, waiting for the great emperor powerhouses to appear. And above everyone, there were tens of thousands of advanced cloud recorders. These tens of thousands of advanced cloud recorders would live stream the grand competition in real time to the entire Guanchuan universe, and everyone in the entire Guanchuan universe would be able to see the great competition of 10,000 states in real time. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of all the participants. Great Emperor. Upon seeing this old man, the blood of countless people in Wanzhou instantly boiled. To countless ordinary people, a great emperor realm powerhouse was undoubtedly the existence of the ceiling. That great emperor powerhouse glanced at everyone in the arena as he raised his right hand, then gently pressed it, and in an instant, a terrifying great emperor's might descended from the sky, directly enveloping all the participants in the arena. Poof! In just an instant, there were thousands of participants directly kneeling down. Great emperor's might. In the middle of the crowd, Yi Tianming stood with Fu Zong. His eyes slowly closed, feeling the terrifying great emperor's might in detail, which was as suffocating as a mountain coming down on his face. That old man great emperor did not let go. That great emperor's might was getting stronger and stronger, and in the field more and more people fell to their knees. In just a dozen breaths, more than 10,000 people had already knelt down in the field. However, that great emperor's might was still growing stronger. Many people were pale, gritting their teeth and struggling to hold on. However, there were also people who looked calm and completely ignored that great emperor's might. There were also those who actually got a breakthrough under the pressure of this great emperor's might. On the other side, Nanling Zhao's gaze was always on Yi Tianming. She did not participate in the great competition of 10,000 states. She had automatically given up. She already knew about what happened in Middle-earth Divine State. the entire Middle-earth Divine State Guanxian Academy was erased, and it was certain that that Song Shi had already fallen. Although there was no evidence for the time being, she knew that it must have been done by the Shao family, and when she learned of the change in Middle-earth Divine State, she immediately used all the family's power to search for Yi Tianmeng. But she did not expect that Yi Tianmeng had suddenly come to the 10,000 States realm. Nanling Zhao looked at Yi Tianmeng, her eyes filled with worry. And on the other side, the veiled woman and Mu Lao were also watching Yi Tianmeng. The veiled woman said, "Are our people ready?" Mu Lao said in a low voice, "They are all ready, just waiting for an order from you. Your Highness, they will immediately break in here to save the people." The veiled woman's face was expressionless. "Wait for my order." Mu Lao nodded. "Understood." In the middle of the square below, more and more people knelt down. A large portion of them had already knelt down at this moment, while that great emperor's might was still getting more and more terrifying. Half of the time had already passed, and those who were able to persevere now were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. However, just at this moment, that great emperor's might suddenly skyrocketed several times. Just in an instant, the field brushed down a piece of kneeling. Originally, there were still tens of thousands of people left in an instant with less than 1,000. Yi Tianming was also greatly affected in the moment when the great emperor's might skyrocketed. But he quickly stabilized his mind and hardened himself to carry that great emperor's might. Not only that, under the pressure of that great emperor's might, he felt that his spiritual power had been greatly enhanced. Right at this moment, that great emperor's right hand once again pressed downwards. And with this pressure, another 200 people fell to their knees. There were only about 600 people left in the field. That great emperor withdrew his hand as he smiled faintly. "Congratulations to all of you." After saying that, he made a turn and disappeared in place. Yi Tianming took a deep breath and adjusted his breath. He turned his head to look at Fu Zhang beside him. He realized that from the beginning to the end, Fu Zhang's complexion didn't fluctuate even a little bit. The unfathomable senior sister. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at the other side again, and when he saw one of the silhouettes, he froze. And Qi seemed to have sensed Yi Tianming's gaze as she slowly turned her head to look at Yi Tianming. The four eyes faced each other. Both were calm. And Qi withdrew her gaze. Her eyes slowly closed. In her heart there was a little surprise. She did not think that Yi Tianming would be able to hold out. Of course, there was just a little bit of surprise. It didn't make her heart ripple much. Because she has now awakened a trace of the family's martial god bloodline. The road of her in prayer would go far, far, far away, and the distance between Yi Tianming and her would also be far, far away. Chapter 73. A plain dress. Yi Tianming's eyes searched the surroundings, but he did not see Yi Nan and Yi Zong, and his brows furrowed. Logically speaking, Yi Nan and Yi Zong were qualified to come here. Could it be that something had happened? Thinking about this, his face sank. And right at this moment, a teleportation array appeared under all of their feet, and in the next moment, all of them appeared on a huge square martial arts platform. This martial arts platform was tens of thousands of feet wide, and from the surroundings of the platform, rows of stone steps and seats were stacked up to extend to the sky, forming natural spectator seats that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people on each side. At this time, an old man appeared in front of the crowd. The old man looked at the crowd and smiled. "Congratulations to all of you for entering the second level. This next level is a ring match. Draw lots to determine the opponent. No need to be so troublesome." Right at this moment, not far to the left, a man slowly walked out. The man was dressed in a gorgeous robe with an imposing demeanor. "It's the family's Enling." Among the crowd of onlookers in the arena, someone exclaimed, "Enling, Qingzhou's #1 super genius." Enling slowly walked out and he waved his sleeve. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura surged out from within him, instantly enveloping everyone in the arena. Great Emperor! Everyone in the arena was shocked. That examination officer was also slightly stunned when he saw this scene. Not only that, right at this moment, a terrifying bloodline pressure suddenly surged out from that Anling's body. A powerful bloodline pressure sweeping across the field, even more terrifying than that great emperor's aura. Martial god bloodline. Everyone in the field was dumbstruck. Great Emperor realm. Martial god bloodline. Moreover, this Anling was only 16 years old. It's too terrifying. Anling slowly turned to look in the direction of the southern state, where a group of people stood over there, when a man walked out. Boom! As soon as this man stepped out, a terrifying sword momentum immediately swept through the field, on par with that great emperor's aura, and even a bit more severe. Sword Emperor. In the arena, Someone sucked in a breath of cool air. It's Yi Jinghong of the southern state Yi family, someone in the arena exclaimed. Yi Jinghong, a 15-year-old sword emperor. The Guanxian swordmaster couldn't even compare to him back then. A great emperor? Is that great? At this moment, a man stepped out from the side. The man laughed loudly, only to see a terrifying aura erupt from his body, sweeping all around, rigid and overbearing. Great emperor. It's Wuzhou's Pan Wu. Someone recognized the man's identity. All around, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. This time, 3 great emperors had actually appeared, and moreover, they were all under the age of 16. After the shock came the boiling. Countless people boiled in unison. This one was definitely intense. However, those participants in the arena laughed bitterly. The great emperor realm. This meant that they had no chance at all. Challenging across the ranks? If it was at one time, that would still be possible, but now that was almost impossible because these were all cultivated by super family clans, and people themselves were able to challenge over steps, so you want to challenge them over steps? It was simply impossible. All of the participants who hadn't reached the great imperial realm despaired. Everyone did not expect this time actually appeared 3 great emperors. To know, in the past the 10,000 states competition, there has not appeared this kind of horror out of the existence of Ah. And now, a single out of 3. Could it be that the young master descended the cause of the great Dao Qi luck? Just at this time, a light laughter suddenly came slowly from the side. This time is some interesting. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see a man dressed in white slowly walking out from amongst the crowd. He looked at everyone in the arena and smiled. You all go together. Wow, there was an uproar when these words came out. Go together? Who is this? Everyone's gazes landed on the white-clothed teenager in unison, and they were all puzzled. Completely unrecognizable. Where did this come from? Arrogant. That Yi Jinghong from the southern state's voice had just fallen, when 1,000 feet of sword light suddenly chopped out, heading straight for that white-clothed man, and the powerful sword momentum directly forced those participants beside the white-clothed man to retreat violently. And right at this moment, that white-clothed man suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and flicked them. Boom! In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, that 1,000 feet of sword energy shattered and turned into nothingness. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Yi Jinghong was a bit incredulous. The next moment, he suddenly turned into a sword light to kill out, extremely fast like a thunderbolt, instantly killed in front of the white man, and the next moment the sky and earth were dead silent. Only to see that Yi Jinghong's terrifying sword was actually caught by 2 fingers of the man in white. The man in white smiled faintly and exerted a slight force. Bang! Yi Jinghong was directly shaken back to 100 feet away. Directly crushed. Everyone was confused. This Yi Jinghong was a sword emperor. The man in white slowly swept his gaze over all the participants in the arena and calmly said, You can all go together. Together. The heavens and earth were silent as a pin could be heard. This time, no one dared to say that the other party was arrogant. And Ling stared at the white-clothed man dead on. Who the hell are you? He basically knew all the top geniuses of the Guanchuan universe, but he had never seen this man in white before. Everyone was filled with doubt and looked at the man in white curiously. The man in white smiled as he slowly walked towards the crowd, and as he landed 1 step, he was already at the great emperor realm. Another great emperor. Just as the crowd in the arena was shocked, they only saw the man in white take another step, and as this step fell, the man in white had changed from a great emperor to a great emperor of the years. Emperor of the years. Everyone froze. And at that moment, the man in white stepped down again. And as this step fell, he was already the causal emperor. Crowd. The man in white stepped down again. Great emperor of fate. Another step. Human Dao realm. Heavenly Dao realm. When he stopped, an unknown great Dao surfaced in the heavens and earth, suppressing everything. A single path was opened. At this moment, everyone in the arena as well as everyone in Wanzhou was confused, completely and utterly dumbfounded. Such a young one to open a Dao. That Yi Jinghong several people were also dumbfounded at this moment. However, it wasn't over yet, only to see that white-clothed man's aura suddenly change radically again. Broken Dao realm. Just as the crowd was dumbfounded, that white-clothed man's realm had already risen to the immortal realm, and before the crowd could react, the man in white had already elevated from the immortal realm to the circle-breaking realm again. And it was the Broken Circle 20% realm. Broken Circle. The entire universe was shocked. 16 years old Broken Circle. Right at this moment, the white-clothed man's appearance suddenly underwent some subtle changes, and soon, the faces of everyone in the arena changed drastically. First, those Guanxian School and Immortal Treasure Pavilion powerhouses outside knelt down in unison. Greetings, young lord. Young lord. Yangjia. 16-year-old broken circle. This talent, it was truly transcendent, unique in the entire universe ever, far surpassing his father's generation, the Guanchuan Sword Master and the Earthly Sword Master. In the dark, the veiled woman of that ancient former civilization's expression was also incomparably grave. She knew that this mysterious Guanchuan universe young lord was very demonic, but she didn't expect it to be so demonic. 16-year-old broken circle. Simply outrageous. The fastest broken circle before was undoubtedly the 100 Races era's 100 Races co-lord, and the other party was also 16 years old, but Yang Jia is a broken circle 2 realms, higher than the other party by a small realm. This talent is truly unprecedented and unrivaled. The veiled woman stared dead on at Yang Jia. He is trying to win the number 1 spot in the 10,000 states, so that his reputation reaches its peak. Then he will proclaim himself ruler of the Guanxian universe, and then proceed to unify the entire universe. After the people around them came back to their senses, they also got up and then respectfully saluted. Greetings, young lord. Yi Jinghong and the others all bowed respectfully as well, and there was a slight complication amongst the adoration, as they didn't have any more chances. There were only 2 people who did not salute. One was Fu Zong and the other was Yi Tianming. Yang Jia raised his head to look beyond that universe. Then he looked at all the contestants in the field and smiled. You and the others can come together. Before, everyone still felt that he was arrogant. But at this moment, everyone only felt that he was so humble. Yi Jinghong smiled bitterly. We are not the young lord's opponents. The rest of them also shook their heads. Broken circle. Not to mention them, even if the Guanxian Sword Master was reborn today, when he was the same age, he would definitely not be able to defeat this young lord in front of him. This young lord has already become more blue than blue, the most demonic person the Yang family had ever seen. Yi Jinghong and the others all admitted defeat, because there was really no need to fight, not wanting to humiliate themselves. Right at this moment, Fu Zong suddenly walked towards that Yang Jia, but in the next moment, she was pulled by Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming looked at her. I'll do it. Fu Zong looked at him for a moment before nodding her head. Yi Tianming slowly walked towards Yang Jia. Everyone's gazes shifted from Yang Jia to Yi Tianming, all curious. Yang Jia also slowly turned around to look at Yi Tianming. He looked at Yi Tianming and Yi Tianming looked straight at him. When the Shao family's matter happened, it was you who suppressed it, right? Yang Jia nodded. It's me. There are some things that don't have a surface. I know. Yi Tianming shook his head. He interrupted Yang Jia's words. I know those who are in a high position, a person suffering is nothing to you. I know even more, the value of an N-class family is far less than the value of a second-class family. I also know that the reason why you know it is the Shao family's fault, but you still don't pursue the matter is because of the displacement. You need the Shao family to serve for you, therefore, you allow them to make mistakes. I know everything, but... Saying that, his complexion suddenly became hideous. I just want you guys. I will you all. Wow, there was an outcry. The entire Guanchuan universe was stunned. Who was this? Surprisingly, he wanted to the young lord? In the darkness in the distance, that Xiaobu suddenly laughed out loud, tears falling from his eyes as he laughed. There is a way to take death. There is a way to take death. That Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy's head Qishir and others also laughed. They never thought that this teenager would want to the young master. Who is the young master? That was representing the Yang family. To the young master was to the Yang family. There is a way to take death. And after hearing Yi Tianming's words, everyone in the field was horrified. And after the horror, a bizarre scene appeared. Only to see those who originally stood behind Yi Tianming got up and ran to the side behind Yang Jia. A few breaths of time. The stone steps behind Yi Tianming was already empty. In the dark, that Xiaobu laughed incomparably madly. In the Guanxian universe, who dares to stand opposite the Yang family? Who the hell dares? None. One must stand against the Yang family. Standing against the Yang family is political correctness. Brainlessly standing is right. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at the empty chairs behind him. And after a moment of silence, he turned his head towards Yang Jia. He knew that at this moment, he was making an enemy of the entire Guanxian universe. There was only him alone, but it didn't matter. There is no one, no backer, then I, Yi Tianming, am my own backer. Just as Yi Tianming's thoughts came together, Everyone suddenly looked behind Yi Tianming's in unison. That Xiaobu also looked behind Yi Tianming. He was first stunned. Then he said hideously, "Who the hell ate the bear heart and leopard gall? How dare you stand opposite the Yang family? Exterminate your 10 clans?" Noticing everyone's gazes, Yi Tianming stopped his steps. He turned his head to look behind him, only to see the area right in the center of the seats in front of him, where a woman appeared at an unknown time. The woman walked to a chair, then slowly sat down in front of everyone. The woman was wearing a plain dress. Tomorrow on the shelves, Brothers Genuine Support Ha. Thank you for all the readers who support. Little Egg wishes you all a foot wash every day. Chapter 74. What Tower Ancestor? Not seen. Everyone was looking at the woman in the plain dress. All of them were incredibly puzzled. Who is this? How dare you stand opposite the Yang family? Don't want to live? Xiaobu stared at the woman in the plain dress. In the Guanxian universe, no one dares to stand opposite the Yang family. This person must be an offshore force. Offshore forces. All around, many top-level Guanxian guards appeared, and countless top-level powerhouses also appeared in the shadows. They looked at the woman in the veiled dress warily, because no one had realized how that veiled dress woman had appeared. Yi Tianming was stunned in place when he saw the woman in the plain dress. He had seen the other party when he used the Xingtao sword to peer into the future, and at that time it even startled him. How did the other party appear here? Yi Tianming asked in his heart, "Tower Ancestor? She is?" The little tower didn't speak. Yi Tianming looked at the woman in a plain dress, although he didn't recognize the other party. He had a strange feeling that he felt the other party was very close and dear to him. Yi Tianming was silent for a moment before he withdrew his gaze and turned towards that Yang Jia. Today, he was going to seek justice for himself with his teacher and the courtyard master. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Tianming and Yang Jia again. Yang Jia looked at Yi Tianming and calmly said, "Since you want to fight, then fight, and I won't bully you." With that, he spread his right hand out and gently pressed it. Boom! His own realm instantly pressed down to the immortal realm. Young Lord is invincible. Young Lord has a pattern. Seeing this scene, countless people instantly cheered in unison as they eagerly looked at Yang Jia with undisguised fervor and admiration in their eyes. Today's Guanxuan Universe's children were still very much identified with the Yang family, which was naturally because of the previous generation of Guanxuan swordmasters, who had still done a lot for the Guanxuan Universe. Wanzhou, everyone was also cheering in unison, naturally for Yang Jia. As for the competition stage, those contestants around them also retreated, leaving the battlefield to Yi Tianming and Yang Jia. On the battle stage, Nanling Zhao looked at Yi Tianmian, his eyes filled with worry. On the other hand, the veiled woman and Mu Lao were also looking at Yi Tianming's and Yang Jia on the battle stage. Mu Lao said in a deep voice, "This Yi Gongzi has no chance of winning. If he loses the battle, do we save him?" The veiled woman stared deathly at Yi Tianmian. "Save." Mu Lao looked grave. "Your Highness, his current opponent is not the Xiao family, but the Yang family. If we force our way into the Guanxian universe to save someone under the Yang family, this is undoubtedly provoking the entire Yang family. The consequences of this." The veiled woman's eyes slowly closed. "Save." Mu Lao stared at the veiled woman. "Your Highness, this will cause a great war between the two civilizations. My subordinate feels that this teenager is not worthy of us going to war with the Guanxian universe civilization. Therefore, please forgive my subordinate for not being able to comply with the order. My subordinate will have to report it." The veiled woman opened her eyes. "What if he wins?" Mu Lao froze, then said, "Absolutely impossible. That Yang Jia." The veiled woman stared at Mu Lao. "What if he wins?" Mu Lao shook his head. "This is completely impossible." "This?" The veiled woman interrupted Mu Lao again. "What if?" Mu Lao's left hand tightly gripped the sword in his hand, and after a moment, he looked at the veiled woman. "Then everything is up to your Highness. If this teenager was truly able to defeat the descendant of the Guanxuan swordmaster in the same realm, then it would be worth the risk to the ancient former civilization." The veiled woman turned her head to look at Yi Tianming on the martial arts stage. She just stared at Yi Tianming tightly, not knowing what she was thinking. On the martial arts stage. At this moment, on the wide martial arts stage, only Yi Tianmian and Yang Jia remained. Both were 16 years old, but their identities were very different. One was the young master of the Guanxian universe who was in the limelight, and the other was the son of an end-of-the-line family, whose name was not well known. Yang Jia calmly looked at Yi Tianmian. "Make your move." It wasn't that he was arrogant. To him, there were no opponents in the same realm, not to mention the Guanchuan universe, not even in the entire universe. Facing the descendant of the Yang family in front of him, the most gifted person in the history of the Guanchuan universe, Yi Tianmian naturally didn't dare to have any contempt. He stepped forward one step, his whole person like a thunderbolt, like a flash of lightning from the field, a distance of more than a dozen feet. In the blink of an eye, he was rushing to the front of that Yang Jia, and then a fist went straight to Yang Jia. In his fist, countless veins of the earth's power from the ground out, and then into his body, into his fist. His fist exudes a horror of the veins of the earth's fist. Yang Jia just gently stepped backward, just this step easily avoided Yi Tianming's terrifying punch, but the next moment, Yi Tianming then as a whip leg violently swept towards Yang Jia, and Yang Jia seems to be expected in general, the left hand ahead of time on the left side of the horizontal block. Bang! Yi Tianmian's whip leg contained the terrifying power of the earth's veins. However, sweeping on Yang Jia's arm, it was as if sweeping on the metaphysical iron. Yang Jia was as firm as a rock, not moving at all. However, the next moment, Yi Tianlife put away the foot, and then the whole body towards Yang Jia ruthlessly crashed into the past. It is worth saying that Yi Tianlife from the beginning of his hands, his body's earth vein power is more and more, to this moment, his body's earth vein power surging like a tide, his collision, surprisingly hard to the surrounding space, will be crashed into the shattered, but instantly that is to be repaired. In the face of this horrifying collision of Yi Tianlife, Yang Jia was calm, and only gently blasted out a fist. Bang! Countless earth vein forces collapsed, Yi Tianmian retreated more than 10 feet in a row, but the next moment, he was like a cannonball wrapped in countless earth vein forces once again ruthlessly slammed into Yang Jia. The power of the earth vein was getting more and more. At this moment, the entire martial arts stage was filled with the power of the earth vein. Moreover, this power of the earth vein was monstrous and endless. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all a bit shocked. This person called Yi Tianmian has something Seeing Yi Tianmian crashing in again, Yang Jia's expression was calm as he raised his hand and punched. Shatter. Rumble. In an instant, all the power of the earth veins around was shattered in an instant, and Yi Tianmian was also forced to retreat violently by this punch. But the next moment, Yi Tianmian rushed out again, and then the crowd saw one after another residual shadow rushing and attacking Yang Jia. Yi Tianmian's attacks were just like a stormy wind and rain, densely packed. But Yang Jia was able to resist all of Yi Tianmian's attacks without slowing down. Not only that, he was also able to perfectly predict Yi Tianmian's attacks every time. Looking at the calm Yang Jia in that field, someone suddenly trembled and said, "Young Lord, he is a martial god. Martial god." The moment these words came out, the field exploded. Anling only possessed a martial god bloodline and was not yet a true martial god, while this young lord was a true martial god. A 16-year-old martial god. At this moment, the surrounding people became even more fanatical in their worship of Yang Jia. Bang! Just at this moment, Yi Tianmian was suddenly forced to retreat dozens of feet by Yang Jia's punch, and those earth vein forces around him were also dispersed by Yang Jia's punch in an instant. But soon, countless earth vein power recoalesced around Yi Tianmian's body. Moreover, that earth vein power was getting stronger and stronger. Yang Jia calmly looked at Yi Tianming. You being able to mobilize so much earth vein power makes me a little surprised, however. If that's all it is, that's not enough. Yi Tianming's eyes slowly closed, and in the next moment, countless earth vein forces suddenly coalesced behind him to form 1,000 Zhang Dharma phase. The golden-colored earth phantom stood in the middle of the earth and sky, and the mighty power of the earth veins surged out in all directions like a tidal wave, shaking the surrounding space with ripples that were extremely terrifying. Earth vein phantom. Yang Jia slowly raised his head to look at the earth vein phantom behind Yi Tianmian. Just at this moment, the earth vein phantom suddenly violently punched at Yang Jia as a punch. It is a punch out. Deep in the earth, countless earth vein power rises up to the sky, and then converge in its fist in the countless earth vein power, the earth vein phantom's punch power directly to reach the peak, where the fist passes through. The space is directly inch by inch explode open. Yang Jia looked at that huge fist bombarded, his expression remained calm as water. He stepped forward, and then a finger toward the top as a point, the fingertip fell, the space suddenly appeared a black spot. The next moment, the entire martial arts stage of all the space bombarded the collapse, turned into a pitch black. And the terrifying power of the phantom in this finger, hard to collapse, countless earth pulse power broken, splashing toward the surrounding. Not only so, Yi Tianmian behind the phantom of the earth pulse is directly become illusory. The power of a finger is terrifying. Moreover, everyone was able to feel that this young master did not use his full strength. But at this moment, the phantom behind Yi Tianming suddenly appeared in his left hand with a huge sword with a sheath, and at the next moment, the phantom violently drew his sword and chopped it. 1,000 feet of golden sword chi cut through the sky, and fiercely chopped at the distant Yang Jia. Dharma phase chopping sky drawing sword technique. This sword cut through the sky, and the sky was instantly shattered. Yang Jia's eyes narrowed slightly, and he crossed his arms to block it, and a powerful force was suspended above his head. Rumble. As this sword fell, Yang Jia retreated a distance of about 10 feet. However, the entire martial arts stage had cracked at this moment, but soon, those cracks were repaired by a mysterious force. Seeing that Yi Tianmian's sword had actually forced Yang Jia to retreat a distance of about 10 feet, everyone around was a bit incredulous. The huge sword did not disappear. It was still on top of Yang Jia's head, but it could no longer fall. Yang Jia's right foot suddenly stomped lightly. Boom! The giant sword was directly shattered by a terrifying force, and the earth phantom behind Yi Tianming became a little more illusory once again. Yang Jia slowly raised his head to look at Yi Tianmian in the distance. Why do you know the heavenly Zhentian sword drawing technique? Yi Tianming said. My tower ancestor taught me. Yang Jia's brows furrowed. What tower ancestor? Haven't heard of it. Little tower. Chapter 75. Does she dare to be an enemy of my Yang family? Yang Jia slowly stepped towards Yi Tianming. I also know the heaven-cutting sword drawing technique, however, the current you can't make me use my sword. I think you should still have a bottom card, you can cast it out, because when I do, you won't have another chance to strike. Confident, subdued, noble aura rushing to the heavens. This was the young lord of the Guanchuan universe, the future king of the Guanchuan universe, and perhaps the king of the entire universe. Countless people's gazes were scorching hot, fervor and adoration undisguised in their eyes. They firmly believed that under the leadership of this young lord, the future Guanxian universe would definitely unify the entire universe and become the only superhegemon in the entire universe. Everyone firmly believed that that day would soon come. In the dark, Nanling Zhao stared closely at Yi Tianmian, her eyes filled with worry and a hint of nervousness. All along, she was very confident in Yi Tianming's talent and personal strength, but he was now facing the most demonic genius that the Guanxian universe had ever seen. Moreover, Yang Jia still had a supreme divine sword on him, the Qing Xian sword, and it could be said that with this sword in place, Yang Jia would always be invincible in the same realm. It was a sword that could truly ignore realms. How could Yi Tianming win? Even she couldn't see the slightest bit of hope. But deep inside her heart, she hoped that Yi Tianmian would win, because only she knew that this Guanxian universe was really too unfair to him. On the other side, the veiled woman and Elder Mu were also looking at Yi Tianmian and Yang Jia in the arena, and both of them looked incomparably grave. Mu Lao said in a deep voice, Your Highness, this Yang Jia is even more demonic than the young Guanxian sword master back then. Not to mention this Yi Gongzi. Even if the Guanxian sword master back then were to return to his age, it would be impossible for him to defeat him. The veiled woman looked at Yi Tianmian and did not speak. On the martial arts stage, Yi Tianming calmly watched Yang Jia walking towards him. Yang Jia did not have half a bit of energy fluctuation on his body, but he had a terrifying aura that enveloped heaven and earth. After fighting with Yang Jia until now, he realized that it was impossible for him to defeat the other party by relying on those martial arts skills or battle sense of the transcendent holy temple. The other party had been instructed by top-tier powerhouses since birth, and it could be said that the other party's starting point was the end point that countless people could not reach in their entire lives. Yi Tianming took a deep breath as he raised his hands in vain. Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of the universe, a terrifying star power seemed to fall straight down like a shooting star. They cut through the star river, cut through the sky, and finally entered behind Yi Tianmian on the martial arts stage, and then little by little they converged to form a lofty Dharma phase. Star Dharma phase. Double Dharma phase. Seeing this scene, everyone around was shocked. This guy was actually able to condense a dual Dharma phase. Moreover, it was still a star Dharma phase. Dao Star Decision. In the middle of the field, someone realized that there were traces of the Dao Star Decision in Yi Tianmian's Gongfu. Who didn't know that this Dao Star Decision was the supreme cultivation sacred code of the Kunar civilization? Many people in the arena hurriedly turned their heads to look in the direction of that cluster star civilization. This time, the cluster star civilization also sent someone to watch the battle. The representative of that cluster star civilization immediately rose and hurriedly said, My cluster star civilization has no involvement with this person. This gong method of his was obtained by taking advantage of people's danger within the transcendent secret territory and coercing the geniuses of my cluster star civilization. The cluster star civilization, swear that we don't have the slightest relationship with this person. Just kidding, who dares to admit a relationship with Yi Tianming now? This Yi Tianming, he was going to the Yang family behind Yi Tianming. That quietly seated woman in a plain dress glanced faintly at the representative of the group star civilization. Right at this moment, that Yi Tianming voice suddenly resounded from that martial arts stage. Come! As the voice fell, countless dark energies suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth, and they converged from the heavens and earth like a silk thread. Dark law. Endless dark spells converged from the heavens and earth like a tidal wave, covering the sky and darkening the arena at once. Countless people were shocked and looked at those dark spells in disbelief, under everyone's gaze. Those dark spells finally converged behind Yi Tianming and condensed into a dark phantom of Guanxian Divine Ming. 3 Dharma phases. Everyone in the arena was dumbfounded. This was actually able to condense 3 Dharma phases. In the dark, that Xiao Bu and Ji Shi and the others were all staring at Yi Tianming. At this moment, they were also shocked in their hearts. They didn't expect it. Upon seeing that dark Dharma phantom behind Yi Tianming, Yang Jia's brows immediately furrowed. Guanxian Divine Ming Dharma? He sensed the Guanxian Divine Brightness Law from that dark Dharma, yet it was a little different from the Guanxian Divine Brightness Law he had mastered. He had some doubts. When the 3 Dharma phases appeared, a terrifying pressure immediately seemed to be like waves cascading toward the surrounding ripples. The space on the martial arts stage at this moment could no longer withstand his power, began to shatter little by little, as if it was like a spider's web, extremely horrifying. However, soon, there were strong people secretly reinforcing the space in the arena in the surroundings. All around, as the crowd looked at the 3 phases of Yi Tianmian, a touch of gravity finally appeared in their eyes as they realized that the aura emanating from these 3 phases at this moment had already exceeded the might of a great emperor. Yang Jia stared at Yi Tianming's. He did not stop his steps, and walked towards Yi Tianming step by step without slowing down. Yi Tianmian slowly raised his head to look at Yang Jia in the distance. His left hand spread out. Congeal! Behind him, the 3 Dharma phantoms made the same movement at the same time. Immediately after, 3 huge swords with sheaths appeared in the hands of each of the 3 Dharma phantoms. The moment the 3 Dharma phantoms gripped the hilts of the swords with their right hands, a terrifying sword momentum spread out from heaven and earth at once. Just for a split second, the space that had been reinforced on the original martial arts stage shattered with a loud bang. Sword cultivator. It was only at this moment that all of them realized that Yi Tianmian was actually still a sword cultivator. When the 3 Dharma phantoms held the hilt of their swords between heaven and earth, besides the monstrous sword power that filled the sky, there were also countless star power and earth vein power as well as dark law power surging in, and finally converging into those 3 Dharma phantoms. It was endless. This was the special feature of his technique. He was now directly mobilizing it, and if he mobilized it, as long as his spiritual power was strong enough, theoretically it could be endless. Yi Tianming's aura of the 3 Dharma phases had reached its peak at this moment, and just the pressure alone pressed down countless people in the surroundings who couldn't breathe. Yi Tianmian took a step forward and shouted angrily, "Chop! Chop!" The 3 Dharma phantoms drew their swords at the same time and fiercely chopped. It wasn't a simple heavenly chopping sword drawing technique, but a superimposed heavenly chopping sword drawing technique. 3,000 feet of sword light overlap, tearing everything straight toward Yang Jia ruthlessly chopped over. With the 3 overlapping sword light appeared, the entire space on the martial arts stage was directly torn apart. A terrifying sword potential like a volcano eruption generally spread toward the surroundings. Secretly immediately there are strong people to strengthen the formation on the martial arts stage. Do not let this terrifying sword potential toward the surroundings to spread. In the distance, Yang Jia suddenly stopped, his palm spread out. Sword come! As the voice fell, suddenly the entire Wanzhou realm trembled violently, and all the swords in the entire Wanzhou realm simultaneously erupted with a sword sound, followed by nearly 1,000,000 swords breaking through the sky from the heavens and appearing in the sky above this martial arts stage. Millions of sword lights instantly killed. Hard Kong. Rumble. As a deafening sound rang out, only to see the space on that martial arts stage shattered, turning into a pitch black, and within this pitch black space, countless sword lights crisscrossed across. A terrifying sword aura swept out in all directions like a mountain of tsunamis, destroying everything. And everyone saw that the sword chi will Yi Tianmian forced to retreat to the edge of the martial arts platform. But that Yang Jia was also by Yi Tianmian. This 3 phases of the superposition of Jintian plucking sword art chopped back dozens of feet away. Yang Jia retreated. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena sucked in a breath of cool air. This Yi Tianming was actually able to force the young lord to retreat. After Yang Jia stopped, his palms spread out, and the countless flying swords in the arena instantly transformed into a ray of sword light and fell into his palm. And immediately afterward, a terrifying sword momentum swept out from within him, suppressing everything. Great Sword Emperor! In the middle of the field, someone immediately exclaimed in shock. The surroundings were suddenly abuzz. Both a martial god and a great sword emperor. Sword and martial arts dual cultivation. The arena erupted with a cheer that shook the clouds. Yang Jia slowly walked towards Yi Tianming as he looked at him. You did surprise me a bit to be able to condense 3 distinct phases, especially that Guanxian Divine Ming Phantasm. If I'm not wrong, that was condensed from the Guanxian Divine Ming Phantasm Dark Law, and the reason why you were able to do that should be because of the Gong Fu that you were practicing. Yi Tianming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He didn't say anything. The 3 Dharma phantoms behind him had become much dimmer under the counterblast just now. Yang Jia continued, You were able to force me back dozens of feet, placed in the entire Guanxian universe young generation. It can be said that you belong to the Phoenix Feather, however, you can't defeat me, not to mention the Guanxian universe. If you look at the entire universe or even the true world young generation, there is no one who can defeat me, no one. His tone was calm, but it exuded an invincible confidence. Yi Tianmian suddenly walked slowly towards Yang Jia. I admit you are strong, very, very strong. After all, you have been a sealing since you were born, but I want to tell you I, Yi Tianmian, am going to you today. Yang Jia said, Because of the Shao family? If so, I would be able to understand you, however, we are in different positions and naturally see things differently. I can only say with you that your insight is too short and your pattern is not enough. Yi Tianming laughed. I know, the higher-ups all like to play with power, talking about displacing, talking about balance, talking about weighing interests. Saying this, his complexion suddenly became hideous. Could it be that your family only teaches you power tactics and acts only asking for benefits and interests, not right and wrong? The Shao family did evil. Have your eyes been eaten by dogs? Yang Jia calmly looked at Yi Tianming. I act? Why do I need to explain to you? Saying that, he glanced at the plain dress woman behind Yi Tianming. You want to oppose my Yang family, I think your base is her, you haven't seen the world, you don't understand my Yang family's heritage, I understand you, but she should understand you might as well ask her, see if she dares to be an enemy of my Yang family. The seated woman in the plain dress suddenly slowly rose, her gaze falling on Yang Jia. Chapter 76. The Yang family will no longer have heavenly destiny chi. The moment the woman in the veiled skirt's gaze landed on Yang Jia, all of a sudden, the divine sense of the countless top powerhouses of the Guanxian universe around them fell towards the woman in the veiled skirt like a raging storm. But what shocked them was that they couldn't feel the woman in the veiled skirt at all. They couldn't feel it at all. It was as if the woman in the plain dress did not exist. This bizarre scene made those Guanxian universe's top powerhouses in the shadows even more on guard, each of them activating their breath. As long as there was any movement from the woman in the plain dress, they would make her turn into pieces. Yang Jia looked at the vegetarian dress woman. In fact, he could not see the appearance of the vegetarian dress woman, the field, only Yi Tianmian can see her appearance. Yang Jia looked at the vegetarian dress woman with a calm gaze. If you want to bully the small with the big, I am willing to accompany you. Invincible! Just as Yang Jia's voice fell, countless people watching the battle in the entire Guanchuan universe cheered in unison. As if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Their eyes were filled with admiration and excitement as they looked at Yang Jia. This was their young master, the invincible young lord. The plain skirt woman stared at Yang Jia. That gaze was calm, just like looking at a mole cricket. Senior. Right at this moment, Yi Tianmian suddenly turned around to look at the veiled skirt woman. He slightly saluted. Let me do it. The vegetable skirt woman's gaze landed on Yi Tianming, and when looking at Yi Tianming, her gaze suddenly softened. Yi Tianming firmly said, I'll do it. The plain skirt woman looked at him for a moment before nodding slightly. She glanced at Yang Jia and spread her palm out. Buzz! A wisp of sword chi suddenly came from nowhere, shattering the void, and steadily landed in her palm. She just gently pinched it, and that wisp of sword chi that she had gifted to a certain woman in the beginning disappeared without a trace. As of this moment, the Yang family no longer had any heavenly fate chi. Yi Tianmian turned to look at Yang Jia. Yang Jia was about to speak, but Yi Tianmian said, Things have come to this point. Why bother with nonsense? Come and see life and death. Boom! As the voice fell, a terrifying sword momentum suddenly swept out from within Yi Tianming's body, and in the next moment, a brand new phantom coalesced from behind him. The sword intent of all life, the phase of all living beings. At this moment, his sword Dao idea came to fruition, and he wanted to seek justice for all those who had suffered injustice in this world. For Dharma phases, when they saw Yi Tianming condense a Dharma phase again, the surrounding crowd was shocked. Was this guy a freak? Unusual people had one Dharma phase, but this guy had 4 Dharma phases, and one was stronger than the other. Especially this last Dharma phase of all beings. The sword Tao aura emitted was far more than the other 3 Dharma phases. Not weaker than the Great Sword Emperor aura that Yang Jia had emitted earlier. Could it be that he was also a Great Sword Emperor? Thinking of this, everyone in the arena was somewhat appalled. In the dark, Nanling Zhao looked at Yi Tianmian, who had condensed 4 types of Dharma phases. A touch of moving smile spread across her face. Although Yang Jia represented the Guanchuan universe, deep down, she still hoped that Yi Tianmian would win. As for the reason, she didn't know and didn't think about it, and even more so, she didn't want to think about it. While not far away, that Enchi's face was a little pale like paper. Her gaze was dead set on Yi Tianmian. She didn't expect Yi Tianmian's strength to be so heaven-defying. Wasn't he unable to withstand even a single great Dao Qi luck? She couldn't figure out why he had suddenly become so strong. Could it be that Yi Tianmian was pretending from the beginning? When she thought of this, an aura of resentment and evil suddenly rose within her, and she stared at Yi Tianmian dead in the face. You actually lied to me? You actually lied to me? In vain I once treated you with my true heart. On the other hand, the veiled woman's gaze suddenly became a little hot when she saw Yi Tianmian condensing that phantom of all living beings. This is his concept of the sword path. The sword is for all living beings, and all living beings are the sword. This sword path of his is different from the Guanchuan sword master. No, his sword path is not the way of faith in all living beings, but is the way of constraint, constraining all beings with all beings. Saying that, she violently turned her head to look at Mu Lao, and before she could speak, Mu Lao had already said, I've already got our people ready to kill and rob the Guanchuan universe at any time. He had to say that he was also incomparably shocked at this moment. He also didn't expect that this Yi Tianmian would be able to fight with that Yang Jia until now. Although Yang Jia had lowered his realm by himself, however, the martial arts education that Yang Jia had received since he was a child with the resources that he had obtained, it was something that no one in this universe could compare to. What he didn't expect is that Yi Tianmian, this last Dharma phase, all living beings sword Dao Dharma phase, he is a sword cultivator, see more than the veiled woman and a little bit more true. Yi Tianmian, this is not just a Dharma phase or a kind of sword Dao philosophy. Moreover, the sword Dao philosophy and the all living beings complement each other. If I honor you, you will be invincible. If I oppose you, you will die. This was integrating his sword Dao philosophy into the beings. An absolute sword Dao wizard. Mu Lao looked at Yi Tianmian, his eyes became hot. Cultivating swords and cultivators, the most difficult thing is to have their own philosophy, and Yi Tianmian has his own philosophy of sword Dao at a young age, and also integrates it with all living beings. If he arrives at the ancient former civilization, and lets the ancient former civilization focus on cultivating it a bit, then the future is really unlimited. This absolute ancient former civilization put up a fight. At all costs, kind of. On the other hand, that Xiao Bu and Ji Shi and other people's faces are incredibly ugly. They did not think that this Yi Tianmian even more fight the more demonic, for kinds of phantom. Moreover, it was highly likely that it was also a great sword emperor. Several people looked at each other, and their eyes all contained killing intent. Ji Shi stared at Yi Tianmian. This person threatened that young lord is not worthy of becoming the lord of Guanchuan. His heart is punishable. He should be killed. This was to directly brand Yi Tianmai as a rebel. Killing Yi Tianmai had nothing to do with personal grudges. It was to defend the righteous path. The rest of the people naturally understood what he meant and nodded their heads. Opposing the Yang family in the Guanxian universe was no different from rebelling, and defending the Yang family was defending the righteous path. Xiao Bu suddenly looked towards the woman in the plain skirt sitting quietly in the distance. This person is that Yi Tianming's backer. He must be eliminated altogether. Ji Shi glanced at the plain skirt woman. Don't worry. She can't run away. Xiao Bu, on the other hand, smiled. Originally, Yi Tianmian was only an enemy of the Xiao family, but now, because Yi Tianmian was going to Yang Jia, then it was not just his Xiao family's enemy, but the enemy of the entire Guanchuan universe. Not to mention in the Guanchuan universe, if you look at the entire universe, which civilization dares to openly be an enemy of the Yang family? No, absolutely not, unless the other party didn't want to live. On the martial arts stage, when Yang Jia saw Yi Tianmian's 4th Dharma phase appear, his brows immediately furrowed as he sensed an idea from this Dharma phase of Yi Tianmian. At this moment, he began to look squarely at Yi Tianmian in front of him. It wasn't that he had been arrogant before, but to him, his opponents had never been young people but those great epical civilizations as well as the true worlds, and this time, the reason why he had come to compete wasn't because he wanted to meet the geniuses of the younger generation of the Guanchuan universe, but rather, he wanted to follow the example of his own father, winning the first place in the 10,000 states, and then letting his reputation reach its peak, and then administering the government, and starting to plan for the entire universe. And at this moment, the Yi Tianmian in front of him made him a bit surprised, of course, just a few surprises. In the distance, after Yi Tianmian condensed that Dharma phase of all living beings, he took a deep breath, and in the heavens and earth, countless star power and earth vein power as well as dark law continuously surged towards him, and his 4 Dharma phases had now reached 1,500 zhang. The 4 phantoms stood on the martial arts stage, extremely majestic and domineering. A terrifying pressure constantly vibrated towards the surroundings, and the surrounding space directly undulated with each other like water waves, extremely appalling. Yi Tianming looked towards Yang Jia in the distance. He didn't talk any more nonsense. His left hand suddenly spread out, congeal! Boom, 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 boom. The left hand of the 4 Dharma phantoms simultaneously clenched violently. A sheathed energy sword appeared in their hands at the same time, and at this instant, 4 very different potentials violently spread out from the field like a volcano erupting, and the space that had originally been reinforced was directly shattered at this moment. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding people's expressions became unprecedentedly grave, because at this moment, the aura emitted by the 4 phases behind Yi Tianmian had already far exceeded the aura of a great emperor. Chop! Right at this moment, Yi Tianmian's voice suddenly resounded like thunder from heaven and earth. The 4 Dharma phases drew their swords at the same time, superimposing 2 of the heavenly chopping sword drawing techniques. 4,000 feet of sword light chopped straight down from the sky, ruthlessly chopping towards Yang Jia, who was not far away, and the 4 sword lights directly tore out 4 deep spatial gullies in the sky. At this time, the distant Yang Jia suddenly stopped his steps. He looked calmly at the 4 sword lights chopping towards him. Square-inch sword domain. Square-inch sword domain. The once famous technique of the earthly sword master. The moment his voice fell, the area of space he was in was suddenly covered and locked by a mysterious force. Sword domain. And when Yi Tianming's 4 sword lights entered this sword domain area, those sword lights in Yang Jia's hands suddenly flew out, and in an instant, countless sword lights instantly filled the piece of sword domain where he was located. The sword lights crisscrossed and tore apart, and within a square inch, everything was shattered. When Yi Tianming's 4 sword lights fell into that square-inch sword domain, they were also instantly torn into pieces by those countless sword lights. However, the terrifying sword power contained in the 4 sword lights also forcefully shattered that piece of sword domain before it was completely destroyed. Rumble. As the countless sword lights shattered, a terrifying force spread out in all directions like a storm, shocking both Yi Tianmian and that Yang Jia into retreating back and forth, while the entire martial arts stage was also completely shattered at this moment, turning into a pitch-black space. This greatly exceeded the expectations of those strong people maintaining the battlefield. They really did not expect Yi Tianmian and Yang Jia's strength to be so terrifying. This current battle between the 2 of them could be said to be the strongest battle ever fought in the 10,000 states competition. In the dark, all the powerful people hurriedly repaired the space again, but, just after repairing it, it was shattered again by the remaining sword chi of Yi Tianmian and Yang Jia. There was no way out, they could only reinforce the space drastically. And right at this moment, Yi Tianmian's voice suddenly resounded from heaven and earth once again. Chop! Chop! The 4 Dharma phantoms once again drew their swords, and this time, the 4 Dharma phases superimposed not 2 heavenly chopping sword drawing techniques, but 3 heavenly chopping sword drawing techniques. Each of the Dharma phantoms superimposed 3, and because the swords were being drawn at the same time, there were a total of 12 heaven-slaying sword drawing techniques falling at the same time. In an instant, the space that was originally reinforced shattered. Not only that, this sword was instantly shattered the sword light around that Yang Jia cleanly. The powerful sword momentum will Yang Jia shocked back nearly 100 feet away. Seeing this scene, all the people in the field stood up in unison. Their countless powerful aura directly locked Yi Tianmian. As long as Yi Tianmian dared to lay a deadly hand on him, they would not hesitate to strike. Chapter 77. Qing Xian Battle Walker. At this moment, all the hearts in the arena were in their throats as they stared deathly at Yang Jia in the distant area where the sword aura was spreading. The young lord wouldn't lose, right? They were naturally worried because that sort of Yi Tianmian just now was just too terrifying, and while they were worried, they were shocked beyond belief. All of them did not expect that the one who had executed that terrifying sword was just an immortal realm. This was really somewhat abnormal. Not compared to those ordinary spectators, at this moment, those bigwigs from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Academy were truly panicking a bit. Yang Jia couldn't lose. Just kidding, right now Yang Jia is the face of the Guanchuan universe. After today, he is going to be in power, and then lead the Guanchuan universe to sweep the entire universe. If he lost here, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to Yang Jia's reputation. Therefore, Yang Jia could not lose no matter what. However, at this moment, with the terrifying strength Yi Tianmian had displayed, They had gone from the invincible confidence they had at the beginning to being a bit flustered now. Right at this moment, the piece of sword chi in the distance suddenly slowly disappeared, and immediately afterward, Yang Jia appeared in everyone's line of sight. Upon seeing that Yang Jia was not in the least bit alright, everyone was first stunned and then ecstatic. Young Lord is invincible. A mountainous roar of cheers erupted from the arena. Yang Jia gently waved his right hand, and some of the Yi Heaven's destiny sword chi that remained around him was instantly shattered, and along with it, the piece of space in front of him was also shattered. Pure power. Seeing this scene, someone immediately exclaimed, Young Lord is a physical cultivator. He is a physical cultivator. Sword martial body triple cultivation. Sword martial body triple cultivation. The moment these words came out, the arena directly boiled over. Countless people frantically raised their arms and cheered as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. And in the dark, those strong people from Guanxian School and Immortal Treasure Pavilion also heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. An old man looked at Yang Jia, his face full of smiles. Look at this flesh body of the young lord. It has already come to a great completion. It can be said that the young lord is already invincible. Standing in an invincible position. There are two major professions in the world that are the most terrifying. One is the sword cultivator, the main attack, killing and slashing, and the other one is the physical cultivator. The horror of the physical cultivator is that as long as you can't break the other person's defenses, then the other person is already invincible. And that terrifying sword that Yi Tianming had just used, surprisingly did not even manage to break Yang Jia's physical defense, which meant that Yang Jia's physical body had already been cultivated to a very terrifying degree. Sword, martial arts, and physical body cultivation. Rare in ancient and modern times. This talent, this battle power, had far exceeded the time when Guanxian Swordmaster was young. Yi Tianming looked at the intact Yang Jia. He took a deep breath. At this moment, he already felt like he was about to run out of strength. The consumption of the 4 Dharma phases was still too terrifying for him at the moment. And he didn't expect that the strike that he had poured his all into was actually blocked intact by the other party. Yang Jia walked slowly towards Yi Tianmian. His temperament was calm. I have to say, you do surprise me a bit. Amongst the younger generation of my Guanchuan universe, there is no one who is your opponent, but unfortunately you have encountered me. You are indeed outstanding, but the accumulation and heritage of 3 generations of my Yang family is not something that you alone can counteract and subvert, and there is no one in this world who can either. Saying that, he reached out with his left hand and a normal sheathed long sword appeared in his hand. Boom! The moment he gripped the sword, a terrifying sword momentum immediately surged out from within him. This sword momentum was overbearing and incomparable, with the momentum of swallowing the stars and the universe. Idea. He, Yang Jia, also had his own philosophy of the sword path, and that was to complete his father's unfinished business, unify the entire universe, and bring the Guanxian universe to fight its way into the true world. And the sword path he followed was not his father Yi Guan's order of beings, but his grandfather Yang Ye's invincible sword path. If there was no invincibility, how could he unify the entire universe? He, Yang Jia, walked the way of invincibility. Yang Jia looked at Yi Tianming. The heaven-slashing sword-drawing technique is my Yang family's ancestral mastery. I will let you see the true power of this heaven-slashing sword-drawing technique today. After saying that, he gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. Rumble. In an instant, a terrifying sword momentum instantly shattered the piece of space where the martial arts platform was located, turning the entire platform into pitch black. And at this moment, everyone in the arena felt a terrifying sword momentum, and under the shroud of this sword momentum, everyone's heart felt as if it was being pressed down by a huge stone, unable to breathe at all. And under the shroud of this sword power, Yi Tianmian felt the aura of death for the first time. His eyes slowly closed. Behind him, those 4 illusory phantoms also slowly closed their eyes at this moment. They tightly held the hilt of the giant sword. Yang Jia calmly looked at Yi Tianmian. It's over. With that, he violently drew his sword. Buzz! A sword sound instantly resounded throughout the entire Wanzhou realm. Not only that, countless worlds outside of Wanzhou heard this terrifying sword sound. 100 superimposed heaven-slashing sword-drawing techniques. As this sword came out, the entire Wanzhou realm instantly cracked into a spiderweb. Everyone was greatly horrified. The power of a sword was terrifying to this extent. And almost at the same time, Yi Tianmian opened his eyes, and the 4 Dharma phases behind him simultaneously drew their swords and slashed. It was still the superimposed heaven-slashing sword-drawing technique. But this time was different. This time, there was an additional mysterious power within this heaven-slashing sword-drawing technique. Law of the beings. Rumble. As a piece of sword light erupted from the martial arts stage, the four phantoms behind Yi Tianmian shattered, and Yi Tianmian directly flew out upside down. But what everyone didn't expect was that Yang Jia also flew out upside down at the same time, and at the moment he flew out upside down, the sword intent that permeated all around him was directly wiped out by half, and half of his own flesh is also inch-by-inch explosion, blood splatter. Not only that, half of his soul is illusory close to transparent, as if at any time to be wiped out. General accurately said that it has been erased, but by a special sword to forcefully suppress the soul, did not disappear in the first time, but even that sword also not able to completely block the law of the beings, but also only in delaying the disappearance of half of Yang Jia's soul. Seeing this scene, everyone in the field was confused. What happened? The young lord was injured? After stopping, Yang Jia himself was also dumbfounded as he looked at his fleshly body with only half of it remaining and his soul that was constantly illusory, somewhat incredulous. How could you break my invincible flesh body? The law of all beings. Right at this moment, Yi Tianmian in the distance suddenly slowly climbed up. His body was also in pieces. His whole body was covered in blood. Moreover, the blood was getting more and more. He looked around and used all his strength to roar. The law of the beings that was created by my teacher, Mak Guanchuan, disregards all the laws of the world, disregards all the great paths of the world, disregards all the realms of the world, disregards all the rules. A mortal can also kill a god. My teacher, he is not a waste. He is the most talented person in this Guanchuan universe. He roared out with all his strength, his voice shaking the heavens and earth like thunder. And after he finished speaking, he was already in tears. He would never see his teacher again. The heavens and earth were dead silent. The law of beings, ignoring all the laws of the world, ignoring all the great roads of the world, ignoring all the realms of the world, ignoring all the rules of the world. How could there be such a perverted law in the world? They didn't want to believe it, but when they saw Yang Jia's miserable state at the moment, they had to believe it again. Who was Mu Guanduan? The crowd was a little puzzled, but soon, they remembered. The last person who had broken through the Guanchuan Dao. In the dark, those onlookers from the Mu clan were confused when they heard Yi Tianming's words. That person who was once expelled from the family had created such a terrifying law. Not only were they confused, everyone was confused. Ignoring everything, this completely overturned the existing realm system. This is truly uniquely opening uniquely opening a brand new cultivation system. And soon, the faces of those secretive lineage clans became incomparably ugly, because they realized that if they let this door law spread, it was going to threaten their rule. Joking aside, how could a mortal possess such class-spanning power? No way. Absolutely not. It had to be banned. At this moment, all of the worldly clan sect powerhouses reached a very tacit consensus that this kind of power could never be allowed to be possessed by mortals. It had to be banned, and moreover, it could only be possessed by them. Thinking of this, many of the worldly clan powerhouses already had undisguised greed in their eyes when they looked at Yi Tianmian. The blood on Yi Tianmian's body was still flowing. He dragged his tired body towards Yang Jia in the distance. He stared at Yang Jia in death. My teacher is dead. My teacher, he died. You can't give us justice. Then we'll take it ourselves. Saying that, his palm spread out. A sword condensed by the power of the earth appeared in his hand. He wanted to strike, but he realized that at this moment, his body had already reached its limit. He was not powerful at all. Right now, he was just relying on his will to hold on strong and not fall. And in the distance, Yang Jia once again felt that law power from Yi Tianmian. He very clearly realized that if he let Yi Tianmian perform it once more, Yang Jia, would definitely lose. Definitely defeated. Yang Jia slowly looked around. At this moment, everyone was looking at him. Not only in the field, everyone in Wanzhou and the entire Guanchuan universe were also looking at him. Can Yang Jia lose? Couldn't. Yang Jia is the grandson of the earthly swordmaster, the son of the Guanchuan swordmaster, the future king of the Guanchuan universe. How can he lose to someone in the same realm? Absolutely not. Yang Jia couldn't afford to lose, he had to win. With this thought, his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Boom! In an instant, the area where he was directly turned into a sea of blood. The mad demon blood vein appeared. At the same time, Yang Jia made a move with his left hand and roared, Qing Xian! Buzz! As a sword sound resounded. A sword light descended from the sky and landed steadily in his palm. Qing Xian sword. The number 1 divine sword of the Guanxian universe. Yang Jia suddenly leapt and turned into a sword light that ruthlessly chopped at Yi Tianmian. Crazy demon bloodline plus Qing Xian sword. At this moment, Yang Jia no longer held back. And in the distance, Yi Tianmian looked at that sword killing, feeling the terrifying bloodline power and the sword power of that divine sword. He knew that he would definitely die. But there was no fear in his eyes, nor did he stand by and wait for death. His palms spread out and the Xing Tao sword appeared in his hand. And in the next moment, he used his last ounce of strength to charge towards Yang Jia. Xing Dao battles Qing Xian. Thank you for all the support, readers. Thank you all. Welcome to comment message. I will read all the messages every day. Scolding me can also be. The suggestion of words is better. I humbly accept. Chapter 78. Senior brother, I want to go home. At this moment, both Yi Tianmian and Yang Jia were fighting with all their might. Yang Jia couldn't afford to lose. Therefore, he was directly using his bottom card, Qing Xian sword and crazy demon bloodline, truly giving his all. He had to win. The Yang family's reputation of being invincible in the same realm for 3 generations could not be ruined in his Yang Jia's hands. Yi Tianmian, on the other hand, knew that he was bound to die. Therefore, he was completely forgetting about life and death at this moment, and only wanted to send out this last sword of his, sacrificing life and forgetting death. It should be said that when he came here to participate in the great competition of 10,000 states, he had never thought of living. Under everyone's gaze, the swords of the 2 men ruthlessly clashed together. Rumble. As a piece of sword light erupted out, in everyone's shocked gaze, only that Qing Xian sword directly cracked open, and at the same time, Yang Jia's crazy demon bloodline around his body was unexpectedly also hardened and torn apart by Yi Tianmian's sword. Bang! All of Yang Jia's sword power and the power of the crazy demon bloodline were directly shattered at this moment, and his entire body flew out heavily like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this scene, all the people around were completely dumbfounded. Each and every one of them stayed in place as if they were wooden statues made of clay. This young master sword? The young master sword is shattered? That is the Qing Xian sword, the number 1 divine sword of the Guanchuan universe, is shattered? The entire Guanchuan universe was confused. Yang Jia was chopped and flew hundreds of feet before stopping, and finally smashed heavily on the ground, while all of his sword power and the power of the crazy demon bloodline were shattered. Not only that, the Qing Xian sword was also chopped by this sword, and did not recover automatically. Yang Jia stood up with strong support. He looked at the hand full of cracked Qing Xian sword, as if he lost his soul full of unbelief. How is it possible? At this moment, he was completely and utterly confused. Qing Xian sword, but his father's sword, Guanchuan Universe first sword, can ignore the world, any law and the road, in his father's hands that is invincible, and at this moment this even cracked. He was completely unable to understand. Not only was he confused, Yi Tianming was also a bit incredulous at this moment. He knew that the Xing Dao sword was a bit perverted. After all, he had once used this sword to decapitate a demonic beast across 3 realms, but he hadn't imagined that this sword was so perverted, and just now, when he was using it, he actually had a feeling of invincibility. He knew that all along he had greatly underestimated this Xing Tao sword. Not only had he underestimated the Xing Dao sword, he had probably also greatly underestimated the Tower ancestor. Impossible! Right at this moment, the distant Yang Jia's voice suddenly rang out. He slowly looked up at Yi Tianmian. At this moment, his physical body was shattered. His soul was illusory, and that sword of Yi Tianmian just now had made it so that he no longer had the strength to fight. Of course, right now Yi Tianmian also had no more fighting strength. He was really exhausted. Yang Jia seemed to feel something. He slowly swept the surrounding. Countless gazes were gathered on him. In those gazes, there was expectation, there was worship, but there was also disappointment. Disappointment. Those gazes of disappointment pierced him deeply. He was the son of the Guanchuan sword master. He was the future king of the Guanchuan universe. How could he lose to someone of the same realm? If he couldn't even defeat a person of the same realm, how would he, Yang Jia, be able to rule the Guanchuan universe and conquer the entire universe? He couldn't lose. He absolutely cannot lose. Absolutely not. He had to keep the honor of the Yang family. At this moment, the immense pressure caused his sanity to gradually disappear, and in its place, the madness bloodline rapidly eroded his consciousness. Boom! Yang Jia's eyes suddenly turned into a sea of blood, completely insane. And after going completely insane, he no longer had any sanity. He directly recovered all of his realms, and in the next moment, before the crowd could react, he was transformed into a blood-colored sword light that ruthlessly chopped towards Yi Tianmian in the distance. At this moment, he was no longer in the immortal realm, but rather the broken circle. The sudden change caused everyone in the arena to freeze. This young lord had actually recovered his realm? At this moment, after recovering his realm, Yang Jia directly shattered all the surrounding formations that maintained the martial arts stage with just a single breath. Not only that, but the entire Wanzhou realm began to break apart at this moment. Broken circle. Completely mad bloodline. Qing Xian sword. Yang Jia at his peak. And when Yi Tianming saw Yang Jia recovering his realm, he knew that this time he was really going to die. As Yang Jia had said, it was impossible for him, Yi Tianmian, to rely on himself alone to fight against the Yang family's 3 generations of heritage. A 16-year-old broken circle. This was the underbelly of the Yang family's 3rd generation. He, Yi Tianmian, could not compare. However, he still didn't want to wait for death with his hands tied. He held the Xing Tao sword in his hand and wanted to make a last-ditch attempt, even if he died. But at this moment, a silhouette suddenly rushed in front of him. It was none other than Fu Zong. And in the next moment, Fu Zong directly transformed into a thousands of Zhang behemoth and wrapped him in a ball. Upon seeing that 1,000 Zhang behemoth, everyone in the arena's eyes widened and froze as if they were wooden chickens. Dragon. It was a golden dragon. The monstrous dragons might swept across the sky, pressing down on countless people who couldn't breathe. And in the dark, that Xiao Bu and the others were also filled with incredulity. How could there be a dragon? But in the next moment, Xiao Bu seemed to have realized something. He suddenly jumped up like a madman. Sky Dragon Race. She is of the sinful breed Sky Dragon clan. Yi Tianmian actually colluded with the sin-spawn Heavenly Dragon clan. Damn it, he deserves to die. His 9 clans should be exterminated. Sky Dragon clan. The arena was in an uproar. Suddenly, in the Guanxian realm, countless powerhouses rushed towards this side. The Heavenly Dragon clan. Back then, the most powerful clan in the Guanchuan universe. When this clan was at its peak, it was still above the Nalan clan, but later on, because of their offense, they were expelled from the Guanchuan universe and were strictly ordered by the Guanchuan Swordmaster to never set foot in the Guanchuan universe again. Everyone hadn't expected that a dragon from the Heavenly Dragon clan would appear here. This was a sinful race. And on the martial arts stage, that Yang Jia's sword slashed heavily on that giant dragon. Rumble. Countless sword lights erupted from that huge dragon. And in an instant, the scales on the dragon's body began to explode apart inch by inch, and blood splattered. The defense of the dragon race was the most terrifying, but she was facing the Qing Xian sword at this moment. Moreover, at this time, not only was Yang Jia's realm far beyond her and Yi Tianmian, he had also completely gone mad with his own bloodline. With just one sword, her defense was broken open, and blood poured down like a fountain from heaven and earth. And just when that Yang Jia was about to make the second sword, Yi Tianmian's waist, the small tower suddenly flew out. It angrily said, "Little soul, don't fall asleep. Quickly wake up to stop him, ah!" In the distance, the Qing Xian sword in Yang Jia's hand suddenly trembled violently, followed by a terrifying sword momentum that directly enveloped Yang Jia. Bang! Yang Jia slammed down heavily from the air, directly falling into unconsciousness, and the aura of the crazy demon bloodline on his body slowly began to fade at this moment. And not far away, Fu Zong recovered her body. But at this moment, her entire body was covered in blood, and her aura faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Tianming hugged the falling Fu Zong. Looking at Fu Zong, whose whole body was covered in blood, he was at a loss for words and said in shock, "Senior sister." Fu Zong slowly turned her head to look in the direction of the Guanxian realm. Her gaze landed on the statue of that Guanxian swordmaster. Her eyes were blank as she muttered, "It's been 1,000 years, 1,000 years? Can the sins of my Heavenly Dragon clan be eliminated? Can it be dispelled?" With that, she turned her head to look at Yi Tianming and softly said, "Senior brother, I want to go home." As her voice fell, her breath completely dissipated and her vitality faded. Chapter 79. Remnants of the Heavenly Dragon clan. Looking at Fu Zong, who completely lost her breath, Yi Tianming panicked. He completely panicked. He tightly hugged Fu Zong and said in a trembling voice, Senior, she's a remaining member of the Heavenly Dragon clan." Right at this moment, a furious voice suddenly resounded from the sky. The person who spoke was that Xiao Bu. He angrily pointed at Fu Zong and Yi Tianming, who had already lost their breath. "These two are the remaining members of the Heavenly Dragon clan. Where are the Guanxian guards? Remnants of the Heavenly Dragon clan." Around them, a terrifying aura swept in. All of them were top-tier powerhouses from the Guanchuan realm, and among them there were even top-tier powerhouses of the circle-breaking realm. In an instant, the surrounding area had been blocked off by the strong men of the Guanchuan school. Xiaobu pointed angrily at Yi Tianmian like a madman. Quickly execute this remaining evil. Execute him quickly. With that, he pointed at the plain-skirted woman sitting quietly in the distance. And her, she's also a remnant of the heavenly dragon clan. Execute them all together. The plain-skirt woman glanced faintly at Xiaobu. Those Guanxian guards around actually did not move because Xiaobu was not qualified to command theirs. They only listened to the orders of the cabinet. At this time in the dark, a voice suddenly said, "Take it down." The one who spoke was an old man. This person was none other than the current head counselor of the cabinet. His name was Su Yuan, and he was a disciple of Li Qingyuan. Su Yuan stared at Yi Tianmian, his face expressionless. He naturally knew that Yi Tianmian was not of the Heavenly Dragon clan, but at this moment, he had no other choice because if he didn't place such a charge on Yi Tianmian, how would the young master Yang Jia be able to live with himself? First, he was forced into a desperate situation by Yi Tianmian, and then he reneged on his own words, recovered his realm, and his sanity was eroded. If Yi Tianming is not dealt with, how can Yang Jia live with himself? Can't be counted as Yang Jia's defeat, right? One must know that this win or loss is not only about an individual, but also the entire Guanxian universe. Yang Jia can't be defeated no matter what. His image in the minds of the masses must be perfect. There can't be any flaws. Therefore, the best way was to settle Yi Tianmian, the remaining members of the Heavenly Dragon clan. Settling a charge, this was the best way. After receiving the order from the chief cabinet minister, those Guanxian guards in the field no longer hesitated and rushed towards Yi Tianmian. But right at this moment, a man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Tianmian. He angrily looked at those Guanxian guards around him and loudly questioned, "Who are you to take him?" The man who stood out was none other than An Yan. Seeing An Yan standing out, An Yan's father, and Zhao's face instantly turned pale as he rushed to An Yan and angrily said, "Rebellious son, what are you going to do?" An Yan directly ignored his old man. He looked at those Guanxian guards in the sky. His voice was like spring thunder exploding. "Today is the great competition of 10,000 states. Heaven's mandate is fighting a fair battle with the young lord. What's wrong with him?" Xiaobu walked out directly. He pointed at Yi Tianmian, who was not far away, and said angrily, "He is the remaining member of the Heavenly Dragon clan. What fault do you think he has? What crime did the Heavenly Dragon clan commit back then? That was a great crime of treason. And Yan, you are now speaking in favor of the remaining sins of the Heavenly Dragon clan. What are your intentions?" And Yan looked at Xiaobu. "Is that the reason why your Xiao family wants heavenly life to die so badly? Do you think that everyone in the world is a little cutie? Do you think that they are? Who doesn't know that your Xiao family is trying to kill people because they want to steal Heaven's Destiny's special enrollment quota and end up getting annoyed and wanting to kill them? You are unbridled." Xiaobu was somewhat annoyed by An Yan's dislike. "And Yan, are you representing your own family?" And Xiao hurriedly said, "My own family never had this intention. With that, he turned to look at An Yan and said angrily, "Rebellious son, why don't you get lost?" He was really anxious, angry, and afraid. This Yi Tianmian had previously threatened to the young lord, and now he was related to the remaining members of that Heavenly Dragon clan. At this time, whoever got involved with him would be finished. And Yan looked at An Xiao in front of him. He sighed in a low voice, "Father, I know your worries. I don't blame you. I understand you. But I can't leave. I can't just stand by and watch these people treat Heaven's mandate like this because he's not at fault." Saying this, he respectfully kowtowed 3 times to An Xiao. "Father, from this moment onwards, I, An Yan, am no longer a member of the An family, and what I do in the future will no longer have anything to do with the An family." Hearing An Yan's words, An Xiao instantly froze in place. He trembled. "You!" An Yan slowly got up. He looked around and roared, "You guys tell me, what is wrong with him? Yi Tianming?" The voice resounded like thunder. "What fault is there?" Everyone was silent. "What is wrong with Yi Tianmian?" The other party fought a fair battle with the young lord, and the young lord said that he would lower his realm, but in the end, he restored his realm, so to put it in perspective, it seems like it is still the young lord's problem. But who dares to come out and tell the truth? Who dares? No one dared. Xiaobu said angrily. "And Yan?" Yi Tian ordered him to collude with the Heavenly Dragon clan. And Yan said angrily, "I colluded with your mother's head. What evidence do you have to prove that he colluded with the Heavenly Dragon clan to plot treason? Also, I'm talking about the 10,000 states competition now. The young lord personally promised that he would lower his realm and fight a fair battle with heavenly destiny. And Yen, right at this moment, that Bai Ci suddenly walked out slowly. He looked at Yen and shook his head. He naturally knew whose problem it was, but like what Cabinet Chief Su Yuan thought, he also thought that Yang Jia couldn't lose. If Yang Jia was judged to have lost today, it would be a fatal blow to Yang Jia's reputation, and immediately after that, it would affect the morale of the entire Guanxian universe. The Guanchuan universe wants to plan the whole universe. Then, morale is undoubtedly the most important, and now if Yang Jia is defeated to the same realm of young people, then his reputation will suffer a heavy blow. Once his reputation suffered a heavy blow, then how could he unite the entire Guanchuan universe? Especially now that the Guanchuan universe is full of families and clans, and there are so many internal factions. He Bai Ci naturally knew all these problems, and it was precisely because of this that the current Guanchuan universe needed a strong person to deter these sects and families. Therefore, Yang Jia could not lose. And Yen looked at Bai Ci. Bai Ci? What? Now that the Guanxian universe no longer allows people to speak the truth? Bai Ci's brows furrowed. And Yen said, I know that you guys are doing this right now because you don't want the young lord to have a reputation of losing battles, but have you ever thought about Yi Tianmian? How much injustice has he suffered from the beginning until now? If you want to focus on the big picture, then the lives and deaths of ordinary people can be ignored, can't they? Ordinary people deserve to die, right? Saying that, he looked around. Could it be that 3 generations of the Yang family created the order just for this? If that's the case, then what's the point of the order created by 3 generations of the Yang family? When he heard in Yan's words, and Xiao was directly stunned and fainted. It was over, and Xiao knew that this branch of their family was completely and utterly finished. He truly did not think that his son would dare to say such treacherous words. Those people around were also looking at Yen with shocked faces. All of them did not expect that Yen would dare to come out and question the Yang family. Is this Yen crazy? Bai Ci stared dead on at Yen. Yen, I know that Yi Tianmian is your friend, but... Yen directly interrupted Bai Ci. Bai Ci, this is not a question of friend or not friend, right is right, wrong is wrong, don't take any excuse of the greater good. Earlier the Academy was already very wrong in dealing with the Xiao family on the matter, and now, does the Academy still want to be wrong all the time? What, is it so hard for the Academy to give justice to an ordinary person? Bai Ci's face was a bit ugly. Xiaobu said angrily, Yen angrily pointed at Xiaobu. Shut up, your Xiao family doesn't deserve to talk to Lao Zi. Xiaobu was furious. You are unbridled. With that, a terrifying aura directly crushed towards Yen. And right at this moment, a force suddenly swept from the side, instantly shattering that aura. The crowd turned their heads to look, and the person who struck out was actually that F.A. Jun. Beside F.A. Jun, an old man hurriedly said, F.A. Jun? What are you doing? Don't you mess around. F.A. Jun's face was expressionless. Even Yen dares to speak the truth. Am I worse than him? Saying that, he walked out. All along, he and Yen had been both friends and rivals, as they had some philosophical differences. Thus, both sides had always argued. After F.A. Jun walked out, he looked around at those Guanxianwei powerhouses. All of you want to take Yi Tianmian? Dare I ask what law Yi Tianmian has broken? Breaking the law. Crowd. Feeling the gazes of countless people, F.A. Jun took a deep breath. He knew what consequences he would have if he came out now, but he still had to stand out, because fairness and the rule of law was his F.A. Jun's ideal for his whole life. He had to be able to stand up to the books that he had read, and stand up to his ideal. Today encountered injustice stood by and watched. Then he F.A. Jun is the biggest accomplice of lawlessness. F.A. Jun took a thick copy of Guanxian Shinming Law. He held up the Guanxian Shinming Law and looked around. I'm familiar with the Guanxian Law. He Tianming didn't violate any of our Guanxian Shinming Law. Since he didn't violate the law, then why does the Academy have the right to take him away? Since he hasn't violated any laws, why does the Academy have the right to arrest him? On what grounds? What, is it possible that the individual rights of my Guanchuan universe have now overridden the Guanchuan divine law? The faces of those high-ranking people in the Guanchuan universe became incomparably ugly. It was because Yi Tianming had indeed not broken any laws. At this time, that Xiaobu suddenly stood out again. That woman beside him is a remnant of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, and the Heavenly Dragon Clan was guilty of treason back then? F.A. Jun looked at Xiaobu angrily. You shut up. Your Xiao family doesn't deserve to talk to Lao Zi. Xiaobu? F.A. Jun looked around at those Shuyuan executives, almost pleading, Gentlemen, the government must abide by the law. If the government does not abide by the law, it is equivalent to state crime, and state crime is the root cause of all crime. Heaven and earth were dead silent. No one stood forth except in Yen, because truth and law are bull in front of power. At this time, that Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy's head, Ji Shi slowly walked out as he looked at Fa Zhen. Elder Xiaobu is right. The woman beside Yi Tianmian is a remnant of the Heavenly Dragon clan, and it is obvious that there is a conspiracy in their coming to participate in the great competition of the 10,000 prefectures this time with the intention of disadvantaging the young lord. Fa Zhen looked at Ji Shi. Do you know the law? Ji Shi's brows furrowed. Fa Zhen stared at Ji Shi. The Heavenly Dragon clan committed treason back then, and the group of Heavenly Dragons that committed the crime back then have all been slaughtered, and the remaining Heavenly Dragons have been expelled. They were expelled, and the Guanchuan Swordmaster didn't say that they were guilty. Even the Guanchuan Swordmaster didn't convict them, so what makes you think that they are guilty? Ji Shi's face instantly became a bit ugly. Damn. This kind of prick should be exterminated. Fa Zhen really wanted to speak, and right at this moment, a man slowly walked out. The man calmly said, "The Heavenly Dragon clan is guilty of treason." What is treason? It is to rebel, and the Guanchuan Swordmaster was merciful back then. Although he did not slaughter the Heavenly Dragon clan, he did not allow them to set foot in the Guanchuan universe, and they were exiled forever, and now this Heavenly Dragon clan's Heavenly Dragon has entered the Guanchuan universe without authorization, and that in itself is a violation of the Guanchuan Swordmaster's decree, and that naturally means that it is guilty of a crime. Seeing the man who spoke, the expressions of everyone in the arena became grave. The man who spoke was none other than the number 1 clan other than the Yang clan today. The genius of the Nalan clan, Nalan Ing. The Nalan clan had personally come down to the arena. Chapter 80. The Yang family is the truth. Seeing the Nalan clan personally come down to the arena, that Xiaobu and the others were instantly ecstatic. The Nalan clan wasn't just a superb clan. They also held the immortal treasure pavilion. Could be said that in the Guanchuan universe, other than the Yang family, the Nalan clan was the true superhegemon. As Nalan Ing spoke, there were suddenly many more top-level powerhouses from the immortal treasure pavilion around. The Nalan clan and the immortal treasure pavilion, that was always on the Yang family's side. Are the words of the Guanchuan sword master always right? Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the arena. The moment these words came out, everyone in the arena was shocked and looked at the person who spoke. Who was so treacherous? The person who spoke was none other than Yen. Yen was not afraid. He looked straight at the crowd. Back then, the Tianlong clan conspired against the emperor. The people who committed the crime have been executed. According to the Guanchuan law of the gods, the crime does not involve innocent relatives. Not to mention that this girl is the Tianlong clan after the dragon. Back in the day when the incident happened, she had not even been born yet. What is the crime of her? Not to mention Yi Tianming, he and this girl are only senior siblings. Has the Guanxian swordmaster ever said that if the predecessor commits a crime, the successor and the successor's friends should also be guilty along with him? His voice was like a flood bell, clearly resounding through the hearts of everyone present. Hearing Yan's words, that Nalan Ying's brows immediately furrowed as he stared at Yan. Yan, are you saying this on behalf of the Yin family? To use power to oppress people. This tactic, tried and true. Yan looked straight at Nalan Ying. Don't threaten me with the family. My Yan's words just now have been heard clearly by all of you here. I, Yan, am no longer a member of the Yin family. What I say and do has nothing to do with the Yin family. If you guys want to target, then come and target me personally. Add me to the list. Fa Zhen also stepped out. He looked at Nalan Ying and the others in the field without fear. The Guanxian universe is governed by the rule of law. How can rights override the law? That Yi Tianming duo, they are not at fault. In the distance, Nanling Zhao was about to stand out at this time. Nanling Sun, who had been paying attention to her on the side, hastily pulled her back. Nanling Sun stared at her dead-on. Girl, I can understand your mood, but the current situation, you should be clear, the young master can't be defeated. He is related to the future of our Guanchuan universe. I, Nanling family, need to focus on the big picture even more in this critical moment. Nanling Zhao shook his head slightly. Father, this is not fair. Nanling Sun's eyes were a little red. How can there be absolute fairness in this world? Yi Tianming, he encountered these things. One can only say that this is his fate. Nanling Zhao shook his head again. Father, things shouldn't be like this. Girl. Nanling Sun's voice was a bit hoarse. Even if you don't think of the big picture and consider the Guanxian universe, then you should also consider the Nanling family. If you stand out to help that Yi Tianming today, it's tantamount to standing on the opposite side of the Yang family and Nalan Jia, and standing on the opposite side of these two families is tantamount to standing on the opposite side of the entire Guanxian universe. How will my Nanling family survive in the Guanxian universe? In the future? Nanling Zhao's eyes slowly closed. She knew that for her to stand out today was tantamount to making the Nanling clan cut themselves off from the Guanchuan universe. But Nanling Zhao opened her eyes to look at Yi Tianmian in the distance. She softly said, "Father, this world shouldn't be like this." With that, she knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Nanling Sun. "Father, my daughter can only be unfilial this time." After saying that, she got up and walked towards the distance. But right at this moment, Nanling Sun and a few other strong people from the Nanling clan forced their hands and directly stunned Nanling Zhao. Nanling Sun held the stunned Nanling Zhao and softly said, "Girl, father can't let you be capricious this time. Not just for the Nanling clan, but also because you," saying that he had someone bring Nanling Zhao down, while he led a group of Nanling clan powerhouses to the back of Nalining and the others. Standing in line. In the Guanchuan universe, no one dared not to stand in line with the Yang clan. Of course, there were exceptions. A woman suddenly stepped out, and the woman blurted out, "Of course Yi Tianmian is at fault." The person who spoke was none other than Fang Qian, the granddaughter of the Fang Snapdragon of the Fang clan. Only to see Fang Qian slowly walk out in front of the crowd, she looked straight at that Nalin Ing and the others. Yi Tianmian's biggest fault is that he is too weak. Other than that, he doesn't have any faults. Seeing the Fang family's people standing out, the faces of that Xiao Bu and the others instantly became even more ugly. This Fang family's people were really like a dog's skin. Xiao Bu that hated the Fang family the most because if it wasn't for the Fang family, back then, his Xiao family would have already casually pinched Yi Tianmeng to death. Why would he have to wait until now? Of course, at this moment, he was more happy than angry because the Fang family's stance this time was not directed at his Xiao family, but the Yang family and Nalin Jia and the entire Guanchuan universe. This time, even Fang Yu could not save the Fang family. Fang Qian was not unaware of the stakes, but she was undaunted. She looked straight at Xiao Bu and the others, her face full of disdain. "Xiao Bu, your Xiao family ancestor was considered to be a valiant man back then. How is it that his descendants netted garbage waste such as yours? You are unbridled." Xiao Bu angrily pointed at Fang Qian. "You little girl, no big or small you?" Fang Qian directly interrupted him. "Shut up. You're not qualified to speak to Auntie." Xiao Bu was so angry that he almost spit blood. Fang Qian directly ignored Xiao Bu. She again looked at that Nalining not far away. Nalining, when the Nalin master mother was so wise and wise, how now these descendants of her mother's clan are netted some people who only ask about the benefits and harms, and don't ask about right and wrong? Are you doing this to stand up to Lord Nalin's mother? Nalining calmly looked at Fang Qian. "Are you teaching my Nalin clan to do things?" Fang Qian frowned slightly. "You guys are doing wrong. Can I say so?" Nalining stared at Fang Qian dead on. For this Fang clan, not to mention the Xiao clan, everyone had a headache. Fang Qian looked around at the people who were watching the battle. "You guys who are watching the show, you feel your conscience? Who is right and who is wrong in this matter today? Don't you have any points in your hearts? I know that you are all afraid. Afraid of these families, afraid of the Nalin clan, and even more afraid of the Yang family. But aren't you afraid that one day these injustices will fall on your heads?" All around, those who were watching the battle didn't say a word. And at this moment, the cloud recorders in Wanzhou had long since been shut down by the Guanchuan universe, and thus what happened here could not be transmitted out at all. Things that were unfavorable to the Guanchuan universe naturally could not be transmitted. Seeing that those people still didn't say a word, Fang Qian sighed in a low voice. "You guys can sit back and watch, but I also hope that you don't fall on your asses and aid the enemy." All around, there was still no one who dared to speak. Not to mention them, even those lineage clans didn't dare to stand up against the Nalin clan and Yang clan. On the other side, that Gu Qi was about to stand out as well, but right at this moment, an old man stopped him, and it was none other than the Gu clan's clan chief, Gu Yuan, who was also Gu Qi's father. Gu Yuan stared at Gu Qi dead in the face. "What are you going to do?" Gu Qi was filled with passion. "Father, Yi Tianmian is my friend. I have to stand up today." "Brother, my ass," Gu Yuan said angrily. "Are you trying to get our entire Gu family killed?" Gu Qi said with a straight face. "Father, how could that be? Wasn't it precisely because my Gu family ancestor stood on the side of truth back then that my Gu family is this accomplished today?" "Idiot!" Gu Yuan looked at Gu Qi angrily. "Was my Gu family ancestor standing on the side of truth? He was on the side of the Guanchuan swordmaster, he was on the side of the Yang family, and in this universe, standing on the side of the Yang family is tantamount to standing on the side of the truth. The Yang family is the truth of the entire universe. Do you understand? Gu Qi. Chapter 81. Shao family? Pointing a direction. The Yang family is the truth. Looking at the somewhat confused Gu Qi in front of him, Gu Yuan sighed in a low voice. Silly child. Where is the truth in this world? The one with the biggest fist is the truth. Understand? Gu Qi turned his head to look into the distance. He shook his head slightly. Pops, it's not like that. What the ancestors stood for back then wasn't the Yang family. It was the truth. Gu Yuan stared at Gu Qi. If you dare to walk out, not only will you and I, father and son, break our enmity, but from this moment on, you will no longer be a son of my Gu family. Gu Qi looked at Gu Yuan in shock. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, looked at him calmly. You have received a great favor from the family. If you can't put the family first, the family won't want you anymore. At this time, an old man beside Gu Yuan walked out. He sighed in a low voice. Shao Qi, don't blame your father. He is the patriarch. Naturally, he has to think about the whole family. It is not easy for our Gu family to come to this day. We can't afford to affect the whole family because of an individual's mistake. You've also seen the situation. Not only is that Yi Tianmian targeting the young master, but he also has a relationship with the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon clan at this time. You go out to show solidarity. Relationship at this time when you go out to show solidarity with him. Isn't this the same as pushing our Gu family to the brink of extinction? Gu Qi was about to say something else, while the old man stopped him and solemnly said, everything is in the family's best interest. Moreover, even if you stand out, you won't be able to change anything anymore. Gu Qi shook his head. Father, second uncle, I'm too stupid to think that much. I only know that being a brother is about righteousness. My brother was bullied today. I can't not go out? Said. He directly ran out, shouted. Who the hell dares to touch my brother? I will fight with him. Crowd. While Gu Qi ran out, the Gu family immediately all stood behind Nailaning and the others, and immediately issued a statement that Gu Qi no longer had anything to do with the Gu family. While facing the questioning of Fang Qian and the others, Nailaning and the others' faces were also a bit unsightly because of the reasoning, not only the reasoning but also the violation of the law. Because Yi Tianmeng did not break the law, on what grounds to take him down? Right at this moment, Bai Ci suddenly stepped out. Guan Xinwei, take down. Naturally, he couldn't let this matter drag on like this because once he came to his senses, at that time this dilemma would fall into Yang Jia's hands. He couldn't let Yang Jia do these dirty deeds, but this kind of thing, someone had to do it. And this person could only be him. Hearing Bai Ci's words, those Guanxian guards were about to make their move. But right at this moment, An Yen suddenly stepped out, and he questioned Bai Ci. On what charge are you taking him? Fa Zhen also walked out. He stared coldly at Bai Ci. What? Bai Ci? Are you going to engage in that nonsense in my Guanxian universe? Fang Qian also walked out. She stared at Bai Ci dead in the face. He's obviously going to choose to be shameless. Bai Ci calmly said, I have already ascertained that Yi Tianmian is suspected of abusing and killing Immortal Treasure Pavilion personnel. And Yen said angrily, shameless? Bai Ci, don't pull these as beans. Bai Ci directly interrupted in Yen. Guanxian guards, take them down immediately. Those Guanxian guards then looked towards Su Yuan, the chief cabinet counselor on his right, who nodded slightly. He naturally understood that this couldn't be left to Yang Jia. It had to be done by those of them. The king of the Guanchuan universe must be holy and flawless. After receiving Su Yuan's signal, those Guanxian guards no longer hesitated and rushed towards Yi Tianming. As for An Yen and the others, they were simply unable to stop them. These Guanxian guards were the Guanxian guards of the Guanxian realm. Their strength was incomparably terrifying, and among them there were even circle-breaking realm powerhouses, the ceiling of the entire universe's battle power. They were simply incapable of stopping them. And right at this moment, a sword sound suddenly resounded from the field, followed by a 10,000 feet of sword light cutting across the sky, hardening some of the Guanchuan guards who had rushed at the front and chopped them back. The crowd was startled. They turned their heads to look. Not far in front of Yi Tianming, there stood an old man. It was Mu Lao. Mu Lao was holding a long sword in his hand, coldly gazing at those people in the field. His body exuded a horrifyingly stern sword intent, as if he wanted to crush the sky, making people shudder. Circle-breaking realm sword cultivator. And at this moment, that veiled woman suddenly walked slowly towards the field. It is really disgraceful for the Guanxian universe to act in such a manner. That Xiaobu angrily pointed at the veiled woman. I told you. This Yi Tianmian colluded with an offshore civilization with the intention of subverting our Guanxian universe. Look, everyone has seen it, right? They Before he could finish his words, suddenly, a sword light chopped fiercely towards him. Xiao Bu's face instantly changed drastically. How could he resist a circle-breaking realm powerhouse? Moreover, it was still a sword cultivator. Snort! Both of his arms were directly chopped away. Mu Lao coldly stared at Xiao Bu. You are not qualified to speak with my highness. Xiao Bu. At this time, that Su Yuan suddenly stepped out as he looked at the veiled woman. Is your ancient former civilization trying to start a war with my Guanxian universe? The veiled woman was undaunted as she locked eyes with Su Yuan. In a word, I'm not used to seeing your behavior. Su Yuan's brows furrowed, and right at this moment, a middle-aged man in golden battle armor suddenly appeared in front of Su Yuan. He said in a deep voice, Lord Prime Minister, a group of strong men have forced their way into my Guanchuan universe. They are rushing this way, and they will be here in a few breaths at the most. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan immediately became furious. You ancient frontier civilization is reckless. How dare you invade my Guanchuan universe? Come on. Immediately send an order to all the major clans and civilizations in the entire universe to come and defend and exterminate the enemy immediately. Soon, an order was immediately spread throughout the entire Guanchuan universe. Countless level 1 and level 2 family clans immediately dispatched the strongest of their clans to rush towards the Wanzhou realm. On top of that, the major galactic civilizations also dispatched their top-tier powerhouses immediately after receiving the order. This move by the ancient former civilization was undoubtedly a declaration of war against the Guanchuan universe. Countless Guanchuan universe powerhouses rushed towards the Wanzhou realm like mad. Right at this moment, in the sky above the Wanzhou realm, space and time suddenly exploded, and immediately after, 160 strong men in purple golden battle armor rushed out. And as soon as they did, a monstrous pressure directly pressed down on the Wanzhou realm, causing it to become illusory. The Divine Close Guards, one of the most elite armies of the ancient former civilization. At this moment, that Su Yuan in the distance suddenly said angrily, Protect the young lord. All around, countless Guanxian guards and boundary guards immediately surrounded Yang Jia's surroundings. Not only that, countless black-clothed people that were like ghosts also appeared in the surroundings. Dark guards. At this time, the leader of the Divine Close Guard commander suddenly appeared in front of the veiled woman. He gave a respectful salute and was about to speak when the veiled woman said, Escort Prince Yi to the ancient former civilization. Ordered. The Divine Close Guard commander immediately walked in front of Yi Tianming. Sir Yi, please also leave with us. Yi Tianming slowly stood up while holding Fu Zong, who no longer had any breath. He looked up to the distant Yang Jia, who had fallen into a coma. At this moment, Yang Jia was already being protected by the countless top-level powerhouses of the Guanxian universe. Yi Tianming stared at Yang Jia, and at his waist, the Xing Dao sword trembled violently. The veiled woman suddenly appeared beside Yi Tianming as she stared at him. The top powerhouses from all the major galaxies and civilizations in the Guanxian universe are all rushing this way. We have to leave immediately. Yi Tianming took a deep breath as he held Fu Zong and walked over to that divine near guard commander, who suddenly turned around and waved his sleeve. Open! Boom! He directly forced open a space-time tunnel, and then the crowd directly rushed into that space-time tunnel. Joke! Right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the sky. Is the Guanxian universe something that you and the others can come and go as you please? As the voice fell, a terrifying force suddenly forced the piece of space-time where the veiled woman and the others were to be blocked, and the space-time tunnel was forbidden, no longer able to be shuttled through. Circle-breaking realm powerhouse. Mu Lao! The veiled woman suddenly shouted angrily. Buzz! A sword sound suddenly resounded from the sky, and immediately afterward, a sword light swept across the field from the middle of the field, forcibly tearing apart that terrifying blocking force. Eh! At that moment, a voice of disbelief came from the depths of that void, and in the next moment, a residual shadow suddenly shattered the void and appeared in the sky above the 10,000 prefecture realm, and then, he fiercely slammed into that Mu Lao. All around, those who were originally watching the battle have all hurriedly fled at this moment. Strong people fighting at this level, just a single breath was enough to easily destroy them. In the middle of the space-time tunnel, the veiled woman turned her head to look at Mu Lao. Mu Lao, hurry up and go. Mu Lao, however, shook his head. Your Highness, this Yi Gongzi's future achievements will definitely not be below that Yang Jia. Please, Your Highness must bring him back to our civilization, said. He suddenly burned up his flesh and soul. In an instant, a horrible sword power breath swept through the sky and earth, and even forced that remnant shadow back hard. Mu Lao held his long sword as he looked at those Guanchuan Academy powerhouses in the field and laughed. Come, let me meet the top powerhouses of the Guanchuan universe. Buzz. In his hand, the long sword trembled violently, and a sword sound resounded throughout the entire Guanxian universe. Not far away, that Xiaobu hurriedly said, Lord Chief Minister, we can't let that Yi Tianmian leave. Su Yuan suddenly said, send an order to the sword sect to stop them at all costs. If the ancient former civilization was allowed to just break into the Guanchuan universe and take the people away peacefully, then the Guanchuan universe would really lose a lot of face. The Guanchuan universe couldn't afford to lose this face. These ancient former civilization powerhouses that had broken into the Guanchuan universe all had to die. Xiaobu suddenly looked at the plain-skirted woman in the distance again. There's also her. This woman stood behind Yi Tianmian earlier. She must be the Yi Tianmian's backer. She must die as well. Vegetarian skirt woman. Su Yuan turned his head to look at the plain skirt woman. Just then, he only saw that plain skirt woman slowly get up. Seeing this scene, Xiaobu hurriedly said, she's escaping. We can't let her escape. Saying this, he directly released a powerful aura that enveloped the plain skirt woman. But soon, he was surprised to find that his aura had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Xiaobu's eyes narrowed slightly. Something. With that, he glanced at Yang Jia, who was not far away, then added, you demon girl, if you want to harm the young lord, you have to ask my Xiao family if they agree first. The woman in the plain skirt stopped her steps. She slowly turned her head to look at Xiaobu. Xiao family? Point a direction. Thank you for your vote and subscription support. Thank you all. Welcome to comment and leave a message. I hope to be able to communicate with you all. By the way, to find inspiration haha. Chapter 82. Siege. Pointing a direction. When that Xiaobu heard those words, it was as if his mind was taken in by a force of some kind, and almost without any hesitation, he reached out and pointed towards the right. And right at that moment, a bizarre scene appeared, only to see that the space-time far in front of Xiaobu suddenly cracked open, and in the next moment, tens of thousands of heads flew out in unison, and finally neatly laid out in front of Xiaobu. The entire clan was annihilated, including those top-level powerhouses of the Xiao family, as well as those powerhouses in seclusion. There were no exceptions. Everyone in the arena was directly confused. Xiaobu was also completely confused when he saw the heads of his own clan. Was this a dream? Protect the young lord. At this moment that Su Yuan was the first to come back to his senses, his face suddenly changed, and he immediately blocked in front of Yang Jia. He stared at the woman in the plain skirt, his expression unprecedentedly guarded. And all around, those strong people from the Guanxian School and Immortal Treasure Pavilion also had their faces changed drastically, and they surrounded Yang Jia's side. At this moment, everyone in the arena was like a great enemy. That Xiaobu also came back to his senses at this moment. He only realized now that the Xiao clan was gone. Xiaobu looked at the plain skirt woman, his eyes filled with fear, shivering. You? How dare you do this to my Xiao clan? My Xiao clan ancestor and the Guanxian Swordmaster were brothers. Guanxian Swordmaster? The plain-skirted woman glanced faintly at Xiaobu. Is that remarkable? Everyone? Unbridled. An old man suddenly stepped out as he stared at the woman in the plain skirt and laughed angrily. I don't know what your excellency is capable of. How dare you defy the Guanxian Swordmaster like this? Before he finished speaking, his head flew straight out. Blood was like a pillar. Crowd. Xiaobu suddenly roared. You're unbridled? You're simply unbridled. After he said that, his palm spread out, and a token rose to the sky from within his palm, calling the ancestor. As the token flew up, a powerful aura suddenly filled the sky and earth, and soon, a shadow quietly coalesced. Xiao family ancestor. He was once brothers with the Guanxian Swordmaster. Seeing his ancestor appear, Xiaobu was instantly ecstatic as he busily cried, Ancestor, this woman exterminated my Xiao family. Please, ancestor, avenge my Xiao family. Xiao family ancestor turned his head to look at the vegetarian dress woman. When he saw the vegetarian dress woman, he was slightly stunned. He was about to speak, only to see that the vegetarian dress woman faintly glanced at him. Just a glance. The Xiao family ancestor is in situ was erased. Not to mention just Guanxian Swordmaster brother. Even if it is Guanxian Swordmaster, that is not impossible to kill. In her heart, in this world, other than her brother and little guy Yi Tianmian, anyone can die. When they saw the Xiao family ancestor being erased, all the Guanxian universe powerhouses in the field were confused. This was the Shao family's ancestor Ah, who had been a brother to the Guanchuan swordmaster at the time. He had been erased just like that. At this moment, that Su Yuan suddenly roared, "Pass the order. The Guanchuan universe enters level 1 alert." Su Yuan stared at the plain skirt woman. This plain skirt woman's terrifying strength made him feel the danger. All around, countless strong people surrounded around Yang Jia, who had already fallen into unconsciousness. They were incomparably guarded and stared at the plain skirt woman. It was only at this moment that they realized that this plain skirt woman who had always been ignored by them was a dangerous person. The plain skirt woman, however, directly ignored them, only coldly glancing at Yang Jia, who had fallen into unconsciousness, and then turned around and disappeared in the direction that Yi Tianyan and the others had left in the distance. Soon, Su Yuan's order spread throughout the entire Guanchuan universe. The Guanchuan universe entered a level 1 alert. In 1,000 years, this was the first time. When was the last time? That was still when the Guanchuan swordmaster attacked the true world. Outside, countless civilization universe epics were all shocked. What great thing had happened to this Guanchuan universe? Surprisingly, it has entered a level 1 alert. Of course, more of them were still curious and in a watching mood. Now the Guanchuan universe is in the middle of the sky. The people of Guanchuan universe are very superior outside. They are self-conscious of being superior because if it wasn't for the Guanchuan swordmaster, the other cosmic civilizations would probably all be gone. In addition, Guanchuan universe's young master Yang Jia's own goal is to unify the whole universe. Therefore, other civilizations are very wary and hostile to Guanchuan universe. As the Guanchuan universe entered the first level of alert, in addition to those first-level families and first-level sects sending their top strongmen to support them, some of the strongmen of the circle-breaking realm who were outside were also rushing back to the Guanchuan universe. And that Yen and Fa Zhen and the others were all controlled at the moment because they helped Yi Tianming speak, and now they were directly suspected of colluding with foreign enemies with the intention of subverting the Guanxian Academy. On the other side, Mu Lao and an old man were standing in an unknown void of space and time. Mu Lao was holding a long sword with a solemn expression. His body's sword momentum was monstrous. Opposite him, the old man was dressed in a long robe, his hands hidden in his wide-sleeve robes, his body also emanating a terrifying aura of the great Tao. Circle-breaking realm powerhouse. The robed old man stared deathly at Mu Lao. "You, ancient former civilization, really have the guts to want to harm our young lord and subvert the regime of our Guanchuan universe." In the view of the Guanchuan universe right now, this Yi Tianmian was cultivated by the ancient former civilization, and his purpose was naturally to subvert the Guanchuan universe regime. Mu Lao sneered. "Subvert your Guanxian universe regime? This is really ridiculous. I have never thought that since the Guanchuan swordmaster. The Guanchuan universe has acted so brazenly. You don't need to chirp with the old man. Come and fight." After saying that, his figure trembled and directly transformed into a tens of thousands of feet of sword light that swept across the sky, ruthlessly chopping towards the long-robed old man. The long-robed old man grimaced and didn't talk any nonsense. His figure trembled, wrapped in countless Tao power and ruthlessly slammed into Mu Lao. What happened in the Wanzhou realm caused the entire Guanchuan universe to be confused. How did the good Wanzhou Grand Competition suddenly interrupt? However, soon after, the Guanchuan universe released a statement. Yi Tianmian colluded with the ancient former civilization and the remnants of the celestial dragon race with the intention of harming the young lord and subverting the regime of the Guanchuan universe. Once this official statement was released, the entire Guanchuan universe exploded. Colluding with the ancient former civilization and the remaining members of the heavenly dragon race, intending to harm the young lord, subverting the regime of the Guanchuan universe. These words all deeply pierced every Guanchuan universe person, and soon, the entire Guanchuan universe was enraged. And among them, the most miserable was undoubtedly the Yi family. The Yi family had their entire clan taken under control when Yi Tianming and the others escaped. All of them were imprisoned in the water dungeon. But this didn't allow the crowd to vent their anger. So countless people from the entire Qing Zhou rushed towards the Yi family, raising the Yi family to the ground. In the water dungeon. The water in this water prison naturally is not ordinary water. This is a special kind of stagnant water, can suppress the cultivator's Shen Qi, so that the other party completely and utterly become an ordinary person. Not only that, but also able to let the body and soul slowly rot. In a cell, Yi Zong and Yi Nan were imprisoned together. Both brothers were now very strong, but there was no way around it. Their clansmen were very weak. Thus, for the sake of their clansmen, both brothers did not resist. Yi Zong angrily said, "Grass. They slandered my heavenly fate brother." In the water prison next to him, Yi Nan's face was as gloomy as water. Right at this moment, an old man appeared not far in front of the two brothers. The old man glanced at the group of Yi family members being held captive, and finally, his gaze landed on Yinan. There is a way out for the Yi family right now. Do you want it? Yinan looked at the old man, who said, as we all know that Yi Tianmian is not a true descendant of your Yi family. Therefore, as long as all of you Yi family members are willing to come out and testify that Yi Tianmian is a spy from an ancient former civilization, and that the other party came to the Guanchuan universe in order to harm the young lord, with the intention of subverting the regime of our Guanchuan universe, as long as you do so, all of the Yi family will have a way out. Yinan slowly got up as he looked straight at the old man. You're dreaming. The old man stared at him and said indifferently, to do or not to do? Yinan stared at the old man dead on. All the sons and daughters of the Yi family listen. Whoever dares to say half a bad word about heaven's mandate in order to stay alive, he will never be a member of my Yi family again. After the old man was silent for a moment, he turned to leave. Come on, people. Yi family plotting treason. The whole family will be executed. Seeing that the other party was actually going to exterminate his Yi family, a flash of hostility flashed in Yinan's eyes. Yizong, follow me to kill out. Yizong's eyes were bloodshot. The Guanxian school is unkind against the ing world. Saying that, his arms violently shook. A terrifying force swept out, instantly shattering the death cell in the field. The two brothers directly rushed out. Yinan rushed to Li Yi's cell on the side. He grabbed Li Yi and ran out. The rest of the children of the Yi family followed the two brothers rushed toward the outside, but did not rush for a long time. A large group of strong is rushed over. The leader of the Yizong directly rushed over. A punch, a terrible fist instantly as the leader of some academy of the strong crushed into pieces. Those book academy powerhouses were instantly shocked. Yizong's arms were raised high. His battle intent was monstrous. Didn't your academy say that our Yi family is treasonous? I will rebel against you today. After saying that, he directly charged towards the group of powerhouses not far away. His battle intent was truly terrifying, and when he punched out, he was even more destructive and unstoppable. A single punch directly collapsed the surrounding space. Invincible aura. The surrounding Guanxian school powerhouses were horrified. Wasn't this Yi family a lowly family? How could the disciple of this clan be so perverted? Yi Zong. At this moment, Yinan suddenly roared, do not be reckless, escort the clan away. The killing mad Yizong instantly sobered up a bit after hearing Yinan's words. He raised both fists high. Everyone follow me. Saying that, he killed out first, opening the way in front of him. His fists were getting more and more urgent and fierce, as if they were breaking through bamboo. No one dared to block them. On the other hand, Yinan brought Li Yi behind him to break the back. In this way, the two brothers escorted the people of the Yi family towards the outside to escape one after the other. However, the powerhouses of the academy were getting more and more powerful. Moreover, they were getting stronger and stronger, and at the back, the top powerhouses above the great emperors were coming out. Rumble. In the distance, as an explosive sound resounded, Yizong was forced to a hard stop by a terrifying force, and not far in front of him, there stood an old man in black. The old man in black stared at Yizong. His heart was shocked. In front of him, Yizong's punching power was really appalling. It had already far exceeded the great emperor realm. Moreover, it was still insanely skyrocketing, as if it would not stop. Yizong stared at the old man. The old man's realm was far higher than his. But there was no half fear in his eyes, only endless battle intent. He suddenly charged forward, his arms slammed. Bang! This smash, even hard to the old man, shocked back hundreds of feet away, and in front of Yizong, that piece of space is directly collapsed, turned into a black. Not only that fist momentum did not dissipate, but directly spread to hundreds of feet away. Once again the old man shocked back hundreds of feet. The fist intent was monstrous, unceasing, and getting stronger and stronger. That old man looked at his shattered body. His face was incomparably ugly. Quickly transfer the Guanxian guards and the boundary guardians to... As soon as the words fell, hundreds of terrifying auras appeared in the heavens and earth. The top Guanxian guards and boundary guardians of Qingzhou had already arrived. The black-clothed old man at the head roared, kill, execute them all, leave no one behind. As his order fell, countless terrifying forces suddenly fell from the heavens and earth, surging towards those Yi family disciples. At this moment, Yinan suddenly raised his head fiercely as he clenched his hands together. I use my Tao to order the heavenly Tao. Seal off heaven and earth. Boom! The heavens and earth suddenly trembled violently, and in an instant, the cultivation of all the Guanchuan Academy powerhouses within 1,000 feet radius were all sealed and turned into invalids. Everyone was confused. This included those top-tier powerhouses above the great emperors who were also dumbfounded, as their cultivation was unexpectedly sealed as well, completely becoming an invalid. Yinan, on the other hand, his face was as pale as paper. This was the first time he had ever cast the divine art that his master had taught him. His cultivation was too low, therefore, the consumption was too great and too much for him to withstand at the moment, and of course, his master hadn't thought that he would be able to cast it right now. The intention was for him to familiarize himself with it first, and then use it when he opened one alone, but Yinan had actually learned it now. When everyone's cultivation was sealed, Yinan hurriedly looked at Yizong. Yizong, quickly take everyone away. Hurry! The red-eyed Yizong forcefully suppressed the killing intent in his heart after hearing his big brother's words, and he led the sons and daughters of the Yi clan towards the outside. Yinan, on the other hand, dragged his tired body and brought Li Yi to break the back, while those Guanshen school powerhouses didn't dare to chase after them after they lost their cultivation, and one by one they were dumbfounded in their original position. Soon, a group of people from the Yi family rushed out of the city. However, just outside the city, suddenly, amongst the Yi family members, a miserable scream continuously resounded, and there were dozens of black-robed people who were like ghosts shuttling amongst the Yi family members. Dark guards. All of them are top-level killers. How could the sons of the Yi family be a match for these killers? They didn't have any resistance at all, and could only let themselves be abused and killed. Ah! Yizong rushed towards those killers like a madman, but there were too many of them, and moreover, those killers were too weird, and only targeted the Yi family's children. Yinan watched as the Yi family's children fell in front of him one after another, and his entire body was confused. Brother Nan. At this moment, Li Yi, who was beside him, suddenly spoke. Yinan turned his head to look at Li Yi. When he saw Li Yi, he directly froze, and in the next moment, he fiercely hugged Li Yi and said in a trembling voice, "Why? Why? Why?" Li Yi's hands holding a dagger pierced his abdomen. Li Yi lay in Yinan's arms. She whispered, "You and Yizong quickly escape. Quickly escape." She knew that only Yizong and Yinan could escape, but she knew even more that if she lived, Yinan and Yizong would definitely not escape. Li Yi's right hand gently stroked Yinan's cheek. "Run away. You are the elder brother. Take care of Shaozong as well as Heaven's mandate." Saying that, her voice suddenly became incredibly weak. "In my next life, I still want to be your wife." As the voice fell, her hand fell, and she no longer had any breath. Yinan hugged Li Yi to death, sobbing uncontrollably, and in the distance, under the harvest of the dark guards, hundreds of people from the Yi family were all put to death, and the blood dyed the earth red. Soon, countless dark guards and top-tier powerhouses surrounded towards Yizong and Yinan. Qingzhou City. Vice City Lord Zhou Yuan sat in a large hall. Two men in black suddenly appeared in the hall. Zhou Yuan was not a bit surprised. He calmly said, "Do you want me to directly disappear from this world?" The leader of the black-clothed man stared at Zhou Yuan. "The above wants me to ask you why you assisted that Yi Tianming with the Yi family in the first place." Zhou Yuan slowly got up. "I know your process. No need to go through this process. Just do it directly." The palm of the leader black-clothed man spread out. A piece of paper slowly floated in front of Zhou Yuan. "Then plead guilty. Crime. Collaborating with the enemy and treason." Zhou Yuan smiled. "To you all, confessing or not, it's all one result, isn't it?" The leader of the black-clothed man hissed. "The process still needs to go through." Zhou Yuan stared at the man in black. "Spare my family." The man in black said, "Confess and they will live." Zhou Yuan did not say anything else. He stretched out his thumb and pressed it on that confession of guilt, and then walked towards the outside. When he reached the door, he looked towards the light in the sky and said softly, "This world, how did it get so dark?" The Yi family collaborated with the enemy and committed treason. All the people and clans that had relations with the Yi family were almost all controlled at the first time, which included the Li family that was related to the Yi family by marriage, and the entire family of the Li family had been sent to death. It could be said that the entire Guanchuan universe had come to a truly great cleansing this time, and in the midst of this great cleansing, I don't know how many innocent people were liquidated by certain people in the name of patriotism. Although the entire Yi family was executed, this did not eliminate the anger of the people of the Guanchuan universe, who gathered together to vent their anger madly, calling for a declaration of war against the ancient pre-civilization. At the same time, all the major families and clans in the entire Guanchuan universe, as well as all the major civilization star domains, received an order. to fully encircle and kill Yi Tianmian and the ancient former civilization's powerhouses. And all the people of the Guanchuan universe who were outside also rushed back to the Guanchuan universe to participate in the siege. Chapter 83. Declaring War. After the Veiled Woman and the others led Yi Tianmian and the others into the space-time tunnel, all of the godly clothes guard powerhouses, including the Veiled Woman, looked unprecedentedly grave. Because they were very clear about what they were doing now, this behavior they were doing now was undoubtedly invading the Guanchuan universe, and was equivalent to declaring war on the Guanchuan universe. Guanchuan universe. Ever since the year when the Guanchuan Swordmaster had led many civilizations to fight that battle to ascend to the heavens, the Guanchuan universe had undoubtedly become the superhegemon of the entire universe, and even though the Guanchuan Swordmaster had already retreated, he wasn't dead. Thus, to be hostile to the Guanchuan universe was undoubtedly a very, very risky thing to do. The commander of the Divine Near's guards was named Zhou Yuan, and at this moment, his expression was grave and deep in his eyes was worry. He was well aware of the fearsome nature of the Guanchuan universe, and he was worried about not only whether or not he and the others would be able to make it out of the Guanchuan universe alive, but also about the ancient prehistoric civilization, as it was highly likely that this would cause a civilization war. And if it caused a civilization war, then many, many people would die. Most importantly, although the ancient former civilization was strong, the Guanchuan universe was even stronger. Moreover, the Guanchuan universe also had two behemoths, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Sword Sect. At this time, Zhou Yuan suddenly received a message in his sea of consciousness, and soon, his face instantly became incomparably ugly. He had already received the news that all the superfamilies and sects in the Guanchuan universe had begun to surround them. Zhou Yuan glanced at Yi Tianmian, who was silent on the side. He appeared beside the Veiled Woman. He whispered, "Your Highness Prayer." The Veiled Woman's name was Nan Tian Prey. She was the daughter of the ancient former civilization's civilization lord, and was also the ancient former civilization's civilization young lord's strongest contender. Within the ancient former civilization, she had an extremely high status and power, and she was on par with the ancient former civilization's current first-day talent, Nan Tian Temple. Nan Tian Prayer's face was expressionless and her gaze was calm, but she was also very clear about the current situation at the moment. Moreover, she was looking a little further ahead than Zhou Yuan. She knew that the biggest problem right now was the attitude of the ancient former civilization. If the ancient former civilization didn't want to have a conflict with the Guanxian universe, then all of them would be sacrificed. Then, would the ancient former civilization dare to go to war with the Guanchuan universe? Dare it? Nan Tianqi's eyes slowly closed. She didn't dare to be sure. After all, she wasn't the ancient former civilization's civilization lord. Moreover, there were several factions within the ancient former civilization, especially since she, Nan Tianqi, still had one of the biggest contenders. The Southern Heavenly Temple, the ancient former civilization's most demonic super genius ever. If the other party were to stand opposite her at this time, then she, Nan Tianjia, would die without a burial place, go into war with the Guanxian universe. Looking at the entire universe, aside from that unknown true world, the entire universe, who would dare? After all, the Guanchuan sword master back then was too invincible. And the Yang family old generation of those top powerhouses, casually won out, that is able to penetrate the entire universe. What she originally thought was to forcefully save Yi Tianmian, at most it would offend the Guanchuan universe, but not so much that it would develop into a civilization war, but she didn't expect things to develop to this extent. This Guanchuan universe was now non-killable Yi Tianmai, and moreover, it was the kind that would stop at nothing. Nan Tian Prayer softly said, "Wait." Zhou Yuan nodded slightly. He didn't bother to think that much. Soldiers obey orders as their natural duty. Although he didn't understand why this legendary wise and resourceful Your Highness Prey would make an enemy of the Guanxian universe for the sake of this teenager, he knew that this Your Highness must have her reasoning, and all he could do was to listen to the orders. Ancient former civilization. At this time, the ancient former civilization had also learned about what had happened in the Guanchuan universe. The entire ancient former civilization was shocked. This Her Highness Prayer had gone to the Guanchuan universe for a trip. How did she get into a war with the Guanchuan universe? Everyone was confused. In a certain star river, the depths of this star river quietly stood a hall as high as 90,000 feet, as if a giant pillar through the sky, supporting the entire star universe, extremely majestic and spectacular. Around it, stars surrounded it, and the Milky Way poured out in splendor. Ancient former divine hall. Ancient former civilization is the earliest known ancient civilization epic under the true world. In the long history of ancient former civilization, a total of two super geniuses were born. One is the originator civilization ancestor of the ancient former civilization, that one single-handedly founded the ancient former civilization and brought the ancient former civilization to a completely new height. Later he established this ancient former divine hall. It is said that that civilization ancestor feels that the ancient former civilization is not the earliest civilization. There must be other unknown civilizations in the there must be other unknown civilizations in the ancient former civilization, so he gathered all the power of the ancient former civilization to build this ancient former temple, as a way to communicate with the former civilization. No one knows whether he succeeded or not, however. He later mysteriously disappeared within the highest level of the ancient pre-civilization divine temple and has not appeared so far. The other super genius of the ancient former civilization was also incomparably terrifying, and did not lose to the civilization originator, and that was Divine Sang-mei. This Divine Sang-mei was not interested in exploring the past and the past. She was very interested in the heavenly path, and later, in the battle to ascend to the heavens, she teamed up with the Guanchuan sword master to fight into the true world. Inside the Hall of Deliberation, all the top powerhouses of the ancient former civilization were gathered. On the main seat right above the hall, there sat a middle-aged man wearing a long robe. This person was the current ancient former civilization Lord Nan Yuan, and on the two sides below, there were thousands of ancient former civilizations' powerhouses, all of which were the ancient former civilization's top powerhouses and real powerhouses. As soon as he learned about what happened in the Guanxian universe, Nan Yuan immediately summoned all the star domain lords of the ancient former civilization as well as all the elders of the House of Elders. Too presumptuous. At this moment, an elder suddenly stepped out and broke the silence in the hall. Such behavior from Her Highness Prayer is tantamount to declaring war with the Guanchuan universe. How could she do something so presumptuous? The tone contained undisguised anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the way of Nantian Prayer's identity, he might have even cursed directly. After this elder finished speaking, silence returned to the hall. Going to war with the Guanxian universe. The ancient former civilization was indeed strong, but it was the Guanxian universe. Back then, in the Battle of the Ascension, the strength displayed by the Guanchuan swordmaster was simply too terrifying. Going to war with the Guanchuan universe? This was truly too risky. At this time, opposite that elder, another elder walked out. Your Highness Prayer would never act so rashly. She must have deep intentions if she does this. After saying that, he looked towards Civilization Lord Nan Yuan, who was at the head. All the people in the field also looked at Nan Yuan. Nan Yuan stretched out a finger and gently pointed it. In an instant, everyone in the field's sea of consciousness was more than one piece of information. At this time, an elder's brow suddenly furrowed. Making enemies with the Guanchuan universe just for the sake of a youngster of unknown origin. This? Another elder said. This teenager is not simple. The elder who spoke earlier immediately said, even if it's not simple, we can't go to war with the Guanchuan universe for him. This is a civilization war, it's just not worth it. Someone suddenly said, it's pointless to talk about this now, say the solution. After a few moments of silence in the hall, an old man said, there are just two options, first sacrifice His Highness Prayer and the others, and then give in to the Guanchuan universe, saying that all of this is His Highness Prayer's own personal behavior, and that it has nothing to do with our ancient former civilization. Second, fully support His Highness Prayer and go to war with the Guanchuan universe. The Great Hall suddenly fell into dead silence again. Sacrificing His Highness Prayer? This was not something they dared to say. After all, Her Highness Prayer was the daughter of the Civilization Lord. Moreover, doing so was tantamount to bowing down to the Guanxian universe. Although the ancient former civilization was afraid of the Guanxian universe, it had never been able to give in to weaknesses in a bright and open manner, and if it were to give in to weaknesses in the future, the ancient former civilization would be a step down from the outside world. Thinking about this, everyone found it hard to accept. But to go to war with the Guanchuan universe? They naturally know very well what it means to go to war with the Guanchuan universe, but the Guanchuan universe has the Guanchuan swordmaster as its backbone. At this moment, everyone was torn. Retreating was not an option, nor was advancing. Fight! Right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Everyone turned to look, only to see a man coming in large strides. The man was dressed in a green robe, not luxurious, but clean and spotless. He came in large strides with a stern aura that enveloped the four fields. South Heavenly Temple. Along with Nantian Prayer, he was the most demonic person ever in the ancient pre-civilization. Of course, this refers to the young age. As to whether the final achievement could surpass the Divine Sang-mei and the Civilization Patriarch, it would have to be proved by time. After Nantian Temple walked inside the large hall, he looked around. Why don't we fight? The crowd was stunned. Nantian Temple continued, gentlemen, our ancient frontier civilization will eventually have to fight with the Guanxian universe. Do you admit this point? The crowd remained silent. Who didn't know the mind of that young lord of the Guanchuan universe to unify the entire universe? The Southern Heavenly Temple continued. Since there's going to be a battle sooner or later, why don't we take this opportunity to just start fighting? An elder said in a deep voice. It's too early to fight. Moreover, Your Highness' prayer is really too reckless to act like this. Not even consulting with us before directly. Not reckless. Nantian Temple directly interrupted that old man's words as he looked around at the surrounding crowd. This sister of mine has a very simple idea. Sooner or later, we will have a battle with the Guanchuan universe. And who is our biggest enemy in the future? Is it the Guanchuan universe? No, it's that Yang Jia. This person is even more demonic than his father, the Guanchuan sword master. And that young man called Yi Tianmian was able to defeat Yang Jia above the 10,000 states competition. What does this mean? It means that this generation's Heaven's Destiny person is not necessarily him, Yang Jia. Defeating Yang Jia. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized this matter, right? That teenager had defeated Yang Jia. Nantianji continued. Little Prayer realized this, therefore she wanted to save that teenager at all costs, and the Guanchuan universe wanted to kill that teenager at all costs. Also because of this reason, they will never allow someone to compete with Yang Jia for the heavenly destiny and chi of this generation, and they want to create another Guanchuan swordmaster out of it. Saying this, he laughed. Little Prayer isn't adventurous, but courageous. Worthy of being my sister, haha. The crowd looked at him and all laughed bitterly. This brother and sister were all very demonic, and usually they were all fighting for the position of young master, but they looked as if they had a very good relationship again, especially this time. Everyone would actually think that the Southern Heavenly Temple would take the opportunity to drop a stone and completely get rid of the threat that was Southern Heavenly Prayer, but they didn't think that the Southern Heavenly Temple would come out in support of Southern Heavenly Prayer. Someone said, but that teenager doesn't have any relationship with our ancient former civilization. Nan Yuan, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said, Little Prayer sent word that she and that teenager have already made a marriage contract. The crowd froze. This betrothal? In other words, that teenager was considered half of the ancient former civilization. Now the crowd was silent. Nantian Temple smiled, then looked up at Nan Yuan. Pops, I would like to personally lead people to the rescue. Nan Yuan stared at Nan Tianxi for a moment before saying, From this moment onwards, you can deploy all the people of my ancient former civilization. Nan Tianxi blinked. Can my younger siblings be allowed as well? Nan Yuan nodded. Of course. Nantian Temple immediately turned to leave. From this moment onwards, my ancient frontier civilization enters level 1 war preparations. All those above the Tao-breaking realm, all stand by. All those who are in seclusion, all come out of seclusion to stand by. All those who are outside, all those above the Tao-breaking realm, immediately move to the Guanchuan universe to support. Send an order to Nan Tianqing to immediately head to the major civilization epochs and have her make sure to convince the major civilization epochs to send troops to the Guanchuan universe for support. With that, he paused and added, Immediately release all those serving sentences within the ancient god purgatory. Tell them to immediately go to the Guanchuan universe, and as long as they save the teenager named Yi Tianmian and Shaoqi, all their sins will be absolved. Issue a cosmic bounty order. Any mercenary or individual who is willing to go to the Guanchuan universe to rescue them. My ancient former civilization will award 100 million Zeus crystals, and one person who dies will be compensated with 1 million Zeus crystals. He issued dozens of orders in a row, and when he walked out of the gate, his voice suddenly sounded like thunder from heaven and earth. Open all the ancient divine channels to the outside world, and issue an order to the entire universe. My ancient former civilization declares war on the Guanchuan universe. A direct declaration of war. If you don't fight, then you don't fight. Once you fight, you have to fight with a bang, letting all the cosmic civilizations know their attitude and their determination so that other cosmic civilizations would be able to take sides. Outside, an old man appeared beside the Southern Heavenly Temple. The old man whispered, Your Highness, in fact, we can completely take advantage of this opportunity to resolve this greatest hidden danger of Your Highness' prayer. Nantian Temple's eyes slowly closed. Ancient, normally when we are our own people, we can fight any way we want. But when there is an external enemy, we should be united against the outside world, especially since Little Prayer is fighting for our ancient former civilization's national fortunes this time around. In this situation, how can I, Nantian Temple, hold her back? Ancient nodded slightly and said nothing more. Nantian Temple suddenly opened his eyes. In fact, there's no need for Xiao Prey to put all her hopes on that teenager called Yi Tianming. Saying that, the corner of his mouth lifted up slightly. Is my Southern Heavenly Temple worse than that Yang Jia? Thank you for your support. There are any shortcomings, You can leave a message in the book review area suggestions. I will watch one by one and humbly accept everyone's opinions. Chapter 84. Recognize Sister Sue's skirt? Declaring war on the Guanxian universe. The behavior of the ancient former civilization undoubtedly shocked the entire universe. None of them had thought that the ancient former civilization would actually be so brave as to directly take the initiative to declare war on the Guanxian universe. This sudden change shocked the entire universe's major civilization epochs, and they now had to make their own choices. Was it to wait and see, or to take sides? More naturally still chose to wait and see. Just kidding, who would dare to be an enemy of the Yang family? To some civilizations, it was undoubtedly foolish for an ancient former civilization to make enemies with the Yang family for the sake of a teenager. Somewhere in the middle of a star river, a woman dressed in green stood on top of a piece of the Milky Way as she looked away from the end of the star river. In her hand, she held a yellowed volume of ancient books with many notes on it. Beside the woman in green, followed by an old man, the old man said, "Your Highness Qing, will those great epical civilizations follow us against the Guanchuan universe?" The woman's name was Nan Tianqing, one of the most demonic few in the younger generation of the ancient X-civilization. Nan Tianqing smiled. That young lord of the Guanchuan universe wants to unify the entire universe and complete what his father didn't complete back then. And he doesn't have his father's strength back then now, so those other civilization epochs won't be willing to subjugate him, and this is our chance. The old man nodded. Understood. Nan Tianqing suddenly said, I want to know all the information about that teenager called Yi Tianmian. The old man looked at Nan Tianqing, who narrowed his eyes slightly. It's absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to defeat Yang Jia, even if Yang Jia has lowered himself to the realm. This is unusual. I need to understand. The old man said, Understood. After saying that, he quietly disappeared. Nan Tianqing's eyes slowly closed. Heavenly destiny. To dare to use the word heavenly fate as a name, there's some meaning to it. After saying that, she took a step forward and directly disappeared at the end of the Star River. In the middle of the space-time tunnel, Nan Tianprayer and Zhou Yuan and the others escorted Yi Tianmian through space-time at extreme speed. Because Yi Tianmian's realm was weaker, his fleshly body couldn't withstand this horrifying speed at all. Therefore, some divine close guards guarded beside him to protect him. Zhou Yuan, who was in the lead, stared at the end of the space-time tunnel with a solemn expression. At their current speed, in half a day at the most, they would be able to exit the Guanchuan universe to the ancient pre-epical era universe. Half a day. Would they and the others be able to leave the Guanxian universe safely? Zhou Yuan's eyes slowly closed, no longer thinking about this. Nan Tianjie suddenly walked over to Yi Tianmian, who was still holding Fu Zhang's corpse. Looking at the wooden-looking Yi Tianmian, Nan Tianjie said in a deep voice, Sir Yi, you need to pull yourself together now. Yi Tianming looked down at Fu Zhang. After a long time, he said in a low voice, Girl, thank you. Nan Tianji said, Sir Yi, there is one thing that I am more curious about, and that is that law of all beings of yours. Was that really created by your teacher? Yi Tianming nodded. Aha, Nan Tianji said in a deep voice. What a terrifying kind of law, Yi Gongzi. This law created by your teacher might subvert the existing cultivation system, and this law is now feared to have spread throughout the universe. Law of all beings, ignoring realms, ignoring everything. If it continued to develop, how terrifying would it be? Those top universe civilization forces would never allow this kind of law to appear in this world. And at the same time, they would definitely try their best to obtain this kind of law. Yi Tianmeng said, My teacher hopes that all beings can learn this law of all beings. No way, Nan Tianjie immediately said. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at Nan Tianji, who solemnly said, Sir Yi, if you spread this law of all beings now, it is undoubtedly harming all beings, because if you spread it now, those top worldly clan powers will also be able to obtain it, and after they obtain this law will become even more terrifying, and moreover, they will definitely try to do everything they can to make those who have learned the law of beings disappear. Yi Tianming's face sank. Nan Tianjie continued, This law, you can't spread it out for the time being, you can only master it yourself first, and you, on behalf of all living beings, represent all beings. When Nan Tianji said this, his gaze suddenly became a little hot. Yi Tianming's Sword Dao already had its own philosophy, moreover, it was still the Sword Dao of all beings, and with this law of all beings, it was simply perfect. Yi Tianming had a great chance of being better than Blue and surpassing the Guanxian Swordmaster. After listening to Nan Tianji's words, Yi Tianming pondered for a long time, and finally, he nodded slightly. I understand what the girl means. He knew that if he were to publicize the laws of the beings right now, he would indeed be harming the beings. This kind of good thing, those above would not let them fall into the hands of the beings. Yi Tianming retrieved his thoughts. He looked down at Nan Tianji. Girl, do you know about the Heavenly Dragon race? He didn't know anything about the Heavenly Dragon clan, and his senior sister had said before she died that she wanted to go home to see. Nan Tianji said, I know some of it. This Heavenly Dragon clan was originally a superb clan in the Guanchuan universe, but 1,000 years ago they made a big mistake. Therefore, at that time, the entire Heavenly Dragon clan's top powerhouses were slaughtered, and the rest of the Heavenly Dragon clan was exiled. Because of the Guanxian universe, other cosmic civilizations didn't dare to accept them. Thus, they could only wander in the universe, and it was miserable. Saying this, she looked at Yi Tianming. As for where exactly they are now, I don't know. However, if we are able to return to the ancient former universe alive, I will send someone to find out. Yi Tianming said, Thank you. Nan Tianji asked, Sir Yi, as far as I know, you seem to be adopted by the Yi family, is that right? Yi Tianming nodded. Aha. Nan Tianji asked again, Then do you know your birth? She naturally did not believe that Yi Tianmai was really just an ordinary person. An ordinary person could never defeat a top second generation like Yang Jia. Yi Tianmian shook his head. I don't know. Nan Tianji fell silent. Yi Tianming said, I have a pagoda ancestor. It should know, however, it may not be too convenient to tell me right now. Little tower. Nan Tianji said, Earlier when you were competing with Yang Jia, a woman in a plain dress appeared behind you. Do you recognize that woman? Yi Tianming shook his head. No. Saying that, he asked in his heart, Tower ancestor, do you recognize that sister in a plain dress? The little tower was silent. Yi Tianming nodded. I see, tower ancestor. It's not convenient for you to say. Since it's not convenient for you to say, then I won't ask. The little tower sighed in a low voice. This little guy was really too good to be true. It was not the same at all as the two guys in front. If it was the two guys in front, they would probably already be latching onto themselves in some unknown way by now. Right at this moment, the leader Zhou Yuan suddenly stretched out his right hand, no longer allowing the crowd in the field to continue. Zhou Yuan stared dead on at the end of the space-time tunnel in the distance. Suddenly, the momentary tunnel at the end of that piece of space-time shattered with a loud bang. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura rolled in as if it was a rushing torrent, and under the crushing of this terrifying aura, the entire space-time tunnel began to shatter and annihilate inch by inch. Zhou Yuan took a step forward as he reached out his hand and gently pressed forward. Rumble. A powerful battle intent swept out from Zhou Yuan's body, hardening all those strong auras in front of him by tens of feet. As the space-time tunnel shattered, the crowd appeared in a vast unknown star field. In front of the crowd hundreds of feet away, there stood 12 people. The leader is an old man. Behind the old man there are 6 wearing black armor mysterious strong man. Those mysterious strong man wearing black armor is thick and incomparable. Do not know what material is made of. There are also mysterious runic symbols on it. Contains a mysterious and powerful power. When he saw this old man, Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed. Circle-breaking realm powerhouse. And behind this old man, those mysterious powerhouses in black armor were all half-step circle-breaking realm as well. The veiled woman suddenly said, They are the Dark Guards of the Guanxian universe. Dark Guards. Created by the founder of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, they were one of the most mysterious troops in the Guanchuan universe. Those Dark Guard powerhouses did not make a move, but merely stood guard a short distance away. Zhou Yuan suddenly said, They're trying to stall for time. With that, he decisively looked at one of the divine close guard powerhouses beside him. Take your highness prayer and lord ye away. Saying that, he suddenly spread out his palm, and a long spear appeared in his hand, and in the next moment, he made a dash forward, and in an instant, the entire Star River was directly rolled into a twisted shape by this dash of his. When Yi Tianming saw this scene in front of him, his expression was unprecedentedly grave. He did not think that cultivators could do this. What kind of divine means is this? This is beyond his imagination, of course, also more aroused his fighting spirit. The original cultivation to the extreme can easily destroy a starry universe. In the distance, the old man who was the leader of the Dark Guards hissed, Stall them. After saying that, he took a step forward, his body directly becoming illusory, and in an instant countless types of Tao were burning and destroying all around him. Charge! Beside Yi Tianming, a strong member of the Divine Near Guard Army suddenly roared, and all the strong members of the Divine Near Guard Army around them took a step forward in unison, and monstrous auras like thunder swept through the field, heading straight for those Dark Guards. Hundreds of people rushed out in unison, and the powerful aura directly suppressed those dark guards. After all, they could also be the elite of the ancient former civilization's elite. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to dare to kill into the Guanchuan universe to snatch people. However, they did not engage in a battle, and after suppressing those dark guards, 280 divine proximity guards powerhouses escorted Nantian Prayer and Yi Tianmian away. Just as they were about to escape from this starry universe, suddenly, a furious roar came from the depths of the cosmic river. Want to leave? Ask me if I've passed the Hellion clan. Rumble. The distant star river space-time shattered, and immediately afterward, a group of strong men rushed out in unison. On the left chests of these strong men, there were two tiny words, Hellion. Hellion clan, a first-class family back then. Because of the Guanxian sword master, the clan ascended, and after 1,000 years of development, their strength was even more terrifying today, belonging to the old first-class family, extremely strong. The old man at the head was precisely the current clan leader of the Hellion clan, Hellion Yun, and behind him were all the top-tier powerhouses of the Hellion clan. It could be said that all of the He Lien clan's top strength had rushed over. The ancestor of the Hellion clan had left an ancestral motto. Regardless of whether the Yang family is right or wrong, whoever stands against the Yang family, the Hellion clan will stand above their graves. The Hellion clan has sworn allegiance to the Yang family. Chapter 85. Have you asked me about the Yin family? Seeing the appearance of the Hellion clan's powerhouses, the faces of those gods near guard powerhouses who were protecting Yi Tianmian and Nantian Prayer immediately sank, because that Hellion Yun clan chief at the head was a circle-breaking realm powerhouses, whereas on their side, other than that Zhou Yuan, none of them were circle-breaking realm powerhouses. Hellion Yun's gaze directly landed on Yi Tianmian, his hostile aura showing. As a Guanchuan universe person, you even colluded with another civilization to plot against the Guanchuan universe. You? Cut the ing crap. Right at this moment, Yi Tianmian suddenly spoke out to interrupt Hellion Yun. He stared at Hellion Yun. The matter of Guanchuan universe, your hearts are bright. If you want to kill, then come to kill. Why do you need to chirp? Hellion Yun let out a cold laugh. Griffin, I'll kill you now. Saying that, he directly blasted a fist at Yi Tianmian, being targeted by a top-level circle-breaking realm powerhouse. In an instant, Yi Tianmian felt like he couldn't breathe. Death had never been so close to him as it was at this moment. Facing a powerhouse of this level, he had no room for resistance at all. Right now, he doesn't even know how many realms these people are higher than him. Even so, he didn't think of waiting for death with his hands tied. Just as he was about to strike his sword, a loud laugh suddenly resounded from the field. Circle-breaking realm against a little doll. Do you still want to be shameless? As the voice fell, a terrifying aura suddenly swept through the arena, as if it was a galloping army of thousands of horses that ruthlessly slammed into that Hellion Yun. Rumble. This collision hardened that He Lien Yun back nearly 1,000 feet away, and as soon as He Lien Yun came to a stop, the star river behind him instantly collapsed, turning into a pitch-black space-time abyss that was extremely horrifying. After Hellion Yun stopped, he looked up to the distance. Not far from Yi Tianmian and the others, there stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man has a sturdy figure, a face of shrewdness. His whole body breath like boiling water constantly rippled towards the surrounding. Shocked, the star river trembled and trembled, horrifyingly incomparable. Broken circle realm. Hellion Yun stared at the middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. Who are you? The middle-aged man didn't pay any attention to Hellion Yun, but instead turned his head to look at Nantianchi. Your Highness, you guys go first. Nantianchi stared at the middle-aged man. Commander Mu! Be careful. Commander Mu, one of the 3 great commanders of the Divine Close Guard. After Nantianjie finished speaking, he directly grabbed Yi Tianmian's arm and led him to shatter the void and make a space-time jump, while those divine near guardians followed closely. Seeing Nantianjie and the others fleeing, Hellion Yun immediately said angrily, Stop them! With that, he was about to make a move to forcefully intercept Nantianjie and the others, but at that moment, a terrifying aura of divine sense directly locked onto him. Hellion Yun turned his head to look at Commander Mu, who laughed out loud. Come, let me see what level the circle-breaking realm powerhouses of the Guanchuan universe are at. With that, he violently charged forward, and his fist fiercely blasted towards that Hellion Yun. The star river instantly fell silent. Feeling the dreadfulness of the other party's fist, Hellion Yun's expression was incomparably grave. He knew that he had met a veteran circle-breaking realm powerhouse. Not daring to be careless, he directly sacrificed their Hellion family's civilization ancestor weapon, the Sacred Warrior, and then pushed that Sacred Warrior to fiercely move towards that Mu commander rushed over. And behind him, those Hellion clan powerhouses rushed towards Nantianchi and Yi Tianmian at the first opportunity. This time, All of them were top-tier Hellion clan powerhouses. They quickly caught up with Nan Tianqi and Yi Tianmian. Those divine proximity guards powerhouses surrounding Nan Tianqi and Yi Tianmian turned around to meet those Hellion clan powerhouses at once. While the rest of the divine intimates continued to escort Yi Tianming's and Nan Tianqi towards the end of the universe, they had to leave the Guanchuan universe. Only by leaving the Guanchuan universe would they have a chance of surviving. Nan Tianqi looked at the end of the Star River. Her expression was grave. She naturally understood their current situation, but what she was thinking about was the ancient former civilization. If the ancient former civilization did not stand on her side, then even if they rushed out of the Guanchuan universe, they would have no chance of survival. And would the ancient former civilization be on her side? Nan Tianprei's eyes slowly closed. It could be said that she had gambled everything this time. Your Highness prayer. Right at this moment, a strong member of the Divine Near Guard suddenly said in a deep voice, "There's a group of mysterious powerhouses that are rushing towards us, and they'll catch up with us in at most a quarter of an hour." Nan Tianprei looked at those Divine Near Guardians beside him. All of them looked grave, but there was no trace of fear in their eyes, and they only looked at death as if they were at home. Looking at these divine close guards in front of her who defiantly protected herself and Yi Tianmian, Nan Tianprei naturally felt guilty because she knew that probably all the divine close guards would die in the Guanchuan universe. Nan Tianqian suddenly pulled Yi Tianming to her side. She looked at all the divine near guardians in the field. After the Guanxian universe Yang Jia's pro-regime, he will surely start a war against the entire universe. And in the end, my ancient former civilization will not be spared, and this Yi Gongzi, he might be the only one who can stop that Yang Jia in the future. She saved Yi Tianming. Naturally, it was not an emotional matter, as she was the highness of the ancient former civilization. She naturally would not drag the ancient former civilization down to war because of her personal reasons. Rather, she saw it very clearly. After Yang Jia's pro-regime, he would surely want to unify the entire universe, that is to say, the ancient former civilization and Guanxian universe. In the end, there would surely be a war. And in Yi Tianmian, she saw a possibility that Yi Tianmian might be able to fight against Yang Jia in the future. Facing a super second generation like Yang Jia, someone must stand up to check him because Yang Jia was not a Guanchuan swordmaster and had not been set free. This kind of person was unable to empathize with the people at the bottom of the hierarchy, in addition to the bottomless greed of all the major worldly sects of the Guanchuan universe nowadays. So if the Yang family were to dominate the entire universe, it would be a disaster for the entire universe. She told these divine proximity guards all this to let them know what they were fighting for, and that they were fighting for the future of the ancient frontier civilization. One of the divine close guards respectfully said, "Your Highness, you don't need to say this with us. Soldiers have the natural duty of obeying orders. Whatever you say, we will do." Southern Sky Prayer was about to speak. Just at this moment, the Star River on the right suddenly boiled. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura rolled in, the entire Star River boiling like water, extremely terrifying. Circle-breaking realm. That aura was like thunder heading straight for Southern Sky Prayer and the others. But right at this moment, a giant hand suddenly shattered the void and directly appeared in the Star River before ruthlessly crushing into that aura. Rumble. That Star River directly shattered, and countless stars fell silent. Your Highness Prayer. The person in front of you is extremely strong. Be careful. An ancient voice came from the depths of the cosmic Star River. Ling Chuan, one of the three great commanders of the Divine Close Guard, the other blocked the circle-breaking realm powerhouse coming from the Guanchuan universe in front of him. And as that voice fell, the Star River in the distance suddenly cracked open, and a group of strong people rushed out, only 130 people, but every single one of them was a half-step in the circle-breaking realm, with an extremely terrifying aura. The infamily of Qingzhou. This ancient family's inheritance could be more than 1,000 years. It was inherited for tens of millions of years. At the head of the infamily's side was an old man, who stared at Nan Tianprei and the others. Your Highness Prayer, do you think you'll be able to leave the Guanchuan universe unharmed? Saying that, he took a step forward, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped Nan Tianjie and everyone else. Circle-breaking realm. Seeing this scene, Nan Tianqi's face sank. She hadn't expected that this infamily would have two circle-breaking realm powerhouses. The old man of the infamily did not strike at Nan Tianqi and Yi Tianmian, but instead turned his head to the right. Roll out. With that, he whisked his sleeve and swung it. Rumble. The piece of starfield thousands of feet away suddenly collapsed, and immediately afterward, a ghost-like apparition slowly floated out. And behind this ghostly shadow, there were hundreds of shadows, which were like shadows, virtual and real, with no breath at all, mysterious and unpredictable. Seeing these mysterious powerhouses, a smile immediately appeared on Nan Tianji's face, and at the same time, the heart she had been hanging on to finally fell. Ancient Shadow Guard. The most mysterious army of the ancient former civilization was created by the ancient former civilization patriarch back then, and it had been passed down until now only following the orders of the ancient former civilization's lord, and now that they had appeared here, it meant that the ancient former civilization had already chosen to stand on her side. It was only now that there was really hope of leaving the Guanxian universe alive. Of course, she didn't dare to be careless. No civilization dared to take the Guanchuan universe lightly, including that legendary true world. The old man of the clans stared at the group of ancient shadow guards, his face expressionless. Just with you guys you want to shake our Guanchuan universe? A fool's dream. After saying that, he once again waved his sleeve. A terrifying 10,000 feet pillar of thunder ran out from within his sleeve robes. His speed accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to the group of ancient shadow guards. The terrifying thunder and lightning aura seemed as if it was going to crush them. It was extremely horrifying. The leader of the ancient shadow guard commander suddenly stepped forward. He pointed his finger. In an instant, tens of thousands of residual shadows shot out, and instantly, the lightning rushed into pieces. At the same time, a cold aura went straight to the clan's old man in the distance, and almost at the same time, the clan's old man also disappeared from his original position, transformed into a piece of thunder ruthlessly slammed into him. Rumble. The piece of Star River where the two of them met directly exploded like fireworks, and then instantly annihilated, becoming a piece of nothingness. The two of them were separated in a single touch. The clan's old man stared at the ancient shadow guard commander, and a touch of gravity was added to his eyes. This ancient former civilization was worthy of being an ancient era civilization, and it still had some strength. That ancient shadow guard commander suddenly said, "Escort your highness prayer and lord ye away." As the voice fell, those ancient shadow guards behind him suddenly became illusory, and when they reappeared, they had already surrounded Nantian Prayer and Yi Tianmeng in a regiment, and in the next moment, a group of ancient shadow guards directly brought Nantian Prayer and Yi Tianmeng towards the distance. "Want to leave?" In the distance, an infamily powerhouse's voice exploded like muffled thunder. "Did you ask my infamily?" As the voice fell, a group of infamily powerhouses directly rushed towards Nantianchi and Yi Tianmian and the others. Chapter 86. A clan kills through the universe. The strength of these infamily powerhouses was quite a bit stronger than the previous powerhouses of that Hellion clan. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye they rushed in front of Yi Tianming and Nantian Prayer and the others while those ancient shadow guards rushed out in the first place, blocking those infamily powerhouses. Nantianchi did not care about the battle in the field. She pulled Yi Tianmian and the dozen or so ancient shadow guards beside her towards the distance. "Stop them!" A strong clan member roared angrily before charging towards Nantianchi and Yi Tianmian. Beside Nantianjia, an ancient shadow guard powerhouse suddenly spoke, "Follow me." With that, he turned around with the 12 ancient shadow guards beside him and rushed towards those chasing family powerhouses. There were still 3 ancient shadow guards left beside Nantianjia and Yi Tianmian, and the 3 ancient shadow guards led Nantianjia and Yi Tianmian to continuously travel through space and time, wanting to escape the Guanchuan universe as soon as possible. On the way, Nantianjia's face was as low as water. She was staring at the end of the Star River. She had already sensed that there were some hidden auras in the dark around her. If the ancient former civilization didn't give their full assistance, they would definitely not be able to walk out of the Guanchuan universe. Even if the ancient former civilization fully assisted them, they would not necessarily be able to leave the Guanchuan universe peacefully. Regret? Nantianjia's eyes slowly closed. She didn't have any regrets at all, because she had never been a person who liked to be passive. Yi Tianmian, if there was a super civilization that was devoted to cultivating him, his future achievements would definitely not be inferior to that Yang Jia. The rise of the Guanchuan Swordmaster had made her realize that many times, a super genius was able to change the entire universe with the formulation of new rules and order. The ancient former civilization needed such a person. Not only the ancient former civilization, the entire universe needed such a person, because if that Yang Jia had no one to restrain and counteract him, it would be a very terrifying thing. Rumble. Right at this moment, the piece of Star River in front of several people suddenly collapsed, followed by a stream of light breaking through the air. "It's the circle-breaking realm." An ancient shadow guard was shocked. Although the 3 ancient shadow guards were scornful, they didn't take half a step back. On the contrary, they stepped out in unison, protecting Nantianchi and Yi Tianmian behind them. They looked at death as if they were ready to fight to the death. But at this moment, an ancient chanting sound suddenly resounded from heaven and earth. The next moment, a blood-red thunder light shattered the stars and river, and blasted on top of that stream of light with lightning speed, and the two were shattered as soon as they came into contact with each other, and exploded like fireworks. which was incomparably splendid. At this time, a red-haired old man wearing a runic divine robe appeared not far from the side of South Heavenly Prayer and Yi Tianmian. Under his feet, there was a blood-red magic circle, which was as if it was condensed from blood. The blood was demonic. And within a few hundred feet behind this red-haired old man, the space-time there suddenly turned blood-red, and immediately after, 29 strong men wearing clear, light red robes walked out in unison, and all of them had a blood-red formation circle under their feet as well. The forbidden ancient mage corps, ancient former civilization's most powerful mage troop, founded by the ancient former civilization patriarchs back then. These people spent their entire lives in the ancient divine hall specializing in the artistic divine scrolls left behind by the ancient former civilization patriarchs, and they grasped the extremely ancient artistic divine power, because the power was too powerful, thus it was called forbidden power. The red-haired old man at the head was none other than the chief ancient mage of the ancient mage corps, Gu Xing. On the opposite side of Gu Xing and the others, a group of strong people also appeared there. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a wide robe. The middle-aged man was wearing a reddish-golden battle armor. Behind him there were 1,200 people, all dressed in battle armor and holding long spears. Their breaths were all in one and they exuded an extremely horrifying sense of oppression. Guan Xianwei. This wasn't any ordinary Guanchuan guards, but the Guanchuan universe's most elite and top-level Guanchuan guards, who were usually outside guarding the borders of the universe, but this time all of them had been transferred back. Gu Xing stared at that Guan Xian close guard commander. "Your Highness, you guys go first." After he said that, he waved his sleeve, and a blood-colored teleportation channel directly appeared in the space-time in front of Nan Tianjie and Yi Tianmian. Without any nonsense, Nan Tianjie took Yi Tianmian and left. While in the distance, that Guanchuan close guard commander did not make a move, but only watched them quietly. Yi Tianmian and Nan Tianjie entered that blood-colored teleportation array and instantly disappeared, but not long after, the two of them reappeared in the field. Nan Tianjie's face was very unpleasant as she looked towards Gu Xing. The cosmic boundary of the Guanxian universe has been blocked. Gu Xing looked up. His gaze saw through the endless star river to a place at the end of the starry sky. This was the cosmic boundary line of the Guanxian universe, and on this boundary line, a terrifying fiery red runic text hung above the star river like a curtain of rain, and they exuded a terrifying Tao power, blocking off the entire cosmic boundary line. And behind this curtain of runes was a group of powerful people dressed in black robes. The Guanxian universe divine mages. Divine mages, they originated in the earthly swordmaster era and later developed to their peak in the Guanchuan swordmaster era. The old divine mage at the head seemed to sense something as he raised his head to look into the depths of the starry river and met Gu Xing. The four eyes faced each other. That divine mage elder stared coldly at Gu Xing. "Today, anyone who trespasses into my Guanchuan universe, not a single one of them will be allowed to live." Gu Xing retracted his gaze as he looked towards the group of Guanxian near guards in the distance, and the Guanxian near guards commander who was at the head of the group was calmly looking at him. Gu Xing suddenly said, "Start the formation." After he said that, he suddenly spread his palm out, and in the middle of his palm, a blood-colored talisman shot up into the sky, piercing the heavens. And behind him, the group of ancient mages suddenly put their hands together and chanted silently. An ancient chanting sound filled the heaven and earth, and soon, tens of thousands of blood-red circle formations appeared in the starry sky, and a heaven-destroying aura began to spread out towards Tao exterminating ancient formation. On the side, Nantian Prayer looked grave. She didn't expect that this chief ancient mage, Gu Xing, would be the #1 taboo formation of this ancient former civilization as soon as he struck. The Tao extermination ancient formation. This formation was created by the civilization originator of the ancient former civilization, and once this formation came out, even the great Tao was able to wear down. This formation was truly able to kill circle-breaking realm powerhouses. However, she could understand, after all, it was now in the Guanchuan universe, and these were the Guanchuan universe's most elite Guanchuan close guards. Not only that, the entire Guanchuan universe still had countless strong people arriving in a steady stream. If they were to drag their feet at this time, it would be very unfavorable for them. Feeling the terror of that Tao destroying ancient formation, the Guanchuan near guard commander in the distance who was in the lead didn't hold back. He stared at Gu Xing. "Imperial, Miku, Rumble." He and all the Guanxian near guard powerhouses behind him suddenly stomped forward with their lances in hand, and the entire Star River suddenly trembled as more than 1,000 battle-intent breaths swept out from within their bodies, and these battle-intent breaths instantly twisted into a single strand, forming a natural barrier that blocked in front of them. At this time, the ancient line right hand suddenly gently downward pressure. This pressure, countless blood columns suddenly from the surrounding space and time surged out, towards the group of Guanxian near guards surging. These blood columns passed through the place, Space and time and Tao law instantly broken, crushed everything. Even the stars and rivers of this universe began to wear out little by little. Soon, countless pillars of blood approached the Guanxian defenders, and the terrifying power directly shattered the Guanxian defenders' battle-intent aura barrier. Suppression. The leader of the Guanchuan guards suddenly took a step forward. He held his spear and violently pointed upwards. In an instant, a battle intent swept up like a storm, pressing back some of those pillars of blood. But in the next moment, more pillars of blood came rolling in, instantly forcing his battle intent back. Not only that, but the battle intent breath barrier that they had released directly shattered, and countless pillars of blood instantly drowned them out. Seeing this scene, Nan Tianqian's hands slowly clenched up. She stared at that blood-colored area, and right at this moment, within that blood-colored area, a spear aura suddenly surged up, and immediately after that, hundreds of residual shadows broke through those blood pillars and directly killed Gu Xing and the others in the distance. South Heavenly Prayer's eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at those Guanxian guards. At this moment, the battle armor on those Guanxian guards was as if they were alive, surprisingly releasing a terrifying runic Dao barrier, and just now it was these Dao barriers that had blocked the first wave of attacks from those blood pillars. Civilization ancestral weapons. Nan Tianji's heart was shocked beyond measure. She hadn't expected that these Guanxian guards were wearing civilization ancestor artifacts. One must know that even god-level civilizations hardly possess civilization ancestral artifacts, and only divine spirit-level civilizations possess civilization ancestral artifacts, but they wouldn't have too many of them. But at this moment, each and every one of these Guanchuan guards was wearing a civilization ancestral artifact. More than 1,200 pieces. She knew that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was rich, but she hadn't thought that it had become rich to this extent. Although those civilization ancestral weapons weren't able to completely resist those pillars of blood, they temporarily resisted them and gave them the opportunity to counterattack, which was exactly the purpose of that Guanchuan guard's commander, who had hidden the civilization ancestral weapons in the beginning in order to surprise and kill them in one blow at this critical moment. Hundreds of Guanxian guards instantly killed in front of the group of ancient mages, and they poured out all their strength, striving to kill those ancient mages with a single blow. The leader, Gu Xing, was not the least bit surprised as he calmly said, "Destroy, extinguish, rumble." That blood-red circle under the feet of all the ancient mages suddenly surged up a dark red column of blood. In just an instant, the entire Star River instantly collapsed into blackness. The face of the Guanchuan guard's commander instantly changed dramatically. He only realized at this moment, these ancient mages under the feet of the blood-red circle is the real array of killing moves. He just wanted to let all the Guanchuan guards to withdraw. But it was already too late. Hundreds of Guanchuan guards were directly shaken to dozens of feet away. The civilization ancestral artifacts on their bodies were also directly shattered at this moment, their fleshly bodies broken and their souls heavily damaged. Go! Gu Xing didn't continue to strike, but directly forced open a special space-time tunnel, and then brought Yi Tianmian and Nan Tianjie to travel through space and time. This special space-time tunnel was directly across the cosmic boundary of the Guanchuan universe, but just as they were about to completely leave the Guanchuan universe, buzz! A sword sound suddenly resounded throughout the entire universe. Immediately afterward, a sword light rigidly cut through their space-time tunnel, forcing all of them to a halt, and just a sword momentum pressured everyone in the arena to be unable to breathe. And at the same time, a voice rolled like thunder. Those who violate my Guanxian universe will be executed. In the next moment, thousands of sword lights cut through the starry river, heading straight for them. Sword Sect, the #1 sect in the Guanchuan universe. The strongest battle power clan in the Guanchuan universe. A single sect could kill through the entire universe. Looking at the entire Guanxian universe's strongest warriors coming after him, Yi Tianmian suddenly became a bit bewildered, and after a moment, he lowered his head and gently stroked Fu Zhang's cheek, and softly said, "Teacher, senior sister, I'm also going to die. Maybe it's good. I have no father or mother. No one will care if I die." Chapter 87. Extermination. Sword Sect. A super sect that existed before the era of the human swordmaster. Because it succeeded in 2 consecutive key stands, it had gained the trust as well as support of the 2 swordmasters, the human swordmaster and the Guanchuan swordmaster, and during the era of the Guanchuan swordmaster, the development of this sect had reached its peak. Not only was it the #1 sect in the Guanchuan universe, it was rumored to be the #1 sect in the entire universe. 3,000 sword cultivators came to kill with their swords, and a terrifying sword momentum directly suppressed the aura of Gu Xing and the others to death. Gu Xing and the others' expressions became unprecedentedly grave. They had long heard of the terror of the Guanxian universe sword sect, but they had always only heard about it, and at this moment, when they were personally facing this sword sect, They realized that this sword sect was even more terrifying than the legends. There were 6 circle-breaking realm sword cultivators alone. The rest of the sword cultivators, all of them were half-step broken circle, although all of them were only half-step broken circle, but their aura was very terrifying. This kind of sword cultivator's battle power, with the general broken circle realm powerhouses already not much different. Gu Xing and the others were all horrified in their hearts, of course. This also made them understand even more. Guanxian universe has been vigorously developing all these years. Moreover, it is still hiding its strength from the outside world. Why is Guanxian universe doing this? Without a doubt, it was to prepare for the unification of the entire universe. In the distance, a middle-aged man sword cultivator at the head of the group held a long sword in his hand. His body was straight, like a sword, like a gun. His body emitted a horrifying aura of the Tao of the sword. Just now it was his sword that had torn apart the space-time tunnel of Gu Xing and the others. This middle-aged man was none other than Song Wu, the vice-sovereign of the sword sect nowadays. Song Wu stared at Gu Xing. Although my Guanxian universe and the ancient former civilization have never been friends, they have never had any grudges either. Why did you ancient former civilization do this? Nantian Prayer stepped out. I've heard that the sword sect makes a clear distinction between grudges and never does anything that involves ganging up. Today I would like to ask your excellency, if the Guanchuan universe treats Dookie in such a way, does your sword sect think it's fair? Song Wu's gaze landed on Yi Tianming and was silent. He naturally already knew about Yi Tianming's matter. Nan Tianji continued, that day when the Shao family bullied Dookie with their power, the entire academy kept silent and allowed him to be bullied by the Shao family. And then after he defeated your young master in the 10,000 States Grand Competition, you guys couldn't tolerate him and wanted to put him to his death, your excellency. Do you think that's fair? Song Wu looked at Yi Tianming. I also understand some of your affairs. I know that the cabinet of the academy is targeting you not only because of the Sky Dragon clan, but also because you defeated the young lord. They think that you will be the young lord's archenemy in the future, and thus they want to get rid of you. But I would say that they are wrong. The young lord would never be devastated by a single defeat, and the young lord would not be so narrow-minded. The young lord is currently in a coma because of his bloodline, and the orders to kill you were all given by the cabinet after crossing him. Saying this, he paused and added, if you are willing, you can continue to stay in the Guanxian universe. Don't worry. As long as you are willing to stay, my sword sect will protect you until the young lord is awake. Yi Tianming was shaking his head. Song Wu looked at Yi Tianming and promised again. If you are willing to stay, my sword sect will definitely protect you. My sword sect is true to its word. Yi Tianming looked straight at Song Wu. The sword sect can't change the Guanxian school. Song Wu was silent. Although the sword sect had a supreme position within the Guanchuan Academy, the sword sect never cared about the internal affairs of the academy. After Song Wu was silent for a moment, he slowly turned his head to look at Nantian Prayer and the others. Regardless, you all trespassed into my Guanchuan universe without permission, and the ancient civilization has now declared war on my Guanchuan universe. Thus, you all must die. With that, he suddenly walked towards the front. All sword sect disciples, listen to the order. Kill all incoming enemies. Don't hurt that youngster. As his voice fell, he had already transformed into a sword light and rushed towards that ancient line, his powerful sword momentum instantly sweeping through the entire Star River universe. And behind him, 3,000 sword lights swept up to kill that Gu Xing and the others. Gu Xing and others were prepared. The leader of the ancient line of palm spread, a blood seal from his palm in the sky. In an instant, the entire star field directly into a sea of blood, countless columns of blood toward the surrounding space and time rushed out, and then fiercely crushed at Song Wu and others. Song Wu, the leader of the group, directly chopped a pillar of blood with a sword, and in an instant he killed Gu Xing with a sword in front of him. Gu Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, and the blood seal from earlier suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Song Wu's terrifying sword. Rumble! A terrifying blood aura suddenly erupted within the blood seal, shocking Song Wu into a violent retreat, but in the next moment, a flying sword shot out from Song Wu's sleeve like electricity, instantly killing in front of Gu Xing and chopping him back tens of thousands of feet away. The stopped Gu Xing turned his head to look. His face instantly sank, because their people were completely suppressed by these sword sect powerhouses. These sword sect powerhouses' individual battle power were all too terrifying, and his people simply couldn't hold out for long. Thinking this, a flash of hostility flashed across his eyes as he suddenly grabbed the blood seal in front of him. And in the next moment, his palm cracked open as countless amounts of blood surged into that blood seal. Rumble! Above the Star River, space and time suddenly exploded. A blood cloud gushed out. Within the blood cloud, countless blood thunders tumbled and surged. A terrifying blood thunderbolt power continued to spread out from the Star River universe, and the entire Star River universe directly began to shatter and annihilate. As more and more of Gu Xing's blood entered that blood seal, more and more blood-colored thunder pillars appeared within that blood cloud. Feeling those terrifying blood-colored thunder pillars, a rare touch of gravity also appeared on Song Wu's face. Gu Xing suddenly said, "Extinguish." As the voice fell, above his head, within that blood cloud, countless blood-colored thunder pillars fell straight down, fiercely bombarding towards Song Wu and the other sword cultivators. And where these blood-colored thunder pillars passed through, space and time were directly erased. Song Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't defend, but his figure trembled, directly transformed into tens of thousands of sword lights rushed up to the sky, ruthlessly crashing into those blood-colored thunder pillars. Rumble! Countless sword lights collided with the blood pillars. A deafening ringing sound continuously resounded from the Star River universe. Countless blood lights and sword lights continuously erupted from the Star River, one after another spreading towards the surroundings. South Heavenly Prayer and Yi Tianming had two ancient mages beside them. These two ancient mages were responsible for protecting them from the aftershocks of those forces. After all, with their current strength, just a wisp of the aftermath of the power would be enough to destroy them 10,000 times. Yi Tianming looked at the scene in front of him and was appalled in his heart. He had never seen such a powerful, strong person before. A strong person of this level was destroying a universe was an easy task. Soon, his gaze became a little hot. He wanted to become stronger. He was going to become stronger than everyone, because he had already understood that justice, truth, these would not come if he wanted them. Nantian Prayer was also gloomy at this moment, because she realized that from the beginning of the exchange until now, their side was at an absolute disadvantage, and there were already ancient mages who had fallen, because the personal battle power of those sword cultivators was simply too terrifying. Moreover, there were still more and more strong people from the Guanxian universe rushing this way. Yi Tianming suddenly said, "Miss Prayer, I'm sorry." Nan Tianqi retrieved her thoughts and turned her head to look at Yi Tianmian, who said, "Their target is me, you?" Nan Tianqi interrupted Yi Tianmian. "It's not just you anymore." Yi Tianming was silent. Nan Tianjie added, "You don't need to apologize, I saved you. I also have my own purpose. I am optimistic that you have a great future, so I am betting on you. If you win, naturally happy, but if you lose, I, Nan Tianjie, have no regrets." Yi Tianming softly said, "But still want to thank you." Nan Tianji smiled. "I accept your thanks." Yi Tianming's expression was complicated. He turned his head to look at those sword cultivators. He carefully watched those sword cultivators fighting. It was his first time to see so many sword cultivators. It was also his first time to see such a terrifying sword cultivator. It was only at this moment that he realized that his previous understanding of both the martial arts and the sword Dao was too little and too little. Rumble! Right at this moment, above the Star River, an explosive sound suddenly resounded, followed by a terrifying blood-colored air wave being crushed. That Gu Xing retreated tens of thousands of feet in a row. That blood cloud above his head was torn apart hard by a sword light, and countless blood-red robberies thunderbolts broke. In the midst of the broken robberies, a middle-aged man stood with a sword, looking proudly at the sky. Song Wu. Song Wu stared at the ancient line in the distance without any nonsense. He suddenly lifted the sword and leapt up. 10,000 feet of sword light appeared in the Star River. In an instant, a little bit of cold aura is carrying 10,000 feet of sword light to kill in front of the ancient line. The horror of the sword directly shattered the ancient line of those who survived around the blood-red robbery thunder. In the face of this horrible sword, Gu Xing expression unprecedentedly heavy, he found that he still underestimated the Guanchuan Universe sword cultivators' combat power. These sword cultivators not only do not have a little water, but also each is able to cross the level of combat, such as this Song Wu. The other party is absolutely able to win against several Broken Circle realm powerhouses. Can't think too much. Gu Xing suddenly recited a silent term. A blood pillar suddenly surged up from under his feet. Those blood pillars directly wrapped him in layers, incomparably thick. Rumble! As that sword light chopped, those blood pillars directly exploded. Gu Xing instantly stormed back. Song Wu was about to strike again. Just at this moment, his brows furrowed and he slowly turned his head to look at the end of the Star River to the right. He stared dead on at the end of that Star River. A moment later, a long spear suddenly flew out from the end of that Star River, heading straight for him. Song Wu raised his hand and stabbed out with a sword. Rumble! The spear and sword light shattered at the same time, and Song Wu retreated 1,000 feet in a row. Ha ha! Right at this moment, at the end of that starry river, a loud laugh came out. Guanxian Cosmic Sword Sect? Come, come, let us, the borderless legion, receive a lesson. As the voice fell, more than 1,000 people rushed out from a cracked space-time. The Borderland Lunatic Legion, the most elite legion of the ancient former civilization, guarding the borders of the ancient former civilization universe all year round, each and every one of them was a true 10,000 battles elite warrior. Chapter 88. He who moves him dies. Border Lunatic Legion. More than 1,000 people swept in like an unstoppable torrent, and their powerful aura actually pressed back some of the sword momentum that permeated the surroundings. Song Woo turned his head to look at those rushing Borderland Lunatic Legion, his expression calm. In his hand, the long sword trembled slightly. Behind him, a group of sword cultivators also turned around. Facing the group of rushing Frontier Desolate Lunatic Legion, they released their sword momentum, and instantly they were able to withstand the aura of those Frontier Desolate Lunatic Legion and counter-suppress it. Among that group of Borderland Lunatic Legion, a middle-aged man stepped out. He was dressed in a wide black robe, with long hair draped over his shoulders, thick eyebrows and big eyes. He carried a long sword on his shoulder. It was very wild. His gaze directly landed on that Song Woo in the distance. An undisguised battle intent and madness appeared in his eyes. Come, come. Let me see the sword cultivator of Guanxian universe. Saying that, he charged forward. A 10,000-foot blade aura viciously chopping towards that Song Woo with an invincible momentum. The stars and rivers were all hardened and torn apart by this blade at this moment. Rigid and overbearing. In the face of this wild man's terrifying blade, that Song Woo's expression was as calm as water as he raised his hand and a sword emerged. Rumble. A deafening sound like muffled thunder suddenly resounded from heaven and earth, followed by a terrifying blade and sword shockwave violently erupted from the field, instantly spreading to millions of feet away, the entire endless star river in the shockwave directly into dust. And the two fight did not end. In the core area of the shockwave, a blade and sword light continued to emerge, two kinds of horrible power continue to intertwine and collision, and finally a little bit of annihilation. Gu Xing suddenly appeared beside Nan Tianji and Yi Tianming. Gu Xing looked at that battle area with a gloomy expression. Your Highness prayer, with our power, we can't leave the Guanxian universe. Nan Tianxian was silent. From the beginning until now, she realized that this Guanxuan universe was much, much stronger than what they had predicted, and furthermore, the Guanxuan universe definitely still had a bottom card. Rumble. In the distance, a deafening explosive sound suddenly pulled her thoughts back, and she raised her head to look into the distance, only to see that in the middle of that battle area in the distance, that wild man and that Kangoo retreated violently one after another, and countless sword lights and blade-ons spread out towards the surroundings in a cascade like ocean waves. Ha ha! After that wild man stopped, he laughed out loud. Painful. Really anti-painful. On his body, blade intent and battle intent seemed to surge like a tidal wave. And in the distance, Song Woo held a long sword in his hand, and the sword Dao aura emanating from his body also surged like a tidal wave, extremely powerful, and, from the beginning until now, the sword Dao aura and battle intent on his body was getting stronger and stronger. And all around, this star river universe had been completely broken down at this moment, turning into a space-time abyss. The wild man suddenly laughed out loud. Again! After saying that, he held a long knife and violently charged forward. This charge, his entire person directly became illusory. The crowd only saw the surrounding pitch-black space-time suddenly sprung up hundreds of millions of knife lights. Those knife lights densely chopped towards the distant Song Woo, extremely terrifying. In the distance, that Song Woo's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly sensing his master's battle intent. The long sword in his hand trembled more than. A sword sound broke through the sky. Suddenly, Song Woo's figure trembled, and immediately afterward, a sword-on flew through the field like a water droplet. Snort! That sword aura unexpectedly tore an opening in the endless sword awnings, breaking the surface with a point. Song Woo stared at the wild man's body in the distance, and at this moment, in the endless sword man and the wild man is also staring at Song Woo. For Song Woo to be able to find his body, he is not surprised. On the contrary, the corner of his mouth also flooded a touch of strange smile. Suddenly, his right hand holding a sword violently across the body, in an instant, his hands of the knife as a vortex in general, around the billions of sword manies at a very fast speed quickly back to him. Then, his hands, he held a sword in the middle of the body, and then, he held a sword in the middle of his hand. Long knife. Then, he held the knife in both hands and violently slashed forward. Come on! Rumble! A blade and a sword chopped together fiercely in the most rigid way, and in an instant, a terrifying shockwave of sword and blade-ons instantly spread to millions of feet away. Those surrounding sword sect disciples and those border wasteland powerhouses shot out to defend themselves, but they were still all shaken back tens of thousands of feet. Although Yi Tianmian and Nantian Prayer were protected by those border wilderness powerhouses and ancient mages, they were still shaken by the shockwave and bled from their 7 orifices. Yi Tianming stared dead-on at that shockwave area in the distance, his fists clenched tightly. At this moment, he thought of his teacher, Mu Guanchan, as he realized that although his strength was far inferior to these two in front of him, as long as he used the law of beings, he would definitely be able to injure the other party. Law of beings. If the teacher is still alive. Thinking of this, Yi Tianming's eyes slowly closed as he clenched his fists tightly. Xiao family, Guanxian Academy. In the distance, that wild man and Song Wu tens of thousands of feet apart. At the moment both of their faces are as pale as paper. In their each other's bodies are dozens of deep visible white bone scars. Blood has stained their clothes. In their surroundings, countless knife intent and sword intent rampage confrontation. Obviously, just now both sides did not take advantage of anyone. The wild man was holding a long sword. His eyes were still filled with excitement and battle intent. But he didn't make a move. Instead, he turned his head to look at the distant southern heavenly prayer and Yi Tianmian. After a few breaths of silence, he turned his head to look at that Song Wu and the others. All of you listen, burn your souls for me. Soul burning. Upon hearing the wild man's words, those 1,000 or so border wasteland powerhouses behind him didn't have any hesitation and directly ignited their souls in unison. And in an instant, their aura crazily skyrocketed. Mu Shuai. Nantian Prayer looked at the wild man, his voice trembling a little. The wild man was none other than Mue, the supreme commander of the ancient civilization's border wilderness army. Mue didn't turn around. Your Highness Prayer, I don't approve of you going to war with the Guanchuan universe for the sake of an outsider because many people will die, but things have come to this point. I don't have any other choice because our ancient former civilization can't afford to have internal strife. We have to be united against the outside world. Your Highness Prayer, I hope you haven't misjudged anyone. Otherwise, these deaths of our ancient frontier civilization will be too unworthy. Saying that, he suddenly laughed out loud. Brothers, things have come to this. As soldiers, we have no choice but to obey orders. Come, let's have a good end to fight with the sword sect. Saying that, he directly turned into a burning flame blade mane and rushed out. Him up! In the middle of the field, those Borderlands army laughed and rushed out in unison. Beside Yi Tianmian and Nan Tianqi, Gu Xing suddenly forced open a space-time tunnel again. Your Highness, Mr. Yi, you guys go. Nan Tianqi looked towards Gu Xing, who stared into the distance. We have to stay here, otherwise, they won't be able to hold back the sword sect for too long. The individual battle power of the Borderland army men were all terrifying, especially after the soul burning. Their battle power had been boosted tremendously, but, even so, they still couldn't fight against these sword sect disciples. The sword sect, too terrifying. The individual battle power of these sword cultivators was simply not comparable to a strong person of the same realm. Gu Xing added, I just got the news that Temple Highness and the others have mobilized all the strong people to come to support them. If it's not too bad, their support should have already arrived at the border of the Guanxian universe. You guys quickly go to. Nantian Prayer looked at Gu Xing. Take care. After saying that, she directly pulled Yi Tianming into that space-time tunnel. Gu Xing looked towards that battlefield in the distance, and beside him, an ancient mage suddenly whispered, Is it worth it? Gu Xing was silent. That ancient mage said again, that teenager was able to defeat Yang Jia of the same realm. It is indeed remarkable. But behind that Yang Jia, there is still the Guanxian swordmaster with the entire Yang family. Gu Xing shook his head slightly. A person who has no backing yet is able to defeat Yang Jia of the same realm. That is the most terrifying. I believe that teenager is destined to be extraordinary in the future. After saying that, he walked towards the distance while his body directly burned. In the middle of the time and space tunnel, Nantianjia brought Yi Tianmian to quickly travel through the space-time tunnel. Nantianjia stared dead-on into the distance. As Gu Xing said, their last hope right now was the support of the ancient former civilization, the border of the Guanxian universe. On this day, countless top-tier powerhouses arrived at the border of the Guanchuan universe. Besides the powerhouses of the major civilization epics, there were also many mercenary casual cultivators. Those powerhouses of the major civilization epics that came were civilization epics that were spoken to by Nan Tianqing, for example, the 100 Races epic as well as the major super deity civilizations. As for those mercenary casual cultivators, it was because the prices offered by the ancient former civilizations were too high. All in all, at this moment, there was a situation where the entire universe was besieging the Guanxian universe. On the side of the ancient former civilization, Nan Tianji stared at the distant Guanxian universe. He knew that if he continued to drag on like this, Nan Tianjia and Yi Tianmian would surely die. So he took a step forward. Kill. Kill. Directly forcefully attacking the Guanxuan universe. He knew that the ancient former civilization had to take this lead. If they didn't, those other era civilizations and those mercenary powerhouses wouldn't dare to make a move. After receiving the order from the Southern Heavenly Temple, the ancient former civilization's powerhouses immediately rushed towards the Guanxian universe. Seeing this, the rest of those civilizations' epical powerhouses also no longer hesitated and followed suit. But right at this moment, a sword sound suddenly resounded from afar, and in the next moment, a sword light instantly sliced the head of a circle-breaking powerhouse from the ancient former civilization who had rushed to the front. Everyone froze. Guanxian universe border. They're slowly out of a woman, the woman green silk like waterfall, jade hand holding a long sword. Someone was shocked. She is the disciple of the Guanxuan sword master, the current sword sect patriarch. Guanxian sword master's disciple, the current sword sect patriarch. In the distance, the sword-wielding woman slowly raised her head to look at the countless civilization epic powerhouses. Those who trespass into Guanxuan die. The space-time tunnel where Yi Tianmian and Nantian prayer were suddenly disappeared, and they appeared in the middle of a starry river, and all around them, there were densely packed strongmen standing, and 1,000 feet away in front of them, there stood a group of strongmen in armor, and one of those strongmen was holding a large flag, and on the flag there was a large character written, Zhou. Great Zhou. And in the surroundings, there were more and more super powerhouses surrounding them. They were surrounded. Nantian Prayer's eyes slowly closed. She knew that it was impossible for the strongest people from the ancient former civilization to support them. Yi Tianmian obviously understood as well. He turned his head to look at Nan Tianqi. Very guilty. Miss Prayer, I'm sorry. Nan Tianqi shook her head. It has nothing to do with you. It's our own choice. In the distance beside that old man of the Great Zhou who was at the head, a strong man of the Great Zhou said in a deep voice, Gu Shuai, this teenager's origin must be not simple, especially the woman behind him. It is said that, with a wave of his hand, he destroyed the Shao family. We have to be on guard. The old man named Gu Shuai laughed coldly. Even if she is strong, what does my Great Zhou have to fear? As long as that wisp of sword chi is there, even if the entire universe perishes, my Great Zhou will be safe and sound. Back then, because of the Great Zhou to help the Guanxuan sword master has merit, therefore, by a certain absolute sword cultivator has been given a wisp of sword chi, and that wisp of sword chi in the end how horrible, he does not know, he only know even the broken circle 9 realm of the strong can easily erase. That wisp of sword chi is there. The Great Zhou will exist forever. Gu Shuai stared at Yi Tianmian, his gaze a little hot. As long as we kill this person, we can get that law of beings on him. Do it immediately. Don't give other lineages and clans a chance. As the words fell, countless Great Zhou powerhouses rushed towards Yi Tianmian. But just at this moment, ka-ching, at the end of sight in the distance, a piece of space-time suddenly cracked open, followed by a voice slowly coming out. Those who move him, die. Chapter 89. Sin Clan. Those who move him, die. The crowd of Great Zhou powerhouses turned their heads to look, only to see that space-time cracked open, and immediately afterward, a huge head of behemoths rushed out from within that cracked space-time. The leader is a hundreds of thousands of feet long golden dragon. Huge body just rushed into the star field. The entire star field is like a heavy impact on the glass in general instantly broken, followed by a terrifying dragon might like a tide from the sky and the earth generally diffuse, pressured everyone in the field cannot breathe. Dragon. The heavenly dragon clan raised their clan to support them. In the distance, the Great Zhou's leader's face instantly changed when he saw these dragons. His figure trembled and rose up to the sky, followed by his palms spreading out. A golden seal wrapped in millions of golden lights fiercely slammed into the golden dragon. Great Zhou handsome seal. Rumble. The millions of golden lights just ruthlessly collided with the golden dragon, and countless golden lights shattered in an instant, transforming into a sky of golden fragments that splashed out in all directions. Seeing this terrifying power shockwave, Nan Tianji's face instantly changed greatly. She pulled off the necklace around her neck and then blocked in front of Yi Tianming. The necklace in her hand suddenly erupted into a brilliant blue light screen. The light screen protected her and Yi Tianming tightly, resisting those golden shockwaves. In the distance, as the golden light shattered, the man from Dezhou was directly pressurized by the dragon's might and retreated tens of thousands of feet. And at this time, those heavenly dragons from the heavenly dragon race rushed to the field, protecting Yi Tianming and Nan Tianqi. Nan Tianqi looked at those heavenly dragons in the field. Her expression was incomparably grave. She didn't know much about the heavenly dragon race. She only knew that back then, the heavenly dragon race had committed a great crime in the Guanchuan universe, and then they were expelled from the Guanchuan universe, and she didn't think that this heavenly dragon race would be so terrifying. What she didn't know was that the heavenly dragon clan back then, because of that woman named Ao Chanchan, their chi and strength was extremely heaven-defying, but then because of the offense, the whole clan was expelled, and the dragon clan's chi was suppressed, causing their strength to be suppressed as well, or else their heavenly dragon clan would be even more terrifying. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe appeared in front of Nan Tianprayer and Yi Tianming. The middle-aged man had a 6 to 7% resemblance to Fuzong. The middle-aged man slowly walked to Yi Tianmai. He glanced at Yi Tianmai. Then his eyes fell on Fuzong and Yi Tianmai's arms. Looking at Fuzong, who had lost any breath, the middle-aged man's face was expressionless. He reached out and gently stroked Fuzong's cheeks. His eyes contained tears, but the tears did not fall. A moment later, the middle-aged man looked towards Yi Tianmeng. His voice trembled a little. Take her back to the heavenly dragon clan and let her rest in peace. After saying that, he turned towards those great Zhou powerhouses in the distance. In the distance, the black-clothed old man at the head of the great Zhou stared at the gold-robed man in death. The heavenly dragon clan, you sinful clan, dared to trespass into the Guanxian universe. You? Before he could finish his words, suddenly, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk as he realized that a large golden fist had already blasted towards him head-on. Feeling the terrifying power contained within this fist, the black-clothed old man's face instantly changed drastically. He didn't dare to tough it out, and at that moment, his mind moved, urging the golden seal in front of him to block in front of his body. Rumble! A piece of golden light shattered, and the black-clothed old man was instantly blasted back tens of thousands of feet away, and as soon as he came to a stop, the piece of starry space-time behind him directly collapsed, and at the same time, his fleshly body cracked open inch by inch and blood splattered. The black-robed old man's expression was incomparably grave. His heart was horrified. He didn't expect that this heavenly dragon clan's powerhouse would be so terrifying. As for the golden-robed man from the heavenly dragon clan, after blasting back the black-clothed old man with a punch, he did not strike again. He only gave him a cold glance and then said, "Escort them away." As his voice fell, he directly transformed into a giant dragon of hundreds of thousands of feet and slammed ruthlessly towards those Guanxian universe powerhouses in the distance. And behind him, those heavenly dragons of the celestial dragon clan also followed closely. More than 100 heavenly dragons charging in unison. How horrifying was that momentum! The entire Star River universe directly shattered and annihilated inch by inch. On the other hand, Yi Tianmian and Nan Tianjie were protected by those heavenly dragons. Seeing those heavenly dragon race powerhouses charging in unison, that black-clothed old man's face instantly changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Quickly get out of the way! Quickly get out of the way!" He knew that these powerhouses behind him couldn't block these heavenly dragons at all. Hearing the words of the old man in black, those strong men in the field did not have any hesitation and immediately quickly retreated towards the two sides. Even without the man's order, they did not dare to harden themselves against these heavenly dragon race heavenly dragons. These heavenly dragon race heavenly dragons charging in unison was truly terrifying, and only those fruitful armies of the Sword Sect and the Skywalker civilization were able to counteract it. Just like this, the group of heavenly dragons of the heavenly dragon clan brought Yi Tianmian and Nan Tianjie to harden and charge out of the encirclement of the Guanchuan universe towards the depths of the Star River. When the man of the Great Zhou saw this scene, his face was incomparably ugly, not knowing what he felt. He suddenly turned his head to look, not knowing what he saw. A grim smile instantly spread across his face. "Your heavenly dragon clan will die out this time?" This time, no Guanxian universe powerhouse stopped Yi Tianming and Nan Tianji again, because those heavenly dragon race sky dragons were truly terrifying. Just like that, they charged all the way across the border of the Guanxian universe in a short period of time. But right at this moment, a sword light suddenly cut through the starry river and landed in front of them, blocking them off. Looking at these heavenly dragons in front of him, Nan Tianprayer was somewhat appalled in his heart. These heavenly dragons' battle power was truly terrifying. Along the way, no Guanxian universe powerhouse dared to stop them at all. Right at this moment, the golden giant dragon at the head stopped. Behind it, all the heavenly dragon race powerhouses also stopped. The leading golden dragon looked into the distance, and at the end of its line of sight, there stood a woman with a long sword in her hand, the Sword Sect Patriarch. And behind that Sword Sect Patriarch was the ancient former civilization with many civilization epical powerhouses, and under the guard of this Sword Sect Patriarch, surprisingly, no one had intruded into the Guanxian universe earlier. And that sword she had just used hardened the path in front of the Heavenly Dragon clan and tore out a huge crack millions of feet long, and within the millions of feet of crack, a monstrous and terrifying sword Dao filled the sky. Facing this kind of terrifying sword cultivator, even if it was the Heavenly Dragon clan whose defense was heaven-defying, that would not dare to have any contempt. Buzz! Right at this moment, in that star field behind the Heavenly Dragon clan, a sword sound suddenly resounded, followed by thousands of sword lights cutting through the Star River and chasing towards them. Sword sect powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Nantian Prayer's face instantly turned a little pale as she saw that in the hands of many of the sword sect disciples were carrying a bloody head. The very heads of those Borderlands powerhouses and ancient mages. All the Borderlanders and ancient mages had all been killed in battle. When those sword sect disciples appeared in the middle of the field, they directly threw all the heads in front of those outer realm civilization powerhouses outside the border. Looking at those bloody heads, the faces of all the civilization epic powerhouses turned incredibly ugly, especially the ancient civilizations. The leading southern heavenly temple stared at those sword sect disciples with a gloomy expression. Sword sect. During the Guanchuan Sword Master era, the super sect of the Guanchuan universe was extremely strong, and now they were clearly even more terrifying than they once were, and it could be said that these few thousand sword cultivators now even had the strength to kill their way through the entire universe. Those other civilization epic powerhouses and major mercenaries obviously realized this as well, and without any hesitation, with the exception of the ancient pre-civilization, all the rest of the civilization epics and mercenaries turned around and left. Not to mention the entire Guanchuan universe, just these sword sect sword cultivators were enough to kill through everything, unless all civilization epics put their best foot forward to burn with the Guanchuan universe, which they obviously had no reason to do. After all, it wasn't in their self-interest. As for whether or not the Guanchuan universe wants to unify the entire universe in the future, that was a matter for later, and future matters would be discussed later. Nantian Temple was silent. He also really didn't expect that the strength of these sword sect powerhouses was so powerful. He could understand those departing civilization epics because if they continued to fight, not to mention anything else, just this group of sword sect disciples was enough to cause them to lose a lot of money. Thousands of top-level sword cultivators. The Southern Heavenly Temple was also shocked in his heart. This Guanchuan universe had secretly cultivated so many top-tier powerhouses. Of course, it was normal. After all, how terrifying was the wealth of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. And as the Guanchuan universe had secretly cultivated these powerhouses over the years, it was clear that this was truly to unify the entire universe. Beside the Southern Heavenly Temple, an old man said in a deep voice, "Your Highness Temple, we have to make a decision. Make a decision, to fight or not to fight." Those powerhouses of the ancient former civilization also looked incomparably grave at the moment. Facing those sword sect powerhouses, they were also scornful. Nan Tianxi turned his head to look at the old man beside him. "Can we retreat?" The old man wanted to speak. His eyes were filled with worry and scorn. The strength of this Guanchuan universe was truly terrifying. It was even stronger than what they had expected. The Southern Heavenly Temple didn't care about the old man. He turned his head to look into the distance. It's already at the point of no return. Moreover, even if we don't fight today, it won't be long before the Guanchuan universe sweeps across the entire universe. At that time, will you fight or surrender? The old man was silent. In fact, the ancient prehistoric civilization also had no way back at all. The Southern Heavenly Temple stared tightly at those sword sect disciples in the distance. "We can't let the celestial dragon race be isolated. Pass the order to activate the ancient former divine hall." Ancient former divine hall. Hearing Nantian Temple's words, the old man's face suddenly changed steeply. That was one of the ancient former civilization's super base cards. It was established by the ancient former civilization patriarch himself back then, and it was also strengthened by the god Sangmei later on. Was this to destroy everything with the Guanxian universe? Ancient former universe. With the order from the Southern Heavenly Temple, that ancient former divine hall suddenly trembled violently, and above it, countless mysterious runes emerged, and an ancient aura of the great Tao spread out from within the divine hall, and at the same time, at the border of the Guanxian universe, a certain place in space and time suddenly exploded, and that ancient former divine hall unexpectedly appeared out of thin air in the middle of the field. 3,600 great avenues emerged from this starry universe. 3,600 avenues, each avenue was at the level of the circle-breaking realm, meaning that this divine hall was equivalent to 3,600 circle-breaking realm powerhouses. Suddenly, 3,600 great Tao divine lights swept out from that ancient divine hall. 3,600 great Tao divine lights instantly gathered in one place, and in the blink of an eye, they were blasting in front of the sword sect leader. First kill the sword sect master. Nantian Temple stared at the sword sect patriarch. The strength of the sword sect patriarch was undoubtedly the strongest in the field. As long as they could finish off the sword sect patriarch, then they would have the hope to take away Yitian Ming and Nantian Prayer. 3,600 great Dao fused together. How terrifying is this strike? The faces of all the sword sect powerhouses changed. That sword sect patriarch slowly raised her head. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and in the next moment, the sword momentum around her body crazily skyrocketed as she violently stabbed out with her sword. Buzz! A sword sound instantly resounded throughout the cosmic stars. A sword decided life and death. Facing this super-divine artifact of an ancient pre-civilization, this sword sect patriarch did not dare to be careless and directly executed her sword technique. Rumble! The area of space and time where the sword sect patriarch was located suddenly collapsed, while that sword sect patriarch retreated hundreds of thousands of feet in a row. Upon seeing this scene, the southern heavenly temple's face completely sank, and his heart was shocked beyond measure. 3,600 Dao Divine Light is equivalent to 3,600 Broken Circle Realm Powerhouse Joint Strike, and this sword sect patriarch unexpectedly hard to block down. Worthy of being the disciple of the Guanchuan sword master back then. Chapter 90. Disobedience? In the field, everyone looked at the sword sect patriarch in the field in disbelief. None of them thought that this sword sect patriarch had actually resisted that terrifying strike intact, especially those top powerhouses of the ancient pre-civilization, which was really a bit unbelievable to them. That was the ancient pre-civilization divine pagoda. This woman actually blocked it intact? This woman is really terrifying. On the other hand, in the distance, those sword sect disciples breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately afterward, their spirits were greatly energized, and everyone's own sword momentum crazily skyrocketed as they pressed across the entire Star River. As the crowd of heavenly Dragon Clan powerhouses looked at that sword sect patriarch, their expressions were also incomparably grave. The strength of this sword sect patriarch was really a bit beyond their expectations. The defense that the Dragon Clan was proud of was afraid to be of little use in front of this sword sect patriarch, worthy of being the disciple of the former Guanxian swordmaster. The sword sect patriarch suddenly slowly raised her head. Her gaze landed on Nantian Temple. Just for a moment, Nantian Temple was feeling chills all over his body. It was the aura of death. Immediately after, a ray of sword light quickly enlarged from within his pupils. Nantian Temple beside those ancient civilization before the strong and seeing the Sword Clan to kill Nantian Temple. Face are changed greatly, they have to take action, but the Sword Clan sword is really too fast, so fast that they cannot block. Although he felt the aura of death, but the South Heavenly Temple was calm and unparalleled. He clenched his hands, although he knew that he could not defeat this sword sect patriarch in front of him. But he did not have the idea of waiting for death with his hands, but just at this time, a middle-aged man blocked in front of him, and that middle-aged man lifted his hand and blasted his fist into that sword light. Boom! This fist, surprisingly, hardened and suppressed that terrifying sword light. This middle-aged man was none other than the ancient former civilization lord, Nan Yuan. And at that moment, that sword sect patriarch suddenly retracted her sword, and in the next moment she fiercely slashed forward while almost simultaneously, Nan Yuan retracted his fist and then once again he blasted out with his fist. Hard Kong. Bang! A fist aura and sword light shattered at the same time, and the two of them retreated violently from each other, and countless fist auras and sword lights spread out towards the surroundings, and the surrounding stars and space-time directly fell silent. After Nan Yuan stopped, he looked down at his fist, which had a deep sword mark on it. Seeing this scene, his brows furrowed. The true solution of the sword Dao. With that, he slowly looked up at that sword sect patriarch in the distance, somewhat surprised. Your understanding of the sword Dao has actually reached this level. The sword sect patriarch didn't say anything. She was about to strike again, but at that moment, that ancient former divine pagoda was once again locking her in place, and 3,600 terrifying great Dao auras directly enveloped her. And with a wave of her sword power sword, and she rigidly resisted those great Dao auras. Seeing this scene, Nan Yuan's eyes narrowed. His heart was also a little shocked. This sword sect master indeed had a few moments of the invincible elegance of the Guanxian sword master back then. In time, he was afraid that it would be hard to find an opponent in the same realm. That ancient former divine tower suddenly violently trembled. 3,600 Dao divine light burst out, straight to that sword sect master. This time the power and breath than the last time is even stronger. Tens of millions of miles in a radius of the stars and rivers of the universe cannot withstand, began to break little by little. Those strong people around were also pressurized by these auras. A group of strong people from the Heavenly Dragon Clan continuously released their dragon might to resist those spreading auras. In the face of these terrifying avenue breath, the Sword Clan patriarch is not the slightest bit afraid. She holds a long sword in her hand, the monstrous sword momentum as the river rushes like a general continuously surging out from her body. Her one-person sword aura is not weaker than those avenue breath. Not only that, those sword aura is also in the crazy upsurge. However, just as the Sword Sect Patriarch was about to launch his sword, behind the Sword Sect Patriarch, space and time suddenly cracked open, and then a bright blue light surged out, blasting the 3,600 Tao divine lights head-on. Rumble. As soon as the two terrifying forces converged, the entire Star River universe was instantly shattered, and countless shattered Great Tao auras spread out in all directions. The crowd of Heavenly Dragon Clan powerhouses hurriedly unleashed their own dragon might to fend off those terrifying Great Tao auras. Behind the Sword Sect Patriarch's head, in the middle of that cracked space-time, an ancient warship slowly floated out. This warship was huge in size, nearly 1,000,000 feet, even bigger than the size of that golden dragon. More than a divine object? Right at this moment, a voice suddenly floated out slowly from that ancient warship, and immediately afterward, an old man appeared on that ancient warship. Immortal Treasure Pavilion Inner Cabinet Chief Elder Qin Ling. Qin Ling coldly looked at those powerful people from the ancient former civilization. My Immortal Treasure Pavilion has plenty of super divine items. After he said that, he waved his right hand, and suddenly, the space-time around him cracked open, and 9 more of the same warships slowly floated out. Seeing this scene, Nan Yuan's brows immediately furrowed. This one battleship was equivalent to an ancient prehistoric divine pagoda, and this Guanchuan universe had even transferred 10 of them at once. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. It was only at this moment that he realized one thing, and that was that everyone had been ignoring the Immortal Treasure Pavilion all along, and to know that the strength of this Immortal Treasure Pavilion was not inferior to the Guanchuan Academy at all, and not only that, but the development of the Guanchuan Academy for so many years could not have been possible without the support of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Not only is the Guanchuan Academy unfathomable, the depth of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is also unfathomable. Just at this time, around the Star River space-time, a powerful breath surged. Soon, around the Star River universe appeared densely packed with terrifying strong people, which Broken Circle Realm strong people have more than 100. The leader of the 12 strong people breath is far more than the general Broken Circle Realm strong people, which is now the Guanchuan Academy of the 12 Courtyard Masters. The rest of those strong men were from the second-level families and first-level families of the Guanchuan universe. These people had rushed to support them after receiving the cabinet's order. The aura of those first-level family heads was also far beyond that of a normal circle-breaking realm powerhouse, extremely terrifying. Moreover, there is a steady stream of support arriving. Seeing this lineup, the faces of those ancient former civilizations' powerhouses all became incomparably unsightly. And it was only at this moment that they realized that with 1,000 years of development, the overall strength of the Guanchuan universe had already far surpassed that of all the cosmic civilizations under the true world. It can be said that the Guanchuan universe can single-handedly take on all the civilized universes below the true world. Moreover, there are still a few of the most terrifying special civilizations that have yet to come. For example, the legendary Skywalker civilization and the past sect, as well as the divine civilization. The Guanchuan universe has developed too fast and too quickly in the era of Guanchuan Swordmaster. There is no way this is the Yang family's heritage and strength. The entire universe couldn't compare to it. At this time, an old man slowly walked out, and this person was none other than that cabinet chief minister Su Yuan. Besides Su Yuan was a group of cabinet members. Su Yuan stared at Nan Yuan in the distance. Blockade the entire universe. Blockade the entire universe. Hearing Su Yuan's words, that Immortal Treasure Pavilion's chief elder Qin Ling suddenly waved his right hand, and soon, a special crystal blue sphere appeared in the star fields throughout the entire universe, and with the appearance of those crystal blue spheres, the entire universe was instantly shrouded by a strange array, and in the distance, the runes around that ancient former divine formation suddenly began to rapidly become dim, and its aura was also weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, all those powerful people from the ancient former civilization froze. Soon, the aura of the entire ancient former divine pagoda completely disappeared, and all of the runes that originally emitted a terrifying aura of the Great Tao unexpectedly became completely dim, no longer having any aura of the Great Tao, and were completely ineffective. The entire universe was screened. All of the Great Tao in the entire universe could not be manifested. All the powerhouses of the ancient former civilization looked at this scene incredulously, including Nan Yuan, who had not expected that this Immortal Treasure Pavilion would have such a means to shield the entire universe. making all the great Tao in the entire universe unmanifestable. Su Yuan suddenly said, "Anyone who violates my Guanxian universe will be executed." As soon as his words came out, all the Guanchuan universe powerhouses in the arena roared in unison. "Those who violate my Guanchuan universe will be executed." Beside Nan Yuan, the Southern Heavenly Temple said in a deep voice, "They want to take this opportunity to wage war on the entire universe and unify it." Nan Yuan's brows furrowed deeply. In the distance, those family heads behind Su Yuan looked excited. As Nan Tianxi said, before they came, they had already discussed that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Guanxian universe, and that they could take advantage of this opportunity to directly unify the entire universe. As for the unification of the entire universe, all the families and clans within the Guanchuan universe were all in favor of it. Why? Because the resources within the Guanchuan universe were already far from enough for them, and as long as the universe was unified, then these families and clans would be able to obtain more resources and benefits. The resources of the entire universe. How big a piece of fat meat is this? No, it was a big pot. The thought that they could spread their family's territory across the entire universe excited them as if they were pumped with chicken blood. Su Yuan suddenly looked towards the crowd of Heavenly Dragon Clan powerhouses in the distance. The Guanchuan Swordmaster had an order back then that the Heavenly Dragon Clan shall not set foot in the Guanchuan universe again. And today the Heavenly Dragon Clan has disobeyed the order, so they shall be executed. In the field, all the strong auras directly locked onto the crowd of Heavenly Dragon Clan powerhouses. Su Yuan then looked towards Yi Tianmian, who was protected by a group of Heavenly Dragon race. As a person of the Guanchuan universe, yet he colluded with an external civilization and plotted against the young lord. He shall be executed for all 9 clans. Yi Tianmian, however, laughed. Colluding with an external civilization? Plotting against the young lord? Is this your Guanxian universe's crime of desire? Su Yuan stared at Yi Tianmian. So what if it is? Yes, and so what? Showdown. No more pretending. With absolute strength, there was still a need to reason. Su Yuan stared tightly at Yi Tianmian. How dare you use the word Tianmian as your name? These 2 words, can you afford it? I started it. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded slowly from beside Yi Tianmian. The next moment, the space-time beside Yi Tianmian cracked open. A woman in a plain dress slowly walked out. She slowly looked at Su Yuan. Not convinced. Just not convinced. Su Yuan stared at the woman in the plain dress. What, you want to pick all of us in the Guanxian universe by yourself? Readers who have votes can cast them, haha. Thanks for the support. Thank you to all the readers who rewarded me. I'll list them tomorrow after organizing them. Thank you for your support. A million thanks. Chapter 91. The vegetarian skirt woman must die. The moment they saw the plain skirt woman, the faces of those Guanxian universe powerhouses in the field all changed. Because earlier, the Shao family's lifted clan was slaughtered by this woman in front of them. While the Guanchuan Universe Academy was investigating the identity of the vegetarian skirt woman at the first time. But what shocked them was that they actually couldn't find out anything. Nothing can be found. With the current intelligence capabilities of the Guanchuan universe, not to mention checking all the universes within the Guanchuan universe except for the true world, it could be said that there was no one they could not find out about, but for this woman in the vegetal skirt, after using all their intelligence, they still found nothing. Of course, what they didn't know was that as long as this woman didn't want to, no one in the world could sense her existence. But it didn't matter. The Guanchuan universe was not afraid of anyone or any force in the world. It wasn't that it was inflated, but rather, the Guanchuan universe had this backbone, this strength. Su Yuan stared at the plain skirt woman. There can only be one heavenly order in this world, and that is our young master, and no one other than our young master is qualified to be called a heavenly order. Who? The plain skirt woman suddenly stretched out a finger, then gently pointed it. Be careful. Beside Su Yuan, an old man's face changed drastically. He fiercely blocked in front of Su Yuan and was about to make a move. But in the next moment, he was shocked to realize that his own head and Su Yuan's head behind him flew out in unison. 2 streams of blood gushed out like a fountain. Instantaneous seconds. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena froze. That old man who was in front of Su Yuan was a circle-breaking realm powerhouse. Killed in seconds just like that? The crowd of Guanxian universe powerhouses were all dumbstruck. The surrounding Heavenly Dragon Clan powerhouses and ancient former civilization powerhouses were also stunned in place as they looked incredulously at the woman in the plain skirt. Where did this powerhouse come from? And that Su Yuan and the old man's head at the moment they flew out. Their eyes were wide open. Their eyes were full of unbelief. To their deaths, they hadn't thought that they would be killed in seconds. And right at this moment, Those battleships of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion suddenly turned their heads and aimed at the woman in the vegetarian dress, and all the strongest people of the Guanxian universe in the field also hurriedly locked their breaths onto the woman in the vegetarian dress. In the distance, that a group of sword sect powerhouses also released their own sword Dao breath lock the vegetarian dress woman. While the leader of the sword sect patriarch is frowning, she stared at the vegetarian dress woman, because the woman in front of her gave her a sense of déjà vu, but how she could not recall each other. That kind of feeling, I don't know what came to mind. The pupils of the sword sect patriarch's eyes suddenly shrunk, and at this moment she suddenly realized that it wasn't that she didn't remember the other party, but that she wasn't capable enough to perceive the other party at all. Just as the Guanchuan universe's group of powerful men were about to strike at the vegetarian dress woman, a voice suddenly came from the distance. Stop! As the words fell, space-time cracked open in the distance, and a circle-breaking realm powerhouse rushed out with a man. That man is Yang Jia. At this moment, Yang Jia looks very weak. Still need that strong man beside him to assist. Obviously, he was crazy demon bloodline backlash, only now awake. Moreover, he is in extremely bad condition. Half of the body has not really recovered. The soul is also extremely weak. Seeing Yang Jia, all the Guanxian universe powerhouses in the field hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings to the young lord. Yang Jia slowly raised his head to look at Yi Tianmian in the distance, and after a moment, he said, "Withdraw the army. Withdraw the army." Everyone froze. Withdrawing the army at this. A Guanxian school powerhouse hesitated, then said, "Young lord, as long as we kill these people in front of us, we can take advantage of the situation to sweep the entire universe." The rest of those family heads also hurriedly came out to advise, stating that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Guanchuan universe. Moreover, the Guanchuan universe was now capable of uniting the entire universe, and as long as the entire universe was unified at that time, the Guanchuan Academy's strength would once again receive a huge boost, and only then would they be able to fight against the great enemy of the true world in the future. In the scene, more and more people came out to advise. Seeing this scene, not far away from that South Heavenly Prayer's eyebrows suddenly frowned, because she found that this young master Yang Jia seems to have no absolute control over the Guanchuan universe. But on second thought, it's also normal. After all, Yang Jia isn't his father Yi Guan. Without Yi Guan's kind of absolute strength right now, he is undoubtedly a small child in the eyes of these worldly families and sects. Since ancient times, the emperor's young will be belittled by the following subjects, or even hollowed out. Yang Jia looked at those who were advising him, and his gaze suddenly turned icy cold. Sword sect. Buzz. As thousands of sword chimes resounded, thousands of sword cultivators rushed directly to his side and surrounded him. The sword sect patriarch at the head coldly looked at the strong members of the sects and families that surrounded him, and the latter were all chilled. Yang Jia coldly scanned those people in the field. "Withdraw. Whoever dares to speak again die." After saying that, he turned around and left. Those sword sect powerhouses hurriedly escorted him away. As for the surroundings, although those worldly clan powerhouses were resentful, they all didn't dare to advise further. After all, there was the sword sect there watching. There was no way out. They could only transfer their resentment to Yi Tianmian and the others in the distance. A strong man suddenly pointed angrily at Yi Tianmian. "This person is the young lord's archenemy. He must be eliminated today." With that, he directly blasted a fist through the air at Yi Tianmian. Obviously, this was an attempt to forcefully provoke a war. Although that plain-skirted woman had the strength to kill the circle-breaking realm in seconds, so what? The Sword Sect Patriarch could also do it. Not only could the Sword Sect Patriarch do it, their old ancestor could also do it. The big deal was that they could call on their ancestors in this world, who could call on their ancestors beyond the Guanxian universe. Unifying the entire universe would have too many benefits for the major worldly clans. There was no way they would give up so easily. "How dare you!" In the distance, that Yang Jia was furious, and almost at the same time, that Sword Sect Patriarch's sword had already come out of its sheath, and in an instant, he was able to kill in front of that strong man, chopping the latter back by nearly 10,000 feet, and as soon as the other party came to a stop, his flesh directly exploded and blood splattered out. That strong man angrily looked at the Sword Sect Patriarch. "What are you doing?" There were some worldly clan powerhouses who also looked angrily at that Sword Sect Patriarch. One of them said, "You're helping an outsider?" The Sword Sect sovereign gave him a cold look. The young lord said, "Whoever dares to speak again dies." That strong man was furious and was about to speak, but he realized that Yang Jia's sword-like gaze was cast towards him. That strong man naturally did not dare to meet Yang Jia's eyes, and immediately slightly lowered his head. Yang Jia slowly turned his head to look at those families and clans, although there was no one who dared to look at him. But he knew very well that these families and clans had not really obeyed him. Yang Jia, after all, He was not his father. Moreover, after 1,000 years of development, the strength of these families and clans had already far exceeded that of the time of his father's era, and although he was at a very high level now, he was still far from enough to completely deter them. If it wasn't for the fact that his father was still around and hadn't died, the position of dean of this Guanchuan universe really wouldn't have been his turn to sit in Yangjia. It was worth saying that when Yangjia swept through those worldly clans, the sword in that sword sect patriarch's hand had been trembling, and the killing intent on her body had never been more prevalent, and her gaze also followed Yangjia as she swept through those clans and worldly clans one by one, and everyone would not doubt that as long as someone dared to meet Yangjia's eyes and provoke Yangjia's authority, then that sword sect patriarch would do it without any hesitation. In the field, no one dared to meet Yangjia's eyes. Yangjia took one last look at Yi Tianmian in the distance, then turned around and left. This time, no one dared to cause any more trouble, and even if they were no longer willing to do so, they could only follow and leave one after another. After seeing all the powerhouses of the Guanchuan universe retreating, those powerhouses of the ancient former civilization in the field all breathed a sigh of relief, because if they fought, the ancient former civilization had no chance of winning. The strength that this Guanchuan universe had displayed was simply too terrifying. Ancient former civilization's powerhouses and the Heavenly Dragon clan powerhouses looked at the woman in the veiled skirt, but the woman in the veiled skirt looked at Yi Tianmian, and at this moment Yi Tianmian was also looking at the woman in the veiled skirt, and a feeling that had never been seen before appeared in his mind. That feeling he couldn't say. As that feeling became stronger and stronger, Yi Tianmian subconsciously said, "You are mine." The woman in the plain skirt suddenly turned her head to look at Nan Tianqi, who was not far away. Yi Tianming was slightly stunned, then lowered his head, and it was difficult to be disappointed in his eyes. The plain skirt woman looked at Nan Tianjia. She didn't say anything. She just whisked her sleeve, and the ancient former divine tower in the distance suddenly trembled violently, followed by countless runes resurrecting, and a terrifying great Tao aura filled the air from heaven and earth. 3,600 great Tao paths were revived at this moment and underwent qualitative changes. Not only that, after this, no one was able to seal that ancient former divine pagoda, and that ancient former divine pagoda seemed to sense something, and at that moment it trembled violently, as if in gratitude, and very soon, it suddenly transformed into a great Tao divine light and disappeared into the brow of southern heavenly prayer. Directly recognized the master. Seeing this scene, all of the ancient former civilization's powerhouses in the arena directly froze. Since the ancient former divine pagoda was built by the ancient former civilization lord, it has only ever recognized one master, and that was the astonishingly talented that year's god Sang Mei, and now this ancient former divine pagoda has even directly recognized the master of the southern heavenly prayer. Moreover, everyone sensed that that ancient prehistoric divine pagoda had later become different. Those ancient former civilization powerhouses looked at the woman in the vegetarian dress. Their hearts were shocked and puzzled at the same time. Just what kind of god is this one? Surprisingly, she had such great magical abilities. When the Southern Heavenly Temple saw this scene, he was also slightly stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled because he knew that since then, the next civilization lord of the ancient former civilization was not Southern Heavenly Prayer. It wasn't just because of this ancient former divine pagoda, but also because of this plain skirt woman. The strength of this plain dress woman of unknown origin was unfathomable, and it was impossible for the ancient former civilization to let go of this opportunity to befriend the other party. Nantian Prayer was also confused at this moment. She also did not expect that she would suddenly get such a chance. Right at this moment, the plain-skirted woman slowly turned her head to look at those Heavenly Dragon Clan powerhouses. As of today, the sins of the Heavenly Dragon Clan are all eliminated. Rumble. Somewhere in the distant barren universe world, all the Sky Dragon race Sky Dragon seems to feel something. They have raised their heads. The next moment, all of their former confinement all disappeared, replaced by the Dragon race Chi rising. In the blink of an eye, the original has turned pitch black color of the Chi has turned into a deep purple and also climbing. All the sins were eliminated. On this barren land, countless heavenly dragons tilted their heads, their faces full of bewilderment. How could they not expect that the 1,000 years of confinement and Chi suppression had all disappeared at this moment? And not only that, the Chi of the heavenly dragon race had even received a huge boost, and moreover, this Chi was even more prevalent than it was at the peak of the heavenly dragon race in the beginning. In the end, what happened? Those heavenly dragons of the Heavenly Dragon Clan were completely confused at this moment. At the border of the Guanxian universe, those heavenly dragons in the field also felt the change at this moment, and it looked incredulously at the vegetable skirt woman, who didn't speak anymore as she turned around to leave. Watching the plain skirt woman about to leave, Yi Tianmian suddenly gathered the courage to look at her and said in a trembling voice, Are you my mother? In the distance, the plain skirt woman stopped her steps. She was silent for a long time before she finally said nothing. She gradually became illusory and soon, she completely disappeared from sight. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianmian's vision suddenly became blurred. A moment later, he smiled to himself. She's so strong. How could I possibly be her son? Not far away, Nan Yuan's gaze was withdrawn from the place where the veiled skirt woman disappeared. He looked towards the golden-robed man of the heavenly dragon clan who was not far away. Will all of you come with me on a trip to the ancient former civilization? The gold-robed man nodded his head after a moment of slight contemplation. It was impossible for the current heavenly dragon clan to return to the Guanchuan universe. If he could make an alliance with the ancient former civilization, it would not be a bad thing for the current heavenly dragon clan. Moreover, he still needed to bring Yi Tianmian and the already dead Fuzong back to the heavenly dragon clan for a trip. Soon, everyone in the field left. Guanxian Universe. Yang Jia brought everyone back to the Guanchuan Academy, and inside the Guanchuan Hall it was already noisy at the moment. The heads of all the major families and patriarchs as well as the heads of all the great academies were arguing, seemingly arguing, but in fact expressing their dissatisfaction because this time, it was the best time to unify the entire universe. Someone said, "The veiled woman behind the Yi Tianmian is strong, and is by no means an ordinary person." Another person said, "Fear nothing. She can kill the circle-breaking realm in seconds, so can our ancestors, and besides, there are more of us." An old man said angrily, "Are you out of your mind? How do you know that killing the circle-breaking realm in seconds is her limit? What if it's not her limit?" An inner courtmaster also said, "Don't be too inflated, all of you. The Qingxian sword is the #1 divine sword, but it hasn't just surpassed the one in Yi Tianmian's hands, which is not normal, and the strength of that veiled skirt woman is also not normal if we act rashly." "Fear nothing," a militant faction immediately retorted. "With Guanchuan's sword master backing us up, what are we afraid of her? Sword Master Guanchuan is invincible. The Yang family is invincible. Sword Master Guanchuan is invincible. The Yang family is invincible. We have to wipe out the past shame. That Yi Tianmian must die. The woman in the plain dress behind Yi Tianmian must die. Kill, 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 kill. Can't be reckless. This is not simple. We must be cautious. That Yi Tianming and that plain skirt woman are not simple. We must not be careless and rash again. This matter must be considered in the long run. You greedy dog. You grow others' ambition and destroy your own. You don't deserve to be a person of the Guanchuan universe." The man. Chapter 92. The man in the green shirt. Xiaobai. Inside the academy, the two factions got louder and louder, and the militant faction got bigger and bigger and more. To them, this time, the Guanchuan universe was considered to have lost face. Even the cabinet chief was killed. This was simply a strange shame. The Guanchuan universe hadn't suffered this kind of humiliation since the establishment of the Guanchuan Academy. It absolutely could not endure it. Yang Jia wasn't in the Great Hall. He came under the statue of the Guanchuan Sword Master, and he stood there looking at his father in silence for a long time. Not far behind him was that Bai Ci. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Jia withdrew his gaze and turned towards the distance, and in a short while, he and Bai Ci arrived inside a prison. Inside the prison, and Yen and Fa Zhen and the others were imprisoned. Seeing Yang Jia and Bai Ci arrive, and Yen just looked at him indifferently and did not get up. Fa Zhen and the others were also indifferent. For this young master in front of him, whether it was in Yen or Fa Zhen and the others, they were all disappointed, very disappointed. Yang Jia looked at these Guanxian's most outstanding young men in front of him. He saw the disappointment in their eyes, and after a long period of silence, he said, "Sorry." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Why?" And Yen stared at Yang Jia's back in death. Yang Jia stopped his steps, and after a moment of silence, he finally said nothing and left towards the distance. "Why?" And Yen roared angrily. His eyes and tone of voice did not hide his disappointment and anger. The Fa Zhen and the others on the side did the same, all staring at Yang Jia angrily. While Yang Jia still didn't explain anything. After Yang Jia left, Bai Ci walked in front of Yen and the others. He looked at Yen and the others. "Someone come." As the voice fell, a woman dressed in green clothes appeared in the middle of the field. Bai Ci said, "Read." The woman in green clothes opened a thick booklet. Guanxian Era 1000 years. 5 days. The 12 great Dao Qi fortunes of Qingzhou have been plundered by the Yin family, Yi family, Mu family, Tuoba family, and other families. 98% of all the great Dao Qi luck in Wanzhou was robbed by the major family clans. A moment later, she turned over the second page. Guanchuan Academy and Immortal Treasure Pavilion Joint Implementation of Demolition and Renovation Plan, 100 billion spirit crystal allocation down. According to the investigation, the major academies combined with the world's clans to join forces, on the greed of the academy, under the exploitation of the people, and ultimately there are 80 billion spirit crystals to go to the unknown. Because it involves the cabinet, it can no longer be investigated. After a while, she once again turned a page, continued, 800 years, the academy of the major departments of the institution personnel recruitment, 90% has been the control of the major families and clans. Most of the positions are the father passes on the son passes on the grandchildren, some even more excessive, a family are in the post, firmly control of the various departments of all sizes. 800 years, Guanchuan universe, each big country has resources, has been controlled by the major families and clans to occupy. They suck from the academy and the people in the interests of the conservative estimate of more than 10 trillion spirit crystals. In order to fight against the academy, they have embraced into a group, secretly against the academy. The inspectorate has 3 masters of the academy because of the investigation of this matter and died. Just the Fong family, there are 39 people were either killed or deposed. The Green Clothes Bureau has also killed thousands of people in order to investigate the major clans and families. Not only the academy, the hands of the major families and clans have been extended to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion now has a 30 trillion spirit crystal funding hole, cannot be investigated, whoever investigates who died. Because of the renovation and demolition, the Zhao family of Qingzhou and the local Xianbao Pavilion officials joined forces, forcing countless people to sell their fields at a low price, of which 360 families died unjustly, and more than 160 people disappeared for no reason due to petitions. Wanzhou together, a total of 3,290,000 people lost their lives. Hearing the words of the woman in green, Fa Zhen and An Yen and the others were incredulous. Fa Zhen muttered, I hadn't thought that the academy had rotted to this extent. Since this is the case, why don't you kill them? Kill them all. As he said that, his eyes became bloodshot. Kill? Bai Ci turned his head to look at Fa Zhen. You tell me how to kill? Who's going to kill? Fa Zhen immediately said, Young lord. Stupid. Rarely did anger appear in Bai Ci. Fa Zhen, do you think that the young lord will be able to kill them? Fa Zhen looked at Bai Ci incredulously. How is it impossible? How is it impossible for young lord him? It can't be done. On the side, An Yen suddenly whispered, The academy is rotten to the bone. The young lord doesn't have enough prestige right now. If he makes a move now, it will immediately cause chaos in the Guanchuan universe. Fa Zhen was stunned. This? Bai Ci glanced at An Yen, then looked at Fa Zhen and the others. The young lord is not the Guanxian swordmaster, he does not have invincible strength. He cannot deter these lineages and clans. Moreover, today's lineage clans are far more powerful than during the Guanxian swordmaster's time because of their development over the millennia. It can be said that a first-class lineage is a super-large vassal state. Not to mention, there are many forces that are highly internal governance, such as the Tianxing civilization, Great Zhou, the other side of the civilization. Saying that, he lowered his voice and sighed. Fa Zhen and Yen, it's not that we and the young lord can't see these problems with the academy, but many things just can't be moved for the time being. Think about it, the young lord hasn't even pro-government yet and he's already started to do something about the lineage. When the other lineages and sects see it, what will they think? What will they do? Fa Zhen questioned. Then is there no cure? Bai Ci stared at Fa Zhen. Do you really think that Guan Xuanfa can cure? Fa Zhen, without absolute strength, the Guanxian method is a waste of paper. Fa Zhen was speechless. Bai Ci continued. Ruling a country is not something that can be achieved by just relying on a single passion. The young lord's foundation is unstable right now. If he shows his dissatisfaction with the lineages and clans, then the result would be that those lineages and clans as well as all the major starfield civilizations would immediately join hands and hold together to fight against the academy. They won't rebel, however, as long as they go against the rules. At that time, the entire Guanchuan universe would become paralyzed. Do you want to kill all the worldly clans? Even if you want to, there is no one within the Guanchuan universe today who has the strength to do so. Fa Zhen was silent, his face somewhat ugly. Bai Ci added, Yi Tianming said that the young master and those worldly clans are replacements. He is right, it is indeed a replacement, but this is a solution that has no choice. If you don't replace them, then you will have to turn the tables, and right now the young master doesn't have that ability to turn the tables on these worldly clans at all. To say this, you may not believe me, right now within the entire Guanxian universe, the only one that is diehard loyal to the young master, and that the young master trusts, is only the sword sect, a single clan. And Yen slowly raised his head to look at Bai Ci. The young lord is participating in the 10,000 states competition because he wants to establish his authority. Bai Ci nodded. Yes, right now the young lord's prestige is not enough. He participated in the 10,000 prefecture grand competition because he wanted to establish prestige, and establishing prestige is only the first step for the young lord. After having prestige, he can slowly foster his own forces, and slowly replace our people bit by bit into the outer cabinet and the inner cabinet. And the young master said that he shouted out the slogan of unifying the entire universe only because he wanted to paralyze those lineages and sects. Because right now, the only way to shift the conflicts in the Guanchuan universe is through this method. Saying that, he shook his head slightly. But it didn't occur to me that Yi Tianmian had disrupted all of young lord's plans. And Yen stared at Bai Ci. Heaven's fate, he wasn't wrong. Bai Ci said, I know he's not at fault. Then is the young lord at fault? And Yen did not show any weakness to lock eyes with Bai Ci. No matter what the young lord's hardships are, however, letting the people below suffer, then he is at fault, letting the people below not suffer unfairly. This is his duty. Bai Ci was silent. Effusion suddenly snapped. We should just kill them all. And Yen shook his head. Can't kill them. Effusion turned his head to look at Yen, who looked grim. Even if the young lord lets the sword sect begin to clean up, then there will be new problems, such as those civilization epics out there, and the true world. All of these forces are now eyeing the Guanchuan universe. If young lord lets the sword sect clean up these worldly clans, at that time it would be internal and external problems appearing together. The entire Guanchuan universe would be in great chaos, and the great chaos of the Guanchuan universe would result in the deaths of many, many people. Bai Ci nodded. The young lord's approach is the most feasible. He has to establish his authority first, then slowly replaces people to the outer and inner cabinets. On top of that, he needs some time. He has to reach the broken circle or even the painted circle realm, because that's when he will have the absolute strength, and only at that time will he be able to truly control the whole of the Guanchuan universe. Saying this, he looked towards Yen and Fa Zhen. I know that you guys have high expectations of the young lord, but don't forget that he is only the same age as you guys. Fa Zhen said. But there's still the Guan Xian sword master, and there's still the Qin pavilion master. Bai Ci shook his head. Although the young master has the Guanchuan sword master and the Qin pavilion master behind him, but the Guanchuan sword master once said that the Guanchuan universe of the later generations will be governed by the later generations, which means that the Guanchuan sword master and the Qin pavilion master will no longer meddle in the matters of the Guanchuan universe. In this situation, the young lord can only proceed gradually and slowly. Saying that, he sighed in a low voice. The young lord once told me that the Guanchuan sword master seems to have made a pact with someone to no longer meddle in the affairs of the Guanchuan universe. And Yen looked straight at Bai Ci. What about Yi Tianming and the others? Bai Ci was silent for a moment before saying, The greater good is important. The greater good is important. And Yen stared at Bai Ci and said angrily, Do you know how many people will be treated unfairly as your sentence about the greater good means? Bai Ci looked straight at Yen. And Yen, there are no perfect things in the world. Many times we have to make trade-offs. This reasoning you should understand. And Yan's hands clenched, his eyes filled with anger. But soon, that anger turned into helplessness. Bai Ci continued, I know that Yi Tianmian he has suffered injustice, but how is he Yi Tianmian the only one in this world who has suffered injustice? I don't think he, Yi Tianmian, is at fault, but this world is like this. There has never been absolute fairness. Even the Guanchuan swordmaster can't do it. All we can do is try to do what we can to make sure that there is no chaos in this universe so that the majority of the people can have peace. And Yen was silent. Bai Ci glanced at Yen and the others. The young lord has explained that you are now free. He hopes that you can stay and continue to help him, of course. If you are unwilling, he will not force you. Other than that, you will not have anything to do with the family, and no one will target you. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the outside. Inside the prison, Fa Zhen sat on the ground. He leaned against the wall and softly said, And Yen, what's wrong with this world? And Yan's face was expressionless. This world has always been like this. It's just that we weren't able to see it clearly before. Fa Zhen turned his head to look at Yen. And Yen, what are your plans? And Yen looked outside. My generation has no choice. No choice. Fa Zhen laughed. Indeed, if those of us don't rise to the challenge, it will be even harder for the future youth of the Guanchuan universe. I'm going to return to the academy. I want to gain greater power, and only with power can I go and do more. Just now, Bai Ci's words made him realize that in this world, without strength and power, even if you protest 10,000 times, it's useless, but if you have power, it's a different story. When it comes to many things, a single sentence can change it. And Yen slowly got up, His gaze was firm like never before. Power alone is not enough. Ephesian looked at Yen, who was staring dead outside. We also need to have strong strength. As long as we have strong strength, one day in the future, we don't even need to go and talk to them about reason and law. They will have to submit if we make them submit. Ephesian nodded his head busily. Right, right. We must have invincible strength. And Yen looked at Ephesian and the others and said earnestly, we must be able to change this world. Our generation of readers can't back down. Someone suddenly said, if the young lord does not change. And Yen said angrily, then it will be a revolution. Revolutionize the Yang family. Let this world change to a new person to be the boss. Crowd. Ephesian suddenly raised his arms. That's right. If the young lord can't do it, then change the dynasty. Who says this world can only be sat on by the Yang family? And Yen suddenly looked at the crowd. Gentlemen, just reading won't do. We must be strong. That Mr. Mu Guanduan Mu reading can write the law of beings. Why can't we? From this moment onwards, we have to unite together. We all join hands and work hard to become stronger, and then eliminate those rotten sects and families. Not far away, the One Academy's chief Zhang Yuan, who hadn't said anything all along, suddenly said, after we have strength, the first thing we should do is to seek justice for the Yi family. After Yang Jia left the prison, he came to the sword sect. He walked to a statue that was dressed in a green shirt with a small white guy sitting on his shoulder. Yang Jia slowly knelt down. He took out the already shattered Qing Xian sword. He was silent for a long, long time before. Great-grandfather. I know I was wrong. With that, he heavily kowtowed. Buzz. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly cracked open, and in the next moment, a sword light fell straight down, stopping steadily in front of Yang Jia. The green shirt man wore a sword. Sword Ancestor. Yang Jia reached out with his left hand to hold Sword Ancestor, and his right hand to hold Qing Xian. He took a deep breath and looked at the end of the sky. Yi Tianmian, Cosmic Competition, let's fight once more. Chapter 93. Yi family plotting treason. The whole clan should be executed. Immediately after Yang Jia obtained the Sword Ancestor, he began his closed-door cultivation to prepare for the cosmic competition 2 years later. On the other hand, the inner cabinet of the academy was handed over to Bai Ci, and Bai Ci became the youngest acting chief minister of the inner cabinet ever in the history of Guanchuan Academy. Inside the Guanchuan Hall, a group of cabinet members gathered with the heads of all the great academies as well as some family heads and sect heads. Today, there were two main things they wanted to discuss, that is, whether or not the results of the Guanchuan Universe competition should be announced, and the second thing was the Yi family's matter. Previously, during the period when Yang Jia was in a coma, the entire family of the Yi family had been slaughtered. Inside the hall, the gazes of a group of family heads and clan heads were all on Bai Ci. Someone suddenly said, the results of the grand competition of the Guanxian universe must be blocked and not announced. If it is announced, this will be extremely unfavorable to the young lord. The crowd was silent. If the people of the Guanchuan universe knew that Yang Jia had lost to someone of the same level, there was no doubt that Yang Jia's prestige in the Guanchuan universe would be hit hard. A courtyard master nodded in agreement. This matter must be blocked. The people below them, they don't need to know the truth. Everyone nodded in agreement. The assholes didn't need to know that much, just work honestly. Someone suddenly asked, the matter of the Yi family. When this statement came out, the people in the field looked at Bai Ci, especially those family heads and clan heads. If the academy is going to overturn the case of the Yi family, it would be like taking them to the sword. Bai Ci glanced at the crowd. The Yi family is plotting treason. The whole clan should be executed. When these words came out, those lineage lords and patriarchs in the arena all laughed. The young lord and the cabinet were still on their side. A lineage lord suddenly said, and that Yi Tianmian, this person colluded with an extraterritorial civilization with the intention of harming the young lord and subverting my Guanchuan universe civilization. Bai Ci said, send out a cosmic wanted notice. From this moment on, Yi Tianmian is no longer a member of our Guanchuan universe. In the arena, those lineage and clan powerhouses smiled even more broadly. Another person said, that law of beings was created by Mu Guanchuan. Mu Guanchuan is a member of our Guanchuan universe. It's not owned by him, Yi Tianmian. He must return it. Right? It must be returned. Inside the hall, the crowd chimed in. Law of beings. This law of beings naturally cannot be revealed, just kidding. This is something that can cross the rank boundaries, something that can pose a threat to them. Bai Ci's eyes slowly closed. Right or wrong, he naturally understood it all in his heart, but he had to make a choice that was favorable to the Guanchuan Academy and Yangjia, ancient former civilization. Inside the Grand Hall, a group of powerful people from the ancient former civilization gathered together. Among them, there were also powerful people from the celestial dragon race. Nan Tian Prayer stood within the Grand Hall as she said in a deep voice, "The Guanchuan Academy will definitely not let Dookie off the hook." The rest of the crowd was all gloomy. The Guanxian school had suffered such a big loss this time, it would definitely not rest easily. Nan Tianqing suddenly said, "We must produce the Circle Painter faster than the Guanchuan Academy." Circle Painter. Currently, the highest realm under the true world, and only the Guanchuan Swordmaster had ever reached it in recorded history. If an ancient prehistoric civilization appeared with one of these powerhouses, then the situation would be able to be reversed. Or just more circle-breaking realm powerhouses would appear, but as of right now, it was a bit difficult for all the cosmic civilization epics under the true worlds combined to fight against the Guanchuan universe. Because of the foundation laid down by the Guanchuan Swordmaster and the Qin Pavilion Master back then, the Guanchuan universe's base was too thick, and it was because of that that Guanchuan had been able to develop so rapidly over the years, leaping beyond all civilization epics in a single bound. Right at this moment, that Nan Tianqing on the side suddenly said, "It's still necessary to unite other cosmic civilization epochs." The crowd looked at Nan Tianqing, who slowly said, "Although they were afraid of the strength of the Guanchuan universe sword sect that day and withdrew their troops, none of them are stupid and know that the Guanchuan universe will definitely unify the entire universe in the future, and they definitely won't be willing to submit to this. Thus, we still need to join forces with them and unite together. Only then will we be able to fight against the Guanchuan universe." Southern Heavenly Prayer said, "Although they are unwilling to be ruled by the Guanchuan universe like this, they don't have the guts to fight against the Guanchuan universe." At those words, the crowd fell silent. The strength that the Guanchuan universe displayed that day was truly terrifying. Originally what they thought was that although the ancient former civilization, even if it couldn't compare to the Guanchuan universe, it certainly wouldn't be too much, but now, it seemed that the gap between the ancient former civilization and the Guanchuan universe wasn't too small, especially that sword clan with just a single sword clan. It really could have killed its way through the entire universe. Moreover, the Guanchuan universe definitely had other cards. Nan Tianqi suddenly spoke, "Let them see hope." The crowd looked towards Nan Tianjia, who said, "Duke Heavenly Fate, Yitian Ming." Hearing this name, the crowd was stunned, and soon, everyone understood what Nan Tianji meant. Yitian Ming had defeated Yangjia in the same realm. What did this mean? It meant that the person of heaven's mandate in this era was not necessarily Yangjia. Nan Tianqing suddenly said, "That's true. Let them realize that there is someone in this era who can fight against Yangjia." Yangjia. Hearing this name, the crowd in the arena still felt an invisible pressure. Although Yangjia hadn't completely grown up yet, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time. Moreover, as far as one could see, Yangjia's talent was still far above that year's Guanxian swordmaster. Once he grew up, who in this world would be able to check him? Before, no one could think that anyone would be able to fight against Yangjia, but Yi Tianmian had defeated him in the same realm. Nan Tianqing suddenly said, "What exactly is this Lord Ye's origin?" Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Nan Tianqi, who was on the side. Yi Tianmian was obviously not an ordinary person either, because ordinary people could never be so terrifying, especially the one who appeared earlier, the woman in the veiled skirt. That veiled skirt strength was really heaven-defying. Even a circle-breaking realm powerhouse was able to kill him in seconds, and was probably above that sword sect leader. Nantian Prayer, however, shook his head. "I'm not familiar with him either." Right at this moment, the ancient former civilization lord Nan Yuan, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said, "We have to prepare for the great cosmic competition." The great cosmic competition. What the Guanchuan Sword Lord had agreed with the major cosmic civilizations back then was that the cosmic grand competition, the universe-wide youth competition, would be held every 10 years for the purpose of friendly exchanges between the major civilizations and, of course, a kind of competition, but it was considered to be a benign competition. And everyone obviously understood Nan Yuan's meaning. In order to unite all the cosmic civilizations, the only way is for Yi Tianmian to defeat Yangjia again in the cosmic competition. We must know that before Yi Tianmian was able to defeat Yangjia, it was because Yangjia lowered himself to a lower realm. If Yangjia didn't lower himself to a lower realm, there is no possibility for Yi Tianmian to win. Therefore, in order for those cosmic civilizations to believe that Yi Tianmian could be the person of heavenly destiny in this era, it was necessary for Yi Tianmian to defeat Yangjia once more. And as long as Yi Tianmai defeated Yangjia again, at that time, not only would he be able to unite all the cosmic civilizations, but he would also be able to rebuild the confidence of the Guanxian universe. Nan Tianjie looked at Nan Yuan. "Father, in terms of cultivation resources." Nan Yuan said, Whatever Prince Yi needs, everything is permitted. Nan Tianqi nodded her head. She was aware of Yi Tianmian's talent. If there were resources from the ancient former civilization to cultivate him, Yi Tianmian would definitely not lose to that young Jia. At this time, an old man suddenly walked inside the great hall. The old man walked up to Nan Tianji and respectfully said, "Your Highness, prayer. Prince Yi has woken up." Nan Tianji turned around and left. Nan Yuan suddenly said, "Prayer. You have to set a date for your marriage with him." Nan Tianji was stunned in place. Marriage. At first, in order to let the ancient former civilization help, she had fabricated the matter of having a love affair with Yi Tianming, and now Nan Yuan said this matter openly and honestly. In fact, there were two purposes. Firstly, this time the ancient former civilization could be said to have suffered a great loss in order to have Yi Tianming, and if they didn't give an explanation to everyone, many of the forces would definitely not be able to get over it in their hearts, or even resentment. On what basis should they sacrifice so many strong people for the sake of an outsider? Secondly, it was only by having Yi Tianmai tied to the ancient former civilization that he would be able to give Yi Tianmai all the resources of the ancient former civilization in the future. Since Yi Tianmai was one of his own, no one in the ancient former civilization would have any more opinions. Nan Tian Prayer naturally understood this, and she nodded, "Aha." After saying that, she walked towards the outside. And at this moment, the golden-robed man from the Heavenly Dragon Clan suddenly got up and said, "Miss Prayer, we need Mr. Yi to make a trip back to the Heavenly Dragon Clan with us." Nan Tianqian turned her head to look at the gold-robed man, who said in a deep voice, "I just got word that our Heavenly Dragon Clan's ancestor, she wants to meet Duke Yi." When he said the word ancestor, his tone became unprecedentedly respectful as well as pious. And the only one who could make the entire Heavenly Dragon Clan respect and be pious from the bottom of their hearts was that. Chapter 94. All Dead. Southern Heavenly Prayer said, "This matter still depends on Lord Ye's own will." The gold-robed man nodded. "Naturally," Nan Tianqi said, "I'll ask him later." After saying that, she turned around and left. The crowd of Heavenly Dragon Clan powerhouses also hurriedly followed them out, and inside the Grand Hall, Nan Yuan dismissed the crowd, leaving behind only Nan Tianji and Nan Tianqing. Nan Yuan looked at Nan Tianxi and Nan Tianqing in front of him. "Our ancient frontier civilization, we need to be united." Nan Tian Temple laughed. "Don't worry, father. The two of us are not that insensitive. At a time like this, if we still have to fight internally, then we really deserve to be exterminated by the Guanchuan universe." Nan Yuan nodded, his face full of relief. As a father, many times he was afraid that his children would not be excellent, but he was also afraid that they would all be excellent, because if they were all too excellent, then there could be a situation where flesh and blood would fight each other. Nan Yuan said, "What do you guys think about that, Mr. Yi?" Nan Tianqing suddenly laughed. "Sister Prayer doesn't have any marriage contract with him at all, right?" Nan Yuan nodded his head. Nan Tianqing frowned slightly. "Then this matter is dangerous." Nan Yuan and Nan Tianxi looked at Nan Tianqing. Seeing the doubt in their eyes, Nan Tianqing smiled slightly. "You guys don't think that Sister Prey can really be able to cultivate a marriage with this Mr. Yi, do you?" Nan Yuan said, "Prayer is excellent." Nan Tianqing said, "That's the biggest problem, because she is too excellent and too smart. To put it simply, her purpose of contacting this Lord Yi is impure. To put it more simply, she is investing in this Lord Yi." Nan Tianxi suddenly laughed. "I probably understand somewhat." Nan Tianqing nodded. "Men are very often strange, especially the kind of excellent men, especially like to deceive themselves. Very often they will feel that women approach them because of their money, while they themselves, and hope that women follow them not because of their money, but like him as a person." Saying that, she laughed and added, "No doubt, this Mr. Yi will be very sober. He will know that it's just a deal between him and Sister Chi, and Sister Prayer might fake it with him because of the benefits and really get married. But this Mr. Yi won't necessarily be, and even if he will, it might be a bad mess in the future." Nan Yuan frowned. Nan Tianqing continued, "Therefore, I suggest that father talk to Sister Chi. That is, this engagement is just a superficial engagement. It is done for outsiders. There is no need to really get married, respecting both Sister Chi and that Duke Yi, so that he will not think that we will carry favors to coerce him." Nan Yuan said in a deep voice, "This person is very outstanding. If it is he who can join our ancient frontier civilization, it will be good for us." "Father!" Nan Tianqing suddenly interrupted Nan Yuan. "The more we respect him and the less we coerce him, the more guilty he will feel and the more grateful he will be. In other words, treating a worthy good person, we can completely treat him well without purpose. And the more we do so, the less purposeful it is, the more embarrassed he himself will be, and the more he will try to do everything he can to return the favor. Nan Tianxi glanced at Nan Tianqing and shook his head straight. These two sisters. One had more eyes than the other. Nan Yuan was also a little shocked as he looked at Nan Tianqing. Nan Tianqing was calm. Doing this, it's good for us. It's also good for him and Sister Qi. A win-win-win situation. Nan Yuan nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. If we coerce him with a marriage contract now, it might make him feel uncomfortable in his heart. If that's the case, it would be rather unattractive. Nan Tianqing said, there is one more thing, that is, the matter of the Guanxian universe. We cannot publicize it everywhere, especially for the matter of Duke Yi defeating Yang Jia. Nan Yuan said, what do you mean? Nan Tianqing said, if we, the ancient frontier civilization, do this, we will undoubtedly provoke the Guanxian universe. At a time like now, it is not appropriate to provoke the Guanxian universe. Of course, we cannot just cheapen the Guanxian universe. We can let other cosmic civilizations go and proclaim this matter. In this way, we can strike the Guanxian universe. And we can also build up the momentum of Yi Tianmian Gongzi. Nan Yuan said in a deep voice. Doing so will put that Lord Yi at the tip of the wave. Nan Tianqing said, that's how it has to be. Father, you have to understand. The moment he defeated Yang Jia in the Guanxuan universe, the battle between him and Yang Jia's heavenly fateful man had already begun. It's the destiny between them. Sooner or later, they will face each other again. Nan Yuan nodded slightly. Do as you wish. A few moments later, Nan Tianqing and Nan Tianji left the Grand Hall. The two siblings stood at the entrance of the Grand Hall, and Nan Tianqing suddenly laughed. What do you think about that ancient former divine pagoda submitting to sister prayer? Nan Tianxi said, she gambled her life for the chance. That's what she deserves. Nan Tianqing turned his head to look at Nantian Temple and laughed. True thoughts. Nan Tianxi laughed. What is it if not a true thought? Nan Tianqing asked again. What do you think about that Yi Tianmian? Nan Tianxi said. What else can I think? The fact that he was able to defeat Yang Jia in the same realm already proves his strength and talent. Anyway, I'm not sure I can defeat Yang Jia in the same realm, haha. Nan Tianqing laughed. You're hiding deeply enough, old brother. Only those who were absolutely confident in themselves would not be jealous of others. Nan Tianxi hemmed and hawed. Each other, Nan Tianqing suddenly said with a straight face. As far as I know, he was able to defeat that Yang Jia for two reasons. One was because of that sword in his hand, and the other reason was because of the law of all beings created by his teacher. The smile on Nan Tianxi's face gradually disappeared. He turned his head to look at Nan Tianqing. You have an idea? Nan Tianqing said. Not only me, old father, everyone else should have ideas. Don't you have any ideas, old brother? No, Nan Tian Temple said. Ninth sister, you said before that little prayer is an overly intelligent person. In fact, you are too. Old brother advises you, no matter if it's for your own sake or for the sake of our ancient former civilization, that kind of dangerous idea in your mind, never have it again. Nan Tianqing looked at Nan Tianji. Nan Tianji seriously said, first point, his teacher was able to create such a heaven-defying law. This is definitely not an ordinary person. It's hard to guarantee that the other party won't have any backhandedness. Second point, I don't know what kind of sword Yi Tianmian the sword he's holding in his hand is, but I do know what kind of sword Yang Jia is holding in his hand. It's the Qingxian sword. Even though it is claimed to be the #1 sword of the Guanxuan universe, it is in fact put into the whole universe. There is no divine object that can compete with it. However, the sword in the hands of that Yi Gongzi actually suppressed that sword. Third. Saying this, he suddenly laughed. To be a human being, it's better to play less of any tricks. Being sincere is better than anything else. That person Yi Tianmian didn't harm our ancient former civilization. Since that's the case, we shouldn't have any evil thoughts. After saying that, he walked towards the distance. In place, Nan Tianqing was silent for a moment before spreading a smile and disappearing into the distance with quick steps. When Yi Tianming woke up, he found himself inside a room. The room was not very big, but it was very cozy, emitting a faint fragrance. Looking at the dress of the room, it should be a woman's room. At this time, a knocking sound suddenly sounded outside the door. Yi Tianming said, "Come in." Nan Tianjie walked in. He walked beside Yi Tianming. Feeling better? Yi Tianming nodded slightly. Nan Tianqi looked at Yi Tianmian, wanting to say something. Yi Tianmian looked at Nan Tianqi. Something about my Yi family? Nan Tianqi nodded slightly. She didn't choose to hide it and told the Yi family's matter. The news she got was that the Yi family was exterminated by the entire clan. Upon hearing that the entire Yi family had been executed, Yi Tianming's face was expressionless, no half fluctuations in his eyes. Nan Tianqi was a little worried. You, Yi Tianming said. Miss Prayer, I want to be quiet. Nan Tianqi hesitated, then nodded. Good. After saying that, She turned around and left. After Nan Tianji left, Yi Tianming slowly got up. He came to sit down in front of the stone steps in front of the room outside and was silent. After a long, long time, the tears in his eyes suddenly welled up, and he softly said, "Ta Zhu, teacher is dead, senior sister is dead, big brother and Yizong and sister-in-law, they are all dead as well. I have no more relatives in this world." Chapter 95. Little Pagoda, long time no see, no more relatives. Yi Tianming sat there. His body couldn't stop twitching. All the loved ones were gone. He was now alone. Yi Tianming muttered, "Pagoda ancestor, I just want justice." The small tower sighed in his heart. Sure enough, after not having himself, the descendants of the Yang family started to go down a crooked path. Think about it, when the previous 3 generations had a tower ancestor, when was it ever so crooked? Facts proved how important a good guide was. The little tower retrieved its thoughts, then said, "Little fellow, justice in this world is never given by others. Only by having absolute power can we have absolute justice. Therefore, in the final analysis, it is still you who are too weak." Too weak. Yi Tianming nodded. Yes, I am too weak. At this moment, he thought of his teacher's words on his deathbed. Even though the Guanchuan sword master gave beings the right to oversee his order, rights were not the same as abilities, and as long as the beings ran out of abilities, they were useless. The essence of this world is still, the strongest is honored. If I have invincible strength, do I need you to give me justice? No, my words are the justice of this world. Thinking of this, his thoughts were clear. No matter what you want to do, first you have to be strong. Yi Tianming got up and walked towards the distance. He found the golden-robed man from the Heavenly Dragon Clan. The golden-robed man looked at him. "Sir Yi, would you like to return to the Heavenly Dragon Clan with us?" Yi Tianming nodded. "I'll send senior sister back." The gold-robed man nodded. "Good." Yi Tianming said, "I'm going to speak with Miss Qi." The gold-robed man said, "Naturally." Yi Tianming's found Nan Tianqi, and the two of them took a walk in the middle of a garden. Nan Tianqi said, "There's one thing I have to make clear with you earlier, in order to get my father and them to support us. I told them that I love you and my father, and they want us to make a marriage contract." Saying that, she glanced at Yi Tianming before continuing, "Don't worry. This is just for show. We won't force you into anything." Yi Tianming stopped his steps. He turned to look at Nan Tian Prayer and said seriously, "Miss Prayer, you and the ancient former civilization have been so gracious to me, honestly, I don't even know how to repay you. As for the matter of the marriage contract, I can understand the pressure you and your father are under. After all, you guys did so much for the sake of an outsider. If you don't have a reason for it, then it would not be possible to your own people to account for it." Nan Tianji looked at Yi Tianming. "So, the matter of the marriage contract, you agreed to it?" Yi Tianming said, "I was just afraid of the effect on you." Nan Tianqi spread her face and smiled. "There's no impact, anyway. It's for show, what do you say?" Yi Tianming nodded slightly. "Good." Nan Tianji said, "When you come back from the Heavenly Dragon Clan, then we'll get an engagement ceremony? Don't worry, it won't be too troublesome. Just go through the motions." Yi Tianming said, "Good." Nan Tianji spread a smile. "I'll wait for you to come back." Yi Tianming nodded his head, and after saying goodbye to Nan Tianji, he left the ancient former civilization with a group of heavenly dragon race powerhouses. Nan Tianqi stood at the entrance of the Grand Hall. She looked at Yi Tianmian, who disappeared at the end of the sky, and remained silent for a long time. At this moment, Nan Tianqing walked up to her side, and Nan Tianqi withdrew her gaze. Nan Tianqing said, "Do you like him?" Nan Tianqi turned her head to look at Nan Tianqing. "If I say I like it, do you believe me?" Nan Tianqing laughed. "You know what I mean." Nan Tianpray said softly, "People in our position are not qualified to talk about personal emotions." Nan Tianqing said, "Everything is based on interests, right?" Nan Tianqi asked rhetorically, "What are you trying to say?" Nan Tianqing turned his head to look at the sky. "Don't worry, I'm not that interested in what's going on between the two of you. I've just received bad news. That is, the laws of the beings on this Lord Yi has now spread. Not only does the Guanchuan universe covet it, but the entire cosmic civilization covets it. Mortals can also kill gods. This has subverted the original cultivation of physical cultivation, which will be a very, very troublesome matter for both him and our ancient frontier civilization." Nan Tianprayer stared at her and said, "Many people in my ancient frontier civilization want it as well?" Nan Tianqing nodded. "It's human nature to have this idea." Nan Tianqi said, "Then do you think it's him as a person that's important?" or this law of all beings? Nan Tianqing said, both are important, but have you ever thought about what would happen if a strong person from our ancient pre-civilization learned this law of beings? Nan Tianqi's eyebrows knitted up. If the strongest of the ancient former civilization learned this law of beings, it would mean that the ancient former civilization would be completely able to fight against the Guanchuan universe or even the true world. This law of beings was too perverse. Ignoring everything Nan Tianqing added that law of beings isn't just capable of changing an individual's fate, it's also capable of changing the fate of a civilization. After the matter of the Guanxian universe ended, most people's energies were on Yang Jia and Yi Tianmian, but her energies were on the law of beings because Yi Tianmian was able to defeat Yang Jia, and apart from that sword, there was another reason for it, and that was this law of beings. It was a law that allowed people to cross classes. Nan Tianqing continued, it's fortunate that the Guanchuan universe didn't cherish that teacher of Mr. Ye's. Otherwise, if this law was grasped by the Guanchuan Academy, then we would all be finished. Nan Tianqi didn't say anything as she walked towards the distance. Nan Tianqing was silent. Right now, many people throughout the ancient former civilization wanted this law of beings, and it would be a matter of choice for them because if Yi Tianmian was not willing to hand it over, was the ancient former civilization going to take it by force? She also didn't know how to choose, because she wasn't sure if Yi Tianmai as a person was more valuable, or if the law of beings was more valuable. In the middle of an unknown star river, Yi Tianmeng followed a group of strong Sky Dragon clan members as they traveled through the Star River. Yi Tianming looked at the gold-robed man beside him. Senior, you are the senior sisters. The gold-robed man said. Father, father. Yi Tianming slightly bowed his head. Sorry. The gold-robed man looked at Yi Tianming. Xiaozong died for you? Can you tell me why she did that? Yi Tianmian was silent for a moment before shaking his head. The gold-robed man said, is it because you don't know, or you're not sure, or you don't dare to say? Yi Tianming was silent for a long time before saying, Senior sister wants me to seek justice for all beings. The gold-robed man stared at Yi Tianmian for a long time before saying, can you do it? Yi Tianming's gaze was firm. Yes. The gold-robed man nodded. At this moment, seemingly sensing something, he turned his head to look around, his gaze deeply cold. There were countless mysterious auras peering in the darkness all around. The gold-robed man said, it should be for that law of beings on you. The law of beings. Yi Tianming's eyes slowly closed. He naturally would not hand over this law of all beings, because if he handed over this law of all beings, it would only make it more difficult for all beings, and those existing powerful and noble classes would never allow this kind of thing to fall into the hands of those ordinary people. Moreover, he did not think that if this kind of thing fell into the hands of those ordinary people, it would really be able to change the existing status quo. The law of beings. It could only be learned by those who dared to speak out for all beings, such as Yen and Nan Lingzhaoga and their kind. Of course, what he was thinking of now was to completely perfect the law of beings, to walk the path that his teacher hadn't finished. Lanzhao, the herding clan. Nowadays, the herding clan could be said to be a gated community, with countless people coming to visit every day. Even the important figures of the inner cabinet of the Guanchuan Academy and the martial pavilion of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had all personally come to visit. And naturally, their purpose was for the law of beings. No matter what, Mu Guanchuan was the Mu families. Who dared to guarantee that Mu Guanchuan wouldn't leave a copy of the law of beings for the Mu family? Thus, countless people came to visit the Mu family, and moreover, all of them came with great benefits. And in the face of these people's visits, the Mu family was in agony, because only they knew that Mu Guanchun had not left that law of beings for the Mu family. Inside the Great Hall, the head of the Mu family and a group of Mu family elders were all bereft, unable to speak of their bitterness. Because those who came to visit, in addition to bringing benefits, there were also threats. How could Mu Guanchuan not leave a copy of the law of beings for the Mu family when he was a member of the Mu family? Even the cabinet of the Martial Pavilion and the Academy didn't believe it. Of course, the Martial Pavilion and the Academy said it a bit more euphemistically, and that probably meant that they hoped that the Mu family would be able to focus on the greater good and be able to hand over a copy to the Academy. The Mu family also wants to take the big picture into account, but the problem is, the Mu family really do not have a. Inside the hall, the head of the Mu family sighed in a low voice. The ancestors did things too far back then. The rest of the strongest members of the Mu family also sighed. Back then, if the Mu family had not done things too far, then the law of the beings, how the Mu family would have had a share of it. And now, the head of the Mu family knew that the Mu family was going to be completely finished. Because he said no, but no one believed. And it didn't take long for the entire Mu family to be exterminated. The entire Mu family. not even a living ant. The destruction of the Mu family caused quite a commotion, but not many people paid attention to them. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Tianming again. It was clear that now only Yi Tianming had the law of beings. Nanling clan. Inside the hall, Nanling Sun looked at Nanling Zhao in front of him. I just got the news that Yi Tianming he has a marriage contract with that girl from the ancient former civilization. Nanling Zhao slightly lowered his head and did not speak. Nanling Sun still wanted to say something, but Nanling Zhao got up and walked towards the outside. Nanling, seeking busy, said, "Girl, you?" Nanling Zhao softly said, "Father, he really is not easy. If that girl can treat him sincerely, I bless him." After saying this, she quickly disappeared a short distance away. One day later, Yi Tianming followed a group of strong people from the Heavenly Dragon clan to a special continent. On this continent, the spiritual qi was thin, the environment was extremely harsh, the continent was covered in swamps, and there were countless places where the volcano was constantly erupting. It was obvious that it was already unsuitable for inhabitation. Yi Tianming also saw other heavenly dragons, but the size is very small. Moreover, the strength is very weak. With those heavenly dragons who went to the Guanxian universe cannot be compared at all. Obviously, this time, the Celestial Dragon clan had sent out their elites to rescue the Guanxian universe. A few moments later, the gold-robed man brought Yi Tianming to a desolate place. After bringing Yi Tianming here, the gold-robed man retreated, and Yi Tianming walked towards the distance. Very soon, he saw a woman in a distant location by a cliff. The woman was wearing a white dress with a head full of white hair, and her back was facing him. The woman suddenly whispered, "Little tower, long time no see." Shouta trembled. "Why is your hair all white?" Chapter 96. She. Reversing life and death. Inside Yi Tianming's body, the little tower slowly floated out. It transformed into a shadow. Looking at the white-haired woman in the distance, it was a little emotional and complicated. "It's been 1,000 years. The woman slowly turned around. Only at this moment did Yi Tianming realize that the woman was born extremely beautiful. At her forehead, there were 2 dragon horns. The woman looked at the small tower and was also somewhat emotional. 1,000 years. Saying that, her gaze landed on Yi Tianming. She waved at Yi Tianming, a soft smile spreading across her stunningly beautiful face. "Come over here." Yi Tianming walked over to the woman, who sized him up and smiled. "You really look like her, also like them." Yi Tianming was busy asking, "Who is she?" After a slight contemplation, the woman smiled. "Since she didn't choose to recognize you, it's not too good for me to say anything more." Yi Tianming's complexion was gloomy, and it was hard to hide the disappointment in his eyes. The woman gently rubbed his head. "Although she didn't recognize you, she definitely cares about you." Yi Tianming lowered his head and did not speak. The woman changed the topic. "I heard that you know dark magic. Can you show me?" Yi Tianming retrieved his thoughts and nodded his head. He directly summoned his Guanxian, divine Dharma statue. Looking at the dark Dharma image behind Yi Tianming, the woman was silent for a moment before asking, "Take a look at your sword Dharma image." Yi Tianming nodded his head as he summoned his sword Dao Dharma phase. Looking at that sword Dao Dharma phase, the woman seemed to think of someone. A flash of complexity flashed in her eyes. The woman withdrew her thoughts and continued to ask, "I heard that you also have a law of the beings. Can you show it to me as well?" Yi Tianming did not hesitate. His palms spread out. The scroll that his teacher gave him appeared in his hand. He handed it to the woman. For some reason, he was not wary of the woman in front of him. His intuition told him that the other party was worthy of his trust. The woman received the scroll. She opened it and took a look. A moment later, she nodded slightly. "Your teacher is a very remarkable person. This law has not been completely written." Yi Tianming suddenly said, "I will finish writing it." The woman smiled. "Good." With that, she glanced at the scroll in her hand. "This scroll will be placed here with me for the time being. When you leave here, I will return it to you. Okay?" Yi Tianming was slightly stunned, then said, "Senior is trying to protect me?" The woman laughed. "Why do you say that? Is it not that I want to forcefully take this law of beings of yours?" Yi Tianming shook his head. Someone who can make the tower ancestor respect him so much would definitely not be that kind of person. "Ha ha!" The little tower instantly laughed in triumph. "You little guy is really good at kissing ass. Moreover, once you do it, you're kissing too." Despite this, it could be seen that it was still happy from the bottom of its heart. The woman also laughed. "This scroll staying on you now will bring you a lot of trouble." Yi Tianming nodded. "I understand." The woman said, You stay here for a period of time. During this period of time, you follow me and learn. Yi Tianming immediately bowed deeply. Many thanks, senior. He naturally understood that this was undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. What he lacked the most right now was various cultivation resources. The woman said, "Follow me." After saying that, she made a turn and disappeared at the same time as Yi Tianming. When they reappeared, the duo had already arrived in front of a blood pool. She turned her head to look at Yi Tianming. "Jump in." Yi Tianming did not have any hesitation and directly jumped in, and as soon as he jumped in an instant, he felt as if he had jumped into magma, and it was as if his whole body was going to turn into blood. And at this time, the woman suddenly spread her palm. A dark green elixir flew into his brow. Soon, a layer of faint green light appeared on his body. Under the protection of those green lights, his flesh didn't melt, on the contrary. There was a lot of pure energy that entered his body, strengthening his organs and lungs along with his whole body's meridians and bones. Pain. At this moment, Yi Tianming really felt incomparable pain. It only felt as if his whole body was being viciously stabbed by tens of thousands of needles. It really hurt into his bones and marrow, but he still clenched his teeth hard and held on. I don't know how long, he was lifted up by a soft force, and at this moment, his consciousness was blurred because of the pain that penetrated the bone marrow. The woman said, "Take a rest, and from now on, come once a day." Come once a day. Yi Tianming's expression froze and he fainted in an instant. The next day, when he woke up, he seemed to sense something. He sat up violently, his fists clenched, and the bones in his entire body suddenly snapped. He froze, because he realized that his fleshly body had actually received a huge boost. His current fleshly body realm was the same as his cultivation realm. It was the immortal realm, of course. He didn't know that this fleshly body immortal realm of his was much, much stronger than even the other fleshly body immortal realm, because the thing that abruptly trained his fleshly body was dragon blood. Yi Tianming was very happy because no matter whether it was a sword skill or the execution of his Dharma phase, it all needed a strong physical body. The stronger the physical body, the more powerful it would be when it was executed. Therefore, the physical body was also very, very important to him. But the thought of having to make a trip every day made him a bit guilty. That kind of pain was really something very people could endure. Yi Tianming suddenly said, "Tower ancestor? Who is that senior?" The little tower said, "A deceased person." Yi Tianming said, "Oh." The little tower laughed. "I know that you are curious about a lot of things, but when the time comes in the future, you will naturally know as well. As for now, it's better for you to improve your strength and prepare for the next cosmic competition. It's crucial for you." Yi Tianming nodded. Nan Tianji had already spoken with him about the importance of the great competition of the 10,000 states, and only if he defeated Yang Jia once again would those universe civilization epics outside be able to join hands with the ancient former civilization and fight against the Guanshan universe together. Yang Jia, thinking of that teenager who was the same age as him, he couldn't help but slowly tighten his hands. Although he had defeated the other party last time, he knew very well that it was entirely because of the walking Dao sword and the law of the beings. Moreover, the other party had lowered his own realm. If the other party hadn't lowered his own realm, he would not have had any chance to win at all. And for the next cosmic competition, the other party would definitely not lower his realm, and with the other party's talent in this next year or so, the other party's strength would definitely still get a huge boost, which meant that if he didn't put in 100 times the effort, he simply didn't have any chance of winning. Bang! Right at this moment, the door was suddenly slammed open, followed by a terrifying force coming straight at him. Yi Tianming's face instantly changed, and he immediately rolled over and got off the bed, fiercely blocking his arms across his chest, and the power of the earth swept out from underneath his feet, forming a circle of defense. Bang! His earth power directly shattered, along with it also shattered this hall. The entire hall was directly turned into pieces. Yi Tianming retreated dozens of feet away. After he stopped, he looked up to a short distance away. There stood a man. The man was staring at him with an angry face. Yi Tianming asked, "Who are you?" The man did not speak. He suddenly let out a roar. A terrifying dragon might swept towards Yi Tianming like a wave. Yi Tianming's palm spread out. A golden chi sword appeared in his hand. He held the sword with both hands and violently pressed forward. This pressure, a powerful sword momentum swept out from his body and hardened that dragon might. But the next moment, the man suddenly violently blasted his fist towards him. This fist even hardened his sword momentum and crushed it. Yi Tianming was shocked in his heart. The man's power was really appalling. He didn't dare to be careless. He directly summoned the 4 Dharma phases, then maneuvered the phases to blast the man with a punch. 4 Dharma phases striking at the same time, that power was naturally incomparably terrifying. Bang! Just one punch forced the man back 100 feet away. While the man stopped, but his body erupted even more terrifying dragon breath, and the whole body of golden light surged. The pressure rose. Yi Tianming did not dare to be careless. A thought, the four phantoms appeared in the hands of a long sword with a sheath. When the four phantoms of the right hand gripped the hilt of the sword the moment, the four phantoms of the aura also instantly skyrocketed. The surrounding space are directly boiling up. Just as the two sides were about to strike, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. Stop! As the voice fell, a golden light landed in the middle of the two, and the person who came was that golden-robed man, also known as Fu Zhang's father. When Yi Tianming saw the visitor, he immediately put away his Dharma phase. The gold-robed man stared at the man in front of him. What are you doing? The man stared at Yi Tianming dead in the face. His eyes read, he is the one who killed his sister. Sister. Yi Tianming was slightly stunned. You are the younger brother of senior sister. The man stared angrily at Yi Tianming. It was you who killed her. If it wasn't because of you, she wouldn't have died. Yi Tianming was silent. The man was obviously still angry. He just wanted to make a move, but was suppressed by the golden-robed man with one hand, unbridled. The man said angrily, Father, he is the one who killed his sister. The gold-robed man stared at him. Go! After saying that, he directly took the man and disappeared into the field. In the original place, some of the surrounding Heavenly Dragon clan dragons were looking at Yi Tianming. For Yi Tianming, they didn't know much about him, they only knew that Fu Zong died for him, and who was Fu Zong? That was the most demonic person of the younger generation of the Heavenly Dragon clan before. Moreover, it was still the object of adoration of countless young Heavenly Dragons of the Heavenly Dragon clan. But now it died for a human. At this time, that white-haired woman appeared beside Yi Tianming. Guilt. Yi Tianming nodded his head. The white-haired woman said, Then work hard. Yi Tianming shook his head. Even if we try harder, senior sister won't be able to come back. The white-haired woman smiled. Not necessarily. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at the white-haired woman. Stunned. Senior. The white-haired woman smiled. When one's strength reaches a certain level, it is possible to reverse life and death. How is that possible? Yi Tianming was greatly shocked. This has ever been done by anyone. The white-haired woman nodded. Yes. Yi Tianming asked. Who? The white-haired woman smiled faintly. Who even she herself doesn't know how strong she is. Saying this, she paused and added, But because of some reasons, she won't use this kind of means anymore, so you need to rely on yourself? Yi Tianming trembled. Does senior know that person? I can beg her. I can pay whatever I want. The white-haired woman shook her head. There is only one person in this world who can make her ignore her promises and break her principles. It's not right. Saying that, she looked at Yi Tianming and said in her heart, It should be two now. Chapter 97. Plain skirt woman, not enough to fear. Reversing life and death. Yi Tianming was somewhat incredulous as he felt that this kind of thing was something that was simply impossible. But this senior in front of him clearly had no reason to deceive him. He didn't ask again who the one who was able to bring back the dead was, because he had already come to his senses. He wasn't related to the person. How could the person come to help him do such a thing? This kind of heaven-defying thing must have a great price to pay. And what could he, right now, give to the other party? The white-haired woman suddenly pinched Yi Tianming's shoulder. She gently pinched it, then said, This skeleton of yours, you need to upgrade it. Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. Upgrade the skeleton? The white-haired woman smiled and said, Yes, the physical body together, not only is flesh and blood important, the skeleton is also very important because what really supports the flesh and blood is the skeleton of the body. Of course, in addition to the skeleton, there is also the will, a strong will, or rather, your will of the way of the sword, and the will of the way of the sword has to do with your beliefs. Of course, the aspect of will and belief we can slow down, follow me. Saying that, she brought Yi Tianming once again to that blood pool from yesterday, and she directly threw Yi Tianming inside the blood pool. In an instant, Yi Tianming's five senses were twisted. The pain was unbearable. He really wanted to scream out, but he was a bit embarrassed. On the shore, seeing Yi Tianming forcing himself not to scream, the white-haired woman smiled. Then her palms spread out, and a green elixir didn't enter between Yi Tianming's eyebrows. The potion entered his body. Yi Tianming immediately felt better. He looked towards those dragon blood around him. He could feel that these dragon blood contained extremely pure energy and power. Put it outside, it would definitely be worth a lot of money. It had to be treasured. Yi Tianming retrieved his thoughts, stilled his breath and concentrated. He began to concentrate on absorbing those dragon blood. No, not absorbing, just soaking. He was still unable to absorb these dragon blood at all. Because his body didn't allow it, these dragon blood, just a drop of it entering his body was enough to make his body explode in place. Strictly speaking, his current physical toughness is not even qualified to soak. But fortunately there is a white-haired N-woman to give him the elixir. With that elixir to protect his body, he was able to soak this dragon blood. About 2 hours later, the white-haired woman gently lifted her jade hand. Yi Tianmian flew out from within the blood pool, and then landed smoothly on the ground. The white-haired woman looked at Yi Tianmai, whose body was squirming. Xiaoda suddenly said, "Should we change his skeleton? Be more direct." The white-haired woman, however, shook her head. Replacing a skeleton, although it can drastically increase his strength in a short period of time, but the loss will not be worth the gain. You must know that this little guy was born with a mortal body, and his bone, that is also a mortal bone. Xiaoda laughed. I actually forgot about this. The white-haired woman suddenly said, "The one from the Guanchuan universe." How? Xiaota was slightly stunned, but quickly realized that she was talking about Yang Jia. Xiaota thought for a moment, then sighed in a low voice. From the back, there should still be no major problems in terms of character, but without me, he still took some detours and was immature in terms of doing things and being a human being, AI. White-haired woman. Xiaota continued, "Lord Mother, you see, this little guy, because there is me to bring character, is how upright? Not a bit of flowery thoughts. Truly the most honest person in the world. I taught him well, right?" White-haired woman. At this time, the white-haired woman suddenly raised her head to look above the starry sky, and her eyes were as cold as ice. Above the starry sky, many powerful auras were hidden. Xiaota asked, "Of the Guanxian universe?" The white-haired woman said, "Those from the Guanxian universe and those from the outside cosmic civilizations, all of them, are obviously here for the law of beings on that little guy." The little pagoda said in a deep voice, "The Guanchuan universe is really becoming more and more unlikable nowadays. AI, human nature. The older generation fought for the rivers and mountains, and the younger generation will rightfully think that they should all enjoy the blessings." The white-haired woman withdrew her gaze, and after a long period of silence, she said, "A right without constraints is an absolute right." Saying that, she slightly shook her head and sighed. I don't know how long it took. Yi Tianming woke up. After waking up, he sat up violently, then looked down at his flesh. When he saw his flesh, he froze. It had been elevated again. His physical body had actually reached the supreme immortal realm now. Yi Tianming was really a bit incredulous. He didn't expect this to raise another realm. Continue soaking. After the shock, Yi Tianming got excited. If this soaked for a month, he didn't even dare to think about it. Yi Tianming got up and moved some of his muscles and bones. After his physical body was upgraded, he felt that his strength had also become much stronger. At this time, the white-haired woman appeared in front of him. Yi Tianming excitedly said, "Senior, shall we continue to soak?" The white-haired woman, however, shook her head. Yi Tianming was puzzled. The white-haired woman said, "After the realm is raised, what is needed is stabilization." Yi Tianming was a little curious. How to stabilize? The corner of the white-haired woman's mouth lifted slightly. Taking a beating. Yi Tianming. The white-haired woman said, "I have found you an opponent. You are not allowed to use sword techniques and phases. You can only physically fight." As the voice fell, a golden light suddenly landed in the field. Seeing the person who came, Yi Tianmian froze, because the person who came was none other than the younger brother of his senior sister, Fu Zong, and the man was staring at him coldly. After the white-haired woman brought them to a cultivation field, she said, "You guys have fun." After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. After the white-haired woman left, the man moved his muscles and bones all over his body suddenly snapped. Yi Tianming thought for a moment, then said, "Are you the younger brother of senior sister? Elder sister told me about you, saying that you're especially nice." "I am not a person," the man said angrily. "I am a dragon." After saying that, he directly charged forward and blasted his fist at Yi Tianmian. Yi Tianmian. Bang! Yi Tianmian was directly blown hundreds of feet away by this punch, and finally smashed hard on the ground, which was instantly smashed out a huge deep pit. Yi Tianmian received this punch, and only felt that his entire body and internal organs were about to split open. And just at this time, that man rushed over towards him again. Seeing this man look like he was going to beat himself to death, Yi Tianmian's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly climbed up. Bang! Soon, an explosive sound rang out in the field. Because he couldn't use his sword and Dharma phase, therefore, Yi Tianming was not a match for this man at all, although he had learned some martial arts techniques from the Transcendent Civilization before, but those martial arts techniques were not useful at all against this man in front of him. The other party not only had terrifying strength, but that physical body defense was incomparably terrifying as well. When he punched on the other party didn't have a single thing happen to him while his own fist was still cracked open. Just like this, Yi Tianming started the mode of getting beaten up. The man's method of hitting was very simple, it was the fist. There was no frills, punch after punch. At the beginning, Yi Tianming was still able to resist a little, but at the back, he had completely given up resisting and allowed himself to be violently beaten by the man. Like this, it lasted for a full 2 hours, and in the end, Yi Tianming was lying motionless on the ground, with only one breath left. The man did not make any more moves. He glanced at Yi Tianming. How refreshing! After saying that, he turned around and left. Yi Tianming. It was only after a long time that Yi Tianming felt his brain clear up a bit. After that beating just now, his brain wasn't even very clear. And at this moment, he couldn't feel his body at all. Yi Tianming smiled bitterly. That brother's hand was really deadly. Of course, he was also able to feel that the other party was still merciful, otherwise, if he didn't use his Dharma phase and sword, the other party would definitely be able to kill him alive. Yi Tianming suddenly asked, "Tower ancestor? Did you once know many great men?" The little tower laughed. "Basically, all of them have been instructed by me, right?" Yi Tianming busily asked, "What about the Guanxian swordmaster?" The small tower laughed. "Not to brag with you, he saw me. How also have to call a tower master it? Not to mention him, his father saw me. Forget it, don't mention his dad. His dad is a big flake." Yi Tianming was shocked. It seems that he is still a little bit greatly underestimated the tower ancestor. Yi Tianming continued to ask, "Tower ancestor, you are so powerful. Why do you want to follow a small person like me?" The little tower said, "I think you have great potential." Yi Tianming, however, shook his head. "I feel that with your abilities, tower ancestor, even if you follow a random person, that person will definitely become a giant on one side in the future, an invincible existence." The little tower laughed. "Although I know you're patting me on the back, I have to say that there's nothing wrong with what you said. I'm just so excellent. I'm just so dangling." Yi Tianming. Xiaota said, "During this period of time, you have to cultivate well. This opportunity is rare." Yi Tianming nodded. Good. After resting for a night, he finally felt that his body had recovered a lot. But at this time, Fu Zhang's brother came again. Seeing the other party, Yi Tianming only felt some egg pain, although this guy wouldn't beat himself to death. But his hands were really hard, specializing in hammering to the waist. The man directly is without any nonsense. Clenched his fist and rushed towards Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming. Without a doubt, Yi Tianming was violently beaten again, this time just like last time. He was beaten to the point that he could no longer feel his body. The man, on the other hand, looked incomparably cool. In this way, Yi Tianming was beaten by the man for half a whole month. During this process, although he was being beaten every day, however, he also began to resist. During this process of resistance, his fighting sense was also greatly improved. Not only that, he found that he seemed to be more and more resistant to being beaten. Bang! Yi Tianming was once again blasted on his chest by the man's fist. He instantly flew backwards and finally smashed heavily on the ground. The man glanced at Yi Tianming, who didn't get up. His brows furrowed. "I know you still have strength. Get up." Yi Tianming climbed up. He looked at the man. "I'm sorry about senior sister." The man did not make a move. He suddenly appeared in front of Yi Tianming. He just looked at Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming looked straight at him. "I will seek justice for her. For sure." The man stared at Yi Tianming. "You are not a match for that Yang Jia in this era. No one in the younger generation is a match for him." Yi Tianming said, "You have to fight even if you can't." After the man was silent for a moment, he said, "My sister's justice. I will go for it myself." After saying that, he turned around and left. On the spot, Yi Tianming was silent for a moment before he turned around and left. For him now, improving his strength was the most important thing. In the starry sky above the heavenly dragon clan, a group of strong people gathered together, and amongst this group of strong people there were 12 circle-breaking realms. However, they were all illusory and did not show their real bodies, and at this moment they were all looking down at the Sky Dragon clan below. At this moment, one of them said, "The heavenly dragon race is a sinful race. It's not enough to worry about. What should really be worth noting is that woman in the plain dress. This woman's strength is unfathomable." Another person laughed coldly. "No matter how strong it is, it's only one person. While there are 19 of us, with a huge follow-up support behind us, will swarm up to her and pile her up even with the sea of men tactic. One person suddenly laughed. This vegetarian skirt woman, not enough to fear. The crowd looked at that person, and that person laughed. I entrusted someone in the true world to hire a very, very powerful fortune teller to count. And that fortune teller said that that veiled skirt woman will only have one sword. And as long as we carry her first sword, she won't have any other moves. Everyone who has a vote, you can vote. Thank you. Chapter 98. Great Zhouzhen Gua Sword Chi. Vegetarian skirt woman. In the middle of the starry sky, when this name was heard, the atmosphere in the arena immediately became somewhat grave. Ever since the day when Su Yuan, the head of the cabinet of the Guanxian universe and that circle-breaking realm powerhouse were beheaded, the Guanxian universe had used all of its power here to investigate the vegetable skirt woman. However, there was still nothing to be found, and it seemed as if this vegetable skirt woman had just appeared out of nowhere. There was no way to find out. In the end, the Guanchuan universe even suspected that this plain skirt woman was from the true world, because everyone knew that back then, the true world didn't know what the reason was, and couldn't step into the world below for 1,000 years, and now 1,000 years had passed. But then they thought about it and thought that it was impossible because the true world down the road has been Guanchuan universe all-round surveillance, and there is also Guanchuan sword masters Dao Law in the guard. The people above simply cannot come down without a sound. After all, even if this vegetal skirt woman is strong, can it be stronger than the Guanchuan sword master cannot be? However, they were still scornful of this plain skirt woman of unknown origin. A strong man suddenly said, "Old Qin, is that fortune teller you found reliable?" The crowd looked at that old Qin. This old Qin from the Qin clan. Qin clan back then ancestor and Guanchuan sword master is also a life and death brother. That relationship than the Shao family's more pro. That old Qin laughed. Dependable, very dependable. This person is known as the fortune teller in the true world, and has never failed to calculate. Moreover, this person is still up in our world. That strong man was instantly a bit curious. Up in our world? Old Qin nodded. Yes, but the specific identity is unknown, but think about it, going up from our world means that the other party must be one of the group of people from the Battle of Ascending Heavens in the beginning. The Battle of Ascending Heaven. Hearing this, everyone's expression became grave. Back then, those who were able to participate in the Battle of Heaven Ascension, those were all powerful characters among the powerful. The other party had participated in the Battle of Ascending Heaven. There was no doubt that there was absolutely no problem with this strength. Old Qin laughed. I can use my ancestor's head to guarantee that this is very reliable. Gentlemen, that plain-skirted woman is indeed strong. But if we go together, can she still kill us all with a single sword? Upon hearing this, the rest of them nodded their heads in agreement. That plain-skirted woman was able to kill a circle-breaking realm powerhouse in seconds. Her strength was indeed extraordinary. But to say that she would kill them all with a single sword, they would definitely not believe it, and they were still somewhat confident in their own strength. Another old man suddenly said, "No matter what, this woman's strength is really unfathomable. Even the circle-breaking realm is able to kill in seconds. We still can't be careless when facing her. All of you who have divine weapons or whatever, use them just in case." A man laughed. It's fine, that veiled skirt woman might be the same as the sword sect patriarch. It's hard to find an opponent amongst the same rank. We can be cautious, but don't be too scared either. An old man said in a deep voice, I don't think it's that simple. We know the upper limit of the sword sect patriarch, but we don't know the upper limit of this veiled skirt woman. The risk is too great in this case. It has to be. Another person suddenly laughed coldly. Risky? Historically, the great fortune which has no risk. Saying that, he suddenly looked towards a middle-aged man who was at the head not far away. Brother Feng, we are all led by your Nalan clan. Make a stand. The people in the arena also looked at the middle-aged man. Nalan Feng, the current patriarch of the Nalan clan. Nalan Feng looked at the heavenly dragon clan below, and after a moment, he suddenly said, Gentlemen, the law of beings cannot fall into the hands of another cosmic civilization, especially the heavenly dragon clan and that ancient former civilization. Immediately, someone echoed, Yes, we are all here for the Guanxian universe. With such a statement, selfishness instantly turned into communalism, and a feeling of righteousness arose. Nalan Feng's face was expressionless. This law was originally invented for the people of the Guanchuan universe. It belongs to my Guanchuan universe, and it is only natural for my Guanchuan universe to retrieve it. Someone was a little worried. On the young lord's side, Nalan Feng suddenly said, Do you guys think the young lord is wrong? The crowd was stunned. All of them did not dare to answer. Nalan Feng calmly said, The young lord is not wrong. He is walking the path of the king's way. Naturally, he has to be honorable, however, He is too young. He doesn't understand that this world can't just talk about the king's way and justice a lot of the time. Just like this law of the beings, the young master is unwilling to rob it by force, but he hasn't thought about how much of a threat this law will pose to our Guanchuan universe when it falls into the hands of an outer civilization. Someone immediately chimed in. Yes, yes, the young lord is too kind and too young to consider many things thoughtlessly. The rest of the people also nodded their heads in agreement, and someone else picked up. Once this law falls into the hands of another civilization, when the time comes, they may be able to fight against our Guanchuan universe. Moreover, this law has already changed the rules of the existing cultivation realm system. If they continue to study it, the consequences are truly unimaginable. So for the sake of the hundreds of millions of living beings in our Guanchuan universe, we cannot let it happen. Even if we break our bodies into pieces, we cannot let this law fall into the hands of the outside universe civilizations. That's natural, someone coldly said. This law must not fall into the hands of an outside civilization, and also that Yi Tianmian must not live. This person is a member of my Guanchuan universe, but he is a traitor, colluding with an outside civilization to assassinate the young master. This person must not be retained so as not to become a great disaster for my Guanchuan universe in the future. Yi Tianming. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of everyone in the arena sank. Yi Tianmian's rise was really a bit beyond their expectations. They didn't think that such a person from an inferior family would grow to such a degree. Moreover, he also defeated Yang Jia in the same realm. One must know that Yang Jia grew up with the best resources in the Guanxian universe. This Yi Tianmian now hated the Guanchuan universe, hated them all. If he was not removed now, once the other party rose in the future, the threat was not only to the Guanchuan universe but also to them all. Moreover, Yi Tianming now knew the law of beings, and only by resolving him would he be able to truly prevent the law of beings from flowing out. Most importantly, he absolutely could not be allowed to participate in this cosmic competition. Although they had absolute confidence in Yang Jia, they were afraid of the unexpected. In case Yang Jia loses to Yi Tianmian again in this cosmic competition, at that time the Guanchuan universe would be incredibly passive. To them, Yang Jia absolutely couldn't lose again, because they needed to use Yang Jia to unify the entire universe and obtain other universe resources. Someone suddenly said, "The Heavenly Dragon clan is not enough to worry about. It's mainly that vegetarian skirt woman. Gentlemen, we must carry that vegetarian skirt woman's sword. Not only must we carry her first sword, it's best to directly kill her, eliminating the future trouble forever." An old man suddenly said, "Then remove her." The crowd looked at the old man, who was expressionless, and said grimly, "If necessary, I, Great Zhou, can utilize that strand of Zhangguo sword qi." Zhangguo sword qi. In the arena, everyone was stunned, and then they laughed. Great Zhou had a strand of Zhangguo sword qi. How strong was that strand of sword qi? The painted circle realm or below was killed indiscriminately. The crowd all laughed, and that Nalan Feng, who was the leader, smiled and said, "Then it's 9 out of 10. That Great Zhou old man suddenly said, "Gentlemen, that law of beings." Nalan Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry. When the law of beings comes to hand, everyone will share it together. No one can enjoy it alone." Hearing Nalan Feng's words, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. "When will we do it?" Someone said excitedly. The law of beings. The crowd had been salivating over this law of beings for a long time. It could be imagined that once this kind of law fell into their hands, not only would they be able to drastically increase their own family's strength, unification of the entire universe was even more within reach. As long as they unified the entire universe, their family forces would be able to obtain more resources. As soon as they thought of this, all the people in the arena couldn't help but get excited. That was the territory and resources of the entire universe. Right now, the Guanchuan universe was too small and insignificant for them to divide up. The plate would have to be bigger. Everyone looked towards Nalan Feng. They naturally looked up to Nalan Feng. The current Nalan clan was the second super clan in the Guanxian universe, second only to the Yang clan, and the Nalan clan was the one that truly represented the interests of the privileged class of all the major worldly families and clans. Another person asked, "When will we do it?" Obviously, couldn't wait. Nalan Feng looked at the Tianlong clan below. This person now not only has the Tianlong clan shelter, but also the ancient former civilization shelter. If we want to make a move, not only do we have to solve the woman in the plain dress, but also the Tianlong clan and the ancient former civilization. This time, we can't afford to have any slip-ups, so you guys contact the other lineage families and clans. Someone said in a deep voice, "Let the other lineages and clans come as well." This? Nalan Feng glanced at him. "The law of beings, we can't eat it just by our few clans, and even if we do, we'll be targeted. We have to all join forces and have a bigger pattern." The man nodded and didn't say anything else. Another person suddenly said, "If the sword sect can join, then this matter will be 9 out of 10. Sword Sect. The crowd was silent. This clan was the strongest clan in the Guanchuan universe. But at the same time, those sword cultivators within this clan had personalities and temperaments that were truly stubborn and difficult to communicate with. Nalan Feng said, "I'll go have a chat." He still hoped to be able to enlist the support of the Sword Sect. If the Sword Sect could support it, then this matter would basically be a success. After all, with the terrifying strength of the Sword Sect, it was completely possible to fend off both the Heavenly Dragon Clan and the ancient former civilization. At this time, someone else said, "There is another problem, that is the young master side. The young master, but there is an explanation that this matter will stop if we make a move. There is no way that the young master will not be aware of it," and at that time, the crowd again looked at Nalan Feng. Nalan Feng was silent for a moment before saying, "Xiao Jia is young. Many of his ideas are immature. Those of us who are elders, naturally we have to help him to be more accommodating." Chapter 99. Surrounding and killing the vegetarian skirt woman. In the blink of an eye several days passed, inside the blood pool. Now Yi Tianming's body had already adapted to those dragon blood. His physical realm was still at the supreme immortal realm, but unlike before, his physical body was now as if it was a piece of iron that had gone through thousands of hammers. His entire body's flesh and blood had been refined, and his toughness was already far more than that of the average human being. Regardless of whether it was soaking in dragon's blood or sparring with Fu Zhang's younger brother, the white-haired woman's purpose was only one, and that was to temper his fleshly body to the kind of level of the dragon race. At the same physical realm, the dragon races was at least 5 times stronger than the human races by more than 5 times. After a long time, Yi Tianming jumped out from within the blood pool. He moved his muscles and bones. At this moment, he felt that he possessed infinite power within his body. He was now kind of looking forward to performing the stacked Jintian sword drawing technique. With his current power, he would be able to stack at least 20 courses. In addition to that, during this period of time, he was also using that transcendent divine flame to continuously quench his divine soul, and his spiritual power and soul power had also been greatly enhanced during this period of time. Could be said that during this half-month in the Heavenly Dragon Clan, his strength had qualitatively improved compared to before. In addition to cultivating every day, he would purposely take a little bit of time out to read books. The Heavenly Dragon Clan had quite a collection of ancient books, and he was very interested in those ancient books, and while he was reading, he was also studying the laws of the beings that his teacher had left behind for him every day. However, it was a pity that he was unable to improve this law of beings at all right now, because in his opinion, this law of beings that his teacher had now was already perfect. But he knew that the reason he felt perfect now was because he didn't have enough power, because before he died, his teacher had said that beings had the right to restrain power, but power was not the same as ability. And although the law of beings allowed beings to have this ability, it was still far from being enough, because the reality was that even if you learned the law of beings, that didn't mean that you were really able to fight against those in the powerful and noble classes. Teacher Mak Guanchen has opened up a whole new path, but that path needs someone to continue on it. Revolutions never come before or after. On this day, on the cultivation field, a blast of sound continued to resound. Fu Zhang's younger brother was practicing against Yi Tianming, and since he couldn't use his sword, Yi Tianming was still completely suppressed. In terms of pure strength, he was definitely still inferior to Fu Zhang's younger brother. After all, Fu Zhang's younger brother was also a super genius of the younger generation of the Heavenly Dragon Clan. But the good thing was that now that he was no longer being beaten like a sandbag like before, he was still able to counterattack occasionally. Bang! As a muffled sound rang out, Yi Tianmian was blown away tens of feet away by that Fu Zhang younger brother's punch. But this time, he immediately jumped up just after he landed on the ground. He was especially resistant to punches now. Fu Zhang's younger brother looked at Yi Tianming. "Use the sword and also the law of beings. Let's fight for real." Yi Tianming looked at him. "You want to see the law of beings?" Fu Zhang's younger brother nodded. "They say that this law is now the #1 law in the entire universe and can ignore everything. I want to see it." Yi Tianming said, "Then it's fine if you don't use a sword." Saying that, he suddenly rushed towards Brother Fu Zhang and slammed his fist at Brother Fu Zhang. Pure power. No martial arts were utilized. Brother Fu Zhang raised his hand and blasted out with a fist. Hard Kong. Bang! As a muffled sound rang out, Yi Tianmian and Fu Zhang simultaneously retreated violently in succession. And when Brother Fu Zhang came to a stop, his entire body was completely confused. Only to see that his left physical body had been completely shattered. Not only was his physical body shattered, but his left soul had also become very illusory, as if it was green smoke, and would disappear at any time. However, the right side of his body and the right side of his soul were intact. Nothing had happened at all. Law of beings. Ignoring all defenses, it will definitely inflict 50% true damage to the opponent. Fu Zong brother slowly looked up to the distant Yi Tianming. At this moment his eyes were full of shock. With Yi Tianming's current physical strength, it is simply impossible to break his defense. Even if Yi Tianming's strength is 10 times stronger, it is also impossible to break his physical defense. He is a dragon race, moreover, his physique is also very special, but at this moment, Yi Tianming used that law of the living beings. It is just so easy to break his defense. His terrifying physical body defense was as brittle as paper in front of Yi Tianming's law of beings. On the other side, the white-haired woman and a gold-robed man were also looking this way, and the gold-robed man was none other than Fu Zhang's father, Fu Shun. Fu Shun looked at his son with a grave expression. This law is so terrifying. The white-haired woman also nodded her head slightly. This child's teacher is truly a marvelous person. In the distance, that Fu Zhang's younger brother stared at Yi Tianming. This is the law of beings? Yi Tianming nodded. Aha! The Fu Zong younger brother whispered. It's terrifying. Yi Tianming asked. Wanna learn it? Fu Zhang's younger brother was stunned. Huh! Yi Tianming looked at him and asked again. Wanna learn? Fu Zhang's younger brother stared at Yi Tianming and didn't say anything. Yi Tianming said, What I said is true. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Brother Fu Zong asked, Why? Yi Tianming said, The law of beings. Senior sister also has a part in it. Saying this, his complexion suddenly became gloomy. If senior sister was still alive, of course she was qualified to learn the law of beings because she was also a student of her teacher. Brother Fu Zong was silent for a moment, but then he turned to leave. Yi Tianming asked, What? Brother Fu Zong stopped and shook his head. Your law of beings, it's very strong, so strong that it's no longer normal. I'm also very moved, but I can't learn it. Yi Tianming asked again, Why? Fu Zhang's younger brother said, If I learn this law will bring about the end of my heavenly dragon clan. After saying this, he walked towards the distance. Yi Tianming suddenly said, What is your name? Brother Fu Zong paused, then said, Fu Wei. After saying that, he turned into a golden light and disappeared into the sky. On the other side, the golden-robed man, Fu Shun, had a pleased smile spread across his face. These two children, the white-haired woman said. Little Wei was able to restrain. It's really rare. Let him follow me in the future. Upon hearing this, Fu Shun fiercely knelt down and said in a trembling voice, Many thanks, ancestor. The white-haired woman gently lifted her jade hand, and Fu Shun was helped up by a soft force. She took a step forward and came directly in front of Yi Tianmian. When Yi Tianmian saw the white-haired woman, he was busy giving a respectful salute. Elder. The white-haired woman smiled. Go. After saying that, she and Yi Tianming directly disappeared in the same place. When they reappeared, they were already in a cultivation field. She looked at Yi Tianming. Show your sword skill. Yi Tianming said, Good. After saying that, his palm spread out. A sheathed air sword condensed from the power of the earth appeared in his palm, and in the next moment, he violently drew his sword. Buzz. As a sword sound resounded, a sword light flashed from the field. A sword chi landed 100 feet away, hardening the ground and tearing out a deep, bottomless hole, stacking 30 channels of the heaven-slashing sword-drawing technique. Yi Tianming looked at the chi sword in his hand. His chi sword had completely shattered. This chi sword condensed from the power of the earth could not withstand his power now. If the sword did not shatter, he should be able to stack another 10 channels. 40 stacked chopping, heavenly sword-drawing techniques. Compared to before, this had been raised a lot, but he wasn't happy about it. He had to know that back then, when that Yang Jia had lowered himself to his own realm, he was able to stack more than 100 channels, and that was definitely not the other party's limit. The white-haired woman said, Jintian sword-drawing technique. Yi Tianming was a little surprised. Senior knows. The white-haired woman smiled and nodded. Yi Tianming looked down at the already shattered chi sword. AI. This chi sword of mine is now unable to withstand my power. The white-haired woman said, Show me all your abilities. Yi Tianming nodded. Good. After saying that, he directly summoned his 4 Dharma phases, and on the cultivation field, the 4 Dharma phases loomed majestically and emitted monstrous pressure. The white-haired woman glanced at the 4 Dharma phases and smiled. It's ready. Yi Tianming withdrew the Dharma phases and looked at the white-haired woman with anticipation. The white-haired woman said, Summon the power of the earth and sea. Do your best. Yi Tianming's mind moved, and soon, deep in the earth, countless earth vein forces rushed up to the sky, suspended between heaven and earth. The white-haired woman suddenly said, "Continue." Yi Tianming could only continue to tune the earth power. Endless earth power surged up from the depths of the earth and filled the earth and sky. And in no time, the earth and sky were covered by the earth power as if it was a sea. And gradually, Yi Tianming's face began to become pale, although he could call on the power of the earth, but it was to consume spiritual power. Theoretically, if the spiritual power was enough, he would be able to mobilize the power of the earth infinitely. The white-haired woman said, "Stop." Yi Tianmian fell to the ground in a paralyzed manner. His consciousness was a little blurred. The white-haired woman gently waved her hand, and Yi Tianmian immediately felt that he was wrapped in a soft power, and his spiritual power quickly recovered. The white-haired woman said, "Your gong method." Yi Tianming said, "I co-created it together with Tower Ancestor." Little Tower? How could the white-haired woman not know how many kilograms the little tower weighed? She knew that it was obviously created by Yi Tianmian himself in front of her. She had to say that she was a bit surprised, but on second thought, when she thought of Yi Tianmian's identity, she was relieved. The white-haired woman said, "This gong method of yours is very good, however. Your use of the power of the earth is not quite right." Yi Tianming busily said, "Please enlighten me, senior." The white-haired woman smiled faintly. "Gather the heart of the earth." Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. The white-haired woman looked down at the depths of the earth and then said, "All of this earth power comes from the heart of the earth in the depths of the earth. If you are able to coalesce the heart of the earth, you are the earth, and the power of the earth is endless for you, never drying up." Yi Tianming was a little excited and said, "Senior, how do I condense it?" The white-haired woman said, "Devour it." Yi Tianming was slightly stunned. Then he looked deep into the earth. "Devour the ready-made ones?" The white-haired woman nodded. "Aha." Yi Tianming hesitated, then said, "Will it agree?" The white-haired woman smiled. "It's honor." Yi Tianming. Soon, the white-haired woman disappeared into the field with Yi Tianming. On the other hand, a group of powerful men from the Nalan clan, led by the Nalan clan, gathered in a void. Today they were going to do a big thing. Surround and kill the woman in the veiled skirt. Brothers, happy mid-autumn. Chapter 100. Ant's words must be listened to. The leader, Nalan Feng, looked down at the heavenly dragon clan below, and behind him was a group of worldly strongmen. A strong man excitedly said, "Brother Feng, when will we strike?" Nalan Feng calmly said, "There's no rush. Wait for the one from the Skywalker civilization." Someone was shocked. "The Skywalker civilization is willing to help?" Nalan Feng smiled faintly. "They will still give face to my Nalan clan." The crowd laughed. Deep within the earth veins, when the white-haired woman brought Yi Tianming to reappear, they had already arrived at the deepest part of a piece of the earth, and not far in front of them in the depths of a piece of magma. There was a human-like heart floating there, however, it was in an earth-colored color. The temperature around them was extremely high, but there was a mysterious force protecting Yi Tianming's body around him. The white-haired woman looked not far away. "This is the heart of the earth. The heart of the earth." Yi Tianming looked at the heart of the earth with a grave expression. He felt that the heart of the earth contained extremely terrifying energy. If he was able to devour it, then wouldn't he just take off? He was a little excited and expectant, but quickly calmed down again. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at the white-haired woman. "Senior, I feel that it's afraid that it won't let me devour it." The white-haired woman smiled. "Under normal circumstances, it will never let you devour it. But," saying that, she turned her head to look at that earth's heart. Her Shen Qi transmitted her voice, I don't know what she said, but that earth's heart suddenly trembled, and in the next moment it even slowly flew in front of Yi Tianming. The white-haired woman said, "It's ready now." Yi Tianming looked at the white-haired woman with a face full of shock. The white-haired woman gently rubbed his head and smiled. "Remember, many times, connections are more important than effort. Networking is more important than effort." Yi Tianming nodded slightly. "I understand." The white-haired woman laughed. "This earth's heart doesn't indicate that it wants to directly submit to you. It's just willing to give you a chance. You still need to pass its test. If you can't pass its test, then it won't fuse with you." Yi Tianming looked at the earth's heart in front of him, somewhat curious. "What test?" The white-haired woman said, "Bearing the weight of the earth." Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled, and at that moment, the white-haired woman suddenly glanced at the heart of the earth, and the latter suddenly transformed into a golden light and disappeared between Yi Tianming's eyebrows. Boom! In an instant, Yi Tianming's eyes violently opened roundly. and 2 golden lights shot out from his eyes. Pure surging earth power. Ah! Etion Life suddenly tilted his head and roared, his features directly twisted into a different shape at this moment. He only felt as if his body had been suddenly crushed by a huge mountain. His flesh instantly tensed into a string, and then gradually began to crack. Not only his flesh, he felt that his organs and lungs and the bones of his entire body were all cracking at this moment. Yi Ming said in a trembling voice, "Senior, I can't bear it." The white-haired woman calmly said, "If you feel you can't bear it, then give up. It's okay." Yi Tianmian. Soon, Yi Tianming's entire body began to ooze blood, and in a short period of time he turned into a bloody man. Yi Tianming only felt like he was going to explode at this moment. However, he did not choose to give up. To him, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if he chose to give up on this opportunity, he might never encounter it again in the future. Endure. Yi Tianming clenched his teeth tightly, and soon, he heard the sound of his entire body's bones clicking and clacking. Yi Tianming said in his heart, "Tazu, I'm not going to die, am I?" The little tower said, "Then give up." Yi Tianmian trembled. "Tower ancestor, I can't give you up." Little tower. As the time passed little by little, Yi Tianmian's face was already completely different at this moment. Not only that, his consciousness began to gradually blur. At this time, he was just holding on with one breath. Xiao Ta could not help but feel a little worried. "Master Mother." The white-haired woman smiled. "Don't worry. The heart of the earth has its heart in the right place." Xiao Ta said, "His flesh seems to be changing." The white-haired woman nodded slightly. "The earth's power is refining his fleshly body and his roots and bones suddenly. His current fleshly body, if he wants to improve again, he must break through his own limits." The small tower said, "Should I open the space within my tower to him now?" The white-haired woman thought about it and shook her head. The small tower said, "If he doesn't go into the tower to cultivate, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to fight against that Yang Jia kid. It's not quite fair to him." It actually wanted to open up the space of the small tower to Yi Tianming a long time ago, but it was too honest, and it had to be said that after following the Yang family for 3 generations, it was really uncomfortable to suddenly change to such an honest one. The white-haired woman looked at Yi Tianmian and softly said, "This guy, maybe he doesn't need the space inside at all." The small tower said. Yi Tianmian was lying not far away, his entire body curled up into a ball, shivering. His will was close to collapsing at this moment. Several times he felt like he was going to die, but he still clenched his teeth and held on. Just when Yi Tianmian's physical body was about to completely collapse, many earth vein forces were suddenly wrapped around his body, and those incomparably pure earth vein forces began to rapidly fuse with his body, and gradually, his body began to change. Yi Tianming's consciousness also gradually began to recover. He felt that the earth's heart was actually beginning to fuse with his own heart. After about an hour, Yi Tianming felt that half of his vitality had recovered. He slowly climbed up. He looked down at his body. He was surprised to find that his own body had completely recovered. Yi Tianming looked up to the white-haired woman not far away. The white-haired woman smiled and said, "Try throwing a punch." Yi Tianming clenched his right fist and fiercely threw a punch. Boom! This fist was swung out, and the magma within 100 feet radius unexpectedly turned into ashes in an instant and directly evaporated. Yi Tianming looked at his fist in shock. His current power had increased by at least more than 5 times compared to before. The white-haired woman added, "Feel the heart of the earth in your body." Yi Tianming's eyes slowly closed, and soon, he felt that he had a special connection with that earth's heart, just like with that transcendent sacred seal. The white-haired woman said, "Utilize it and throw another punch." Yi Tianlife nodded, his right hand fiercely clenched, and he threw out a fist. In an instant, a terrifying earth fist aura swept through the field from the center of the field. The space within a circle of hundreds of feet directly collapsed and turned into pitch black at this moment. Yi Tianlife, shocked in place, unbelievably looked at his fist. He just did not put out much force. The white-haired woman smiled slightly. She brought Yi Tianming to the ground. She looked at Yi Tianming, who was still shocked. "Feel the heart of the earth again. Remember, think of yourself as the earth." Yi Tianming nodded. His eyes slowly closed. Soon, the entire earth began to tremble slightly. Yi Tianming suddenly became excited because he felt the endless power of the earth vein. No, not felt, but that endless power of the earth vein was contained within him. At this moment, his feeling was that he was the earth. Yi Tianming suddenly opened his eyes. "Rise!" Boom! In an instant, a 3,000 zhang Dharma phase appeared behind him. 3,000 zhang. Yi Tianming looked excited because before, his Dharma phase could only condense 1,000 zhang at most. But at this moment, his earth vein Dharma phase was able to condense 3,000 zhang. This was something that only an age immortal would be able to do. Moreover, he felt that this earth Dharma phase behind him was still different from the previous one. The quality was different. The body of this Dharma phase behind him now was an earthy golden color, and it contained endless earth. Vein power, and the power was surely much more than that of a normal. The power is definitely far more powerful than normal 3 zhang phases. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Tianmian suddenly spread his palm out, and an earth chi sword with a sheath appeared in his hand, which he violently pulled out. Buzz! As a sword sound resounded, a nearly 1,000 feet long sword chi broke through the air, directly tearing out a huge opening in space, and finally chopping down hard on the distant ground, tearing out a huge gap in the ground that was too deep to see the bottom. 60 superimposed Jintian sword drawing techniques. Yi Tianming looked at the sword in his hand and was excited. He realized that after he devoured this earth heart, his fleshly body was also greatly enhanced, and soon, he understood that his bearing capacity was now too much stronger than before. The white-haired woman suddenly said, "This earth's heart is now fused with your heart, for your current realm. The earth's power can be said to be endless, but your body and your spiritual power are not enough to fully utilize its full power. You need to take your time in the future to keep exploring it. Its benefits are a lot more than you can imagine." Yi Tianming nodded. Understood. He also sensed that this earth's heart was marvelous and had many things to be developed. The white-haired woman added, because you know 4 types of Dharma phases, and there may be more in the future in addition to your superimposed sky-splitting sword drawing technique. Therefore, this has very strict requirements for your physical body as well as your spiritual power. You must raise your physical body and spiritual power before these Dharma phases of yours can bring out their true power. Yi Tianming nodded. I understand. The white-haired woman continued, I've taken a look. That transcendent sacred seal between your eyebrows is very suitable for you right now. You can make good use of it to raise your spiritual power. As for your physical body, your current physical realm has also reached the limit of what your current realm and will can achieve. The only way to raise it further is to raise your will. But this is not urgent. What you need next is actual combat. A truly strong person must not be cultivated, but killed through countless actual battles. Yi Tianming was a little excited. Senior, I also want an actual battle. The white-haired woman smiled. The ancient former civilization sent someone. They said that they want you to go back and get an engagement ceremony with them. Yi Tianming hesitated and nodded. Okay, shall I leave now? The white-haired woman said, I'll give you a ride. Yi Tianming was slightly stunned. Then he realized, Guanxian Universe would definitely not let him go. The other party sending him off was obviously trying to protect him. He didn't reject it, and then he made a deep salute. Thank you, senior. The white-haired woman smiled faintly. Go clean up first. Yi Tianming nodded. Good. After saying that, he turned around and left. At this time, Fu Shun and a group of Heavenly Dragon Clan powerhouses appeared in the center of the field, and Fu Shun said in a deep voice, Ancestor, you're leaving the Heavenly Dragon Clan? The white-haired woman looked up into the depths of the starry river and said softly, It's time to leave. Fu Shun said with some concern, Guanxian Swordmaster had orders back then. The sins of my Heavenly Dragon Clan? The white-haired woman smiled faintly. Auntie's words have to be listened to. The sins of the Heavenly Dragon Clan's clan had been eliminated. Fu Shun hesitated, then said, Are the words of that prime-skirted senior greater than the Guanshuanfa? The white-haired woman said softly, As long as she wants, not to mention the Guanchuan universe, the entire universe will cease to exist. Chapter 101. Area. Yi Tianming found Fu Wei. Fu Wei looked at Yi Tianming. You want to have a real fight with me? Yi Tianming nodded his head. Fu Wei said, I have the same intention. A few moments later, the two arrived at a wide cultivation ground. Fu Wei directly pressed his right hand and suppressed his realm to the same realm as Yi Tianming. Then, he looked at Yi Tianming. Use a sword. Yi Tianming nodded. Naturally. Saying that, his palm spread out and a sheathed earth sword appeared in his hand. Fu Wei's right hand slowly tightened his grip. A terrifying power spread out from within his palm, and the space-time around him violently stirred. Yi Tianming suddenly drew his sword. 60 superimposed Jintian sword drawing techniques. A sword light flashed through the field like a thunderbolt, cutting straight through Fu Wei. Naturally, Fu Wei didn't dare to take Yi Tianming lightly, jokingly. This was the existence that had defeated the number 1 genius of the entire universe, Yang Jia, in the same realm. He fiercely blasted out his fist. Horrifyingly pure power like a flash flood poured out from his fist, fiercely slamming into the sword chi. Boom! As soon as the sword light and Fu Wei's terrifying power came into contact, a shockwave violently erupted from each other, shaking them both into a violent retreat, and both sides only stopped after retreating for more than 100 feet. Fu Wei looked down at his own body, sword marks all over it, but it didn't really break his defense, and not far away, Yi Tianmian didn't look too good except for his complexion, but there wasn't much else going on either. Fu Wei looked towards Yi Tianming and said in a faint voice, "This sword skill of yours, you still need to practice." Yi Tianming also said in a faint voice, "Your strength doesn't seem to be quite enough either. You need to practice more as well." Fu Wei glanced at him and turned around. Yi Tianming also turned around and walked away. After walking to no one's place with each other, Fu Wei's tightly clenched hands suddenly loosened. His chest directly cracked and a blood soared out. Looking at the crack in his chest, he said with a gloomy expression, "What a strong sword!" On the other hand, Yi Tianmian was the moment he let go of his hands. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out from his mouth. Yi Tianmian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "What strong physical strength," Xiao Ta said. "After all, it's the dragon race, and they've been in the dragon race because of the Lord. Because of that senior of yours, their bloodline has mutated. It can be said that the one who can steadily beat them in terms of physical body and strength is afraid that only Irma that grizzled." Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. "Area?" Xiao Ta said. "A deceased person." Yi Tianming laughed. "To be a deceased person of Tower ancestor, that must be a person with an extremely good character." The little Tower said in a deep voice, "Not good." Yi Tianming's expression froze as he smiled sarcastically. "Listening to this name, Irma, that must be a very gentle and lovely person, right?" Xiao Ta said. "She will eat people." Yi Tianming was shocked. "Eat people?" Xiao Ta said. "Aha." Yi Tianming said. "So fierce." Xiao Ta said. "Very fierce in the future if you see." "No, you can't see her." Yi Tianming was puzzled. "Why?" Xiao Ta said. "She has some issues with your mother. If you see you, I can't guarantee that she will not beat you." Yi Tianming laughed. "Not afraid. I have the Tower ancestor." The small Tower said. "This? If she wants to beat you? Well, she should be able to give me face." Yi Tianming asked with some curiosity, "Tower ancestor, what is that area girl's beef with my mother?" The small Tower said softly, "It's all old stories." Seeing that Tower ancestor was unwilling to say more, Yi Tianming also stopped asking. He went back to his residence to rest for an hour and then went to find the white-haired woman. The white-haired woman smiled. "Let's go." Yi Tianming nodded. "Good." A few moments later, Yi Tianming followed the white-haired woman and set off to the ancient former civilization, and at this time that Fu Shun followed him with a group of heavenly dragon clan powerhouses. Fu Shun respectfully said, "We would like to give Mr. Yi a ride." The white-haired woman smiled. "Go back." Fu Shun wanted to say something, and there was worry in his eyes. The white-haired woman smiled. "Go back." Fu Shun no longer said anything, respectfully saluted, and turned to leave with a group of heavenly dragon clan powerhouses. The white-haired woman led Yi Tianming to a star river. She glanced around the star river. "Let me see your star dharma." Yi Tianming knew that the other party wanted to instruct him. His heart was delighted. He hastily summoned the star dharma phase. The star dharma phase was now inferior to the earth dharma phase. It was only 1,000 feet. The white-haired woman looked at Yi Tianming's star dharma phase and was a little surprised. "This is the Tao star technique of the Chuanxing civilization?" Yi Tianming nodded. "Yes. I fused that Tao star technique with my gong method." The white-haired woman smiled. "Unusual." Yi Tianming respectfully said, "Please guide senior." The white-haired woman said, "The Tao star technique was created by an ancestor of the Gunstar civilization. The special feature of this technique is that it devours the power of the stars. But unlike other techniques, it doesn't just devour the power of the stars, but rather it integrates itself into the Star River universe." Yi Tianming's eyes lit up. "Make yourself one with the Star River universe." The white-haired woman nodded. "The universe is vast, the starry rivers are endless, and this technique theoretically has no upper limit, of course. It's only theoretically because there aren't many people in this world who can personify the entire universe, and the one who is truly able to do so, the power of the stars might already be insignificant to him." Yi Tianming said in a deep voice, "I understand." The white-haired woman turned her head to look at Yi Tianming with interest. "You understand?" Yi Tianming seriously said, Tao contains everything in the universe, no matter whether it's a gongfu martial art or a divine ability or not. It's all within the Tao. Grasping the essence of the Tao is tantamount to grasping everything. If a cultivator doesn't step out of their own Tao, they will always be weak. Why is my teacher's law of the being so powerful? Why is it able to ignore everything? It's because he stepped out of a brand new avenue. Under this avenue, it can ignore everything and suppress everything, unless someone's Tao is even stronger than my teacher's. The white-haired woman looked at Yi Tianming for a moment before spreading her face and smiling. What a smart little guy. Yi Tianming seriously said, so, I have to walk out of my own Tao. As for the sword skill or the gong fu that I am learning now, they are just auxiliary items on my life path. I can learn them and I have to learn them, but I have to walk out of a path that belongs to my own Tao. The white-haired woman looked at Yi Tianming. Then have you thought about that path? Yi Tianming nodded. I've thought about it. The white-haired woman was a little curious. Can you tell me about it? Yi Tianming was a little hesitant. The white-haired woman laughed. Not convenient? Yi Tianming smiled sarcastically. I'm afraid that Senior will laugh. The white-haired woman shook her head. It won't be. Yi Tianming seriously said, constraints? I want to constrain all orders in the entire universe. Any order that is not constrained does not deserve to exist, including the order of the Guanxian universe. The white-haired woman fell silent. After Yi Tianming finished speaking, he suddenly felt refreshed. His dark law represented the injustice of all beings, but he felt that this was not enough at all. He felt that he could be like his teacher and make his philosophy a little higher. Order. There were countless orders in the world. Each order represented a right, even an absolute right. If an absolute right was unchecked, how terrifying would it be? The light and dark law was simply not enough. He had to come out with a completely new path to take, and that was to constrain all the absolute rights in the world. He knew that this path would be difficult, but he must take it. The white-haired woman looked at Yi Tianmian, a flash of complexity in her eyes. Is this your teacher's idea, or did you think of it yourself? Yi Tianming said, I thought of it myself. My teacher's aim is to let all beings have the ability to restrain power, but I think this is not enough because absolute power leads to absolute corruption. Just like the Guanchuan universe, all the rules and laws are not as good as a word from the Yang family. They are completely above the rules and laws. Even the rules and laws that they themselves set up, they can disobey them. Saying that, he shook his head. The absolute power of the cabinet of the academy? This is the root cause of all injustices. Only by restraining absolute rights, the world might be relatively fairer. The white-haired woman smiled. That is a difficult thing to do. Yi Tianming nodded. I have confidence because I have the tower ancestor. Little tower. The white-haired woman laughed. Your tower ancestor is indeed remarkable. The people who have followed it are all extraordinary big shots. Little tower. The white-haired woman glanced at the star phantom behind Yi Tianming. Your words just now are very right. One must walk one's own Tao. However, very few people are able to reach the top of the Tao in a single step. Don't look at your master's one-step ascent to the top of the Tao. In fact, he has been reading for 100 years, and for 100 years he has been accumulating, and you need to accumulate as well. Yi Tianming nodded. I understand. I will work hard. The white-haired woman said, There's no rush. You have a long road. You have to walk slowly and steadily. He's afraid that he won't have the chance to walk. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Not far away, time and space cracked open, and a middle-aged man slowly walked out. Nailan Feng. In the surroundings, 32 top-tier powerhouses suddenly appeared, all of them at the circle-breaking realm. None of them hid their appearance. They were very bright. Nailan Feng looked at the white-haired woman. From the Heavenly Dragon Clan. The white-haired woman glanced at Nailan Feng and the others and calmly said, The Guanxian universe, indeed, needs to change. Nailan Feng laughed. Even 1,000 years ago when your Heavenly Dragon Clan was at its peak, my Nailan clan was not weak, let alone now. However, don't worry. Today our target is not your Sky Dragon Clan. Let the woman in the veiled skirt come out. My Nailan clan wants to spar with her. Chapter 102. As big as the sky is, the ant is the biggest. Vegetarian skirt woman. Hearing Nailan Feng's words, the white-haired woman shook her head slightly. 1,000 years ago, the mistake my Heavenly Dragon Clan made was blind arrogance and overexpansion, which ultimately led to today's downfall. How come you, the Nailan clan, are going to repeat the same mistake now? Nailan Feng laughed, with an undisguised sneer in his smile. Is your Heavenly Dragon Clan qualified to be compared to my Nailan clan? We shouldn't be on the same level, right? Back then, at the peak of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, the Nailan clan did not lose to the Heavenly Dragon Clan at all. After all, at that time, Nailan Jiao was the master mother of the Guanchuan universe, and she also mastered the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and nowadays the master of the Guanchuan universe, Yang Jia, that was half of the Nailan clan's bloodline. It could be said that the current Nalan clan's power had already reached its peak, not to mention the Guanchuan universe. Even if it was put into the entire universe, it was a superfamily. Thus, he, Nalan Feng, was not inflated but had the strength. Hearing Nalan Feng's words, the white-haired woman didn't say anything else, but only sighed in a low voice, because she understood that power could make people expand. Once a person expands, he will lose his mind. The current Nalan clan was just like the Heavenly Dragon clan back then. Nalan Feng's gaze landed on Yi Tianming. Let's not waste time. Let the woman in the veiled dress behind you come out. Brother Feng, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? At this time, a strong member of the lineage suddenly spoke. When we beat him to death, the woman in the veiled dress behind him will naturally come out. Saying that, he suddenly threw a punch through the air at Yi Tianmian. Boom! With just a simple punch, the entire Star River universe directly boiled with terror. Circle-breaking realm powerhouse. Before the punch arrived, the momentum had already arrived. The might of this punch caused Yi Tianming to instantly feel a sense of suffocation. A powerhouse of this level had already exceeded his current knowledge. Right at this moment, the white-haired woman suddenly whisked her sleeve. Boom! The might of that punch was instantly wiped out, and at the same time, the strong man who had struck out was even shaken back tens of thousands of feet by a terrifying force. Directly crushed. Seeing this scene, those strong men in the arena were all shocked as they looked at the white-haired woman in disbelief. When the leader, Nalan Feng, saw this scene, his expression also became a bit gloomy as he looked at the white-haired woman. It seems that you were a bit underestimated. The white-haired woman did not have any nonsense. Raised her hand as a fist, Nalan Feng's pupil suddenly shrunk. His right hand spread out. In front of him suddenly appeared a strange circle of light. Within the circle of light, it seems to have some kind of great Tao in the cohesion. However, with the white-haired woman that the power of the fist came, that circle of light is instantly broken. Nalan Feng directly retreated 10,000 feet away. Just stopped. His body is cracked, blood splattered. In the piece of the starry river universe behind him is instantly collapsed. The star universe behind him was instantly collapsed and annihilated. Once again, he was crushed. Yi Tianming's heart jumped when he saw this scene. Boy, this senior's strength was so terrifying. And in the distance, that Nalan Feng who was seriously injured by a punch looked at the white-haired woman incredulously. You? He had never thought that the strength of this white-haired woman in front of him would be so terrifying. The white-haired woman lightly looked at Nalan Feng. What kind of trash thing is worthy of sparring with your aunt? After saying that, she led Yi Tianming towards the distance, directly ignoring them. Seeing this scene, Nalan Feng's face immediately became incredibly ugly. Those powerhouses beside him were also shocked by the white-haired woman's strength and stayed where they were, not daring to continue. Nalan Feng suddenly said, "Everyone go together." Together. More than 30 circle-breaking realm powerhouses suddenly struck out in unison. And in just an instant, this Star River universe began to annihilate inch by inch, unable to withstand their power at all. The white-haired woman stopped in her tracks as she slowly turned around and raised her hand. Boom! This fist came out without any law and Tao power. It was pure physical power, but it was such a fist that actually forced those dozens of circle-breaking realm powerhouses back tens of thousands of feet away. At this moment, Nalan Feng and the others were all completely confused. Yi Tianming also had his mouth open, enough to stuff down an egg. This senior's strength was also too heaven-defying. The white-haired woman glanced at that Nalan Feng and the others. None of them can fight. A bunch of trash. Crowd. The white-haired woman ignored them and continued to lead Yi Tianming forward. Nalan Feng suddenly said in a sardonic voice, "Aren't you afraid that your heavenly dragon clan will be exterminated?" The white-haired woman stopped her steps and turned her head to look at Nalan Feng. "Do you exterminate?" Being stared at by the white-haired woman, Nalan Feng's heart inexplicably chilled. He didn't dare to be tough. He only had to say, "What your heavenly dragon clan committed back then was a capital offense. You still dare to meddle in the things of Guanxian universe now. Aren't you afraid that Guanxian Swordmaster will exterminate your heavenly dragon clan?" The white-haired woman calmly said, "The sins of the heavenly dragon clan's clan have been eliminated." Nalan Feng said angrily, "The words of that plain-skirted woman can be greater than the Guanchuan Swordmaster?" The white-haired woman looked at him faintly. "As big as the heavens are, Auntie is the biggest." Nalan Feng was infuriated by these words and said angrily, "How dare you think that woman is greater than the Guanchuan Sword Master, you?" Quack! The white-haired woman suddenly raised her hand and slapped. Bang! Before Nalan Feng finished speaking, his entire body directly flew backwards, and in the process of flying out, His flesh began to explode inch by inch. Those circle-breaking realm powerhouses beside him were dumbfounded. When did the circle-breaking realm strong man become so weak? Beside Nalan Feng, a strong man suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Zhou Mu, quickly take out that strand of sword chi." This woman was too strong for the likes of them to defeat. That great Zhou powerhouse didn't hesitate and immediately took out a talisman. That talisman shot up into the sky, and in the next moment, in the depths of the distant Great Zhou Kingdom, a wisp of sword light shot up into the sky, and that wisp of sword light directly shattered the void and arrived above the heads of the people in the arena. With the arrival of the sword gas, an extremely terrifying sword Dao pressure suddenly spread from the field, and under this sword Dao pressure, Nalan Feng and others directly cannot withstand, have been forcibly suppressed to crawl on the ground. Even the white-haired woman's emanation of dragon might was instantly suppressed at this moment. Feeling this wisp of sword chi contained in the horror of the sword Dao pressure, Yi Tianmian looked unprecedentedly heavy. He incredibly looked at the sword chi. He has been unable to use any words to describe the horror of this sword chi. At this moment, his intuition told him that this white-haired senior could not block this wisp of sword chi, because he felt a potential within this strand of sword chi. Invincible potential. If the sword came down and wanted you to die, you must die. Yi Tianming turned his head to look at the white-haired woman and worriedly said, "Senior." The white-haired woman, however, directly pulled him to the front. "You will carry this sword chi." Ah! Yi Tianming's eyes were wide open, intuitively stunned there, and right at this moment, that wisp of sword chi had already fallen straight down. Seeing that sword chi falling straight down, Yi Tianmian only had one thought. It's over. Is this thing something that he can carry? He wanted to let the tower ancestor carry it, but on second thought, the tower ancestor was afraid that he couldn't carry it either, so he simply closed his eyes. What is your own matter, carry it yourself. But after a while, he realized that there was no movement. What's going on? Yi Tianming opened his eyes, only to see that the wisp of sword chi was currently against his brow. But at this moment, he could no longer feel any of the mighty sword power. Looking at the near sword chi, Yi Tianming subconsciously reached out his hand and gently touched it. And when he did so, the wisp of sword chi even disappeared without a sound. This scene directly caused everyone in the scene to freeze. It just disappeared? What the hell? Yi Tianming was also filled with confusion as he turned his head to look at the white-haired woman. "Senior. This? The white-haired woman gave him a deep look, then laughed in a low voice. "Your tower ancestor made a move." The little pagoda immediately had a jolt. Yi Tianmian was also jolted. Tower ancestor. So powerful. The white-haired woman nodded her head and said with a straight face, "Of course, tower ancestor, it was at its peak back then, but it was invincible under the three swords and one for one above the three swords." Little tower. Yi Tianming was incomparably impressed, and the small tower's image of greatness in his heart immediately soared in a straight line. The white-haired woman rubbed Yi Tianmian's head and smiled. "Let's go." Saying this, she led Yi Tianming towards the distance. Xiaota suddenly transmitted her voice with Xian Qi. "Little mother in charge. Not killing those guys?" The white-haired woman faintly glanced at Nalan Feng and the others in the distance who were dumbfounded. "If we kill them now, that will stop the damage. Let them continue to make. The more they make, the better." The Heavenly Dragon clan had acted and was almost exterminated. She recognized it. If she kills them now, she will definitely stop the loss, because killing dozens of broken circles at a time, these worldly clans will definitely come to their senses. But on what grounds? All NG have to die. That's only fair. After hearing the white-haired woman's words, Xiaota? Not far away, Nalan Feng and the others were still in a daze at the moment. That strand of invincible sword chi just disappeared? What the hell? The crowd was completely confused. Someone looked towards that great Zhou and said in a trembling voice, "Zhou, was that wisp of your sword chi sent from the opposite side?" Zhou. Nalan Feng, who was in the lead, said in a deep voice, "This is a bit weird. It might have been that white-haired woman who struck." Zhou shook his head. "Unlikely. Back then our Zhou family ancestor said, that wisp of sword chi is unfathomable. Dare not say anything else. Below the painting circle is absolutely messy to kill. That white-haired woman can't possibly reach the painting circle realm." The crowd was silent. The pressure of that wisp of sword chi they had just felt, it was indeed terrifying. They simply couldn't breathe in front of that wisp of sword chi just now. At this time, a strong man stood out. "This teenager called Yi Tianmian has been a bit weird from the beginning until now. Gentlemen, My Tugu clan doesn't want to get involved. Nalan Fong looked at that Tugu clan powerhouse and said grimly, "What, you Tugu clan want to part ways with everyone?" That Tugu clan powerhouse said in a deep voice, "Brother Fong, this Yi Tianmian is definitely not an ordinary person. If we continue to play like this, I'm afraid that we're going to be finished." With him, Nalan Fong laughed coldly. With Ancestor Jia around, who in this world can destroy my Nalan clan? That Tugu clan powerhouse was about to say something, when another person suddenly said, "Tugu you, don't you want that law of the beings?" With all due respect, at that time, if we get it and your Tugu clan doesn't have it, do you think your Tugu clan will still be able to maintain decency? That Tugu Yu's face immediately turned ugly. That Qin clan's strong man suddenly stepped out. "Gentlemen, giving up just like that? Everyone is not willing. How about this? I'll contact the real world and let that fortune teller calculate the destiny of this Yi Tianmian. If it's too hard, then there must be a big problem. We have to think long and hard." The crowd thought for a moment, then nodded their heads. Soon, the crowd dispersed. Only that Great Zhou's Zhou Mu was still in a state of confusion. Because the Great Zhou's protectorate sword Qi was just gone. This go back how to explain. Because there is a white-haired woman to protect. Secretly, even if some people want to hit Yi Tianming Zhongseng Lir, but also did not dare to do it. Half an hour later, the white-haired woman is to bring Yi Tianming to the ancient former starfield. After bringing Yi Tianming to the ancient former starfield, the white-haired woman stopped. She looked at Yi Tianming and smiled. "Little fellow, here it is." Yi Tianming gave a respectful salute to the white-haired woman. "Many thanks, senior." The white-haired woman smiled. "Do you still remember the Tao you spoke to me about before?" Yi Tianming nodded his head. The white-haired woman softly said, "There is nothing wrong with your thoughts. One must go out of one's own Tao, and absolute power should be constrained. But you have to understand that this world is a complex world. In any era, in any civilization, there can't be a perfect order. Do you understand what I mean?" Yi Tianming pondered for a moment before saying, "I understand." The white-haired woman smiled. "Really understand?" Yi Tianming seriously said, "Where there is light, there is darkness, and there must also be darkness." The white-haired woman smiled. "I believe that you will one day surpass your teacher and him." Him? Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. The white-haired woman smiled. "I'm really looking forward to when you meet." Saying that, her palm spread out and a nascent ring with that laws of being scroll slowly floated in front of Yi Tianming. Inside the nascent ring are some ancient books that I once collected with someone from various different cosmic civilizations. You can take a look at them. Yi Tianming received the nano ring with both hands. "Thank you, senior." The white-haired woman said, "All right, they are here to pick you up. Little one, we will meet again." After saying that, she made a turn and her person had already disappeared at the end of the Star River. After Yi Tianming watched the white-haired woman disappear at the end of the Star River, he turned around, at which time, Nan Tianji appeared in front of him. Nan Tianji looked at him. "Back?" Yi Tianming nodded his head. Nan Tianji said, "We were going to send someone to pick you up, but that senior said no, she sent you back." Yi Tianming laughed. "This engagement ceremony? What process do we have to go through next?" Nan Tianji looked at him. "If you are disgusted or uncomfortable, you don't have to." Yi Tianming shook his head. "Miss Prayer, I know that you took too much pressure when you made a desperate choice to help me. After all, the ancient former civilization doesn't owe me anything. If I don't get engaged with you, you'll be under even more pressure in the ancient former civilization next." Nan Tianjie said, "Then do you want to get engaged?" Yi Tianming froze. Nan Tianqi suddenly spread a smile. "Let's go." With that, she turned around and left. Yi Tianming followed. Half an hour later, Yi Tianming followed Nan Tianqi to a large hall where all the ancient former civilization powerhouses were present. Today was the day of the engagement between Nan Tianjie and Yi Tianming. At the first place sat Nan Tianjie's father, Nan Yuan. Nan Yuan got up and walked to the duo. He looked at Yi Tianming. "Tianming, do you still have relatives?" After all, this engagement requires both parents. Yi Tianming was silent for a moment before he took the small tower out. "Although I have parents, I don't know who they are. My tower ancestor has followed me since I was a child. It is my kin, it is my parents." Don't. The little tower was alarmed. "Little one, I can't be your parent." "How can I be your parent? I'm just a tower." Chapter 103. Loose Sword Cultivator's Perpetual Sword. The little tower was really anxious this time. It wasn't the matter of being a parent, but it sensed the resentment in this little guy's heart towards his parents. How can this be? This absolutely can't be there. Yi Tianming smiled and said, Pagoda ancestor, in my heart, you are my family, my elder. Hearing Yi Tianming's words, the little tower was still somewhat touched in its heart. It sighed in a low voice, Little one, I can be your elder, but I have to speak with you, your mother. She is really a very good person. She has never cared about you. Really, I can swear in the name of my first-generation master. Really? Yi Tianming nodded. I believe tower ancestor. But today, my mother won't show up, right? The little tower was silent. Yi Tianming smiled. Then you will be my elder today. Okay? The little tower was silent for a moment before saying, Of course. With that, it directly transformed into a shadow. Nan Yuan glanced at the small tower, then smiled. I wonder what to call you? The little tower calmly said. Just call me Little Tower. Nan Yuan nodded slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Brother Tower, please take a seat. Immediately, someone moved a chair next to Nan Yuan's chair. And Little Pagoda also said, Please. One person and one tower walked to the chair and sat down. At this time, someone immediately served 2 engagement papers. Nan Tian Prayer glanced at Yi Tianming, then stretched out a finger, and at the tip of the finger 2 drops of essence blood flew out and landed at the lower right corner of those 2 engagement papers. Her gaze once again landed on Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming did not hesitate. He stretched out a finger, and 2 drops of essence blood flew out, landing steadily at the corners of the 2 instruments respectively. Nan Yuan smiled. The rest of those ancient former civilization powerhouses in the hall also laughed. At the beginning, they were actually not too in favor of this marriage. After all, Yi Tianmai was only from a lowly family, but when they learned that Yi Tianmai had defeated Yang Jia amongst the same realm, they weren't half as reluctant anymore. That was Yang Jia, currently the most demonic person in the entire universe. The fact that Yi Tianmian was able to defeat him while in the same realm already said it all. At this time, Nan Tianjie suddenly took out a square box and handed it to Yi Tianmian, who was a bit puzzled. What is this? Nan Yuan smiled. Engagement. It is natural to exchange gifts. Exchanging gifts. Yi Tianming was stunned. He did not expect this process. Gifts. He had not prepared anything. He subconsciously put his hand on the Xingdao sword on his waist. Xingdao sword? Xiaoda suddenly said, Little fellow, you forgot? Your gift is here with me. Saying that, it suddenly spread out its palm and a dark golden box slowly floated in front of Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming gratefully glanced at the tower ancestor as he held up the dark golden box before handing it over to Nan Tianxie. Nan Tianxie received the box. She didn't open it but was about to put it away. But at that moment, someone suddenly laughed. Little Xie, don't you want to show us what kind of gift Mr. Yi is giving you? The rest of the people also laughed. Show us. Nan Tianxie, however, shook her head. I'll go back and look for myself. She was aware of Yi Tianming, although his identity and origin were somewhat mysterious. He was actually very poor, because she had investigated him before, but he needed to save even a few tens of spirit crystals. Therefore, she knew that the gift he had sent was definitely not something particularly precious. Of course, she didn't mind at all, but if she were to open it up for the crowd to see, she was afraid that it would hurt his face. And at this time, the small tower on the side suddenly laughed. Girl, since everyone wants to see it, then open it for everyone to see. Nantian Prayer was still a bit hesitant. Little Tower said again, It's nothing to look at. Seeing the small tower once again sent words, Nantianchi could not refuse. She slowly opened the box. Inside the box was an emerald green tree, and the moment she opened it, a pure tree fragrance immediately filled the entire hall. Everyone smelled it immediately felt refreshed. Not only that, they could feel that their own lifespan was increased in the moment just now. Everyone in the hall was astonished, and someone said in shock, This is the legendary Divine Tree of Life. Divine Tree of Life. Someone was shocked. It's the legendary Divine Tree of Life that was used by that Guanchuan Swordmaster? Guanchuan Swordmaster. The moment these words came out, everyone in the arena looked at each other in shock. At this moment, Nan Yuan walked down. He stared at the Divine Tree of Life, in the hands of Nantian Prayer, and said with a grave expression, It is indeed the Divine Tree of Life that was used by that year's Guan Xian Swordmaster. Hearing Nan Yuan's words, all the people in the hall looked at the small tower incredulously. At this moment, they were all puzzled in their hearts. Why did this person have the Divine Tree of Life that the Guan Xian Swordmaster had used back then? This thing was equivalent to an extremely high-grade civilization ancestral artifact. Nantian Prayer was also shocked beyond measure. She naturally knew the preciousness of this gift, an extremely high-grade civilization ancestral artifact. this kind of divine object, that is, the ancient former civilization only had one piece, and that piece, unless the ancient former civilization was in a life and death situation, that was absolutely impossible to use. And now, the other party had actually casually sent an extreme-grade civilization ancestral artifact out. At this moment, apart from being shocked, the group of elders in the Great Hall all revealed a look of, "It's really like this." This Lord Ye's origin was really not simple, and this tower ancestor in front of him might also be a peerless figure. Yi Tianming was also a bit shocked. He knew that the tower ancestor's origin was definitely not that simple, but he also did not expect the tower ancestor to be able to casually take out a superb civilization ancestor artifact out of. Moreover, this civilization ancestral artifact was also related to the Guanchuan Swordmaster of that year. Could it be that the tower ancestor knew the Guanchuan Swordmaster? Right at this moment, Nan Yuan suddenly said, "From now on, Heaven's destiny is a person of my ancient frontier civilization, and his affairs are the affairs of my ancient frontier civilization." The people in the arena nodded their heads. "As it should be, as it should be." Nan Yuan looked at Yi Tianmian. "Tianmian, there are less than 2 years left for the cosmic competition, which means that you don't have much time left. Less than 2 years." In the arena, all the people's expressions became grave. In the previous time, Yang Jia was already a broken circle, a 16-year-old broken circle. This was simply outrageous. In history, only that 100 Races era's 100 Races co-lord had been so perverse. Moreover, this Yang Jia's talent was clearly even more heaven-defying than that 100 Races co-lord. Now the cosmic competition still had less than 2 years to go, and during this period of time, Yang Jia would surely not stagnate and would still improve, and with his talent, 2 years of time was something that the crowd couldn't imagine and didn't dare to imagine. The atmosphere in the hall became incomparably heavy all of a sudden. Not to mention the younger generation, that Yang Jia was the one who made all of them, the strongest of the older generation, feel the pressure. Yi Tianming suddenly said, "Senior, I want to have an actual battle." He knew that he couldn't be in a hurry right now because no amount of hurry would allow him to catch up with Yang Jia in a short period of time. All he had to do now was to take every step on the ground, and then improve the law of beings. Yang Jia had suffered a loss from the law of beings last time, and this time the other party would definitely be on the defensive, therefore he had to improve the law of beings. Hearing Yi Tianming's words, Nan Yuan smiled. "You want to fight in real life? It's just right. There's a place that's especially suitable for you. Tomorrow, you'll go with the Southern Heavenly Temple as well as the Southern Heavenly Green." Yi Tianming nodded. "Good." Nan Yuan glanced at Nan Tianji and Yi Tianming and smiled. "You two haven't seen each other for a long time. You should have a lot to say. You go and talk." Yi Tianmian gave a slight salute before he and Nan Tianji turned around and left. After Yi Tianming and Nan Tianji left, Nan Yuan turned to look at Tower Ancestor and laughed. Brother Tower should have been an extraordinary character once, right? Everyone in the hall looked at the Tower Ancestor, all curious about the Tower Ancestor's identity. The little tower smiled faintly. "Once, I am invincible under the 3 swords, 1 for 1 above the 3 swords, right?" The crowd was puzzled. Who are the 3 swords? Xiao Ta, however, no longer speak, hands behind his back, stepping away, a master image, crowd. In the middle of a garden, Yi Tianmian and Nan Tianqi walked slowly. Nan Tianqi suddenly said, "It seems like your physical body has gotten a big boost now." Yi Tianming nodded. "When I was in the Heavenly Dragon Clan, I received help from that senior." Nan Tianji said, "Do you have confidence in the cosmic competition 2 years from now?" Yi Tianming said, "No, but I will do my best." After Nan Tianqi was silent for a moment, she said, "I know you're under a lot of pressure. Of course, whoever faces Yang Jia will be under a lot of pressure. We have predicted that it will be at most 5 years at that time, not to mention the younger generation. Even the older generation is afraid that there are not many people who can defeat him." Saying that, she turned her head to look at Yi Tianmian. "Tianmian, the ancient former civilization hopes that you will defeat him. I also hope, because if there is no one who can restrain him, he will surely unify the whole universe. But I also know that this matter is very, very difficult, and the pressure on you will also be very, very great. Yi Tianming said, "I will try my best to defeat him again, and give justice to my Yi family with my teacher and them." After this time, he understood that justice only comes from the fist. Without strength, you are not qualified to ask for justice. Nan Tianji suddenly stretched out his hand. "Engagement paperwork." Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. Nan Tianjia added, "Give it to me." Yi Tianmian hesitated, then handed the paperwork to Nan Tianqi before looking at her in puzzlement. Nan Tianqi also took out her own copy of the engagement paperwork. Her hands suddenly exerted force, and the 2 copies of the paperwork directly turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianmian froze. Nan Tianxi turned her head to look at Yi Tianmian and said seriously, Tianmian, no one likes to be constrained, especially by force. I don't want to forcefully constrain you. But this ceremony is something I can't refuse because my ancient former civilization needs a ceremony like this for them to be able to truly recognize you. But don't worry. I won't force you into anything just because I helped you. You were free before and you are free now. After saying that, she turned around and left. Yi Tianming was stunned in place for a long time. In the real world, somewhere on the street in front of a fortune-telling vendor, a man was sitting there. Next to his stall there was a long streamer, and on the long fan there was a line of big words. The avenue is 50, the heaven diffracts 49, and the human being reclines to one of them. The street was bustling with people coming and going. At this time, an old man walked quickly to the man. The old man respectfully said, Master, someone below wants you to calculate that Yi Tianming's life bones. Do you see? The man didn't say anything. He just stretched out his right hand. The old man naturally understood at that moment. He hastily took out a nano ring and put it into the man's hand. The man put it away. Then he counted with his fingers. After a long time he said, This fate called Yi Tianmian's fate is said to be hard, and said to be not hard, and also not hard. The old man was puzzled. How so? The man glanced at him and said in a faint voice, His fate is associated with someone else's. As long as you guys solve the one associated with his fate, then it's as easy as a slap in the face to kill him, and vice versa, you'll never be able to kill him. The old man said in a deep voice, The one who is associated with his fate is that woman in the veiled dress? The corner of the man's eyes jumped. His eyes glanced around. Seeing that there was no movement, then he nodded. Aha! The old man asked again, Then how can I kill that plain skirt woman? The man said, It's simple, just like what I said last time. As long as you guys can carry her first sword. The old man still wanted to say what to ask. The man said, If you ask again, you may have to add money. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched slightly. He no longer asked anything and turned around to leave. The old man had just left, not far away. A man wearing a long robe and carrying a jug of wine walked over. Master of the great Dao Pen, are you pitting people again? The fortune-telling man glanced at the robed man. Boundless, I advise you to cultivate properly. Don't be a hangdog or else you'll be directly killed in seconds just like last time. The boundless master poured himself a mouthful of wine, then said with a straight face, Brothers, don't be playing around. Isn't it good for us to enjoy our days? The great Dao Pen master shook his head. It's not that I want to play. With that, he looked up into the depths of the firmament and said softly, Do you know how many big brothers went down this time? The boundless lord laughed. Then you show me a clear path? The great Dao Pen master was silent. Boundless lord said, Still the same as before, mindlessly standing up for the Yang family? The great Dao Pen master shook his head. Boundless lord's brows furrowed. What do you mean? The great Dao Pen master stared at him. That guy from the Yang clan took the sword ancestor and Qing Xian, while that Yi Tianmian took the Xing Dao sword. There's also that other super perverted guy who took that loose sword cultivator's saber. Hearing this, the boundless lord seemed to realize something, and the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk. Damn! It's them who want to split the victory. Wrong. The great Dao Pen master stared at him. It's to divide life and death. Boundless master. Chapter 104. The Yang family. After parting ways with Nantian prayer, Yi Tianming returned to his room. He took out the nascent ring gifted to him by the white-haired woman of the Heavenly Dragon clan. In the nascent ring were densely packed ancient books, hundreds of thousands of them, all of which had been categorized and came from different cosmic civilizations. He started flipping through them. There were only two ways for a person to grow in knowledge: reading in books and practicing in things. His teacher's achievements made him realize that it was possible to get ahead by reading books, and if he couldn't, then he hadn't read enough. He now reads books naturally, not with his eyes, but with his divine sense to start absorbing. His current spiritual power is strong enough to quickly access the ancient books, of course, to really completely absorb the words, but also need him to think for himself, repeated thinking and constant scrutiny. Moreover, reading books also needed to be separated. Not all books were suitable for reading. Late at night, Yi Tianming suddenly took out the small tower and placed it on the table. Tower ancestor. I remember you said that you are a scholar, a great scholar. I have some questions I want to ask you. The small tower confidently said, Ask. Feel free to ask. Yi Tianming said softly, After I read the ancient books of these civilizations, I found that the system of Guanxian universe was considered to be the most advanced in the entire universe at that time during the era of Guanxian Swordmaster, and during that era of Guanxian universe was indeed unprecedentedly good, and it could be said that it was the best in the entire universe. But why did he later Guanxian swordmaster him to leave and then let those worldly sects to grow stronger? The little tower said, "This question, you already answered it once." Yi Tianming softly said, "Idea." When he first broke into the Guanchuan Dao, he had conversed with that mysterious woman, and at that time, the mysterious woman had asked him if the Guanchuan swordmaster should exist, and his answer was that he shouldn't exist. The little tower said, "Little fellow, that's not what you want to ask, is it?" Yi Tianming said, "The Guanxian swordmaster must have his reasons for doing that. There must be other reasons." Little tower said, "Why are you interested in the Guanchuan swordmaster anymore?" Yi Tianming said, "In order to defeat Yang Jia and defeat the order of the Guanxian universe, I have to understand the Guanxian swordmaster." The little tower was silent. Yi Tianming suddenly asked, "Tower ancestor, what kind of person is the Guanxian swordmaster?" The little tower subconsciously said, "A person with a very heart and eyes." Saying this, it suddenly paused and then said, "You kid are trying to trap me." Yi Tianming laughed. "Tower ancestor, you know the Guanxian swordmaster." The little tower said, "Not to hide it from you and do recognize it." Yi Tianming nodded. "Understood." Saying that, he continued to read the book. Xiao Ta was a little curious. "You didn't ask me why I know him?" Yi Tianming said, "With Tower Ancestor's ability, it's normal to know anyone." Xiao Ta laughed. "Don't flatter your kid. I don't eat this." Yi Tianming laughed. "Then may I ask Tower Ancestor, how did you know the Guanxian swordmaster?" The little tower said, "I can only say that Guanxian swordmaster is actually quite good as a person, and his original intention of order is also good, but you understand." Yi Tianming nodded. He naturally understood what the pagoda ancestor meant. Everything would change. An order that was once good could turn bad in the future. The little tower said, "Little fellow, if you want to defeat the Guanchuan order, you not only have to have strong strength, but you also have to have a better order philosophy than the Guanchuan swordmaster. Of course, you shouldn't underestimate that Yang Jia. He surely has his own order philosophy as well. The fight between you two is in fact a fight of philosophies, a fight of the great Tao." Yi Tianming nodded. The small tower laughed. "Work hard. I'm optimistic about you." Yi Tianming asked, "Why do you favor me?" The little tower laughed. "The people I've brought up are all contemporary and invincible. Haha." Yi Tianming did not say anything, pondering. The next day, as soon as the day dawned, Nantian Temple and Nantian Qing found Yi Tianmian. Nantian Temple was wearing a simple robe with a refined temperament, while Nantian Qing was wearing a light ink-colored long dress, with a few moments of maturity amidst the lightness of her temperament. Nantian Si laughed. "Brother Yi, we have to go." Yi Tianming nodded. "Good." Nantian Temple's palm spread out. A black light rushed up from within his palm, and soon, a ship that was thousands of feet long appeared in the sky. After boarding the ship, Yi Tianming was a little curious. "Brother Temple, we are traveling far?" Nantian Temple nodded. "Very far. Our trip is to a special place." Yi Tianming asked, "What special place?" Nantian Temple said, "The Heavenly Road." Yi Tianming's brows furrowed. "Heavenly Road?" Nantian Temple nodded. "It's the place where the Guanxian swordmaster led the top powerhouses in the entire universe to attack the true world back then. Back then, after the Guanxian swordmaster led the crowd to fight into the true world, the laws that sustained the true world and the world of this universe of ours were directly shattered, and up to this point, things would often fall down from above the true world." Yi Tianming was curious. "Drop things down." Nantian Temple nodded. "Between the Heavenly Road and the true world, there is another special world called the Void True World. This Void True World was an undeveloped cosmic world at that time, and now this undeveloped Void True World belongs to everyone. Civilizations from all over the universe work together to develop it, and, of course, only the super deity level cosmic civilizations have the qualifications to enter it and develop it." Yi Tianming said, "The Guanxian universe allows other cosmic civilizations to develop it?" Nantian Temple laughed. "They have to allow it because the joint development was proposed by the Guanchuan swordmaster back then, and they, Guanchuan Academy, can't overturn the Guanchuan swordmaster's promise in the first place, right?" Yi Tianming nodded slightly. "I understand." "Brother Temple, can you tell me about the cosmic pattern and major civilization forces today?" Nantian Temple said, "Under the true world, there are 5 major top-level forces, which are the Guanxian universe, the chaotic ancient era civilization, the third era civilization, the 100 races era civilization, and the ancient former era civilization, and among them the Guanxian universe civilization already belongs to the super-universe civilization, which is far superior to the other cosmic civilizations. And other than these 5 top powers, there are super-deity-level civilizations, such as the Swarm Star Civilization, Divine Tao Civilization, Transcendent Civilization, and so on. Yi Tianmian said, "Now to what extent is the overall strength of the Guanxian universe strong?" After a moment of silence, South Heavenly Temple said, "We don't know exactly how strong the overall strength of the Guanxian universe is, but we have predicted that one of their sword sect is enough to kill through the entire universe, and it can be said that other than the true worlds, there is no other power cosmic civilization that can contend with the Guanxian universe." Yi Tianming fell silent. Nan Tianqing, who didn't say anything on the side, suddenly said, "Of course, the situation isn't that bad for us right now. For example, Guanxian universe's internal problems." Yi Tianming looked at Nan Tianqing, who laughed. "The Guanxian universe is developing too fast and too quickly, so fast that it exceeds the expectations of all cosmic civilizations, but this has also brought them drawbacks, that is, the emergence of all the major top-level lineages and clans within them, and their young lord Yang Jia has not yet fully grown up." Saying this, he paused and added, "In this situation, Yang Jia wouldn't dare to start a universe-wide war right now. He must improve as soon as possible and then suppress those internal lineages and clans with his invincible strength, just like his father did back then. In other words, he needs time." Yi Tianming said, "Those lineages and clans don't have the guts to dare to oppose the Yang family." Nan Tianqing laughed. "Yes, they don't have the guts to dare to oppose it, but they can go against it in a positive way. Moreover, most of them rely on the fact that their ancestors were brothers or relatives with the Guanchuan Swordmaster, therefore they treat Yang Jia as if he was a latecomer. To put it simply, they will be very inflated." Yi Tianming said, "If Yang Jia grows up," Nan Tianqing directly said, "There is no need to think. Once Yang Jia grows up and takes control of the entire Guanchuan universe, at that time, at his command, wherever the Guanchuan universe's army passes through, no cosmic civilization will be able to fight against them, and at that time the Guanchuan universe will unify the entire universe." Saying that, her expression became a bit gloomy. "Once the Guanxian universe unifies the whole universe, those worldly clans, they will obtain more and more resources. They will also be stronger and stronger. The whole universe will be sucked by them. Moreover, at that time, it will definitely be even crazier than now, because at that time, they will already have no rivals in the whole universe." Saying that, she suddenly looked at Yi Tianming. "What Yang Jia needs now is prestige and strength. If someone can defeat him, then it will be able to slow down the time for him to unify the whole universe. If someone can keep defeating him, then the Guanchuan universe will be able to be contained." On the side, the Southern Heavenly Temple shook his head slightly. "Things are not as simple as you think. The true power of the Guanchuan universe is not only Yang Jia, but also the group of Yang family members behind him. Even if one can defeat Yang Jia, however, who can defeat the group of Yang family members behind him? Thus, in order to truly contain the Guanchuan universe, one cannot just defeat Yang Jia, but also the Guanchuan Swordmaster." Nan Tianqing fell silent. Defeat the Guanchuan Swordmaster? Thinking about it would cause despair. Nan Tianxi suddenly laughed. "Matters come in threes. Nothing is impossible." Nan Tianqing laughed. "Brother, I'm optimistic about you." With that, she glanced at Yi Tianmian again and laughed. "Sir Yi, I also look favorably on you." Yi Tianming said, "Miss Tianqing, Brother Temple, I'm a little curious. My current level of strength is placed among the younger generation in the entire universe. Which class does it belong to?" Nan Tianqing said, "Do you want to hear the truth?" Yi Tianming nodded. "Naturally." Nan Tianqing said, "If you use the law of beings, you are the most demonic and top group of the young generation, and you can go 50-50 with anyone, but if you don't use the law of beings with your current realm and strength, you can only be considered to be in the middle of the low." Yi Tianming froze. Nan Tianqing said, "The entire universe's young generation, if you don't reach the great emperor realm around the age of 16, you can only be considered ordinary, and only when you reach the great emperor realm at the age of 16 can you be considered a genius, and that Yang Jia reached the broken circle at the age of 16. This is already something that has never been seen before or since. Of course, it's just that I don't know if there's any water in this broken circle of his." Nan Tianxi suddenly said, "Even if there is moisture in his realm, it will be made up for by the divine attire on him." Nan Tianqing sighed in a low voice. "Yes, it is undeniable that his current achievements have far surpassed that year's Guanxian Swordmaster of the same era. Of course, back then, the Guanchuan Swordmaster was put out to pasture, while he wasn't." Saying that, she glanced at Yi Tianmian with a complicated expression. This teenager was not just facing Yang Jia, but the most terrifying batch of powerful and noble class in this universe. As Nan Tianxi said, even if he defeated Yangjia, who in this universe could defeat the batch of Yang family behind Yangjia? Once that group of people appear, the entire universe will tremble. Is there anyone in this world who can fight against the entire Yang family? Chapter 105. The Yang family with a grudge. Yang family. Yi Tianming's eyes slowly closed. He only knew that there was no way back for him. Yi Tianming. 5 days later, the three of them passed through millions of star fields and eventually arrived at the Heavenly Path realm. Just after entering the Heavenly Road realm, Yi Tianming saw a majestic heavenly road laying in that sky with no end in sight. Heavenly Road. He actually didn't know much about this place. He only knew that back then, the Guanxian Sword Master had led the strongest people in the entire universe to ascend the Heavenly Road here. Yi Tianming followed Nantianqing and Nantian Temple to the base established by the ancient pre-civilizations, where all major civilizations had their own independent bases and had super strong people guarding the side all year round. After the three entered a large hall, an old man appeared in front of the three. The old man bowed respectfully to the three. "Your Highness Temple, Your Highness Qing, Prince Yi." Nan Tian Temple asked, "Where is Uncle Mu?" The old man respectfully said, "Zun Mu has entered the heavenly path and has yet to return." Nan Tian Temple nodded. "Good, you go down." The old man gave a slight salute, then retreated. Nan Tianqing suddenly said, "There's a dinner tonight. It's organized by Zhong Lin of the chaotic ancient era. You two have to attend. Especially you, Heaven's Destiny." Yi Tianming asked, "Chaotic ancient era?" Nan Tianqing nodded. This Zhong Lin is the first genius of the chaotic ancient era nowadays. 3 months ago, he was already at the humanity realm. Moreover, this person has also entered the void truth realm to practice. He came out of this realm by killing. It's far from the ordinary humanity realm. Yi Tianming said with some curiosity, "In the entire universe today, what geniuses and demons are there?" Nan Tianqing said, "Quite a lot, however. There are only those who are qualified to compete for the first place, which are Zhong Lin from the chaotic ancient era, Si Fan Yu from the past sect of the third era, the 100 Races era's common spirit, and the ancient forever era's southern heavenly temple." Saying that, she glanced at Nan Tian Temple and smiled. Nan Tian Temple smiled and didn't say anything. Nan Tianqing suddenly looked at Yi Tianmin. "Of course, there's you now." Yi Tianming said, "What strength are they all?" Nan Tianqing shook his head. "Their true strength. It is impossible to know. Only at the cosmic competition will everyone see each other's true strength. But there's no doubt that Yang Jia is definitely the most demonic one at the moment, especially since he also has the #1 divine sword in the entire universe, the Qingxian sword, in his hand, plus the power of his bloodline." Saying this, she suddenly looked at Yi Tianming. "Yi Gongzi, your sword seems to be able to fight against his Qingxian." Yi Tianming looked down at the Qingdao sword in his hand. "What exactly is the origin of this sword?" "I don't know." Nan Tianqing laughed. "Have you asked your tower ancestor about your origin?" With regards to Yi Tianming, she was naturally very curious because she had investigated and found nothing. Yi Tianming nodded. Asked, however, "The tower ancestor is not very convenient to speak with me right now." Seeing Yi Tianming's expression, Nan Tianqing knew that he hadn't lied to himself, so she didn't continue to ask the question. "After entering the void realm, do you know what it means?" Yi Tianming said, "It means that I will become a target." Nan Tianqing stared at Yi Tianming, somewhat surprised. "You know," Yi Tianming laughed, "although everyone's apparent enemy is the Guanxian universe, I know that all the major epical civilizations have their own selfishness, and since I'm so weak right now, yet I'm carrying the supreme treasure of the Qingdao sword and the law of the beings, it's impossible for them to remain unmoved. So once I enter the realm of the void and without the shelter of the ancient former civilization, anyone could take action against me." Nan Tianqing nodded. "Over the years, my ancient former civilization has been contacting all the major epical civilizations, hoping to join forces with them to fight against the Guanxuan universe together. But the effect wasn't too great because at that time, everyone still felt that the Guanxuan universe didn't have that ability to unify the entire universe, but now, they already know the Guanxuan universe's terrifying strength. They now have a sense of crisis, but we still can't really unite together. Do you know why?" Yi Tianming said, "Human nature, interests." Nan Tianqing looked at Yi Tianming and smiled. "Continue." Yi Tianming said, "The world tends to be like this. Before things are completely rotten, even if they are already in a desperate situation, they still always harbor a hint of luck. What's more, the Guanxian universe isn't making a move right now, so it's hard for everyone to truly unite together." Saying that, he looked at Nan Tianqing. Miss Tianqing is trying to tell me that if I want to unite them together, I have to show terrifying strength, and the only way for them to see that I am able to truly fight against Yang Jia is for them to truly join forces with us. Right? Nan Tianqing nodded. Right, in the end, it's all about strength. With strength, only then will there be a call to arms. They're not just holding on to a fluke right now, there's also a fear mentality. The strength of the Guanchuan Universe Sword Sect was too terrifying on that day. And there's also Yang Jia. They're afraid that once they fail to join forces to fight against each other, and Yang Jia really grows up at that time. Saying that, she looked gloomy and said, "Therefore, this universe competition is crucial. No, from this moment onwards, your performance is crucial. You have to know. These genius demons of all the major epics that are very, very arrogant, you want to get their recognition, the only way is to have strength." Yi Tianming was silent. Nan Tianqing said, "Tianming, brother, I know that both of you are 1 in a million supreme geniuses, and are also very proud, both disdain these political tactics, but let me tell you, unless you have absolute strength and dominance, otherwise political tactics are very, very important in this world. It must be better to have more friends than enemies. Tonight both of you come to the banquet for me." After saying that, she turned around and left. Nan Tianxi laughed. "This sister of mine is quite right, unless one possesses absolute suppressive strength. Otherwise, having many friends is still very useful, so we all have to go tonight and make more friends." Yi Tianming nodded. Understood. He didn't resent the worldly set, on the contrary, he felt a great need to go through that set, because when one lives on the worldly, how can one truly be exempt from it? The Jianghu was not only about fighting and killing, but also about human feelings. Nantian Temple suddenly said, "By the way, with you about this time our real purpose, this time the real purpose is a special relic in the virtual realm. That is a newly discovered relic. Recently, because the Guanchuan universe stepped forward, that relic was really broken open. According to our investigation, that relic is very likely to be from the real world." Saying this, he paused and added, "But the specific is still unclear, and this time the Guanxian universe side also attaches great importance to this relic. Their major first-level families and clans have sent the best of their clans to come, and there is a provision that within the secret territory, life and death are at one's own risk, so." Saying this, he looked at Yi Tianming. "This time, they will most likely take this opportunity to kill you, because you are now in the eyes of those lineages and clans, you are already an object that must be removed." Yi Tianming said, "So, this time, the secret realm is not my real experience. Those worldly clans of the Guanxian universe are." Nan Tianxi laughed. "Yes, but don't worry, because of the regulations, only the younger generation can go in, therefore, your opponents this time are all from the younger generation, and you won't encounter those kind of old monsters." Yi Tianming nodded. "I understand." South Heavenly Temple said, "Originally, we wanted to find you a teacher because we realized that although your strength is very good, you don't seem to know too much about the realm and the laws and the Tao. But when we thought that you had that tower ancestor by your side, thus, we didn't find one for you, and if you usually don't know much about cultivation, just ask your tower ancestor." In the hearts of the people of the ancient former civilization, the tower ancestor was undoubtedly the image of a supreme expert now. Yi Tianming, on the other hand, had bitter words to say, because he realized that the tower ancestor didn't seem to know particularly much about cultivation. Nan Tianxi said, "I'm going out to meet some old friends. We'll see you tonight." After saying that, he waved his hand and then walked out. Inside the main hall, Yi Tianming sat down. "Pagoda ancestor, just now, that temple brother said laws and Tao to me, what is that?" Little Pagoda said, "It is the laws and the Tao." Yi Tianming. Xiao Ta added, "You mean what is the laws and the Tao?" Yi Tianming nodded his head. The little tower said, "To put it simply, I really don't know much about it either." Yi Tianming got up and ran outside, shouting, "Brother Temple, find me a master." Xiao Ta. "Wait, wait." Xiao Ta hurriedly stopped Yi Tianming. "What's your hurry, kid? Aren't my words not finished yet?" Yi Tianming was speechless. This tower ancestor sometimes gave him the feeling of being very, very powerful, the absolute big brother kind, but sometimes it gave him a very unreliable feeling. The little tower said, "Your kid's temperament, don't be so anxious. What you said about the law and the Tao and whatnot, all these things are too low level for you, tower ancestor me. Understand?" Yi Tianming. The little tower continued to lull. "Listen to me first, don't worry about the laws and Tao rules first, you go and experience more actual battles first. Raise your battle consciousness up. Also, all those Dharma phases of yours and the Jintian sword drawing technique need to be extreme first. After you reach the Great Emperor realm, you will naturally come in contact with all kinds of laws and Tao rules of this heaven and earth." Yi Tianming was a bit puzzled. "Why do we need to reach the Great Emperor realm?" The small tower said, "Because only when you reach the Great Emperor realm, you will be able to master the laws. What is a law is the cohesion of a certain kind of power, just like those laws within the Guanxian divine mystic laws. Only when you reach the great emperor realm will you be able to go and control the laws, or even create your own laws, and you are not strong enough or at the right realm right now, so for the time being, you don't have to think about it that much. Yi Tianming nodded slightly. Understood. He still believed in the words of the tower ancestor. He no longer thought about the laws and Tao, but began to cultivate. The aura of this place was also very rich, very suitable for him to cultivate. His top priority right now was to raise his realm, because there was still a huge gap between the current him and those geniuses of his age in this universe. Moreover, he had to work 10 times, 100 times harder than others because he could only rely on himself. As his gong method operated, countless spiritual chi in the heavens and earth suddenly seemed to surge towards him like a tidal wave. Somewhere in a special void, Yang Jia was sitting in a void, and above his head, dozens of top-tier powerhouses were currently teaming up to maintain a formation, only to see that formation forcibly break open a special space-time. If there were outsiders here, they would be shocked, because this is the real space-time in the legend. At this moment, Yang Jia was releasing his sword intent to perceive the true intent in that real space-time. Not only that, he also started to extract the true substance from that real space-time with the help of all the powerhouses so as to strengthen his own sword intent. Feeling the true intent and extracting the true substance in advance. This was something that even the peak of the circle-breaking 90% realm couldn't do. No, this was something that the universe below wouldn't have been able to access because this was a power that only the true world could access, but now he had actually done it in advance. A long time later, after Yang Jia extracted the true substance, his sword intent began to metamorphose, his breath crazily soared, and when it reached a certain level, rumble, a terrifying sword intent swept out from Yang Jia's body, and in just an instant, this terrifying sword intent directly destroyed this world. True sword intent. At the age of 16, he had comprehended the true sword intent. Even if it was put into the real world, it would be a phoenix-like existence. All around, those top-tier powerhouses were all excited beyond measure when they saw this scene as they gave a slight salute. Congratulations, young lord. Although Yang Jia was only able to perceive the true meaning with their help, they naturally did not dare to be greedy. Yang Jia's eyes slowly closed. Around him, monstrous real sword intent emerged, suppressing everything. It could be said that this real sword intent had been able to break all the laws and Tao in the universe below except for his father, Yi Guan. Moreover, it was still a descending strike kind. A moment later, Yang Jia took a deep breath. He turned to look at the universe below. In fact, with his current strength, there was absolutely no need to participate in the so-called universe competition. It was undoubtedly bullying for him to go to the universe competition first. But he still wanted to participate, because he had an opponent, and that was Yi Tianming. He had to defeat Yi Tianming. Yang family members, if they had a shame, they would snow it, and if they had a grudge, they would avenge it. Just at this moment, Yang Jia did not know what he felt. He suddenly turned his head to look. Not far away, there came a woman. The woman looked 15 or 16 years old, wearing a cloud-colored robe. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, but those eyes were extremely cold. Moreover, they were permeated with a kind of disregard for everything. She held a long sword with a sheath and slowly came towards Yang Jia. On her body, there was also an invincible momentum enveloping her. Yang Jia's eyes narrowed slightly, and his left hand tightened the Qing Xian's sword in his hand, as he sensed the battle intent from the woman. Suddenly, the woman disappeared in place. A sword light flashed from the field. Yang Jia fiercely drew his sword and slashed. Bang! The sword light shattered as Yang Jia retreated 1,000 feet in a row, and when he stopped, the Qing Xian's sword in his hand directly cracked. The woman had not retreated in half a step. The sword in her hand was none other than one of the legendary 3 swords, the Easy Pierce sword. Seeing the Qing Xian sword crack, Yang Jia was stunned, and in the next moment the Qing Xian sword in his hand was directly replaced with the sword ancestor, and in an instant he had already transformed into a sword light and killed out. In the distance, the woman stabbed out with her sword. The invincible momentum filled the entire Star River universe. Rumble! The sword light shattered, and Yang Jia retreated 100 feet in a row. The woman did not retreat in half a step. She looked at Yang Jia faintly. What a weak, heavenly destiny man. Chapter 106. The Walking Tao Sword plus the Laws of Beings. What a weak, heavenly ordained man. When hearing that woman's words, Yang Jia's face undoubtedly became a little unsightly. While all around, those top-tier powerhouses were heart-struck as they looked at that white-clothed woman in disbelief. Who was this woman? Not only did she cut apart that Qing Xian sword, which was known as the #1 divine sword in the Guanchuan universe, with a single sword, but she also suppressed the handheld Yang clan sword ancestor? Yang Jia stared at the woman. Who are you? The woman didn't answer as she turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps she suddenly stopped again before saying, I heard that you lost to a person of the same realm. Yang Jia. The woman slightly sidled her head. What was his name? Yang Jia was silent for a moment before saying, Yi Tianmian. The woman walked towards the distance. I'll wait for him to come up. Yang Jia said, You can't wait for him. Without waiting for the woman to speak, Yang Jia added, Because of the cosmic competition, he will lose in my hands. The woman didn't even look back. You're weak. Stop talking. Saying that, her person had already disappeared at the far end. How dare you? Not far away, a strong man said angrily. This woman is really wanton. The young lord hasn't even utilized the power of his bloodline yet, and she dares to speak out of turn. The rest of the powerhouses were all furious. Yang Jia stared at the far end, and after a moment, he suddenly said, Has the martial pavilion researched a method to counteract the law of beings? A strong man respectfully said, Young lord, the martial pavilion is already doing its best. But there is difficulty. Yang Jia's brow furrowed, and the strong man added, However, we have used the Yang family's connections to ask several of the real world's top powerhouses who have established the Tao and called themselves ancestors to help. Yang Jia slowly lowered his head to look at the sword ancestor held tightly in his hand. Yi Tianming. Let them not need to study it anymore. I already have the method to break his law of all beings. In his hand, the sword ancestor trembled slightly. Nan Tianqing walked inside the hall, and when she saw Yi Tianmai cultivating, she didn't interrupt, but leaned against a pillar to the side and quietly watched Yi Tianmai. In her eyes, there was only curiosity because she had specifically investigated Yi Tianmai, and Yi Tianmai's origin was really mysterious. Soon, Yi Tianmian opened his eyes, he took a deep breath, then looked at Nan Tianqing. At this time, Nan Tianqing was obviously deliberately dressed up, wearing a tight white dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders. Her face was beautiful, and her body had a kind of shrewd and capable temperament. Nan Tianqing smiled sweetly. It's time for the dinner party. Yi Tianming got up. Let's go then. Nan Tianqing shot a glance at Yi Tianmian. Is this what you're wearing? Yi Tianmian glanced at the plain robe he was wearing and was about to speak, when Nan Tianqing suddenly added, Your set is also quite elegant. Let's go. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the distance. Yi Tianming followed. On the way, Nan Tianqing said, This time, all the major epics and all the major super deity civilizations have sent people. It can be said that they are all the top geniuses and demons of this universe. Everyone should be very curious about you as well. Let's say it's good to say up front, I don't dare to guarantee that there is no one to provoke you. After all, you are the one who has defeated Yang Jia in the same realm. As long as you are defeated, you will be able to make a name for yourself in the entire universe. Yi Tianming said, I'll follow you. I'll listen to everything you say. Nan Tianqing glanced at him and pursed her lips. It's useless. Yi Tianming said, Then see what you can do. Nan Tianqing laughed. Good. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a large hall. There was an old man standing at the entrance of the hall. When the old man saw Nan Tianqing, he obviously recognized her, so he gave a slight salute, Miss Tianqing. Saying that, he glanced at Yi Tianming. Nan Tianqing took out an invitation and handed it to the old man, then glanced at Yi Tianmian and smiled. He's with me. The old man nodded. The two of you, please come inside. After the two entered the hall, a sense of emptiness immediately hit their faces. The hall was very large at this moment. More than 100 people had already gathered. When they saw Nan Tianqing come in, some people's gazes were immediately thrown over very soon. A group of people surrounded them. One of the men was holding a wine cup and laughed from a long way away. Miss Tianqing, I can wait for you. Nan Tianqing picked up the wine cup handed over by a waiter and laughed. Mr. Kai, long time no see. The two of them drank it all in one go. After the man finished drinking, he suddenly looked at Yi Tianmian on the side and smiled. Miss Tianqing, who is this? Nan Tianqing laughed. Introducing. This is my brother-in-law, Yi Tianmian. Yi Tianmian. As soon as these words came out, the field suddenly went quiet, and all eyes turned to Yi Tianmian. Who didn't know about Yi Tianmian in the entire universe nowadays? The man suddenly laughed. Yi Tianming. The name of Mr. Yi is as good as thunder and lightning, so I've met myself today. I'm Divine Dao Qi of the Divine Dao Civilization. Duke Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Saying that, he picked up a cup of wine on the side. Yi Tianming also picked up a cup of wine and smiled. Brother Kai, nice to meet you. The two of them drank it all in one go. Around them, all the people were curiously sizing up Yi Tianmai. They were all very curious about Yi Tianmai. This one had defeated Yang Jia of the same realm. At this time, a man suddenly said, Brother Yi, how did you defeat that Yang Jia in the first place? Yi Tianming looked at the man who spoke, and the man was smiling at him. Beside Yi Tianming, Nan Tianqing Xuanqi voice transmission introduced, This is Bei Xian from the Northern Domain Civilization, which belongs to the Super Deity Civilization. After hearing Bei Xian's question, everyone looked at Yi Tianming curiously. Yi Tianmian said, I didn't defeat him. The crowd was all stunned. Nan Tianqing turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian, who said, If he hadn't lowered his realm, I wouldn't have been his opponent. Bei Xian laughed. Brother Yi is too modest. Yang Jia lowered his realm by himself, this is his pattern. But if Brother Yi was born the same as him, with equal resources, I believe that Brother Yi will definitely not be inferior to him. That Xin Dao Qi also laughed. Brother Bei Xian is right. If Brother Yi is given the same resources, he might even be stronger than that Yang Jia. Yi Tianming smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. He himself knew very well that if Yang Jia didn't lower his own realm, he wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat Yang Jia even if he had the law of beings. It could be said that he was able to defeat Yang Jia by not only relying on the law of beings, but also by the Walking Dao sword, and no matter whether it was the law of beings or the Xing Tao sword, it was not his Yi Tianming. To be a human being, one still had to always recognize oneself. I heard that Brother Yi has mastered a special law called the law of beings. This law can ignore all realms. A voice suddenly came from the distance. The crowd turned their heads to look. Not far away, a man walked over with a smile. Beside Yi Tianming, Nan Tianqing said, The first demon of the chaotic ancient era, Zonglin. Zonglin walked over to Yi Tianming under the gaze of the crowd and smiled. Brother Yi, I want to see this law of beings. I don't have any other intention. I just want to see if this law of beings is that divine or not. Nan Tianqing's eyebrows furrowed. Zonglin, what do you mean? Zonglin smiled and explained, Miss Tianqing, don't be angry. I don't have any other meaning. I simply want to spar with Brother Yi. Don't worry. I will also lower my own realm. Nan Tianqing was about to speak, but Yi Tianmian suddenly said, Good. Nan Tianqing turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian, who said, I also want to have a good fight. He also wanted to see how much of a gap there was between himself and the geniuses of this universe today. Nan Tianqing nodded his head to understand Yi Tianmian's meaning, and nodded at that moment. Good. Zonglin laughed. Brother Yi, let's change places, please. A few moments later, the two of them came to a star river. It was a dead star field. In the middle of this star river, there was a huge martial arts stadium. Usually if there was any conflict between the major civilizations, they would duel here. Zonglin and Yi Tianming were facing each other from a distance. Zonglin suddenly stretched out his right hand and pressed down. His realm was instantly suppressed to the immortal realm. The two were now at the same realm. Zonglin looked at Yi Tianming. Brother Yi, please. Yi Tianmian's eyes slowly closed, and suddenly, rumble. For Dharma phases coalesced from behind him, and a terrifying aura spread out from the heavens and the earth from the waves, shaking the surrounding space with a constant undulation. Yi Tianming suddenly said, Congeal! Buzz! As a sword sound resounded, a huge sword with a sheath appeared in the hands of the four Dharma phantoms, and in an instant monstrous sword momentum swept up, and the surrounding space directly began to split apart inch by inch at this moment. Seeing this scene, Zonglin's brows suddenly furrowed. A trace of gravity was added to his eyes. His palms spread out. The space-time above his head suddenly cracked. Countless chaotic ancient forces poured down and finally fell into his hands. And as his right hand slowly tightened its grip, a terrifying fist momentum suddenly spread out from the heavens and earth. Chaotic ancient divine fist. The overwhelming divine fist created by the lord of the chaotic ancient era back then. Obviously, Zonglin didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing Yi Tianming. Yi Tianmian suddenly said angrily, Chop! The four Dharma phantoms drew their swords at the same time, and in an instant they were stacked 50 ways, and in an instant 50 stacked thousands of feet of sword light broke through the air, cutting straight through that Zonglin. And almost at the same time, the distant Zonglin fiercely blasted out a fist. This fist out, the piece of space in front of him directly shattered. Chaotic ancient power like a volcano eruption instantly gushed out, fiercely slammed into that sword light. Rumble! As soon as the two came into contact, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet was shattered, and a terrifying shockwave of power spread out in all directions. shocking the two of them into retreating at the same time, and countless sword lights and chaotic ancient power ravaged the sky and the earth. As soon as they stopped, Zhong Lin sprayed several mouthfuls of blood, and his flesh cracked. And in the distance, after Yi Tianmian stopped, although his flesh didn't crack, the corners of his mouth overflowed with a touch of blood, but his face was permeated with a smile, because he realized that in the same realm, he didn't lose to these top geniuses. And right at this moment, the face of Nan Tianqing in the distance instantly changed dramatically, unbridled. Suddenly, a mysterious black light silently killed in front of Yi Tianming, about to exterminate him. Circle-breaking realm powerhouse. The sudden appearance of a circle-breaking realm powerhouse was something that Yi Tianmian had not expected at all. Facing this horrifying strike from the other side, he felt the breath of death, but he didn't just sit there and wait for death. His right hand gripped the Xing Tao sword and was about to execute the Law of Beings. Xing Dao sword plus Law of Beings. This was his strongest card at the moment, and he didn't know what effect it would have. Chapter 107. Words follow laws. But just as Yi Tianming was about to draw his sword, a middle-aged man suddenly blocked in front of him, and the middle-aged man raised his hand and threw a punch. Boom! That black light was instantly forced to retreat. Within the black light, a ghostly shadow was faintly visible. That ghostly shadow saw that the blow was not successful and instantly disappeared in place. On the side, Nan Tianqing suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Mu, Nan Yuan's younger brother, and one of the top powerhouses of the ancient former civilization nowadays, guarding this side of the heavenly path realm all year round. Nan Mu looked at the place where that shadowy figure disappeared for a moment before slowly turning around to look at Yi Tianmai. He sized up Yi Tianmai, did not say anything and turned around to leave. At this time, that Xin Dao Qi on the side suddenly sneered. TSK, circle-breaking realm coming to kill an immortal realm. What a masterstroke. In the arena, all the people's expressions were a bit strange, as well as contemptuous, and it had to be said that this kind of behavior was really too underhanded. Bei Xian looked towards Yi Tianmian and laughed. Brother Yi, it seems that someone wants you dead very much. You have to be careful. Who is it that wants to kill Brother Yi? Humph. Besides those lineages and clans of the Guanchuan universe, who else is there? AI. Since the departure of the Guanchuan Swordmaster, the Guanchuan universe has changed. Now they are not generally overbearing. Before, during the era of Guanchuan Swordmaster, the Void Realm was developed fairly by everyone together, but now the Guanchuan universe forcibly controls the quotas. They can enter 20 people at a time, but other cosmic civilizations can only enter 2 or 3 at most. Sure. Don't say it. Be careful of the trouble coming out of your mouth. On the side, Yi Tianmian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then looked towards Zhong Lin, who was not far away. Brother Lin's punch? It's so strong. Zhong Lin laughed. This sword skill of yours is also strong. My flesh body was dried and shattered for you. Yi Tianming smiled. Let's spar some other day? Zhong Lin nodded. Good. Saying that, he suddenly sighed in a low voice. Next time, Brother Yi, you have to show me the Law of Beings. Yi Tianming nodded. Good. Zhong Lin glanced around, then said, Gentlemen, tomorrow we will be entering the Void True Realm, and this time 22 people from the Guanchuan universe have entered it. All of them are the most demonic group of people in the Guanchuan universe nowadays. So with all due respect, if we don't join forces, all of us won't even be able to have a mouthful of soup at that mysterious relic. Bei Xian laughed. Brother Zhong Lin means we join forces? Zhong Lin nodded. If all of us join forces, then we will still be able to fight against the side of the Guanxian universe and gain some benefits for ourselves. What do you guys think? Xin Daoqi said, join forces. If we don't even have any say in front of the Guanxian universe. In the field, the rest of the people nodded in agreement. The current Guanxian universe was like the sky. If they didn't join forces, as Zhong Lin said, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to have a mouthful of soup. Zhong Lin suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Tianmian and smiled. Brother Yi, what about you? Yi Tianming said, I'll listen to Miss Tianqing. Nan Tianqing glanced at Yi Tianming and laughed. My ancient former civilization is naturally with everyone. Zhong Lin nodded. Then we will form a group to enter the Void Realm early tomorrow morning. After the crowd dispersed, Zhong Lin looked down at his chest. Looking at his cracked flesh, he fell into silence. After Yi Tianming returned to the Great Hall of the ancient former civilization, Nan Tianqing spread out his palm and an elixir flew to him. For healing, Yi Tianming said, Thank you. Saying that, he took the elixir and took it. Just as soon as the elixir was taken, he realized that his body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Tianming was a little shocked. This elixir, Nan Tianqing said. It's not something precious. By the way, tell us how you felt about the battle just now. Yi Tianming said. I have to raise my realm. Nan Tianqing nodded slightly. Those 4 phases and sword techniques of yours are very strong. Moreover, there is no upper limit. The only gap between you and them right now is the gap in terms of realm. If your realm can be raised, even if you don't use the law of the beings, you won't be worse than them. No, I should say that it will be stronger. Yi Tianming nodded. Not only realm, but also combat. I need to fight a little more. He realized that no matter whether it was condensing the Dharma phase or executing the Jintian sword drawing technique, he wasn't able to reach his own limit right now, and that required actual battles. Nan Tianqing laughed. You'll have a lot of chances to fight after you enter it tomorrow. Yi Tianming looked at Nan Tianqing. Miss Tianqing, are you going too? Nan Tianqing shook her head. I'm not going this time. There are only 2 spots in my ancient former civilization. One is for you, and the other one is for my brother. Furthermore, I'm not interested in that whatsoever mysterious relic. I've come here for another purpose. Yi Tianming said, Miss Tianqing, do you know which geniuses are coming from Guanxian universe this time? Nan Tianqing said, I don't know, however, after going in tomorrow, you will definitely encounter them. Saying this, she seemed to think of something, paused, and added, Are you afraid of meeting your former friends? Yi Tianming shook his head. Not afraid. They are all good people. Whether it is in Yen or Nanling Zhaoge. In his heart, those were all really good friends. He was quite worried about involving Nanling Zhao and Yen because of what happened to him before, but fortunately Nan Tianqing said with him later that the Guanxian universe didn't punish the 2 of them. Nan Tianqing looked at Yi Tianming. If you meet, will you become enemies? Yi Tianming shook his head decisively. No. Nan Tianqing was silent. Yi Tianming said in a deep voice, Miss Tianqing, it is true that I have a life and death grudge with the Guanchuan Academy, but not everyone within the Guanchuan Academy is bad. There are good and bad people anywhere. Nan Tianqing laughed. I understand, but I also have to remind you that you are now standing on the opposite side of the Guanchuan universe. They have their position. Do you understand? Yi Tianming was silent for a moment before saying, We all have our own positions now. Nan Tianqing said, Don't think so much. Get some rest, and good luck tomorrow when you enter the Void Realm. After saying that, she turned around and left. When she walked to the door, she suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Yi Tianming. Do you think that the circle-breaking realm powerhouse that struck out at you earlier was from the Guanchuan universe? Yi Tianming did not speak. The corners of Nan Tianqing's mouth lifted up slightly, but he said nothing and turned around to leave. After Nan Tianqing left, Yi Tianming sat down, his eyes slowly closed, recalling the previous battle, his current 4 Dharma phases. The strongest was undoubtedly the Earth Dharma phase, which could reach 3,000 zhang, while the remaining 3 Dharma phases could only coalesce up to 1,500 zhang. If they could all be coalesced up to 3,000 zhang, then the power would definitely be able to be greatly enhanced. In addition to the Dharma phases, he felt that there was still room for improvement in the heaven-slashing sword drawing technique. Seemingly thinking of something, he suddenly looked at the Xing-Tao sword in his hand. He was now a little curious. If the Xing-Tao sword was added to the law of beings and the heavenly sword drawing technique, how would it really be? He actually kind of wanted to try it out. As soon as he thought of it, Yi Tianming said, Tower Ancestor, is your flesh hard? The little tower laughed. There is simply no person or thing in this world that can hurt me. Yi Tianming hurriedly said, Really? The small tower confidently said, Of course. Yi Tianming said, I would like to use the Walking Dao sword plus the Law of Beings as well as the Zhentian sword drawing technique to try it on you. Is that okay? Xiaota. Seeing Yi Tianming drawing his sword and wanting to get real, the pagoda ancestor hurriedly said, Wait. Yi Tianming was puzzled. What? The little tower said in a deep voice. This Xing Dao sword is rather special. It's better for you to use it sparingly. Yi Tianming. A few moments later, Yi Tianming sat down on the ground and began to devour the surrounding spiritual qi. His current priority was to raise his realm in addition to going to experience more actual battles. His current realm was too low. If he didn't raise his realm up, it would be impossible for him to fight against Yang Jia in the next Universe Grand Competition. No, not to mention Yang Jia. He wouldn't be able to fight against any of the top geniuses of those super deity civilizations. Although he had the Law of Beings and the Way-Walking Sword, he didn't consider these 2 as his own strength. In the middle of the starry sky, Nanmu and Nantian Temple walked slowly. Nantian Temple suddenly said, Uncle Mu has met Heaven's mandate? Nanmu nodded slightly and said, I've met it. It's really excellent. It's just that, is my ancient former civilization really going to pin all its hopes on him? Nantian Temple laughed. What does Uncle Mu mean? Nan Mu said in a deep voice. Undeniably, that teenager is indeed good, but my ancient former civilization shouldn't pin all of its hopes on that teenager. Furthermore, I don't feel that you're worse than him, and also my ancient former civilization helped him so much. That law of the beings on him is hiding and not sharing it. Nantian Temple shook his head. Uncle Mu must not think so. Nan Mu looked at Nantian Si. Nantian Si said, helping him is something that my ancient former civilization volunteered for. Since it was something we volunteered for, we shouldn't try to force anything on others. If we go and covet his law of beings right now, then what's the difference between our actions and those worldly clans in the Guanxian universe? Nan Mu said, I know this reasoning, but have you ever thought that if my ancient former civilization is able to master this law of beings, then we will have the ability to fight against the Guanxuan universe? Nantian Temple said, from the perspective of being a human being, firstly, to do so is immoral. I, Nantian Temple, am unable to go and accept this kind of behavior from the perspective of the ancient former civilization. Uncle Mu, do you think that it is possible for Yi Tianmian to be comparable to the Guanxuan Swordmaster in the future? Nan Mu's brows furrowed. Nantian Temple laughed. From a personal perspective, I think this Lord Yi is quite a good person, and is worth being friends with. Since we are being friends, we should be open and honest with each other from the perspective of the ancient former civilization. I think that the achievements of this Lord Yi in the future won't necessarily lose out to the Guanxuan Swordmaster, and it can be said that his value isn't comparable to that of a being's law, and we are going to go to the trouble of feuding with him now for the sake of a being's law is undoubtedly unwise. Nan Mu looked at Nan Tianxi. I think that you won't be any worse than the Guanxian Swordmaster in the future. Nantian Temple smiled. I also think so, whether it's that Yang Jia or Heaven's Mandate, they are both excellent. I won't think I'm worse than them, but I also have to recognize the excellence of others, people not afraid of self-confidence going overboard and turning into conceit. Nan Mu looked at Nantian Temple. You have no interest at all in that law of beings? Nantian Temple said, there is a great interest. Saying that, he paused and added, but Uncle Mu, that's not ours, it's someone else's. I, Nantian Temple, am not a good person, but I will never do anything that's a loss. After saying that, he turned around and left. Nan Mu shook his head and smiled, but more than anything else in the smile was relief. Indeed, it was better to be honest and open. Within the River of Ages, in front of a certain village, a woman stood by the river. The woman was wearing a pure color white robe, spotless. Her hands were behind her back, her eyes slightly closed. Suddenly, she opened her mouth. Set. In an instant, that river was directly forbidden, and at the same time, everything in heaven and earth was forbidden at that moment, including the passing time. Words follow the law. A moment later, the woman suddenly said, resume. Everything instantly returned to normal. At this moment, an old man appeared beside the woman, and the old man respectfully saluted. Greetings to the young sect master. This woman was none other than the young sect master of the past sect. Si Fan Yu. Si Fan Yu said, speak. The old man said in a deep voice, we received an order from the cabinet of the Guanxuan universe, this cosmic competition. We are afraid that there will be forces from outside the country that will be unfavorable to the young lord. Therefore, the cabinet has ordered that the young patriarch must go to the Guanxuan universe to defend the young lord. Si Fan Yu slowly turned his head to look at the old man, his gaze resembling cold ice. Yang Jia can't afford to lose. He doesn't deserve to be my young lord. The old man was slightly stunned, then hurriedly said, young patriarch, this can't be done. This is equivalent to a rebellion. Si Fan Yu's face was expressionless. That Yang Jia wants strength without strength, wants character without character. What virtue can make me submit to him? As for the rebellion, if this Guanxuan Academy has no virtue in the future, then I, Xiao Siyu, will be the first to rebel. Saying this, she turned to leave. Returning to the cabinet, as of today, I, the past sect, will neither listen to proclamations nor adjustments. Old man. Tianxing Civilization. The same order from the cabinet was also sent to the Skywalk Civilization. Chapter 108. Teacher Qing Qiu. Skywalk Civilization, Skywalk Life Realm. In the very center of this world, there stood an ancient tree with a canopy that covered the sky, bearing a red fruit, among which there were also some purple fruits, but in smaller quantities. The Skywalker Tree of Life. The civilization's greatest treasure of the Skywalker civilization, after being upgraded by that spirit ancestor back then, this Skywalker Tree of Life had now surpassed the level of the Supreme Civilization ancestral artifact level. Underneath that Skywalking Tree of Life, a woman was sitting on the ground, dressed in a long light green dress, with long hair that fell to her hips, and her appearance was stunningly beautiful. At this moment, She was holding an ancient book in her hands and reading it intently. At this time, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of the woman. Seeing the woman reading a book, the beautiful woman immediately retreated to the side, not daring to disturb. The surroundings are very quiet, only the sound of the wind and the sound of turning books. I don't know how long. The woman suddenly closed the book and softly said, "Everything is sought inward, no need to self-evidence, and no need to seek outside." What teacher Ching Cho said was so good. I finally understand now.